Just how skilled is this young man? A plane crash caused him to lose his memory, and at only 18 he wandered abroad, becoming the strongest mercenary on Earth just to survive. But when he regained his memories 10 years later, he returned home as an ordinary person, and his grandfather was immediately moved to tears. Little did he know, his sister at school was having a terrible time, suffering bullying every day. If she didn't obey the blonde girl's orders, she would be beaten. But all of this will change because of Yoo Jin. In a high school in Korea, a girl's slender hand pauses mid-sentence. Yoo Gaeul, with her elegant and captivating face, looks up and wonders, he must be in class right now. Suddenly, a girl shouted from outside the classroom, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed to her friends, excitedly sharing. "There's a hottie, you guys! He just transferred to our school, and he's a senior. I'm going to lose sleep tonight." The other students were buzzing, but Gasun and some of the male students weren't as excited. Gasun glanced at them, wondering about this new transfer student. "That's you, isn't it?" she said, tilting her head and smiling softly, her eyes downcast and her cheeks flushed. The two words, older brother, were written neatly on the white page. In this situation, even she didn't expect that her brother, who she thought had died with her parents in a plane crash, would suddenly return after 10 years of missing contact. In the airport waiting area, upon seeing her brother for the first time, Yoo Gasion's eyes widened in disbelief as her trembling hands reached out to touch Yoo Jin's face. The moment they touched, tears streamed down the old man's face as he choked out, barely daring to believe his eyes. "Is it really you? Are you truly alive?" Watching the two embrace, Yoo Gasion stood silently, wondering if that man was truly her brother. A hint of suspicion still lingered in her eyes. Their eyes met, causing Yoo Gasion to flinch, a faint smile playing on his lips as he realized something. Immediately after, Yoo Jin smiled gently at her, mouthing the words, "So you're Daeun?" Suddenly, a loud shout snapped her out of her reverie. "Hey, you Daeun?" The blonde leader crosses her arms, looking at her reproachfully. "How long are you going to make me call you that?" Startled by her words, Yoo Gasion quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was daydreaming again." Kim Hae-jin frowned, annoyed, and asked, "I told you to bring me my gym clothes before PE, right?" "Do you even have it?" she asked, a bit flustered. Hesitantly, she replies, "I brought it. But if I lend it to you, what will I wear?" Hae-jin sighs in annoyance, reminding her to know her place. "Who allowed you to talk back to me?" Kim Hae-jin's voice caused the atmosphere to suddenly drop. "That's your call? Why are you asking me?" she said, slapping Yoon Gaeol on the head. Then she asked in a sharp tone if she was spoiling her too much. Her underlings nearby scoffed, displeased. The other students avert their eyes, but no one steps forward to help. Kim Hae-jin continues to berate her. "Or do you want another beating so you can cry in front of everyone like last time?" Upon hearing this, Gason was terrified and lowered her head, not daring to utter a word. It was time for class, and the teacher introduced the new transfer student, saying that he would be joining their class from today. Yoo Hae-jin smiled, appearing friendly. The teacher added that he had been living abroad for personal reasons, so everyone should help him adjust. The girls below, seeing such a godlike figure, blushed and whispered excitedly, "He's so handsome." The corn-haired guy, Ju Hae-ok-jin, propped his chin up, looking at him with displeasure. The teacher looked towards the empty desk where the buzzcut student sat and immediately decided on a seat for Yoo Hae-jin, telling him to sit there. He obediently agreed. As he walked towards his seat, Lee Jae-hyun looked up at him. His lips twitched, his face contorted in annoyance as he thought, "Why are the girls fawning over that hi-fi guy? He looks so delicate and weak." Ju Hyuk-jin, sitting behind him, suddenly called out, "Hey, Lee Jae-hyun!" and he immediately caught the signal, nodding in response. As he approached his desk, Lee Jae-hyun smirked, thinking, "What a wimp. Even the way he walks is pathetic. I'll humiliate him so he's easier to control later." He then stuck his foot out to trip him. Suddenly, Yoo Hae-jin stopped, making him look down in confusion. Hae-jin also looked down at the foot blocking his path. Seeing that he hadn't fallen for the trap, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I timed that perfectly." Yoo Hae-jin said nothing, only glancing at him, causing Lee Jae-hyun to mutter, "Who does this bastard think he is?" Then he snapped, "What are you staring at? You want to lose an eye, dog?" Memories flood his mind of Kang Hamchan's warning. "Hae-jin, listen carefully. Avoid fighting as much as possible in Korea." He sighs. "I know." And Kang Hamchan nods. "I'm just worried." Suddenly, Yoo Hae-jin continued, "Of course, how could I attack without data on the surrounding terrain? I'm not going to rush in and get killed like an amateur." Kang's words left him dumbfounded. He affirmed confidently, "Are you worried? I've lived on the battlefield for 10 years. This is my specialty." Kang said, "You're wrong," and Kang Hamchan held up a hand to stop him. "That's enough. That's not what I meant. I told you not to fight because I'm worried about your opponent." Remembering that warning, Yu Haijin stares intently at Li Jaehyun, who, noticing the gaze, threatens him. "What the hell are you looking at? You want to die?" But even with the threat, Haijin continues to glare. Suddenly, the teacher spoke up, asking, "Why are you just standing there?" He turned and forced a smile, replying, "Ah, sorry." He then immediately walked past him. Seeing this, Lee Jae-hyun chuckled to himself. He's screwed. What a pushover. As EU Haijin obediently walked to his seat, Do-hyuk-jin leaned on his hand and sneered. As he reached the back of the class, the teacher instructed the student next to him, "Park Young-chan, since you're sitting next to him, please guide him." He politely replied, "Yes, ma'am." As class ends, the teacher says, "Thank you, and see you next time." The friendly student turns to EU Haijin and introduces himself. "Hi, I am Park Young-chan." "So, your name is EU Haijin?" He quickly smiled and replied, "Yeah." Park Young-chan glanced behind him, then whispered, "You must be surprised, right? I saw Lee Jae-hyun getting antsy." He glanced at Lee Jae-hyun, who was playing on his phone, and said, "That guy with nothing but hair is Lee Jae-hyun, and we have two bullies in our class, Lee Jae-hyun and Ju Hyuk-jin. Be careful around them. Our homeroom teacher is too nice." Ju Hyuk-jin held out his hand to Lee Jae-hyun and said, "Give it to me." Then he asked, "How are you going to pay?" Park Young-chan reminded him, "Oh, and first period is math." Yoo-jin smiled and replied, "Thanks." Hearing that, he shyly scratched the back of his head and replied, "It's nothing," secretly thinking, "He seems friendly." He reminded him one last time before the teacher started the lesson. "Let me know if you have any questions. I'll do my best to answer them." The math teacher pushed up his glasses and told the class to open their textbooks to page 47, then immediately began writing problems on the board. The class quietly focuses on the lesson as Yoo-jin sits quietly at the back, observing. Then he glanced to his side, noticing Pa Young-chan listening intently. He then looked to his right, observing a student sound asleep before shifting his gaze to the next desk where students were whispering and giggling during class. Then he looked down at the students playing during gym class, and the peaceful scene reminded him of that time. On the front lines, it was a constant struggle in the pouring rain. Even with injuries and exhaustion, he had to grit his teeth and keep running. He had to wade through dangerous swamps and undergo rigorous physical training, including target practice with weapons, from a young age. The harsh training forged him into the man he is today. He closes his eyes, lost in thought, contemplating this nation. How peaceful. As dusk began to settle, Yu Zajin quietly made her way home alone. The girls walking by blushed, wondering who he was. Then she looked up, surprised. It turns out Yu Ijin was waiting for her at the school gate, and he smiled gently as soon as he saw her. Yu Zejin asked him if he was waiting for her. He gently replied, "Yes, I wanted us to go home together. Are you busy?" She looked around anxiously and hesitated. No, it's just..." Seeing her unease, he gently said, "Let's head home then." Yu Zejin smiled and obediently replied, "Okay." They walked home together, but he didn't say a word, and she hesitated to speak. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, he speaks first, saying it feels a bit awkward. Yu Zejin is startled and quickly replies that it's not that awkward. Slightly flustered, he reassured her, "You don't need to be embarrassed. Actually, I'm the same way." He began to tell his story. "I was only 9 when the accident happened. I barely have any memories of you or Grandpa. I just know that I have a younger sister and a grandfather. It was probably even worse for you, since you were only 7. Hearing this, she fell silent. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious voice rang out, startling her. "When did Heejin say she was coming?" Kim Heejin's lackeys are hanging out at the convenience store saying she's on her way, and the bald guy asks if she's running late again. The girl with the curled hair looks up and says she doesn't know, then spots Yudun. Yuzazion panics, wondering what to do. The bald thug asks who it is, and the girl chimes in, saying it's Heejin's pet. Suddenly, she looks at Yui Jin and asks unhappily if he's her boyfriend. She sneers, "Even you have someone looking out for you." Yuzazion quickly denies it. "No, he's my brother." She retorts, "Brother? You have a brother?" Yui Jin leans down, asking if she's her friend, and she confirms that they're in the same class. Suddenly, her tone turned harsh as she sneered, "Don't mess with me. Yudun, who are your friends?" Hearing this, she suddenly hesitated. The girl pressed, "I'm asking, who are your friends?" Yu Zazian quickly replied, "No, it's just..." Realizing they were up to no good, Yu Yijin glared. Seeing this, the other guy spoke up. "That dog is staring daggers at me." The cornrow-haired guy tilted his head, threatening, "What the hell are you looking at? You want to die?" The buzzcut guy added, "Is he crazy? He's still staring." Yujin's eyes narrowed, sensing the challenge. "Are they trying to start something?" The cornrowed thug spat, rising arrogantly. "They never learn until it's too late." He approached them, sneering. "Hey kid, do you know who I am? Trying to look cool in front of your sister, huh?" I silently assessed him, noticing all the openings he was leaving. He wasn't keeping his distance, exposed too many weaknesses, and had no weapon. So why was he so confident? But then, an image of Kang Hanchan flashed in his mind, along with a reminder not to fight. He scoffed, deciding to let it go. Seeing that, the strawberry blonde punk lost it, grabbing his collar and raising a hand to strike, yelling, "How dare you ignore me, you dog?" Yu Zazeon quickly interjected, "I apologize. My brother has lived abroad since he was little, so he's not used to the culture here." Seeing her timid demeanor, he sneered. They retorted to her explanation. "What does him living abroad have to do with me? Do you want to die too?" Seeing her being bullied like that, Yu Yijin's eyebrows furrowed in anger, while Yu Zazeon trembled with fear. Unable to hold back any longer, Yu Yijin immediately twists the bully's wrist. Yu Yijin dropped his bag and turned to Yu Zazeon, gently reassuring her to stay still as he reached for his coat. He covered her face with his jacket and told her it would only be a moment, while the bully cursed, "Hey, you dog!" Yu Yijin glared at the man, then struck him in the jaw with his elbow, sending him reeling backward with a bloody nose. He crashed to the ground, sending tables and chairs flying, and the others paled in fear at the sight. Yu Yijin sighed softly, muttering that he'd already broken his promise to Zhongyi on the first day. He turned to the other two with a murderous glare, while the cornrow guy was already unconscious, replaced by the bald guy sweating profusely and muttering, "Who the hell is she?" As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the rhythmic footsteps of soldiers echoed. In the fading light, 3 rows of soldiers diligently trained. Gam Chan stood by, sternly watching over them when a soldier called out, "Lieutenant, didn't you say it was today? I mean, the day Yi Jin comes to the academy." He nonchalantly replies, "That's right." The soldier beside him adds, "Even though he's trained for half a year, I'm still worried. He's lived in a place like this for 10 years since he was 9, but hopefully he'll adapt well." Hearing this, Kang Hamchan smiled confidently, saying, "If he does as I taught him, nothing will go wrong, right?" The soldier agreed, "Of course." Meanwhile, Yu Yijin delivered a devastating elbow strike to the mohawked thug, sending him crashing backward with a bloody nose. He crashed into the tables and chairs with a loud thud. Yijin sighed to himself, "Looks like I couldn't keep my promise to the lieutenant on the first day." With that, he glared at the remaining thugs. Choi Li Yang stared at the unconscious man on the ground, fearfully thinking, "His eyes are rolling back. One hit and he's out." Startled by his roar, they both flinched, and Yu Yijin glanced at the buzzcut guy before vanishing, instantly appearing before him and delivering a powerful punch to the gut. The punch sent the bald man flying. He gaped, drooled, his eyes rolled back, and he tumbled over the railing with a thud. Choi Li Yang, terrified, turned pale and speechless. Yu Yijin turned towards her, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, scaring her to the core. Suddenly, Jaxian cried out in fear and removed the jacket, looking around in shock. Jaxian, stunned by the sight of the 2 unconscious thugs, wondered what had happened. All she did was put on a coat. Yu Yijin glanced at her, while Li Yiyang continued to tremble and sweat. He coldly walked past her toward Jaxian, approaching him with concern, asking, "Sorry, were you surprised?" She startled, letting out a small sound. He suddenly stammered, Is there anything you want to eat? I'll buy it for you at the convenience store." She quickly refuses, saying she doesn't need it, and he complies, asking if that's so. She looks up at him, as if she wants to say something. Sensing her unease, he hesitates. "Let's head home, then." She obediently agrees, and Zhajian, holding his coat, adds, "And this?" He happily accepted it with a gentle smile, thanking her. Li Yang watched them from a corner, her face turning purple, recalling his earlier demeanor, wondering, "Am I crazy? Is that really the same person?" As Zhajian prepared to leave, he glanced at her, nodded, and said goodbye. Yijin, behind him, glared at her with displeasure. Both of them left Li Yang speechless. Arin watched with a cold sweat as the two chatted on the way home. She asked if he had made the two seniors like that earlier. He didn't deny it, and she replied, "I see." She thought to herself, beyond imagination, surely it's not entirely like that. Suddenly, she remembered something, and reminded him, right, in our country, staring at others like that is considered rude. There are cases like before, he says. Where I used to live, you had to be careful about eye contact. It could be dangerous depending on who it was. She tilts her head, asking, "Really? Then why were you doing that earlier?" Her question suddenly silenced him as he recalled Jiazeon's terrified, sweat-drenched face. He finally spoke, saying that those people seemed to be making her uncomfortable. Upon hearing Blackheart, her eyes widened, then she lowered her head in embarrassment, her expression puzzling him. He wondered what he had done wrong, returning home to find it already dark. Yu Kangsu was terrified, beads of sweat forming as he frantically gestured, reminding him that he keeps his promises. Yujin then tells him to sit down and eat some fruit, reassuring him with a smile that she can do the dishes, so he should rest. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Well, that's... He couldn't relax, hearing the dishes clattering in the kitchen, glancing over at him every few seconds. He then cheerfully said, "I don't know if the food today is to your liking. Even though I said I'd prepare it, I'm not very good at cooking." Yujin smiled gently and added, "Not at all. I always enjoy your cooking, and everything is delicious." Hearing this, he happily coughed a few times, relieved. Meanwhile, Jia Zeon, eating an apple, observed them, thinking how happy he must be to hear the food is good, especially since he's been going to cooking classes since he heard his appa was coming home. Yu Kangsu turned to his granddaughter, asking if Jia Zeon was enjoying the meal, to which she replied, "Yes." Suddenly remembering, he turned to Yujin, asking how his first day at school was and if anything had happened. While washing dishes, he paused, hesitantly looking at his grandfather, and said, "Well, about that." Jia Zeon, who was eating an apple, paused at his question, but Yujin quickly replied that everything was fine, and Yu Kangsu breathed a sigh of relief, saying how fortunate that was. With everything done, she bid him good night, and he cheerfully replied, "All right, you two sleep well, see you tomorrow." In his room, he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, recalling the events that had just transpired. He remembers Yu Kangsu tearfully embracing him at the airport, saying how lucky he was to be alive, or the old man's comforting words, that he barely remembered his childhood, but it didn't matter, because what was important was that he was alive. Images of Yu Kangsu, gentle and cheerful, caring for him in every little way, filled his mind. "Eat up. I don't know what you like, but I hope it suits your taste." Remembering those moments, he smiled faintly, then closed his eyes, whispering the word, "family." Inside the plane, the piercing beep of red alert lights blared everywhere, followed by deafening crashes, and passengers screamed in terror. Then, oxygen masks dropped for everyone, and a young Yujin appeared, surrounded by his parents, though their faces were unclear. They embraced him as the plane shook violently, the roaring filling the cabin with terror, then a jolt as the plane plummeted towards the ground. Yujin awoke from the strange dream, bolting upright in bed, gasping for air. Morning has broken, and he clutches his face, breathlessly trying to regain his composure after the nightmare. Yujin stares at his hands, wondering, "Rain?" He struggles to regulate his breathing as the alarm clock rings. He sat blankly in the room with the ticking clock when a rustling sound from outside caught his attention, as if he was just now coming to his senses. Yujin immediately stepped out of the room and saw Zazian wearing a cute strawberry apron and holding a pot. Seeing him, she exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake. I was just about to wake you up." Clutching his shoulder, he asked where her grandfather was. She took off her apron and replied that he'd gone to work early. He asked what kind of work, and Zazan put on her uniform jacket, explaining that he'd only retired because he came back, and that he's back to work as of today. He grunts in response as she adds, "I have to leave early today, so I'm heading to school first." At the door, she reminds him, "I left the side dishes on the table, so please eat breakfast." He barely managed to reply, "Okay, thanks," before she slammed the door and ran off. Yujin turned to look at the table, seeing a lavish breakfast laid out at Zazian's school in her classroom. Kim Yujin crosses her arms and asks Cho Li Young if the transfer student from yesterday is Zazion's brother, and she replies, "Yes," her face pale and sweaty. The flustered girl didn't answer, making Li Yang even more afraid, thinking, did one punch do that to them? Is he okay? Just then, Kim Yujin arrived and asked, "What's going on?" Li Yang turned and called out to her, "Yujin." Yujin coldly replied, "What is going on here?" Li Yang stammered, "It's over there." Back in the present, Li Yang frowned, wondering if she should continue to bother Zazion. Remembering Yujin's pleading face, she reassured herself, her face pale. "That's right, I don't need to worry," Li Yang said, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Following Kim Yujin, she thought, Yujin's brother is a member of the top-tier male trio club. He'll take care of this. Then, in the school hallway, Zazion was attacked from behind, crying out in pain. She reluctantly turned around to see Kim Yujin standing tall, calling out to her. She asked, "What is it?" She added, "Come with me for a bit." Zazion, confused, asked, "Where?" Kim Yujin scoffed, "Nosy much? Where the hell do you think? I heard our Zazion's gotten arrogant because of her brother. Shut your mouth and follow me, unless you want to get beat up here." At the equipment storage, Kim Yujin kicks her hard, sending Zazion stumbling into a corner. She began to speak, saying that from now on her brother's school life would be difficult. She asked, "What are you going to do to him?" She immediately explained, "Do you know who your brother messed with yesterday? They're my brother's friends. He said he'd meet them today, so they're probably together now. This should be interesting. Let me call him and see. From now on, you won't live in peace." Zazion was startled and asked what he meant. Kim Yujin then crouched down and continued, "Your brother will pay dearly for what he did. Daring to defy me in this school? I'm eager to see what happens to him." Hearing this, her face suddenly turned pale, and she immediately yelled, "He won't be harmed." The crazy bitch slapped her. "You little brat, who told you to scream here?" A purple mark appeared on her cheek from the slap. Zazion, filled with rage and helplessness, cried out, "Appa!" She gritted her teeth, then abruptly stood and ran forward, leaving the others bewildered. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Inside Yijin's classroom, a commotion begins as everyone gathers, whispering with tense expressions. Lee Jae-hyung and Ju-hyuk. Jin watched as about 3 thugs entered their classroom, led by the guy Yijin beat up yesterday. Yu Yijin stood up to face them. The 2 guys he beat up yesterday have come to his class for revenge, led by the arrogant Kim Ki-soo, who smirks confidently. Just then, she burst into the classroom, shouting, "Appa!" Zazion gasped for breath at the door, her face etched with worry. Seeing her like that, he softly called out, "Zazion." Then his eyes widened in realization. Her cheek was bruised, and there was a large, dirty mark on her stomach. His eyes blazed with anger. Kim Ki-soo chuckled. "Oh, did your little sister come running because she's worried about her big brother? My sister always whines and asks me to do things for her." Kim Hae-jin, standing behind the classroom door, retorts, "I'd be worried if you got beat up no matter where you went." Meanwhile, Hae-jin froze, staring at Zazion's bruised face. It felt like she was surrounded by darkness, and suddenly, the scene shifted to Class 3-2, where the atmosphere was buzzing with noise. In that space, the sound of chalk falling was deafening, and a pale-faced Ha Young-chan trembled. Suddenly, another piece of chalk flew from somewhere and hit him right in the forehead. Now Ha Young cheered, "Okay, headshot." He smugly threw the chalk. "See that? 2 hits in a row. Finally, a headshot." Hae-jin turns to a nearby classmate, demanding a rubber. The surprised classmate complies, and Hae-jin takes it, pivots, and hurls it with perfect form, striking Ha-young square in the head. Hae-jin grins. "That's right. It's a night of fog, see? See?" Hae-jung chimes in. "Great. A direct hit like that, proving how annoying it is. A night of fog, being shot with a pistol is the same as being shot with an AK?" Hae-jung laughs gleefully. "Showing off too much," and then Hae-kim bursts out laughing as well. Hae-young stares at the eraser in his hand, grinning, and says he'll use an M4. He aims ready to throw, but suddenly someone's backpack blocks the eraser. Hae-young and Hae-jin are both surprised as the eraser falls silently to the ground, and Hae-jin calmly looks down at it. Hae-young laughs, and upon hearing this, Hae-yuk Kim immediately suggests that if they're not happy, they should just do it. Call that dog out after school. Hae-young smirks in agreement, and still shaken, asks Hae-jin if he's arrived, to which he simply asks if he's all right. Feeling the intense stares of the other 2, he stammers, saying he's fine. The 2 smirked triumphantly as he quietly watched on. Then, Ha Young-chan leaned over and asked, "Hey, Hae-jin, want to hang out after school? I'll show you a cool place." Unfortunately, he declines, saying he has to go home with his sister. Hyung-jung-chan asks if it's the sister who moved with him. Hae-jin denies it, saying his sister has been attending this school from the start. Ha Young-chan then asks what her name is. "Perhaps I know her," he says, slowly mentioning a name. "Yuza Chaeon." The other boy is suddenly speechless. Ha Young-chan stammers, confirming, "Yuza Chaeon?" The top student? Yuza Zion? Your sister? Your sister is doing fine, right? How do you know her? He seemed hesitant and Du was curious, asking why. Youngchan finally decided to be honest, saying that his sister was having a hard time at school lately, which surprised Do. He sadly lowered his eyes and slowly recounted everything he knew, starting with how his sister was famous for being smart and beautiful back in middle school. She had many male students interested in her, but one girl, out of jealousy, began to bully her. Ha-young asked seriously, "Bullying?" And everyone just stood by and watched. Hearing this, Ha-young-chan became agitated, explaining that the girl's brother was Kim Ki-soo, a third-year student, a name that piqued his curiosity. Ha-young-chan continued, saying that after entering high school, his sister was in the same class as that girl, making things even worse. He found it amazing that Jaseon kept coming to school, despite being bullied so severely. He coldly asks, "So, if the boy she likes another girl, she'll be brutally bullied?" Ha-young-chan quietly replies that after learning the reason, it was nothing special. It's as if he's talking about himself, that people like that don't need a reason to bully. Suddenly, he recalls the conversation from last night between the three family members, when Kang-soo spoke up as they were eating apples for dessert, saying that school was starting soon. Kang-soo softly expresses his hope that Hae-jin will have a good learning environment, and he quickly reassures him not to worry too much. Kang-soo chuckles, retorting that he's been abroad for so long. How can he not worry? Then he suddenly remembers something, wondering if Jaseon enjoys going to school. She cheerfully replied, "Of course, you know I'm doing great." Hearing this, Kang-soo happily mumbled, "That's right. Jaseon is always so good. I don't need to worry." Then he turned and said, "Hae-jin, Jaseon was a bright and obedient child, and her teachers always praised her." He asked, surprised, but all he saw was Jaseon's vacant and somewhat strange gaze. Remembering this made Hae-jin hesitate for a long time. Youngchan turned to him and asked if he was okay, and Hae-jin nodded, thanking him for the information. He continued hesitantly, "It's nothing. It's just a well-known story and you'd probably be worried." Hae-jin glanced out the window. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open by a hulking figure, sending the students into a worried frenzy. Outside the door, a group of students had gathered, looking ready for a fight. Hae-jin frowned, confused. "What's going on? What do you want with my class?" Kim Ki-soo smirked, stepping forward. "What's up? I just got some business to take care of." Hae-jin recognized him, while Gi-hyu wondered what he was doing there. Meanwhile, he cursed inwardly, knowing Kim Ki-soo would be a tough opponent. Just then, the bald guy stepped forward, reporting, "It's him." The others turn their attention to Hae-jin, and Ki-soo clicks his tongue, saying, "Damn, there's nothing special about you, so why did that dog beat you up like that?" The bald thug paled and retorted, "I already told you, I was just too flustered." He muttered in annoyance, "These dogs are only good at making excuses." As Hae-jin focuses, a voice calls out, and Ki-soo grins, beckoning him over. Hae-jin-chan is alarmed as he rises to comply. Gi-hyu, standing nearby, was wide-eyed, thinking Kim Ki-soo had just signed that dog's death warrant. Hae-jin observed the man before him and quietly asked, "Are you Kim Ki-soo?" He smirked. "That's right. How'd you know me so soon after I transferred?" In an instant, Hae-jin's expression turned cold. Ki-soo, seeing his underlings trembling, snapped, "What's with the faces?" "What are you doing?" "Drag that dog out here." With that, the buzzcut bully slowly approached Hae-jin, and in that moment, Jia Zeon rushed to the door, shouting, "Dad!" But she looked utterly terrified. Hearing this, Hae-jin turned in surprise, but what struck him was Jia Zeon's face, swollen on one side. Then his eyes moved to her waist, as if someone had hit her hard, and Hae-jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Ki-soo turned to glare at Jia Zeon, making her flinch. Hae-jin's errand girl, worried about her brother, huh? Damn nuisance. He clicked his tongue and chuckled. My own sister is always hungry, making me do this and that. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the doorway. Is that so? Hae-jin retorts sharply, saying she'd be worried if he got hurt. Then she turns to Jia Zeon and snaps, Hey, you little brat, are you training dogs? They sure are fast. But in that moment, all she could see was the scene before her. Ki-soo and his gang surrounding Hae-jin, and weaving through the crowd, he stared at her in disbelief. Unable to contain herself, Jia Zeon tearfully apologized. I'm sorry, Appa. It's all my fault. Hae-jin rolled her eyes, disgusted. Ugh, such a drama queen. After a moment, Hae-jin finally speaks, and Jia Zeon gently comforts her, telling her she doesn't need to apologize. Words that only bring more tears to her face. Immediately after, Haijin throws a few kicks straight into the bald man's face. This unexpected blow sends him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving his two remaining lackeys gaping in astonishment. Haijin, having dealt with one, declared that they were the bad guys, not her. Enraged by his comrade's defeat, the fat thug charged forward, cursing. But with a perfectly timed move, he easily dodged the blow, then fixed his gaze on the man's vulnerable neck and struck. The bone-jarring blow makes him roll his eyes back and cough up unintelligible sounds, the fatty immediately collapsing to the ground, wailing miserably. Seeing Haijin approaching, the remaining lackey recoils in terror. Cornered, he grits his teeth and throws a punch, but Haijin dodges it. Damn. Without a word, he slams his fist into the lackey's gut. The force of the blow sends him flying, his eyes wide with terror as he watches his men fall one by one, a sense of dread washing over him. What is that bastard? Seeing Haijin standing tall amidst his fallen men, his mind went blank. What in the world is happening? Not only him, but Hyuk-jin and Ji-hyung were also wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene. Outside, Haijin and her underlings are stunned, while Ji-zeon stares at her brother in disbelief. Haijin coldly surveys the classroom. He raised an eyebrow, his voice low. I hear my sister has suffered greatly because of you. Kisu and his companion visibly flinched. The class looks at Kim Kisu in bewilderment as he sneers, You're a real mutt, staring at Hyuk-jin with contempt. Hearing this, Haijin simply stared at him, offering no reply. Insulted, Kisu flew into a rage, charging towards Haijin, yelling, You son of a bitch! He kicked Haijin in the head, gloating, How's that for you? But Haijin blocked the kick. Haijin stared him down without a word. Kim Kisu was enraged. Damn it, he's being blocked? Fine. Then he'd switch tactics. He quickly switches legs for a surprise attack, but his trickery is no match for Haijin's skill, who swiftly changes hands to block it. Haijin grabbed the leg that kicked him, pulled Kim Kisu in close, and threw a punch straight to his face, sending him reeling backward. He sat up, wiping the blood from his face in frustration, muttering under his breath. He looked up to see Haijin standing tall before him. Haijin, still silent, stared coldly at him, and then a realization dawned. It was too late. Haijin unleashed a devastating kick to his face, knocking Kim Kisu unconscious. The entire class was shocked, eyes wide with disbelief as Lee Jae-hyung and Ju Hyuk-jin turned pale, jaws practically hitting the floor. Even Kim Kisu, lying prone, was stunned by the absurdity. Yoo-hoo Ja-zeon and Kim Haijin were just as surprised, the latter breaking out in a cold sweat. What is all this? Haijin approached. Haijin and Choi Lee-hyang sending shivers down their spines. With an emotionless face, Haijin stared at them, clenching his fist. Kim Haijin's eyes widen in fear. Will he be next? Just then, Ja-zeon grabs Haijin's hand, pulling him back, begging him to stop. He turned to Ja-zeon and asked, I hear you're still being bullied by these kids. She looked up at her brother and mumbled. Haijin stares intently at his sister. Weren't you just bullied? Ja-zeon, her face bruised, looks at her brother in confusion. She lowered her head, thinking, oh no, he knows. Ja-zeon knew then. So he's going to fight again because of me? She gripped Haijin's arm tightly, offering a reassuring smile. I'm okay now, really, so please stop, okay? The more she spoke, the tighter she held his arm. Haijin quietly agreed. I know, let's go. He turned to his sister with a gentle smile. I'll take you back to class. And with that, they headed straight for the door. Ja-zeon hurrying after him as they walked off together, leaving the class buzzing with excitement. Wow, what just happened? Kim Kisu's gang was wiped out by one person. In the corner of the classroom, Lee Jae-hyung sat blankly on his desk, thinking, that new transfer student is crazy strong. I almost died. Meanwhile, Buk Hyung-chan sat frozen, speechless, as Kim Haijin silently cursed the useless allies sprawled on the floor. The siblings walked through the school hallway, Ji-zeon speaking first. You seem to be a good fighter, I was surprised. Haijin replied, Yes, then sighed softly. It's always because of me. Haijin paused. What? She lowered her head, her voice laced with guilt. Because of me, yesterday too, and today you had to fight. Haijin chuckled. What are you talking about? Of course I have to. Hearing his answer, she looked up at Haijin in surprise. He paused for a moment, then began to explain. Where I used to live, most people only thought of themselves and how to survive. No matter what happened to others, they wouldn't care as long as they were okay. but even those people would sometimes act differently. He turned to Jia Zeon and continued, when it involves family, it's different from back then. Jia Zeon hesitated upon hearing his brother's words. Family? Haijin's memories flood back with images of brutal combat. Smoke-filled landscapes, relentless gunfire and explosions, and desperate people fighting for their lives. A figure emerges from behind a tree, and he recognizes them, turning in shock. He pointed his gun, only to see a father shielding his daughter, who clutched a teddy bear, trembling with fear. It made him wonder, what does it mean for a family to exist? Jia Zeon's voice snapped him back to reality, reminding him that he doesn't remember his grandfather or her. He honestly replies, that's right. I still don't remember clearly, but we are definitely family. Haijin answers decisively and smiles brightly. Jia Zeon looks back at him, her cheeks flushed, and the two stare at each other until the whispers of other students snap her back to reality. Jia Zeon walks towards him, holding out both hands. Okay, you can go to class now. Haijin asks in surprise. What? You said you'd take me? Jia Zeon points to his classroom sign. We're here, he asks. Are we? She waved goodbye to Haijin adorably, telling him she'd head into class, leaving him standing alone with a smile. Back in Haijin's class, everyone whispered as he entered, understanding the situation and silently clearing a path to his seat. Lee Jae-hyung then flattered him, saying, Hey, you were amazing. What did you learn where you used to live? Do Hyuk Jin chimed in. It was like a high-class massacre. Kim Ki-soo ran away like a dog. Haijin returned to his seat as they continued to sing his praises. That was so cool. Hayoung-chan glanced at Hyu Jin, then spoke directly to him. Hayoung-chan quickly bowed his head, saying he looked cool. Haijin chuckled at him, and Kim Ki-soo punched the table. His lackeys rushed to his side as he curses under his breath, sensing something different about his opponent. The atmosphere, the fighting style, everything. Seeing this, Kim Haijin speaks up. Are you just going to keep this up? You only got hit because you were careless. It won't happen again. They lowered their heads ashamed as she continued, saying that Do-hai was just one person, and he was acting like this after being beaten by him. Kim Ki-soo slammed his hand down again and shouted, Hey, Kim Haijin, can you be quiet? If that's how you feel, why not fight him directly? Why are you taking your anger out on me just because one person beat you? Kim Ki-soo gritted his teeth and asked what was going on, but Haijin, sensing the tension, turned and slammed the door shut. Haijin stormed off and Lee Choi-yi-eng hurried after her, gritting her teeth. Damn it, to be beaten by one person. She remembered seeing Jia Zeon following Haijin and bit her lip in frustration. Bursting into the classroom, she slammed the door, startling everyone. Kim Haijin glared at her, then said sarcastically, You Jia Zeon, are you enjoying this? School life is comfortable now, isn't it? But she remained silent. She shrugged, mocking Jia Zeon, saying that if she had any problems, she could just tell her brother, right? But no matter what she said, Jia Zeon remained silent, infuriating her. How dare she ignore her? Kim Haijin trembled with rage, and the students in the class grew fearful, remembering her face. She stood there, seething, wondering if she was doomed to only watch from the sidelines. But she frowned, resolving that it couldn't be so. As school ends, Jia Zeon reflects on the day's events, still feeling dazed. Haijin had told her that those bullies were the bad guys, not her. He looked at her after dealing with the bullies, then smiled, assuring her that they were family. Jia Zeon couldn't quite believe what was happening to her. From now on, she could go to school without being bullied. She remembered how Kim Haijin used to boss her around, saying, Hurry up, you, I'm starving. Her small, thin frame would carry all the snacks she had to buy for them. Or when she was dragged by the hair in the locker room and cursed at. Now, she wonders, will that never happen again? Suddenly, Haijin appeared behind her, asking what she was thinking. Lost in thought, she'd walked right past Haijin without noticing, and it wasn't until he called out her name that she snapped back to reality. He asked Jia Jeon curiously what she was thinking about that she didn't even hear him call. Startled to see Haijin, Jia Jeon apologized, asking if he was waiting for her again. Haijin replies with a smile, Yeah, because you have no sense of direction. Jia-an in disbelief asks, Huh, really? She then nudges Haijin. Oh, then let's stop by the supermarket on the way home to buy some things. He was a little curious, asking if there was anything she needed to buy, and Jia-jeon smiled, saying that if he came home late, he'd be hungry, so he'd be happy if she made dinner for him. The two walked home together after school, followed by Haijin and Lee Yi-young. Meanwhile, Lai Wai-yang noticed Haijin's composure slipping, and she began to fear her own friend. Haijin smiled slyly, as if plotting something, thinking, let's see how long you can stay happy. At the vegetable stand in the market, Jia picked up a bunch of greens, examining them with utmost seriousness, wondering which to buy. Meanwhile, the women in the market were showering Hyun-jin with attention, wondering which school she attended. Jia noticed and looked at Hyunjin. At school and now here, everyone says he's so cool, but Hyunjin doesn't seem to notice. Ga-yoon wonders if he didn't have a girlfriend where he used to live, a question that startles Hye-jin. Haijin seemed surprised, and Ga-yoon quickly clarified, no, not just a friend, but someone close. Haijin plainly replied, I don't. Ga-yoon seemed to want to clarify further. Why? It seems like a lot of people are interested in you. But he remained silent. Then, as Gajong looked over, smiling, she said, because I'm very busy. Gajong hummed, ending Haijin's roundabout answer. She blamed herself for asking such a tactless question. It's already hard enough to adapt on your own. I shouldn't have asked, she thought. Then he suddenly spoke up. So, do you have a boyfriend? When Haijin asks him the same question, Jia Jian, the one she's befriending, freezes and she stammers, Nah, no, I don't. Haijin can't help but wonder what's wrong, and Jia Jian is now just as silent as she was before. But a second later, she changed her expression to a bright smile, saying she was also very busy. In the apartment, her father handed Haijin a brand new phone, asking her to take it. Haijin stares at the phone box on the table, surprised. What's this? The man smiles, explaining, all the students carry these to school these days. I bought a good one, but I don't know if you'll like it. Haijin opens the box, and Jia unexcitedly recognizes it as the newest model. Haijin held the phone, unsure of what to do next. The grandfather added that he'd already saved his and Jiayan's numbers. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask what was wrong. He said he'd forget it anyway, so she always helped him with it. He stammered, scratching his head, explaining that he'd asked the salesperson for help. She, wanting to do things for him, told him not to ask anyone else and to let her do it, as she was capable. He shyly confessed his true feelings for Haijin, saying, well, I wanted to enter it myself, so... Jian and Haijin were stunned by his explanation. He looks at Haijin's phone and says, unboxing is important these days, but I opened it to enter your number. Is that okay? Haijin replies politely and gently, of course. It was then that he remembered Jia, asking, Jia Jian, I only bought one. You're not upset, are you? Your brother doesn't have one, so I bought it for him. Should I buy you a new one? Jia Jian immediately denied it, explaining that he didn't want him to misunderstand. No, mine still works. Haijin smiles, watching the two of them bicker, and says, I'm so grateful. I'll take good care of it. The grandfather, who always loves his grandchildren unconditionally, smiles back. In Haijin's room, he places the phone box on the table. Lying on the bed, he clutches his new phone tightly and starts typing. Smiling, a feeling of happiness and warmth washes over him as he texts someone. Back at headquarters, Major Ham Chan is working at his computer when he receives a text message, wondering who it could be at this hour. The screen displays a message. Contact me on this number from now on. The major is taken aback. Huh? EUI something? A new number? A soldier approached, also curious about the screen, and asked, Did you buy him a phone before, sir? Ham Chan replied, Yes. The soldier continued, Maybe he changed his phone. Kids these days are very sensitive to these things. Major Ham Chan retorted, What are you talking about? I bought him the most expensive one. The soldier defended, I just meant he might not like the brand. As dawn broke, Yi-jin emerged from the bathroom, hair still wet, and dried it neatly with a towel, though a few drops lingered on his handsome face. Zazian suddenly rushes past Yi-jin, telling him she's off to school. Yi-jin, a bit puzzled by her haste, asks if she's going in early today too. Zazian coldly replies, Yeah, I'm late, and asks him to put her dishes in the sink before hurrying off. Yi-jin looks at the table where a steaming bowl of soup has already been prepared. Zazian glances at the time on her phone as she runs, relieved to have left just in time. She was secretly pleased that her grandfather loved the soup she made yesterday, so she took the time to cook a new batch. These past few days, he'd been so happy to see the meals she prepared, even asking, Did you make this early in the morning? You should sleep in. I can just grab something and head to work. Azion was overjoyed that he liked it so much. Azion slipped, but suddenly a foot slammed into her, sending her crashing to the ground. She looked up to see 3 masked girls, the one in the middle saying, Watch where you're going. I thought I broke my ankle. Zazion looked up in horror as the girl in the middle scolded her, saying, You bump into someone and don't even apologize. What are you looking at? Zazion quickly tried to get up and apologize. Ah, I'm sorry. Suddenly, she slapped Zazion across the head, yelling, "You mangy mutt, do you think an apology is enough?" Zazion touched her head, bewildered. One of the three girls suggested they go to karaoke to relieve their boredom, and the other two agreed. The girl in the middle then sat down, looked directly at Zazion, and said she was glad he came with them. She suddenly recognized the voice. Kim Heejin. Zazion was in a panic. At the karaoke room, Heejin and the other two entered one by one. The first one said, "Ah, I can't hit the high notes today." Heejin added, "That voice is goosebump-inducing." At the same time, the employee greeted them, "Welcome." The employee brought cleaning supplies into the room, wondering, "Kids these days are so energetic. How can they scream like that while singing? Don't their throats hurt?" He opened the door. His face pales as he sees a student lying on the floor, covered in injuries. It's Zazion. He rushes to her side, asking if she's all right. Hearing the employee's voice, Zazion suddenly rose, her body covered in wounds, and stuffed her trampled books into her bag. The employee muttered that the situation didn't look good. Zazion bows, and the employee rushes to help her up, saying he'll call 911. Trembling, she struggles to say she's fine, and stumbles away. She stumbled away, ignoring the employee's calls. As in class, the teacher asked, "Where's Zazion?" A female student below answers that she's absent today. The teacher looks at Zazion's empty seat, wondering why, as she's not one to skip class without notice. Meanwhile, Heejin sits with a satisfied smile, while a worried Lee Choi-yang asks if she's okay, feigning ignorance. What could be wrong? Heejin thought to herself. A little discipline is good for a lackey like her. Lee Choi-yang seemed unable to stay calm. Even so, it's a bit much. Heejin glanced over while applying makeup. Why do you keep rambling on? What does Zazion not being at school have to do with us? Lee Choi-yang forces a laugh and chimes in. Right, it has nothing to do with us. Heejin felt victory within her grasp, completely satisfied with her scheme, as the dismissal bell rang and she waited at the gate as usual. He stood there as the crowds thinned and student after student left for the day. Heejin waited for Zazion, unaware that she hadn't even been at school. He calls Zazion, but she doesn't answer. Staring at his phone, he wonders if she went home early. Meanwhile, in her dark room, Zazion ignores Heejin's persistent calls, hiding and curling up in her blanket, quietly sobbing as Heejin arrives home. Opening the door, he saw Zazion's shoes already inside. She was home. He set down his bag, then paused, lost in thought. He goes to her door and knocks. Then after a moment of silence, Zazion says from inside, "Oh, you're back." Hearing this, he asked if she was home, to which she weakly replied, asking if he had waited for her. Heejin continued, saying he didn't know the way around yet, and she hadn't answered her phone. She quickly apologized, saying she had fallen asleep. With his keen senses, he quickly noticed Azion's voice beginning to tremble. Heejin knew something was wrong. "Zazion, can you open the door for a moment?" She immediately refused. No, I'm a little tired, so I'm lying down." There was something off about Azion's voice. Heejin presses his sister, asking if she's not feeling well, but Zazion still refuses to let him in, saying she just has a slight fever and will be fine after a nap. Heejin didn't want to push her, so he relented, telling her to let him know if she needed anything. As he went to grab his bag, he wondered if he should buy medicine. But then he stopped, noticing something red staining Azion's white shoes. Heejin realized it was blood, his eyes widening. Looking at her shoes, he seemed to understand what Azion had been through. Outside, golden light streamed through the window as inside a soft cry of pain echoed in the room. Heejin gently asks if it hurts, but Zazion quickly reassures him that it's just a little sore. He says with concern that she needs to be careful, then asks if she said she fell down the stairs avoiding a bicycle, to which she replies affirmatively. Hearing this, Heejin said it would have been better to hit the bike, to which Zazion could only chuckle. So, looking her straight in the eye, he asked worriedly if she really didn't need to go to the hospital. Hearing his question, Zazion trembled with fear, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, I'm really okay." But inside, she panicked, thinking, if I go to the hospital, they'll find out I wasn't hurt from falling down the stairs. She recalls this morning in the teacher's office when Heejin angrily asked, "What did I even do?" Zazion was stunned, thinking, "Why is she asking me after getting beat up?" She retorted, unwilling to accept it. "It was you." But he wouldn't admit it, insisting, "It wasn't me." Zazion, enraged, shouted, "Even though you wore a hat and mask, it was clearly you. Your voice, your tone." She continued, saying that he always bullied her, so... Hyjin retorted, asking if he was just assuming it was her without seeing clearly, and why he was saying their relationship was bad. The teacher asked cautiously, "Zazian, did you see the face of the person who hit you?" Zazian quickly explained to the police. His face was covered, but it really was Hyjin. "I'm certain." This infuriates Kisu's mother, who shouts, "What are you doing? Calling the police when you're not even sure? Do you think my son is a criminal?" The teacher tries to calm her down, saying, "Madam, please calm down." But she angrily retorts, "Can you stay calm right now?" Zazian wondered to herself if it was clearly Hyjin, then why didn't anyone believe her? Enraged, Kisu's mother ordered Zazian to apologize to her son immediately, asking where she learned such awful behavior. Zazian insisted it was Hyjin, but Kisu's mother scoffed, saying she needed to learn some manners and that she'd have to speak with her parents. "Bring your parents here." Hearing that, she stared blankly ahead, her eyes losing composure as tears welled up, and the more she thought, the more she cried. Seeing this, Hyjin smirks derisively, but back in reality, Zazian clenches her fist, thinking, "This time, there's no evidence like before. He'll be more surprised than anything." Suddenly, a voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Zazian!" Startled, she replied, and Hyjin, concerned, approached her, asking, "Are you okay?" Though a bit shaken, Zazian quickly responded, "Yes, I'm fine." Hearing this, he sighed in relief, saying, "Thankfully, nothing's broken or fractured, but the bruising is severe, so it'll be rough for a few days." Zazian sadly replied, "Strange." Suddenly changing the subject, she exclaimed, "But you're so good at this." Hyjin smiled and asked, "Really? Is it too tight?" She happily replied, "Nope, it's perfect." Looking at his injury, Zazian worried. Seeing this, he'll be so surprised and worried. His heart isn't good. Hyjin paused, confused. "What is it?" She nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, he has to take medicine every day." As Hyjin cleaned up, he said, "I'll tell him for you, so get some sleep." She obediently replied, "Okay." After bandaging her, he turned to leave the room when she suddenly called out, "Appa," smiling brightly. "Thank you." He simply turned back and offered a gentle smile, as Zazian, uneasy, told herself that not telling him was the right thing to do. He's just a student like me, so there's nothing he can do. After leaving her room, he stood silently, lost in thought. Suddenly, Hyjin emanated a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, at a bar, the music was loud and the atmosphere was lively. Suddenly, a worried voice broke the silence, saying the rumors about yesterday at school had already spread. Kisu was furious to hear that he was also defeated by someone. The private room fell into an eerie silence as the two-toned haired guy angrily asked, "Kisu, are you really going to let this go? The problem is you underestimated him. Things would be different if you'd been careful." Hyujin chimed in, saying that letting it slide would be a bad look. Yang Shich chimed in, suggesting that there's nothing the guy could do against a group, and Kisu, swayed by his friend's words, considered that letting it go would be too easy. After careful thought, he declared, "All right, open invite. We're a team after all, not playing one-on-one." Hearing Kisu say that, his friend smirked cruelly, eager for revenge, and Kisu excitedly declared, "Let's beat that dog up good tomorrow." Suddenly, his sister called. Annoyed, Kisu answered coldly. "What?" Hyujin asked. "Are you still fighting at the base?" He replied coldly, "If you don't have a reason, I'm hanging up." She quickly responded, "I saved your reputation." Confused, Kisu asks what she's babbling about. Hyujin recounts her exploits, saying she roughed up Jiazian quite a bit today. Intrigued, Kisu asks what happened, and Hyujin, afraid he won't believe her, insists that if he didn't do anything after his sister was attacked, it would be humiliating, right? Hearing this, Kisu chuckled self-deprecatingly, then exclaimed, "You really are not normal, even for my sister." Despite the teasing, he praised her. "Still, good job. If you hadn't, we would have taught that guy a lesson." Suddenly, Yang Sik asked in disbelief if this dog knew where he was. Hyujin glared at them, his eyes burning with hatred. Unafraid, Kisu says he was just thinking about him and was planning to play with him anyway. Without a word, Hyujin lunges forward, slamming the face of the nearest man into the ground. Yang Sik was thrown to the ground with a thud. Seeing his friend attacked, Ha lunged forward, only to be met with a swift punch to the face from Hyujin. The others watched in shock as Kisu, enraged, ordered them to attack all at once. After dealing with Yang Sik, he coldly stood and watched as footsteps rapidly approached. But before the parted hair guy could get close, he was met with a swift kick. He fell to the ground, shocking his friend, and before he could understand what was happening, Hyujin grabbed him by the collar. He coldly hurled him into the wall. Hyujin coldly eyed the others, and the curly-haired guy charged in to attack. But before he could touch him, he was met with a painful punch. Hyujin grabbed a bottle, trying to sneak attack him, but Hyujin saw it coming, quickly turning around. Hyujin turned and threw a punch, causing the bottle to fall from his grasp. Unable to dodge, he takes the full force of the punch while Curly Hair attempts a sneak attack, but Hyujin sees him coming. But as he threw the punch, Hyujin easily dodged it, grabbing his arm in the process. Curly Hair looked at his hand in terror as Hyujin showed no mercy, landing another punch to his face. Hyujin barely manages to sit up, but as he looks up, Hyujin grabs his head, slamming a knee into him, causing him to scream in agony. This time, Hyujin lay motionless, covered in injuries, and in the room, only Kisu remained unscathed. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, a group of men beaten to a pulp by Hyujin. Kisu muttered in his mind, dumbfounded. What the hell? Hyujin's worried about what's going on? He looks at Hyujin standing before him, wondering, just who the hell is this guy? In his coldest tone, he uttered the name Kim Kisu, sending shivers down Kisu's spine. Hyujin, unfazed by his expression, coldly asked if they needed to speak in private, then warned with a murderous glare not to touch his sister. Kim Kisu was horrified. Even ganging up on Hyujin was useless. He recalled Hyujin single-handedly taking them down, thinking, the first guy he took out blocked the others. Then he attacked, forcing them onto the tables. In that short time, he even used the structures around him to his advantage, wondering how he could ever beat this bastard. Hyujin asks what his brother ever did to them, but despite his fear, Kim Kisu retorts, Hey, wait, why are you even asking? He throws a glass at Hyujin, yelling that he knows why. Hyujin simply dodges, remaining silent as Kim Kisu grabs a bottle and starts swinging wildly, but Hyujin evades every blow. Moments later, he landed a punch in Kim Kisu's gut, sending him reeling in pain. Enraged, Kim Kisu swung back, cursing, You bastard! Hyujin countered with another blow to his stomach. His face covered in blood, Kim Kisu staggered, gasping for breath as he cursed under his breath, wondering how Hyujin could be so calm. Meanwhile, he calmly asked, How could you hurt such a defenseless child? Kim Kisu shattered a bottle, sending shards flying. He tried to stab him with the broken bottle, cursing, Die, you dog! But Hyujin's face remained impassive as he effortlessly disarmed Kim Kisu. Then he choked him, and Kim Kisu began to suffocate, before he lifted him up and kicked him in the stomach. He cried out in pain as he was slammed to the ground. Kim Kisu muttered, Crazy bastard. Looking at Hyujin, he cursed under his breath, Shit, shit. He stared into Kim Kisu's face and asked, Kim Kisu, what should I do with you? Kim Kisu glared, silent, and he growled, warning, This is my final warning. Hyujin warned Kim Kisu that if they ever touched his sister again, they'd regret it, and furthermore, they should teach their own sister some manners. He then approached Yanjiang, warning him that if his sister ever laid a hand on his, he'd be coming for them. Hyujin pressed his elbow into Kisu's neck and shouted furiously, If I ever come here again? Kisu writhed on the ground, gasping, I can't breathe. He maintained the pressure for several minutes. Hyujin threatened that this wasn't the end of it, then released Kim Kisu's neck, whose face was pale but still glared at him. Hyujin released Kim Kisu, who clutched his throat in agony and coughed as he turned and walked away, leaving the staff in shock. Two girls are running down the street. One checks her phone, wondering what he's up to and why he's making her worry. Kim Hyujin stopped in her tracks, seeing Hyujin emerge from a building, and the two women froze in shock, wondering what to do. Pale with fear, she thought, Don't come near me. There's no proof I hit anyone with a vehicle. Hyujin remained expressionless, while Kim Hyujin, enraged, stumbled backward and fell. He painfully gets up, standing there speechless as he calmly takes out his phone. Hyujin answers, Yes, this is me, Grandpa. He glares at the two of them and continues, Yes, I'll be right there. Kim Hyujin writhed on the ground as he simply walked away, and she broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of Hyujin. Kim Hyujin saw everything destroyed, people lying everywhere, and she approached Kim Kisu, asking how it had all come to this. Enraged, Kim Hyujin demands to know if he was beaten by that dog again, but he simply replies, Kim Hyujin. Kim Kisu warns her to never lay a hand on that guy's sister again. Enraged, Hyujin retorts, I ask a question and get no answer. What nonsense are you spouting? Kisu grits his teeth and says, I'm telling you, don't touch her again. Terrified, Kim Hyujin asks if he's afraid of him now. Kim Kisu lowers his head and shouts, asking if she understands and to answer him. Kim Hyojin retorts that she doesn't want to, so why should she? He looked up and shouted, "Kim Hyojin!" His attitude terrified her. Kim Ki-soo threatened Kim Hyojin. "If you dare lay a hand on her, I'll be done for." Kim Ki-soo's threat leaves her pale with fear. Meanwhile, Hyojin notices a figure behind him. It's Kang-soo, his grandfather, who smiles and waves. Soon after, they sit together, and Kang-soo begins, "You were out, but I called you back." "I am sorry," the grandfather says, and Hyojin replies, "It's okay." The grandfather says sadly, "Gasyeon is injured." He turns to Hyojin and asks, "I heard you bought her medicine?" Hyojin replies, "Yes." The grandfather expresses his suspicion. It seems like she didn't just fall down the stairs. Why wouldn't she go to the hospital with such serious injuries?" Kang-soo said regretfully that he raised Gasyeon alone and had many shortcomings, adding that he didn't know how to raise a girl and was always busy making money, so he couldn't be with her. He couldn't do anything for her, but he was happy to see her grow up every day. Kang-soo concluded by saying that looking back, she had done more for him than he had done for her. He reveals that after the accident, he lost everything, and it was Gasyeon who helped him overcome that loss. Kang-soo says that seeing her injured like that hurts him deeply, but she refuses to say why she was hurt. He decided to stay silent, lamenting that Gasyeon didn't get to talk much with her parents growing up, so how could he, her grandfather, ask? Hearing this, Yoo Ijin speaks up, saying that even though he hasn't lived here long, he knows that his grandfather loves Gasyeon very much, and that Gasyeon loves him too. Kang-soo looked surprised, while Ijin smiled gently at him, reassuring him not to worry, as he would protect Gasyeon at school. He smiled, saying, "Yujin, having you around makes me happy," Kang-soo told him at the hospital. Ki-soo sits on the hospital bed, bruised and battered, his brow furrowed. In-bi and his wife stand beside him as he speaks. "You're hurt this badly." He casually says he knew this would happen, but his wife angrily retorts that it's not their fault, but the fault of the one who did this to their son. She then looked at Wai-jin's hand and In-bi sighed. Ki-soo's mother worriedly told him to get better soon, and as he agreed, she stormed out, declaring she would teach that guy a lesson. As the door closed, Ki-soo's tone changed. "Kim Hae-jin, are you crazy? Why are you telling my parents nonsense? You got beat up and ratted to my dad? How embarrassing." Hae-jin retorted, "So what was I supposed to say?" "My arm's broken. You're in the hospital. How could we keep it a secret?" Ki-soo frowned suspiciously, asking if his hand was broken by him. Hae-jin, flustered, recalled slipping and breaking his hand, replying that of course it was. She hurriedly gets up. "You rest," Hae-jin says with a smug smile. "Who will win this? We'll know soon enough." Ki-soo frowned, and as he left, his mother said, "I've already contacted Chief Cha." In-bi was shocked. "What? Why would you do that? Why make such a big deal out of it? You should have just left it to the school." Ki-soo's mother retorted, "It's Saturday, how can I wait any longer?" she asked, annoyed. "And what would the school do, suspend him or expel him? Is that it?" In-bi frowned. "Do you even know who Director Cha is? Asking him to do this?" Ki-soo's mother calmly replied, "I only know the general idea, but he's supported your father a lot, hasn't he? I've told him everything, and he said he'd take care of it." In-bi was silent this time, as if deep in thought. Hae-jin overheard everything and secretly rejoiced, thinking the section chief's father was terrifying and the kid was as good as dead. Elsewhere, someone played with a lighter while leaning against a car, smoking. A lackey whines, "Ugh, how embarrassing. We're going after some kid?" Another warns, "Hey, shut it. The boss will hear you." Dushik overhears everything, but betrays no emotion. Then he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this is insane." Back in the car, Dushik confirmed, "So the madam wants me to take care of the kid who beat up her son." Ki-soo's mother said over the phone, "Don't send anyone else. Chief Du should handle this personally." Dushik thought to himself, "How annoying." Her bitter tone continued, "One of my children has a broken arm and the other is hospitalized. How can we let him get away unscathed?" Dushik exhaled as if suppressing his anger, knowing this couldn't be taken lightly. In an apartment complex, one room remained lit. Yijin sits at his desk, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face as he recalls Ki-soo's stunned visage. He thinks about Yijin clutching his arm in pain, wondering if this is resolved. But a knock at the door catches his attention. A voice outside asks who they are and why they're looking for Yijin so late. A henchman with a grim look asks if he can see student Yijin, but Kang-soo, though scared, refuses, saying it's late. But at that moment, Yijin stepped out, saying he'd be back soon. Kang-soo was worried, and Gasyeon anxiously called out to him. Yijin smiled reassuringly. "They're acquaintances of mine. I'll just have a word with them and be right back, so don't worry. But Kangsu watched with a worried expression as they headed to a construction site. Yijin followed Zulsik's men, wondering who they could be. As Yijin wondered why he was brought here, the henchman reported to Zulsik. "Boss, I brought him." Zulsik, smoking, observed Yijin as the henchman added, "This guy's pretty good." He didn't resist and followed silently. Zulsik tossed his cigarette, saying they should finish this quickly and leave. His henchman pulled out a bat, agreeing and telling the other to hold one of Yijin's arms. While Zulsik was busy on his phone, he thought he should call to report the job done. Zulsik's henchman kindly reminded him that because he followed so obediently, they would finish quickly, but it would sting a little, and told the other to hold him down. Zulsik scrolled through his contacts, wondering which wife to call, as the black-haired boy cracked his neck. What a pity. Why did you have to mess with them? It was then that the ever-silent Yijin finally spoke. "Those guys? Are they with Kim Ki-soo?" Zulsik's fingers froze on his phone. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Tch, what nonsense are these dogs spouting? I'll have to teach them a lesson when I get back." Zulsik glanced over, seeing Yijin's calm, cold face, and thought to himself, "This guy." Even as his men held him down, Yijin showed no reaction, even under threat. Yijin suddenly seized the bald man's wrist, easily pulling him forward and securing him with his other hand. Then he struck him with a brutal elbow, shocking Zulsik. The remaining lackey swung his bat, yelling obscenities, but Yijin swiftly ducked to avoid it. Enraged, the other thug tries to swing again, but Yijin swiftly moves in. Zulsik wonders if he's planning to trap the bat. And sure enough, Yijin catches it. He lands a reverse punch to the lackey's chin, followed by a knee to the gut. Yijin then grabs the lackey's head and effortlessly slams him down. Zulsik calmly notes that even his punches are textbook perfect, as the bald thug grabs Yijin from behind, finally catching him. He cursed, "Damn it, you dog! How dare you knock me down!" But Yijin remained calm as ever. He kneed the man in the gut, then followed with an elbow to the chin, snapping the bald man's head back. As Yijin effortlessly took down his men, Zulsik thought to himself, "This kid hasn't just been trained. He's definitely been in a lot of fights." Now, Yijin finally turned to face him. Zulsik remarked that Yijin wasn't just any ordinary high school kid, scratching his head as he approached, saying he was too old to be fighting a student. Yijin remained silent, thinking to himself that this man was far too suspicious. They moved closer, and Zulsik suddenly threw a punch, but Yijin dodged it, eliciting an amused smile from Zulsik. He began throwing punches relentlessly, but Yijin quickly dodged them all, weaving and ducking. His face was focused as he watched Zulsik's hip. He continued to evade the attacks, but then a punch came dangerously close to Yijin's face. Zulsik smirked, but as he struck, Yijin managed to block the blow. Yijin jumps back, and Zulsik exclaims in disbelief that he blocked the attack. Yijin remains silent, looking down at his wrist, now swelling from the impact, and realizes Zulsik let him block it on purpose. Zulsik questioned him, saying he thought he could take him down easily, asking who he really was, to which Yijin calmly replied that he was just a normal high school student. Zulsik smiled, but inside, he wondered how Yijin could be a normal high schooler with fighting skills on a completely different level. He observed Yijin, realizing that only someone with extensive combat experience against strong opponents could block attacks and counter at the same time. Zulsik wondered how a high school kid could be so experienced, but then he saw Yijin take a stance. He smirked. "Ready now, kid," Zulsik charged, eager for a real fight. Yijin blocked Zulsik's arm with one hand, his other hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike back. Yijin throws a punch at Zulsik's face, but he dodges it and retaliates with a punch of his own. Yijin blocks his arm, seizing the opportunity to punch Zulsik in the gut. Zulsik realized what was happening and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This dog. Could it be?" But Yijin swiftly dodged another punch and countered with a strike. A devastating blow lands on Zulsik's face, and he realizes it was intentional. He let my attack hit him so he could block it and strike back. Zulsik's rage boils over. Nghyun gritted his teeth, thinking, "He's trying to go toe-to-toe with me?" Yijin blocked the attack once more, startling Zulsik. He saw the fearless look in Yijin's eyes as he landed a punch on Zulsik's face, then followed up with a blow to the gut. Yijin lands another blow on Zulsik's back, and he's not done yet, reaching out with his hand. Yijin throws Zulsik's head back, delivering blow after blow until he's spitting blood. As he falls, Zulsik thinks to himself, "Insane. Did I just get taken down by a high schooler? Zulsik succumbed to Yijin's relentless attacks, staring into his eyes, thinking, "Those eyes." Zulsik chuckled to himself, realizing there hadn't been a trace of fear in his eyes from the start. These kids messed with the wrong person. Meanwhile, at the councilman's location, 2 bodyguards stood guard as Kisu's mother grew anxious, wondering why there was no news from Chief Cha. "Try contacting him." Inbai calmly crossed his arms. "Just wait, he'll contact us when it's over." Yijin sighed on the sofa as the phone rang, and Kisu's mother ordered, "Put it on speaker." Zulsik's voice came through the phone. "Councilman, it's me." Inbi replies, "Chief Zulsik, I apologize for asking you to do such trivial things." Kisu's mother retorts, "Trivial? Our son was beaten." Zulsik replied that he was the one who should be apologizing. Inbi was confused, asking what he meant. Without much explanation, Zulsik implies that their son picked a fight with the wrong person. Kisu's mother is confused. What does he mean? Zulsik replied that he had been defeated, a statement that left Inbi stunned and incredulous. The chief who can solve anything was defeated by a high school kid? Zulsik's tone is certain. He's strong. Just then, the door to the room cracks open. They both turned to see the 2 guards lying defeated on the ground. Kisu's mother, Inbi, and Haijin were all shocked by the sight. Haijin enters as Zulsik speaks on the phone, realizing this is no ordinary high schooler, and the councilman's door slowly closes, leaving behind 2 beaten guards. As Zulsik speaks, a sudden sound comes from the phone. He frowns, wondering how he got there so fast, still unable to fathom what this kid is up to. Zulsik leans back and sighs, admitting defeat at the hands of a high schooler and that this must end. Meanwhile, Haijin appears in the councilman's office. Haijin's face pales as he sees him, and he quickly stands up. Kisu's mother recognizes him and shouts, "So it's you, the kid who did this to my son." Inbi interjects, telling her to stay put, but Kisu's mother is indignant, asking what's going on as Inbi asks Haijin how he managed to get in. He nonchalantly replies that there were only a few people blocking the way. Inbi frowns, realizing that not only the chief investigator but also the guards stationed outside were defeated. No, more than that. He recalled Zulsik's words. It seemed the congressman's son had messed with the wrong person. How did he even know I was here? Kisu's mother, oblivious, berated Injin. "Look at his attitude. This world must seem so easy. If you've known how to fight since you were little, you probably don't respect anyone." She takes out her phone, saying, "You're really something. Assaulting my son, assaulting the guards, and illegally breaking into the congressman's office." Haijin sighed, thinking to himself that his mother was right. He was puzzled by her actions. Even if he was good at fighting, calling the police would solve the problem, so what was she planning? Kisu's mother smugly gets on the phone. "Not the police. I need Inspector Choi. Do you know who you're messing with?" Haijin calmly replies, "Perfectly well. The second elected congresswoman, rumored to be running in the next election." Kisu's mother started making calls, saying, "Knowing who I am, you still came here? Of course, a child like you wouldn't know the terrors of this world." Haijin stood by, smirking as she whispered, "You're done for, haha." But Haijin remained silent and cold. Kisu's mother spoke into the phone. "Supervisor Choi, it's me. Come to the assemblyman's office immediately." Suddenly, a recording played. "Haijin, I was wrong." A classmate begged for forgiveness, but Haijin retorted, "You little brat, I could never forgive you in the first place." Hearing the recording, Inbi is shocked, unable to believe what she's hearing. It turns out Haijin had a phone with footage of the bullying, and back then, she said, 180,000 won? Are you trying to insult me? No, I was just working part-time, so that's all I have. The recording continues, so go do more part-time work, Destiny, and bring me 500,000 won this week, even if you have to steal or sell yourself. The inspector asks over the phone, "Madam, is Kisu's mother pale-faced?" She replies, I'll call you back later." Haijin urgently asks, How did this happen?" Haijin remains silent, and he recalls that day at the assemblyman's house when a USB drive was plugged into the computer, transferring data. Haijin, wearing a hat and mask, waits, his expression calm and collected. Currently, Haijin trembles, trying to defend himself. "Father, I didn't do it." But Chairman In cuts him off. "Kim Haijin, calm down, and you, shut your mouth." His attitude terrifies her even more. Haijin then speaks up. "It's not just Kim Haijin, but Kim Kisu too. They both often leave videos when they harass each other. Besides this, there were incidents at school and dozens of videos of kids being robbed. He continues, adding that there's even a video of his sister being beaten in a karaoke room. Haijin grits her teeth and trembles as she listens to the accusations, while Kaisu's mother angrily points and scolds, asking if his threats will have any effect. Haijin calmly states that he wasn't the one who started it. He's not the threat, but the one who's been bullied. He adds that there's video evidence of that too, further infuriating Kisu's mother. In-B, weary, pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that Haijin's actions were retaliation for his sister being beaten. Haijin simply explained that just as they unconditionally sided with their child, he had to protect his sister. In-B responds that he understands and will pay the agreed-upon sum as an apology to his sister, but Haijin retorts that he doesn't need it. In-B was skeptical, saying he didn't need anything. He questioned, then what did he want? You want my children to apologize to your sister? Haijin fumes, thinking, insane, I'd rather bite my tongue off. Haijin added that she didn't need that either, knowing an apology wouldn't erase the bullying her sister endured, and it wouldn't be sincere. Haijin bluntly suggests that Kim Kisu and Kim Haijin disappear from her sister's sight, leaving Haijin in disbelief. What nonsense is this? In-B interjects, I understand you want them transferred. As for his difficult situation, no, they'll be sent to study abroad. He asked Haijin if he was satisfied now, to which he replied that he hoped he wouldn't see him again from tomorrow. In-B promises to talk to the school again, bringing Haijin to tears of disbelief. As Haijin turns to leave, In-B calls out, wait. He proposes that since he complied with Haijin's request, he hopes to receive the original video in return. Haijin stares at him without answering, and In-B averts his gaze. A flicker of fear crossed his mind. That look wasn't the look of someone Kisu's age. And then Haijin confirmed his fears. You look at me like I'm an idiot. In-B stammered, ah, realizing he'd misspoke. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy after Haijin left. Late at night, the streetlight still shining, Haijin entered the house, startled. Kangsu anxiously asked, Haijin, are you all right? Are you hurt? Haijin was surprised to see them waiting for her return. He offered a rare smile, while Kangsu, still anxious, admitted they thought she was with strangers. Haijin explained that she was just catching up with an acquaintance. But Zazion added that the atmosphere had been strange, and he wondered if she knew how worried he'd been. Haijin showed his concern, asking why she worried about him when she wasn't well and how she was feeling now. Zazion, looking dejected, replied that she was much better. Haijin noticed her emotions and reassured her, saying she wouldn't have to worry anymore, since there probably wouldn't be any more incidents on the stairs. Zazion is surprised, but Haijin doesn't explain, opening his room to reveal that he's cleaned everything. Zazion is even more confused as we cut to the next morning at school. Outside the classroom, Zazion says he doesn't need to walk her anymore, smiling that she's almost fully recovered. Haijin smiled back. I know. Zazion said goodbye, and Haijin nodded as he walked into class. Lost in thought, she wondered if her brother and grandfather were worried enough to come to school. Suddenly, Zazion overheard classmates gossiping that Haijin wouldn't be in class today. Everyone buzzed. What's going on? I heard he's going abroad to study and his brother's going with him. Awesome. Does that mean we don't have to see him anymore? The class is saved. Zazion was shocked to hear that Haijin was going abroad. She recalled her brother's words from yesterday. You don't have to worry anymore. There won't be any more staircase incidents. I've taken care of everything. She rushed out to the hallway thinking, he knew all along? Zazion called out, Appa. Haijin turned around at the sound of her voice, Zazion's face still filled with emotion. She opened her mouth. Then wondered what to say. Haijin smiled. See you later. And Zazion burst into tears, gritting her teeth as she wiped them away. In a karaoke room filled with music and dim lights, brown hair crossed her arms and asked, is it true that Kim Haijin is studying abroad? Bowtie replied, I heard that too. It was so sudden. Lia Yi-ang remained silent in fear, and brown hair wondered, why all of a sudden, without a word? The pink-haired girl asks if they won't meet today, and the girl with the ribbon replies that he didn't come to school today and that Kim Kisu is also studying abroad. The pink-haired girl is surprised, asking what's going on. They call out to Li Yang, asking why she's not saying anything. Li Yang flinches, her face pale. The brown-haired girl furrows her brow, asking if it's true that Haijin is studying abroad, since she's in the same class as Haijin. Terrified, Li Yang replies that it seems so. The teacher also said she was studying abroad. The brunette curses, wondering what the hell is going on. She asks if he's tried contacting her, and Li Yang says he has, but she hasn't answered or replied to his texts. Pink hair exclaims, "Wow, it seems real." Tall brown hair agrees, "What's with the sudden change?" Li Yang recalls the previous text exchange with Haijin, realizing that the lack of contact started then, after Haijin sent a message. "That dog is done for," the brunette replied. "Really? And what will your mom say?" Haijin texted back, Yeah, that dog's life is over." She bit her lip worriedly. Haijin clearly said that, right? But Li Yiyang suddenly thought of Haijin. Could Haijin's going abroad be related to that person? She shook her head, reassuring herself that she was overthinking things. Haijin's parents were powerful people, after all. Brown hair lamented that it would be a shame without Haijin. Pink hair agreed, saying that even though it was annoying to have to listen to her, she was their wallet. Just then, Haijin opened the door with a sullen look on her face. Brown hair was surprised, and Li Yiyang quickly stood up. Haijin irritably sat down. Ugh, destiny. This is so annoying. Finally, I can get out. The pink-haired girl eagerly asks if she's really going to study abroad, and the brown-haired girl chimes in, wanting to know what's going on. Haijin sulks, saying it just happened, but she'll be back after a semester, as Inbi ordered her to leave for a semester and then return, while she takes care of everything. Haijin is shocked by this news and asks if it's true. Inbi grits her teeth and confirms, saying she can't let those videos continue. Brown hair smirks. A semester? What the hell? Pink hair chimes in. So it's like a vacation then. Haijin chuckled. That's what I'm saying. Brown hair asked, Why did you suddenly leave? I heard Kisu left too. Haijin replied, Family matters. You don't need to know. She thought, I can't say it's because of that guy. Pink hair continued, asking what happened to her brother and what about Kisu and the others. Why can't they be reached? Haijin thought to herself that if she told them they were beaten to a pulp by that guy, he would kill her. Ah, speaks up. I don't know. Figure it out yourselves. Haijin curses inwardly. Damn it! Why am I so embarrassed because of that bastard? Ah, frustrated, bites her nails. That Gashan girl is going to get hit again, annoyed. Haijin chimes in again, suggesting they re-educate Gashan, while the tall brunette groans, Again? Li Yang suddenly pales, stammering, Hi, Haijin, as Haijin crosses her arms arrogantly. While I'm studying abroad, that girl will probably be strutting around school. Just thinking about it pisses me off. She's still rambling on, but anyway, I'll be back in Korea soon, but I have to teach her a lesson now. Everyone's noticed something else. Li Yang was even more terrified as Haijin continued to speak venomously. Besides, that girl's grandfather is a security guard. I'll ask my mom to make sure he can't work anymore. I'm destined to torment that little bug. Suddenly, another voice cuts through. Haijin's competitive spirit is undeniable. She turns, surprised, to see a figure cloaked head to toe standing in the doorway. She stammers, Hyujin. 002 asks, Hyujin, who is that? Haijin, pale with fear, thinks, Why ask when it's obvious? Brown hair is confused. Isn't Hyujin the one who beat up my brother? Pink hair is also puzzled. Why is he here? 002 remarks that this is an interesting conversation and everyone from the video is here. Brown hair wonders what video he's talking about. 002 frowns. You all know what happened, right? Come to think of it, Jia-John was beaten up here, wasn't she? Hyujin's eyes widen in realization, and Li Yiyang trembles in fear. The brunette and pink-haired girl froze, speechless, as Haijin frantically wondered if this was the moment he'd been waiting for. 002 speaks up, saying they like to be noisy as he slams the door shut, his eyes fixed on the girls in the room. The door slams shut, sealing everything inside as Inbai wonders where Haijin has gone. Kisu explains that Haijin said she was going to say goodbye to her friends, leading Inbi to think she was supposed to keep quiet until boarding. The secretary suddenly bursts into the hospital room, followed by the assemblyman. Inbi asks what's wrong, and the secretary quickly turns on the TV, saying she needs to see this. A female student's voice rings out, saying it's truly shocking and that they recorded videos of their actions. Someone replies that there are dozens of videos, and if they didn't record everything, there must be even more. The Kisu family watched the TV news wide-eyed as civic groups and politicians called for a special investigation and appropriate punishment for the perpetrators. Kisu clenched his fist, wondering if this was... The reporter continued, shockingly. The perpetrators are the children of Assemblyman Kim, a former National Assemblyman and candidate in the upcoming election. Inbi and Kisu's mother listened gravely. Meanwhile, Ijin was walking down the street, disguised, when someone called out, Hey, average high schooler. Ijin turned to see Ju-sik waiting by a car. He asks Ijin what he's planning to do, hearing that he's decided to make a deal with the assemblyman. Ijin mutters, "A deal?" He thinks to himself that to keep his identity hidden, he needs to handle this quietly. As the video interjects, "Why are you stuttering, you dog?" Adding to the problem, the target's parents are politicians. The bullies jeered, "Wow, look at him, so tough, not even screaming, kick him some more." So I figured out the best way to handle this quietly. The video continued, "What are you doing? Put on some dance music so no one hears." Ijin reflected, "I thought getting them out of Gassion's sight would be enough." His eyes are fixed on the video, as if calculating something. Back in the present, Ijin speaks, "I don't have a very good personality." The director frowned, confused. "You mean the assemblyman will just let this go?" Ijin bowed his head. "I don't have time to worry about that." In Kisu's hospital room, the news reports that shocking evidence of candidate Kim's money laundering and illegal election practices has been revealed. The reporter confirms that the evidence is so clear that the party's congressmen are being strictly investigated. Someone replies that they had to speak up to avoid affecting the party, at which point Inbi collapses onto his hospital bed, devastated. Meanwhile, Dusik asks Ijin if he took all the documents he was keeping. Dusik frowned, wondering if Ijin had found the damning evidence against Congressman Kim. Just who is he? Ijin calmly walked past him, just a normal high school student. A smile creeps across Dusik's face, as if he'd anticipated that answer, and he sighs. Indeed, perfectly ordinary. The morning after the incident, Ijin attends school as if nothing happened. The girls in class couldn't stop staring, eager to introduce themselves, thinking, "I'll make the first move." Ijin silently gazed out the window, completely oblivious. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from his sister, Zazion, telling him not to worry about her walking home alone and to enjoy getting to know his classmates. Ijin read the message, a bit unsure. Go out and then come home? What should he do? A moment later, Young-chan cheerfully greeted him. "Hey, you're here early too." Ijin greeted him warmly, but Young-chan suddenly asked, "Hey, Ijin, are you busy today?" Ijin widened his eyes and Young-chan clapped his hands, remembering, "Oh, are you going home with your sister today?" Remembering her words, he quickly smiled and said, "No, I'm free today." Young-chan excitedly invited Ijin. "Really? Then let's hang out after school." Ijin quickly agrees, but Young-chan suddenly freezes, his face turning pale. Apparently, Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin have come looking for trouble, as he smirks and says, "I heard a rumor that you sent Kim Ki-soo abroad." Young-chan was shocked to hear Hyuk-jin's follow-up, that his insane actions prevented him from studying abroad, and news of his brother's madness had spread. The whole class fell silent at this shocking news. Ijin spoke up to correct them, saying they must be mistaken. Jae-hyung tilted his head mockingly, asking what they were mistaken about, and that he'd heard Kim Ki-soo's faction was rounded up a few days ago. Hyuk-jin chimes in, claiming he heard that Ijin was the one who kicked them out, and rumors are spreading that they left school out of embarrassment. He laughs, saying those fearless dogs must be ashamed to have been kicked out twice. How badly were they beaten that they had to leave the country? Even though Eung-chan still had doubts, he secretly acknowledged that Ijin was a really good fighter. What happened in class that time wasn't a coincidence. Hyuk-jin tries to buddy up to Ijin, congratulating him on getting rid of Kim Ki-soo and suggesting they celebrate this righteous act. "Anyway, let's hang out after school." Jae-hyung chimes in, saying, "Yeah, you've only been here a few days, we should celebrate. My treat, you don't know the area yet, right?" Knowing their personalities all too well, Ijin politely declined. "Sorry, I already have plans." Hearing his answer, they muttered in surprise, "Plans? What plans?" To make sure they understood, he reiterated, "I already have plans with Young-chan." Jae-hyung pouted, drawing out his words. "Oh, really?" He deliberately approached Young-chan and asked if they could join him, and Hyuk-jin added, draping an arm around his shoulder, if that was okay. Pale-faced, Young-chan stammered a quick reply, and satisfied, the two left him alone. "Okay, see you later." Seeing Young-chan's helplessness, Ijin asks with concern, "Are you all right?" He could only mutter a response, trying to steel his nerves, hoping that with Ijin around he wouldn't be bullied. Then he noticed something interesting. Their homeroom teacher was entering the class with 2 other students, quietly. Following her were a boy and a girl who appeared to be new students. Young-chan gasped. "Those 2 are..." Ijin asked curiously, "You know them?" He excitedly introduced them. Of course, it's Sin Seon-ah, the daughter of the chairman of SVK, the largest company in the country. He quickly identified the male student as well. And the man next to her is Go Seok-ju. They've been together since they were kids, and there's a rumor he was raised to be Sinseon-a's secretary and bodyguard. Even the homeroom teacher simply said that many of them probably already knew these two, so she would skip the introductions. She officially announced to the class that these two had been in the US for 2 years as exchange students and would be joining their class from today. Hyuk-jin paled, muttering to himself, "First I-jin, now go Seok-ju. Sehyung's situation isn't any better than mine." He thought Kim Ki-soo was the last one he'd have to tail until graduation. Young-chan blushed, whispering that the extra desks were for them. He couldn't help but stare at Seon-a's angelic face, noting she seemed even more beautiful. As she walked to her desk, the boys in class couldn't take their eyes off her. It was the first time they'd seen her in person. Seok-ju quickly noticed I-jin's unwavering gaze. He suddenly grew suspicious, while I-jin silently watched on. Even Seon-a had noticed. As she sat down, she immediately asked who that person was, wondering if he was famous. Seok-ju professionally replied that he didn't know, explaining that the guy wasn't in the data he'd received a week prior and that he'd double-check. She nodded, saying, "Is that so?" Still, she curiously glanced at I-jin. Sensing her gaze, I-jin glances back to see Seon-a smiling elegantly, but he simply returns to his book, unfazed. Slightly miffed that her attempts failed, she wondered if he was ignoring her, while Hong-chan cheerfully asked I-jin where he wanted to go after studying. Unaccustomed to gatherings, he simply shrugged and said he had no plans, asking to tag along. His friend eagerly suggested, "Then, how about a PC cafe?" His mind flashed back to those words, PC cafe. Hong-chan continued, "I know a place with new computers and it's really clean." His past training resurfaced as if it were yesterday. Today we'll be covering essential education for real life. With a stern, solemn, and cautious demeanor, Major Ham-chan, Hao-hung's superior, continued, "If you're a high school student in the Republic of Korea, there's one thing you need to know, the Internet Cafe." He expansively asked I-jin, "What is it?" He replied immediately, "An Internet Cafe?" Ham-chan nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. As the name suggests, it's a place where most people have computers and anyone can use them for a fee. Students and adults alike." I-jin eagerly asks what they'll be doing there, and the man nods, saying it's a good question. While they can use the internet and watch videos, most people play games. The scene shifts to a PC bang, where Ham-chan emphasizes that over 90% of high schoolers play games here. His eyes widened with curiosity. Over 90%? He pointed out a familiar game to I-jin. "First, when we get to the Internet Cafe, I'll explain some games you should know about." Then came a long lecture. He rattled off the names of countless popular games, and I-jin listened intently. The sound of his frantic keyboard mashing became another harsh experience. All thanks to the major, the game is exploding. Now, putting it into practice. I-jin nodded, respecting him. The major's information was indeed correct. The major was right. Yang-chan happily finalized their outing. They'd eat ramen at the Internet Cafe, and if they had time, they'd go to Kono. He whispered the name to himself. Kono. The major had briefed him on that. Kono, a coin karaoke room, a popular spot for high schoolers. "What is it?" I-jin then stated clearly that it was a coin karaoke, to which the major confirmed, "Yes, you can sing here by inserting coins." He also carefully reminded him to prepare some songs in advance. "After summarizing, I'll send you the most popular songs among young people these days, and you should memorize them all." I-jin accepts the order without hesitation. "Yes, sir," though his facial muscles are a bit tense. Young-chan was dumbfounded, wondering why I-jin looked so serious. Did he dislike Misao, Kono-sao, or both? The school bell rang, and students happily headed home. Only Zeon stayed behind to hear Okju's report. "His name is I-jin, and he transferred a few days ago." He added seriously, "He's 19 in Korean age, and the brother of Zeon." She whispered back curiously, Zeon. Zeon quickly asks if he's Jazeon's brother, since she thought Jazeon only had her grandfather. Seok-ju corrects her, saying that she lost her parents and brother in a plane crash and only lived with her grandfather. IU is immediately suspicious, but a brother? Understanding her thoughts, Seok-jin firmly explains that her dead brother has suddenly returned to life, right before they went back in time. Perhaps I-jin needs investigating. After the gathering with I-chan, I-jin walked home alone, lost in thought, when her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Hyuk-jin had created a group chat called Dead Game. "All right, from now on, top ranker IU-chan will be carrying our Dead Game group," Hyuk happily chimed in. "Let's help each other out." Ayu-chan was, of course, also in this chat, and Hyuk couldn't stop marveling, I can't believe our Ayu-chan is a top ranker. This is the first time I've seen a top ranker in real life, Hyuk-jin exclaimed to his friend. Me too. I thought they were just legendary figures. Aijin was stunned for a few minutes after reading that, not expecting to fit in so quickly. Back when Aijin went to the internet cafe with Ayu-chan, Hyuk-jin kept praising him. Damn, Ayu-chan is carrying us. He's cleaning up all the messes Aijin is making. Of course, this level of skill intimidated Tae-hyung. Be honest, your skills are on a whole other level, aren't they? Yet he humbly replied that his gaming skills were a little different. Tae-hyung eagerly asked, What's your MMR? Tuity 2004, is it 6,000? Ayu-chan blushed and replied, It's 10,000. Hyuk-jin's group was furious, rushing to serve Ayu-chan. Hey, what are you doing? Our top ranker is thirsty. Are you hungry, sir? Aijin alone didn't quite understand their conversation. The chat group was still buzzing about Tae-hyung. They said Aijin needed to practice more, that he was terrible. Hyuk-jin chimed in, saying Ayu-chan was carrying him. Forget that tea-cheese nonsense. Ayu-chan quickly defended him, saying, It's not his fault. Aijin's never played games before. It's normal for him to be bad. He read a bunch of messages, breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Gason's voice rang in his ear. Are you just getting back now? She happened to run into Aijin on the way home, who smiled kindly and asked, What are you doing here? She gently replies that she was throwing out the trash and shows him the bag in her hand, adding that she also bought some groceries. Aijin chivalrously offers to help, but Gason waves him off, saying it's light. As they walked home together, she turned to him curiously and asked if he had been out with friends, to which Aijin smiled and nodded. Gason was secretly happy to see him so sociable. He already has friends, and I was so worried people would keep their distance. She cheerfully asks, Where did you go with your friends? Without hesitation, Aijin answers clearly, Arcade games. Not familiar with the term, Gason simply hums in response, wondering if he often went to arcades with friends abroad. Suddenly, Aijin's question catches her off guard. Are you okay? He thoughtfully continues, and Gason is relieved, knowing he's simply concerned for her well-being. She smiled brightly and said, Yes, don't worry. I've been having a lot of fun at school lately. Seeing her radiant face, Aijin felt happy too. That's good. On the way home, they chatted happily. Aren't you hungry? Oh, did you eat with your friends? Remembering the snacks that Hyuk-jin and the others had given Young-chan, he chuckled and said, Yeah, I ate a lot at the internet cafe. Concerned for Gasion, Aijin asked, What about you? Have you eaten? She replied softly, Not yet. I was going to wait for him to get home. Aijin hummed in agreement, and Gasion excitedly added, We're almost home. The thought of everyone eating together made him blurt out, Let's eat together. Gason was a little surprised. But you already ate. Aijin rubs his stomach, saying he only ate a little and is hungry again, as the brothers' home glows warmly. Holding a bowl of rice, Kang-soo happily praises Gasion, saying her cooking skills are improving every day, but she humbly replies that she only made the egg rolls and reheated the soup. But he smiled gently and added that she had made the soup as well, a heartwarming scene that made Aijin smile. Kang-soo then turned to Aijin, asking if the food was delicious, to which he immediately affirmed. It's delicious, huh? Kang-soo happily praised Gasion. See, even Aijin thinks it's good. Though simple, the warmth of the meal made their family all the more precious. With Kang-soo and his sister Gashin, Aijin felt this peace was the result of sacrifice. Because in the harshness of war, when all he had to eat was hardtack, he ate quickly under a hail of bullets and bombs, never daring to drop his gun. Aijin ate until his stomach was full, and he smiled happily to himself. Suddenly his phone rang, and Aijin quickly answered, politely saying, Yes, sir, Major. The voice on the other end was Ham-chan. Major, my foot. Just call me Hyung. How are you doing? Aijin responded warmly, and Ham-chan eagerly asked how his studies were going, and if anything had happened. And when he heard silence on the other end, he pressed, What's wrong? Suddenly his face fell with worry. Did you kill someone? His colleagues panicked, shouting, Major, did Aijin kill someone? This is huge. Seeing their misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained, That's not it. Aijin carefully explained to Ham-chan that there had been a slight altercation, but he had taken care of it. Ham-chan eagerly offered, Do you need any help? Just say the word, Aijin, and we'll take care of it. He chuckled, reassuring everyone that he had taken care of it and they didn't need to worry. Ham-chan breathed a sigh of relief and firmly instructed, Good thing. If anything happens, tell me right away. Got it? Aijin agreed and hung up, going to school as usual the next day. Hyuk-jin and Tai Hui-ung had already gathered around I-ung-chan, and as I-jin hadn't arrived yet, he clicked his tongue and remarked that he was good at fighting, but terrible at games. Tai Hui-ung laughed in agreement, then suddenly asked what he was curious about. He brought up the question everyone was curious about. If I-jin and Go Seo-ju fought, who would win? Instinctively, Hyuk-jin replied, being good at fighting doesn't guarantee a win against Go Seo-ju. I heard Go Seo-ju has been professionally trained since he was a kid, and I can feel that he's a pro. I-ung-chan excitedly asks if it's true that Go Seo-ju defeated 20 people at once, but Hyuk-jin corrects him, stating it was actually 30. He's shaken by the news. 30 people? I-ung-chan is skeptical, but Hyuk-jin nods firmly. Tai Hui-ung quickly fills him in. Some thugs were harassing Shin Seon. Ah, so Go Seo-ju stepped in. His story grew more epic with each telling. First 10, then 30, all defeated. And the most chilling part? Go Seo-ju was completely unscathed. I-ung-chan was stunned. Was it also true that he caught Shin Seon-a's tormentor, a discharged foreign soldier? Hyuk-jin declared, "It's probably true. I-jin can't beat Go Seo-ju anyway. He's in a completely different league. One wrong move and I-jin's done for." His unwavering gaze remained unchanged. Seo-ju, who had been waiting for him in the hallway, cut to the chase. "Who are you?" I-jin curtly replies that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Seo-ju bluntly asks why he's hiding his identity and coming here. Seeing I-jin's stubbornness, Seo-ju loses patience, adding that he heard Kim Ki-soo and Kim Hee-jin's transfer was also related to him. I-jin coldly confirmed to Seo-ju that he had some business with those two, but he wasn't involved in their transfer. Having prepared for this, he retorted, "Oh, then what about this?" Seo-ju's elite status is no mere reputation. Turns out his supposed studies abroad never happened. I-jin's expression darkens upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Jia Zeon is approached by Zeon, who says, "Zeon, I'm in your class." Joyfully, Jia Zeon says she didn't know he was back. Without answering, Zeona changes the subject, saying she started school again yesterday. Before Jia Zeon could speak, she said, "I'm in the same class as your brother." Jia Zeon was surprised. "Really?" Then, turning to Jia Zeon, she added, "Come to think of it, I don't have a brother." Hearing this, Jia Zeon sadly replied, "Well, since the accident 10 years ago, I thought he had died with Mom and Dad." She continued without looking up at Zeon. "I received news last year that he was still alive." Jia Zeon's memory flashes back to a year ago, seeing her grandfather's hand trembling as he held the phone. She had just come home from school and asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Hearing Jia Zeon's voice, he turned his head, his voice trembling. Overcome with emotion, he tearfully told her that her brother Yi-jin was still alive. After hearing her story, Jia Zeon wondered why she hadn't known anything all this time, and if her brother was alive, he would have tried to contact her. Jia Zeon replied sadly, saying that he didn't remember that incident, and he had only recently remembered, asking acquaintances before finally making contact. Zeon then asked, "He only recently recovered his lost memories?" Seeing her reaction, Jia Zeon replied softly, "Yes, but he vaguely remembers having a grandfather and a younger sister." Seeing her expression, Jia Zeon suddenly fell silent, asking no more questions. After a moment, she smiled and said, "He must be so happy." Seeing her ask, Jia Zeon replied with a smile, "He's overjoyed." He got the call, then cried himself to exhaustion, and he even used his vacation time to take a cooking class. Unable to believe the last statement, Jia Zeon asked again, "Cooking classes?" Jia Zeon happily replied, "Yes, my brother lived abroad, so he probably doesn't like Korean food. So my grandfather said he wanted to improve his skills a bit." Seeing her so happy, Jia Zeon chimed in, "Your grandfather is so kind." Hearing her praise his grandfather, Jia Zeon smiled, but then turned serious. "Listen, are you sure it's really Gin Appa?" Jia Zeon felt awkward at her question, realizing she sounded suspicious. "I mean, has everyone confirmed it's really him?" Jia Zeon replied confidently, "Yes, of course, my family did a DNA test." Afraid she wouldn't believe him, Jia Zeon added, "Even if they hadn't, my brother also said he looks just like he did as a child." Hearing this, Jia Zeon fell into thought. DNA testing, huh? So it's true. Suddenly, Jia Zeon asked, "But why are you asking about my brother?" Interrupted from her thoughts, Jia Zeon startled and said, "Oh." Then she became awkward, unsure of how to respond. Realizing her blunder, Jia Zeon quickly changed the subject, asking if her brother had a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Gin was stopped by someone, but instead of anger, he calmly asked what they wanted. Ignoring his question, Seokju raised his eyebrows and demanded to know what his purpose was for forging his documents. Ijin countered, "So, all my documents are fake?" Before he could finish, Seokju snapped back, "What else would they be? According to my investigation, you've never lived here, and the schools you supposedly attended have confirmed that you were never a student there." Seeing that he was investigating him, Ijin spoke sternly. "Where's the proof?" Seokju looked at him, annoyed. "What?" Seeing his slow comprehension, Ijin continued. "You're saying the documents I submitted here are fake, so do you have any evidence to prove that?" Hearing this, Seokju outwardly said nothing, but inwardly fumed. What is this bastard saying? I know this is from snooping around his former schools, but I just lack the evidence. The fact that he never attended any of them is completely accurate. He stared intently at Ijin, trying to find a flaw, but Ijin didn't flinch and even asked for proof. Seeing Ijin's unchanging expression, Seokju felt frustrated and suspected that the information he had gathered was wrong. Seeing him stare without a word, Ijin finally speaks up, asking why he's being investigated. Seokju quickly replies that he can't just ignore a suspicious person who suddenly appears. They stared at each other in silence until Ijin finally spoke, saying he was just going home, a statement Seokju found unbelievable. Seeing him like that, Ijin didn't want to argue, saying, "You asked what my purpose was in coming here. That's your answer." Then he walked past Seokju to leave. Seeing Ijin so nonchalant, Seokju inwardly vowed revenge, thinking, "You want proof? I'll show you. In a few days, I'll present evidence that you forged your documents." The next morning in class, Daehyung was engrossed in his phone, Hyukjin was glued to his screen, and Ijin was completely distracted from the lecture. He stared intently at the empty seat below for a long moment, lost in thought, wondering how the new transfer student could have investigated so thoroughly in such a short time, before finally resigning himself to waiting for class to end. After class, Daehyung approached him. "Youngchan, let's go to Anarkadi." Hyukjin followed. "Ijin, want to come with us?" Ijin smiled. "Not today, it's my grandfather's birthday." Hearing that, Hyukjin spoke up. "Then let's go, shall we?" Youngchan nodded in response, while elsewhere, a determined voice declared, "There's just no proof. Furthermore, all the documents Ijin submitted were fake, and we can't rule out the possibility that the DNA test was also falsified." Seeing her concern, Seokju replied that she'd been severely bullied by the Kim Ki-soo brothers for the past 2 years. Without another word, Zeon asked how severe it was, and Seokju quickly replied that it was a miracle Yuja Zeon could even attend school regularly. The incidents reported to the media lacked Zeon's video, but their severity was comparable to those victims. Ignoring her expression, Seokju continued, saying that's probably why Yoo Hee-jin started acting. He paused, then added that Kim Ki-soo and his gang had been restrained by Yoo Hee-jin. That was the second thing. Hearing this, Zeon responded expressionlessly. Her brother, who disappeared 10 years ago, suddenly returned to deal with the Kim Ki-soo brothers to save his sister? What an ideal brother. After a moment of thought, she spoke. "Hey, Seokju, there's something strange about what you said." Hearing that, Seokju silently looked at Zeon, and seeing him listening intently, Zeon reminded him, "If Yoo Hee-jin came here for me, shouldn't he be avoiding me? If he were smart, he would." Before she could finish, Seokju interjected, "I need to understand his purpose." Annoyed by Seokju's interruption, Zeon asks what about Zeon's side, the plane crash insurance money. He returned the insurance money to the company, but the amount was so large that we can't rule out the possibility that he's approaching you for the money. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, EA and Zeon were shopping together. EA was busy choosing items when Zeon called out, "Hey." He turned to look at her, and Zeon hesitantly asked, I was afraid you'd be upset, so I didn't ask. How did you live after the plane crash?" Seeing his pale face, Zeon spoke up. "So, if you're scared, it's okay not to answer." Seeing her flustered, EA replied, "It's okay." He then reminisces about the past, recounting it to her, recalling how he was so mentally shaken that he couldn't think straight. In other words, he didn't know how to live in a place where he couldn't understand what others were saying, so... EA trails off, staring blankly into space. Zeon stared blankly at him after hearing his story. Suddenly, EA turned to Zeon and said, "I just keep myself busy to survive." Even though she didn't understand, Zeon stared blankly at him. Gathering herself, she smiled and said, "To the point you don't have a girlfriend?" She then began to tell EA, "Oh, it seems Zeon was in your class?" Hearing the name, EA asked, and Zeon replied, "Yes, she said she was in your class, so I was very surprised." Seeing her so happy, EA asked, "You know her?" Zeon cheerfully replied, "She used to be so kind to me, but then she suddenly went to America, which made me very sad. But I'm so happy to have met her again today." Hearing this, EA fell silent. EA. Suddenly, Zeon turns to him, excitedly saying, "Oh, she even asked if you have a girlfriend." Cut to a birthday cake at home, ready with lit candles. Zeon excitedly urged him to open it. Hearing her words, he opened it to find a wallet. Looking at the gift before him, he softly says, "Why did you kids buy this? You barely have enough allowance." Seeing his reaction, Zeon cheerfully replies, "We have money to buy you a gift, Grandpa. It wasn't expensive. Please use it, Grandpa." Hearing this, Junjun replied, he already had a gift, a very big one at that. Then he looked up gently and said, "I hope that fruit is our Yijin." Safely returned. Suddenly, Zeon's phone rings and she rushes to answer it. She steps outside to take the call, but the door remains open and we can still hear her. "Hello, this is Zeon." Hearing Zeon's name, Yijin inside the house suddenly paid attention and listened to their conversation. "What's wrong?" "Yes, right now, I understand." As the call ends, Zeon speaks up, telling her grandfather she's going to the convenience store, to which he replies that it's late. Not wanting to worry him, Zeon smiles and replies, "Did you call me out here for something?" Hearing it, Zeon, the grandfather asks, "Zeon, the child who's been good to you? Is she back?" She softly replies, "Yes." Meanwhile, Yijin sat in silence. That night, he sat at his desk researching information. Seeing the results, he paused, lost in thought. SV Cap Group. The more he pondered, the less he understood why they were investigating him. Was it excessive caution towards a transfer student? Then Yijin recalled his meeting with Zeokju and his question. What was his purpose in coming here? As he pondered, he heard a voice calling, "Yijin." He went outside to find the old man smiling, saying, "I'm going out for a bit and we'll be back." Seeing this, Yijin asked, "Oh, you're going to Zeon?" The grandfather simply smiled and replied, "More than that. I was planning to get some fresh air." Hearing this, Yijin's face suddenly darkened as he looked at his grandfather. Then he politely said, "Just stay home, I'll go." Seeing him say that, his grandfather quickly replied, "No, I can go." Unfazed, Yijin cleverly replied that his grandfather had to go out early tomorrow, and he needed to buy something at the convenience store anyway, so he would accompany Zeon. His grandfather responded, "Oh, really? Then let me give you some pocket money." Hearing his question, Yijin replied that it was fine. He still had some left. Before Yijin left, his father told him to be careful and come back safely. He smiled and replied, "Yes." At the restaurant, Dazion exclaimed in surprise, "You learned that in America?" Seeing her curiosity, Zeon replied, "While I don't know if it's the same everywhere, after-school classes were very important where I studied." Dazion replied admiringly, "That must be fun." Zeon smiles and replies that it's not that fun, it's also a lot of pressure. To Zeon, have you ever thought about studying abroad? A lot of high school students are thinking about it these days. Hearing this, Dazion's eyes widened in surprise, and she said, "No, I've never thought about it." As soon as she finished speaking, Zeon asked, "Why?" Dazion didn't look up, but with her head slightly lowered, she replied, "It costs a lot of money, and I'd have to go abroad for a few years, and I'd have to be away from Grandpa during that time." Hearing this, Dazion paused for a moment. Seeing her like that, Dazion explained that she didn't want to leave her grandfather alone, especially since his health wasn't good lately. Even so, having her brother around lately has eased her worries. And then she looks at Dazion and smiles brightly. Seeing Dazion like that, Zeon is flustered. What to do? She recalled Zeokju's words. I confirmed there's no student named Yuijin at the school. Seeing her lack of reaction, he continued. I saw the photo in the file, but even accounting for a possible alias, the answer is still the same. The address where he used to live also belongs to someone else who lived there a long time ago, and we're gathering more evidence. Without another word, Zeon gets up and says, "Let's go." Seokju, confused, asks, "Where to?" Seeing this, she replied that Dazeon needed to know, but Seokju responded that even though the documents were fake, there was no proof that he wasn't her brother. This investigation isn't just for Daun. It's to protect you. But Zeona retorted, clearly annoyed. A 10-year-old missing persons report was faked, and that person is living with Daun. You want me to stay silent? Hearing this, Seokju fell silent. When he didn't respond, Seona spoke up, saying that at least Daeon deserved to know the confirmed truth. Forget the argument. Right now, she only cares about Daseon. He came to talk, but why does she react that way whenever Jin is mentioned? Suddenly, Dacian smiles at him and says, I'm so glad I can talk to you again, senior. Before Xian could gather her thoughts, Da-un spoke, saying it had been a long time since they'd talked like this. Xian paused, then reflected on the rumors that Jin had been severely bullied for a long time. Watching them talk, Jin silently observed from a distance before slowly approaching. After a few more steps, Seokju suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Jin looked at him, silent and expressionless. He sidesteps him, continuing forward, but as he passes, Seokju calls out, telling him to just wait here. Hearing that, he said nothing, only silently looked ahead. Seeing Jin's expression, Seokju speculated, is he worried we'll tell Jin about ourselves, so he came here? I don't want to provoke him any further. He then stared at Jin for a moment, deducing that Jin couldn't sit still because he might be in danger, just as Xian had said. As Seokju ran off, he called out, just for a little while is fine. With that, Seokju was certain. When things became clear, he would catch him, no matter what. Fearing he would interfere, Seokju spoke up, saying it had been a long time since they had met, so they probably had a lot to talk about and shouldn't be disturbed. Hearing this, Jin simply stared silently. Suddenly, a car appeared out of nowhere and sped towards them. Too surprised to react, they could only turn to look before the car sent them flying. Seokju crashed to the ground while Jin hit his head, drawing blood. The car sped off, spun around, and stopped. Seokju, writhing in pain, curses the driver, while Jin ignores his own head wound and crawls to Gasion's side. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. In the green light, a group was cornering the two girls, ready with tranquilizer darts. Among them was his sister, Gasion. Ignoring his injuries, Jin rushed forward, but it was too late. The car had already sped far ahead. The impact of the car, combined with the excessive exertion, left both Jin and Seokju exhausted. Suddenly, Jin turns and glares at Seokju, who, predictably, is glaring right back. Then, they both lunge and grab each other by the collar, Seokju adding, "You bastard!" Ignoring his curse, Jin coldly asks where he thinks they are, to which an incredulous Seokju retorts that that's what he wants to know, then silently wonders if Jin is involved. Jin remains silent, and the two split up. Seokju quickly grabs his phone and starts calling. It's me. Xian's been cornered. Yes, contact the police, track the CCTV, and find the route. Yes, the license plate is obscured on a black car. After the call, he sees Jin leaving and yells, "Wait!" Clutching his wound, Seokju confronted Jin, demanding, "Spit it out. This ambush. You're involved, aren't you?" Without turning back, Jin replied, "I don't have time to talk to you." Hearing this, Seokju replied that SVCAP's security team had already been mobilized and would find him, but until his true identity was verified, he had to stay with him. Jin turned to Seokju and said, "You and the security team are looking for Shin Xian. I'm looking for my sister. If you want, come with me." Seeing this, Seokju wondered if he was wrong about him. Then, as he watched him leave, Jin turned back and asked, "Hey, did you come by car?" Downtown in a bar, Chadusik smokes, disgruntled, "This is going to be rough." Suddenly, a lackey calls from the door. "Boss," annoying Chadusik, who impatiently replies, "What?" Then his subordinate spoke up. "He's here. That kid came looking for you?" Hearing this, Chadusik glanced over and asked, "What are you talking about?" Just as he finished speaking, Jin stood silently before Chadusik. While in her office, J.E. was absorbed in her documents when suddenly, Chorai burst in. Ignoring her question, the assistant reported that Yuna had been cornered. Hearing Yuna's name, J.E. looked up, confused, and the assistant confirmed it, saying that the escort agent had just contacted them. J.E. smiled faintly, remarking that the rumors seemed to be true. Then she asked if the old man would continue to target that company, to which the assistant replied cautiously, "I'm not sure." Hearing this, J.E. leaned back in her chair and said, "I hope the old man continues," ignoring those threats. Even so, she knew exactly how things would play out, because if the old man did that, Yuna would surely die. Contrary to his expectations, Du was surprised and wondered, "Is that Chadusik? How does Jin know him?" Finally, Chadusik, unable to withstand Jin's gaze, asked, "Why are you here?" Without further ado, Jin stated his request. "I need information." Chadusik, surprised, asked if that's why he suddenly came, but Jin interrupted, saying the CEO of SVCAP's granddaughter was just kidnapped. Hearing this, he paused, looked at Jin, and remained silent. Seeing this, Chadusik waved his hand, displaying his ring, and said, "We didn't do it. We don't get involved in things like that. You're better off contacting SVCap." Yujin then asked, "Do you have any idea who's behind it?" Chadusik raised an eyebrow, questioning why he should tell him anything, asking if he knew what he was dragging him into. Yujin, unconcerned, replied that his sister had been kidnapped as well. Chadusik paused, sighed, and said he'd better tell him everything he knew. He'd heard that a group of people who didn't speak Korean were looking for a warehouse. They also requested a large number of my cars and manpower, offering exorbitant prices for other things as well. But I refused. Chadusik lit another cigarette and said, "That whole deal was too shady." Yujin listened in silence, and after a few puffs, Chadusik continued, "I heard other groups accepted their request. The location is in Incheon, but I don't know the details." Zeokju remained silent, and Yujin, having gotten the answer he wanted, thanked him before leaving. Just as he was about to go, Chadusik called out, "Hey kid." He tossed a phone to him, and before Yujin could speak, Chadusik said, "That's my phone. Put your number in it." Yujin found this strange and looked up at him, but Chadusik, annoyed by his expression, retorted, "I took your number so I could contact you. What if my men find the warehouse and give you the information? What else do you think I'd use it for?" After entering his number, Yujin suddenly asked, "Is that motorcycle outside yours too?" Chadusik, caught off guard, looked at him quizzically. Outside, Yujin hopped onto the motorcycle parked on the sidewalk, telling Zeokju before leaving, "I'll go alone. You do what you need to do." Hearing this, Zeokju asked if he intended to chase after that unconfirmed information, but Yujin coldly replied that Yuna would probably be safe until they got what they wanted, but who knew what they would do with the DIU? As Yujin prepared to leave, Zeokju pondered. His quick reactions after the accident and coming all the way here for information. Just who is this guy? Then, Zeokju announced, "I've forwarded the information we just got to our agents. I'll follow you by car." Hearing that, Yujin put on his helmet and replied, "Do whatever you want." Then he quickly drove off, his motorcycle kicking up dust as he sped away. As Yujin rode, he resolved to rescue Zazian, who was now faintly waking up. Seeing her, Zeon, who was blinded by the light beside her, said, "You're awake?" Hearing her, Zazion weakly called out, "Sister." Seeing her like that, Zeon said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you got caught up in this because of me." As she spoke, images of the men in black flashed through Zazion's mind, and she paled, asking, "You mean—" before screaming, "Don't tell me we've been cornered?" Zeon sighs, "I didn't expect this to happen so soon after returning to Korea, but this isn't why I came to see you." Hearing this, Zazion's face froze in disbelief as she looked at Zeon. As movement stirred, a group of men in black entered, one of them saying, "Looks like you're awake." Their leader arrived, and Zeon angrily asked, "Why did you kidnap me?" The masked man with a long scar on his face coldly replied, "You don't need to know. Just sit there quietly. It will all be over soon." Hearing this, Zeon deduces that they intend to use him to get something from SVCap or his grandfather. Then, another man points to Zazion and asks what they should do with the child since they were brought together. Then one of them replied, "Fix it. It's useless." Hearing this, Zazion's face turned pale with fear, while Zeon angrily shouted. Before they could speak, she declared, "I won't let you touch her." One of them chuckled, asking, "And what do you think you can do about it?" Without hesitation, Zeon declared that she would bite off her tongue and commit suicide, foiling their plans, or so she thought. He then taunted, "Go on, do it. Bite down hard and die, I dare you." But as soon as the words left his lips, he witnessed something unbelievable. Zeon had truly bitten his tongue, blood now flowing from his mouth, followed by Zeon's scream. The captor, witnessing this, was clearly terrified, but before leaving, he loudly proclaimed, "Fine. Maybe this little trick will buy you some time." The group then left, and one of the more timid members asked what they should do. The leader replied to leave it for now and fix it later, remembering to gag them so they don't make noise. Though they were far away, Zeon remained vigilant. Late that night, Yijin and Zeokju arrived at the designated location. Seeing that Yijin didn't respond, Zeokju anxiously asked, "Is it here?" Yijin replied, "According to them, this is the place." Arriving at their destination, Zeokju remarked that Yijin's information seemed reliable, as his investigation showed the car from the surveillance camera headed this way. Ignoring him, Yijin moved forward, prompting Zeokju to call out, reminding him to wait for SVCap agents to arrive for backup. Without turning, Yijin simply stated, "I told you, Dayun doesn't have much time left." Seeing his resolve, Zeokju relented as 3 or 4 guards patrolled outside, preventing intruders. One of them, bored, wandered around, only to be ambushed by Yi Jin, who locked his neck from behind, leaving him gasping for air, and ultimately, dead. Seeing that the guard was no longer responding, Yi Jin dragged him into a secluded corner where his comrades lay dead. Seokju watched Yi Jin's actions with growing suspicion. Lost in thought, Seokju couldn't help but ask, "You, Yi Jin, who are you?" "Really? You handled them so silently and skillfully?" Yi Jin coldly replied, "I'm your classmate." Ignoring Seokju's shock, Yi Jin moves forward alone. Seokju watches him from afar in silence, while Yi Jin, unconcerned, is focused solely on rescuing Zazian. A subordinate carefully reports to the chairman, "Sir, we've received a demand from the kidnappers." The chairman asks softly, "What is it?" The subordinate replies sternly, "They want you to cancel the recent business deal, and they say if you don't respond within an hour, they'll kill Yuna." The chairman asked, "What about the bodyguards?" The subordinate replied, "They should arrive in about 50 minutes. The chairman said nothing, silently leaning on his cane. 2 henchmen guarded the outside, one lighting a cigarette and cursing, "Damn it! Who told you to make us do this?" The other man casually put his hands in his pockets, reminding him that the boss said he didn't need to know. Just do his job. Then he wondered how much they were paying the boss, and as soon as he spoke, he was suddenly struck hard on the cheek. The man fell heavily to the ground, clutching his head in anger. "Damn it, what's going on?" Just then, he froze as he saw Yi Jin easily take down the man next to him. Yi Jin coldly glared at him, when suddenly another man charged forward and kicked him in the face. Yi Jin warily scanned his surroundings, asking how many he'd taken down. Zeokju calmly replied, 5, including this one. He quickly calculated, "So we've taken down 14 in total. They must have hired a lot of guards." Seokju was shocked. 5 down already? He coldly asked, "Seokju, tell me who's responsible for this." He paused for a moment. He then sighed helplessly. "I really don't know. There have been so many attacks like this, including one recently in the US. He frowned, annoyed. "I didn't expect something like this to happen so soon after we returned to Korea. It's my fault." Yi Jin glances at the warehouses ahead, implying the gang is indeed with Yuna. Seokju wonders if it's really them. He calmly explained that they were planning to kidnap the CEO's granddaughter from SV Cap Group with such a grand scheme. These guys are really useless. Suddenly, Yi Jin asked if he was okay, confusing Zeokju. He noticed the large wound on Zeokju's shoulder, his hand badly injured from the car earlier. He reluctantly reminded him that he was also injured in the leg, as Yi Jin silently stared at him. Just then, an angry voice rang out, startling them both. What happened to the gatekeepers? It turns out 2 more underlings came to relieve them. One speculated, "Maybe they went to the bathroom, but the other didn't buy it, all at once? Are you serious?" As they rounded the corner, they would see their comrades sprawled out in the street. Before he could react, Yi Jin was a blur, driving his knee into the man's face. The other guy was stunned. What the hell? Yi Jin was swift, easily controlling his opponent's attacking arm, then brutally kicking his knee. Then he follows up with a devastating blow to the back of the head. Suddenly he called out his name, Yi Jin. He turned back, puzzled. Zeokru said seriously, "After this is over, allow me to apologize to you." Meanwhile, a scarred man's eyes glinted with malice as he stared in one direction. His companion, curious, asked what he'd heard outside, and he curtly ordered them to check it out. Without hesitation, 2 henchmen responded, and in a nearby warehouse, Jaegyong and Jaegyong's AI lay tied up and unconscious, while Yi Jin sprinted forward. Suddenly, a clear voice ordered him to halt, freezing him in his tracks. Without fear, he stared directly at the source of the sound. It was another group of underlings. The big-nosed one exclaimed, "What the hell, it's just a kid." The hooded leader seemed disappointed. "Isn't that the punk from the photo?" Then he asked Yi Jin, "Hey, how did you get here?" Yi Jin calmly stares them down, silently confirming they are indeed kidnappers as the leader scoffs, saying they don't need answers and to consider himself lucky before ordering his men to take care of him. Yi Jin's clothes were torn, and his cheek was bruised, but he remained fearless, silently observing them. Meanwhile, Zeokju stealthily entered a warehouse through a window, carefully assessing the situation. Luckily, he found Zeon and Zeon-A. Zeokju carefully looked around, and it seemed like no one was around. He guessed they must be after Yi Jin, and after confirming it was safe, Zeokju hurried over to the 2. Zeon-A, freed from his gag, immediately asked how he knew where they were. Just as Zhu finished untying them, an arrogant voice boomed, saying it would take the bodyguards a while to arrive, causing him to turn in alarm. The scarred man and his lackey approached leisurely. You must be SVCap's errand boy. I've heard about you. He spoke with disdain. You're a nuisance, always sticking to Yuna. Zhu frowned and slowly stood up. The scarred man's eyes narrowed. I don't know how you found us, but it was a mistake to come here alone. As he finished speaking, his henchman lunged forward. Zhu dodges the blow, retaliating with a strike of his own, but his opponent narrowly avoids it. He punched at Zhu again, who quickly raised his arms to block. As he defended, Zhu secretly agreed. Yujin was right. This guy wasn't as dumb as the others. Finding the right moment, he seized the opportunity to punch the guy in the face, but unfortunately he was no pushover and quickly defended himself. Zhu found an opening and landed a powerful punch to his stomach. He winces in pain, and seizing the opportunity, Zhu delivers a spinning kick to his face. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man clenches his fist. But before he could attack, Zhu kneed him in the back, forcing him to kneel. The scarred man was delighted, praising, I heard you were trained as a bodyguard from a young age. Impressive. The Jia Zeon and Zeon A were also shocked by the display of martial arts. The scarred man suddenly spoke cryptically. But this battle won't be so easy. Zhu is confused. What's going on? Suddenly, the sound of sharp metal echoes through the silent space. Zeon A is speechless, as drops of dark red blood fall onto the cold floor. Zhu stared in shock at the sudden wounds appearing on his body, as Scarface calmly sneered. Surprised. Did you think we'd fight with our bare hands? That's why people like you are so easy to defeat. He then ordered his subordinate to finish him off quickly, as they needed to move their base before the bodyguards arrived. The subordinate nodded, gripping his knife tightly. He slashed wildly at Zhu, who struggled to dodge the fatal blows. But he couldn't dodge them all, and Zhu helplessly raised his arm to defend himself, cursing his earlier wounds for hindering his movements. Just then, the scarred man threatened, knife in hand, that he should take good care of the lady over there as well. Zhu looks over in fear, and Jia Zeon is startled and terrified as the scarred man glares coldly at her. He shielded Jia Zeon, shouting, No! But the cold blade still hurtled towards them. Suddenly, blood splattered before Jia Zeon's eyes, and tears streamed down her face as she realized Zhu had taken the blow for her, collapsing in pain. The two call out to Zhu in worry, but he's too weak to respond, able only to grit his teeth in pain. The scarred man sighs at the hero saving the damsel scene, sneering at the foolishness of it all. He then ordered his men to leave Yuna alone and kill the other two, to which his henchmen readily agreed. But suddenly, a noise caught the scarred man's attention. Gazion and Zeon look over to see Yijin standing tall and aloof in the doorway, backlit by the club's interior, while outside his enemies lie defeated in pools of blood. Yijin's face was cold, his eyes emotionless as he stared straight ahead, past the two gang members guarding the entrance of a bar. Inside, a voice echoed, Boss, it seems this is related to the old Tiger clan. The henchman stood solemnly beside Chadusik, reporting, unaware of the trouble they were walking into. Chadusik calmly lit a cigarette, unsurprised, as they usually didn't need to read contracts before taking a job. Suddenly, his subordinate spoke up. Boss, he wondered, are you talking about those high schoolers? Why is that punk helping? Chadusik didn't understand. What? The subordinate clarified. Doesn't it worry you that the weaknesses of Kim Oil we collected are being exposed by that punk? Chadusik leaned back, looking helpless. What can I do? I'm not good enough to beat those club kids. We're the ones who strike first for revenge, so we can't take it out on them. His subordinate was still confused. But you're helping them. Chadusik frowned, then suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile, asking his subordinate what he should do since his sister was cornered. The subordinate, realizing he was out of line, could only quietly agree. Back with Yijin, Scarface glared coldly at him, as did Seokdu, and of course, both Da Seo and Seo Ah. Yijin's face remained expressionless as he calmly met their gazes. Scarface spoke first. Who's this punk? Zeon A was surprised, and Da Seon was so shocked she unconsciously called out, Brother. The scarred man clearly heard and, curious, asked, Brother? Before bursting into laughter as if he'd just heard the funniest thing. His eyes then filled with murderous intent as he sneered, Oh, so the brother came looking for his captured sister? How foolish. Yijin ignored him and turned to Zeon, asking, Yan, are you hurt anywhere? She didn't answer his question but cried out in fear, warning him to run because it was too dangerous. Jin calmly looked at her, while Xion silently blamed herself for putting them in danger. Thinking quickly, she tried to reason with Scarface. "Hey, isn't it enough that you've captured me? I'll go with you quietly, so let them go. I'll cooperate fully." But Scarface refused, sneering, "Why should I listen to you?" Xion couldn't answer, and Zeokju painfully clutched his wound, gazing at Jin. His cold expression is admirable. He shows no emotion even in this crisis. But anyway, Scarface loses patience and orders his men to attack, saying it's taking too long and to kill him first. The henchman pointed his blade at Jin, replying, "Yes," as Jin's eyes grew serious. As the henchman lunged, Jin blocked the attack, tilting his head to the side. He seized the hand holding the knife and, without hesitation, plunged the blade into the man's chest. Scarface grimaced, closely watching every development, while Xion looked on in utter shock. His eyes sharpened, but his voice remained gentle as he called out, "Xion." Xion stared at him in shock as he kindly told her, "Close your eyes." Xion immediately obeyed, tightly shutting her eyes. In that moment, Jin moved like a phantom, striking blow after blow in a flurry of motion, sending blood flying. The henchman, clutching his deeply slashed arm, collapsed to the ground in agony. His body covered in wounds, he screamed in agony. Xion was in utter shock, unable to believe what had just happened. But the sharp-eyed gangster has noticed. He's not just wielding a knife, he's severing tendons and muscles to control them. Scarface is equally shocked, questioning if he's really a bodyguard, as the girl called him brother. He didn't answer, only stared intently at the scarred man, who sensed something was wrong. Something was very wrong. He carefully observes Jin, then wonders, "For a kid, your knife skills, and even your eyes, are you really a bodyguard?" He remains silent, so Scarface dismisses it. "Whatever. Don't answer if you don't want to." Suddenly, he changed his stance, moving with lightning speed, declaring he would kill him now. He swung his blade at Jin's head, but he narrowly dodged it. He strikes repeatedly, but none of his blows land. Waiting for his chance, Jin blocks the scarred man's knife with one hand and stabs him with the other. Scarface sensed the danger and immediately retreated, but they quickly closed the gap again. Jin easily blocking the attack, his blade moving too fast to see. Suddenly, the scarred man's arm erupts in blood from the sharp cuts. He stares in disbelief as the dark red drops fall to the ground. How could this be? He clutched his arm, staring at him in disbelief. "Who are you?" Jin remained silent. Scarface tightened his grip on his knife, wondering if the kid was better with a blade than him, as Jin calmly readied his own. Scarface lunged, but Jin grabbed his wrist and slashed out a sharp cut. The wound immediately gushed blood, and he followed up by punching the scarred man in the mouth, sending him staggering backward in pain. Xion anxiously bites her lip until it bleeds as Scarface flies into a rage, veins bulging. "You!" Suddenly he pulls a gun from his side. Zeokju's eyes widen in terror as the scarred man points the cold barrel at Jin, yelling, "Die!" Suddenly, a knife sliced through the air, hitting the scarred man's shoulder with deadly accuracy. Jin moved like the wind, snatching the gun from his hand before delivering a devastating uppercut. He collapses backward, leaving Xion and Zeokju stunned as Jin suddenly turns to face them. The two were immediately intimidated by his cold gaze as Jin calmly stepped through the bloody battlefield. He looked at Xion, who still obediently kept her eyes closed, and gently reminded her, "You can open your eyes now." She obediently opened her eyelids, and the first thing she saw was Jin's gentle face. She couldn't help but be shocked. "Ijin!" Jin smiles gently, telling her that he's here to take her home, causing Xion to blush shyly. She stared into his eyes, noticing the dried blood beside them. Slowly, worried, she raised her hand. "You're bleeding." She gently touches his face, wondering, "It doesn't hurt?" Jin is caught off guard. "Huh?" He quickly smiled again, covering the blood with his hand to reassure her. "Yeah, it doesn't hurt." Xion couldn't help but shed tears as he stared in shock as she suddenly covered her face and cried. Stuttering, he asked, "Why are you crying? Are you hurt somewhere?" Xion witnessed everything, seeing a completely different, gentle side of him compared to when he was fighting. She felt a strange sensation as she sat in the waiting area of Central Hospital, where girls passing by commented on Jin's striking beauty. Suddenly, Jin's phone vibrated, and he curiously checked it. It was a message from Jae-Hyung. "Hey, Jin, why aren't you at school today?" He curtly replied that he was busy, Jae-hyung then started gossiping, asking if he knew what was going on. Why Ang-chan called me a bastard at the internet cafe. Hyuk-jin chimed in, saying he heard it too and wanted to curse him out. Jae-hyung dismisses them and Hyuk-jin quickly apologizes, saying he'll be more careful next time. Hyuk-jin disagreed, saying he should keep cursing at them, that they needed to be scolded to learn. But Jae-hyung didn't care and told them to move on. Ij-jin, you have to save us too. I only feel safe when you're around. He smiled as he read the short messages. He leaned his head back against the wall, his eyes fixed on what lay ahead. The mental health department. Last night, after the police had taken care of everything, the criminals were subdued and arrested, and Jia Zeon was being cared for by the doctors. Zeon urged Waijin to take Jia Zeon to the hospital so he could talk to them, but Waijin was confused. The hospital? Zeon explained that appearances can be deceiving, and after what she's been through, her mental state is likely fragile. He added that he knew Eon had been suffering because of Kim Ki-soo and Kim Hee-jin, and their punishment wouldn't magically make her okay. I-jin listened silently to Zeon, remembering every word to this day. So much had happened to her, and therapy would help. Jia Zeon emerged from the hospital room, looking relieved. Seeing Waijin, he asked if she'd been waiting long, then quickly added that he'd just finished up. He also wanted to know what the doctor said about her health. Jia Zeon smiles, saying there's nothing to worry about, but the doctor wants her to come in once a week, to which Waijin nods, then changes the subject to her brother, saying that aside from a few bruises and a head wound, he's fine. Hearing that, Jia Zeon breathed a sigh of relief, relieved. He turned to look at his sister with concern, remembering when she cried out to him, "Run, it's too dangerous here." But he quickly looked away, as what's done is done. Jia Zeon hesitated, wanting to say something. Yaijin turned back, startled and curious. Jia Zeon stammered, "Well..." Her brother smiled gently, listening to her. Jia Zeon thought better of it. "It's nothing," she told herself. "I can't ask." The doctor asked her last night if she was okay and not dizzy, while Jia Zeon overheard the police saying that Kid took down most of the kidnappers. The man was surprised, saying, "Really? I heard he's in the same class as Miss Jia Zeon?" Words that seemed to drain the color from her face. She wondered, how could he be such a good fighter? What was his life like before he came to Korea? Suddenly, Jia Zeon appeared from afar, waking her from her thoughts. "Yan," she said. Startled, Wyon replied, "Senior." Jia Zeon gently asked, "Are you finished? Did the consultation go well?" She's a little embarrassed, but answers, "Yes, the doctor told me you helped me get free treatment. You didn't have to do that." Jia Zeon is confused and says, "What are you talking about? It's because of me that you went through that." Jia Zeon quickly waves her hands, saying it's not her fault, but Jia Zeon still feels guilty and apologizes. The girl understandingly says, "Don't worry, you apologized yesterday, and you're a victim too." Waijin intently stares at the person before him, focusing on the bodyguard next to Jia Zeon. He maintained his naturally stern expression, and Waijin didn't react. Suddenly, Jia Zeon mentioned him, asking if Waijin had also been examined. He simply said, "Yeah." Jia Zeon then complained about her brother. At first he said he wouldn't get examined, but I told him if he didn't, I wouldn't either, and that's when he went. Jia Zeon seemed a little worried. "Really?" Suddenly remembering someone, Jia Zeon quickly asks, "Senior Zeok-ju is in this hospital too, right?" She replies, "That's right." Overjoyed, Jia Zeon suggests, "Appa, let's go visit him." Waijin remains silent and compliant as they enter Zeok-ju's hospital room, where Jia Zeon expresses his gratitude. "I was too panicked to greet you yesterday, I'm sorry." Zeok-ju, still dazed, replies, "Oh, it's okay." But Zeon, still worried, pressed him, asking if he was all right. Zeok-ju softly replied that he was feeling better. Meanwhile, Waijin glanced to the side, unnoticed. Zeon's bodyguard and she shared a similar look of concern. After a while, with Bert and the candy on the table, Jia Zeon gets up to leave, telling him to take care of himself and saying goodbye. Zeon says goodbye on behalf of everyone, then says, "Okay, go on," as the door closes and the footsteps fade away. The head bodyguard finally speaks. "Is that the boy you asked me to investigate? Is he involved in this with you?" Seok-ju replies, "Yes, Captain." The bodyguard muses, "Seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it." Zeon still doesn't understand what they're talking about. The bodyguard describes him, not strong, young, and yet able to take down so many people. Zeon, realizing it was Waijin, felt the same way. "I was also surprised, but if the captain says so, That means he's good, right? The bodyguard then solemnly admitted, "Miss, it's not just that he can take down so many people on his own." He recounts how Ijin secretly took down 10 men outside the hospital. No easy feat. And rather than killing them, he simply incapacitated them. Zeokju silently recalls and contemplates as the bodyguard continues, saying that the wounds of the 2 men in the warehouse speak volumes. There aren't many who can use a knife so skillfully in real combat. Furthermore, the 2 in the warehouse and the 4 outside were all discharged soldiers who had served overseas, so they were no pushovers. Judging from Zeokju's report and the injuries on the kidnappers, I can confidently say that this Ijin kid is a highly trained professional. Zeokju was shocked, and Zeon couldn't hide her surprise at the high praise. Meanwhile, the Ijin siblings had already walked quite a distance. Jia Zeon slowly began to speak, thanking Ijin, who smiled with curiosity. She said she hadn't had a chance to thank him yesterday, and that lately she's been saying that a lot, always being helped by others. Ijin denies his sister's words, saying he's the one who should be thankful. Zeon is confused, and Ijin softly replies that he seems to understand a little now. She listened, still dazed, as Jia Ijin recalled everything, how Jia Zeon had found him bleeding, and how these selfless people had worried more about him than their own safety. Seeing Ijin stable, Jia Zeon felt relieved, something he'd only come to realize since arriving here. He smiled lovingly at his sister, seemingly understanding something implicitly. Then Ijin's voice echoed with happiness, now understanding what family truly meant, as Team Leader 2 recounted everything that had happened. The kid had found the ambushers faster than expected, and wiped them all out before the police arrived. Hearing this, Jia sighed. That Zeokju is no ordinary person. How many times has this happened now? She frowned, annoyed. He should be on my side, not Yuna's. Damn it. The captain had more to report, saying there were rumors circulating, which piqued Jia's curiosity. He explained that while Zeokju was key, his classmate was the one who cleaned everything up, leaving Jia incredulous. Could anyone believe such a ridiculous story? But the captain's next words surprise her. Auntie also mentioned this. Jia is shocked. Auntie? Grandfather mentioned it? Could the rumors be true? Meanwhile, Ijin is hard at work, remembering his fight with the enemy. Every move inflicted agonizing pain on his opponents, leaving them either dead or crippled. Ijin was getting into his stride. Zazen's terrified face flashed in his mind, and Ijin froze. Just then, Zazen's voice called from outside the door. "Brother, come eat some fruit." The girl was sitting outside, munching on an apple, as Ijin came out of the room, putting on his shirt. He went to Zazen and asked, "Are you okay?" She smiles, saying she's perfectly fine, and how many times has he asked? Ijin is somewhat relieved and says, "Okay." Zazen looked at him and asked, "Appa, is something wrong?" Ijin paused, hesitant to answer. Seemingly understanding her brother's feelings, Zazen comforted him. "Don't worry about those things anymore. Are you thinking about the things you did that I saw? I'm not scared or disgusted by you at all. I know you only did it to protect me. And I'll never ask you about what you've been through." Zazen's emotions suddenly sink, confessing that she hid the bullying at school from her grandfather, and even from him. But she immediately put her smile back on, saying she understands there are some things he can't tell her. Ijin was silent once again, when Zazen's phone rang, interrupting them. She excused herself from her brother and answered the phone. "Hello, Yuna. Yes, I'm fine. I'm okay. Don't worry about me." Oh, wow. Ijin had no idea someone was talking about him. And he had to meet with Yuna, looking at her, hesitant to speak first as Yuna teased him. "Yes, brother?" Ijin asked, sitting down. "Why did you call me here?" "I called you here to apologize to you and Daewon for what happened." He reminded her that he had already apologized, but Yuna continued gently. "Even so, I wanted to say this to you directly, and I also told Do to apologize when he's feeling better. More than anything, I'm grateful you saved me." Ijin coldly states that he only came to save Daewon, not her, which visibly disappoints Yuna. "I know," she replies. "Still, you saved me, Do." Ijin, a bit annoyed by her hesitation, asks if that's all she called him there for. Yuna revealed honestly, "I won't have your background investigated anymore." Seeing the darkness in his eyes made her uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yuna sighed, admitting that she couldn't shake her suspicion after seeing his false records, explaining that growing up in her family left her with no choice but to be wary, especially after almost being cornered in the US. "Though I don't know why you needed a fake identity, I won't have you investigated." Ijin gets up to leave, saying if that's all, he'll be going. Yuna quickly stops him, saying, "Wait, does he have time now? Her grandfather wants to meet him." Ijin turns and replies, telling her grandfather not to trouble himself, as saving him was just an accident. Ayuna stares after him, captivated, as he says, "I live in the alley." Ijin spots a familiar face, one of Chazu Six's men, if he's not mistaken. He's bloodied and looks pathetic, but Ijin isn't sure. He approaches, asking if he is, but the man cuts him off. "You son of a bitch, this is all your fault." Ijin is completely lost. The underling continued to curse Ijin, saying his boss was targeted after the assemblyman incident, and now, because of him, they offended the Goseoang gang that day. Ijin's expression remained unchanged as he quietly formulated a plan. In a bar bathed in pink light, several men lay beaten on the floor as Choi Goseoang and his legion confronted Chazu Six. "Why don't you just surrender and admit your foolish actions? Goseoang, what are you trying to prove? Bringing all these goons just for me?" The pale-faced man with Goseoang sneered. "How dare you go against Congressman Kim and the other representatives and even defy the Goseoang gang?" Duxic narrowed his eyes. "Defy? I'm just teaching these punks to think before they act." Enraged, Choi Goseoang ordered his men to tear him apart. Duxic, still with some strength, dodges one, then delivers a powerful slap. The next one throws a wild punch but misses, falling flat on his face. His fate was a trip to the hospital, sent back to where he came from with grievous injuries. Duxic's eyes now gleam with ruthlessness and coldness. Goseoang clicks his tongue in annoyance, finding his underling's efforts insignificant. A club appears from behind and someone uses it to strike Duxic's back. Though it stings, he quickly retaliates with a loving punch. As one falls, another rises. They show no fear or panic. Duxic thinks, defending himself, "There are so many of them. Where did they all come from? Looks like today's my death anniversary." He chuckled, wondering if that kid would be able to protect his sister on his own. Outside, a guard stopped a motorcycle speeding into the area, yelling, "Hey you, who said you could park here?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he was kicked in the face. The others watched, annoyed, wondering what was happening. Ijin arrives, ready to unleash a flurry of devastating attacks. The guards, eager for a fight, curse his arrival. But the dog managed to keep up with his movements. Ijin landed a punch, sending him reeling, and the other guy was speechless with shock. And because he refused to run, he took Ijin's brutal kick, head on. He followed up with another kick to the head for good measure. Ijin breezed through the entrance, now radiating presence and power. The scene inside a stark contrast of bright pink and thick metallic blood. Ijin, unfazed, remained silent until a voice from behind caught his attention. "Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? Get out, you dog. Do you even know where you are?" Ijin remained silent as Ben approached, threatening him. "Is this guy crazy? I told you to get out." Indeed, he was the one who had to leave, but in a shocking and painful way. Ben collapsed, and after a 5-second pause, Ijin stared coldly at the others. With limited time, they quickly recover and call for backup, trying to capture him, but Ijin is forced to deal with them one by one. As the second falls, the third steps up and Ijin grazes his arm before slamming an elbow into his face. As the third course was served, the next challengers hesitated slightly, using bats that missed, only to be met with Ijin's knee to the face. No sooner had he fallen than Ijin ruthlessly assaulted his face, and the last one tried to run. But no. In the blink of an eye, Ijin was gone, leaving the man to gasp for air and brace himself for the brutal impact. His body is thrown back, and just like that, the second gate is cleared. Dusick is exhausted and panting, but he's already beaten more than half of the gang to a pulp. Goseo thought in horror. "Dusick's father, I can't believe you can do this alone. If we let you be, it'll be a huge problem." White Mask was also very dissatisfied. If Dusick's father had allies, they would surely lose. Luckily, he just wants to live in peace and not build up his power. Goseo's men haven't decreased much, making it hard for Dusick to rest. His speed is affected, but these scratches are no problem. Dusick can still knock out a few, but he can't control the numbers. In a moment of carelessness, he was sucker-punched, and though Dusick retaliated, he seemed to be running out of steam. Goseo, not wanting to take too many losses, offered a deal. "Dusick, we know you're strong, but you're at your limit. Why not give up? We'll treat you well." Dusick spat blood and cursed, "Shut your mouths! Why should I stop? Come on, all of you." Goseo and his men were speechless at the man's stubbornness. Even some of the underlings were shocked and wary as a commotion erupted outside. The sound of many voices rising at once. "Who is this dog? Stop him!" Goseo asked, furrowing his brow. "What's all the commotion?" In the dim light, no one could be seen. But in the blink of an eye, a tall figure appeared. Yijin had arrived, bypassing all obstacles. Seeing his disheveled state, the Goseo gang barked, "Who is this punk?" Dusuk's eyes widened as he recognized Yi Jin. "Zhao, what are you doing here?" Yen replied simply, "I'm returning the motorcycle." Dusuk was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on, while the pale-faced man guessed their connection, saying, "You two must know each other." Two lackeys volunteered to take care of Yi Jin. Dusuk warned them, saying they shouldn't touch him, but it was too late. "He knows you, and he came all the way here. We can't let him leave." "What are you even saying?" The pale-faced thug didn't understand what he was saying. "What do you mean?" Dusuk replied, "He's the one who won't let you leave." As he finished speaking, the screams of his men filled his ears. Some bleed profusely, others suffer broken legs, and still others are kicked in the head, as one tries to sneak an attack. Yi Jin deftly grabs his arm, then delivers a strike so swift he'll run home to Mama without realizing what happened. Bodies fell amidst the blood, but none of it was Yi Jin's. Goseong was stunned, and Dusuk smirked. Only fools would attack him. I'll say it now, but I can't mess with that guy either. Yi Jin stood there without a scratch, showing no signs of exhaustion, and the Gosei crew took a step back. But the Gosei boss refused to believe he was losing, screaming orders to kill the punk. Subordinates have to listen to their superiors, even if they knew this was going too far. The first shot realigns his nose, teeth, and face. The second shot seems to hurt even more than a beating. Gosei stood outside, relentlessly berating them. "Focus. How can you be losing to one kid?" But then he caught sight of an equally terrifying figure. Dusuk, clutching the statue, stares at Gosei and asks if he's forgotten someone, as he's used as a shield. Outside, the bar is bathed in pink, but inside, chaos and pain reign for the wicked. Dusuk, numb and defeated, collapses to the ground as footsteps approach. Looking up, he surveys the battlefield Yi Jin created, and can only describe him with one word: monster. He turns and says, "I've already paid my debt." Dusuk is still trying to process it all. Then he suddenly remembers the debt, thinking, "Don't tell me he doesn't forget to ask about Gashon. Hey, how's your sister?" Yi Jin replies that he was able to save her in time, thanks to him. At the hospital, Hihai wakes up in a panic. He panted, catching his breath, and Hihai glanced at the next bed over, where Dusuk was looking at him with a judging eye. Hihai was startled. "Boss," Dusuk replied, "I heard you. Stop calling me that." But he couldn't help but be curious. "Why are you here, boss?" Dusuk casually replies, "Why what? I took a cab here because I was injured." Ongzioc was stunned. "Was it the Gojong and Sangsu gangs that brought you here, boss?" Dusuk was losing patience. "I've already taken care of it." His underlings were confused, but Dusuk snapped, "Are you kidding me?" Hyongseok continued, "It's embarrassing getting beat up like this." He was speechless, then lamented, "I'm so bruised up, so this is over, right?" Dusuk, no longer bothering to berate the blabbermouth before him, simply asked, "I heard you went looking for him and called for backup." High racked his brain. "Which kid? The high schooler?" Dusuk confirmed. "Yeah." He vaguely recounted, "I was on my way to the store when I was attacked. I was just acting, so I didn't see anything, but I still got beat up. After that, all I remember is being knocked out by some baby-faced punk and waking up in the hospital." Dusuk began to explain. "Bango Sung and Sangsu brought so many guys I thought I was a goner. Then this kid showed up and took them all down in the blink of an eye. He told me he'd paid me back and just walked away." Haeyong Seok's eyes lit up. "That's so cool." Dusuk smiled in agreement. "Yeah, that's all I could think at the time." The underlings were incredibly curious. "Just who is this monster kid?" Dusuk narrowed his eyes. "It was just a normal high school kid." A ball flew toward Haijin, who carefully tracked it and caught it cleanly, but the referee called a foul handball, irritating the soccer players. Jae Ha-young and Ha-young Seok tease him, asking why he's catching the ball like a goalie. Haijin realizes his mistake and apologizes, saying it was an accident. During the break, someone calls out to Haijin, inviting him to hang out after school since Yang Chan will be busy with extra classes tomorrow and the day after. Haijin smiled back at his friends, telling them to head to the internet cafe first, and he'd be there after taking his sister home. The other three looked at him blankly, and Haijin quickly explained that she hadn't been feeling well lately. Haijin quickly put on a smile and said, "Okay, we'll save you a spot, near Jae Ha-young's class." The girl was lost in thought, wondering what to eat tonight. Kimchi stew? He seems to like it, but he's not good with spicy food. Maybe soybean stew instead. But the voices of the female students woke her up. "It's Haijin. He's so handsome. Why is he so handsome? Unlike my brother, unlike my younger brother. Then a few people came up to her and asked, Hey Haiyang, does your brother have a girlfriend? 4 hopeful eyes stared at her, and Jae Haiyang could only answer, Not yet. The 2 girls rejoiced, and Jae Haiyang offered a gentle smile. On the way home, she thought to herself, He's really popular. She couldn't remember when her classmates started talking about her brother, and even Jae Haiyang had asked her twice if he had a girlfriend. Why doesn't he have one? Doesn't he like anyone? It seems like a lot of people have confessed to him. Speak of the devil, here's Hai-jin and your sister. Jae Haiyang looked up to see her brother and his entourage. Startled, she greeted them. Hello, everyone. Jae Haiyang waved back. Hi. They decided to head over first to reserve the machines, telling Hai-jin they'd go ahead and come back after she dropped her sister off. Jae Haiyang asked if he was going out with friends, and Hai-jin admitted he was, but only after going home first. She looked at him, surprised, asking if it was because of her, but Hai-jin said no, he'd just forgotten something at home. Jae Haiyang thinks her brother is just worried about her, but she says she's fine, especially since it's still light out. Hai-jin insists he really did forget something at home. Jae Haiyang's expression darkens, and she says he doesn't need to do this. You even refused to let Jae Haiyang's bodyguard follow you. If you do that, you can hardly live a normal, comfortable life. Hai-jin seems to understand his sister's point and agrees to do as she says, but asks if they can still go home together sometimes. Jae Haiyang pouts, saying he worries too much. He honestly replies that it's not just worry, he just wants to go to school and come home with her. Jae Haiyang agreed, and as they walked, Hai-jin suddenly stopped. Jae Haye and squad leader number 2 were there, and she greeted him with a smile. But Hai-jin's expression was unwelcoming, and Jae Haye was curious, asking who it was. It was then that Jae Haye noticed her, saying, You're that girl, aren't you? The one who got cornered because of Jae Haiyang. Jae Haiyang asks who she is, and Jae Haiyang answers that she's Jae Haiyang's cousin. I wanted to thank you for saving Jae Haiyang and treat you to a meal as thanks. Are you free? Hai-jin answers for her sister, saying it's not necessary and that Jae Haiyang already thanked her, so there's no need for a separate thank you. Jae Hai is a little scared, but then says she has another favor to ask. She assures Hai-jin that it's nothing bad, but Hai-jin coldly ignores her, saying she doesn't care. He didn't turn back, but Jae Hai was a little embarrassed, bowing in his place as a farewell. Jae Haiyang looked at them, confused. Team leader Hai asks if he should take him somewhere, but she refuses, watching Hai-jin walk away. Jae Hai smiles wryly, thinking that the kid is definitely hiding something after seeing his face at the internet cafe. Haiyang-chan tells his 2 friends that he's going to the restroom, and Hai-jin replies that they'll pause the game. He hurried down the hallway and bumped into a man, who glared at him and barked, Watch where you're going! The frightened boy quickly wipes the man's coat. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, sir. The man raises his hand, ready to strike. Oh, you little punk. You bumped into my shoulder and think an apology is enough? From afar, Jae Haiyang spoke up. Bumped into your shoulder. Haiyang-chan trembled as he called out, Jae Haiyang, who mocked the man, making a big deal out of a little bump. Jae Haiyang then took a lollipop out of his mouth. Acting tough, he asked if they looked like easy targets. The man hesitated, growing more flustered under the gaze. Jae Haiyang cursed, What are you looking at? The man flinched, then wisely chose to leave. Jae Haiyang sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding exposure as a paper tiger, then turned to Haiyang-chan. He tells him to leave before Haiyang-chan gets annoyed, to which Haiyang-chan replies in surprise, Okay. Following Jae Haiyang back, he thought to himself, I can't believe he helped me. Haiyang-chan, seeing them return, asked, Did you 2 go to the bathroom? What took you so long? Jae Haiyang replies that some mutt wanted to beat up Yang-chan. Yang-chan asks who, and Jae Haiyang says it was some punk in a Vuchuk uniform. Haiyang-chan, concerned, asked if he was all right. He nodded, saying Jae Haiyang helped him, so nothing happened. Oh, really? Paper Tiger urges his 2 friends to keep playing the game. Come on in. Little did they know, at the Netmarja Internet Cafe. Before the employee could finish her greeting, countless burly men had already entered. As Hyuk-jin and his friends were panicking, the bullies sneered, We've been waiting for you. Hyuk-jin then noticed the solo student from before had returned with his gang of thugs. He coldly told them, Come outside with us. Hyuk-jin felt a sense of foreboding, and Jae Haiyang shared the same sentiment, while Yang-chan was pale with fear outside the internet cafe. He trembled, thinking, What do we do now? This is all my fault. The thug sneered. I was wondering who was backing you dogs to act so brave. And didn't you guys have another one with you? Today we're sending you to meet your ancestors. Jae Haiyang retorted, You were pissing your pants when you were alone, but now you're loud with a whole pack. So, you were making a strategic retreat earlier, El Mao? You wanted to see who was backing me up, I get it. The school bully was ready to throw punches and insults, but Jae-hyuk avoided the blow and even stroked his cheek. He clutches his jaw, unsure if the council can handle the three of them now. Yang-chan feels incredibly guilty. It's his fault, if only he'd been more careful. As if telepathic, Jae-hyung suddenly reassured him, "Hey, Yang-chan, don't make that face. You're not the one at fault, it's these bastards." Yang-chan calls out his name, touched, but Hyuk-jin breaks the mood, pointing out that Jae-hyung is repeating Hyuk-jin's old line. Jae-hyung sheepishly admits he just said it without thinking, because Hyuk-jin looked so cool back then. Hyuk-jin mocked him, "No thought? Spare me. Sounds like you practiced that line over and over." Jae-hyung cursed, ignoring the Gochuk High students. "The hell I did." So they've had enough and decide to charge in together, yelling, "Are you messing with us?" Jae-hyung gets serious, kicking one approaching thug in the gut, but another tries to sucker punch him and fails. He cradles his strawberry blonde friend, courtesy of Jae-hyung's thunderous punch, as Yang-chan panics, unsure what to do, never having fought before. Hyuk-jin swiftly takes down a few opponents, reminding his timid friend, "Hey, Yang-chan, just stay behind us." Hearing that, Yang-chan grew even more afraid. Jae-hyung continued, saying that even though he had a higher rank in the game, these guys were better at fighting. Yang-chan froze, thinking, "You want me to stand back and watch you fight for me? These thugs seem tireless, and our two tough guys are getting worn out. How could Hyuk-jin take them down with one punch? They're like zombies, just getting back up." Jae-hyung is caught off guard and clutches his stomach in pain. As his attacker moves in, Headscrub suddenly intervenes. Jae-hyung is shocked as Yang-chan struggles to push back the gang, who angrily shouts, and Jae-hyung's leg swings out. Yang-chan, tears welling, watches as Jae-hyung strikes the thug square in the face. Jae-hyung seems recovered, and their eyes meet as he stares at the bloody mess on the ground. Hyuk-jin taunts from behind, "Do you need Yang-chan's help?" Jae-hyung, provoked, retorts, "I was just retreating a little." "Damn, Hyuk-jin still not letting up, huh? So you made a strategic retreat too?" Jae-hyung yells, "Shut up!" Yang-chan slowly sat up when he suddenly heard, "Hey, are you okay?" He smiled and replied, "Sorry, it's because of me." Jae-hyung complained, "You apologize too much." Yang-chan stammered, saying it wasn't his fault. Jae-hyuk impersonated Hyuk-jin and acted cool. Hyuk-jin approached from afar, looking at his phone with a puzzled expression, wondering where everyone was and why they weren't answering. His friends called out to him. It was Hyuk-jin. Jae-hyung bragged about their victory. "You're too late, buddy. You missed out on all the fun. The tech guys from Gosuk came to cause trouble, and we beat them up." Hyuk-jin wasn't too surprised, and Yang-chan avoided the subject, saying, "Let's go." Jae-hyung couldn't help but complain. "God, that was crazy. You don't know, those Gosuk guys hit really hard, but they still couldn't beat us." As they walked through the school, they stopped dead in their tracks, finding a group of people lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Jae-hyuk recognized them. They were from the tech school. Why were they beaten and left here? Ijin explained that he ran into them while looking for the others, and they attacked him as soon as they saw his uniform, so the three guys avoided looking at him, speechless. After that beatdown, the group gathered together, and while Hyuk-jin and Lee Jae-hyuk were complaining about being hungry, he looked at Park Hyuk-chan and asked if this was his. Surprised, Hyuk-chan hesitated before confirming, but Hyuk-jin didn't pay any attention and said that he always ate that kind. As the two were talking, Jae-hyuk suddenly exclaimed that they'd forgotten drinks, and Hyuk-chan quickly volunteered to go get them, but Jae-hyuk cut him off, saying he was already up and would go instead. Hyuk-jin suddenly laughed. "Those goons were hilarious. They thought we were easy targets, but they got wrecked." Jae-hyuk, who had just returned, chimed in, "They put on such a show, too. I bet they won't dare show their faces again after this." As the others chatted, Hyuk-jin stared intently at his rice ball, while Jae-hyuk began unwrapping his, catching Hyuk-jin's eye. Hyuk-jin watched him demonstrate, finally understanding. He quickly followed suit, marveling at the perfect rice ball before him. As he was about to eat, Hyuk-jin suddenly remembered something. Why were they fighting? Jae-hyuk sullenly recounted how some punk tried to start a fight with Yu Jung-chan in the hallway. Hearing this, he turned to Han and asked if he was okay. Yu Jung-chan chuckled and replied that he was fine. Jae-hyuk had taken care of it. Jae-hyuk, sitting across from him, added, "Yu Jung-chan, if something like that happens again, don't be afraid." Yu Jung-chan was taken aback, and Jae-hyuk continued. You saw me, right? Jae-hyuk coldly reminded him that his attitude was key. If he showed fear, they'd only push harder. Hyuk-jin nodded in agreement, saying that if he didn't stand up for himself, they'd keep coming. Catching everyone's attention, Wi Jung-chan hesitated. But what if they hit me? Jae-hyuk, speechless, muttered, You think they won't if you're scared? They're all in it together. Wi Jung-chan quietly added, Maybe they'll hit me even harder. Jae-hyuk gritted his teeth, saying that if he remained silent and got hit less, they'd see him as weak and he'd suffer even more later on. Hyuk-jin, sitting next to him, added that from his experience, retaliating once would save a lot of trouble later. They only target those who are afraid to speak up from the start. It's not always like that, but Yu Jung-chan grew even more despondent as he heard, The important thing is not to be afraid and to fight back. Eui Jung-chan, I saw it earlier. If you try, you can do it. Meanwhile, Yoi-jin seemed lost in thought. Before him he sees a bowl of cold noodles and a stale piece of bread. Yui-jin from the past slowly carries his meal back to his seat. Just then, a commotion nearby caught his attention. A group of thugs were aggressively stealing food from someone who looked weaker. As he stood there, stunned, the ringleader approached and demanded his food, but all Yui-jin could hear were muffled voices and see the man's dark face. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and moments later the soldiers were rushing toward them. The remaining soldiers in the camp were pale with fear, the ground littered with spilled bowls and blood. Yui-jin clenches the blood-soaked rock in his hand, his face smeared with crimson. With just a rock, he made them all fear him. The leader stared at the bloody scene, speechless with terror. He was struck by Yui-jin's lifeless, blood-soaked face, and snapping out of his hazy past, he turned to Yui-jin with a meaningful look. At this moment, his hands clenched tightly on his knees, and Yui-jin hesitantly confessed, To be honest, I hate you guys. Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin, heads down eating, were stunned by this revelation. Before their bewildered eyes, Yui-jin continued, stammering, You guys bully the other students and me too. Upon hearing this, Jae-hyung frowned and retorted, Hey, when did we bully them? We were just playing around. This only made Yui-jin more tense. Hyuk-jin added, Yeah, we never beat anyone up or bullied them. There are worse people out there like Kisu. Compared to them, we're nothing. Seeing them still trying to justify their actions, Yui-jin shouts that their mean words and dirty tricks are bullying to people like him. And his outburst immediately shocks the other two into silence. After he was done, Yui-jin's voice trailed off, and no matter how fun you think it is, it's still bullying, and I hate you for doing it without thinking. Sensing the tense atmosphere, he quickly forces a smile, saying, Well, you told me to speak my mind, but his attitude only made their faces pale. Hyuk-jin was silent for a long time before speaking. This is the first time someone has said that to me. So I didn't know what to say. We just thought we were playing harmless games. I never thought about it. Jae-hyuk also mumbled, I'm the same. We even told each other that we were much better than the others. Seeing that they understood, Yui-jin smiled gently and said, After spending time with you and seeing how you treated me, I realized that you didn't even realize you were bullying your friends. You said it yourselves. You didn't steal money, bully anyone, or actually beat anyone up. Jae-hyuk hesitantly spoke up. Sorry. Hyuk-jin chimed in, adding his apology, knowing it might not change anything, but it was all he could offer. And Yui-jin took it all in. Contrary to the heavy atmosphere, Yui-jin was focused on opening his rice ball, but it slipped from his grasp and fell flat on the ground. In an instant, Yui-jin's expression became more peculiar than ever, drawing the attention of the other three. Immediately, voices rose in protest. Hey, what are you doing? Don't eat that! The scene shifts to SVCAP headquarters, where Shinji Hyuk is in his office, occupied with something. Just then, a flustered voice calls out from outside. Milady, please wait a moment. Soon, Shinji Hyuk, looking displeased, burst through the door. Ji-ye smiled faintly and asked, Oh, what are you doing here? Before Ji-eun could finish, she was cut off. Sister, she exclaimed, surprised. Oh my, you just showed up out of nowhere, and now this. Ji-eun angrily asks how she heard that she was investigating Yui-jin, but Ji-ye, already knowing, asks what she means, since she was investigating him for being suspicious. Ji-eun retorts, frustrated. I looked into it a little, but I promised I wouldn't anymore, so stop it now. Hearing this, her expression darkens. Do you not know how people like us survive? Have you forgotten what happened to you? Ji-eun tries to respond, but before she can finish, Ji-ye cuts her off, saying that just because he saved her doesn't mean he's trustworthy. Does she have someone in her class faking their entire past that she claims not to be investigating? These words drain the color from Ji-yoon's face, and the captain of Team 2 speaks up saying, I understand how you feel, Miss Ji-yoon, but even the school has to investigate. Because the information he sent to the school attended by the SV group's descendants was all fake. Seeing Ji-yoon remain silent, Team 3 leader behind her sighed. At that moment, Ji-ye laughed and said, Actually, I'm very happy you came here. I'm sure a call is coming soon. Hearing this, Ji-yoon asked, confused, Why? The captain of Team 2 immediately responded, It took a long time to find information on Yu Jin, but we contacted higher-ups to investigate. Ji-ye chuckled, asking, Ji-yoon, aren't you curious? Seeing her stern face, she continued, About who that guy really is. Yoon pondered for a moment, then replied, No, not at all. In her mind, she thought, Jin saved my life, and that's enough. Ji-ye frowned, displeased by her composure, but the tense atmosphere was broken by a sudden ringing phone. Hearing this, Ji-ye confidently smiled and said, Let's listen together. She immediately answered the phone. This is Shin Ji-ye, and the other end replied, We're calling with the information you requested. Ji-yoon froze, stricken with worry, as Ji-ye smirked with satisfaction. Finally, we know who he is. She continued, Yes, but this is harder than I thought, so... However, the person on the other end cut her off, leaving Ji-ye pale and confused. The order from above is that SV Cap must immediately cease its investigation into Ijin. The captains of Team 2 and Team 3 were stunned by this order, and Ji-ye roared in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Let him go? However, the voice on the other end cut her off, citing the relationship between the government and SV Cap, saying that they couldn't interfere with him. The same voice echoed from the phone, now resolute. After being separated from his family in the plane crash, he only wants to be reunited with his loved ones. The next day at Green High School, Ji-yoon and Gu Seok-ju walked side by side into the classroom. Seeing this, Hyuk-jin thought to himself, She's finally back in school. While Ji-hyung muttered, She only comes after class is over. It seems Ji-yoon has noticed their stares, and when Yi-eun-chan suddenly meets her eyes, he wonders why she's looking at him, while Ji-hyung continues his story about their fight yesterday. Just then, Ji-yeon suddenly approached and asked if Yi-jin wasn't at school today, startling Yi-eun-chan. Huh? Yi-jin? He stammered, turning to the empty seat beside him. He was just here. Where'd he go? Ji-hyung calmly explained. The teacher called him, so he left. She dejectedly asked, Oh, really? With that, both Ji-yoons returned to their seats when suddenly Seok-ju announced on his phone that the chairman had arrived at the school. Hearing this, Ji-yeon asked in surprise, Chairman Ji, he's here? She paused, lost in thought. Why didn't he say anything to me? What's he doing here? Is he here to see Yi-jin? Meanwhile, across the hall in the teacher's office, Shin In-guk sat up straight and sternly said, I'm here to thank you in person for refusing to meet with me and for saving Ji-yoon. Yi-jin replied, It was nothing. I was just saving my sister, and Shin Ji-yoon happened to be there. He chuckled softly, continuing, I've heard about that too, but in the end you saved Ji-yoon, and I apologize for involving your sister. But Yi-jin coldly replied, Ji-yoon already apologized for that, so you don't need to worry. This attitude and these words caused In-guk to raise his eyebrows in displeasure. Yi-jin turned to leave, saying, If that's all, I'll be going. At that moment, In-guk proposed, Could you be Ji-yoon's bodyguard? Hearing this, Yi-jin immediately stopped and replied, That job isn't for a normal high school student like me. As if hearing something funny, In-guk laughed mockingly. Can a normal high school student take down Ji-yoon's kidnapper and the foreign special forces? He frowned, puzzled. SV Cap already has an escort team. The man shrugged. They can't come to school like you can. In-guk continued. I'm fine, but Ji-yoon can't live a normal life with an escort team following her. These words gave him pause. Seeing he didn't respond, In-guk continued. And Suk-do resigned from the bodyguard team a few days ago, saying he no longer had the right to be a bodyguard, so we thought of you. But Yi-jin didn't agree and turned to leave. I don't think I can. In-guk was clearly displeased by the repeated rejections, and after a moment he said, Ji-yoon isn't the only reason I'm here. His hand gripping the doorknob froze as In-guk's calm voice echoed, I'm here to thank you for what happened the other day. These words darkened Yi-jin's expression, as if recalling something unpleasant. Then, Yi-jin immediately turned to face In-guk. He smiled faintly and said, Finally, I have the chance to thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to be with my son one last time. Yijin was surprised to be thanked, but he didn't show it. He turned and replied that it was just a mission, but Inguk added that no one else dared to take it because they said it was too crazy. Yijin paused to listen to his confession, that thanks to him he was able to reunite with his son, who always mentioned him. At that moment, a hint of affection crept into Inguk's stern voice as he said, "She's always wondered why you became a mercenary. She made me investigate, but I couldn't find you. I never imagined we'd meet like this." Seon is his daughter. These words take him back 3 years, the man's voice echoing in his ears. "I have a daughter your age." Remembering this, Yijin's brow furrows. He then slowly spoke. "I can't be a real bodyguard, but I'll help if something happens." This decision made Inguk pause for a long time, then he smiled kindly. "That's more than enough." Inguk then remembers something and asks Yujin, since he's here, what he thinks of the SV-Cap security team. They've become too complacent even as SV-Cap grows more dangerous. Inguk paused, then chuckled, asking, "So, I want your opinion of them, not for free, of course. This is an official assignment." Faced with the fake fox before him, Yujin could only sigh in boredom. Returning to the classroom, Yujin slowly pushed open the door with a cold expression. As soon as she saw him, Seowa rushed to greet him, but he ignored her and walked to his seat as the teacher said, "Now, let's begin class. Open your textbooks." Meanwhile, everyone else diligently took notes, but Yujin stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. Inguk's words echoed in his mind. "Thanks to you, I saw my son one last time." He pondered heavily. So he's dead? The scene flashes back to the past, where Yijin, face concealed, stands guard. Meanwhile, the SV-Cap group was dividing up their meals when a gentle voice rang out, "You're so young to be a mercenary." These words made him pause, filled with doubt. The man quickly approached, asking, "I can't tell how old you are with your face covered like that. Are you a member?" But Yijin didn't respond, immediately covering his face from the man's surprised gaze. The man simply chuckled, offering a tray of nutritious food, saying, "Don't eat that. Have this instead." This unexpected kindness confuses Yijin. He smiles gently, explaining that at his age he needs to eat well. As evening approached, whispers arose. This client must be loaded. The two soldiers chatted animatedly as they ate, mentioning road construction and school building. The medical facility in the town we're escorting them to. They're building that too? That's a lot. There's no return on investment in that town. Though he doesn't care, their conversations reach him. They're just there to help, like volunteers, but those people in that town are grown. Yijin overheard their chatter, thinking that wasting money like that would be better spent on him. Another day came, and the man approached Yijin as he stood guard. He gave a gentle smile and offered him some chocolate, but Yijin only turned away coldly. Then came the nights he had to stand guard, and the man would arrive with food, or on days of heavy rain he would rush to his side with an umbrella. After days of relentless care, the day of departure finally arrives, and the man sadly says, "I heard you're going on another mission? Damn, I don't want to be away from you at all." Seeing him silent and focused on packing, the man chuckled and promised, "Visit me when you have time. I'll be here for about a month." These words made him pause for a moment. At that moment, a bag was placed beside him, and the man's deep voice spoke again. "I've packed some food and medicine." Unable to resist, Yijin asks why he's being given these things, causing the man to stare back in astonishment. He excitedly continued, "You can speak Korean? Why were you pretending not to understand me? You just stood there whether I spoke English or the local dialect." Yijin only responded with a tired and cold gaze. But the man paused for a moment, then chuckled. "You ask why I'm giving you these things?" As he spoke, a look of pure joy washed over the man's face. "I have a daughter your age," he said softly. "You remind me of her, so I couldn't leave you." Time passed, and on the smoke-filled battlefield a voice boomed, "Hey, Jin, did you hear? The volunteer squad you escorted? The town's been taken by rebel forces." Yujin is shocked, listening with wide eyes as he continues. "It seems they planned to invade right after we finished, and most of the volunteers were killed." Memories long forgotten suddenly flood his mind when Zeon's voice breaks through. "Yijin, are you free?" Looking at the familiar face before him, he pauses for a moment before the scene shifts to the break room. Seo Kyung apologizes. "I'm sorry for doubting you, and I'm sorry for apologizing so late. I really wanted to apologize to you in person. Like this." Yujin coldly replies, "I understand your position, so there's no need to apologize. You're just doing your job." His composure leaves Seo Ayul in silence for a long moment. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Zeon hesitantly speaks. I know you'll refuse, but Mr. SEO told me to invite you, so I'll just say it. Before she can finish, he calmly replies, I understand. Zeon's eyes widened in shock and confusion, while on the other side, Ji seethed with rage. She raised her eyebrows, annoyed. Who is that guy that they can't even tell us about? Just then, the leader of Team 2 approached, announcing, Director, that student has come to see you. This left Jay utterly confused, but the scene shifts to outside the SV Cappy building, where the lights are still on in the men's locker room. Ijin coldly changes into a SV Cap uniform, and Seokju watches, raising an eyebrow in confusion, wondering what's going on. But he simply zipped up his uniform, offering no reply, as a list of bodyguards was presented before him. He chuckled, saying he just needed to stay with the bodyguards and chat with them for a few days. Inguk added that he'd already spoken to them, so there wouldn't be any problems. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ijin declared that he wanted to know what it was like to be a bodyguard, piquing Seoo's curiosity even further. Was he interested in becoming one? As if remembering something, he turned back and asked, Aren't you supposed to be training? He quickly replied, Today is the basic training day for Team 2. I'm on Team 3. Seok-du paused. Team 3 is in charge of protecting John A., and Team 2 is in charge of protecting Director Shinji-ye and her parents. Ijin simply stared at him as the scene shifted to a packed arena where the bodyguards listened intently. This student will be with us for a few days. He continued. He's in the same class as Gao Shuk-ju from Team 3 and is interested in being a bodyguard, so the chairman allowed him to experience it with our team. Please treat him well. At that moment, someone raised their hand and asked, Captain, is this the student who solved the recent case with Gao Shuk-ju? The captain immediately nodded. Indeed. This acknowledgement heightened the tension among the group. That kid? At that moment, Ijin slowly introduced himself. My name is Yu Ijin. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Then came the team's training time. Standing on the upper floor, Zeon A asked, puzzled, he wants to experience being a bodyguard? Shuk-ju hesitated. I heard that's the case. Hearing this, she frowned. I didn't know he was interested in this. Then Zeon A quickly said, No, it might suit him. At that moment, she could only see Ijin's figure among the crowd, until her eyes suddenly met someone else's. At the entrance, Ji and the leader of Squad 2 were slowly making their way inside, a sight that filled her with unease. Why was she here? Meanwhile, Jai smiles alluringly as she looks around, spotting Ijin in the distance, leading the bodyguards as they sprint around the grounds. The captain, still panting, marveled at Ijin's performance. Should he push himself even harder? Suspicious, he declares he's speeding up to keep formation, and the group echoes his command. A while later, back in the training yard, the group was panting, faces flushed. The captain's eyes suddenly darted toward Ijin. Seeing him standing there calmly, he thought in astonishment, that kid, everyone else is about to collapse. Seeing Ijin only sweating made him suspicious. He's keeping up with me, and it looks like he still has energy to keep going. Without a second thought, the captain moved on to the next event, pole climbing, and while everyone else struggled, Ijin swiftly scaled to the top. Zeon marvels at Ijin's skill while another speculates that he's a monster, and Ijin notes that he seems to surpass Squad 2, much to their captain's chagrin. Under everyone's monstrous gazes, he calmly wipes the sweat from his face. The captain is speechless, wondering what's wrong with this guy, where he trained, and how he can be so good. The captain felt the impending doom, turning pale, realizing they were about to get a serious scolding from the director. Then, a shadowy figure spoke up, suggesting they heard he played a big role in rescuing Miss Zeona, so they wanted to test his skills. The captain raised an eyebrow. You want to fight that high schooler? He scoffed. Have you lost your mind? The man who'd raised his hand stammered. Strange. But he suddenly glances back in surprise. It's Ijin. Zeon, watching from above, is equally astonished, while Ji-yi and Team 2 captain observe in silence. Ijin coldly declares he doesn't mind, and the arena falls silent. The captain, annoyed, clicks his tongue and finally says they should put on protective gear. Now that he's wearing protective gear, his head and hands are carefully guarded. Across from him, the other man cracks his knuckles, ready to fight. Upstairs, Zeon quietly asks if he'll be okay, to which Seok-du calmly replies that he doesn't know, as these guys are highly skilled. Meanwhile, Team 3 captain thought to himself, most of SVK's security force are recruited from special forces. I wonder how long that kid will last. Ji-yi chuckled. Surely they won't lose to a high schooler, right? Zeon heard the kid is good. Where did he train? The captain of Team 2 scoffed, saying no matter where he trained, he's no match for their team, who all received special training before coming to SVK. The captain in the middle laid down the rules. Don't go too hard, got it? Then turning to the men, he added, especially you. He smirked. Yes, Captain. Don't worry. Faced with such blatant provocation, he simply glanced indifferently as the highbrow captain prepared to fight. He continued to provoke him. Hey, high schooler, be careful. I'm different from the guys you've taken down. Ijin ignored him and took a fighting stance. As soon as the signal was given, the guy charged straight at Ijin, throwing a deadly punch that he swiftly dodged. Reluctant to give up, he throws another punch, prompting an irritated Zeon to remark about his unsportsmanlike conduct. On the arena floor, the man continues to throw punches at Ijin, who retaliates with a swift leg hook. The sudden pain turns his face pale, and Ijin seizes the moment to punch him square in the face. But the guy quickly raised his arms to defend himself, roaring, "You think that's all you've got?" Before he could lower his arms, Ijin stopped him, immediately following up with a blow to the chin. This decisive move shocks the two Zeon members, and even the 3rd Division captain is stunned. He struck the unprotected face, and the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his face in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Ijin grabs his head, preparing a knee strike, and then delivers a brutal blow to the face. He immediately collapsed, a sight that filled Jai's teammates with disbelief. Meanwhile, Ijin calmly watched him fall before his eyes, removed his helmet, and glanced at the captain. Everyone was stunned by his attack, and after a moment, Zero spoke up, saying it seems he's the one who doesn't know his limits. This was just a warm-up, while Zeon could only watch in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the leader of Team 3 frowned in thought, wondering if Ijin had planned to avoid direct confrontation from the start. After a moment, Jie regained her voice, exclaiming, "Oh my God, is he really only 19? While everyone was impressed, the captain of Team 2 looked incredibly grim and ordered his men to take the injured away for treatment. Meanwhile, Ijin coldly watched the 3 figures leave as the captain exclaimed in astonishment, impressed by Ijin's capabilities, noting that he contributed more than Shukju during the rescue operation. As he watched, his eyes caught the dark aura emanating from the 2 Jais, especially the 2nd team captain's murderous gaze. His face paled as he cursed inwardly. He's really going to eat us alive. At that moment, another hand rose. "Allow me to try." The captain, in disbelief, asked, "What? 1 beating wasn't enough and you want to try 2? Annoyed, he clicked his tongue, calling Ijin a shook, but then chuckled in agreement. "Yes, after seeing his moves, I want to fight too." The captain urged him to stop, saying he shouldn't be ashamed to fight a high schooler, but Ijin cut him off, saying it was no problem. The captain looked at him, confused, asking, "Are you sure? You must be tired." But Ijin cut him off again. Not tired enough. As soon as he said that, the faces of all the bodyguards in Team 2 turned pale, while the weasel just shook his head in dismay. Hearing that, Mr. Shook eagerly stepped forward, asking with a grin, "Where did you learn to fight like that, kid?" But Ijin's focus was elsewhere. Shook wasn't wearing a helmet. Shook grinned arrogantly and declared he didn't need one, telling Ijin to wear it himself. Hearing that, Ijin fell silent, and then, to everyone's surprise, he threw his helmet to the ground. Seeing this, a glint of interest flashed in Mr. Shook's eyes, while Zeon's eyes widened in shock. He laughed in anger. "You bastard, aren't you scared at all? I like your style." Jie, standing to the side, sneered, wondering what the outcome would be as the captain of Team 2 tried to regain his confidence. The other guy was caught off guard fighting a high schooler, but he won't underestimate this kid, so he should be fine. We train every day without rest, and he's our team's ace in the hole. Hearing that, Jie's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, while the captain of Squad 3 pondered, perhaps with weapons things would be different, but in a head-on fight like this, it all comes down to physical ability, and the opponent is Choi Byam Shook. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what kind of training the kid had gone through, but this was going to be tough. At that moment, the captain yelled, "Begin!" And Byam Shook quickly got into fighting stance, throwing a lightning-fast punch at Yijin's face, but he dodged it perfectly. But as Yijin threw a punch, he easily blocked it. A cold glint flashed in Byam Shook's eyes, and he suddenly leaned in, throwing a punch at Yijin's head, but he dodged it. But then Yijin lands a solid uppercut. He stares down his opponent, and Byam Shook smirks, "More powerful than you look." Without hesitation, he throws another punch, and with smoke rising from his gloves, Byam Shook smirks, anticipating the blow. Watching the two fight, Zeon was worried, but Byam Shook just smirked, knowing it wouldn't be enough to break through his defenses. Before he could finish, Yijin raised his leg to strike his thigh, and in an instant, Byam Shook quickly pulled his leg back. His eyes widened in shock, and the others in the yard were stunned. Then, Yijin immediately stomped on Byung-shuk's knee. Enraged, he throws a punch, thinking how that bastard was aiming for his knee. Too dangerous. But before the blow lands, Yijin swiftly dodges. He immediately follows up with a punch to the jaw, then a swift kick to the chest, the pain forcing Byung-shuk to grit his teeth. Then, Byung-shuk puts all his strength into one arm, preparing to land a fatal blow. However, with one simple movement, Yijin blocks the attack. Then, he struck Byung-shuk's elbow, causing him to pale as a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, eliciting a scream. Then, a heavy crack echoed throughout the arena, and Byung-shuk knelt before Yijin. This turn of events leaves Zeon A wide-eyed in shock, as do the two JE members. The JE were equally stunned as Yijin coldly stared at Byung-shuk's moans. Before him, Byung-shuk clutched his throat, coughing violently as the captain of Squad 3 watched in stunned disbelief. The kid attacked his knee and struck Choi Byung-shuk's throat after breaking through his upper defenses, closing the gap in their physical abilities. That gap will shrink even further if he exploits Han's other weaknesses. At that moment, he spoke up again. Anyone else want to try? The response was a collection of pale faces and deadly silence. The captain hesitantly spoke up, saying, "Hey, isn't aiming for the knees and throat a bit much for practice?" Yijin suddenly asks, "There are rules for sparring? I didn't know, I apologize." Han stammered, "No, that's not what I meant about the rules." He thought to himself, "We're just jumping back to the rulebook after losing to a high schooler." Watching the chaos unfold, Yijin muses that their rescue of Yuna wasn't just a coincidence. Then she turns and asks, "What do you think of him, second squad leader?" From basic training to sparring, Han has excelled in every way. Chijai's lips curled into a smile as she stepped forward and said, "Shall we move on to the next course now?" This sudden appearance leaves the bodyguards wide-eyed and questioning. Zeon A, watching from above, is equally astonished, asking, "Sis, what are you saying?" Gigi approaches Yijin, saying, "Weren't you here to experience the bodyguard field? You've completed basic training. Now you need real-world experience." Meeting only his cold gaze, she continues, unfazed, "Since you're following Team 2's schedule, it seems you'll be with me." Hearing this, Zeon A's face instantly turned pale. While in the arena, Jieji was reaching out to Yijin, offering cooperation. In the meeting room, the SVK manager, watching the screen, said, "I didn't know that kid and Yuna were in the same class. I was shocked to find out." He continued, "We discovered it during the investigation, but it's hard to believe even after seeing it with my own eyes." Looking at Yijin on the screen, his voice lowered. That codename Yijin belongs to such a young kid. That news became famous years ago. So, he was outstanding, even when he was younger. I don't even feel like I'm looking at the same person. Back in the locker room, Yijin is putting on an oversized suit, while back at the warm house. Kangzu asked softly if Aeon A and Yijin hadn't returned yet, and Jia Zeon replied that he said he'd be late. He muttered gloomily, hoping he wouldn't be too late, as so much has been happening to him lately. Seeing this, Jia Zeon's expression softened. The two who fought Yijin now sit dejectedly as the captain angrily asks what happened, warning them to prepare for hellish training. The bodyguards paled at his words, and after scolding them, the captain sighed, feeling terrible. Just then, Zeon A suddenly called out. It turns out, Yijin, in his bulky suit, was slowly walking out into the yard. Even Jia had to admire his handsome appearance. She glances at the bodyguards, who seem to dislike him even more. Back at SVCap, Jia is escorted to the car by Yijin and Team 2's leader. 3 bodyguards were already waiting by the car, and one quickly opened the door for Jia. The group then split into 2 cars and drove off. At that moment, Yijin suddenly paused for a few seconds, and Team 2 leader reminded him from the window that he was sitting in the back. Yijin simply met his gaze with indifference, wordlessly opening the car door next to Jia and settling in beside her. No sooner had Yijin sat down than he was met with the piercing gazes of the 2 people in front as the bodyguard's car started up behind them. Yijin coldly considered the situation. He was with 2 people, followed by 3 cars, a total of 5 of her people. Just then, Jia's voice cut through his thoughts. "Have you ever thought about becoming a celebrity?" She chuckled and continued, "I'm in charge of an entertainment company under the SV Cap group, which is where we're headed now." Yijin coldly replied, "I'm not interested." Hearing that, Jia sighed, "Is that so?" Clearly disappointed, she pressed on, "Are you interested in being a bodyguard then?" But Yijin remained silent, lost in thought, knowing he had a decision to make. Thinking it over, he hesitantly said yes, and Jia immediately started gushing. "I understand. You really have a talent in that field, seeing how easily you passed the training and defeated the 2 team members. The Haiyan team leader's face flushed red as he listened to her glowing praise of Yi Jin, who simply stated, "I only won because they were careless, and they had to be careful because I'm a student." He slowly continued. "So from the start, it was a favorable situation for me. If they had fought seriously, the result wouldn't have been the same." Jia replied with amusement, "Is that so?" Inwardly thinking, "I thought he'd be happy after winning, but I guess not." The Haiyang team leader, displeased by his words, shot him a calculating glance, realizing the kid understood the situation. After some travel, they finally arrived at a building with unique architecture. At this moment, Jia is at his desk, while Yijin and the Haiyan team leader stand guard outside. He glances at Yijin, thinking, he hasn't moved an inch in an hour. As he focused, the captain's voice cut through the air, asking where he'd been trained, his brow furrowed with inquiry, noting that his skills in training and sparring were impossible without rigorous discipline. But Yijin slowly replied, "I learned it in the neighborhood where I grew up." The captain was annoyed, thinking, from Chinatown? He doesn't seem like the type to joke. But Yijin's expression showed that he was serious when he said that. Back in the past, within the dense forest, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed, mixed with gunshots tearing into the earth. Yijin recalls being hunted by two soldiers, clinging to a vine for dear life, and facing the last survivor amidst a field of corpses. The man's machete dripped with fresh, hot blood, as Yijin, half his face stained crimson, teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Back in reality, their car speeds through the bustling streets. Inside, Jie suddenly turns and asks if it's too late, but Yijin calmly replies that it's fine. She paused, then said, "Maybe it's just my imagination, but it doesn't seem like this is your first time as a bodyguard." Yijin calmly replied, "It is my first time." Meanwhile, the leader of Team 2, sitting in the front seat, silently empathized, thinking, "I can understand why she feels that way. It didn't ask a single question. And even though we intentionally skipped its dinner, its expression didn't change, as if it knew that might happen while doing this job." He paused for a moment, then sighed, noting that Yijin remained motionless in his assigned position until the very end. Just then, the headlights of an oncoming car shone brightly into everyone's eyes. Yijin's eyes sharpened as the car in front swerved erratically, as if about to crash into the barrier. Just then, the truck driver awoke from his slumber, and the bodyguard frantically swerved, trying to minimize the damage. In the blink of an eye, the white van carrying their group lost control and crashed into the barrier, while the truck plowed into the car behind them. The remaining bodyguards rushed out to inspect the smoking vehicle, Yijin's white car now emitting thick smoke. Inside, Team Leader 2 quickly turned around and shouted, "Director, are you all right?" But what he saw shocked him. Yiye awakens from the crash to find herself held tightly in Yijin's arms, shielded from the shattered glass. Yai stares in stunned surprise, gazing at his sharp profile, while the squad leader marvels at how the kid managed to protect the director in such a short time. Regaining her senses, Yie quickly backed away as a guard burst through the door, asking if she was all right. Yue, startled, replied that she was fine, while the captain of Team 2, holding his neck, questioned what had happened. At this, a bodyguard quickly responded that it seemed the driver had passed out while driving. Hearing this, he frowned in confusion, and the bodyguard quickly explained that the driver also appeared to be unconscious. "So we're rescuing him. Order an ambulance and keep an eye on that driver, just in case. Investigate him," the bodyguard agreed. "Yes, sir." Inside the car, Yuye glanced at Yijin. Her eyes were drawn to his sculpted profile. Just then, shouts erupted outside. "Call the hospital. The director might be injured." As if remembering something, she startled and asked if he was okay. Yijin calmly replied yes, but Ye insisted he should still get checked out just in case. He looked up at her, and Ye was stunned to hear him say in the face of her questioning gaze that she should wear her seatbelt from now on, even in the back seat. As she stammered, "I will." Two steaming, beautiful lunchboxes were being prepared on the other side. Zhejian happily fries eggs at the stove as Yijin suddenly appears, asking if she's already made lunch and if she needs any help. She quickly replied, "I'm packing lunch for him and I'll make one for you too, so you can eat it when you're ready." He was taken aback, asking if their grandfather had already gone to work. Zhejian, focused on the eggs, replied that she was going to his workplace, a place she used to visit often before he returned. Yijin asked, "His workplace?" Then he offered, "I'll come with you." Zhejian was surprised but nodded in agreement. Seeing his sister's innocent face, Yijin immediately smiled gently. The scene shifts to a small house nestled among countless skyscrapers. Kangsu, standing nearby, suddenly heard a voice. "Hey, darling, what's got you so happy lately?" he asked, slowly approaching. Why do you say that all of a sudden? The other man chuckled, explaining, You just seem more relaxed these days, happier since your vacation. Kangsu scratched his head, embarrassed. Really? Is that so? The man chuckled. I just took rice cakes to apartment 703. Let's take a break and eat. But Kangsu quickly declined. You go ahead, I'll finish sorting the trash and join you. The man replied, Okay, I have to work again at dinner time, so I'll finish up and come back. A moment later, Kangsu, while cleaning up the trash, thought, Am I really that happy about Yijin's return? At that moment, memories of reuniting with Yijin after so long, and the three of them eating together, flooded his mind, bringing a smile to his face. Lost in thought, he was startled by a voice. Hey, can you move your car a little? Before him stood a heavily tattooed man getting out of a car, while another called out, Your car's blocking the way. The tattooed thug's face turned red with anger. Damn, mind your own business. I'm moving the car after this. His menacing glare quickly turned the other man pale with fear. He then leisurely walked toward the man, carelessly tossing the paper cups into the trash can, even though they fell out. Kangsu stared blankly at the 2 paper cups lying on the ground, then wordlessly bent down to pick them up. Just then, the girl in the car called out, Honey, throw this away for me too. He angrily snatched the bag, scolding, Why didn't you give it to me earlier? The girl giggled. I just saw it. He then carelessly tossed the trash bag towards Kangsu, who resignedly bent down to pick it up. Then he began meticulously sorting through the trash when Jia Zeon's sweet voice echoed from behind. Yijin and Jia Zeon slowly approached him, and Kangsu smiled gently, asking what they were doing there. Jia Zeon quickly replied that they brought him lunch, to which Kangsu frowned and asked why they came. She sweetly insisted that her cooking was much better than anything he could buy. He hesitated. I know, but... Then she looked around curiously and asked, Are you sorting the trash? Kangsu chuckled and nodded. Yes, if we don't do it now, it'll be harder to sort later. I'll just sort the trash whenever I have time. Hearing this, Jia Zeon excitedly offers to help, but the old man nervously stops her, saying she'll get her clothes dirty. But Jia Zeon was determined, saying a little dirt doesn't matter, it'll wash out. Meanwhile, Yijin smiled softly, watching them chat happily. Let's hurry so we can eat together, Grandpa. Yeah, and I even made your favorite braised lotus root. All these little things make Yijin happier than ever. Later, in treatment room 214, Dusik, with his broken arm, laments how much better it is to sleep at home. Bob Girl said he couldn't sleep in the hospital, and He Yi and Ziu K chimed in. The nurses keep walking around at night, so I can't sleep well. Hearing that, Dusik said, Let's go get something to eat. He nodded in agreement. Yes, boss. Just then, Dusik suddenly stopped, looking at Yijin and his family, who were busy collecting trash. Cao Mai wondered, Why is that kid here? What's he doing rummaging through the trash? Just then, He Yi Mr. Zioka exclaimed that he thought he'd seen that old man before, to which Mr. Cao Mai asked if he meant the security guard. But he denied it. He was at that kid's house when we went there. That's why he looked familiar. I'd see him whenever I visited you. Hearing this, Dusik exclaimed with hidden meaning, then turned to Sion and asked about the girl. As if realizing something, Dusik's eyes suddenly sharpened, while Yijin wore a gentle smile. Dusik smirked. So he can smile like that too? He looked at the 3 of them and wondered, he really does look like a normal high school student. Hai Yai and Zeok wondered if they should pretend not to know. And Dusik agreed, saying, okay. Feeling like they'd only spoil the mood, they dejectedly agreed to go eat. After cleaning up, the 3 of them finally had lunch together, a happy and harmonious scene as they ate and talked. After the meal, Waijin and the other person bid farewell to Kangsu, who cheerfully waved goodbye. Okay, drive safe. Kangsu watched them until they were out of sight. Before long, evening descends, and a hearty voice rings out, Honey, come on home. You've worked hard today. He quickly agreed, Okay, see you tomorrow. As Kangsu walked, he thought, I should buy some snacks for the kids. Just then, he spotted the yellow car from earlier. Why is it parked like that? Seeing this, Kangsu approached them to warn them. You can't park here. The man was furious. What's it to you? Kangsu calmly explained, Parking here makes it difficult to get in and out, and it's dangerous for the children. Park in the parking lot? Before he could finish, the man interrupted, saying it's none of his business where he parks, it's his car, he'll park it wherever he wants. Kangsu quickly explained. This is a no parking zone, the girl finally said, dripping with sarcasm. Are you the security guard here? Do you want to lose your job? Still, Kangsu replied with a smile. I know the residents here are the ones who pay my salary. So, to avoid hurting anyone, please park in the parking lot. I saw an open spot earlier. As if a nerve had been struck, the man suddenly shouted, "You want me to park in that cramped space? Are you going to take responsibility if someone scratches my car?" This crude language stunned Kang-soo for a moment. The girl then chimed in, "Can your salary even cover it?" As he stood there dumbfounded, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's collar. "You arrogant dog," Hee-yi growled. "What do you think you're doing to an old man?" The man stammered, pinned down. Who are you? What are you talking about?" Seeing this, he leaned in close and asked, "You bastard, do you know what I do? Answer me now, you wretch." Faced with someone stronger, the man's face instantly turned green. Hee-yi, the delivery driver, didn't say much, but flung him away, yelling, "Drive your car somewhere else, you scumbag." His face darkened as he threatened, "If I ever catch you bothering him again, you're both dead." The two quickly scrambled into their car and sped off, leaving Hai Ong-seok seething with rage. Having dealt with them, he turned back with a friendly smile, asking if he was all right. Kang-soo stammered, "Ah, yes, thank you for helping me." Hearing that, he waved his hand cheerfully and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Don't you remember me? I used to see you when I visited my brother here, and also when I came to see Yi-jin." Upon hearing this, Dusik and Hee-yi flashed through his mind. Later, at a bar, Hee-yi respectfully poured a drink and said, "So that kid humiliated you? If I hadn't been there, that good-for-nothing would have cursed him out." Hearing this, Dusik nodded with a smile. "Yes, well done, you useless brats." Just then, a loud noise suddenly erupted, causing the two to stop and stare outside in shock. It was Yi-jin, his face filled with murderous intent. Dusik stammered, "What is it? Why are you here with that murderous look on your face?" Then, he suddenly holds up his phone, showing a picture of Kang-soo and Hee-yi tied up. Below was a message asking if Han, someone he knew, lived here, causing both men to suddenly smile awkwardly. But instead, Yi-jin questions him sternly, asking if he's being threatened. Hearing this, both Dusik's faces turn pale. The nomads quickly explain that he's mistaken, and Hai starts yelling as well. "Yes, I'm just saying, don't come any closer. Stay there and we'll talk." "No," I said, "stay there and talk." In her office, Yi-ye pores over documents, oblivious to the person standing before her. As she reads, she wonders if there's any news about him. The assistant acknowledged her question, replying that he'd heard Yi-jin was with Team 3 and had likely completed basic training by now. Yi-ye was surprised. She inquires about Yi-jin's condition, asking if he took him to the hospital and what the results were. He quickly replies that they said he only had minor bruises and was otherwise fine. He waited for her to finish, her eyes drooping as she recalled his broad back shielding her from the shattered glass of the kiss demon. She slammed the file shut, then asked if he's in any pain, just in case. He silently watched her. Yalye quickly regains his composure, forcing a smile, saying that Yi-jin was just recovering from the shock of being assaulted. Furthermore, making a child do a man's work will only end up hurting the child. The media would go wild for him. As she spoke of the trouble he'd caused, he nodded. "I'll double-check." In the locker room, Yi-jin and Go Jeokju adjusted their vests. Breaking the silence, Jeokju asks what's wrong with him today, and Yi-jin turns to look at him, asking what he means. He explains that the training has changed slightly from before, and Yi-jin understands, taking his briefcase from the locker in response. Before, he wasn't clear on the do and don'ts of the training, and showing off wasn't a good look. He locks his locker, looks at his reflection, and asks, "What about your kid?" He turns to Jeokju. "You said you weren't going to be a bodyguard anymore?" He's taken aback. "What?" As if remembering something, he sighed helplessly. "I don't know where you heard that, but I wasn't serious from the start. I have some family issues, so I've been with Yuna since I was little, acting as her bodyguard, and I could do it because I was told I had a gift in this field. But not long ago, due to my negligence, Yuna was kidnapped right before my eyes. Luckily, I had prevented similar kidnappings back in Korea, so I became arrogant, subconsciously thinking I hadn't done it yet." Yujin listened in silence as he spoke. Jeokju then asked, "I've told you my story, but where did you train? It seems you've had professional training, being able to defeat 2 of our elite team members during basic training." Jeokju was baffled by the answer. Shinzeon was startled by the sound of the door opening behind her, and she shyly called out to him, her face red as she avoided Yujin's gaze. "Aren't you guarding me today?" he asked, confused. "Why?" she stammered. "I don't work as constantly as you do, so it won't take long. It'll be a good experience, and you don't have to change." He quietly looks at her, while Zeok-ju and Team Three's leader silently observe their interaction. Unseen, many bodyguards are also watching. Zeon is in high spirits at the restaurant, opening the lunchbox with a smile. I really missed noodles and kimbap when I was in the States. In contrast, his expression turns grave as he holds his meal. The three sat together like young people on an outing, and Zeon excitedly asked, "Is that Seol-Q?" Seok-ju could only reply, "Ah, yeah." She looked at him gently and asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Yujin stiffly replies that they're not allowed to eat with him while on guard duty, surprising her. He then adds that he's fine. He exhales, explaining that Yuna is on Team 3, so they can stay close to her while still fulfilling their roles as bodyguards. She laughs in surprise, agreeing that she's too hungry to wait. Silently amazed by her attempts to make conversation with Yujin, she realizes that Yuna even went to the convenience store in front of his house. Did she expect him to refuse if she offered him a proper meal? Remembering her sister, she asks if he's okay after protecting her, but he coldly replies that he is, his eyes still on his meal. Sitting together, and you won't even look at me? That's why I'm seen as demanding. I'm fine, he replied coolly. Are you sure? Zeon asked, eyes glistening. I'm not that kind of person. Talk more and smile. Zeon's face turned with interest as he glanced at her. I've never seen her like that before. Yujin's thoughts drifted away as she smiled sweetly. That day, Zeon's father accompanied him on a mission. The man was in terrible shape, wounded in many places, and even Yujin was barely better off, struggling to breathe. He leaned against the tree, gasping for breath, and rasped, "Leave me. At least you'll survive." He urged, "Even if we escape, I only have days to live. If you try to save me, I'll still die. So don't worry about leaving me behind." He stared silently, his face unreadable, at the dying man. He smiled contentedly at Yujin, saying, "Thank you. So seeing you come alone means the others refused, huh? Or perhaps I just need more time." As he spoke, the man approached, step by step. He smiled at the boy, but his voice was full of regret. He wouldn't see his daughter again, not after planning to return home after all this. He cut him off, saying if he regretted it, he should get up. He ominously brandished his gun, adding that men stronger than him died here every day, but he wouldn't die today. He urged, "Then stand up, survive, and go see your daughter." Yijin, breaking the silence, asked, "Can we talk for a bit?" Zeon was surprised. "Us? Just the two of us?" He nodded, agreeing to leave them alone, and stood up, saying, "I'll be somewhere else for a bit." He went to the bodyguards and spoke to them, leaving the two alone. She spoke up. "So, what did you suddenly want to talk about?" Yijin paused, then asked seriously, "Why?" That's my father's name. How do you know him?" Cutting her off, he asked, "What kind of person was he?" She was confused by Yijin's question. He calmly looked at her, and Zeon, unable to bear his gaze, looked away. "Well, he was always busy. The company was big, so he had a ton of work to do. Because he spent most of his time abroad, it was hard to see him, and we weren't close. I gripped the food container tightly. Then suddenly he fell ill and was diagnosed with very little time left to live, yet he died working tirelessly overseas. Sad, isn't it, that he had so little time left and couldn't spend it with his family?" Zeon's eyes droop, and she says that when she heard he wouldn't be coming back, she was on her way to see him and heard he had died, and in the end, she couldn't even see his remains. So he died working without seeing his daughter, and honestly, she resents it a little. Her voice filled with resentment as she spoke. "I don't know why you're suddenly asking about this, and I never would have told you if you hadn't saved my life." Watching the children being cared for, he told him, seeing this, he wanted to do everything he could as a father. No, he had to. He said he thought it was the only way he could see his daughter. He felt so guilty towards her. As Yijin listened to the man's heartfelt confession, he smiled, realizing, "Why didn't I see it sooner? I should have spent more time with my daughter. Family is more important than anything." Yijin quietly told her, "Your father, he said he worked to the very end to see you." Zeon sits up straight, stunned, and asks what he's talking about. He solemnly tells her that he will convey her father's request to Yuna in detail. Her voice echoed in his mind, his brain frozen, unable to comprehend what he was saying. What was happening? Yijin repeated the exact words her father had told him to pass on to his daughter. "Your father wanted to see you before he died. He's sorry. He couldn't." Zeon is stunned by his words. Her father, Inguk, asked him to tell her something. His calm voice echoed in her mind as if it were yesterday. "Tell me, what will you do when you get there?" His mouth filled with blood as he rasped, "No, this is a request. You must meet my daughter and tell her this directly." He haltingly entrusted Ijin to him. "Even if I survive, even if I meet her, you must tell her." His vision of Ijin blurred. Zeon's father's eyes closed, and still in shock, she parted her lips. "Yijin, you met my father before he died? That's all I can tell you." Zeon's eyes welled up at those words, tears brimming, but she couldn't speak. "Father?" He said that? Ijin turned and walked away coldly. Zeon sadly watched Ijin walk away, wiping the tears from her face. At the time, she didn't understand, but now she knows the meaning of his request. It wasn't just for him, but a plea for me to leave the hellish battlefield. What he couldn't convey, including himself, before a doorbell rings in an apartment in the Central District. Yijin immediately opened the door to find Ham Chan, a surprise that made him address the man as Major. The two of them went inside, and the three men, Yijin, Kangsu, and Ham Chan, sat chatting in the kitchen. Kangsu happily spoke up. "Even though we've talked on the phone, this is the first time I've met you in person." Ham Chan chuckled, listening intently before replying, "Actually, I returned to Korea with Yijin, but it had been so long since I'd seen my family I couldn't greet you right away." Kangsu was surprised, exclaiming, "Really? I didn't know that. I actually wanted to meet you in person, to say hello." He smiles, trying to ease the tension, saying that he thought Ham Chan was with the embassy, but was surprised to learn he was the one who helped his family return to Korea, adding that they were the ones Yijin helped. Ham Chan, however, is internally conflicted, lamenting that he practically died and came back to life, but without him, Jin wouldn't have returned home. He bowed slightly, saying it was late to say it, but he was truly grateful. Meanwhile, the other man had been silently listening to their conversation. Jia Shan, standing nearby, couldn't help but turn to look. Seeing this, he flusteredly waved his hands. "You really don't have to do that, sir. I heard Yijin call me Major, so I must be a soldier." As she brought out the fruit, Kangsu continued to ask, "How did you meet Jin?" He found that amusing. "So it was fate, huh? I was dying of embarrassment back then. There's fruit on the table now. Why don't you stay for dinner?" "It's almost dinner time, thank you." He then enjoyed the fruit while asking Du Zeon, "You're Yijin's sister?" She seemed a little shy. Ham Chan, with a friendly face, said, "If you're Yijin's sister, then you're my sister too. Feel free to call me brother." She smiled. "Yes, 17. He returned a gentle smile. 36. The table was laden with delicious dishes, and all three watched in surprise as Ham Chan ate. Afraid he'd be embarrassed, the grandfather said, "Take your time." Ham Chan began to eat, his eyes brimming with tears, saying he didn't know when he'd have another family meal like this. The man was taken aback, wondering if something had happened to his mother. He immediately badmouthed his mother in front of everyone, saying she couldn't cook at all, and even his father preferred eating out. He said his father lived in agony every day because he couldn't hide his expressions when eating her food. His pretense reached its peak, crocodile tears streaming down his face as he said he loved army food the most. What a tragedy. Ju Zeon and Kangsu could only offer helpless smiles. Unlike them, he's so frustrated he's gnawing on his spoon at a restaurant, as Yijin and Ham Chan sit across from him, drinking and talking. "Yijin, I'm glad to see you're doing so well. Everyone in the unit always asks about you. It reminds me of when we used to work together." Remembering the issue at hand, Yijin gets straight to the point. "What brings you here?" "Just happened to be in the area on business, and my mission ended, so I have a few days off." "So, that's how it is." He slowly replied, "Your grandfather was a good man, and your younger sibling is very kind as well." He smiled politely, and Ham Chan's expression turned dangerous. He stood up to leave, saying, "I must be going." "You should leave soon, too." "Yes, it's getting late. I'd love to talk more, but I must go meet my fiancé." Hearing this, he asks, "Fiancé? Are you getting married?" Ham Chan hasn't left yet, just standing there, watching. Suddenly, he flares up, asking why I'm making that face, like I look down on him. That's not it. Ham Chan furrows his brow, fidgeting with his nose, saying that both families have already decided. It's true that he's always traveling and doesn't have time to meet women, but maybe this is a good thing. After a moment, he waved goodbye. "Stay well, I'm off." Ham Chan hesitated. Yijin was still behind him. "Yes?" He turned back, bringing up the past. "Do you remember what you once asked me?" Going back to when they worked together, he pondered the question. "What is family?" "Yes." Ham Chan just stares at him. Back in reality, his eyes narrow slightly. "Perhaps now you understand a little more." Ham Chan could only smile, saying, "Okay, see you later." He listened to the phone, his face unchanged. You said the Major is in danger. The voice on the other end replied that Major Hamchan and his team were ambushed by an armed force during their mission. The chairman sat solemnly, explaining that they were fighting back while trying to escape, and the military was preparing a rescue operation. He speaks slowly, saying he's informing him because of his relationship with Major Kang Hamchan. The man on the other end replies, asking if the Major's situation is so dire that he had to call. He closed his eyes regretfully, saying it was unfortunate, but yes, he should prepare himself. But the man remained silent. The chairman continued, saying that if something were to happen, he shouldn't overthink it and leave it to the military. He listened in silence because the past and present are so different. Don't forget you have a family too. After a pause, he finally spoke. I understand. Holding his phone, what's he plotting? A scene from the past. Hamchan, head bandaged, grins at him. Hey, this kid's definitely Korean. Hamchan places a hand on his shoulder, but his face is blank. People gather around, asking if he's remembered. Hamchan smirks. A little is enough. In the dark room, he sits on the bed, clearly troubled, as a can of soda appears above his head. Hamchan smiles gently, telling him to take his time and not push himself too hard. Yi-jin, he asks, so that's your name? With a calm, unwavering expression, he replied, Yes, it seems that is my name. In the dark room, only voices could be heard. Oh my God, we're going to lose this match. Who built that tower? The two beside him pulled him closer, lamenting, Oh, Yi-jin, you have to say something at times like this. That's the difference a jungler makes. Even on the verge of death, there's a difference. Yi-jin, don't listen to that nonsense. Hamchan rushes in, breathless. Yi-jin, we found your family. You have a grandfather and a sister. The person inside overhears. He barely has time to react before the man next to him forces his head down with a laugh. Well, congratulations. Thinking back, if Yi-jin returns to Korea, he'll be able to eat with his family. Hamchan's image flashes in his memory. An unreadable sadness flickers across his face as a voice calls out from behind the door. Come eat, son. Your grandfather's calling you with a bowl of rice in his hand. Mao, come eat. He steps outside. What are you still thinking about? Grandpa and Jia Zion are waiting for you to sit down. Why are you standing instead of sitting? He was slightly startled. Ah, yes. He looks at the food on the table, thinking everyone will be jealous that we're eating together like this. Jia Zion smiles, pleased. Why would anyone be jealous of this? I'm sure everyone. The grandfather smiles gently. You're right. Those kids don't have it like that. Jiazian smiles contentedly. Is that so? The next time, I'll bring them lunchboxes. It's Yaori. The old man blushed slightly. Ah, that's not what I meant. He looks at his grandfather, then calls out, Grandpa, you're just waiting for me to speak, aren't you? He asks his grandfather what he thinks about helping those who have helped you, and his grandfather pauses to reflect before answering. It's difficult to give a simple answer to that question. It depends on how they helped you and how much you can help them in return. He listened intently, knowing that his benefactor's heart was vast, helping him without regard for personal gain. His face was full of kindness, and the more he lived, the more he would realize that this was also a way to repay those who had helped him. If it's something you can't do, then try to help them within your means. He heard the old man's words. He chuckled sheepishly, wondering if his useless words made any sense, as he wasn't much of a speaker. The protagonist smiled softly, thinking that meeting him was perhaps the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him. Meanwhile, the school is a picture of peace, with rows of classrooms stretching into the distance. Hyuk-jin, however, is more interested in Tram-chu's phone than his studies. Jae-hyung slumbers at his desk. Hyung-chan sits alone in the back, and Tram-chu writes diligently as the teacher lectures. Seo Jae-on anxiously looks at Hyuk-jin's empty seat, wondering why he's absent and not responding to messages. Meanwhile, deep within a dark, dense forest, towering trees blot out the sky. Hyuk-jin cautiously treads through the forest, spent bullet casings littering the ground. Beneath him, a deep pit appears, surrounded by shattered earth as if struck by a great force. Hyuk-jin observes, realizing that even at the second base, the major couldn't escape. Suddenly, he turned back to observe, his mind resolute, thinking that if they followed this path, they would reach the third base. His eyes were filled with certainty at his deduction. Meanwhile, in another forest, gunfire erupted, tearing through the air. Worried, Hamchan glanced back only to see someone on the other side holding a bomb. Hamchan glanced back in fear and without a second thought turned his gun towards the enemy, coldly aiming at his head. Hamchan decisively pulled the trigger, the gun roaring to life. A deafening explosion ripped through the air as the bullet hurtled toward its target, striking the enemy. The terrifying explosion forces Hamchan and his comrades to take cover as one of the mercenaries shouts something to the others. Butananam mor bobo, bobo saikabite. Ham-chan's comrades anxiously watched the other side, ready to fight as the terrified mercenary alliance quickly retreats. After some time, they were all gone. Ham-chan coldly ordered, "Report the situation." Ham-chan's teammate reported that no one else was injured, but their ammunition was running low, and another fight like that would be difficult. Ham-chan asked how long until they reached the next base and was told it was 7.5 kilometers south. He pressed on with another question. "About how long will it take?" he asked, to which the man replied, "About 3 hours and 20 minutes. Ham-chan frowned, turning back with a worried look. He looked at the others, lost in thought. It would take 3 hours and 20 minutes for the uninjured to drag the wounded to safety. If they stayed in the forest, they'd run out of time. Ham-chan's comrade spoke up. "Everyone, if you take losses, fall back immediately and observe them. Don't rush in all at once. Let's stick to guerrilla tactics for now." Hearing this, Ham-chan worriedly pondered. From the start, they've been using this method to scatter our forces as if they don't care how many they lose. Recalling the recent battle, he pondered, noting the enemy's careless attire and movements, yet their tactics were evolving. Ham-chan remained concerned. Initially, he thought they were reckless, but after several skirmishes, he discerned a pattern. As our forces were forced to move to Base 1, they engaged us again, forcing us to retreat to Base 2, where the same thing happened again. They even pursued us, as if they knew our route. He silently gazed at the people in the distance. Ham-chan steeled himself, thinking that in the current situation, their only chance was to defend Base 3 and wait for reinforcements. No matter what happens, I have to protect them. Meanwhile, inside the forest, the Mercenary Alliance set up camp. One of Mad Dog's men nervously reports that they're moving as predicted, and troops have been deployed accordingly. Mad Dog chuckled. "Ha, of course, and I hear there are a few escape routes around here." The masked man asked, annoyed, "When will my men stop dying?" He angrily questioned, "Why don't we just charge in instead of fighting and retreating, leaving my men to die?" Hearing this, Mad Dog rises, his eyes filled with fury, causing the masked man to shrink back in fear. The Mad Dog emanates a murderous aura, threatening that their opponents are special forces trained in countless battles, and a reckless charge would result in even greater losses. He moved in close, continuing his menacing threat. "Moreover, you only lose soldiers, while I lose the entire area I manage." Without waiting for a response, Mad Dog indifferently walked away, leaving behind the words, "Though I don't need to tell you these things anymore." The squad leader turned back, confused, asking what he meant, but Mad Dog's men coldly raised their guns and sent him to the afterlife. Before the squad leader could speak, he was gone. Mad Dog, unconcerned, coldly exited the tent, his gaze falling upon the men kneeling in the courtyard. With a cold voice, Mad Dog ordered them to chase and eliminate the escaped animals. "Oh, and take care of these useless ones before you go." Elsewhere, someone is breathing heavily. Ham-chan's weary men complain that the destination is still 500 meters ahead, but at this rate, they should arrive on schedule. Ham-chan heeds the warnings, slowing down and staying alert, knowing the enemy is familiar with the terrain and likely knows their route and the location of the third base. Meanwhile, Mad Dog gleefully announced that this was the perfect time to hunt down the escaped animals. His men remained silent as Mad Dog added, relishing the moment they realized their escape was just an illusion. "I wonder how desperate they'll be. Contact me when they're in sight." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Ham-chan proceeded with caution, his eyes widening in shock. Staring at the scene before him, Ham-chan wondered to himself, "What is this?" He slowly approached the injured men lying on the ground, surrounded by a deadly aura, and asked with confusion, "What happened here?" Back at Mad Dog's, a report comes in. "I can't reach the ambush or alpha teams." Mad Dog explodes. "What did you say?" His man replies, "I've tried repeatedly, but I can't get through." Upon hearing the report, he was stunned, but then Mad Dog angrily asked about Beta Squad, who was in pursuit. The man nonchalantly replied, "They were only 2 kilometers away from the target." Enraged, he ordered them to make contact immediately and leave no survivors. Seeing the hesitation, Mad Dog snapped, "Fine, I'll do it myself." He roared, demanding a report from Beta Team, who responded that they were engaging the enemy. Mad Dog was stunned. "What?" a voice reported. "We're under attack while pursuing the target." In disbelief, Mad Dog asked again, "What?" Beta Team replied, "I don't know, suddenly." Then a crash echoed from the other end, leaving Mad Dog bewildered. Silence fell on the other end and panic set in. Mad Dog seethed with rage. Could he be the one in their sights? Elsewhere, gunfire echoed relentlessly. Dodging bullets, Ejin's eyes are fixed ahead as gunfire roars, the brutal mercenaries relentlessly firing. Ijin dodges and weaves, knowing he has about 30 minutes to catch up with the Major's group. And he intends to deal with these mercenaries before then, narrowly avoiding the spray of bullets. Having gained a more advantageous position, Ijin takes aim at his enemies as the mercenaries continue to fire relentlessly. Ijin fought with deadly focus, each bullet finding its mark before swiftly moving on to the next target. 2 more go down and the mercenaries whisper amongst themselves before a hail of bullets sends one of them screaming. They quickly attacked, but Ijin managed to dodge them all. As he ran, he thought to himself that the enemy couldn't predict his movements. I'll use this to launch another attack. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the forest, and Hamchang and his team turn back in surprise. His teammate spoke up, confused. "Lieutenant, we already passed this place." Hamchang was puzzled, a storm brewing within him. What was going on? The enemy is suppressed over there. They're under attack. He was a bit stunned, but reassured everyone, "I don't know what's going on either. Let's just wait here for reinforcements," they replied in unison. Hamchang, still worried, continued to look in that direction. He seemed lost in thought as Yijin continued to take down opponents. The mercenaries returned fire, and he tried to dodge the bullets flying toward him. Jin worried, realizing the enemy knew this was their weakest point, creating chaos while attacking from multiple directions. At that moment, Yijin opened fire, calculating that their forces were dwindling, but not as much as the number he'd taken down. Yijin stealthily crawls away, observing them from within the bushes, realizing they know his forces are spread thin and have redeployed. 3 of them, and they still haven't found him. He coolly raised his gun, ready to attack, and before they knew what was happening, Yijin had taken down the remaining 3. Their bullets tore through the bushes, and he thought to himself that their advantage on this side was gone. Looking at his watch, Yijin pondered, only 14 minutes left. The sun was beginning to rise, and Hamchang's men remained vigilant. One of his men reports that reinforcements are on their way, bringing relief to the civilians, but Hamchang warns them to remain vigilant until the very end. He stared ahead, inwardly marveling at the relentless gunfire, when a voice cut through the noise. "Yo, I'm Mercenary Yujin." Hamchang's teammate asked, confused, "Huh?" Ajin's voice came over the line. "This is Mercenary Ajin. I'll be joining you in 3 minutes." He turned to Hamchang, bewildered. "Sir, if it's Ajin, could it be the Ijin?" Hearing his question, Hamchang was taken aback. So all the enemy disposal and taking care of the stragglers, all of that. Suddenly, he cautiously looked ahead, a figure approaching in the distance, gradually becoming clearer. Hamchang tensed up, his grip tightening on his gun as he peered through the scope, his eyes widening in disbelief as Ijin calmly approached. Once he recognized the figure, Hamchang asked in disbelief if it was really Yijin. His teammate questioned, "Huh? You're saying that's Yijin?" Hamchang replied with joy, "It's really him. How did he get here?" He frowned and called out in bewilderment, "You..." Yijin stood silently, watching as the sound of a helicopter echoed through the forest. As it ascended, the wind picked up, and the sound of footsteps grew louder. Hamchang anxiously grabbed Yijin's shirt, shouting, "Are you crazy? Do you even know where you are?" Yijin calmly replies that he knows this place better than Hamchang does. Enraged, Hamchang retorts, calling him a fool and asking if he thinks things are the same as before. Yijin simply replied, "That's why I'm here." He coldly continued, "I couldn't sit still knowing you and my comrades were in danger, or I'd regret it for the rest of my life." Hamchang stared in disbelief at what he was hearing, while Yijin looked at him with unwavering resolve. After a moment of stunned silence, Hamchang spoke, his voice laced with anger. "You foolish kid." Tears streamed down his face as he asked, "Why?" Yijin didn't answer, only looked at him calmly. Suddenly, a helicopter lands to everyone's surprise, and at Mad Dog's team, he indifferently listens to his subordinate's report. All of Alpha Team and 17 out of 20 members of Beta Team are dead. He continued, reporting that while further investigation was needed, Team Alpha seemed to have offered no resistance, and Team Beta was ambushed while moving. The Mad Dog demanded to know who the enemy was. Mad Dog's subordinate nervously replies that they don't even know who they are, other than that there are very few of them. Hearing this, Mad Dog suspects something isn't right. These hunters moved exactly as planned, and there were no reinforcements nearby, so they must have ambushed our forces here. But after wiping out Team Alpha, they doubled back, hunted down, and nearly annihilated Team Beta? If it's that fighting style, could it be? He whispered in fear. 001, the Mad Dog's subordinate, asked back fiercely. "That's him," he said, clutching his injured eye. 001 is the one who always showed everyone this fighting style. Wasn't 001 eliminated years ago? He angrily ordered, investigate again. Assume he's alive and reinvestigate immediately. Mad Dog's subordinate respectfully replied, understood. That night at SVCap, Yijin's training group runs laps, and it seems he and Seoju are competing. Zeon A watches intently from the sidelines. Inside the gym, sounds of impact echo from Yijin and Seoju, with Seoju appearing wary and anxious while Yijin remains focused and calm. The others continued their obstacle course practice, and as Yijin and Seoju took their places, the coach gave the signal and they both took off. It was no surprise that the skilled Seoju was challenged by Yijin, who was quickly left behind, shocking everyone who witnessed it, and Zeon A was stunned, thinking, he's good at that too. Yijin was far ahead of Seoju. Everyone else was panting, including Seoju, but Yijin barely broke a sweat. Seoju stared at him in the locker room. Seoju notices and points out Yijin's hand, which is bleeding, but he dismisses it, saying it would have to be a pretty big wound to bleed through his uniform. Seoju thinks to himself, he achieved the highest score in training with that arm, and says, whenever I see you, Yijin listens silently. I'm reminded of the saying, a frog in a well. Though I don't know much about you, I can say one thing for sure. From the way you saved Zeon to your first training session, to now, you've always trained that way. I grew up being praised as a genius, but meeting you made me feel like a grain of sand. But even so, I never intend to lose to you in any training. Yijin responded, oh, so that's what you think of me. Seoju was taken aback. Yijin continued, I thought that if you didn't have the desire to beat me every time we trained together, but I guess it makes sense, and we're the same age after all. Seoju frowned at him. Yijin casually continues, though I'd heard you were Zeon's bodyguard since childhood, I now know you were raised by an aide. Seoju admits, I don't know where you heard that, but you're right. My father was one of the chairman's close secretaries. He was also the chairman's man. So, from a young age, I was destined to work for SVCap, which is why I was brought to Zeon's side. I was trained to help Zeon with SVCap's business in the future. Yijin continued, saying that he couldn't assist others with their work and didn't even know how. Seoju was stunned as Yijin walked away, adding that everyone has their own strengths. Seoju, remembering his words, ran up to Yijin, declaring that he couldn't lose in training. Yijin smiled softly and upon exiting found Zeon waiting. She smiles at Yijin, saying they've worked hard, while Seoju feels like a third wheel. Zeon then asks Yijin what's been going on with him lately and why he hasn't been going to school. Yijin bowed slightly, saying he just had some things to take care of. Zeon couldn't pry any further, and just then his phone rang. It was Ham Chan. As soon as he answered, he heard the man's cheerful voice. Yijin, Wangsik's surgery was a success. You don't have to worry anymore. Yijin replied, that's a relief. Ham-chan continued to express his gratitude, saying that if they had been any slower, Wangsik wouldn't have made it, and it was all thanks to him. After that, a series of thank yous reached him. Yijin, thank you. Let's grab a drink next time. Hey, Bao, I'm telling you. Hey, be quiet. I'm on the phone. Finally, Ham-chan gave him a dressing down, but for me, I hope you won't appear on the battlefield again. It's a bit strange for me to say that after you saved me, but you understand what I mean. Now that you have a family, things are different than before, right? So in the future, you absolutely... Yijin cuts him off, saying he was able to reunite with his family thanks to the lieutenant. So I thought, my being there had meaning after all. Yijin's eyes showed that his words were sincere. Ham-chan chuckled. Thanks for saying that. Yijin felt a little better. I'll see you later. After hanging up, he could still see his two friends. Zeon suddenly realized Yijin was looking at her, but he didn't know why she was. Zeon asks if Yijin has to go straight home, but she says no. Her friends are waiting at the internet cafe. Zeon feigns surprise. Huh? A PC cafe? Yijin confirms, yeah, and she innocently suggests, take me with you. At their usual internet cafe, Yijin stops in her tracks upon entering, as do the other two, seeing the wreckage of what looks like a recent brawl. Zeokru asks the shop owner what happened, and the owner replies that a group of students from the same school were playing here earlier. Then suddenly, another group of students came in, and a fight broke out. Meanwhile, Yijin pulled out his phone and made a call. Panting in the night, Yang-chan ran for his life, ducking into a nearby alley, narrowly avoiding the gang chasing him, who yelled, "Where the hell did that bastard go?" Desperate, Yang-chan wondered what to do. With a horde of enemies waiting outside, just moments ago, Jae-hong, caught up in the fight, had told him, Yang-chan, run! Don't tell Yijin. Hyuk-jin adds, and Yang-chan is extremely worried. There are too many for the two of them to handle. His thoughts are interrupted by a phone call, and Yang-chan is stunned. It's Yijin, and Jae-hong is in the middle of a fierce fight. inevitably losing ground. Jae-hong, now enraged, kicks his opponent in the groin, leaving him crumpled on the ground, but Jae-hong doesn't even notice. Hyuk-jin seems to be holding his own, having taken down another one, but he looks exhausted. Both sides are running on empty. Facing a mob that barely seems to thin, Guin Cheon smirks. Impressed, they've held off more than 10 men. Jae-hong raises an eyebrow. Guin Cheon, I didn't expect you to follow us here. But he confidently retorts, now that you know, come on over. Remember, we lured you here on purpose. Guin Cheon was easily provoked, and Jae-hong continued to taunt him. What's wrong? Want me to show you? Incheon's leg activates, a vicious glint in his eye. You dog. Jae-hong enters focus mode, successfully dodging Incheon's punch. That's when he struck, but Incheon blocked him, forgetting Jae-hong had 2 hands. After a loving smack to the face, Incheon went ballistic. You. Jae-hong dodges another attack, aiming a kick at Incheon's gut, but mid-swing. A critical error. Damn it, I'm exhausted. It was then that Jae-hong noticed Incheon grabbing his ankle, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Gotcha now. After so many misses, Incheon finally retaliates against Jae-hong, kneeing him in the face and sending him flying. Hyuk-jin worried for his friend, forgetting his own opponent, and by the time he realized it was too late. They ganged up on him, yelling, "Kick him to death!" Incheon's feet were covered in Jae-hong's blood, and he glared, shouting that they were ignorant. Jae-hong is defenseless, forced to endure the beating as someone announces that Tetsu wants them brought to Incheon. Incheon paused. Tetsu, huh? The other replied, yes. He then asked, what about the one who escaped? The man in black replies that someone is already chasing after him, and they'll call when they catch him. Hurry to the small alley. 3 figures stand there, looking at the mess on the ground. Ai-hong is pale with fear, certain that this is the place. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, wondering if the 2 had escaped. Seo Keju picked up a shattered phone, denying his hope. No, it looks like they were captured. Ai-hong-chan was stunned to realize those were Ji-hong and H-jin's phones, and Se-ok-ju observed that the phones were smashed to pieces. I-jin stood silently before the large crowd, his face still expressionless, but he seemed to be contemplating something. Ai-hong-chan was extremely worried, wondering what to do, when suddenly a group of thugs approached. Their leader quickly spotted Ai-hong-chan, saying, "Huh, you little mutt, you go to Seinen." Ai-hong-chan turns his head in shock, as do I-jin and Se-ok-ju. The thugs are amused, recognizing him as the one who ran away earlier, and Ai-hong-chan frantically shuffles backward in fear. The thugs swaggered up to the 3, the leader sneering, "Well, well, if it isn't the little celebrity. Did you run off to get help after we roughed you up?" His cronies joined in the laughter. I can't stop laughing. Seo Keju, ever calm, hands his phone to a stunned Ai-hong-chan, confirming their identities, and prepares to interrogate them about where they've taken the others, while I-jin stares fearlessly at the thugs. The leader, now irritated, angrily spat, "What do you think you're doing, you dog?" But I-jin easily blocked his punch, then casually returned the favor, shattering the leader's face. A masked assailant silently attacks I-jin from behind. I-jin catches his arm, delivers a sharp elbow to the gut, and twists his hand to seize the attacker's head. Without hesitation, he slams the man's head into his knee, crushing his skull, while Se-ok-ju delivers a devastating punch to another thug's gut. Then, with a straight face, he punched the guy in the head. In a flash, I-jin and Se-ok-ju swiftly took down the whole gang. I-ung writhed even more violently, his face pale as he muttered, his face stuck to the road. I-jin, whether he didn't hear or didn't understand, simply turned back curiously. Se-ok-ju volunteers to do the questioning himself, and I-jin has no objections. At the gangster's base, 3 men casually smoke outside, while inside a boisterous crowd gathers to gossip. Jae-hee-ung and Hyuk-jin are thrown roughly to the ground, and despite his pain, Jae-hee-ung struggles to open his eyes. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at the merciless figure before him. Tae-soo. Just then, Incheon arrived with 2 underlings, announcing his return, causing Tae-soo to halt his actions. He signaled to a nearby lackey for drugs, then crossed his legs, seething. To think I had to be humiliated in front of the boss because of these dogs. He recalled a previous conversation, Jumun sitting across from him, asking in a low voice, Tae-soo, is it true that 4 students from Sinan High took down more than 10 from Gozi-ok? At the time, he hadn't understood. Huh? Juman explained in detail. You know most of our guys are from Gozi-ok High, including me. That's why our company hires them. They were sitting in a quiet room, so Juman's voice seemed amplified. So these rich, clueless Sinan guys took down over 10 of ours? His eyes narrowed, and he threatened, if that's the case, I'll have to rethink letting you work here after graduation. Back in reality, Taesu asks Incheon if he knows how humiliated he was in front of the boss. Incheon remains silent, while Ji Hyung and Hyukjin are captured underground. Taesu, now noticing them, sat like a cruel emperor, asking, "It was them?" Incheon confirmed, "Yes." Taesu scoffed, "Only two." Incheon nervously scratched his neck, fearfully explaining and assuring, "One escaped, but I'll catch him soon. And there was another, but I didn't see him." Suddenly, Taesu roared, "Hey, Woo Incheon! You went yourself and couldn't do anything? Even you?" Incheon was in agony. Taesu was more sensitive than usual because of yesterday's events. "If I wasn't here today, I don't know what would have happened." He could only mutter, "I'm sorry." Taesu frowned, annoyed, and turned to Huikin and Jae-hyung. "I heard you took down those guys." Looking at their battered state, he raised his voice. "Tell me, who are you?" Jae-hyung, unafraid, sneered, and a nearby lackey immediately kicked him in the shoulder, yelling, "I told you to talk!" Amidst the brutal beating, Taesu calmly exhaled smoke. When he'd had enough, he slowly ordered, "Stop." Like programmed robots, his men immediately ceased. He put out his cigarette and gave the two a choice. "I'll let whichever one of you speaks first go free." Huikin and Jae-hyung looked up in surprise. Taesu smirks, adding his terms. "But afterward, he'll work for us to keep his mouth shut. He threatens, 'Don't think about running, or I'll come to your school and drag you back here. Choose your lives.'" The expressions on their faces remained unchanged. Then, suddenly, Huikin raised a hand to cover his face, whispering, "This happens way too much in movies." He could barely contain his laughter, mocking them, "This happens in movies all the time." Jae-hyung couldn't hold back either, collapsing and pounding the floor as he laughed, "My hand's gone numb." Taesu was successfully provoked, and seeing his crazed eyes, Incheon's group stood frozen, pale with fear. Taesu snatched the bat from his subordinate and charged forward in a frenzy. "You sons of bitches!" He was a demon incarnate, and his terrified underlings didn't dare move. He swung the bat wildly, each blow brutally powerful, splattering blood everywhere. One of them, unable to watch any longer, grabbed Incheon's arm and asked, "Aren't you going to stop him? He's going to kill them." He didn't answer, still watching Taesu vent his rage. "Bastards, you should look at me and answer. Do you think I'm just a normal student like you?" Suddenly, at that moment, a loud noise erupted. Taesu stopped, noticing his men lying motionless outside the door. The others in the room craned their necks to see what was happening. Incheon was startled, and Teso's brow twitched as he glanced over. Yijin and Zeok calmly led the way, followed by a trembling Yi Young-chan glancing around nervously. How did they get in here? What happened to the guards? Taesu wondered. Suddenly, Yi Young-chan looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his jaw dropping in shock. The horrific sight of Huikin and Jae-hyung caused him to cry out their names in distress, while Yijin and Zeok remained silent, observing the heartbreaking scene. Incheon quickly recognizes Yi Young-chan, telling his men, "Hey, that's the dog who ran away earlier." The room erupts in commotion as they laugh and jeer. "So, you ran like a dog just to bring your friends? You almost made me piss myself." Yi Young-chan anxiously looked around, wondering how many there were. Taesu nonchalantly throws his cigarette, wondering what the hell is going on. He slouches back in his seat, disgusted that these bastards dare to barge in and act like fools. Zeok remained coldly silent at the crude language, as did Yijin beside him. Taesu lit a cigarette, reminding Incheon in a low voice, "Hey, Incheon, what are you waiting for?" Immediately, Incheon yelled orders to his men, telling them to clear the way. Incheon secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad they all came today. He couldn't imagine if it had dragged on until tomorrow. The sounds of fighting quickly erupted, and Han raised his eyes in confusion. Yijin and Zeok moved with precision, blocking blows, delivering knee strikes and landing punches on their opponents, and in moments, the group was defeated at their feet. Incheon and the others were stunned in disbelief, while the crowd behind them recoiled in shock. Taesu frowned with his cigarette in his mouth as Yijin and Seo-geon calmly dropped their bags. Incheon paled in disbelief. They'd taken down 4 guys in the blink of an eye, and then he roared, "Gale, what are you doing? Get in there." And in that instant, hundreds of thugs charged forward, weapons raised, ready for a fight. "Kill them!" Yijin and Zeok-ru, fearless, stood ready to strike. A chaotic battle erupted as he dodged a blow and delivered a knockout punch. His feet swiftly stomp on another's neck as he flies above the mob, twisting his body in midair. His eyes filled with danger, and the thugs looked up in shock. 2 seconds later, Yi-jin landed lightly, leaving behind men with faces crushed by his kick. Zeok-ru was quick and nimble, dodging the blow before retaliating with a powerful punch. Yi Yongchan watched the impressive scene in awe, unable to contain his amazement. Yi-jin dodged another fatal blow, seizing his attacker by the neck. Without hesitation, he slams his knee into the guy's head, sending him to meet his ancestors. Zeok-ru is just as fierce, kicking another thug away. Another one with a death wish charged forward, but he only glanced at him. Tae-soo was so surprised he dropped his cigarette, and Inchan's face darkened at the unimaginable situation. Yi Yongchan clutched his bag, pale with fear, while Yi-jin and Zeok-ru effortlessly took on the crowd. A series of miserable screams erupt, blood splattering everywhere, and the thugs descend into utter chaos. Suddenly, someone ambushes Zeok-ru from behind, wrapping their arms around him. He frowns, his eyes turning cold. Zeok-ru struggles to break free, spinning around to deliver a powerful blow to the guy's stomach, but at the same moment, an arm stealthily reaches for him. Another one manages to grab Zeok-ru by the neck, but he calmly seizes the attacker's arm. Zeok-ru effortlessly throws his opponent, taking him out of the fight. Within minutes, Yi-jin and Zeok-ru have sent all of the opposing gang members to Dreamland. Tae-soo scowls at the chaos, horrified, wondering what the hell is going on. He can't believe that Yi-jin and Zeok-ru are standing calmly amidst the motionless bodies of over 30 men, all taken down by just the two of them. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were ice-cold as he calmly approached the seated Tae-soo, who stared back in shock. As he approached, Inchan fearfully backed away, his eyes following his every move. In an instant, a devastating blow lands on his right cheek as Seo Hyuk's powerful punch sends him flying, his brow furrowed in cold fury. Tae-soo grabs a nearby stick, cursing in anger, wondering where Yi-jin came from. Yi-jin calmly approaches, and Tae-soo rationalizes that he must be tired. He waited in the shadows, biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He lunged forward, swinging the club down, but Yi-jin dodged it, twisting his hand towards the man's neck. Tae-soo took the blow, and before he could recover, Yi-jin gripped his head with both hands. Using a familiar technique, he kneed the man in the forehead, sending him spitting blood. But he wasn't giving up yet. His eyes were sharp, unwilling to accept defeat. If word got out that he lost to some high school kids, his life in the organization would be over. Suddenly, he pulls out a switchblade, the sharp blade snapping open, and slashes wildly at Yi-jin, who narrowly dodges it and grabs his arm. He brutally twisted the man's arm behind his back, eliciting a pained scream. Then he ended the fight with a body slam, sending the heavy body of Tae-soo crashing to the ground. Yi-jin stood tall, gazing at the brutal man now unconscious and covered in blood, his face expressionless, his eyes cold as he quietly sighed. I-ung paused, staring at him, when Hoi-kin's strained voice broke the silence, startling I-ung, who turned around. Damn it, what just happened? He anxiously called out, Jehoyoung Hai-uk-jin. I-ung-chan, clutching his books, rushed over to ask if they were all right. But Hoi-kin, exhausted, just rubbed his head and asked the same question. You look great, Jehoyoung said, leaning against the overturned desk. I-jin, he called out weakly. He looked over curiously. Jehoyoung's face was covered in blood, but he was still in good spirits, offering praise. In the real world, you're a challenger, even if you're just a bronze in the game. I-jin and the others are speechless at his cluelessness. Speechless, a furious roar erupts. You sons of bitches! Tae-soo takes a kick to the gut, and Inchan is punched in the face. The red-clad man angrily questions them, asking why they've humiliated him when he's always provided for them. Tae-soo and Inchan quickly stand at attention after the blow, cautiously bowing their heads. Tae-soo's head is bandaged as he whispers, I'm sorry, boss. The red-clad man kicks him again, yelling, Is that all you have to say? The red-clothed man continued to kick Tae-soo while berating him. Tae-soo, do you know what kind of time this is? This is the time to seize the opportunity to expand our territory while the Goseong and Seongsu factions are collapsing. Are you trying to disgrace the organization, you dog? Inchan stood by, pale and silent. Just then, Juman arrived with his men, stopping them in their tracks. He casually put his hands in his pockets, standing before the kneeling Tae-soo, and insulted him directly. I knew you were useless. Tae-soo gritted his teeth in anger. Juman's cigarette is lit by a subordinate as he asks if they escaped. The red-clad man reports that they just did, and they're sending men after them. Juman glances at Tae-soo, speculating. They might come back here, but either way, I can't let them off so easily. He narrows his eyes, dangerously ordering, if you catch them, break their limbs. That's the price they'll pay for laying a hand on my people. The man in red assured him that he would follow his orders, while behind them, Tisu smirked unnoticed. Back at Radio City, the usual goons stood guard as Mr. Shock burst into a room, shouting, "Boss!" Chadusik calmly sits and scans the room as Hia urgently reports, "I know why the rumors about Kim Juman's gang are spreading." Dusik is curious, what is it? Mr. Seok suddenly turns pale, stammering, afraid to look him in the eye. It seems some high schoolers stormed their base and... Dusik, with a cigarette in his mouth, was a bit doubtful, saying it sounded familiar. Mr. Sue continued to explain, saying they were beaten so badly that their boss had to step in, which is why the rumor of them being beaten by high schoolers spread. Dusik exhaled a cloud of smoke, paused to think, then said softly, Seok immediately reported, "Everyone's here." Dusik was surprised. "Already?" He grinned, eyes crinkling. "Yes, even without your call, when they heard you were back and no longer working for Congressman Kim, they gathered to greet you, boss." Dusik chuckled, walking slowly, and casually said, "You just want to have some fun. Why make excuses?" As he reached for the door, 2 lines of men in suits bowed at 90 degrees, shouting, "Long time no see, boss." Dusik savored the moment, then replied softly, "Everyone, it's been a while." Looking at his loyal men, he instructed, "Before you relax and have fun." His face suddenly turned dangerous, a triumphant smile spreading, "I have a job for you." Without hesitation, his men obeyed. "Yes, boss." The streets and buildings shimmered with lights in the night as the sound of chaotic footsteps ran in one direction. Ok-do steps forward, shielding Zeon-A. The thugs surround them, and one sneers, "You were easier to find than I thought." The mustached man feigned politeness, apologizing for interrupting his date, but insisted he come with them. Zeon-A, still unaware of what's happening, is interrupted by 3 cars that suddenly appear, headlights blinding the thugs surrounding them. Then a line of bodyguards in black suits emerge from the vehicles. The thugs look around, confused. "Who are you?" The head of the bodyguards grabbed the bearded man, his eyes cold, radiating a chilling aura, and asked grimly, "Looks like you're having fun getting to play like this after so long?" Cut to another dazzling street where a fierce battle is raging. Bodies are strewn everywhere, blood splattering in all directions. Dusik and his men casually walk through the aftermath of the brawl as Duman angrily shouts, "Chadusik, why?" Tisu and Inchan are shocked by the man's arrival. Dusik, the leader of the region's most powerful gang who was rumored to be retired? Duman grits his teeth, questioning if there's been a misunderstanding. "We didn't even touch you, so why?" Dusik exhales softly and says quietly, "Duman," his face stern, his tone lecturing. "Kids fighting should settle it themselves. What kind of example are you setting by interfering?" Duman furrowed his brow in confusion. Kids fighting? What are you talking about?" Then it quickly dawned on him. "You wouldn't be sticking up for these nobodies, would you?" Dusik smirked. "You guys made the first move, so we have to respond in kind, right?" At the HS25 convenience store, Jia Zeon slurped down her noodles, happily drinking every last drop of broth, then sighed contentedly, her face full of satisfaction. Yijin silently watched her eat with gusto as Jia Zeon praised the meal, saying she hadn't had it for dinner in a long time and couldn't believe she was devouring it so quickly. Yijin playfully chides her, remarking on her eating habits, but his phone suddenly rings. A call from Dusik. Yijin quickly answers. "What's wrong?" Dusik asks Han, concerned. "Hey kid, what are you up to?" He glanced down. On the table were a box of noodles and an untouched triangular rice ball, and he replied, "I'm eating rice balls at the convenience store." Dusik was surprised. "Rice balls? Is that all you're eating?" Then he happily promised, "Next time we meet, I'll grill you some beef on me." Yijin hesitated, saying that would make him uncomfortable. Dusik paused, displeased, and scoffed. "Why would you be uncomfortable eating with me?" He quickly found a compromise. "Then you can just treat me to a large convenience store ramen." Dusik frowned, confused. A large convenience store ramen? Yijin calmly explained that expensive things made him uncomfortable. Dusik sighed, reluctantly agreeing to treat him to ramen next time. After hanging up, he looks down at the thugs kneeling before him, now subdued. It's a beautiful day. The air is fresh, and birds sing around the school. Inside, the bell rings, signaling the end of class, and Hyuk-jin shouts with joy, "Class dismissed!" Jae-hyung, arm still in a cast, happily approaches Yi Yang-chan and Yi Jin, asking them to go to the arcade. Yi Yong-chan hesitated, worriedly looking at Jae-hyung's still injured arm, asking if he was sure he was okay. He replied that he was fine, but when he tried to prove it by raising his hand, his face betrayed his pain. His teeth clenched in pain. He insisted his fingers still worked, so a little pain wouldn't affect anything. Yi Yong-chan and Yi Jin were speechless at Jae-hyung's eagerness to play. Hyuk-jin, annoyed, reminded him that his hand still hurt and that he'd regret playing games, but he insisted it was fine. Frustrated, Hyuk-jin warned him not to blame the cast if it got worse. Instead of arguing, he wholeheartedly agreed, giving a thumbs up as if he'd foreseen it all, leaving Hyuk-jin speechless with frustration. Jo-hyung then called out to Jae-ok-ju, "Hey, Jae-ok-ju, wanna come?" Jae-ok-ju seemed surprised by the invitation, and Jae-hyung, realizing his sudden offer was odd, awkwardly explains, "I'll buy you a drink at the internet cafe. I need to repay you, so it's on me." After a moment of serious thought, Jae-ok-ju smiles and agrees, leaving Jeon stunned. She quickly recovers and chimes in, "Me too, I'll go too." Now it's Hyo-jin's turn to be suspicious. "John, you want to go to the internet cafe too?" Without hesitation, she replies, "Yeah, is that a problem?" He hesitated. "It's not that you can't." At that moment, Jae-ok-ju interrupted their conversation. "Hyuk-jin." Hyuk-jin looked at him, confused. Jae-ok-ju's expression turned serious. "I heard you're Herald," he readily admitted. "Yeah, I just got Herald recently." Hearing that, Seok-ju smirked, the sunlight bathing his back. He paused, seemingly sensing Seok-ju's inner thoughts, but his mood didn't seem so good after that smile. Cut to the Plus PC Club, where Jae-young and Hyuk-jin's group have arrived, hyped up and ready to game. Jae-young shouts, "Get the info! Info!" Hyuk-jin retorts impatiently, "What info, you idiot?" Dong-chan sat beside them, weary of their bickering, as the loud noises continued. "Attack the tower! Attack the tower!" Amidst the chaos of the internet cafe, "Leave the boss! Run!" Io, despite wanting to come to the internet cafe with them, didn't play. She sat silently behind Seo-guju, the noise showing no signs of letting up. "Hey, attack!" The game ended in defeat for their team, and Jae-hyung angrily complained, "Why attack there? I went in for the kill, and you just left me to run?" Seo-guju sighed. After the loss, Hyuk-jin stirred the pot, saying Jae-hyung was terrible and even worse than Yi-jin, causing Jae-hyung to angrily mess up his hair. After an intense 100-round battle, the group headed to the snack corner, grabbing instant noodles and chips. Then they returned to their seats. Jae-hyung blankly stuffed a sandwich in his mouth. Hyuk-jin munched on a sausage, and Dong-chan happily ate noodles. Jae-young remained in her seat, a box of popcorn in hand and a melting ice cream in her mouth, while Yi-jin simply drank a can of Coke, and Seok-ju was seriously gaming, ignoring food and drink. Suddenly, Jae-young glanced at him, his handsome, cold face focused on the computer screen. As they left, Yi-jin had to say goodbye and leave first, since he was going in the opposite direction. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Yi-jin saw Jae-young's name on the screen. He answered, and the voice on the other end immediately asked, "Appa, are you eating out today too?" He quickly denied it. "No, I'm on my way home, almost there." Jae-young was initially doubtful, but then confirmed it for herself. "Really?" "Oh, it is." Just then, he saw her too. Jae-young and her grandfather cheerfully waved and walked over. As they approached, he asked where they were going, and Kang-soo replied that he and Jae-young were going to the supermarket. He offered to join them, but the old man was both happy and concerned, wondering if he'd be too tired. He reassured the old man, saying it was just a stroll. Jae-young smiled at him as he pushed the cart, the three of them heading toward the produce aisle. They were having a great time as Jae-young busily picked out delicious fruits, and Kang-soo eagerly asked for his opinion on various items. They laughed and chatted as they chose one thing after another, and soon he was holding a bag full of groceries. His grandfather, worried he was tired, offered to carry the bags, but he just laughed it off, saying he was fine. But then he suddenly stopped, Yi-jin turning his head warily. In a dark corner of the street, a faint light revealed a tall figure. As the light hit his face, it was unmistakably a man with long, shoulder-length blonde hair. His eyes sharp, he clearly saw that face, and Yi-jin's eyes widened in shock. The man parted his lips and spoke, "Long time no see. 001. And with that voice, familiar memories flooded his mind. These are memories of fighting side by side, of charging onto the battlefield together, a face that was once so familiar. but his melancholy thoughts are interrupted by Zazion's voice. Yijin, are you okay? Even Grandpa is confused by your sudden daze. The two of them followed his gaze, Kangsu wondering who it was and if he knew him, while Zazion tilted his head, commenting that he was a foreigner. His eyes fixed on the man, widening as he realized, he's my teammate. Kangsu was surprised. Oh, someone you work with? He didn't deny it. Yes. The man slowly approached the three of them. Kangsu greets him warmly, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Waijin's grandfather. He responds with a smile, Hello, everyone. Zazion peeked out from behind him, offering a greeting, but Waijin's eyes held a hint of anger. His eyes held a hidden complexity, a dangerous glint beneath the smile, as Kangsu warmly invited him. You must be tired after coming all this way. Would you like to join us for dinner? He seemed quite surprised, but then closed his eyes and declined, saying he just stopped by because he had business nearby. The old man seemed regretful, saying it was a pity. Then, not wanting to disturb the reunited friends, he bid them farewell, saying they'd be going, and the two should take their time to catch up, to which he quickly replied. Yes, he and Zazion left, leaving the two face to face. He spoke first, laced with sarcasm. Looks like even after death you're doing well. His face hardened as he called out his code name. Show 6, how did you find me? Under the streetlights, a tense conversation unfolds. He knows about the base. He trails off, then, as he was searching for him, 006 casually pops a pill, asking if he isn't being too cautious, or if the base hasn't found him yet. I heard the base was looking for you while I was on a mission nearby, so I came to see you first, though it was a bit difficult to find you. He pulled out a lighter and continued, But the base will find you soon. Suddenly his face turned serious and cold, and he revealed that he was assigned to eliminate him. But as if he already knew, his eyes remained unwavering. Mouth full, 006 reassured him not to be so wary. Still as carefree as ever, his expression softened, saying he just came to see an old teammate. His eyes never wavered, and he didn't say a word. Amidst this tense conversation, 006's stomach rumbled, and he bluntly asked, 001, do you have anything to eat? I forgot to eat because I came looking for you. After complaining to him about his hunger, we cut to 006 outside a supermarket, shoveling mouthfuls of noodles into his mouth while he slowly eats a triangular rice ball across from him. He devoured the noodles and, with his hunger finally sated, leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. Looking at the empty container, 06 exclaimed how delicious it was. He hadn't finished his meal yet and kindly reminded him, It's good, but it's high in calories. 06 smiled faintly, still dwelling on their previous conversation, and asked, 06, if the organization hasn't found me, how did you? 006 replied seriously, Because I know where you live, and more importantly, I understand you too well. He stared intently, and 006 asked curiously, Have you regained your memories? He didn't deny it. Yes. Hearing that, 006 seemed a little happy. That's a relief. 006, sitting cross-legged, continues, 002 also knows where you live. I wonder how he'll react when he sees you again. He cried so much when he heard you were dead. He asks, Didn't you tell 032? 006 replies honestly, Frankly, the fewer people who know where you are, the better. 032 said the same thing. He then shared his thoughts, saying he wouldn't be surprised if I realized he was still alive, but he didn't expect me to not report it to his superiors. His face darkened at this, highlighting the cold smile on his lips as he said, I didn't expect myself to do that either. And once again, memories flooded back, this time of a fierce explosion. The team, clad in protective gear and armed with guns, cautiously approached the scene, only for the flames to surge, revealing a figure covered in blood lying on the grass. Her hair and eyes confirm it's Waijin. His condition is unknown, but he's still holding his gun and aiming at a target. 006 slowly approached, reaching out to touch something. A smear of blood. The red stain on his face, combined with the contemplative gaze at the blood on his fingertip, created an incredibly captivating visage. But inside, an indescribable shock as he couldn't believe what he was thinking. He slowly stood up, turning to look at the still burning flames. It continues to burn and spread. Back in the present, he smiles faintly and replies, why did I do that back then? I live to obey my superior's orders absolutely. But perhaps it's because I've come to see you as a comrade. Hearing this, he lowered his head in contemplation. 06's mood also sank as he continued. The mercenary spirit that appeared a few years ago, that's you, isn't it? His eyes were answer enough. He sighed, defeated. He knew it. The mercenaries' territory didn't overlap with the organization's, and things weren't so bad. But then, the can in his hand is nearly crushed, his hands red from the force, and his face turns menacing as he's reminded that he'll never escape the organization's grasp. He rolls his eyes, helpless. Naduryu 06's dangerous gaze pierces him as his memories return, changing everything. He looks at the warm lights of the street, confused. I don't know why you're still living here like this. He tilted his head as if to ask if it was good or bad, as the phone rang, interrupting their conversation. 06 pulls a brand new phone from his jacket and answers it casually, right in front of him. Across a table littered with takeout containers, two young men sat facing each other, one silently observing, the other taking a call, the contents of which seemed less than favorable. He silently observed 06, who quickly ended the call, put away his phone, and still wore a smile. Suddenly, the food on the table flies everywhere as 06 snaps his chopsticks in two, aiming the sharp points at Yijin's eyes. He quickly blocked the incoming arm, the sharp chopstick stopping just before his wide-open eye. And another bloodied hand strikes, but he's quick to block it, this time dangerously close to his neck. The chair falls as 06 speaks. Sorry, I was only planning to meet you today, but my superiors ordered me to kill you sooner than expected. Despite the danger, he kindly sympathizes, saying he understands he had no choice. And 06's eyes momentarily freeze. Just then, at the entrance to the supermarket, a girl opened the door and was startled to see them. The girl blushed, stealing glances at the two handsome men, and in a matter of seconds, everything changed. From a scene of assassination to one of them bending down to sort trash together, as 006 feigned ignorance, asking if they had to separate the trash, with Yijin playing along. Yeah, we need to separate the plastic stuff, 006 nodded. Okay, and together they sorted the trash into separate bins. 006 sighed, lamenting, how am I supposed to complete my mission in a place that isn't fully equipped? Before leaving, he suddenly called out, hey 001, then turned back to look. Personally, I think this change in you is for the better. Once again, Yijin was speechless at his comment. In the same deserted street, beneath the glow of streetlights, Sodrowski walks slowly, cutting to a modern high-rise building. Inside the gym, XAOXU is hard at work when his nearby phone suddenly rings. The caller is Yijin, who seems quite surprised, and immediately asks what's going on. Back on the other end, Yijin asks for a favor, leaving Zhao Shu surprised and curious. Why are you calling me out of the blue like this? What's up? I need you to check the security cameras at this convenience store. Then he added, and there's someone I need you to tail. The man was shocked, replying, Huh? Why all of a sudden? But to do that, I need permission from above, and the investigation will take time. As for following someone, he seemed very interested in this surveillance, asking when he could get the information. Immediately, because he feared that if 06 had acted, he and Zazion were in the most danger. Shocked, 006 takes a drag from his cigarette, surprised by his subordinate's report. What did that student overhear? He answered truthfully, yes, he suddenly came to me and asked to borrow the motorcycle, so I lent it to him. 006 falls into thought. I see, I was planning to contact him first. But then he realized something wasn't right. Who else but me even has a motorcycle? He naively answered truthfully, I lent him your bike. His curiosity piqued. He scratches his neck, wondering why he needed to borrow the bike. No, that's not it. I'm not using it anyway. He then honestly described his feelings at that moment, placing his right hand near his heart as he spoke. I was startled when he suddenly came to see me in the middle of the night. Even though he was just in his uniform, it made me nervous. Cut to the highway where cars are bustling back and forth, and a young man is speeding along on a motorcycle. Jin is still on the phone with Detective Co. He says he sent the address and will double-check the location since the suspect hasn't made a move. Detective Co, now changed, observes someone from above and reports that the suspect's behavior is strange, despite being closely followed. The motorcycle speeds on as the voice on the other end continues to speak. It seems he's noticed the cameras and is deliberately trying to mislead us, making things difficult. There's only one reason he'd do that. Accepting his own deduction that it was to conceal his movements, Jacques, unable to hide his curiosity, asked, What's going on? He simply replied, This is just a personal matter. Annoyed, he thinks, Of course it's your business. After the call ends, he's even more certain something's happening. He must have asked for directions to save time. He stared at the phone in his hand, realizing he couldn't find any information on this foreigner. What was going on? He parked his motorcycle in a deserted area, facing a river illuminated by streetlights. Surrounded by small, simple houses with his motorcycle lights on and phone in hand, he surveyed the area, thinking to himself, so the destination wasn't his family, but this suburb. And he just arrived. Moments later, recalling his earlier encounter with Zazian, he reminds himself that prolonging this will only put him at a disadvantage. Beneath his helmet, his eyes harden with resolve. It seems he must end things here. A pair of hands loads a gun. It's E006 operating the weapon. But then, his brow furrows, as if something unexpected has occurred. He stared at the bullet in the gun when his phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered, and a voice on the other end said, "6, you've only just arrived in that country, haven't you? I just found out that 01 is there too." Z06 stares at the gun parts on the table, realizing he's been found out, and quickly makes excuses. "I know nothing about him, even though we trained together. I just happened to be nearby on a mission and heard where he was living, so I came to check it out." Though he assured the man on the other end, a look of anguish crossed his face. "I'll use any means necessary to eliminate that traitor." It was Mad Dog on the line, and he smirked, pleased with the response. "If it's you, then I'm relieved." He kindly reminded him to be careful, because he was once designated Ace-01. His shoulders slumped as he replied, "That was a long time ago." Hearing that, the man grinned, seemingly pleased, adding that his combat abilities must have deteriorated from hiding for so long. Then he told him, "I'll be waiting for good news from you." The call ended, and 006 stared silently at the phone in his hand. Through the phone screen, he stares at his own face. When suddenly, a figure swiftly invades his hiding place, taking him by surprise. Staring into his dangerous eyes, 006 knows exactly what he's feeling. He quickly grabs a gun from the table, intending to aim it at him. But he was faster, sweeping 006 off his feet. They both crashed to the floor, and 006's gun went flying. The violent impact sends debris falling as they both rise, facing each other warily. A self-deprecating smile crept across 006's lips. He hadn't been followed. It was the cameras. Everything was going against his plans. Both stood, ready to fight. It had come to this. But first, a conversation. 006 speaks up. "I figured you'd be here soon, but this is a bit too fast. We just parted ways. Why are you looking for me so soon?" He didn't respond, silently staring at him. This displeases him, and he says with annoyance, "You still don't say a word, do you?" As soon as he finishes, they both lunge into a fierce exchange of blows. Both sides possessed immense strength, their blows equally matched, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. More than just actions, both wore expressions of grave danger and seriousness. Yi Jin blocks 006's attacks before retaliating with a strike of his own, seizing the opportunity to land a blow to his head. Then came a kick, but 006 caught his leg, and a stream of blood appeared as Yi Jin clutched his wounded leg. 006 had used the attack as cover to pull out a hidden blade. Holding the bloodied knife, he calls out to Yi Jin, the mercenary. He glares with resentment and anger, acknowledging that Yi Jin's skills have indeed improved. He didn't back down either, glaring at him in anger without a word. Then he suddenly launched a surprise attack, but he easily dodged the slash. He quickly ducked, nimbly dodging the relentless attacks, his eyes sharpening as he prepared to leap into a counterattack. He forcefully wipes the blade, gripping it tightly despite its sharpness and danger, but 006 seizes the opportunity to punch him in the face. Luckily, Yi Jin quickly ducks. He then subdues the hand holding the knife, and a look of pain washes over his face. The bloody knife clatters to the floor as 006 kicks him away, then reaches for his gun. But just as he aimed his gun, his eyes widened. The knife from before had been plunged into his shoulder. 006 still manages to reach for his gun, dodging bullets as he desperately tries to evade them. But in that space, it was difficult. His agility allowed him to temporarily hide from danger. Gun smoke filled the air, and 006's finger froze on the trigger. He was out of ammo. He cursed in anger, "Damn it!" Then he quickly turned and dragged his feet forward. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, he reached out as if to grab something on the table, his fingers finding the zipper. But he saw what he was doing just in time. Seeing 006 grab the briefcase and run, he knew he couldn't let him get away. He immediately gave chase, despite his bleeding legs, his eyes hardening with resolve, his speed unwavering. But the moment he stepped outside, it was too late. 06 was one step ahead, taking the motorcycle he'd arrived on to make his escape. Seeing this, he seemed quite shocked, and deep in his eyes was extreme anxiety. Beneath the bloodshot vessels was the image of Jia Zeon and his grandfather laughing happily. 006 speeds away on the motorcycle but collides with another vehicle. The impact is severe, sending the bike crashing to the ground. And so did 006, as he fell from his bike and skidded across the road. He watched everything unfold in a daze, when suddenly, the door of the car that hit him opened. The person who got out of the car was Jae-ok-ju, who anxiously asked him if he was interrupting anything. He was stunned for a moment, then gently replied, "No." Jae-ok-ju breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, that's a relief. Jae-ok-ju's car speeds down the road. Inside the car, he pondered, convinced that something was definitely going on, recalling his recent conversation with Yi-jin. He asked if he was okay, but he just replied indifferently, "Yeah." But seeing his injuries, he couldn't help but worry. "But you don't look okay." They both look in the same direction, towards 006 behind the car, the one who ran and collided with it. Jae-ok-ju looks at him, a little worried, and says, "Crap, I think I hit him pretty hard." Suddenly, he solemnly urged him to leave, and Ok-ju, confused, turned to him. Seeing his serious expression, he paused for a moment, then replied, "I understand." Back in the car, he pieces the information together. According to my investigation, the man Yi-jin was chasing was just a normal tourist. Could that not be the truth? His eyes suddenly filled with worry. The real problem now is, how am I going to explain the car? Back at the house in the suburbs, the scene of Yi-jin and 006's recent battle. 006 is tied to a chair, unconscious, as Yi-jin silently stands before him. He suddenly speaks, "Oh, you're awake. Looks like you're still not quite with it." He's met with 006's bitter laughter, his eyes closed as he mocks himself. "I didn't expect you to have allies. I should have guessed when you found me so quickly." Then he suddenly looked up and called out his codename, 001, saying he had made a fatal mistake by not anticipating it. He remained silent in response to his questions. 006 continued, this time sounding like he was making a deal. "You want to know something?" he asked directly. "Who ordered you to eliminate me?" Without answering, 006 reasoned that he was the only one with information, since he was right in front of him. Before revealing that the organization wasn't exactly thrilled to learn he was still alive. Knowing the answer already, he listened in silence as 006 spoke with a serious and dangerous tone. For years, the organization believed he was dead, and they don't want this to happen, so they've planned to make him disappear quietly from this world. He listened in silence as 006's eyes turned wild, warning him that they would never let him go, that the organization had suffered a great blow because of him, especially that mad dog who always wanted him dead. Silence fills the room, broken only by 006's soft chuckle as he says, "I've said all I can. Considering our relationship, I don't want to prolong this. Just kill me." The knife is already in his hand, as if waiting for the moment. 006 resigned himself to the worst, thinking that dying by 001's hand was better than some nobodies. Despair was written all over his face. The room's lights suddenly flickered on, startling him. He slowly approached, but instead of stabbing him, he crouched down near his feet. This action surprised and confused 006. "What are you doing?" he coldly replied as he cut the ropes. "Untying you." Still reeling, 006 asks, "I'm not asking about that, but why didn't you kill me?" Ijin cuts the ropes, binding his hands, and retorts, "Why should I?" 006 is stunned, huh? He stood there and told him that he still had a reason to live, a reason why he couldn't leave the organization. He didn't know what he meant by that, but upon hearing it, the man was genuinely surprised and stunned. And he softly shares, "That's all I know." In his mind, he sees the image of Yi-jin and his family laughing happily, which he witnessed earlier that day. He continued, 006, you're dead now. The organization won't be able to find you." 006 frowned. "If the organization knows I'm still alive, then 032 will..." He quickly cuts him off. 032 thinks the same as you. 006 is speechless, and he gently advises, "Anyway, this is better than you dying here." 006 slowly rises from the chair, dragging himself past him as he silently watches him leave. 006 abruptly stopped, not turning around, but his voice was clear. 001, if you do this, your family will be in danger. They'll use your loved ones to threaten you." He calmly replied, "I know," then continued, "If you had targeted my family first this time, the result would have been different." He reminds him not to forget to save his own skin first, as 006 smirks faintly. Before disappearing, 006 says he'll try to scramble information about him, pausing in place. This time, he turns back to ask him, 001, what's your name? Your real name? His eyes hidden by long hair, he slowly spoke. "Yu Ijin." 06 chuckled, silently repeating his name. "Yu Ijin." then introduced himself. I'm Riam. He scoffed. Took us 10 years to learn each other's names, huh? He stood silently without replying. Then 006, clutching his wound, slowly walked away. Outside was pitch black, and the lights in Ejin's house were all off. He gently opened the door and quietly stepped inside, when suddenly he heard the sound of a door opening. It was his grandfather, still awake, asking if he was back. He turned and smiled, asking if his grandfather was still up. His grandfather explained that he'd been having trouble sleeping, probably from the coffee he'd had the last 3 days, then smiled kindly and told him to wash up and get some sleep. He watched the old man return to his room and quietly responded. Then Jiazeon's voice called out to him. Brother Jiazeon, who was hiding by the door, seemed to understand his feelings and gently comforted him. Don't feel too burdened that Grandpa stayed up this late. He's just worried about you. He smiled reassuringly. I know. Then she suddenly added, Oh, I saved some food for you. Eat it if you're hungry. Yijin is stunned, as Jiazeon innocently replies that she saved him some food because he likes home-cooked meals, before slamming the bedroom door shut. He looks at the meal the two of them saved for him, with vegetables, meat, and the love they both have for him. He couldn't help but smile, as Zeokdu and Jiazeon walked together down the hall. Zeokdu stopped, noticing Yijin not far away, and Zeon excitedly pointed him out. Hearing them, he turned to look. Zeon approached and asked with a smile, What are you doing here? He answered honestly, saying he had something to discuss with Shukju. Zeon was surprised, and then the two went to the lobby to talk. Zeokdu speaks first, asking if he wants to talk about yesterday. He doesn't deny it, saying he probably should. He waited intently for Yijin to continue, and as they stood facing each other, Yijin slowly began to explain. The person you saw me with yesterday is an old acquaintance who came to see me. Zeokdu seemed to be waiting for more of the story, but Yijin seemed to be finished. Still, Zeokdu remained silent, waiting. The silence was unbearable, and he finally spoke up. That's all? Yijin nodded. Yeah. Zeokdu was taken aback by his nonchalant reply, as he stated that it was better if he didn't know everything, adding that he hoped he wouldn't investigate further, despite having already uncovered quite a bit. This time he listened in silence as Yijin revealed his true feelings, explaining that he was only confiding in him because he had helped him. Hearing this, he chuckled softly and finally conceded, saying that he wasn't planning on investigating further anyway, and although he was curious about Yijin's past, he wouldn't pry if he didn't want him to. He added with a smile that he understood, since he'd offended him before. Yijin remained silent, saying nothing. Zeon keeps glancing at the door as if waiting for someone. Then Zeokdu and Yijin walk into the classroom together. Before Zeokdu could even sit, she was already interrogating him with a smile. What did you guys talk about? Flustered, he stammered, unsure how to answer. Oh, she said, feigning hurt. What's wrong, can't you tell me? His face is clearly troubled. He stammers an excuse, saying Yijin asked how to get into Ankh. That seems to satisfy her, and she happily replies, Oh, so Yijin really likes games. But then she felt like something wasn't right. Yi Yang-chan is good at the game, and Yukjin and Chae-hyung are even better. Her next words made him even more embarrassed. Why would he ask someone as bad as you? Yijin returns to his seat and gazes pensively out the window. Cut to after school, students with backpacks leave one by one, Gaston among them, phone in hand. Looking at her notes, she thought, I need to go to the supermarket today and buy some fruit. It'll be good for him. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Hey! She looked up blankly, and a male student stood before her. Surprised, she asked, Are you calling me? The boy asked, Wait, yeah, you go to Shinan High, right? She confirmed, That's right. He shyly scratched his head and asked, Could I, get your phone number? She politely refuses, but hearing those words seems to sadden the boy. From behind, a young man mocks him, and the taunt seems to trigger something within him. He angrily retorted, I didn't say I wanted to get to know you. I just asked for your number. To her horror, he was suddenly struck on the head from behind. Dae-hyung and his crew, faces full of anger, approached. Dae-hyung questioned him aggressively. Hey, dog, you're getting on my nerves. Still reeling from the punch, he gritted his teeth and shouted back, Who dares? Without hesitation, Dae-hyun lands another punch, retorting, It's me, got a problem, you bastard. The guy turns pale with fear as Hyukjin's eyes meet those of the one who mocked him earlier. Enraged, the two turn and leave, muttering threats under their breath. You dogs, I'll remember your faces. Dae-hyung watches them go with a bored expression, then turns back, his demeanor completely changed, asking her with a smile, "Are you all right?" Jia bows politely, thanking him. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your help." Da-hung waves his hand, saying it was nothing. The scene shifts to the streets, where faces are filled with fear and anxiety. A group of tattooed thugs appears. Tae-soo furrows his brow and asks, "Is it nearby?" The guy who asked Jia for his number was also there, and he replied, "Yes, boss." He cursed in anger. "Damn it, this is humiliating. Is some punk really trying to mess with our Gosuk crew?" Incheon chimed in. "The rumors have spread. Looks like we need to clean up this area. Let's start with the one who messed with Tae-soo." He agreed with a dangerous smile. "All right, we need to show them where Gosuk High stands." Suddenly, the guy who asked Jia for her number pointed and shouted, "I found them! Over there!" Yi-jin was carrying bags and lecturing Jia. "Next time, you have to call me to go with you. Don't go shopping alone, got it?" She hurriedly explains that she only intended to buy some fruit, while Tae-soo, startled, recognizes him and quietly explains, it's not the same guys, it's someone else." He recognized Yi-jin's face, a face he would never forget. Immediately, his expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. The Incheon gang and their underlings clearly remembered Yi-jin and Zeon, and despite how calmly they had faced them, everyone's expression turned to panic. Seeing Tae-soo's trembling, he blankly asked the boss, "What's wrong?" But the boss didn't answer, instead asking, "You got beat up this bad trying to get that girl's number?" He admits it, and instantly a powerful punch lands on him. Tae-soo, enraged, shouts, "Go find out who that guy is yourself, you son of a bitch." He clutches his head, confused. "Huh? What's going on?" He relentlessly beat him, yelling, "Fight back, damn it! Go on, hit him yourself." Back at his grandfather's house, Jia took a piece of fruit and couldn't help but say something sweet. He's skilled at cutting fruit, his hands expertly peel an apple, and he smiles indulgently at her. "Really?" Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she insisted, even using herself as an example. "Of course, I can't even peel like you do." Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupts their conversation. Hearing it, she reminds him, "Oh, that's your room." He quickly puts the fruit down and stands up. Yi-jin goes into the room and closes the door, while the phone on the desk keeps ringing. The phone on the desk displayed a name, and without hesitation, he answered it. The caller on the other end sounded cheerful. "Oh, gotcha. I didn't think you'd answer." His face darkened. "I knew it was you." Under the bridge, 06 was the one calling him, announcing, "I've left your mark in a place far, far away. I also left traces of myself being there for days, and I'm thinking of leaving your traces abroad if I leave the country." He listened in silence as 006 continued, explaining that he had to create as much misinformation as possible, and that Yi-jin was cooperating fully, even leaving some traces of his own. 06 scoffed, saying that while someone like him who should be dead was still alive, he, who was alive, was already dead. He stared blankly, lost in thought. 006 softly tells him that they can't meet again, so he must live well. He replies with mixed emotions, telling him to live well too. And so, the call ended, neither knowing when they might hear from each other again or if they would ever meet. The next day, Yi-jin went to school as usual. The others then recounted yesterday's events, surprising Yi-jin. Yi-young-chan hesitantly confirmed that Jae-hyung had stepped in and resolved everything, but Jae-hyung excitedly interjected that he had hit the guy a few times and chased him away. Suddenly, Zeokzu stepped forward, demanding, "Who was he?" Young-chan replied innocently, "Huh? I saw him wearing the Seok girl's high uniform." Zeokzu gravely asks if the guy knows him, and Yi-jin, understanding immediately, guesses it might be someone they've met before. The aura of two fighting gods was no joke, and he quickly agreed with Yi-jin. "That's right," he said gravely. "I don't think it's a coincidence." Seo-ju declared sternly, "That's right. We can't let our guard down." Jae-hyung and Hyu-gin, standing outside, are clueless about Moteji, wondering what's with the serious atmosphere, when Jeon-a suddenly appears, saying there's nothing strange about it, since many people want to get close to her. Intrigued, Yi-jin wanted to hear more, and Zeon-a quickly added that Da-yeon Zeon was once very popular because she was so beautiful. He blankly turned to Yi-young-chan and asked, "Really?" Yi-young-chan eagerly corrected him, "Zeon-a is right. Your sister used to be very popular." Yi-jin asked in surprise, "How was Zeon popular?" Yi-young-chan chuckled, explaining that it was only when Kim Ki-soo and his sister started bullying her that people distanced themselves, which is why he didn't see it when he returned. Zae-hyung agrees, saying Yi-jin's sister is beautiful, and Hyujin adds that many find her adorable. triggering Yijin's protective instincts, leaving the others wondering what he's thinking. Xiaoju quickly suggests they double-check, and Yijin nods in agreement before declaring that since there's no tutoring today, they'll head out as soon as school's over. Xian, speechless, finally interjects, "Hey, are you guys even listening to us?" Meanwhile, at Taesu's gang headquarters, the irritable boss questions his underlings. "The kids aren't listening." Yijin hesitantly reports to Taesu that there was a small fight with a high school near Xiok, and the others say they're ignoring us. Taesu takes a drag of his cigarette and curses, saying, "Damn it, they didn't even dare look at us before." Yijin added with concern that even the students in their school had been changing recently, causing Taesu's brow to furrow with rising anger. Recalling Dumon's warning, he flew into a rage, thinking, who do these fools think they're messing with? It turned out that he and Yijin had been thoroughly defeated for overestimating themselves. At that moment, Taesu thought to himself in humiliation, who knew that monster was related to that damn chairman? Yijin's voice pulled him back to reality. Taesu. The vanguard suggests to Taesu that they should clean up the surrounding area as soon as possible. He remains silent for about 10 seconds, then throws his half-smoked cigarette on the floor. Taesu stomped out the cigarette and declared that starting today, they would begin cleaning up the surrounding area. But before they could get too comfortable, Seokju and Yijin burst through the door, and Teso's face turned pale, his bravado vanishing. Even Inchan and his crew were stunned. Yijin strode toward Taesu, who was panicking inside, wondering why he was here, stopping just a few feet away. Without hesitation, he questioned him. "I heard someone from your school approached my sister." Suddenly he remembers seeing Yijin with Gashon. Could that girl be his sister? Yijin's murderous glare was answer enough, and now Seokju's overwhelming presence added to the pressure. In a panic, Taesu blurts out, "Wait, we were looking for her, but not because we knew she was your sister. My brother just told me he saw her on the street. I had no idea she was related to you." Yijin pressed him. "Your younger brother?" Taesu frantically swore, "Yes, he didn't mean anything by it. Now that I know she's your sister, I'll keep everyone away from her." Yijin got the answer he wanted, while Taesu sweated bullets, anxiously waiting. Yijin's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the man, the tension so thick he dared not breathe. Finally, he and Seokjin turned and walked away, no longer giving him trouble. Taesu felt like he'd aged 10 years, while Inchan and his men remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Once the door closed, Taesu sighed in relief, telling everyone they'd handle things another day, and Inchan quickly confirmed his understanding. Outside, Jaeon's group was already waiting. Hugh asks Yijin what they said, and he bluntly replies that they said it was a coincidence, while Seokju quickly adds that the person who spoke to Ji-Haeon was Ki Jae-su's younger brother, leaving Gi-hyung in shock. What? Ki Tae-su's brother? Gaeon, seeing that Gae-hyung was losing it, said, "See, I told you." But Yijin remained firm. "No, I'm still going to keep an eye on them." His suspicion of Seo Eokju was indeed a perfect match, because I didn't believe what they said. Jian, speechless, shouted loudly, "Hey!" After dealing with that, Yijin went alone to a nearby convenience store. He casually unwraps a rice ball and takes a bite. Dusik's eyes fixed intently on Yijin, then glancing down at his meager meal of instant noodles and 2 triangle kimbap. Taking the ramen, Dusik said choosily, "It's been a while since I've eaten like this in front of a convenience store. I don't like eating like this. It needs meat." Yijin replied curtly, "That's all there is." Dusik ate the ramen and asked, "I heard you borrowed a motorcycle yesterday." And Yijin quickly answered, "Oh, I'll return it today," he says, to which Dusik generously replies, "Don't worry, just keep it. I haven't been using it lately." Yijin firmly repeats himself, "No, I'll return it." Dusik scoffs, "Whatever," as he slurps down his noodles, thinking that this kid is definitely what the youngsters call a school gangster. He was utterly dumbfounded, recalling the recent events. It involved Assemblyman Kim and even the SVKB group. "He even saved me once. This kid is truly mysterious, and recently he's been involved with Kim Chu as well." Dusik asks Yijin what he's up to, but Yijin just shrugs, saying he's just a normal high school student. Dusik was speechless, muttering to himself, "Oh, really?" Meanwhile, at SVKB headquarters, Chairman Inguk silently gazed out at the view. The SVKB manager entered the room to report that the chairman was concerned about the expansion of their business, to which he simply replied, "If you feel your rice bowl is going to be taken away, you'll start making noise like them." Despite being careful, they couldn't stop enemies from rising up. The manager agreed, adding that with the recent expansion, negative rumors were inevitable. but reliable sources indicated something unusual was happening. Inguk's expression immediately changed after the manager spoke, and the next day, Chairman Inguk invited Yi-jin to meet with him. He kindly suggested that tea would make it taste better, but Yi-jin simply declined. Inguk took a sip of his tea and politely asked Han how he was doing, and if his bodyguard work at SV Cap was going well. Yi-jin answered respectfully, and Inguk curiously inquired about school. Yi-jin quickly assures Inguk that it's going well, prompting him to ask if there are any difficulties. Yi-jin firmly replies no, and the conversation stalls once again. Seeing his silence, Yi-jin took the initiative. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. It's time for training. Inguk smiled kindly, allowing him to leave. All right, go ahead. Yi-jin rises, bows politely, and departs, leaving the manager with a questioning look while Yi-jin coolly picks up his bag and leaves. He diligently trains, running laps before moving on to sparring in the indoor arena. The 2nd Division captain watches Yi-jin intently, noting that he hasn't improved much at all. Yi-jin calmly replies, "Is that so? Are you saying he was holding back?" With his instincts, the director speculates, "No, I have a feeling he's controlling his power to avoid drawing attention." Yi-jin was slightly surprised. "You mean he's controlling his power to avoid attention?" Based on his movements, the 2nd Division captain thoughtfully remarked, "Yes, although he's still as unremarkable as ever, his reflexes far exceed the average for our bodyguards." With just one lock, Mr. Steadfast confirms his combat experience as well. Mr. Kaomai solemnly concludes, therefore, it is very likely that what he showed in that match was not his true ability. He was clearly very well trained. Ji smiled, letting out a delighted sound, showing his interest. The captain of Team 2 quickly added that he secretly accepted training and was quite popular with his teammates. Earlier, GE had met with Ham Chan, asking if he was all right. "I heard you were injured during a mission." He chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly, saying he was fine, just a little burnt out. GE earnestly urged Ham Chan to work hard, but to be careful not to get hurt. He cheerfully replied, "Yes," but his expression immediately changed. And for someone as perceptive as GE, she sensed something was amiss as Ham Chan inquired if she was still investigating that student. She was a little surprised. "Students." Suddenly she understood what Ham Chan meant, and she made a sound. He hesitated, then asked if his name was Yu Yi Jin, prompting her suspicion as to why he suddenly remembered the boy's name. What's more, when facing her, Ham Chan completely loses his guard. Compared to his earlier composure, his acting is terrible right now. She smiles, reassuring him that she's stopped. Ham Chan's face lights up and he asks excitedly, "Really?" On the surface, she smiles, but inside, she's suspicious. "Your expression is betraying you. He's definitely hiding something." And with the captain of Squad 2's deduction, her curiosity only grows. "Yu Yi-jin, what is your relationship with my fiancé?" Yi-jin, busy chatting with the other bodyguards, doesn't notice them. After practice, Yi-jin leaves with GE. She spoke softly, and Yi-jin turned, waiting for her to continue. She took the initiative, asking if he really didn't want to be a congressman, saying her company could easily take care of him. Without hesitation, he replied, "No." His icy attitude made GE annoyed. She thinks he should have at least pretended to consider her offer, but he didn't even hesitate. She then asks Yi-jin point blank if he knows Major Kang Ham Chan. "He's my fiancé." Shock was written all over Yi-jin's face. GE smirks, thoroughly enjoying his reaction. Yi-jin then recalls Ham Chan saying he had to meet his fiancé, and his cold demeanor seems to vanish almost entirely. GE smirked, pleased to have confirmed that he knew Major Kang Ham Chan, but his next move stunned her even more, as she learned that Ham Chan's fiancé was none other than GE. Yi-jin sat up straight. Seeing his serious demeanor, she wondered why he had suddenly changed his posture. After escorting GE to safety, Team 2 leader sat in the passenger seat, silently observing the events unfolding behind them. After escorting GE to safety, they quickly returned to the staff's private room, and the leader of Team 2 immediately loosened his tie after buying a cup of coffee. Yi-jin was still pondering GE's words, the major's fiancé, while outside the restroom, 2 bodyguards, Kang-gak, stood watch. Inside, she was reapplying her lipstick when a figure emerged from the shadows. Eita slowly walks past GE, goes to the sink, and turns on the water. As GE turned around, Ada's hand stealthily reached out, using one hand to restrain her and the other to drug her. It was quick and clean. Ada's eyes were cold and unwavering as He immediately lost consciousness, and Kang-gak's 2 bodyguards outside were also taken care of by Eita's accomplices. Krasula sternly tells him to move the goods, and he silently acknowledges the order. As he takes a sip of coffee, Baek Wang's radio crackles to life with a message from Team 2's leader. Captain, the director is gone. Tuk Tok's subordinate reported that the two bodyguards protecting the director, Jin-soo and Kyung-woo, had been knocked unconscious. The captain of Team 2 quickly ordered an immediate lockdown of all exits and a review of all security cameras. Yi-jin sped off like a bullet, deducing that if they planned to knock out the guards to kidnap the director, they'd need a getaway car, likely with accomplices inside observing and reporting to a car waiting outside. He raced down the fire escape, quickly reaching the parking lot in the basement. He scanned the area and suddenly noticed something out of place. A mysterious figure was about to get into a car in the distance, and without hesitation, Yi-jin rushed towards them. He tried to block a suspicious car, only to realize it was just an innocent bystander. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from another direction. But as Yi-jin turned back, the car sped away, and he changed direction to pursue it closely. His judgment allowed him to cut them off, but Crasila's accomplice in the driver's seat floored the accelerator, aiming straight at Yi-jin. With no other way to stop them, Yi-jin jumps aside to avoid being hit, and the car swerves sharply, heading out of the building. As he gave chase, he radioed in a report. A suspicious black minivan, license plate Ooh-hoo. Yi-jin had jumped into action and was already in pursuit. Cutting through traffic, he caught up to them, but the kidnappers refused to stop, so Yi-jin lunged at the windshield. With a valiant knee strike, Yi-jin shatters the windshield, clinging to the side of the kidnapper's minivan, determined not to let go. Ahead, his security team is blocking the exit, quickly deploying tire spikes from their vehicles. But Yi-jin immediately realized he was too late. The kidnapper behind the wheel remained expressionless. He slams on the gas, the car speeds off at a terrifying velocity, and the bodyguards scatter. Unable to stop them in time, the car breaks through the formation, with only Yi-jin managing to hold on. The car sped towards the exit ramp at a terrifying speed, and Grasila's accomplice swerved wildly, trying to shake off Yi-jin, who was still in pursuit. But Yi-jin stubbornly held on to the car, refusing to let go. Remembering Major Hamchang's words from the past, he had thought it through. Yi-jin, surprised, asked, "What did you say?" Hamchang replied gently, "You asked me what family is, didn't you?" He once sincerely told Yi-jin that although family has a different meaning for everyone, for him the existence of family is precious, sacred, and irreplaceable. He paused, repeating Hamchang's words, "Sacred existence?" His expression softened as he spoke of his family. He admitted that his family's existence gave him the strength to work for his country and its people, so Yi-jin asked if he would sacrifice his life for them. His blunt question stunned Hamchang, who could only utter, "Huh?" But Yi-jin's expression was dead serious, so Hamchang smiled brightly and affirmed that he would gladly do so. Because of those sincere words, Yi-jin doesn't care if his hands are bleeding. He grits his teeth and clings to the car with all his might. Yi-jin uses all his strength, making the driver uneasy, and with his hands as leverage, he kicks out at the windshield, trying to shatter it. With the force of the impact, cracks appeared on the glass, but as the driver lost focus, Team 2's car crashed into them, sending both vehicles veering off course. Yi-jin, caught off guard, lost his grip and was thrown backward, unable to react. The JE's car successfully cut off Yi-jin, and they sped away as he struggled to stand. The fall injured Yi-jin's head, blood streaking his face, but his eyes remained fixed on the fleeing car. He quickly got up and continued to chase after them. Graciela leaned out the window to look at him, and Atta arrogantly winked goodbye. Though Yi-jin tried to give chase, he couldn't hope to outrun a car, which sped up and turned at the next intersection. His arm wounded, Yi-jin gasped for breath as the leader of Team 2 quickly drove up to him, asking where he had been. Seeing him was like seeing hope, and Yi-jin opened the car door and decisively sat in the passenger seat. The leader of Squad 2 was stunned. Why was he getting in the car? "Get out now! Straight ahead," Yi-jin sharply directs. "Please move out immediately. They've turned right at the next corner." He slammed on the gas, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it!" "Roger that," he snapped, following the GPS. "The ambush team is moving right on the avenue. Tell their side to hurry up too." Seeing Yi-jin's battered body, the Squad 2 leader firmly stated, "I'll take care of the rest. Go home. Even though you've been caught up in this, you're still a student. You're not even a real bodyguard anymore. I'm just a trainee bodyguard after all." The captain was furious and tried to dissuade me. Still, even so, knowing Ji-ye is Hamchan's fiancé, he must stand by her side. "If I get hurt, I'll take responsibility. You don't need to worry about me." The captain is speechless. That's not what I meant. Yi-jin continued to provide information, stating that a man and woman were in the driver and passenger seats, and they appeared to be of Asian descent. I haven't determined if they have any accomplices. Hey, either way, there was blood smeared all over Yi Jin's face. His fingertips were split from desperately clinging to the vehicle, and Team 2 leader was deeply concerned for him. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," Yi Jin stated firmly. Yi Jin quietly thought to himself, this kid is completely different from how he was in the car. His quick response is what the captain values most. He's the fastest to react. And he was the first to find the car, even tracking me and providing the kidnapper's route. He exhales, finally acknowledging Yi Jin's strength. He even revealed his true talent to save Miss Jaya. Who could be more reliable than this kid? This shocking news was quickly relayed to Zeon by the bodyguards. "Lady Jai has been kidnapped?" she exclaims in shock. "Yes," Suhan replied seriously. "All the bodyguards under Choi Suhan's command have been mobilized, and I heard Team Leader 2 and EU Yi Jin are in pursuit." "Yi Jin?" Sion asked worriedly. Hansu nodded, repeating, "Yes, he just moved out with Team 2's leader." This news truly startled her and Zeokju. The second team leader's car quickly pursued the kidnappers to an old, dilapidated house. He muttered warily, "Where do they think they're going?" His eyes narrowed as he watched the kidnappers emerge from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Ji Ye is tied to a wheelchair, still unconscious from the drugs. With the situation dire, the captain decides to fight alone, knowing there's no time to wait for backup. He unbuckled his seatbelt and told Yi Jin to wait there, but as soon as he got out, he was surrounded. The kidnapper's car was full of thugs, all armed. The thugs brandished sharp daggers, surrounding the captain and Yi Jin, much to Yenjiang's annoyance. Yi Jin stepped out of the car and said firmly, "You go first." The captain replied in surprise, "Hey, I told you to stay in the car." His thoughts mirrored the captain's decision. "We're out of options. We can't wait for reinforcements, and more importantly, it's just the two of us here." He firmly stops Yi Jin from acting rashly, saying, "This is different from training. This is real combat." Yi Jin, radiating a murderous aura, retorts, "What's to fear from these small fries? It'll be even easier this way." It was his power that gave the 2nd Division captain a completely different perspective. Before that, he had a brief exchange with Hansu, and this is the scene where the second daughter was kidnapped, which shocked me when I analyzed it. The 2nd Division captain was taken aback. The 3rd Division captain thinks so too. That student, is he a professional? Hansu confirmed without hesitation. He nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think so too." And now, looking at Yi Jin's back, the 2nd Division captain was certain of his hypothesis. He sped forward, telling Yi Jin to hold the line against the Hothet Inhoi assassins targeting the 2nd Division captain. One of them charged forward with a knife, but Yi Jin quickly closed the distance. He took him down with a devastating lock, sending the assassin's dagger flying. Yi Jin ducks another stab, sweeps another assassin off their feet, and grabs the fallen dagger. Yi Jin unleashes his killer instinct, facing the entire assassin squad head-on. After taking a series of professional blows from Yi Jin, the assassins are stunned for a moment. One cries out to his teammate, "How could you be so stupid as to get cut by that kid's knife?" He's got a scar on his left eyebrow and a venomous tongue to match, and this double agent hired a kid as a bodyguard? Hey, you can actually swing a knife? Yi Jin remained silent at his provocation, as if the kids these days had been watching too many movies. He turned away and ordered the hooded figure, "We'll chase after that one. You quickly take care of this dog." The hooded figure cracked his knuckles and nodded. "Yes," one of the group members asked worriedly, "Do we really have to rush?" Is Scarbrow eager to prove himself? "Yeah. He'll finish this punk off before we find his accomplices, so we need to catch the one who ran." Before he could finish, the hooded leader cried out in pain. Turns out, Yi Jin had locked his hand, the dagger at his throat, death just a hair's breadth away. Seeing this, another thug rushed to his rescue. But Yi Jin swiftly blocks the attack and delivers a fatal blow to the gut, then completely disables him with another strike to the shoulder. His comrades were aghast as they watched him fall. Yi Jin's skill was eye-opening for the rest of them. His cold eyes swept over them, and the scarred thug could only shout to save face. As expected of an SV Cap bodyguard, Yi Jin wordlessly closes in on them. The masked man frantically shouts, "Kill him!" But it's all over in the blink of an eye. Yi Jin closed in, slashing twice at his hand and stomach, drawing blood. The scarred man could only whisper, "What?" as Yi Jin took down 2 more assassins with precise movements. His deadly strikes eliminated them with ruthless efficiency. The masked man only saw his hand graze his ear. Before he could react, Yi Jin delivered a crushing knee strike, then swiftly moved towards the scarred eyebrow thug in the distance. The man cursed, clutching his knife, furious that he barely blocked Yi Jin's blade. But as he retaliated, Yi Jin swiftly ducked. He disarms Scarface, seizing his knife, and the man's face contorts in agony. Yijin then kicked out his knee, sending him off balance, and seized the scarred man by the scruff of his neck. His gleaming blade pressed against the man's carotid artery. A terrifying silence stretched for what felt like an eternity, enough to make him soil himself. But Yijin had already made his decision, reversing his grip on the knife to strike the scarred man's head, aiming to incapacitate rather than kill. The fight was, of course, completely in Yijin's favor, inside the warehouse where Guille was being held. Graxila and her accomplice silently observed the situation outside. She remarks, SVCap's response is impressive. They arrived faster than I anticipated. The accomplice grabbed his phone, saying, I'll tell the client we've got the target. Graxila quickly added, transfer Guille to another car immediately. It's a bit early, but we need to move to the next location. SVCap will tear this place apart soon. But a loud noise made them both turn around to see that Team 2's captain had arrived just in time. Gracila's accomplice identifies him as the target's head of security, and seeing Guille unconscious ignites the captain's fury. He cursed, wondering how they dared, but he was quick enough to dodge a sneak attack from behind. He charged forward, brandishing a dagger, but the captain disarmed him with a single move and landed a powerful punch to the face. The man was instantly knocked out, but two more stepped in to block his path, each armed with close-quarters weapons. The captain remained steadfast, blocking the incoming knife with his foot. He lands a devastating elbow strike, shattering one thug's jaw, and dodges a knife from another. Yongbei locks the arm, then effortlessly slams him down with a professional move. But Gracila's accomplice shouts out, ordering them to stop, and the second squad captain's eyes widen in surprise. Because he's pointing a gun at Juni's head, threatening, you know what to do if you don't want this woman dead. If you lay a hand on us, she's gone. The captain gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Gracila's accomplice turned the gun on him, saying that if he moved, the woman would die instantly, taunting the second squad captain, wondering what he would do. He silently glared at him, a fiery rage burning in his eyes. Sensing the fury, the henchman aimed at the captain's shoulder and fired. Despite the pain, he could only grit his teeth and bear it, as his arrogant opponent sneered, You didn't even flinch. Losing her patience, Gracila ordered, Deal with him quickly, we don't have time. Her accomplice responded swiftly, I know. But the captain of Squad 2 was beyond caring about his own injuries. Because he was so worried about JGE's safety, the director traded his life for her temporary safety when the henchman's gun was aimed at her. I'm sorry. 2 streaks of light flew in to rescue Team Leader 2. One knife accurately struck the gun-wielding hand of Gracila's accomplice, but she narrowly dodged the other. It plunged into the floor with terrifying force as Yijin rushed to JGE, grabbed the stroller's handle, and turned to push her away without hesitation. His swift actions surprised the 2 flanking enemies. Relieved, Squad 2 leader breathes a sigh of relief. Gracila's accomplice opens fire on Yijin, screaming obscenities. A bullet grazes his shoulder, drawing blood. The leader of Team 2 risked everything, tackling the gunman, wrestling him to the ground, and seizing his weapon. Yijin stared back in disbelief as the Squad 2 captain yelled out, Don't worry about me, just run. Yijin couldn't let his sacrifice be in vain, so he pressed on, his urgent goal to rescue Gia. Gia finally began to regain consciousness, her eyes fluttering open in confusion as she adjusted to the light. She realized she was in a wheelchair, and just as she was about to make a sound, Yijin quickly covered her mouth. He coldly signaled Jie to stay silent, who was stunned to see his battered body after he gently let go. Jie looked around, wondering to herself, where am I? She was clearly in the restroom. Seeing her clutching her head, Yijin quickly explained, Don't worry, you're just dizzy from the drug. She thought in shock. I was drugged. She suddenly remembered Gracila drugging her. Was I captured and drugged? Yijin, ever vigilant, briefly added, Yes, the captain of Squad 2 and I arrived ahead of you. Alert and the SVK security team are on their way. He tilted his head, listening for any sounds outside. The director has woken up, and the car will soon be able to move on its own. But the dead end we're hiding in is about to be exposed. He's good in close combat, but Yijin is concerned about the situation. The biggest problem being that the enemy has guns. Jie wondered why she had become a target. Was it because SVK was expanding into new companies? But what did she have to do with any of that? She quickly realized the problem. Was she in the same situation as Iona? Only now did she notice Yijin's injuries, his body, his high alert. He replied curtly, I'm fine. But Gia was still blunt. Fine. How? And she was right to panic, because Yijin's head wound was covered in blood, his shoulder grazed by a bullet tearing his jacket, and his fingertips were torn. Gia's eyes widened in shock at Yijin's efforts. He wasn't even an official bodyguard, so why? Doubt now crept into her mind. Was he really just a high schooler? Both of them froze as Gracila's voice echoed, "Come out, you have nowhere left to run." Ada, gun in hand, slowly approached the alley where Ijin was hiding, coldly threatening him. "Come out now, or we'll kill the hostage. The longer you stall, the worse it'll get." Gia was anxious as she heard Gracila's stern warning. If you want to save the hostage, end this quickly. Her integrity compels her to act, deciding to resolve this herself. She can't let him be in danger. No matter how good his training is, he's still just a student. Suddenly, Yijin reached out while she was still thinking, so he had to go out there. He raised a finger to signal Jie to stay silent and wait. His resolve inspires Jie's complete trust. Then, Yijin stealthily rises, but Graciela quickly spots his hiding place. Ada points her gun at Yijin, who raises his hands in surrender, yet he remains unfazed by the weapon. Graciela narrowed her eyes, asking slyly if she was involved, calling him a kid. "Ever since we met and you followed the car, I suspected as much." Ada sneered. "Kid, you've been watching too many movies. You think you're immortal like the main character in A?" Yijin had Gracila's gun in his sights, and his silence was all about finding the right moment. Suddenly, Jie reveals himself and shouts, but in that moment, Gracila is distracted by his merchandise, and Yijin seizes the opportunity. He targeted Ada's gun hand while Ada was off balance, and then Yijin threw another knife, grazing Ada's neck. He lunges, knocking Gracila down and successfully subduing her, a display of precision that leaves Ada astonished. To counter, Ada draws a dagger from his leg sheath, striking at Yijin, who swiftly leaps back to evade. They both tensely kept their distance from each other before Gracila, enraged, charged forward with his knife, yelling, "You little bastard!" They exchanged slashes and dodged attacks, but Yijin still suffered cuts from Gracila's dagger. Ada fought more desperately, but Yijin's eyes suddenly gleamed, having found a weakness. With incredible speed, he seized Gracila's knife hand, then delivered a swift knee strike to Ada. Ada loses his balance and falls, but his pistol isn't far out of reach. Gracila reaches for the gun, but Yijin anticipates her move. He quickly ducks to evade Ada's sights. Just as Gracila thought victory was at hand, Yijin's hand moved to seize Ada's gun with a precise spin. Yijin snatched Gracila's gun, and now Ada was in his sights. Ada wondered how this was possible, and even Yijin was surprised by his own professional moves. Having seized the gun, things became much easier for Yijin, while Gracila continued to taunt him. A true child who's watched too many movies. "You may be good at fighting, but can you even use a gun?" Ada sneered, provoking him. "Sure, you may have been trained to use one, but shooting a real person isn't easy." Before Ada could finish, Yijin fired a shot, hitting Gracila's thigh with deadly accuracy. Ada collapses in pain, wondering how he could fire a gun without hesitation. This scene suddenly reminds Ada of something, especially since his eyes didn't waver at all when he shot. It's as if he's used to this. Impossible. He's just a kid from a peaceful country. Yijin's cold amber eyes send shivers down Gracila's spine, and Ada pales as he utters, "Could it be? You're Yijin?" Not giving Ada a chance to speak, Yijin swiftly takes down Gracila, leaving Ada unable to react. Seeing Ada fall, Jiue was speechless, her eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and doubt for the 2nd Division captain after he defeated Gracila's accomplice, blood constantly flowing from the wound on his shoulder. Using his injured shoulder, the 2nd squad captain gasped for breath, quickly surrounded by assassins. Gracila's accomplice silently adjusts his hat, picks up his gun, and coldly declares that this is the end for him. But he's far more agile than Gata. Even with his injured shoulder, nothing can stop his knockout punch. Pointing his gun at Team 2's captain, he shouted, "Stop!" He gritted his teeth, admitting, "I underestimated you, thinking you were just a bodyguard, but I was wrong. You're pretty capable yourself, and if I hadn't timed your shift change, I probably wouldn't have been able to corner her so easily." He was still worried sick, and although he tried to stall for time, he didn't know if they had escaped, especially since he let one of them get away to chase after them. He suddenly remembered Ijin's strong back. A smile crept across his face. Strangely, he felt at ease. Graciela's accomplice snapped, "What are you smiling at?" The 2nd Division captain casually replied, "My apologies." Raising his gun, he declared that if he was relieved because a woman was chasing the kid, he was wrong. She could take them all down at once. His smile faded as he listened to the man's venomous words, saying she might make the kid wish he were dead for angering her. The squad leader gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in fury. "That's why I don't need to chase him. She'll be done with him before I even arrive." He squeezed the trigger. "You should be worrying about your own fate." The captain's face contorted with pure rage, but suddenly a bullet came from afar, aimed straight at Gracila's accomplice's arm. The second squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief, while his comrade screamed in agony, his arm now useless. The gun slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as the captain of Squad 2 turned toward the gunfire. There, he saw that the shooter was Yi-jin. The captain thought in disbelief, "Yoo-hoo Yi-jin." His comrade finally noticed him, wondering why that dog was there. Helpless as he watched Yi-jin fire, he angrily wondered, "Where's Graciela?" He takes another bullet to the calf. Just a glance, and Yi-jin turns his gun towards the leader of Squad 2. He was shocked, unsure of Yi-jin's intentions, when Yi-jin's gun fired again, the bullet aimed at the back of Squad 2 captain. Yi-jin's barrage of perfectly aimed shots took down the assassins surrounding him one by one. The captain of Squad 2 was secretly impressed by his level of skill. Could he really handle a gun with such ease? Seeing the assassins nearly wiped out, he was even more astonished, especially since one shot was all it took to bring them all down. Yi-jin stood firm, unfazed, and successfully led Yi-jae to safety. Though she covered her ears, her eyes witnessed everything that unfolded. Suddenly, a thought occurs to the leader of Team 2. Does the leader of Team 3 think so too? Could this high schooler be a professional? Yi-jin's overwhelming presence only deepens his suspicions. Yes, I think so too. The special police have arrived on the scene quickly. The three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief as the special forces quickly swept the area. Attack and defense teams were in place, and they bravely stormed inside. First, they apprehend the assassins outside. Then, a team rushes to Yi-jin, urgently questioning her. "Director, are you all right?" Though drenched in sweat, she firmly replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, she heard Yi-jin's voice beside her. "There's still one inside. Get in there and take care of it quickly." Yi-ji ordered the medical team to tend to Squad 2's leader and Yi-jin first, and they quickly began to stop the bleeding from Yi-jin's head wound. The nurses and doctors bandage him as Yi-jae approaches, asking Yi-jin if he's all right. He simply nodded. "Yes, I'm fine." She frowned, retorting, "Fine? How can you say that in this condition?" Waving his hand, Yi-jin firmly says, "I've tried moving it, and there's nothing seriously wrong. I was lucky to only get this injured after finding the VIP target the kidnappers were after." Hearing him say that left Yi-jae speechless. But then he seriously told her that he had a favor to ask. She was taken aback. "Oh, you need my help? With what?" It turns out he was afraid his family would find out about his injury, and they would worry while he recovered. "So, could you tell them that I have to stay in the guardroom for training?" A hint of sadness flickers in her eyes as she expresses her gratitude before leaving, thanking him, and Yi-jin feels a sense of relief. A familiar hand rests on his shoulder. It's Team 2 leader, his wounds bandaged. He smiles, greeting Yi-jin casually. "Well done. See you later." His face relaxed, likely from seeing him safe. He watched Yi-jae and the second squad captain until they were out of sight. Meanwhile, in a remote location, a figure sat with their back to the wall in a room as their subordinate reported their failure. The figure simply smiled sinisterly and replied, "It doesn't matter. I never cared whether they caught her or not." The arrogant figure emphasizes that the important thing is that they've warned SV-Cap. If this situation repeats, they'll be wary of expanding the company, and that's enough. Gracila, after being captured, was quickly taken to an interrogation room. Ada laments, never expecting SV-Cap to have that monster Yi-jin in their ranks. This revelation silenced him. Ada lamented that she wouldn't have acted this way if she knew he was here. Looking at the number 8 bracelet on her wrist, Ada regretted it even more. No, she shouldn't have taken this job in the first place. The SV-Cap manager firmly replies, "I don't know what you're talking about." Gracila flatly states, "Because I've faced him directly." Ada recounted that about 6 months ago he vanished without a trace. Some say he was gravely injured and died, while others claim he deserted. Little did they know, he was recruited by SV-Cap. The SV-Cap manager completely disregarded this information, asking why she kept bringing up irrelevant matters. He acknowledged, "I've also heard rumors about that mercenary. The one said to be the best on the battlefield. And he's working as a bodyguard here?" Gracila glared at him coldly. Meanwhile, at a high-end SV-Cap-owned hospital, Zai rested in bed, but the bandaged captain of Squad 2 remained by her side. Zai asked worriedly what he was doing there, saying she heard he'd been shot, but the Squad 2 captain dismissed it as a minor injury. Wanting him to recover, she ordered him to rest until he was better, saying nothing would happen even if he took leave. Refusing to stand down, he firmly replied, "How can I rest when that just happened on our shift?" Zai could only fall silent, knowing he had a point. The captain grew more concerned, adding, "And I still haven't found the mastermind. We captured those mercenary spirits who operate abroad, but the staff haven't been able to find who hired them. Arms crossed, she seriously asks if what happened to her and Zion was just a coincidence. The captain immediately dismisses the idea, saying he doesn't think so. Does that mean her suspicions are correct? Zai commented on Yijin. He's even better than during training. The 2nd Division captain quickly agreed. I was also very surprised by that. Zai officially questioned, he's not a normal student, is he? He nodded, saying that was probably the case. Zai's mind had already deduced a lot. It seemed he wanted to know his identity, so he assigned him to the bodyguard division. He continued. Actually, when he came to rescue the director, he already had several broken ribs, torn fingernails, and a bullet graze across his shoulder. She gasped in disbelief while the captain of Squad 2 admired Ijin's tenacity. Those injuries must have been from clinging to the kidnapper's car and being thrown off. Zai paled, exclaiming, "He fought like that?" But the story doesn't end there. He also fought 5 knife-wielding thugs before the director even woke up. Ijin's recklessness stunned Zai. How could this be? The 2nd Division captain firmly confirmed that, however absurd, Ijin had indeed accomplished it. Hearing this, she jumped out of bed. Zai stormed out of the room and headed to Ijin's, where she found him already changed, Na's eyes as cold as ever. Zai and the 2nd squad captain arrived to find Ijin packing his things, ready to leave, saying he hasn't been home in 2 days. Zai insisted. I heard you were seriously injured. You need to stay and recover. But he ignored her, saying resting at home would help him recover faster than staying in the hospital. Zai snapped, "No, who would agree to let you do that?" Jin simply replied, "The doctor," leaving her speechless. Ijin, having finished cleaning up, was still worried and tried to stop him, asking what he would tell his family. Ijin calmly replied that he would say he was injured during training. Zai cursed under her breath, annoyed that he had an answer for everything. She then ordered the captain of Team 2 to leave, and he complied with a shout. Zai had already made up her mind, and Ijin's wavering only strengthened her resolve. She personally scouted Ijin, asking him to join her after graduation. Jin's eyes wavered at the offer, but Zai continued firmly, saying that protecting Xion wasn't ideal as she was still just a child. Ijin is taken aback by her words, as Zai concludes sternly that Xion only inherited her parents' wealth and isn't capable of taking responsibility for her own future. She walked up to Ijin and said firmly, "But you're different." For the first time, she assured him, "I'm definitely capable of taking responsibility for your future." He stared silently into her eyes as Zai awaited his decision without hesitation. Ijin finally spoke, saying he had a question, and she smiled, assuring him he didn't need to worry about the compensation. "I can give you the best of everything, and I'll take care of all the arrangements." But he only cared about one thing. "It's not that, but what am I supposed to say to Xion?" Zai was momentarily surprised by his question, asking if Ijin was dating Xion, who always watched and waited for him after training. But he just naively said that wasn't the case, so she learned something else interesting, that the kid has a one-sided crush. Excellent. Jin is a little shaken when faced with such an attractive offer. After all, after graduation, come with me. Zai then added that if he found such a good job right after graduation, his family would be happy too, hitting him where it hurt. Jin's priority was Kang-soo and Xion. A glint of triumph flashed in Zai's eyes as Ijin politely replied, "I'll think about it." After Ijin returned home, Kang-soo and Xion were shocked and asked in unison if he'd been injured during training. He avoided their eyes, answering curtly. Han asks if Ijin is seriously injured, but afraid of worrying him. Ijin downplays it. "No, it's just a scratch. It'll heal quickly," but Kang-soo and Xion still don't seem convinced. He gently called out to him, "Ijin," and he politely responded, "Yes." Kang-soo sincerely asked Han Ijin, "So you're studying and working as a bodyguard now. Do you like the job?" He quickly replies that it is for now, and Kang-soo advises him not to worry, saying that even if he likes the job now, he can always change and do what he likes when other interests arise. In Kang-soo's eyes, Ijin wasn't some great figure, but simply his beloved grandson, because he was still just a child. He smiled gently, assuring him that he would always support whatever he did. Hearing those heartfelt words made Ijin very happy. Kang-soo quickly added that he was bringing this up rather suddenly, since he was about to graduate. "He thought you might be worried about your future, but is he getting ahead of himself?" Jia Zeon chuckled. "Where did you learn that saying? At a hidden training camp deep in the forest?" "I heard 03D2 escaped," a subordinate reported. "Yes, it seems 006 was deceived by 001. The mad dog roared. "You idiot!" he muttered bitterly. He's lost his mind since his brother's death, so now the organization means nothing to him. At the airport, a solitary figure stands alone, silently staring at the departure board. Ijin clenches and unclenches her fist, testing the sensation. It seems the wound on his hand is healing at a remarkable rate. He recalls Graciela in his mind. Could it be Yijin? Jin's mind is heavy with worry. Who is she? He wonders if she has any connection to the organization, calling him by his mercenary code name. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he quickly answered it. Soon after, Ijin arrived at the convenience store near his house. It turns out that Zeon A was the one who called him, and she bought a mountain of rice balls and snacks. Zeon A happily tells Ijin that she hasn't had dinner yet and really wanted some rice balls, though Ijin thinks to himself that she didn't need to buy so many. Ijin, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Don't be shy, eat with me. Zeon A then grabs a rice ball and starts eating, asking Ijin worriedly if he's okay, since she heard he was seriously injured. He grabbed 2 rice balls at once and replied curtly, yeah. Zeon A then told Ijin, feeling frustrated, I came to visit you, but Jia forbade them from letting me in. I wasn't allowed near your room either, and I'm curious why you haven't returned to school yet, even after being discharged. Taking a bite, he casually replies, because the chairman told me to rest at home for today. Zeon A hums in understanding, secretly pleased that he listens to his grandfather, but then her eyes cloud over in thought as she recalls something she heard. Zeon A crossed her arms and added that he was the one who contributed the most to Jia's rescue, but Ijin quickly denied it, saying that the leader of Team 2 played the key role. He recounted the situation, how he had the driver chase after the kidnappers, and how he contacted the police and security team to report their escape route. Zeon A was stunned, letting out a small gasp, but Ijin insisted that even after catching up to them and getting shot, he held on. He diverted the kidnappers' attention so I could get the director away buying time until her safety was assured. Without him, I couldn't have done anything. His seriousness makes Zeon A little tense, and Seo Okaju nods in agreement, saying, I see. He raises his eyebrows, remarking that according to him, the leader of Team 2 played a very important role. Without hesitation, Ijin agreed, and Zeokju quickly added that without Ijin, he couldn't have done it, and the report emphasized Ijin's role as well. Ijin corrected him once more, saying it was his team. The most important thing is that our team ensured the VIP's safety, not who played the most important role in the mission. Zeokju agreed, saying he was right. Only Zeon A doesn't understand why they're being so enthusiastic about this. Ijin's phone suddenly alerts him to a message, and he quickly reads it. Zana curiously asks what's going on, and Ijin honestly replies that he might have to go to the internet cafe. She was stunned. Huh. He explained, speechless, that Taehyung said they were short a player and needed him to hurry. She tried to stop Ijin, saying he was injured and couldn't possibly play games with that hand. But Ijin coldly relayed Taehyung's words. Even if he played with his feet, it wouldn't be any different, so he should hurry over. The boy's logic leaves Zeon speechless as she heads home, worried about Ijin and wondering if she should buy him meat to help him recover. In class, some students curiously asked Eon about Yijin, saying they heard he hadn't been to school for days and asking what happened to him. Eon honestly replied that he hurt his hand while traveling. They eagerly asked if his hand was seriously injured, and she replied that he was fine. So, they were just asking after Ijin. Good thing it wasn't his face that was injured, because if it was, he'd be done for. Jia Zeon thought to herself that he was becoming quite popular. On her way home, she suddenly heard shouting in a deserted alley. What the hell did you just say? In the distance, a noisy group of people were gathered. They sneered, Say it again if you dare. Jia Zeon was at a loss, wondering, what should I do? Why isn't there anyone to help me out of this? The most aggressive one was the guy who once tried to get her number. Are you trying to die? I told you to repeat what you just said, you pig. She thought to herself, He was still coming closer. Are you crazy? You dare act like that in front of our gang leader? Another chimes in, saying it looks like they're trying to pick a fight. Jia Zeon remembers him bowing to her and apologizing, and hesitates, thinking he might not be a bad person and that she could smooth things over. Jia Zeon spoke up, but the guy who had been rejected turned around, annoyed, and snapped, Who dares? He paled as soon as he saw Jia Zeon. Jia Zeon politely bows and says, Hello, while the others are too scared to speak. Of course, after Jin Jin's display, they wouldn't dare touch her for all the money in the world. You've misunderstood. He started the fight with us. We were just passing by when he dragged me over and demanded I buy him food. I'm sorry for interfering, but can you forgive him? He blankly grunts in satisfaction, then turns and casually says, Yeah, sure. Jia Zeon turns back to check on the striped shirt guy, asking if he's okay. She anxiously asks if he's hurt, and he replies curtly, Yeah, followed by the loud rumbling of his stomach. Seeing Jia Zion's embarrassment, he shyly apologizes, then bluntly asks her to buy him food. Jia Zion was perplexed, but she still took the young man to a convenience store for food. He devoured a mountain of onigiri as Jia Zion silently sat with him. Seeing him eat like a ravenous beast, she felt sorry for him, thinking he must have been starving. She kindly assumed he was about her age and had perhaps lost his wallet. After finishing his meal, he sighed with relief, saying he was finally alive. Lost in his hunger, he finally remembers Jia Zion is there. Flustered, he stammers, "Sorry, you must be surprised. I was just so hungry." With a gentle smile, Jia Zion replied, "It's all right, I understand." The young man explained that he had just arrived from overseas and lost his wallet after landing, leaving him hungry for days. Hearing this, Jia Zion felt sorry for him, several days without food. Speechless, she reminded him to seek help from his embassy. As soon as she mentioned it, his expression froze. The embassy? Of course. Looking at her phone in a panic, Jia Zion thought, "It's too late. He's waiting for me at home." She glanced at the young man. Jia Zion proactively gave him some money to get by, telling him to use it to buy food. The young man was extremely grateful. Jia Zion stood up happily and reminded him to use it to buy food. She then hurried away, leaving the young man sitting there in a daze, a complex expression on his face. Back in his mercenary days, Yijin stormed into a house, but after the gunfire he hesitated, seeing the terrified eyes of a child trembling, barely daring to breathe. At that moment, Yijin's resolve wavered, and his superior's voice crackled over the radio, urging him to eliminate the target and regroup. But the image of a mother protecting her child changed him in that fateful instant. Despite the radio's call, Yijin dropped his gun. That memory jolted him awake. He shot up in a panic, his chest tight, his heart pounding. It took him a moment to regain his composure when suddenly there was a knock at his door. A sound that brought him a sense of relief. He decided to leave his room, finding Zazian and Kangsu preparing breakfast. Kangsu asked him worriedly, "You're up early, why didn't you sleep in?" Trying to appear normal, he politely replied, "Oh, it's just that I have to go to school today." But Kangsu insisted, "You should rest a few more days. Studying is a lifelong pursuit, but a crippled body is hard to heal." Zazian, behind him, subtly urged him to agree. Yijin could only smile and agree, while Kangsu, holding his bag, carefully added that he would be home late that day, because he had to cover for his unwell colleague. Yijin saw him to the door. "Be careful at work," he cheerfully grunted in response. Yijin turned to his sister. "Zazian, are you leaving early too?" As she put on her shoes, she diligently said she was heading to school early to study, and Diko anxiously reminded him that she had already made breakfast for him, and he had to eat it all. Watching them leave, Yijin felt a sense of peace, gazing at the table laden with food Zazian had prepared. His eyes filled with happiness, and since he didn't have school, he aimlessly strolled through the streets as his phone buzzed with a message. It was a message from Taehyung. "Yijin, are you going to school today?" He felt a little strange after reading it. In their private chat, Taehyung sent another message. "Only Yijin can open this." Zion playfully chimed in. "Oh yeah? Just you wait, I'll open it for you." He teased her. "Oh, noble lady, who are you using to hack it?" Yijin couldn't help but smile as she read it. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure across the street, and Yijin immediately turned to look. That red hat and jacket. It was the same young man Zion had helped last night. Yijin's eyes recognized him instantly, and he hurried across the street to follow, but the young man quickly disappeared around a corner. Yijin gives chase, but loses him at the turn. Ahead lies a construction site, and he's certain he's got the right man. Yijin cautiously approached, quickly surveying the area before venturing deeper, arriving at a parking lot hidden behind the construction site. He cautiously advanced, taking in his surroundings, but as he rounded the corner, the young man was already there, gun in hand, waiting in ambush. His eyes were those of a true professional, and as he fired 2 shots, Yijin swiftly dodged them. Taking advantage of the blind spot, he ran to hide behind the corner of the wall. He tensely watched the young man slowly approach, still holding the gun, and asked Yijin, 001, long time no see. I panicked when I was being chased, but I was surprised to see it was you, Yanjiang said, singling him out. 032 continued to approach, stating that only he knew 006's habits, so he figured following him would lead him to you, but he didn't expect you to find him so quickly. Yijin sternly questioned whether the base had sent him to deal with him. Enraged, 032 retorts, but Yijin continues, deducing that the base would never send him on a mission that 006 had already failed. The mention of 006 sets 032 off, who yells, "Shut your mouth. Do you think you're still our commander? Judging by your reaction, the organization didn't send you, meaning you deserted. 032 retorts, saying a traitor like you has no right to say that to me. He paused, continuing, 01, I don't blame you because I've been in your shoes before. He suddenly said bitterly, but Ihuru 6. Shio 32 recalled the past. He was my only family, the one who saved me from that hellhole. Seizing the moment, Yijin throws a metal disc, hitting 032's gun hand, then tackles him to the ground. But 032 breaks free, gun raised, and roars in frustration. Sensing danger, Yijin kicks his arm, sending the gun flying, and 032 draws his sidearm, lunging at Yijin. He dodges a star, and the two grapple fiercely, neither willing to yield. Yijin blocks one of 032's hands and throws a punch. He quickly lowered his hand to defend his face. Yijin's punch was strong, but 032 blocked it. He countered with a kick to Yijin's ribs, and the old wound caused him immense pain. Sensing this, 032 immediately closes in, but Yijin is still sharp enough to block his knife-wielding hand. Facing him, 032 mocks, looks like your body isn't in such great shape. Yijin urgently asks if he's reported everything about the organization, but 032 retorts, asking when 001 became so nosy. Ignoring 032, Yijin repeats his question, demanding an answer. 032 retorts that Yijin is no longer his commander. He coldly declares, "You are my enemy." Yijin quickly retreats to create distance as 32 expertly adjusts the knife in his hand. A small cut appeared on Yijin's stomach, from which drops of blood slowly fell. Meanwhile, at the high school, Zazian was diligently studying in class. She wondered what to cook for him today to nourish him, as his body wasn't well and he needed to eat properly to recover quickly. Meanwhile, the battle between Yijin and 032 showed no signs of ending, as the two continued to fight fiercely. Despite his injuries, Yijin's skill remained overwhelming, blocking 032's arm and landing a powerful blow to his jaw. He swings his knife wildly, then quickly retreats. 032 seems exhausted, breathing heavily. Yijin presses. 032, I'll ask again. Did you report to the organization? Yimingi repeats as 032 scoffs. 001, what are you doing? Why all the talking? You think I'd tell a traitor like you anything? Especially when that traitor is the one who killed Ihuru 6. His eyes darkened with impatience. 032 attacks relentlessly, screaming that he won't reveal anything, no matter what. Yijin blocks the blows, deflects his arm, and delivers a powerful punch. But 032 quickly regained his balance, swinging a knife at Yijin's abdomen. Yijin dodged it and kicked 032 away, who grimaced in pain. He frantically backs away to create distance, suddenly spotting the gun behind him. He immediately lunges for it, but Yijin is quick to react. But 032 got to the gun first, aiming it directly at him. But as the barrel fired, Yijin managed to change its trajectory. And just like that, he pinned 032 against the wall. 032 struggled, feeling choked by Yijin's grip on his throat. Staring into 032's eyes, Yijin coldly questioned, "Are you chasing me out of loyalty to the organization? Or is it revenge for 006? His deadly aura made the boy falter. But he still fiercely kneed him, and as Yijin stumbled back, 032 raised his gun, threatening him. He fires a volley of shots, but Yijin quickly takes cover behind the corner of a wall, gritting his teeth and panting from the pain of his reopened wound. Realizing he couldn't win, 032 hastily reconsiders his plan. Damn it, I need a new strategy. To cover his escape, he fires another shot at the wall where Yijin is hiding. Yijin looked out to find 032 had already fled, but he relentlessly pursued. But the pain from his wound was too much, and he collapsed in the street, desperately trying to stop the bleeding as he gasped for breath. Senza still hasn't uncovered the truth behind this incident. Zeokju's phone suddenly rings. It's a call from him. He answers. He calmly asks what's wrong, and Yijin quickly asks him to check all the CCTV in his area, like last time. Zeokju's eyes turned serious instantly, and he hurriedly stood up and left, making Zeon realize something was off. Out in the hallway, Jia questioned Yijin's choice. You couldn't find anyone else? Yijin curtly replied, Nope. Zeokju simply stated, All right, I'll call you back. Send me the location and appearance of the guy. Yijin gratefully acknowledged, I understand. Then he hung up, concerned about his injuries as evening approached. 032 walked along, lost in thought. Damn it, if 001 hadn't kept repeating that ridiculous question, I might be dead already. Isn't he supposed to be in hiding? How is he still so strong? Yijin's question relentlessly haunted 032. Are you chasing me out of loyalty to the organization? Or is it for revenge for 006? He frowned, wondering why Yijin kept repeating that question. 032 couldn't shake the feeling. Why didn't he just eliminate the assassin and be done with it? His hands clenched in frustration. Cornered, he ran into the same thugs from last night. Oh, it's that kid from before. Hussar Zayon stepped forward, looking for trouble. Well, look who it is. You got lucky last time, but today won't be so easy. 032 sighs, wondering why it had to be now. He turns away, deciding not to cause any trouble. Little did he know, 2 more hulking figures were blocking his path from behind. His already foul mood was about to get a whole lot worse. He single-handedly beat them to a pulp before walking away. Reaching another street, 032 recognized a familiar face. It was Zazian, the kind girl who bought him food last night. They awkwardly greeted each other as 032 fumbled through his pockets. He pulled out a 10,001 note and hesitantly said, "This?" It was then that 032 formally thanked Zazian, saying, "Thank you for the other day. You helped me a lot. I'll send you the rest of the money later. This is all I have today." She accepted it and kindly asked if he was sure and if he'd be broke after paying her back. 032 quickly replied that he'd be fine. The familiar scene unfolds again. As Zazian turns to leave, 032's stomach rumbles violently in the convenience store that night. Zazian buys him a pile of food again, wondering what he'd do if he ran out of money. "I never even considered asking for the money back." Taking a bite of his rice ball, he firmly replies, "What are you talking about? Of course I'll pay you back." How could she accept his help when she didn't know when she could repay him? Realizing he wasn't a bad person, she simply smiled. Zazian then asked 032 his age, to which he honestly replied, "I'm 17. She happily chirps that they're the same age, and 032 responds in kind, asking if that's really the case. Ignoring 32's suspicious nature, Zazian cheerfully suggests, "Well, I'm 17 too, so let's chat comfortably." He quickly agrees, "Okay, I'll be more comfortable." Zazian chatted with 032 as he ate, asking if he had just come from abroad. 032 mumbled in reply, "Huh? Yeah, I'm traveling," to which she cheerfully responded, "Who are you traveling with?" 032 cautiously replied, "Just myself," but Zazian seemed shocked to hear that. "Alone?" 032 nodded in confirmation. Zazian asks innocently, "That's amazing. You travel alone? How many countries have you been to?" 032 replies, "I haven't counted, but probably around 20. She marvels in admiration. "You must really love to travel." 032 pauses. Rather than saying, "I like to travel." Suddenly, Ijin's footsteps rush closer, and he freezes as he sees 32 and Zazian together. Ijin's expression was one of utter shock as he stood behind the wall, listening to their conversation, his face etched with tension. Did he already know about Zazian? Zazian, holding a can, asks how long he plans to stay, and 032 replies that he'll stay until his business is finished. Zazian smiles, amused. "So, that's how it is. Meeting like this must mean you're nearby." 032 replies, "No, she's here for work, so you must pass through here often, right?" 032 looks at her, worried, realizing he's asked an obvious question. Zazian smiles, saying it's okay. She lives nearby too when suddenly something moves, and 032 turns his head. Ijin lunges, tackling 032 to the ground, while Zazian narrowly avoids the chaos. 032 grimaces, gritting his teeth as he glares at Ijin while a nearby trash can falls over. Ijin, holding a small knife, lunges, but 032 manages to block his hand. Ijin's sharp eyes are fixed on 032, wondering how 001 found him so quickly. Ijin strikes but misses, and 032 grits his teeth in frustration. Ijin pounces on 32, his face contorted with rage, but 032 breaks free and prepares to defend himself, seething with anger. Damn it, 032 thinks. She's getting dragged into this too. Zazian looks at him worriedly from behind Ijin. 032 sweats, saying, 001, let's go somewhere else. She has nothing to do with me. Ijin is silent. Then suddenly, 032 is shocked. What? Zazian looks at Ijin with concern, wondering what's wrong and why he's acting this way. Ijin, his back to Zazian, tells her to leave, but she's confused. What does he mean by that? Ijin's face is now terrifying, darkened with rage. Zazian looks at him in horror as memories of the past flood back. That look in his eyes, it's just like then. Zazian notices Ijin's wound, and 032 is surprised, asking if they know each other. Zazian replies that he's her brother, and she tries to explain that he's not who 032 thinks he is, that he must be misunderstanding something. Abaru 32's eyes light up as Yi-jin stands in front of Zazian, shielding him. Suddenly, 032 laughs. Unbelievable. Jin, expressionless, says, Zazian, could you excuse us for a moment? Jin stares intently at 032 as Zazian looks on worriedly. I understand. So it's just the two of you now. 032 retorts, annoyed. 001. It seems she really believes you're her brother. Why are you pretending like this? You've never done this before. Eugene eyes gleam with a terrifying sharpness as he says, I'll answer you if you answer my question first. 032 forms his hand into a mushroom shape and Eugene asks, did you report the situation here to the organization? And why did you come here? Is the organization testing you or did you come for revenge? Suddenly, 032 angrily shouts, why do you keep asking me these pointless questions? Does it really matter to you that much? He stares at him, and 032 nervously looks back. 032 lowered his head, admitting that he'd snuck away after 006's death without informing the organization. A hint of sadness crossed his face as he vowed to avenge 006 at any cost, even though he could never call that hell his home. Images of 006 flash through his mind, but 006 is his only family. Ijin looks at 032, saying that as far as he knows, he and 006 weren't that close. Yes, I never thought I'd be like this after hearing about 006's death. Aside from training and missions together, I never spent any personal time with him. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm avenging him. I just instinctively went looking for you. Sorrow and regret wash over 032's face. Ijin listens, then after a moment says, 006 is still alive? And 032's eyes widen. He faked his death to throw you off his trail and infiltrate the base. You're saying he's still alive? Is that true? Ijin replied matter-of-factly. That's right. CO32 suddenly realized. So, you kept asking me those questions too. At that moment, Ijin returned to his normal state. I had to test you before deciding to tell you the truth, because there's a high chance you'd report back to the organization that 006 is still alive. Even if you say you're 06's only family, I won't believe you because that's what the base trained us for. So why are you here? Ijin calmly looks at him. I simply came home. 032 is surprised, asking, are you really her family? Ijin replies, of course. 032 asks seriously, weren't you supposed to have amnesia? With a straight face, he explained that he'd been regaining his memories recently, though not all of them. Ijin responds to 032, that's not it. Images flash of him holding a gun to two terrified people on the ground because I can no longer follow the organization's orders. Ijin stares menacingly at 032, asking how he knows Zazian, demanding he tell him everything. 032's face darkens with fear as Ijin glares menacingly at him, asking why he knows Zazian. 032 is worried. Ijin's eyes glow a dangerous red, and the air is thick with a menacing aura. What is this? 032 nervously explains that she helped him in the past, so they became acquainted, and that's all there is to it. Ijin stares intently, and 032 avoids his gaze, paling as he does so. Ijin remains silent, watching him. 032, sweating, glanced at him, noting that his murderous aura had vanished, though he couldn't explain why it felt even more intense than when they fought. Ijin leaned back, pushed his chair out, and began to clean up. 032 also bent down to help, then paused, turning his back to Ijin, and asked if 06 was all right. A car crashes into another. 006 is thrown onto the vehicle, then falls to the ground. Was it wrong of me to say he's okay? Ijin holds an empty can, unsure how to respond. He stammers, no, as long as he's alive, even though he came to kill you. Ijin, surprised, asked 032 why he believed 006 was still alive, reminding him that he was the one who betrayed the organization. He replied seriously, because you've never lied to us, and you betrayed the organization, not us, catching Ijin off guard. He quickly explained, it's the same with 006. ZUS1, you trained hard with us, you took care of us. That's what you gave us, not the organization. Ijin lowered his head slightly. He looked at him and said, ah. Ijin's face was cold. The day the organization tried to eliminate me, some people weren't actively participating, and 006 was one of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back alive. Ijin's escape replays in his mind. He scoffs, because they hate the organization even more than you do. Ijin silently looks at him. How can you contact 006? Ijin replies that there's no way, other than waiting for 006 to contact them first, which makes sense since he has to do that to escape the organization's pursuit. I'll let you know if he contacts me again, he replied with his head down. I don't need that. I just needed to know he was still alive. He sighed in relief, even though we consider him family. We never spoke during missions. That's why 006 kept his survival a secret, 032 continued, and because I didn't know, I ended up here, getting killed by you over and over. Ijin glanced at him. 006 did it for you, huh? He held a can of soda as he explained. Surprising 032, he did it because he knew the organization might exploit his concern for you, his family. Even this time, he cut off all contact with you so you wouldn't be implicated if his survival was exposed. When the assassination failed, he even considered suicide, fearing you'd be implicated and your life endangered. I'm still keeping everything about you a secret from the organization. A secret, huh? He pressed. Yes. Aside from a few high-ranking officials who know you're still alive, it's all still a secret, so they can only search for you passively. He continued. No matter how you look at it, your true identity is strange, isn't it? And the fact that 01 is still alive should be a shocking event within the organization. Ijin asks 032 how he knows all this, and 032 calmly replies that 006 told him, causing Ijin to silently glare as he thinks about the mad dog. He walks past Ijin, saying it's time for him to go, and before returning to the organization, he needs to move to a few other places to cover his tracks. The two are startled, looking forward to see Gashan peeking at them from behind a wall. He looked at her and smiled, while the other looked at Ijin, surprised to see 001 with such an expression. Standing beside Ijin, he muses that Ijin must truly be his brother, then asks with a smile if he can say goodbye to her. Ijin turns to him with a menacing look, and he stammers that it would be awkward to just leave. With a cold and threatening gaze, he explained to him, "Besides, she helped me once, so the least I can do is say hello." He waved goodbye, and Gaston, standing next to Ijin, politely smiled and waved back. She looks at him, asking if he knows her. Ijin confirms, and she worries, asking why he acted that way earlier. Ijin hesitated, recalling something. He remembered Shin Zeon mentioning her, saying Gasyan was quite famous and beautiful. Lee Jia-hyung and Ju Hyuk. Jin chimed in, agreeing that Ijin's sister was indeed beautiful, far surpassing the others around her. Ijin calmly replied that he simply mistook him for a stranger trying to approach her because of her beauty. Her eyes widened in surprise, and as they locked eyes, she turned pale. That night, the lights were on at Ijin's house as he tossed a blood-stained cloth into the trash. Ijin sits hunched over on the bed. I'm still keeping all information about you secret from the organization. Ijin's eyes suddenly sharpen. What is he thinking? 032 returns home, lost in thought. Is she 001's sister? He remembers protecting Gashan. His face darkens as he pulls a gun from his jacket, aiming it into the dark room. Footsteps approach. Hey, calm down. His scarred face emerges from the darkness, hands raised in surrender. Surprised, he calls out, Aiden! Aiden smirks. Put the gun down first, but he frowns, annoyed. Aiden shakes his head, looking around. What are you doing here? Running from the organization? At least contact the organization for support. Did you find the traitor? He relaxed slightly, wondering when Aiden had arrived. He began to lower his gun, answering him. How could I find him so easily? Oh, really? He continued. What brings you here? Aiden opened his hand. Nothing much. A small knife appeared from his sleeve. He panicked, sweating as the knife pierced his stomach, and he gritted his teeth in pain. His sinister face and chilling smile bore into him. I'm only here for those who dare defy the organization's orders. So the organization sent you to eliminate me? Aiden smirks, saying his superiors ordered him to kill 032 if he didn't return. What did you say? With that, he pulled the knife from 032's stomach, and blood gushed out. He tried to stab 032 again, but luckily he dodged it, only for the blade to pierce his leg, and 032, gritting his teeth, tried to escape, but suddenly collapsed. His eyes glowed red, and his smile in the dark room was terrifying. You're pretty quick. 032 pressed his hand to the wound on his stomach, struggling to his feet. What are you going to do to me? He asked. He replied, Of course I'll take you out when I get the chance. I let 06 go because he's dangerous, but I'll deal with you whenever I can. 032, sweating, retorted, I know you're always afraid of losing face when 006 shows up. Do you think you're tougher saying that? You're even afraid of me, 006's lackey, so much that you had to ambush me. He He lunges, but misses. 032 retaliates, slashing Aiden's neck, his eyes now filled with deadly intent, leaving a gash across Aiden's face. He quickly slashed at him, and as 32 clutched his wound, he grabbed his head and threw him into a corner, leaving 32 injured on the ground with his gun nearby. He then bent down to pick up the gun, saying he was just like the rest of the organization, always wanting special treatment reserved for those the organization trained. But none of that matters now. To me, you're just a disobedient fool who disregards orders and acts on his own. 32, his face covered in blood, smirks and replies, "If you want the same treatment as me, you have to be capable first." Immediately, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced 032's leg, sending him crashing down. He aimed the gun, saying, "Looks like you're trying to provoke me, but sadly it's not working." Enraged, he declares that no matter what, 032 will die here. But 032 leaps forward, throwing a knife, which he narrowly dodges. 032 dashed past him, and he opened fire. He burst through the doorway, the bullet narrowly missing him and hitting the door. 032 scrambled to his feet and fled, the man hot on his heels. He raised his gun, only to see a trail of blood leading away. He moved cautiously. "This is annoying. Don't make me work so hard." Then he saw the blood trail turn down another path. You can't escape with that body anyway. Step by step he approached, when suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed his hand, saying he'd make it quick if he didn't provoke him further. Abruptly, someone yanked him back, catching him off guard. What? The figure's hand reached for the gun, snatching it away. A swift punch landed on his chin, and he stared blankly before returning a blow to the figure's face. He brandishes his knife, eyes twitching, and asks Yujin, "Who are you?" He coldly refuses to answer as panic sets in, followed by a gunshot. He lunged forward, recognizing him as 001, narrowly dodging a bullet. Yujin then struck him with a powerful blow to the face. Despite the blows to his face, he still manages to throw a punch. Our hero ducks down and slams his fist into the man's leg, then follows up with 2 quick punches to the gut. Despite coughing up blood, he still smiles as a glint of light flashes by. He holds the knife in reverse, ready to stab, but Yujin intercepts him. Yujin delivers a brutal knee strike, then slams him against the wall, leaving him defenseless. Immediately, a smear of blood appeared on the wall, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Yujin turned to him as 032, clutching his wound on the ground, asked how he got there. Yujin turned and stepped past him, picking up a bag from the ground. Yujin then held it out to him, explaining, "My sister said you were broke, so..." 032 looks at him suspiciously. He takes it and opens it, "So you bought me food?" "Yeah," he suddenly smiles. He inhales and asks Yujin, 001, "Why have you changed so much? Did you suffer a head injury or something?" Yujin remained silent. Their eyes meet, or perhaps... 32 smiles gently, holding a bag, "Because you've regained your memories and are just returning to your true self." Inguk, having reviewed the investigation results, now advises Yujin. "According to the investigation, the man you faced was an international fugitive. I've taken care of him, so there won't be any more problems, especially since many countries want him." He announces the good news, ensuring the criminal will be isolated from the world for the rest of his life. Yujin expresses his sincere gratitude, thanking him. Inguk asked suspiciously, but Yujin didn't seem to want to talk about it. Was he connected to his past? He spoke vaguely, saying that while he wasn't directly involved, it was true. "He's satisfied, so I have no further questions. Let me know if you need anything." Yujin agrees. Yes, he bows and excuses himself, the door closing behind him. Suhan misunderstands the chairman's intentions. "I thought he contacted him to ask for a favor, but I didn't expect him to hand over the criminal so easily." He recalled something important, but more crucial was concealing the traces of the shooting that remained at the scene. He seemed lost in thought, recalling the blood he'd seen. 032 was covered in it. Yujin went to get help for 032, telling him to wait, that he'd find someone to help him get proper treatment. He breathed heavily, struggling. "Okay," 032 pleaded. "I can handle it myself. Just help me stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound." But Yujin disagrees with this approach, insisting he needs proper treatment. 032 worries that it will take too long and the organization will become suspicious. Yujin is shocked. He's going back to the organization? 032 confirms yes, leaving Yujin confused. Yujin reiterates that the organization ordered his elimination, but 032 seems to know something. When confronted, he must have been given a condition to eliminate me. 032 confidently and defiantly reveals his plan, explaining that he harbors much discontent with 006 and the other members, so he surely agreed immediately. "So I'll play it cool and return to the organization to see if they'll try to eliminate me fair and square." Eugene looks worried, saying it'll be dangerous. Yujin seemed confident, knowing that the organization doesn't suspect anything about 006's death, so they can't touch me just for suspecting I'm helping you escape. If they act solely out of displeasure with other members, my chances of winning this gamble are very high. Yujin pondered, but in truth, 032 was also utterly despondent. And honestly, I'm out of options. If I keep hiding, they'll keep hunting me, and that might force 006 out of hiding too, he decides. But if I win this gamble, I'll make it hard for them to track you down. Because I have to repay your kindness, and with the messy trail 006 left behind, we won't have time to worry about you. Yujin snapped back to reality, the memory fading as a voice pulled him back. What brings you here? As the two approached, Yujin vaguely replied, I have some business to take care of. Ji-ye followed up. Is that so? Are you heading back already? How's your injury? He was slightly taken aback, recalling the wounds he sustained in battle. He mumbled, I'm much better now. I can't exactly say I'm not, to which Ji-ye replied with a smile. That's a relief. She's trying to trap him. Are you free to have a meal with me? But the employee interrupts, The meeting is about to start, ma'am. Yujin declines. I promised my family I'd be home for dinner, so I should probably head back. Jia's face darkens, but she forces a smile. He's made her look foolish again. Oh, you're having dinner with your family? You mustn't keep them waiting. Then she smoothly said, It turns out I'm busy and can't have a meal with you. I completely forgot. The assistant was confused. You just told me you had a meeting, which is why you came here? Then Ji-ye changes the subject, asking if he'd like a part-time job, offering an hourly wage. Yujin simply replies, no, irritating Ji-ye, who wonders how he could be so decisive. She was both suspicious and confused, as always. Is this just his style? She tried to appear calm. No way. Okay, I understand. Let me have someone take you home. Yujin bowed politely. No, thank you. Ji-ye casually replied. I knew you'd say that. The assistant urged him to recover quickly for training, as everyone kept asking when he'd be back. Yujin turned around, and Ji-ye was surprised that he was more popular with the men than she thought. Even the strict Squad 2 leader looked concerned. As Yujin left, the director wondered if he was hesitant to assign Chaseoha's protection to Yujin. She recalled, yes, that incident happened because of a stalker we didn't detect, so if they're by Chaseoha's side, everything should be fine. What do you think, Team 2 leader? The assistant understood. Yes, I think so too. Yujin was walking down the street when he saw Mr. Lau standing there. He approached him, wondering what he was doing there. Mr. Lau smiled and said he was just out for some fresh air. Oh, and he calls to remind him about the special occasion. Yujin, Jia Zeon's birthday is coming up. Yujin doesn't seem to remember. Oh, is it? The old man says, hinting. Well, kids are very sensitive about these things, so I don't know what he'd like. The old man probes Yujin, asking if he knows what Jia Zeon likes or cares about. The husband hesitates, and the two stand in awkward silence. Zai was at her desk when the phone rang. She picked it up, saw who was calling, and smiled with satisfaction. What's up? Why are you calling me? Yujin reiterates, asking if the previous offer is still valid. Zai happily checks. Dinner? Let me see. I'm quite busy, so let me check my schedule. Misunderstanding Yujin, she assumes he's talking about the side job and asks if that's why he called. He cuts to the chase, asking if the offer still stands. Zai finds it odd, wondering if he's changed his mind, to which he nods slightly. She schedules a meeting, so meet her at 4 p.m. tomorrow at Studio 00 at the Internet Cafe. Yujin is confused, wondering why he won't just accept the match. Zai suddenly realizes, that's right, I was engrossed in the news because I was reading an article about Chaseoha. The others eagerly peek at Zai's computer screen. Chaseoha? Yeah, she's starring in a webtoon adaptation this time. On the screen is a beautiful image of Chaseoha. Yujin brags that he's seen her in person, and she's as pretty as a flower, shocking the others. He recalls meeting Chaseoha while working at his cousin's advertising company. Zae Hyung is excited, saying he's been a fan of Chaseoha since her debut, surprising the others. Yujin asks what it's like to see her. Hyukjin recalls the memory, showering her with praise. She was like a goddess descended to earth, the most beautiful person I'd ever seen. The others look on with envy. Young-chan asks if his brother needs any part-time workers. The scene shifts to the film set, bustling with people, and a door labeled Chaseoha's resting room. Chaseoha wondered why so few bodyguards were coming, but the staff member explained that this one was from SV Cap. I already refused, but the director is worried about the recent incident. Besides, it's just one bodyguard, so don't worry about her. I heard he's a trainee. Chaseoha is surprised. A trainee bodyguard? They arrive on set, and everyone turns to look. A piece of paper, and someone approaches in high boots. Everyone is surprised. In Chaseoha's dressing room, her bodyguard speaks up. Even though he's an SVCAP trainee, he seems experienced, so don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. The staff member seemed embarrassed. Please, we're sorry to trouble you. The bodyguard was indifferent. Manager, you don't need to be so polite. The problem lies with SVCAP for sending a trainee bodyguard here. The bodyguard seems angry, wondering what they think of the bodyguard profession. A knock draws everyone's attention, and they open the door. Someone's at the door, catching them by surprise. Yijin introduces himself. I'm with SVCAP. You're the bodyguard they sent? He confirmed, yes, I'm Yuhu Yijin. The manager was a little taken aback by his appearance, thinking, oh yes, he's the bodyguard? I thought he was an artist or a model. The bodyguard sizes him up, thinking this kid is no pushover. He politely asks, may I come in? The manager calls out, welcoming him in. Chaselha watches as he enters, startled. She couldn't help but be stunned by his appearance. That look, and he's a bodyguard? He introduced himself again. I'm Yuhu Yijin, and I'll be protecting you, Chaselha, from now on. Pleased to meet you, she says. He greets everyone, and Chasel glances at him in the mirror. She still doesn't believe he's a bodyguard. Is he a trainee, or is this SVCAP's plan to help him debut? Did they send him to her so they could manage him more easily? He wonders about the filming schedule, noting that today is the first day and it started 4 hours ago, and asks if this is where she comes to rest. The manager responds, and he continues to probe. The stalker has been sending anonymous letters for the past half-month, right? Sela frowns. That's not it. This has been going on for much longer. Sadly, she recalls how they somehow found her address and left strange letters. Recently, it's been happening more and more frequently. She probably wants to refuse SVCAP's help, so I don't think SVCAP needs to worry about it. Yijin is surprised, and Sela changes the subject, asking how old he is, saying he looks so young. But he remembers his secretary's warning. Don't reveal your age, or they won't trust you. He declines to answer, saying, I'd prefer to keep that private. Sela is surprised when someone calls out, Hey bodyguard, want to talk outside for a bit? He asks cautiously, I heard you're an intern bodyguard from SVCAP? Yijin was confused. Is that what they said? He doesn't seem to trust my abilities, so I guess I don't need to be around her much. I'll take care of everything. He said with a frustrated tone, I don't know why SVCAP sent a kid like you, but being a bodyguard isn't simple, especially since reality is different from what you learn in books. He warned, so don't get in the way. Just sit tight until your shift ends and go home. Yijin then asked an unrelated question. Are you Kim Cheon from the Huyen Bodyguard Company? This angered the man, who grabbed Yijin by the collar. You're not even going to answer me? Are you messing with me? He threatens Yijin to watch his mouth if he doesn't want to die. Yijin glares as he's thrown against the wall, and the man leaves, annoyed. Yijin rubs his body. Seoha approaches him, asking if he's all right, explaining she came out to check just in case. He casually replies that he's fine, and she apologizes, saying they've already shown him their ugly side after only a few days. Then she explains, I told them we didn't need a bodyguard from the company. He remains silent, and Seoha guesses, You're a student, am I right? He remains silent. I'm afraid I must keep that confidential. The manager called out, Seoha, they're ready to film. She replied, Yes, I'm coming. Seoha turned back and finished, It's all right, you don't need to worry about it. Just go at your own pace. He was surprised, then left, leaving his coffee on the table. G.E. Suddenly remembering, she asked, Oh, how is he? The assistant wondered, You mean Yijin? She nodded. Yes. He reported, I received word that he went straight to the studio. G.E. expressed concern for his injury, and the assistant wasn't sure if he was all right. The assistant explains that for a popular artist like Chaseoha, being stalked and threatened is a daily occurrence. But with Yijin added to the security detail, nothing should happen. She felt a little smug, hoping it would be so, as she'd deliberately placed him in a physically demanding environment, given his injury. But perhaps he'd resent such a tedious job. The secretary thought, I don't think he's the type to give up easily. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief then. She playfully added, Is that what they call sitting pretty? The secretary was speechless. Ah, yes, that's what they usually call it, as the cameras rolled. On set, the bodyguard glanced at Yijin. He feigns anger, asking where he's been and if he's just here to slack off, but Yijin ignores him, saying he was checking the perimeter. He's taken aback. Huh? Check what? Didn't I tell you? A member of the film crew speaks up. Well done. Everyone bows their heads, thanking each other for their hard work. The manager hands Seoha a drink, praising her efforts. She drinks and turns her head as a voice announces, "Please remain where you are." Everyone is stunned as Yijin declares that the police are on their way to investigate everyone present. Seoha was taken aback, asking what was going on as he presented the tiny camera, a hidden camera. She wondered what it was. Yijin explained that it was a tiny camera, hidden in her dressing room, leaving everyone stunned. Whispers spread through the crowd. A hidden camera in Seoha's dressing room? So he carefully reports the situation. I've checked the surveillance system, but since there's no camera in front of her room, I can't verify who installed it. The bodyguard is furious. Why are you telling me this now? Yijin explained that Elha hadn't used the break room since filming began, and she didn't want to interfere with anyone's work, so she waited. Furthermore, no one had come to retrieve the camera, nor had anyone left the studio. The guard gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this kid playing me?" He tried to take the camera, but Yijin refused, saying he'd hold on to it for now. What is he doing? Yijin doesn't care. He decides that it's better for management to hold on to it. The assistant stammers, and the crazed bodyguard begs to hold on to it for the police investigation. The assistant agreed, saying, "Yes, please," snatching the item from Yijin, then thought, "You, meet me outside later." He accused, "If you found out about it, you should have told me first." Yijin retorts, "Why should I tell you first? I even asked the staff to check the break room and they said they already did." He's furious, his ears turning red. "So you knew all along?" Yijin nods and he angrily wipes the table, calling him a sly old fox. "Didn't they teach you to report things to your superiors immediately?" But Yijin didn't care. He wasn't his superior. He tried to slap Yijin, but Yijin blocked his hand. He was furious, but Yijin was emotionless. He tried to strike again, but Yijin calmly said, "I don't think we should do this." The man scoffed. "And why would SV Cap trust a kid like you to come here?" Unable to do anything, he says that if it weren't for SV Cap, he'd be dead. He leaves, and Yijin watches him go to his car. Xiaohe asks, annoyed. "So we can't immediately find out who planted that camera?" The manager replies, clearly troubled, that an investigation is underway, so results are expected soon. She looked disappointed and sad, saying, "I told you that place wasn't safe. Now just seeing a camera makes me shudder." The bodyguard reassured her, "I'll investigate immediately, so you don't need to worry too much." She remained silent. They say their goodbyes, wishing each other a safe journey home and good night. The assistant offers Yijin a ride to the nearest station, but he declines, saying he knows the way. He says goodbye, "See you tomorrow," and the car drives off as he watches, glancing around. The streets are deserted, eerily silent. Suddenly, Seoha removes her hat and mask. Where is she going? Caught off guard, Seoha turns back, surprised that he's still here. He replies curtly, "Yes, I wanted to monitor the area." She was incredibly embarrassed. "You're off work now." "I was just going to the convenience store over there." He wanted to follow. "You go ahead, but I'll go with you to make sure you're safe." She was silent, then happily sang as she walked, arriving to order noodles. Seeing him sitting quietly, she asked, "Why are you just sitting there?" "Eat." "I was just going to buy food and go back. But thanks to you, I can relax and eat without worry. I've been in this line of work since I was young, so I haven't been able to enjoy a carefree stroll like others, and because I only know how to work, I don't have any close friends." Then she asked curiously, "How do you usually live, or what do you do for fun?" He opened his rice ball and replied, "I usually go to internet cafes with my friends after school." She was surprised. "You go to internet cafes with your friends after school?" He nodded. "Yes." Then she asked, "What's it like being a high school student?" So Yijin brought her to the internet cafe, much to the surprise of the other three. The whole group sat and talked around a small table. Sishu excitedly exclaimed that she never thought she'd get to play games with her. Siha gently smiled, replying that she didn't expect to be at a PC cafe playing games either, as she usually only plays at home. Hyujin feigns surprise, saying he's surprised how approachable she is, and Ziju blushes, adding that she's even prettier in person than on TV. Siha smiles, reminding her, "Thank you. But I still remember you complaining that I couldn't play games." Yang quickly chimes in. What else could he say? He's not good at games anyway. Shehu glares. "I only gave you a little bit. Why are you so tense?" Hyujin sighs, exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. "And I'm just too tired to carry Yijin." Yijin decides to abstain from the argument, silently drinking her Coke. Faced with her teammate's scolding, Sihyu helplessly admits her mistake, reminding her not to brag about being a gamer. He bluntly shares that she'll get scolded, but Sihyu doesn't mind at all, instead bursting into laughter. After a while, it was time for them to say goodbye, and Yi Youngchan and Jihyu bowed politely. Sihyu and Yijin walked away side by side, Hyujin constantly praising, "She's so chill." Youngchan couldn't even believe it was real. He can't believe he got to play games with Chairman Zihyu. It feels like a dream, while Zihyu waves innocently at their receding figures. Then he suddenly turns to Yi Youngchan, pouting, "You too, huh?" "Me too." After that, the three of them headed home, their silhouettes radiating joy, as if they were on cloud nine, the car speeding through the quiet night. Sihyu took the wheel, her surprise evident as she admitted she was shocked that her new bodyguard was a student. Yijin was silent, unsure what to say, as Xiaoha remarked with satisfaction that he had helped her relax and have fun. "This is the first time I've been able to relax at an internet cafe like this. Usually I just play games alone at home." Yijin wondered why she didn't invite friends over when she couldn't go out, and she honestly confessed, "Friends? The truth is I haven't had any since I started as a trainee in middle school. I sometimes chat with my coworkers, but we're not close enough to be friends." After telling her story, she asked about Yijin. "So, why is a high school student working as a bodyguard?" He answered matter-of-factly that he wanted to earn money to buy his sister a birthday present. Xiaoha was shocked and couldn't believe it. "Huh? You're working to buy your sister a birthday present?" Yijin calmly nods, and Xiaoha immediately praises him, saying he's a good brother. Suddenly, she seems lost in thought, but still wears a faint smile, saying their relationship must be great, and she's envious since she's always alone without any siblings. Then she turned to him and asked where he lived, offering him a ride, but Yijin politely refused. Xiaoha insisted, saying it was late, but he remained firm, saying he would get home himself after leaving Xiaoha's house. Xiaoha retorts, annoyed, "Aunt Xiaoha, drop the aunt and just call me Xiaoha." He doesn't reply, only glances at her. At the gates of a villa, Yijin and Xiaoha step out of the car when a figure suddenly approaches them from afar. It's Chaeyoung, her face stern, her eyes narrowed with a cold gaze. Xiaoha calmly tells Yijin it's all right, that's someone she knows. Chaeyoung coldly speaks, addressing her as Ms. Xiaoha, saying the director wants to see her. Xiaoha remains silent. The three stood facing each other, and after a moment of hesitation, Xiaoha slowly stepped forward. Chaeyoung watched her with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Chaeyoung smirks, her eyes narrowing with coldness as she glares at her. Chaeyoung is cold. Yijin stares directly into his eyes, and he doesn't back down, returning the gaze. Seeing the tense situation, Xiaoha steps in to defuse it, telling him to go back and that she'll handle everything here. But Yijin insists he'll take care of it. Xiaoha seems a little surprised, but Yijin's face remains expressionless. He looked at her directly, while Xiaoha smiled, reassured that he was now the victim. A car parked nearby starts its engine, and inside, a voice asks Xiaoha why she didn't answer the phone, questioning her. Even if she's busy and can't answer, she should let him know she's away. She calmly retorted, asking why she had to answer the phone. The other person, arms crossed by the window, was clearly displeased with the response. What was that? Suddenly, he gives a dangerous smile, warning, "Hey, Xiaoha, watch your manners. You know I don't like being upset. How much longer are you going to use other artists to further your career? Do you think I don't know?" Xiaoha, sitting beside him, retorted uncomfortably, saying she didn't care who he met and that they had broken up long ago. She reached for the door handle, reminding him not to call or visit her without notice again. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed her arm, his voice laced with menace. "Whose car do you think you're in? If you've accepted this, don't act like you don't know what's going on. Are you so grown up now that you don't respect anyone?" His eyes were wild, and his words were just as crazy. "You think I can't bring you down? Not just you, but your parents will lose their jobs too." Xiaoha stared in fear as he continued. "Well, do you understand the situation now, or are you just asking for it?" Suddenly, the car window next to him shattered into pieces. Xiaoha screamed and covered her head in a panic, but Yijin decisively threw him out of the car, leaving Xiaoha in stunned silence. Yijin opened the car door, telling her it was okay to leave. Xiaoha was startled, but quickly agreed. After she safely exited, Yijin asked if she was all right. Xiaoha replied, still worried, that she was fine. The man, clutching his arm, angrily demanded to know who Yijin was and what he was doing. Ijin, standing in front of Seoha, calmly introduced himself as her bodyguard, causing the man to scowl and tremble with rage. What? A bodyguard? It was then that he noticed Cheon-yang struggling to get up from the ground. He frantically called out, "Section Chief Kim!" Cheon-yang clutched his neck in pain. "I'm sorry, that damned bastard." Ignoring him, he glared at Seoha, warning, "Cha Seoha, until next time." With that, he scrambled into the car, followed by Cheon-yang, as Seoha covered her mouth in disbelief, asking, "Why did you do that? Do you even know who that was?" Ijin looked at her innocently, clearly unaware. Seoha asked again, exasperated, "Why did you do that?" He replied honestly that he was just doing his job, leaving Seoha speechless. Ijin quickly changes the subject, firmly not allowing her a chance to refuse. "I'll leave after I get you inside." Seoha stares at him, a complicated look on her face, but Ijin's expression remains unchanged. She had no choice but to compromise. "Okay. Thank you for your help." Back at the security firm where Ijin works, the team manager angrily confronts him. "I heard you caused some trouble yesterday." Ijin is unsure what he did wrong. The manager pressed, "Do you even know who you messed with?" Ijin calmly replied that no matter who it was, he was simply doing his job. The manager laughed in disbelief, running his hands through his hair, saying he was going crazy because of Ijin, wondering if kids these days were also reckless. Then he pointed at Ijin, telling him to listen carefully. He angrily explained that the man Ijin had offended was the third son of the KB Group and their marketing director. More importantly, KB was currently investing in Seoha's agency. He jumped up and down, saying that because of you, not only Seoha, but the entire management company is in a difficult position. Do you understand, you idiot? Ijin silently listened to the accusations without a word of rebuttal. Seeing this, the man pressed further, his face darkening, as he coldly stated that even though he didn't know what delusions I had about being a bodyguard, I should just quit and stop harming others. With that, he sighed, turned, and led his two subordinates away. He silently watched them leave as Cheon-yang stood before a room where a tense negotiation was underway, with Seoha's manager speaking first. "Seoha, I heard you offended the director yesterday. Apologize to him now." Seoha refused, crossing her arms and questioning the director. "Director, did you really call someone with a schedule as packed as mine in just to say that? Besides, I'm not the one who needs to apologize." The director's face instantly froze. "Ah." With a forced smile, he said, "Seoha, why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" She bowed silently. The director, defeated, hastily bowed to apologize to the man beside her. "I sincerely apologize, Director. Seoha has been under a lot of stress lately because someone's been stalking her." Before he could finish, the man cut him off with a show of generosity, saying he understood the situation. The director immediately began to flatter him. "Yes, thank you for understanding." Lost in thought, Seoha is suddenly startled by a document thrown in front of her, a cold, cunning look on his face. "I heard from the director that you haven't signed the contract renewal yet, so I called you here to discuss it." Seoha stared blankly at the file. The director smiled, coaxing her. "I've given you plenty of time to think. I've been with you since you were an intern, so surely we'll continue to work together. I've given you far more consideration than our initial agreement stipulated." Seoha frowned, unwilling to yield. "Is he trying to keep me here like this again? Do I have to turn a blind eye to this to renew my contract?" Suddenly, the annoying man spoke up again. "Oh, I wanted to talk about yesterday's bodyguard, too." Han crosses his arms and orders, "Get rid of him." "I cannot allow such a violent person to be near Seoha," the director stated without hesitation. "I see," Seoha questioned, annoyed. "Why is even the director like this? He's being so serious. I've heard about that bodyguard, EU Ijin, even though he didn't harm the director yesterday. But Kim Chae-won spoke of him, so I'm worried about him too," Seoha retorted, annoyed, to defend him. Ijin did nothing wrong. Moreover, last night... Suddenly, her words were cut off by a cold voice. "So, the kid's name is Ijin." Seoha stopped in her tracks, startled. Han continues to question her, asking if she's now on a first-name basis with him. Han scowls, radiating a murderous aura. "Is that why you're being so cold to me?" Seoha knows him all too well. He's starting one of his senseless arguments again. No, he's just consumed by his desire to possess me. She quickly states the truth. "You misunderstand. He's just my bodyguard. Yesterday was also because he didn't like you still coming after me, even though we broke up a long time ago," Han asked with a smile. "Is that so? Then I suppose it's none of your concern if I make sure he can't be a bodyguard anymore?" Seoha was stunned. "What?" He smugly looks at Seoha, because who would want a violent thug as a bodyguard, right? She's truly speechless at this man's sinister heart. She couldn't help but recall his concerned expression, and Seoha struggled to hold back her tears. Do you have to go that far? If it's about my contract, you don't have to take it out on someone who doesn't know anything. He chuckled, explaining, What are you talking about? Wasn't it a given that you'd sign that contract? Why would I be angry? I only did it because he's too dangerous. Seoha saw through his deception, but unable to call him out directly, she tried to negotiate. Then he could just quit being my bodyguard. He immediately scowled, his eyes turning cold as he looked at her. Why should I do that? You saw how that jerk treated me. Did you want me to bring the report here? Seoha had no response, and he had no desire to prolong the conversation. He leaned back slowly, ordering them one by one. Seal the contract, then have dinner with me. Department Head Kim, bring him here. Cheon Yang responded instantly from outside the door. Seoha frowned, clearly displeased, while he wore a triumphant smile. Seoha bit her lip, feeling suffocated and desperate to leave, when Waijin calmly walked in, his face expressionless. He sighed mockingly. Oh, he's standing outside watching, so you rushed in without knowing anything? The director announced curtly. You don't have to be Seoha's bodyguard anymore. I'll talk to SVCap about it. He couldn't help but tease. Hey, looks like your life's going to be tough from now on. He said nothing, only stared intently at her, his eyes darkening slightly. Then his gaze shifted downward, and Seoha didn't dare turn back to look at him. She clenched her fist tightly, struggling to restrain herself as Waijin gently called out, and he reported formally as if nothing had happened. It's time to move to the next location on the schedule. Seoha turns to him in surprise. His eyes firm, he invited her to move, leaving Seoha in utter shock. Suddenly, the ringleader clutched his stomach, bursting into laughter. You think you can take Seoha? He didn't answer, a cold aura beginning to emanate from him. His eyes burned with madness, daring him to try and take her. As he spoke, the manager and two other guards suddenly appeared. He chuckled awkwardly, telling the man, I apologize. I'll take care of this. He didn't forget to remind Cheon Yang. Team leader Kim, you better handle this. A second later, an answer echoed. Yes. Seoha looked at him worriedly. The head of security mumbled a warning. Don't cause any trouble here. Get out, you dog. Just then, a shout reverberated through the room. He calmly glances over, and Seoha firmly announces that Yuijin is no longer her bodyguard and should leave immediately, officially firing him. Seoha didn't know what to do, and a guard, unable to restrain himself, grabbed Uijin's shoulder and barked, Get out of here, you mutt! Without a word, his chin was suddenly sent flying as Yuijin struck with swift and brutal force, leaving Seoha stunned. Yuijin coldly watched the man collapse in agony, blood gushing from his nose and mouth as the others in the room froze in shock at the sight. The floor manager gritted his teeth in anger, while the director gaped in fear, and even the head of security was caught off guard. Yuijin coldly stated that she seemed to be mistaken, and with a serious face, revealed the truth. He wasn't employed by Seoha. Seoha was utterly bewildered, and everyone stared blankly at Yuijin, while Seoha's ex seethed with rage, thinking that this guy clearly didn't understand the situation. He calmly replied, I understand perfectly. The man frowned. What? Yuijin slowly revealed all of his misdeeds to ensure Seoha's contract renewal. He created a fake stalker and used bodyguards to publicly monitor her, shocking the bodyguard manager. He continued, Barium Entertainment in order to receive investment from Cup due to the director's poor management. Yuijin confronted the director head-on, stating that if the company failed to renew Seoha's contract, both companies would face significant difficulties. His words hit the nail on the head, leaving the director speechless. But it wasn't over yet. Yuijin glanced at Seoha and spoke softly. I also know that Seoha doesn't want to renew her contract with the company under so much pressure and intimidation. She truly wonders how he knows this. She then remembered the other day at Blood Plus PC Cafe. She saw him playing a game, but suddenly getting up. Yuijin glared at him, furious that he'd go AFK during combat. Jae-hyung hurriedly urged him on. Don't answer it. How many times has that phone rung? Oh no, he broke his streak, and it was against a top-ranked player. Seoha suddenly snapped back to reality. Just then, she saw her ex-boyfriend shouting provocations at him. What the hell are you going to do about it? What can a dog like you even do? Yuijin coldly asked her opinion. What do you intend to do, Seoha? Seoha was stunned, frozen for a moment, biting her lip and clenching her fist for courage. He silently observed all of Seoha's small actions. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out her wish. I want to leave this place. Her ex-boyfriend immediately jumped up and yelled, Where do you think you're going, you bitch? Seoha fearfully turned around, only to see Weijin deliver a powerful kick to his gut. He gritted his teeth in pain, squeezed one eye shut, and collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. Weijin glanced coldly at him, while Seoha covered her mouth in fear behind him. The director and two bodyguards looked at him in fear as Cheon-yang rushed in from the door, anxiously supporting him. The director and head of security angrily charged forward. "You crazy bastard!" But Weijin swiftly dodged their surprise attack. Immediately, he spun and landed a punch right in the guy's face. Stunned, he recoiled, covering his face with his hands. Another one, unafraid of death, charges forward, but he easily subdues his opponent's arm. Then he closes in and lands a punch right in the man's soft abdomen. Taking advantage of his turned back, the head of security rushes forward, but Weijin anticipates the attack. The man's face contorted into a demonic snarl as he throws a punch. He pivots, easily striking the man's chin with an upward blow, then grabs his shoulders with both hands. Without hesitation, he brought his knee down hard on the man's head. He was defeated, collapsing unconscious on the spot, when suddenly the system blared a warning. Danger. Just as Weijin was about to strike again, he suddenly froze at the sound of that scream. A staff came flying, and Cheon-yang swung it down at his head. Luckily, Weijin managed to jump back just in time. His eyes turned cold as he seized the opportunity to strike Cheon-yang's elbow. He dropped the staff in pain, and before he could react, Weijin struck a devastating blow to his chin. He followed up with a kick, sending him flying 8 meters. Cheon-yang slammed into the wall, instantly unconscious. After that fierce battle, taking on 3 opponents single-handedly, he wasn't even out of breath. Seoha was astonished, while the director in the chair was pale and trembling uncontrollably. Seoha's ex-boyfriend suddenly bursts into laughter, shaking as he clutches his face and curses. "Damn it, do you know who you're messing with?" Weijin silently stared at him, the man's eyes sharp and threatening. "You're both dead." The sound of heels echoed as he continued, vowing to crush them both. But a voice cut him off, asking if something had happened to warrant so many calls the previous night. With her arms crossed, Ji-yi says she sent him here for an easy job, but things have become complicated. Seoha is shocked. Is that Shinji Yi? She seems to know Jae-yi very well. She's the granddaughter of the SV-cap chairman and recognized for her own abilities. She manages the entertainment company and SV-cap at a very young age. Jae-yi calmly walks away, entrusting him, "I'll take care of everything here, you just do your job." Without argument, he politely replies, "Oh, yes," silently watching her leave. He then quickly turns to Seoha, saying, "Let's go," startling her. "Ah, yes," she replies. Seoha's ex-boyfriend is confused, wondering why she is here. Jae-yi calmly sat across from him, not answering directly, but instead asking, "It seems you had something to discuss with my sister?" The director was stunned. Yes, but he quickly caught on. "Sister?" Jae-yi tilted her head, suggesting, "In that case, let's continue discussing what you were saying earlier." The two men were speechless with fear, while outside, Weijin led the way, with Seoha slowly following behind, unable to stop staring at his back. She was incredibly curious. Just what kind of person was he? Suddenly, Weijin spoke up. "I don't know." Startled, Seoha listened as he gently turned and asked, "Where is your next appointment?" Seoha was truly speechless and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't understand, but stood silently with her as another beautiful day began. It was 10:34 a.m., and Seoha sleepily checked her phone in bed. "I slept for 10 hours? I usually can't sleep more than 3 because of my insomnia." She then suddenly fell into thought, wondering if she could sleep so well because all the things she had suffered until now had been resolved. She then recalled her conversation with Weijin, who sat across from her, calmly discussing the matter. Basically, she and her management company have no legal troubles, so now Seoha just needs to decide where she'll work next. At that moment, she hesitated because she had just had problems with her management company and also had other issues. Weijin, anticipating her question, assured her that she needn't worry about Ki Yong-gouner. As she sipped her tea, she casually reassured Seoha, "I know he threatened your parents, and I've already taken care of it." KP also admitted that director Kai Jong-geuner had acted too unilaterally, and they guaranteed that they would not cause any harm to her parents. Seoha was stunned. Was it really that simple? She hesitated, asking why the director would help her. Jie smiled gently, explaining that their subsidiary was very interested in Seoha, but the main reason is that Weijin said he couldn't complete his mission to protect her until this was resolved. Seoha was shocked. A protection mission? Remembering this, she couldn't help but smile with joy, humming happily as she got up and left the woods. A white car had been waiting for Seoha in front of her house, and as soon as she opened the door, a man stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Kang Suhan from the SVK group." Seoha was startled as Suhan said, "From today on, I'm assigned to protect you." She hesitated, then asked, "What about Yijin?" Suhan quickly replied that Yijin had completed his mission, which made Seoha's mood sink slightly. "Task complete?" But she quickly regained her composure. I greeted the new bodyguard with a smile. "Please take care of me." Under the glare of the stage lights, a reporter follows the script, gently posing a question. "I heard this role is quite different from your previous ones. So, what were your thoughts when you first read the script?" Seoha outwardly remained focused on answering. "Actually, I was worried about whether I could pull off this role, but I couldn't stop thinking about him, and why he suddenly quit being a bodyguard." She smiled, maintaining a professional demeanor, but as a fan of the original work, she really wanted to try a new challenge. Then she couldn't help but reproach him, and at least he could have told me he was quitting. Meanwhile, Yijin is completely unaware of Seoha's turmoil. He stood silently before Jae's desk, listening to her report. Seoha had decided to sign with their subsidiary. "I found a way to keep her safe from her old company and Director Gazong Jun." Smirking, she says she has plenty of evidence of their illegal activities, so he can rest assured. His face remains emotionless as he quietly thanks her. Jae casually replied, saying there was no need for thanks. "I heard you fulfilled your mission to the very end, didn't you?" She seems quite pleased with your work. "You contacted Squad 2 leader in the middle of the night to get him to cover for you, so he complained about you making him work overtime." The captain of Squad 2, standing nearby, immediately coughed in denial, saying it wasn't that bad and that Yijin didn't want to stay any longer. "Well then, with history's permission, I'll take my leave." Jae didn't stop him. And with that, Yijin left, making sure to close the door behind him for Jae. He then sighed wearily, wondering how things had come to this. He thought it was a simple case, which is why he assigned it to him. Unexpectedly, Team 2 leader chimed in, saying he was surprised as well. Yijin walked alone through the empty hallway. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from Zazian, the curious one, asking if he was Cha Zhao's bodyguard. Zazian sent another message saying she'd heard about it from Jae Hyuk and Yang this morning, and that they even went to an internet cafe together. Yijin happily replied that it was just an internship. Zazian excitedly asked if he could get her autograph, as she was a big fan. Reading this made him pause, and Yijin stared at his phone for a long time, unsure how to reply. Just as he was about to move on, he unexpectedly ran into Xiaoha, who had just finished her interview. Xiaoha spoke first, saying it was a coincidence, while Suhan couldn't help but sneer, knowing she'd been waiting there since morning as after hearing Yijin would be there, and Xiaoha added with a smile brighter than flowers that she just happened to be there on business. He said nothing, still staring at her, making her uncomfortable. She finally spoke up. Could you talk to me for a bit?" Outside the park, Suhan stood professionally at a distance as Xiaoha sincerely expressed, "Thank you for everything." Yijin quickly replies that she doesn't need to thank him. He was just doing his job. She finally couldn't hold back anymore and directly asked the question that had been on her mind all morning. Why did he suddenly stop being her bodyguard? Unable to meet her gaze, he quickly makes an excuse, claiming his old injury flared up from overexertion, making it impossible to continue as her bodyguard. She still worriedly asks Han if his injuries are severe. He admits he broke a rib but says it's nothing serious. Xiaoha was shocked. "You're okay." Then she suddenly pointed, "Give me your phone." Yijin was confused, so Xiaoha urged him to hurry up, and he finally handed over his phone. Xiaoha smugly tells him he should feel honored, as no one but her parents know her personal number. She returns his phone, then suddenly asks if there's anything he wants. Confused, Yijin stammered, and Xiaoha urged him shyly, "I actually wanted to thank you, so just tell me what you want." After a moment of silence, she pressed him, "Hurry up and tell me. Anything is fine." He cautiously asked, "You'll really agree?" Xiaoha confidently affirmed, "Of course." Yijin paused again, and Xiaoha silently awaited his answer. At school, in the first-year classroom, the students clamor and look towards the door, but Xiaoha, oblivious, calmly pulls out her notebook, wondering what to buy at the market today. Maybe some barbecue? Suddenly, a bouquet of fresh flowers is presented to her, and she looks up in surprise. It's the radiant Xiaoha standing right before her. Xiaoha was stunned. It was her older sister, Xiaoha. Why was she here? Xiaoha smiled brightly and said, "You're Xiaoha, right? Happy birthday." Xiaoha couldn't believe it. Xiaoha gently placed the bouquet on her desk, saying, "Here you go." Zazian gratefully accepted it, wondering how she knew it was her birthday. Xiaoha then casually put her arm around Zazian, asking for a selfie, leaving her completely bewildered. Xiaoha promised to treat her to a meal next time, as she was a bit busy now. Unsurprisingly, her classmates were envious and excited chatter-filled Class 3 too. No way, Cha Xiaoha came to our school. The students chatted excitedly. Really? Why is she at our school? I don't know. Maybe she's filming something. Hearing this, Yeong-chan, Hyukjin, and Jae-hyung rushed off. Let's go see. Let's go. Only Yijin calmly sits and prepares his bag. Feeling helpless, he only wanted her autograph. And Jae-hyan got a photo with the idol as the city lights came on. Hurried footsteps echo as Yijin rushes along, clutching a bag tightly, but he stops short, seeing his grandfather waiting for him. His grandfather smiled kindly, holding up the box in his hand, and Yijin smiled back as Jaehyun closed her eyes to blow out the candles. His grandfather immediately clapped and wished her a happy birthday, and she happily thanked him. Just then, her grandfather presented her with a small gift box, saying it was from him, surprising Jae-hyun. He gently explained that she had once asked him for a new phone. Did she remember? She accepts it, still hesitant, saying her phone still works fine. Lee Jin quickly diverts her attention, offering his gift. Jaehyun looked down at the box labeled Samsung Notebook and turned to him in surprise. Is this a laptop? Lee Jin nodded. Yes. She felt awkward about the gift, saying it must be expensive, and her grandfather was curious too. Ben asked, Lee Jin, where did you get the money to buy such expensive things? He answered honestly, I work part-time. Her grandfather was still skeptical. But laptops are expensive, how could you? How? Jae-hyun agreed, adding that it was a new model, and Lee Jin chuckled, telling her to use it freely, knowing she didn't have her own computer. So she smiled and thanked him, promising to use it carefully. He didn't reply, his face just lit up with joy as the three continued the birthday celebration, and he happily watched her every expression. Then, the phone suddenly rang, and he quietly went to a more private place. As soon as she connected, the other end immediately said, I just got a break, so I called to check in. Are you all having fun at Jaehyun's birthday party? He replied gently, We're still celebrating. Then he sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for the gift. Seol-ha replied casually, It was nothing. I just took some time to go there. Your sister is really kind. Then she asked about him. Are you busy tomorrow too? He confirmed, Yes, it's been a while since I went to the guard squad for trainings, so I'll be there tomorrow. Seol-ha worried. But you're injured. Are you okay? Jin explained that he would do light training to avoid aggravating his injury, and Seol-ha nodded quickly. She then asked if he was free the day after tomorrow, to which he replied that he had more training. By now, Seol-ha was getting annoyed. He remained nonchalant, and she couldn't help but ask if the training was fun. Yae-jin honestly answered that it wasn't fun at all. Hearing that, she got even more annoyed. Oh, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Seol-ha hurriedly hung up the phone. I have to get back to filming. I'll call you later. And before he could say anything, she quickly ended the call. Immediately after, the phone rang again, displaying an anonymous call. His eyes darkened as he answered without hesitation. The caller spoke his code, 00L1, and he responded with the other's code, 00X, who quickly cut to the chase. I arrived in South Korea today. Can we meet? Having ascended to great heights, Yijin quickly arrived at the rendezvous point. 006 spoke first. Sorry, I wasn't planning on contacting you, but I need to verify something. Yijin cut him off, asking bluntly, What is it? 006 scrutinized him. I heard 0032 came here to eliminate you. Yijin didn't deny it. Yes, he failed and knows you're alive. I heard he returned to the organization afterward. 006 was surprised. Returned to the organization? He wearily rubbed his temples. Headache. 0032 never showed up at the organization. Yijin was stunned. What? He was utterly confused, but 0032 had returned, saying it would dispel any suspicion from the organization. 06 dryly clarified. As far as I know, 0032 hasn't returned to the organization since his defection. Yijin paused, then revealed the truth. Actually, after we parted ways, 0032 was attacked by the organization. 006's face darkened. Those bastards. Yijin continued. I heard they were only supposed to bring 0032 back, but he attacked him on his own. Eord 06 understood that the other mercenaries in the organization had always seen them as a thorn in their side, Their hatred only deepened after he disappeared, and those conflicts intensified when the organization added new recruits after he escaped. He listened silently, then calmly asked, "You think they took 032?" 006 didn't respond, but his eyes revealed a manic intensity. After a long moment, he replied, "That's right." Meanwhile, 0032 is tied to a chair, surrounded by hulking figures. A scarred man crosses his arms and demands, "0032, give up and confess. Why did you desert the organization?" He kept asking questions. "Aiden received orders from above to chase you, right? Where is Aiden now?" 0032 was covered in injuries, blood staining his clothes red, but he remained defiant. "Why do you keep asking me all these trivial things? Am I your lover or something?" Scarface was instantly enraged, slapping 0032 hard across the face, causing fresh blood to flow. Scarface sneered, warning him not to push him, or he'd suffer the consequences. If he didn't want to die, he'd answer the question. 032 continued to mock him, saying that's precisely why he couldn't talk to him. And did he really think he was that afraid of death? Meanwhile, Selha's interview was airing on TV, where a reporter asked, "I heard you called the illegal uploaders and their fans dead dogs. Can you tell those uploaders and their dog fans how you feel about calling them animals?" Jiazeon and his grandfather peacefully enjoyed fruit while watching TV. But behind the door next to the TV, Yijin stood silently, his eyes gazing into the distance, recalling his conversation with 06, who seemed so sure of his guess. 06 sighed, resigned to his fate. "I have to save 032. He's the only family I have." Hearing this, he said nothing more, returning to reality, the laughter of Jiazeon and his grandfather reaching his ears. He couldn't help but glance at them, still engrossed in the TV, smiles of happiness plastered on their faces. He stared at them for a moment, then walked to the door and gently closed it. When 006 received his call, he was surprised. 01, what's wrong?" He replied slowly, "I'm going with you." And so, another beautiful day begins. Zeon and Zeoksu enter the classroom together, and upon seeing them, Zeoksu happily waves. "You're back from your trip?" Zeoksu asks. "It wasn't a vacation. I just had some things to take care of." Zeoksu nodded. "Oh, okay, but I don't believe you," Zeon asked. "Where's Yi-jin?" Yi Yongchan answered for her. Yi-jin said he had something to do, so he's been absent since yesterday. Zeon seems surprised, and Zeoksu is curious, wondering what business he could have before falling into thought. Just then, Jae-hyung drags himself over to their table, begging for souvenirs. Zeon explains helplessly that he already said he didn't go on vacation. In a remote mountain range, two figures dart through the trees. 06 relays all the information he's gathered, telling him that according to his intel, they have a secret base within a 10-kilometer radius. If they took 032, then based on where he disappeared, they likely brought him here. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you decide to come with me?" Yi-jin calmly replies that he considers him a teammate, leaving 006 speechless for a moment. Then he sighs, remarking that Yi-jin has really changed, and he never expected to hear him say something like that. The two continued to move forward, while at a heavily guarded base, a deep voice echoed, "I've confirmed with the organization. Aiden hasn't made contact." Leaning against the wall, a man takes a drag and says, "If Aiden hasn't contacted us by now, something must have happened to him. The problem is we still don't know what mission the organization gave him. I was going to talk to him, but he suddenly disappeared. What a headache." Then they all glanced in the same direction, spotting 032 slumped over, covered in blood. The smoker was furious. "I really couldn't stand that mutt." The beanie-wearing man chimed in, saying he was paid to keep his mouth shut. Another suggested, "Finish him." Then a cold gun barrel pressed against 032's head, and the beanie-wearing man's eyes flashed with malice. A black gun barrel pointed at its target, followed by a spray of blood. The men in the room stared in horror at the fallen figure as an empty shell casing clattered to the floor, and a tall figure stood calmly in the doorway. The man's eyes were terrifying, clearly someone you didn't want to mess with. The men in the room were instantly on high alert, staring at the man's face, shocked, and exclaimed, "You?" In the blink of an eye, two of them took a bullet to the head, and another was sent to meet his maker before he could even fire, while his comrade quickly chambered a round. He frantically fired at the door, but the figure was like a ghost, instantly leaping towards the shooter. The man gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, but then he suddenly sensed something was wrong. But as he turned, a large hand gripped his face, and his cold, piercing eyes filled him with terror. Instantly, the man's throat was slashed by a sharp blade, and the base returned to its original silence as Wei Jin and 006 finally arrived. They stared in disbelief at the bodies strewn across the ground, wondering what had happened. 006 recognized some of them, saying, "I know some of these guys. They're mercenaries who joined the organization a few years back." Wei Jin examined a nearby body, noting that the knife wounds struck their weak points and were fresh. He pulled up his mask and ordered, "Spread out and search." The two quietly moved inside, met with corpses and the heavy stench of blood. Yijin carefully stepped over a body, cautiously advancing. He quickly sensed his presence, 032. He cautiously approached, assessing the situation. Though weak, he was still alive. Then he noticed something strange about the corpses in the room. Odd, the ones in front were shot. Looking back, he saw two more bodies killed by a blade. He seemed to recognize something about this method. He recalled a time when someone casually stepped on a corpse. Back then, he couldn't help but remind him, "What's he for? Why do you keep doing things so inefficiently?" He eyed the knife in his hand, puzzled. You don't need to get close and use a knife to subdue them. Guns are faster and safer. 004 calmly licks the blood from his finger, a manic grin spreading across his face as he replies, "Where's the thrill in being safe?" Speechless, Yijin returns to reality as gunfire erupts. Yijin quickly hid behind an overturned table, gun raised in anticipation, when 004 suddenly appeared. Spotting his target, Yijin opens fire, but 004 narrowly escapes. Seizing the opportunity while Yijin reloads, 004 unleashes a barrage of bullets. Yijin manages to hide behind a wall, carefully observing the silent, empty room. Yijin takes a risk and rushes out, quickly finding cover behind a sofa, but he's already moving, sliding out of his hiding place. Caught off guard, 004 was directly in his sights, but with a tilt of his head, he dodged two shots in a row. Unexpectedly, a bullet hits his gun stock. He drops the gun and winces as he grabs his bleeding fingers. Without hesitation, he charged toward Yijin with his bare hands, who continued to fire at him relentlessly. 004 effortlessly dodges each attack. Once close enough, he lashes out, a dull blade slicing through the air. Yijin dodges back, the knife plunging into the ground as 004 charges with another, his eyes wide with terror. Luckily, he managed to block it with his gun, sending 04 into a frenzy of excitement. He forcefully knocks away Yijin's weapon, and Yijin quickly kicks him in the stomach, the force of which bends 004 into an arc. He clutched his stomach and stumbled back, a sly grin suddenly spreading across his face as he looked up with amusement. "Not bad, are you?" 004 twirls the knife in his hand. Smug. "But what can you do? If you were lucky enough to survive, you should have run." Yijin realizes that 04 thinks he's with the mercenaries. 04 spins around, and Yijin narrowly dodges his wild punch. He dodges 004's vertical strike, narrowly avoiding fatal blows, as 004 smirks with amusement. After another strike, 004 acknowledged Yijin's skill, but Yijin seized the opportunity, grabbing 004's arm and punching him in the face. 004's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he continued to swing his blade, but Yijin continued to evade. They traded blows, neither giving an inch. Yijin's eyes focused. He found an opening, seized 004's hand, and landed a blow to the face. Yijin gave 04 no time to react, grabbing his head and slamming it against a nearby table. I-04 collapses onto the cold ground, cursing in frustration. He quickly recovers, reaching for his discarded gun. 004 grabs his gun, pointing it directly at Yijin, who frowns and turns to run. His target was the gun. And he finally got it. He grabbed the weapon, did a flip, and turned to face 04, both pointing their guns at each other. It's only now that 004 realizes, "You're not one of them. There's no way I wouldn't know if someone as strong as you was in the organization." He doesn't deny it. 004 glares and demands, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Then, as if realizing something, he wondered if it was him, when suddenly a shot rang out, hitting his right arm. He clutched his arm in pain, looking out the window at a figure standing there. He saw a figure completely covered, and 004 wondered if there was another one. He deftly dodged a bullet aimed at his leg. A4 barely escapes the sudden barrage of bullets. He aims straight for the window and without hesitation dives out. Seeing this, Yijin quickly gave chase, bursting through the base's doors. But 04 had already gotten into a car and sped away. 06 followed, asking if it was 04. He wondered why 04 was there, but reasoned that he wasn't with the others since he attacked them. Yijin quickly redirects 006 back to their original mission, reminding him that 003's condition is their priority. 06 is shocked. What? The car stops at a hidden location in the forest. Enro 3, covered in wounds, sat unconscious in the back. 06 frowned with worry at his terrible condition. He's really not doing well. Ijin quickly spoke up. We need to get him back first. I know a place that can help us. He can be treated there. 06 anxiously bit his nails, calculating, but his condition is worsening. I'm afraid he won't last long, but I can only take him after he's treated in this country. Ijin then asked. Then 06 suddenly spread his legs wide, saying, No, if we go together, you'll be in danger. You still have your own life to live. Thank you for coming this far with me. Ijin was at a loss for words as 06 decided to part ways, not wanting to involve him any further, saying they should split up here. Ijin looked down at his hand, lost in thought. He looked up at 06, who still wore a faint smile, and reluctantly shook his hand in agreement. In another car, 04 grits his teeth as he stares at the bandage on his arm, unable to stop thinking about his opponent's strength. 04 recalled his defensive stance, suddenly reminded of 01, whom he once knew. Then a triumphant smile crept across his face, his eyes blazing with conviction. He was certain it was 0C1, returned to his old stomping grounds. It's 2 a.m, and Ijin quietly enters, careful not to wake Zazian and his grandfather, but Zazian suddenly pops her head out to greet him. You're back? Surprised, Ijin asks if she's still awake, and she explains that she's been studying, adding that the old man waited up for him until just recently. She then happily shares that the old man said he felt lonely all day without seeing him. Then she asked seriously, Are you done with work? Ijin smiled gently and said yes. Zazian immediately said, I made you a sandwich. It's on the table. Eat it if you're hungry. He replied softly, Thank you. He saw the sandwich neatly placed on a plate with a note next to it. There's milk in the fridge. He was lost in thought as he returned to his room, collapsing onto the bed. He tossed and turned, his eyes heavy with contemplation, when suddenly a message notification chimed. It was Zeoha. Ijin, are you asleep? He quickly replied, I'm still awake, and she immediately called him. Zeoha first explained why she was calling. Sorry for calling you so late, but I kept making typos, so I thought it would be easier to call. She then gets straight to the point, asking if he's free tomorrow and if they could meet up. He thinks to himself, tomorrow? Zeoha quickly asks if he has bodyguard training tomorrow, even for just a bit. He replies that he knows as Ijin slowly exits the building. Suddenly, a car horn startled him, and he turned to see Zeoha waving from a car parked on the side of the road. He silently observed for a moment, then opened the car door, and before he could even settle in, she asked curiously, I heard you were supposed to be in training today, so why are you still at home? His eyes flickered away. Oh, that. She puffed out her cheeks, but eyed Ijin slowly. You're not lying to me, are you? He startled and quickly waved his hands. No, it's not like that. Unable to tell her he'd been fighting, he made an excuse. I'm on leave for a few days. Zeoha sighed in relief and nodded. Oh, that's good. I'd hate to bother you while you're busy. Zeoha handed him a can of water, her voice cold, and Ijin accepted the cool drink without hesitation. The car was silent as Zeoha lowered her voice. Sorry, I was going to take you somewhere to talk, but it's daytime and I might get recognized, so can we just talk here? He popped open the can and nodded. Works for me. Hearing that, her mood suddenly lifted, and she smiled brightly. But in an instant, her smile faltered and she hesitated. Actually, I called you because I wanted to ask for your advice and help with something. Ijin paused, can in hand, and waited silently. Zeoha gazed thoughtfully at the street scene. It concerns my younger brother. He's a high school student, a few years younger than me, so I thought someone young like you might understand better than I do. From Zeoha's words, Ijin realized a high schooler like him. She continued with a slightly pensive tone. My parents told me my sibling has been getting hurt a lot lately. My parents asked, but it only said it got hurt playing or fighting with friends, and when they tried to ask more, it would run to its room or sneak out. At first, I thought it was just going through a rebellious phase, but after hearing all this, it seems more serious than I thought. Ijin glances over, curious, and asks if she's spoken to him directly. Desperate, Zeoha has turned to him, sighing as she leans back in her seat. I've tried, but when I have time to come home, he's locked in his room, refusing to come out or answer my calls. Her eyes drift to 2 small dolls on the dashboard, as if recalling a distant memory. We used to be so close, but since I moved out and got busy with work, I haven't been able to care for him as much as before. Things weren't this bad back then, but about a year ago she started avoiding me. Zeoha then turned, probing, Ijin, can you tell me what's going on? I don't know who else to ask. Then she lowered her head and frowned. If I asked someone else, they might spread rumors, and then my sister wouldn't want to see me. Hearing that, he didn't say anything, just furrowed his brow as if thinking. The clear blue sky and drifting white clouds heralded the start of a new day. At the gates of Myeong High School, students streamed in, and Ijin strode into the hallway, his black mask concealing half his face, leaving only his striking platinum hair visible, drawing glances from many students. On his phone screen, a photo appears. Cha Jin-yu, an 11th grade student at Myeonghan High School. His sharp eyes narrow as he studies the picture. He stops in front of classroom 2-4, glances at the photo again, and hesitantly steps inside, looking for Jin-yu. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. Hey! Two female students approached, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could you take your mask down a little? They waited in silence, excitement evident on their faces. Ijin glanced at them but said nothing. After a few seconds, he made up an excuse and politely refused, saying he had a cold and didn't want to risk infecting them. The two girls exchanged glances and whispered excitedly, commenting on his deep, warm voice. Ijin-yu silently opens the classroom door and steps inside, only to be met by three figures who seem to have been waiting for him. You dog, what took you so long? Mr. Han glared at him, annoyed. Didn't I tell you to come early and wait for us? Why didn't you listen, you errand boy? Another scoffed from his seat. Hey, errand boy, are you still reading those fantasy novels? They're hilarious. They took turns mocking him with harsh, unforgiving words, while one of them played a game, not even bothering to pay attention. Ijin-yu didn't respond or resist, but simply stood there and endured it. Seeing him stand there silently, he snapped, Hey, why aren't you answering? Why are you just standing there staring? Ijin-yu, startled, stammered, I'm sorry, I was just a little tired today, so I was late. Mr. Han gritted his teeth, enraged. Tired, you dog? Are you trying to provoke me? So you're saying you were late because I punched you a few times yesterday? The air in the room grew heavy, but no one dared to interfere, only glancing around nervously. Ijin-yu stammered, No, I didn't mean that. But he roared back, No, you didn't mean what? Everyone knows that's what you meant. In the corner, Yang-sik watched the training intently. His eyes narrowed. Then, Yang-sik put down his phone and slowly stood up, saying, Hey, Ijin-yu. After a moment of observation, he spoke. You're wearing your backpack backwards. The boy was bewildered, not understanding. Huh? He instantly flew into a rage, veins bulging on his forehead, demanding what the hell he meant and to put them on. Startled and frightened, Ijin-yu hastily complied, saying he understood. He clutched his glasses, face pale, body trembling visibly. Yang-sik smirked and took a fighting stance. Without warning, he raises his leg high, kicking with such force as if Ijin-yu were nothing more than a punching bag. The kick slams into the backpack, but the force sends him flying backward, eyes wide and mouth agape. He loses his balance and crashes to the floor. Waves of pain washed over Ijin-yu as he lay there, barely conscious. Not satisfied, Yang-sik muttered, Maybe it's because you're not a real sandbag, so the feeling isn't quite right. Or maybe I shouldn't kick, but use my fists instead. Ijin-yu clutched his stomach, writhing in pain, but the man was unconcerned. Pick up the bag again. He took a step forward, applying pressure. What, you got a problem with that? I told you to pick up the bag. Ijin-yu hunches over, his eyes behind his glasses reflecting tension and exhaustion, as he leans against the desk and complains about being hungry. Hearing this, Yang-sik stops in his tracks and without hesitation, turns around, sits at the table and issues a command with disdain. Cha Jin-yu is going to buy us food. Jin-yu's fists clenched on the floor, his nails digging into his skin. He slowly rose and walked away, his thin frame swaying in his uniform as he replied. Okay. A sinister smile crept across his face. Jin-yu, let's have a milk coffee. And just like that, he left the classroom. His heavy footsteps passing by Ijin, his slightly dirty uniform accentuating his lonely figure in the empty hallway. He just stood there, silently watching the boy's back, his gaze slowing. For a moment, the image of Seoha with her troubled eyes flashed through Ijin's mind. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality. The screen displayed a message from Zazian. This laptop is amazing. Thank you so much. Ijin stared at his phone, and after a long moment, he looked up. Ijin-yu had disappeared down the hall, and he sighed softly, his feet shifting slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow. Ijin-yu's slender hand reached out to grab a rice ball from the shelf. Clutching the food, he resented his situation, hating having to go to school. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message. The screen lit up, displaying a text from Seoha. Yu, I'm planning to come home this Saturday. Are you free? I'll buy you something delicious. He stared at the message, lost in thought, an old memory of the school suddenly surfacing. Two male students stood close together, eyes glued to a phone, their tone mocking. Did you see yesterday's episode? Cha Seoha's acting is so bad it's infuriating. The other agreed, why do they let idols act? They ruin everything. They must be getting paid a fortune. Hearing his sister mentioned, he flinches slightly. Arriving home, Yu immediately confronts her without greeting, asking why she is like this. Seoha leans back, surprised. What are you talking about? I came home to rest. Yu clenches his fist, his voice cold. Can't you act better? She sighed, crossing her arms in frustration. You think acting is so easy. I'd love to look good, but it's not as simple as you say. He snapped back. Even so, you have to try. Do you know how badly my classmates are roasting you? They're tearing you apart. Seoha was elated, her eyes widening in surprise, as Yu stared silently at his phone, memories fading away. His face darkened, his eyes filled with sadness, and he sighed, muttering self-reproach as he picked up his food. I deserve this. Outside the store, Ijin leaned against the wall, silently observing, when a message notification sounded. He slowly takes out his phone, scans the message, and his eyes widen in surprise. Zeon, Jaehyun said you weren't coming to school. Ijin awkwardly types a reply. I had some business, so I'm somewhere else. She immediately replied, surprised to hear that, especially since you said you had to go to school early this morning. You hesitated, your fingers pausing before you hit send. I'm sorry. Just then, Jinu walked out of the store, inadvertently glancing at Ijin standing nearby. But instead of leaving, her eyes were drawn to him. Who is that? Even with a mask, his eyes are captivating. Jinu was mesmerized by Ijin's handsome boyfriend-next-door vibe, unable to look away. But as he turned, his foot caught on the step. Losing his balance, Jinu tumbled to the ground, his bag spilling everywhere. Flustered, he scrambled to gather his things when a hand offered him his rice ball. Jinu looked up and met Ijin's gaze, hesitated for a moment, then quickly took the rice ball, thanking him. But Ijin wasn't letting go, and the air grew strange. Two boys, four eyes locked, neither speaking a word. Jinu hesitated, unsure of what to do, and joked, How about I give it to you? Without a word, Ijin lowered his mask and slowly took a bite. The other boy was stunned, his eyes widening at the sight of such beauty, even more stunning than a celebrity. Why am I only finding out now that there's someone so beautiful at our school? The two sit down at a nearby table, and Jinu hesitates for a moment before speaking. What grade are you in? Ijin calmly finished his rice ball and replied, 12th. He immediately became more polite. Then I should call you senior. He just shrugged. You don't have to be so formal. We don't even go to the same school. Hearing this, the boy was momentarily confused. Huh? Inwardly panicking. So why is he wearing our uniform? Ijin explains that he's only at the school briefly, but in his mind he knows he's wearing the uniform to infiltrate the place. He jumped up, startled, and said, I have to go. As he spoke, he ran off, clutching his phone. I'm on my way. It's just that they ran out of hamburgers, so I had to go to the convenience store. Ijin silently observes, his eyes following intently. Soon, all the food is neatly arranged on the table. She glared at him. I'd have starved waiting for you to get back. While Mr. Han snidely remarked, what else would this idiot be good for anyway? Jinu hung his head, lost in thought. How long must I endure this world? It's not even the end of 11th grade yet, and graduation is so far away. Or should I just drop out? Would my parents and sister be surprised? Out of nowhere, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Hey, were you peeking at my thighs? Jinu jumped, standing stiffly like a student at morning assembly. It's not like that. Ayan scowled. Don't lie, I saw you. Sion Han chuckled. Jinu's trying to be a man. Jinu paled. No, why would I look at your thighs? Crushed her milk carton in anger. Oh, what? Are you trying to piss me off? And how would I know what you're plotting? His desperate pleas echoed as Yi Han nonchalantly munched on his bread. It's not like that. I really didn't peek. Suddenly, he stood up without a word, and Jinu instinctively recoiled, a sense of unease washing over him. In a flash, it happened. Before he could react, a powerful kick struck his leg. A sharp pain shot through him, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the floor. Not letting up, the thug grabbed Jinu's collar and yanked him up. He sweeps his leg, tripping him. Not stopping there, he spins, the movement practiced and precise, like a familiar technique. His rough hand gripped Jinu's neck, the force so strong it cut off his breath. Only when he realized his opponent was nearly spent did he abruptly release him. He nonchalantly stood up, shoving his hands into his pockets, wanting to get it over with. He chewed with his mouth open, never missing an opportunity to gossip. Has Jinu passed out again? He lies motionless on the ground, face red, a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. A memory flashes in his mind, whispers in the classroom. Hey, isn't that guy incredibly poor? A girl nearby flipped her hair, scoffing, Pretty? I'm way prettier. A male student leaning against a desk chuckled. The whispers grew more and more brazen. She probably knows a lot of guys, one said. Of course, another replied. Then a scornful voice chimed in, saying he probably changes girlfriends like clothes. Unable to bear it any longer, Jinu slammed his fist on the table in fury, demanding they shut their mouths. Everyone turned around. May looked annoyed. Is May crazy? From that moment on, his life spiraled into school violence. Back in the present, Jinu opens his eyes, a throbbing sensation spreading through his body. He sits up, gently rubbing his aching neck. Is he in the infirmary? He turns his head, looking around, and suddenly freezes. Yijin is sitting right next to him, calmly watching him as if she's been there for a long time. Jin's piercing gaze intensifies. Why didn't you tell your sister about this? Jinu frowned, looking bewildered. Huh? What are you talking about? Why, Jin pressed on, not backing down. I'm asking why you didn't tell Chaseoha about this. As if struck at his weak point, he froze, his breath catching in his chest. Yijin's eyes remained fixed on him, awaiting an answer. Jinu quickly looked away, his mind reeling. He wasn't guessing. Does he know I'm Chaseoha's brother? His hands clenched, a vague sense of dread washing over him. Memories of Seoha flood his mind, her exhausted face returning home, her subsequent hospitalization, and her relentless studying of scripts. But the response was a barrage of hateful comments, like 1,000 knives. I don't understand why she was chosen. Her family must have paid a fortune. Everything she does just pisses me off. As night falls, a weary Seoha cries alone, hiding all her pain, while Jinu bravely explains that if people knew Chaseoha's brother was a target of bullying. He hesitated, bowing his head sadly, as the outcome seemed clear. His sister would be the one to suffer. Yijin eyed Jinu suspiciously, wondering why he thought that way. He immediately explained that artists must manage their image well, not just for themselves, but for their entire family. He clasped his hands tightly, his eyes heavy, saying that if everyone knew she had a foolish younger brother who was bullied, she would suffer unnecessary pain. He raises an eyebrow in surprise, even though he wasn't the one who started it. He nods. Yes, because when a dispute breaks out, whether I'm right or wrong, people will use that as an excuse to attack my sister. Did you tell a teacher? Jinu wearily smiled, saying if it were that simple, things wouldn't have escalated this far, and it would only make his bullying worse. Yijin remained silent, watching him intently, knowing that if this went public, everyone would learn that Cha Seoha was his sister. And whatever he did would be futile, even turning his sister into a victim. Yijin stared at him, puzzled. Did he have any plans for the future? Jinu was silent until a notification suddenly popped up. He quickly opened his phone to a message. Cha Jinu, if you read this, go buy us food right now. It's a little crowded today, so buy more than usual. I see you've read it, so you're awake, right? That sneaky bastard. The messages kept flooding in. Hiding in the infirmary like a dog, are you? Hurry up and get our food. Jinu stared intently at his phone, his fingers tightening around it, a feeling of frustration rising in his throat, anger mixed with helplessness. Then Jinu answered the earlier question. For now, he would endure this until graduation. Jin said nothing, respecting his decision. After a moment, he stood up, walked out, and gently closed the door. Standing in the silent hallway, Jin pulled out his phone. You heard everything, didn't you? On the other end, Seoha was silent, her breathing ragged as she tried to suppress her emotions. After a long moment, she took a deep breath and said softly but firmly, Okay. Jin stated plainly, Perhaps I've found the reason your brother has been acting this way lately. There was only a short reply from the other end. Okay. A silence stretched, and finally she spoke, her voice full of regret and remorse. All this time, I thought Jinu was just going through a rebellious phase, and that's why he hated me. I never imagined he was suffering so much. Seoha blamed herself, but Jin gently reassured her, It's not your fault. Those words of comfort were the spark that broke her dam, and the tears flowed freely. He continued, his voice calm but sincere. Nor is it Jinu's father's fault. On the other end of the line, Sioha remained silent, and without waiting, Jin hung up, his eyes filled with an unnameable sadness. A memory flashed back of the two brothers chatting. Jiazian, once full of excitement. Brother? Chaseoha is so kind, she said with a bright smile. I never knew she was so nice. My friends are so jealous of me. The memory ends, and Yijin pulls up his mask to hide his expression. Meanwhile, back in Class 2-4, the atmosphere begins to tense as one of them asks when he'll be back. The guy next to him glanced at his phone and said, "Just wait a little longer. I'll tell him to come back right now." The group laughed, gossiping gleefully. I heard Cha Jinu got punched and messed himself, right? I gotta see this. But suddenly, they all fell silent, their eyes turning to the door. A red-haired girl scoffed, "Who's that guy? I don't know him, must be a nobody." They began to surround Yijin, their eyes filled with scrutiny and annoyance. Seohan stepped forward, frowning but defiant, saying, "What now?" Yijin remained silent, his gaze intensifying the heavy atmosphere, before suddenly delivering a devastating slap. Seohan was caught off guard, his head snapping to the side as he collapsed, unconscious. The other guy instinctively recoiled, but before he could react, he was hit with a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground, convulsing. Two men lay motionless on the ground, and silence filled the air as Yang looked at his phone, glancing toward the fight. One of them lunges forward, asking what the hell he's doing here. But before he can finish, Yijin delivers a swift uppercut. But then, another one charged forward, only to have his arm seized and twisted, followed by a decisive blow to the side, sending him crumpling to the ground, gasping for air, drool escaping his lips. The two girls who were there earlier paled at the sight, unable to utter a word, as Yijin laid waste to the entire group in mere moments. Yang slowly put down his phone, saying, I don't know why a madman like you would suddenly come here to cause trouble, but you're not bad. He cracked his neck and smirked. It just so happens I wanted a bare-knuckle boxing match, and I didn't think you'd be a worthy opponent. Seeing that he wasn't fazed, Yang raised his hands in a fighting stance, then suddenly threw a powerful punch, but Yijin dodged it with ease. Yang gritted his teeth and relentlessly attacked, screaming for him to die, but Yijin remained unfazed, precisely blocking each blow. They moved so fast, time seemed to compress. In a flash, Yijin's elbow struck, sending Yangsich reeling with a bloody nose. He recoils in pain, hunching over instinctively, one hand clutching his face, the other clenched into a fist, grinding his teeth in fury. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Yijin immediately lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Yijin's eyes gleamed with a cold light, none of his movements escaping his observation. His feet moved nimbly, like a predator on the hunt. Oh, Yang was incensed. Just who was this bastard? He then throws a powerful kick, letting out a shout to intimidate, but Yijin swiftly grabs his leg, stopping it mid-air. Not wasting a second, he immediately kicks the man's calf with his other leg, causing Yang to lose his balance and stagger. Stumbling, he fell hard to the ground, and the two girls jumped up, their eyes wide with alarm. The rest of the class watches in stunned silence as Yang struggles, his face red with rage. He silently watched him struggle, when suddenly the classroom door burst open and a group of people entered. They stood silently, watching him stand amidst the fallen. Yijin sensed their presence and slowly turned. This group stares him down intensely. Yang, relieved to see his backup, gasps for air. I don't know who you are. Despite the pain, the sight of his backup arriving brought a triumphant smile to his face. You're dead meat today. Yijin ignored Yang's threats, unfazed in front of his stunned classmates as one of the bullies approached. Yangsich, who is this dog? Clutching his stomach in pain, he doesn't know why this guy suddenly came in here causing trouble. Then he brought in his crew, looking grim. Hey, what do you want? Are you looking for trouble? Yijin turned to look but remained silent. Offended by Yijin's blatant disregard, he sneers, deciding that civility is off the table. He orders his cronies to unmask Yijin and reveal his identity. Yijin simply glanced over, remaining silent as the other man fumed, and the school thugs rushed to attack him. Yijin remains calm, kicking off the ground and striking the chin of the man in front of him with his elbow. After dealing with one, he turns and takes down another, landing a powerful blow to the face, sending him crashing to the ground before everyone's eyes. Yi Yang, bleeding from the mouth, glared at Yijin, enraged that his men were so easily defeated. What are you guys doing? Come at me all at once. And just like that, the whole gang charged at Yijin, who simply frowned, showing no fear. Meanwhile, Yijin trudged alone down the hallway, head down, his mind replaying images of Yi Yang. Who was that guy? He just appeared and then vanished. Then, the image of himself being choked by Yi Yang flashed through his mind. He gave up, hoping nothing else would happen today. As Yi Jin approached the classroom, he heard a loud scream. "What are you all doing? Catch him and ship him off." It seems a plan is underway, along with a certificate of inferiority. 1. If a thief breaks in, his fans are nothing but subhuman animals. 2. Same as rule number 1, but with a number 2 added. 3. Just like 1 and 2, but to make it a full 3 clauses. He stopped in his tracks, seeing the commotion and crowd gathered around the classroom door. Inside the classroom, it was like a boxing ring, with Yi Jin throwing the bully. He flew from the classroom into the hallway, the loud noise terrifying everyone. He's lying motionless on the ground, a sight that leaves Jinyu speechless with shock. What? Jinyu pushes through the crowd as curses fill the air. He peered into the classroom, but before he could see anything, a furious voice shouted, "Get him!" Before he could process the situation, Jinyu was shocked as someone was thrown right past his face. The guy was spitting blood and collapsing, having taken an unknown number of hits. Jin was surrounded by thugs sprawled out on the ground. He maintains his composure, silently observing them. Jinyu is shocked by the familiar figure, unable to believe his eyes. What is going on? Why are all these thugs lying on the ground covered in blood? Jinyu can't believe what he's seeing. Could he have done all this by himself? Wai Ang witnessed the brawl firsthand, leaving his mind in a complete mess. Just who is that bastard? There's a monster like him in our school. But a strange feeling creeps in, raising goosebumps all over. Yi Jin remains silent, his eyes unreadable. Why? Ang Sich watched Wai Jin approach, his legs frozen, but he tried to play it cool. Who are you? And why are you causing trouble with us? Now, staring him down, the pressure mounts. You ask why? Before he can answer, the pressure intensifies. So tell me, why do you bully others? These words strike Wai Sich like a bolt of lightning, his eyes darting away, throat tightening. What? At this moment, Wai Jin glares at him, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. Listen closely. If I hear that you're bullying anyone else, I'm coming back for you. And when I do, it won't end as easily as it will today. Threatened, Wai Sich's face twitched, his eyes betraying his confusion. Did this dog know someone he'd messed with? Yi Jin stared him down, emphasizing, understand. Wai Sich scoffs at his words, but Wai Jin, already anticipating this reaction, remains unfazed. Why? Ang sneers, his eyes full of provocation. You're giving me the creeps, you wannabe hero. I don't know who the hell you are, but you're way too into this movie, thinking I'll just cower when you threaten me. Unable to bear the incessant barking, Yi Jin immediately slams the man's head down. Jinyu stood by, frozen and silent, as Wai Sich coughed up blood from the brutal head slamming. Even so, his eyes remained cold, showing no remorse. So Wai Jin decided to help Wai experience what it was like to be bullied, immediately slamming his head against the wall. Blood splatters as everyone watches in horror, eyes wide with fear. Jinyu's face darkens with worry. The white tile floor is now stained crimson. A voice cries out, "Stop!" It was none other than Wai begging for his life. Wai Jin, showing no mercy, cornered him, saying, "Answer me." "I'll do as you say," he choked out, fighting through the pain. "I won't bully anyone anymore." Having received the answer he wanted, Wai Jin finally let go of Wai who remained huddled in fear. He stood tall amidst the defeated gang members, who were all pale with fear, including Jinyu. Jinyu stared wide-eyed at him, but Wai Jin said nothing, silently passing by him and leaving the classroom. Jinyu watched Wai Jin leave, then glanced back at the battered gang, shocked that the untouchable bullies had been beaten so badly, especially Wai now a bloody mess, a far cry from his usual tough guy persona. How could someone who always acted so tough be beaten so badly by someone stronger? Yang, utterly defeated, seemed to realize something, and with a trembling voice he called out, "Jinyu." A gust of murderous intent slammed into Jinyu's face, making his heart leap into his throat as a bloodied Wai Sich glared at him. "You moron, what are you looking at?" He flew into a rage, asking if Jinyu found it funny, demanding he step forward, while Jinyu, terrified, stammered that he didn't mean anything by it. Suddenly, Wai Jin appears from behind Jinyu to save the day. Wai Shik slowly rises, trying to stop him before he can even think. Wai Jin, silent as an arrow, rushes forward, once again slamming Wai head, who falls helplessly to the ground. Immobile and writhing on the ground, he could only manage a few cries as Wai slowly opened his eyes, sensing something. It seems Jin had already marked him as inferior from the start. If a thief breaks in, his fans are nothing but low-class beasts. Like rule number 1, but with the addition of number 2. Like points 1 and 2, but now there are 3. He sits before him, taking Yang's finger in his hand. He noticed something was wrong, his eyes widened, and he feebly tried to resist. Naughty children deserve to be punished. Whether he wanted to or not, he broke the man's finger, and Yang screamed in agony. "Are you disregarding my words?" Yang couldn't speak from the pain. He was close to losing control of the beast within. "Speak up and answer me." He slams his face into the ground, clutching his broken finger as he makes a promise. "No, I won't cause any more trouble, I swear. It's too late now. Your promises mean nothing." Jin's words caused him a moment of panic, tears welling in his eyes as he stared in disbelief. "Why?" Jin coolly declares that he'll be back to deal with him, leaving the man speechless. Those who witnessed this were stunned, frozen in place, as he approached Jinyu, who didn't dare say a word. Once again, he passed by, but this time he slowed down to whisper, "I paid for your meal, you know." Jinyu was stunned, finding it strange, and just stared at the man's broad back. Away from the classroom, Jin makes a call to report, saying not to worry too much and that there was a slight incident. The person on the other end of the line sounded worried, so he explained, "I've taken care of it." The next day, everyone went to school as usual after Yang-sik was beaten. The class buzzed with rumors. They heard they were all hospitalized, and Yang-sik was the most severely injured. Just who is that guy? He still hasn't recovered from yesterday. He's definitely not one of our students, so we won't be able to find him. What's going on? Meanwhile, Jinyu overheard the gossip. News travels fast, it seems, and the whole school is talking about how one person took down so many. He recalls the events of yesterday, wondering, just who is he? Just then, Jin passed Jinyu and whispered that he'd paid for his meal, when suddenly a voice startled him. "Hey, Cha Jinyu!" Instinctively, he turned toward the voice, only to find Seo Ha standing at the classroom door with a stern expression. Upon seeing her, he exclaimed in panic, "Cha Seo Ha!" as everyone in the class stared in astonishment. Ignoring the judging eyes, Seo Ha confronts Jinyu, demanding to know why he hasn't been answering his phone. Sweat pouring down, he stares at Seo Ha, asking what she's doing here. What the hell? Hearing Jinyu call her that, they're shocked. Cha Seo Ha is Cha Jinyu's sister? Seo Ha calmly explains that she had to come find him because he kept turning off his phone. He's caught off guard and doesn't know what to say, but she cuts to the chase. "Pack your things and come with me." He's bewildered, asking where they're going. Seo Ha, losing patience, ordered him to pack his things, a command Jinyu dared not defy. Meanwhile, we see her and her cronies watching their every move. Seo Ha, who's never liked these two, finally gets a chance to confront them, saying, "I've watched your videos very carefully." These words strike Ah like an arrow, leaving her frozen and evasive. Seo Ha stares her down, especially singling out the one who bullied her brother. Though she didn't act directly, she used the male students to order my brother around. A was speechless, her eyes filled with worry. Seo Ha turned, leaving them with a chilling message. The lawsuit would be arriving soon. The rest of the class shared a look of shock, staring silently. With that, she turned and left this den of iniquity with Jin Woo. "Let's go." He had no reason to stay in that hellhole anyway, so he grabbed his bag and followed his sister, Seo Ha, who walked ahead, turning heads as he trailed behind. With his doubts, Jin Woo finally mustered the courage to ask, "What are you going to do now?" But she still avoided facing the truth. "Auntie," he knew something bad was coming. Because of him, rumors would spread about her online again. What would she do if those malicious comments hurt her? Seo Ha stopped and asked him, "What does it have to do with you?" Jin Woo says quietly, his head bowed, that if people find out he's being bullied, it'll reflect badly on her. She raises an eyebrow, dismissive, and asks him if he's done something wrong. Her unusual calmness leaves Jin Woo stunned, eyes wide with surprise, as Seo Ha, amidst prying eyes, states the truth. He's not the one at fault. Hearing this, he didn't know how to react, only staring wide-eyed at his sister, as Seo Ha patiently explained to her naive brother that it didn't matter if she suffered any consequences for others knowing he was being bullied, so, with a pause, she emphasizes, "Don't ever think like that again." Then, with a mix of exasperation and affection, she scolds her brother, "Got it?" Jin Woo heard Seo Ha's every word, tears streaming down his face as he obediently replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Seo Ha seemed to notice someone in the crowd. Yi Jin, standing silently amidst the noise, observing everything behind his mask. As soon as their eyes met, he turned away. Cut to Yijin's school, where another morning begins and he attends class as usual. His friends laughed and whispered, "Oh, I miss Seoha so much. Hey, call her and ask her to play games with us. She's probably busy, but you should ask anyway." One of them glanced at the informant. "I heard he was Seoha's father's bodyguard while we were in the States." Zeon seems to have known this all along. I see. She recalls talking to Jaye, who casually asked Han while sipping tea, "I heard you had some business in America. Have you seen how difficult it is to work at the company?" Jiye sat silently, then revealed her obsession. "Oh, are the vases over there beautiful?" Like a coiled spring, she jumped up to retort, "What's so difficult?" Jiye slowly announced, "I heard he's coming to South Korea this time, so I want you to handle the formalities for his side." Remembering this, Jiye's face darkens as she angrily tears the page in front of her. Jaeok, seeing this, doesn't know what to say. Suddenly, her face flushed with anger, and she stood up abruptly, startling the guy next to her. Yijin's friends noticed the commotion. Mustering her courage, Zaeon approaches them, asking to speak with Yijin alone. But Jiye refuses, unwilling to give up her spot. Huijin, standing nearby, just awkwardly laughs, his face pale at this rejection. Zeon, without another word, glares at them, her face as red as an erupting volcano. Knowing this wasn't the time to be annoying, Ji Yehi quickly left, deciding discretion was the better part of valor. Once they were gone, Seona's face flushed again as she spoke. "Yijin, are you free today?" But Yijin, colder than an iceberg, flatly refused without hesitation, leaving her stunned. Seeing she wouldn't leave, he made an excuse, saying he was going to the market with Zaeon after school, and Zaeon immediately seized the opportunity to tag along, asking if she could join them. She's so sure of herself without even trying, like she knows the future. I'm sure Zeon would agree. Seriously, she's still not giving up, even after all that. But he remained silent. After school at a small supermarket, Zeon got her wish and went shopping with Jia Zeon. Sheyudu tagged along, asking Yijin about his health and busy schedule, but he just grunted in response, not really interested. Without missing a beat, he cuts to the chase. "You're Xiaoha's father's bodyguard." Yijin, uninterested, simply replies, "Yes, but it doesn't end there." Like a reporter digging for information, Zaeukdu asks Yijin if he's met other artists, and after a few grunts, he finally answers carefully, "No, I'm just filling in." But Ukdu persists. "Will they assign you to protect Xiaoha's father again?" Yijin replies, "Hard to say." Sigzon stood there dumbfounded, watching them talk back and forth, then spoke up a bit awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I suddenly made you come along like this." Zeon, with a sudden change of heart, feigns contentment, saying that she wanted to come along. Zeon replies helplessly, saying that he insisted even though she told him she could go alone. Moments later, he stops her, looking at Zeon with a somewhat displeased expression, and says directly, "I'm very jealous of how close you two are." Cheon's ears perk up, his face blank, and he quickly understands the deeper meaning, muttering awkwardly, "Close?" To smooth things over, Zeon offers her a chance. "If you're not busy, why not join us for dinner?" Caught off guard, she's a little stunned. This is it, the moment she's been waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, she confirms, "Is that okay?" The naive Jia Zeon has created an opportunity for the thief and is even inviting them in. "Of course. My brother is a great cook, so let me ask him to make dinner tonight." Bathed in the rosy glow of an invitation to Yijin's home, Sean beams with delight. Meanwhile, the laughter's psychological impact freezes him and Jeokju in place as warm lights flicker to life in the twilight. A lavish spread of dishes is laid out on the table, ready for the four diners: Ga-nyun, Ga-on, Yi-jin, and Seokju. With excitement, Jazian invites everyone to eat, and Ja-ona, after tasting the meat, exclaims how delicious Yi-jin's cooking is. Hearing this, Zeokju tries the meat herself, and Jia Zion proudly confirms that she told them he was a great cook. Jia-on asks Yi-jin where he learned to cook, but he simply replies that he just watched videos and followed along, leaving her slightly embarrassed by his indifferent response. Yi-jin's sister could only offer a weak smile, and soon the two girls were chatting happily, lightening the mood. Forgetting the awkwardness from before, Jia Zion happily continued talking, and Jia-on listened intently. The two of them chatted incessantly, leaving Yi-jin and Seok-okju to sit awkwardly. Soon, they had finished all the food, every plate spotless. Afterward, Jia-on leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, saying she was stuffed, but suddenly startled as Yi-jin began clearing the dishes. Jia-on offered to do the dishes, but Jia Zeon politely insisted she stay seated and let her take care of it. But Jia An, burning with determination, even ties up her hair, saying, "I told you I'd do it." Hearing this, Jia Zian was speechless and had to agree. Okay. Jia An quickly grabbed the remaining dishes and followed Yijin to the sink. Spotting an apron near the fridge, she turned and gently put it on to avoid getting wet. But Jia An struggled to tie it, her hands fumbling awkwardly. This situation made her a little tense. This won't do. Just then, Yijin offered to help. Their hands touched, and she was flustered. Jia An was stunned, not realizing Yijin was behind her. She lowered her hands, standing still, afraid to move. Afterwards, Jia An shyly thanked him. As Jia An began washing dishes, Yijin offered to help, saying he'd stay by her side. Jia An stared at him in surprise. His gentleness makes her smile faintly, while Okru watches them intently from the table, sipping his water. Seeing their harmony, he couldn't help but smile too. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the SVCAP building, into a room reserved for employees. A tall man announced to those below that a VIP would be visiting today, then shared information about the important figure they were about to receive. Ruins Bailey. He's here as the third son of the Bailey Group to explore potential collaborations between SVCAP and their corporation. The leader of Team 3 continued with his instructions. Jia An will handle the formalities, so Team 3 will be in charge of security, and especially Okru and Yijin. You'll be working alongside her, so keep your eyes peeled. They both nodded in response. Understood. Soon the reception began in the quiet hall. Someone held a piece of paper with the words, Certificate of Inferiority. 1. If a thief breaks in, his fans are inferior beasts. 2, same as 1, but with a number 2. 3, same as 1, and 2, but with 3 clauses. Soon, the sound of firm footsteps echoed. Jia An was already standing there, with Seokwoo, Yijin, and many others behind her. The person in the shoes was Routines Bailey, followed by many bodyguards. Bailey excitedly asked, Jia An, are you okay? He then rushes forward to embrace Jia An, causing her to blush and recoil. What are you doing? Bailey then asks Jia An, who glances at Yijin, wondering if he'll misunderstand. Bailey, noticing her strange behavior, is surprised. Why are you so shy? Then Bailey's eyes turn to the people behind her. He quickly realizes, it's because everyone's watching us, isn't it? Now I have to worry about the gazes of guards and employees? Bailey then lashes out, aren't SVCAP employees taught to keep their mouths shut, no matter what they see their superiors doing? Though laced with disdain, the words ring true, silencing everyone behind them. Jia An, wanting to change the subject, suggests they move. Hearing the beauty's words, Bailey obediently complied, and the two began to leave the hall. They move into a room with a prepared dining table, guards standing behind them both. Bailey raises his glass, asking if she's considered his proposal. Jia An quietly cuts a piece of steak on her plate, hesitant to answer, prompting Bailey to set down his glass. He tilted his head, reminding her that their engagement wasn't such a bad offer. As she cut her meat, she slowly replied, That. Jia An then awkwardly suggested they talk about it later, knowing full well she didn't want Yijin to find out about this, but he stood firm behind her, unwavering. Seeing her attitude, Bailey was clearly displeased, saying, Jia An, I came all this way to hear your answer directly, and you're avoiding it? She firmly retorted, I gave you my answer back then. He glared, his tone dropping. But I told you to think about it again, didn't I? Hearing that, Jia An's face suddenly tenses up. After a pause, Bailey smirks and cuts to the chase. Jia An, you have no position or ability at SVCAP. Hearing this, she froze, while Ox behind the car remained serious and expressionless. Bailey smirked and continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Even though you have a lot of shares in SVCAP thanks to your grandfather, no one in the family acknowledges your abilities, so everyone is very reluctant to let you do anything in SVCAP. He even emphasized, right, striking a nerve with Jia An, causing her to freeze. Bailey then continued with an offer, saying that since things were this way, it would be better if she allied with him, and he would help her manage things at SVCAP. Hearing this, Jia An was so angry that her hand holding the glass trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a voice announced that it was time to move to the next location, interrupting Bailey, who looked at her bodyguard in shock, while Jia An glanced back, surprised by the familiar voice. Bailey's bodyguards were stunned, and even Seoo, usually so composed, looked at Yijin in surprise. In his hand, he held a paper with the heading, Certificate of Inferiority, followed by 3 numbered clauses, each declaring the thief and their fans to be subhuman scum. Seeing everyone turn around, Yijin calmly announces that she needs to move immediately if she wants to arrive at the next location on time. Jia-an is visibly tense. Yijin's face remained impassive as he boldly confronted her, momentarily silencing Jia-an. As if saving her, Jia-an chuckled and lightly agreed, while Bailey watched this charade with his legs crossed. He was clearly displeased, his voice heavy with reproach. Is this how SV trains its bodyguards? As two stoic bodyguards stood at attention, awaiting orders, facing SV and Yijin, who remained emotionless, their faces like ice. Hearing this, Jia-an's face became flustered, her eyes filled with disbelief, as Bailey's sharp gaze questioned whether the bodyguard had acted on his own accord. Meanwhile, Yijin's eyes darkened as he pondered something, glancing intently at him with a slight purse of his lips. The assistant nervously glances over, sweat beading on their face, as Jia-an explains that she asked him to remind her of the schedule, because this is an important ceremony and she can't let anything else interfere. Bailey, still suspicious, gave her a judging look, but finding no further reason to object, he helplessly shrugged. If that's the case, can you dismiss the bodyguards? He frankly suggests that he wants them to have some time alone. She stops singing, surprised. Bailey frowns, looking directly at Jia-an, saying that he's fine, but she seems to care about them a lot. Sensing the situation, she turned to them, saying, "Could you two give us some space?" Yijin and Seokju hesitated, their faces unreadable, as if they wanted to say something but held back. Seeing their expressions, she smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. You two can step outside for a bit." Hearing her words, they reluctantly agreed and left. Bailey glanced sideways as the two figures departed, then dismissed his own towering bodyguards, telling them to leave as well. Hearing his command, they immediately withdrew, leaving only Bailey and Jia-an in the room. Breaking the silence, he asks, "Are you rejecting me because of him?" Her eyes widen in surprise. Bailey states plainly that the guard who just left doesn't matter, and Jia-an blushes, startled, asking what he's talking about. Bailey sighs, explaining that she doesn't need to be so agitated as he's not a petty man, and he doesn't mind if she sees him. His words left her reeling. Bailey coldly offered that after their engagement she was free to date him, Jia-an. "You're still a student and we're not marrying for love, so feel free to see him." Jia-an was flustered, her hands clenching at his unreasonable words. With that, he gets up to leave, thinking the matter is settled. He says he's tired from the time difference and wants to postpone the schedule until tomorrow, as he's not in the mood to continue. He looked at Jia-an, adjusted her clothes, and reminded her to give him an answer before he returned. Jia-an, still in shock, blankly watched his retreating figure. Bailey left the room, startled by something he noticed. Yijin, standing among the bodyguards in the distance. A slender hand reaches out and Bailey approaches, placing it on Yijin's shoulder with a few pats, warning him to be mindful, but Yijin simply bows his head in response. Immediately after that meeting, Jia-an confronted her sister, Yijin, who sat with her arms crossed, questioning her. "I heard things didn't go according to plan?" She lowered her head, biting her lip, not uttering a word. Yijin sternly asked, "Ruins is jointly responsible with us for this project. What do you suggest we do when we can't properly welcome someone so important?" Someone picks up a document that reads Certificate of Inferiority. Jia-an nervously explains that he unilaterally canceled it. She could only say that, shrinking back in fear, unable to look at Jia. Jia's words shocked her. "Jia-an, do you know how much I hate you?" She stared intently at Jia-an, adding that while it's not unusual for SVK family members to be distant, you're the one I hate the most. She lowered her head, hesitantly admitting, "Even if you didn't say it, I knew." The last rays of sunlight streamed through the window as she continued. "Let me tell you, gaining recognition and climbing to this position is truly exhausting. I had to compete with my own father to get a position in SVK, fighting off attacks from my brother and other relatives. Do you know when this all started? It started when I was even younger than you are now," she asks, leaving Ziane speechless and trembling. "What have you done?" She continued, saying that he received everything from their father without lifting a finger. Their grandfather also took special care of him because he lived alone from a young age, protecting him from other families. With a blank expression, she relentlessly berates Ziane, saying, "You know Grandpa only loves you. While we had to grow up to be competent and capable of winning and enduring attacks from other companies, you were protected." She frowned, a hint of anger in her eyes, saying that if things continued this way, Ziane would surely use her inheritance to consolidate her power within SV Cap. Ziane's face darkened as she listened. Her eyes narrowed, her words laced with threat, wondering what sins Xiane's powerful employees might commit in the future. Xiane gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. GDE sternly tells her that Shinzeane needs to be more responsible. Elsewhere, a hand holding a glass of wine speaks, asking if they've found anything, to which a man in a black suit replies that they have. His name is Yui Jin, age 19, a classmate of Shinzeane and currently an SVCAP trainee bodyguard. Bailey is shocked and turns around, exclaiming, "What? Is that true?" A certificate outlining the terms is presented as the bodyguard continues to explain, "Due to time constraints, I couldn't investigate further details. But I'm certain that information is correct." Bailey, with a suspicious look, recalls Xiane smiling at her two bodyguards. They planted a spy within A, but why didn't she notice when he was put in that position? Poor Xiane. A new day begins at SVCAP, and in a conference room everyone attentively listens to a presentation. Xiane and Bailey are also there, fully focused, but after a while Bailey turns to look in a certain direction, as if she has something to say. Looking at Ijin, he was lost in thought. "Just seeing him makes me unhappy, yet Xiane keeps him by her side." The meeting quickly ended, and everyone gradually left. Bailey looks at Xiane and smiles. "Today's important schedule is over, right?" Startled, she quickly replies, "Yes, all the work schedules are finished." Cutting her off, he closed his eyes, smiled brightly, and suggested he wanted to go somewhere. Xiane blankly asked, "Where is it?" Zai crossed his arms, grumbling, "Why did he cancel his schedule to come here?" The person behind him replied, "I'm not sure. He suddenly said he wanted to see the SV Cap guards training." She was angry and confused, wondering what he was thinking. Outside in the hall, a crowd of people was already waiting for them. Just then, Xiane steps forward, demanding he take back his words, while Bailey smirks, asking what he said wrong since her two close counselors are students and one is an intern. Ijin stands there, observing everything. "A trainee? Doesn't that seem absurd for a security team like SV Cap? Or did you put him in that position yourself?" She's stunned by his words, but before she can respond, a voice cuts in. "I believe you've misunderstood. The SV Cap security team doesn't operate in that manner. I can assure you that all SV Cap security team members have proven their character and skills, and that includes these two." Bailey smirks. Anyone can say that. He was silenced by the man's words, and those behind him seemed displeased as tension filled the air and everyone stared in the same direction. GE froze, his outstretched hand clenched. Bailey continued his proposal. "How about this, then?" Without hesitation, he proposes a friendly match between his bodyguards and SV Caps. XA is stunned. X-Kine stared at him expressionlessly, as if he'd anticipated this all along. From upstairs, a voice echoed, "Why are you all so surprised?" Bailey led a group of people in, declaring, "Didn't I say their skills have been proven? Besides, sparring is a way for bodyguards to support each other and improve their skills." She looked resolutely at the man before her, her voice firm. "I don't want you making decisions like this on your own. The guards are here to protect us, not to be used as entertainment." XE silently stood by, witnessing everything. As XU glanced at the girl beside him, a slight smirk forming on his lips. The room fell into an unusual silence, each person lost in their own thoughts as Bailey narrowed his eyes at XU, a contemplative look in his eyes. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, his voice full of affection. "You're right." However, Bailey's gaze quickly shifted away from her, looking into the distance. Bailey looks at Waijin with a hint of playfulness, then speaks. "So, what do you think?" His eyes turn fierce and a terrifying aura emanates from his entire body. In truth, this all started because of him. A bodyguard hiding behind the person they're supposed to protect? Aren't you the one out of line considering you're just a trainee? As an outsider to Bailey's words, XE glared menacingly at the scene before him. "Aren't you ashamed to be hiding behind the people you're supposed to protect?" Ben Zion, the bodyguard, assessed his opponents with a stern look. The atmosphere instantly erupts into chaos, filled with murmurs and threats to smash the guards' faces. Faced with the uproar, the leader of Team 3 is forced to intervene. "We must maintain security throughout the ceremony, so we cannot participate in this duel. If any guards are injured, we cannot guarantee your safety. Therefore, I'm requesting that Team 2 participate instead." Bailey was drawn to the voice, his eyes searching for its source. Even Zion's team couldn't help but look in that direction. The owner of that voice was none other than Zai, who spoke frankly before the scrutinizing gaze of Team 2's leader. "Team 2 will agree, won't they?" Her guards quickly agreed to Zai's request. "Yes, ma'am." In an instant, the teams clashed, and the sound of hard impacts echoed, let's go." However, Bailey remained displeased, narrowing his eyes as he thought, "Too bad." Bailey glared at Yi Jin, thinking he'd caused this mess. Suddenly, he spoke. "You're still hiding behind her in the end. You're quite the coward." His words stunned the opponent, who could only stand there in silence. But Yi Jin steps forward, shielding Xian, a move that stuns her. In a panic, she cries out, "Yi Jin, you don't have to do this." But Yi Jin doesn't back down, slowly removing his coat, his eyes flickering with a lazy arrogance. "I'm in Team 2. His actions send Team 2 into an uproar, chanting, "That's right, Yi Jin, come back to the team." Xian watches in disbelief, while Ru simply sighs and silence falls once more. Yi Jin calmly stood before the large man, his eyes briefly scanning Han from head to toe. Han, Yi Jin's opponent, was a massive figure with a fierce face. On the arena floor, the two men silently sized each other up, while Xian watched anxiously from the sidelines, unable to sit still. Meanwhile, one of Bailey's men spoke up, saying, "I told him to teach Han a lesson." Immediately, Bailey's lips curled into a smirk. "He'll break Han's arm," he said smugly. "Han will learn his lesson soon enough." Meanwhile, Zai anxiously says, "I know he's capable, but I'm worried because he's still so young." But the second squad captain quickly reassures her. "Don't worry, Director. Yi Jin is ready for battle, and his face is much more serious. No one has ever beaten him in training." The second squad captain's words surprised Zai, who widened her eyes and asked, "What?" She didn't get the answer she wanted, because a loud sound grabbed everyone's attention. Begin. At the start of the match, the arrogant Han wore a defiant look. But Yi Jin quickly grabbed Han by the head, and in a flash, the golden-haired fighter was struck by a fatal blow. Han quickly fell as the fight had only begun seconds prior. Yi Jin calmly looked at the motionless figure on the ground, maintaining his cold demeanor. This scene leaves Bailey watching from the sidelines in stunned horror, while one of Xian's subordinates cheers with a smug look on his face. "That's the way." Zai got the answer she needed and chuckled, saying she worried for nothing. As a two-faced lackey jeered, "Next is my turn." No. However, he was quickly stopped by the person next to him, who said, "Let me go first." At the same time, Yi Jin's voice echoed, "Next." This statement surprised the two standing outside, and they exclaimed together, "Huh? What did Yi Jin just say?" But Yi Jin paid them no mind, turning his attention to Bailey, who was shocked by the challenge. Yi Jin quickly gestured for Bailey to enter the ring, a move that shocked not only Bailey but everyone in the room. The crowd was stunned by this action, and the atmosphere became unusually lively. Another subordinate behind Xian A spoke up, "Does that mean the winner will continue to fight?" Meanwhile, Xian A and Zi-Ok Ru were terrified. Bailey smirks, but the expression quickly fades, replaced by a furious glare. He still underestimates Yi Jin, thinking, "Is that arrogant brat provoking me?" Bailey's subordinate quickly notices his master's unusual behavior and orders the others to attack. They immediately comply. On the arena floor, the scene of two men with a power gap is repeated once more. The inferior subordinate reassured Bailey, "You don't need to worry, sir. My men won't be careless this time." In the blink of an eye, the two men on the arena floor engaged in a martial arts contest. But sadly for him, Yi Jin easily blocked the first blow. He quickly retaliates with a hook, disfiguring his opponent's face. Not stopping there, Yi Jin relentlessly punches his opponent's stomach, leaving him no time to react. He can only retreat, clutching his abdomen in pain. But he wouldn't give up, and in an instant, the blonde lunged to take Yi Jin down, aiming for his gut, but he quickly dodged it. In an instant, the blonde was lifted off the ground, taking Yi Jin's full kick, just like his comrade before him. Chaos erupted, and the air filled with the metallic scent of blood, as the blonde-haired assailant lay unconscious on the cold ground. This sight made Bailey frown in fear, as he stared at Yi Jin's broad back with growing unease. "Wait!" He turned around and spoke. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed. "Wait!" That voice caught Yi Jin's attention. He followed the sound with a cold gaze, finding Bailey, face flushed, brow furrowed. Yi Jin stood defiantly amidst the opposing team's guards, his gaze calm and unwavering, as if they weren't even worth his attention. Xian's eyes widened, clearly shaken. His teammates were extremely satisfied, smiling like elders, while Bailey had lost his initial smugness. "What is this? Just how careless were you to let that kid take down two of you at once?" "Not carelessness?" he asked, confused. "What?" The bodyguard elaborated. "The first one was careless, but the second one wasn't." Observing Yi Jin's composure, he remarks on his helplessness. All he can attribute it to is the kid's overwhelming strength. Bailey, arms crossed and displeased, questions how a high schooler could defeat his professional bodyguards. The bodyguard, strained and reluctant, confirms it, leaving Bailey in silent thought. Now a new challenger has entered the ring, and both Yi Jin and his opponent are ready for a fight. Gatung staring him down. Now his opponent has taken notice of Yijin's abilities. He leaps back with such speed that he vanishes. Gatung throws a punch, but Yijin effortlessly dodges it. He evades a flurry of blows, closing in on his opponent. Getting closer, Gat throws a powerful punch, narrowing his eyes, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. But Yijin counters with a reverse punch, staggering his opponent. But Gat quickly retaliated with a punch, which he still managed to block. He seized the blocked fist using a grappling technique and grabbed the back of his opponent's head with his other hand. Using his strength, he easily throws the big guy to the ground. Gat lies on the floor, struggling to get up. Yijin circles behind him, immediately locks his neck. His opponent can't breathe, temples bulging. Gat, teeth clenched, drooled, unable to endure any longer, and tapped out, surrendering to Yijin, who released him, sparing his life as Gat coughed and gasped for air. The captain of Squad 3 watches, impressed, thinking that Yijin is worthy of respect. Yijin on the floor looks at Bailey, making him flinch in fear. What is he planning? He spoke with a cool indifference. Next. Bailey gritted his teeth in frustration. He'd been staring at him and saying that all along. His underlings are excited, urging Osei to go, but the boss is furious, cursing the arrogant bastard under his breath as the bodyguard advises retreat. What? Gotta gulped. We can't win against him. Bailey was confused. What the hell are you talking about? You were here too. The GE side is already chatting, so maybe this is where it ends. Hearing that, she was suspicious. Why? I thought they'd be fighting back for their wounded pride. Looking at the Benzoins, the captain of Squad 2 assures that even if they continue, they have no chance of winning against Yijin, and even if they do win, it would be meaningless. They'd face ridicule for needing multiple members to defeat just one of ours, leaving GE stunned. He continued to explain, despite her indifference, adding that they provoked Yijin to humiliate him, but now that it's backfired, they'll likely give up soon. In the arena, the bodyguard next to Bailey steps out and says something to the referee, who nods in agreement. As the announcement rings out that the mock battle has come to an end, everyone cheers. Meanwhile, Yijin's teammates chanted his name, leaving Zek Duke speechless as the leader of Team 2 stood beside GE. Even they were impressed. He's the kind of guy men admire. The atmosphere was light, filled with playful banter. Good boy, you Yijin, look over here. GE suddenly smiled, realizing that even though Yijin was usually quiet and expressionless, everyone still adored him. He smiled, replying that Yijin always proved himself with his strength, which meant more to them than empty words. She simply smiled in response, saying nothing more. As the match ends, Yijin removes his gloves and glances at Zeon-A. She stares back intently, and after a moment, Yijin speaks. What do you think? Zeon-A nods, grinning, saying he suddenly feels very happy. Seeing her like that, he sighs in relief, a subtle emotion appearing on his stoic face. But suddenly being held back, his teammates playfully dragged him away. Bailey, on the other hand, glared over, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. He was extremely displeased by what he had just witnessed between the two of them. Cut to a lavish room, Inguk speaks with his niece, so a match took place between the bodyguards. Zeon-A hesitated, then replied, yes, as the SVK manager reported that the other side provoked them first. Despite their refusal, he insisted on the match, since Team 3 had to maintain security during the ceremony. Zeon-A remained silent as he reported that Team 2 had stepped up to compete. Inguk seemed only concerned with one thing, the result. Zeon-A announced with a bright smile that Yijin had single-handedly defeated them all, and Inguk chuckled, pleased with the outcome. Elsewhere, bathed in golden light, Bailey sits, legs crossed, and slurs. Not bad for a kid. He glances at the guard beside him, Yijin, and calls out, come here. Bailey chuckled, beginning his offer. You're only an intern here, right? Come work for me, and I'll make you a full-time bodyguard, and treat you much better than they do. But Yijin remained unfazed, politely declining the offer. Bailey wasn't giving up just yet. Perhaps his offer seemed vague. Well, let's try this. He directly raises the stakes. I don't care how much they pay you, I'll double it. Seeing no response, Bailey adds, a raise, triple the salary. Jin flatly refuses, standing firm. I don't like it. Bailey, rejected, furrows his brow, unable to hide his displeasure despite his cool demeanor. He scoffed, mocking him for not knowing his place, saying this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he refused, he'd get nothing at all. Unable to get what he wants, Bailey directly demands that Yijin stay away from Shinzeon. Bailey clarified that someone like him shouldn't be hanging around her, but Yijin sighed, stating he was just a bodyguard. Bailey, not giving up, asked if it was for the money, offering to pay him instead. Ijin ignored him, saying if he had nothing else to say, he'd be leaving, putting Bailey in a difficult position. As Ijin turned to leave, Bailey lost his composure. He hadn't even heard him out, leaving Bailey alone in the room. He slumped into a chair, cursing Ijin as an arrogant bastard. He told the nearby guard that even if they weren't in that situation, they shouldn't have let a young punk act so arrogantly in front of him. The guard replied that it would be bad to confront him, and honestly, he doubted he could handle him in a one-on-one fight. Bailey asks in disbelief if Ijin is really that strong. But the other two shouldn't have gone down so easily. He may look young, but he's incredibly strong. Bailey's face betrayed his surprise. The guard continued, saying that protection work isn't just about hand-to-hand combat. While a fighter might seem suitable for a bodyguard position, combat ability is only the bare minimum. Bailey slowly raised his glass, admitting, "That's right." He set the glass down and asked, "Everything is still proceeding smoothly, isn't it?" The bodyguard reported that he had checked the perimeter for the last few days, and there had been no changes. As promised, he would arrive here after tomorrow's schedule. Bailey covered his mouth, thinking to himself that his weakness would be in his hands by tomorrow. The next day, at a pristine restaurant in the heart of the city, Bailey sat across from Ziona and said, "Your schedule for today is finished. You've worked hard lately." She politely replied, "It's nothing. It's what I'm supposed to do." Suddenly, Bailey asked a question that caught her off guard. "What do you think about what I said the other day?" Zion replied seriously, "You gave me a deadline until I returned, so I can answer tomorrow, right?" Hearing this, he calmly says, "I understand, then I'll wait until tomorrow." Zion closes her eyes, encouraging herself, "Hang in there. Just one more day and it'll be over." Suddenly, Bailey remarked that even he thought the guard was incredibly cool, leaving Zion utterly baffled. Bailey repeats, saying he's talking about the guard from yesterday's match. Was Zion attracted to him? Immediately, Zion's face turns bright red. Zion stammers, "What are you talking about? You said the same thing before." Bailey, understanding, says he gets it, so why is she so flustered? She quickly grabs her glass, turning away to avoid him, saying she doesn't know what he's talking about. Suddenly, he makes an outrageous claim. "I can return to him after we're married." Zion looks over in shock, wondering what he means. Bailey repeats slowly, his face darkening, "I said you could go back to him after we're married, not just engaged." Zion, confused, asks why he would want to marry her at all. Bailey coldly retorted, "Why would you say something so naive? People of our status don't marry for love. For us, marriage is simply a transaction." Bailey smirked, amused. "It's a mutually beneficial deal, so we can each do as we please with our significant others. What do you think?" She remained silent, watching him slowly rise. Bailey passed by, reminding her to give him her answer tomorrow. A throng of bodyguards waited outside the restaurant as Zion quietly emerged, burdened by her thoughts. Lost in thought, she wondered if marriage was just a transaction, and if that was the only way to avoid hurting others. Ijin carefully shielded her head, and Ziona looked up and smiled, thanking him. Everyone boarded, and the bodyguards started the engines. The car quickly moved out, stopping calmly as the red light appeared. Inside the car, Ziona sat silently, her heart in turmoil, and Yijin glanced over, noticing her somber mood. Just then their eyes met, and she was startled. Ziona smiled and said to him, "Thank you for your hard work. Your schedule ends today." Ijin replies casually, "Isn't it all over tomorrow?" She cheerfully agrees, but outside the car, a stranger with a spider tattoo on his cheek catches Yijin's attention. The figure came into sharper focus, and his eyes widened in shock as Yijin quickly turned to look. The figure disappeared into the crowd, and Zion's voice broke through his thoughts. Yijin then glanced back and said, "Can I get off here? I have something to take care of." Ziokdu, sitting up front, replied, "Sure, the schedule's over for today anyway. We'll handle the rest." Ijin quickly exited the car and scanned the crowd for the stranger, wondering why he was here. He hurried after him. Ijin stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise washing over his face as he stared ahead. The spider-tattooed man was heading toward a large hotel. In another high-rise, Bailey admired the view when a voice announced his arrival. He turned his head slightly toward the sound. The bodyguard brings a man in glasses before Bailey, who asks lazily, "Where are the documents?" The man with glasses tremblingly handed over the USB. Here it is." Bailey quickly told the guard, "Check it." The bodyguard took the USB and plugged it into a nearby computer, thinking that he could finally end Bailey with it, while the man with glasses awkwardly asked when he would receive the promised money. Bailey smirks, promising payment after verification, but a sudden noise makes them turn. A gun barrel slowly appears through the doorway. Then the door bursts open, and a hooded figure storms in, gun in hand. Panic sets in as the bodyguard rushes to protect Bailey, and the hooded figure opens fire, spraying bullets throughout the room. The bodyguard quickly pushed Bailey down, shielding him with his body as they took cover behind the long sofa. Bailey was furious that his good deed had been interrupted. He'd sent him away. So how did he know about the deal? Blood splatters near Bailey's hand, and he's shocked to see his bodyguard, though wounded, still protecting him, clutching his gunshot wound in agony. The hooded figure continues to fire upon them, but the bodyguard quickly pulls out a taser and fires back. But the hooded man quickly dodged it and continued to fire at Bailey. The bodyguard hid behind a chair, thinking desperately, "Damn it, how can someone be running around with a gun in this country?" Suddenly, a noise made Bailey and the bodyguard turn their heads. Jin arrives, quickly subduing the leader, pinning him against the wall to shield them from the gunfire and glancing back at the others. Seeing this, the bodyguard was furious, thinking he was foolish to jump a gunman without a plan. Jin, meanwhile, headbutted the man, causing him to loosen his grip in pain. He quickly seizes the gun, turning the tables as Jin points it at the boss, who is furious at losing the upper hand. Enraged, the bodyguard charges forward, ready to fight to the death, but Jin coldly pulls the trigger. The bullet hits the boss in the thigh, and he collapses in agony. As the chaos subsided, Jin stood motionless. Bailey, shocked, whispered to the bodyguard beside him, saying he thought he was only good at close combat. The SVKB manager's steady voice echoed as he reported to Ingu. "I heard he discovered and chased after someone who used to work as an assassin during his mercenary days." Hearing this, Ingu could guess that Ruins was the assassin's target, and his suspicions were confirmed. From what he knows, Ruins was searching for evidence of corruption by the young master of the Bailey family. I heard he bribed an employee there to get important documents. So, if he's right, the culprit is Bailey's second son. The SVKB manager suspected as much, though there's no proof, it's almost certainly the case. Ingug's eyes darken as he mentions the complicated Bailey family succession, which led to this situation. But thankfully, it's all settled now. Speaking of which, SVKB's manager added that not only the Baileys but also Ruins had directly expressed their gratitude. And early the next morning, at Terminal 2, a meeting was specially prepared for Zion to give her final answer to Ruins Bailey's confession. With a blank expression, he anxiously asks for her answer, but she says she must disappoint him. The 3 words she wants to say are, "I refuse." Maybe it's because she's not calculating enough, but she can't marry someone she doesn't love. Hearing those words, Bailey was visibly surprised. Love? From her expression and confirmation, Zion seemed firm in her decision. A faint smile crept across his face as he softly replied, "Okay, I understand." But before leaving, he tells her that even if it's not him, she'll find herself in this situation again. Bailey's next statement really shocks Zion. This time, he owes her boyfriend, so he won't bother her anymore. Zion is blushing furiously, even though she said he's not her boyfriend. Her attitude is making him suspicious. Huh? Zion was speechless, avoiding Bailey's gaze, even more shocked than she was, and asked if Zion of SV Cap was in unrequited love. Seeing her flustered and teary-eyed, he understood. Bailey could only sigh and take the initiative to speak. "All right, I offered you something you didn't want. Let's just leave it at that. Goodbye for now." Bailey then turned her attention to Jin, who was standing sternly behind her, and asked him frankly, "You really don't want to work for me?" Without hesitation, Jin answers, "Yes," causing Zion to whirl around in surprise. Not only she, but Zeokju's security team was also surprised, whispering, "He got a job offer? Is he trying to take our Jin away?" Despite the stares, Bailey calmly continues, "I won't thank you this time because it's your duty as a bodyguard." In response, he remained absolutely silent, his eyes unwavering. Even though Jin refused, he still gave him special treatment, emphasizing, "Come any time, I won't let you down." Jin remained silent, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. Bailey's bodyguard passed by him, saying, "We owe you one." Then he followed Bailey away. The sun was setting behind the crowded buildings, the twilight scene stirring the heart. Jia Zeon, on her way home from school, suddenly stopped when she saw the person ahead. She calls out to him, "Seokju, what are you doing there?" Zeon wondered what Zeokju was doing with such a serious expression, even signaling her to be quiet, leaving her utterly bewildered. Inside a small restaurant, Zeon smiles at Jin, thanking him for his hard work and expressing surprise at yesterday's events. Her eyes are full of affection for him, saying that thanks to him, their company has gained many benefits. In response to her enthusiasm, Jin politely replies that it's only natural for him to do so. Besides, it wasn't just me. All the other bodyguards worked hard, too. Indeed, but as she says this, her eyes suddenly sadden as she absently looks down at the table. as if she's recalling Bailey's words from earlier. Even if it's not him, she'll continue to fall into this situation in the future. Seeing him silent, Zeon asks Han again, Yijin, what's your dream? Her question catches his attention, and Yijin looks up, replying softly, A dream? I thought you'd want a more interesting story. I've never thought about it, she says, flustered. So, what do you want to do? How do you want to live? After Zeon's question, his eyes fall, unsure where to begin. In an instant, his mind floods with images and sounds of gunfire, of battles fought alongside his comrades, of blood splattering from their bodies, of the frantic cries amidst the barrage of bullets, of their fighting spirit, and of the times Yijin himself was critically wounded. It all makes him feel so exhausted, as if he just wants to drift off and never wake up to face another battlefield. The silence hung heavy between them, and Zeon spoke up, Yijin. After all he's been through, his dream is simple. I just want to live with my family. Zeon was surprised to hear that. He wasn't bothered by her stare, simply picked up a piece of rice and said as he ate, because that's what's most important to me now. This conversation with Yijin weighed heavily on Zeon's mind that night at the Zeon Group headquarters. Zaya, curious at her arrival, asked what was wrong, surprised that Zeon was still working so late, and sighed wearily. She asks again if Zeon thinks she has time to leave work, and why isn't she answering her question. Zeon sits down, looking serious, and replies that she came because she has something to tell her. This unusual attitude piques Zia's curiosity. What is it you want to tell me? The reason you came all the way here is to ask me to take over? Zeon's rambling only fueled Zia's impatience. What on earth was she talking about? And I don't know if I'll even be qualified later on. Honestly, I have no interest in business. Zaya listened silently as she laid out her position. In the end, she wanted to make one final point. If I ever take over the company from Dad or Grandpa, please help me run it. Zeon's grand decision had truly astonished her. Afraid Zaya would refuse, Zion reiterated, I can't sell my shares. They're what Dad left me, but you can lead the company for me. Zaya, with more life experience, finally spoke up. Do you know what you're saying? It's not as simple as you think. Zeon herself is uncertain, admitting she doesn't know anything, or if what she's saying is even right, leaving Zaya confused about her sudden actions. Though uncertain, she seems firm in her decision, even though I don't know what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Zeon hopes that she will help her achieve that goal, but Zia is still confused by her sudden actions and asks why she should do that. Zeon simply thought that what she said wasn't bad for her, and it would help her fight against Yang Ho. This made Zia rethink things. With that, Zeon abruptly stood up to leave, saying she was done and leaving without a second glance or regret. As she stepped outside, she quickly grabbed her phone, eager to call the one person Zeon wanted to talk to most. As soon as he answered, she blurted out, Yijin, are you busy? Can you talk for a bit? It's important and I can't discuss it over the phone. What are you doing right now? Meanwhile, the streetlights illuminated the darkness. At a bustling bar in the city, Duxic stared at his phone, wondering what that kid was up to. Should I call him out for some jambong? He pondered before hearing a voice from behind. Boss, Duxic turns around, curious. His subordinate reports that Jusu has arrived. Upon hearing this, Duxic cried out in alarm. What? Before he could leave, Jusu had already come looking for him. Upon seeing him, Ga greeted him, Long time no see, Duxic. Seeing Ga here with his own eyes shocked Duxic even more. Boss, Jusu was as stern as ever, and Ga's face was covered in scars from past clashes. Goseo, hearing the news from his subordinate, was equally shaken. What? You're saying you've already met Kang Jusu? Ga's subordinate confirms. Yes, I saw him when I went to Cha Duxic's company, and even the manager questioned it. I heard Kang Jusu was living in Russia, so what brings him back here? Goseo senses that something is amiss. I don't know, but whatever it is, if that maniac is back, we're in for a world of trouble. He wonders if he's back to join forces with Cha Duxic. Cha Duxic once kept Kang Jusu in check. From what Ga knows, it's unlikely. Cha Duxic is different from Kang Jusu. If Cha Duxic is capable but lacks ambition and wants to live in peace, Kang Jusu is someone who will do anything to achieve his goals. The more Ga spoke, the more worried he became. Last time, despite everything, Cha Duxic left our territory alone. But if it had been Kang Jusu, we would have been crushed. After Goseo's words, the room fell into an eerie silence, cutting back to Duxic's 3 street factions. Outside the room, Hyung-seok and Anatan stood guard, watching him, a man of cold indifference, his face unreadable. Inside, the drinks were flowing, the flickering lights creating an ethereal atmosphere as Duxic asked Jusu when he'd returned. He calmly replied that it had been 2 days and he had returned because of some business. Then, Jusu's expression turned stern as he asked, "Duksik, are you going to live in silence forever? You're talented, so why choose to live like this?" Duksik chuckled, saying he was too lazy and getting old, finding everything a bother these days, only to be rebuked for speaking that way to someone many times his senior. Duksik wasn't intimidated by the threat, but rather intrigued. However, the moment Jusu called his name, Duksik's expression tightened. Unexpectedly, he proposed, "Join forces with me." Duksik, unable to answer immediately, fell into silent contemplation. Jusu then emphasized that if he joined forces, they could take over the entire country. An intriguing proposition. But Duksik declined, saying he lacks the ability and asking Jusu to act alone. Now it's Jusu's turn to be silent, surprised by the swift rejection. Duksik explained that it wasn't just about fighting, but about having an effective business strategy and optimizing the company's business capabilities, something he couldn't handle. Duksik's next words eased Jusu's tension, and they shared a laugh. "Besides, I'm getting old. Everything's a hassle." The meeting concluded, and Duksik and his men escorted him a short distance. "Be careful on your way back, boss." Jusu bid farewell. "Yeah, see you later." Duksik lingered until Jusu's motorcade sped away, and once they were gone, Hyangziok turned to him curiously, asking, "What was Jusu here for?" He vaguely replied that it was just a small matter, his eyes never leaving Jusu's car. Though Duksik didn't explain to Hiyai, he felt he had to say that whatever it was, he thought it would be better if his boss didn't get involved with Jusu. His heartfelt words were now twisted in Duksik's mind. "This guy. Are you saying if you went solo, you wouldn't even glance my way?" Duksik never expected him to respond so seriously to his teasing, saying he wouldn't go solo, which surprised him, and that he wouldn't leave him. Haiyai's words even touched the cold-hearted Duksik. On the road, the wheels continue to spin, and Jusu is on a serious phone call with an unknown person. A moment later, he chillingly says, "Leave it to me. It seems we need to offer more suitable terms." Meanwhile, back at Yijin's brightly lit home, Zazian, holding a plate of fruit, asked, "Brother, can I come in?" Yijin, hearing this from inside, replied, "Come in." Zazian slowly opened the door after receiving his permission. Inside, despite the late hour, Yijin is working out intensely, and the way he does pull-ups surprises her. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zazian asks if all the men are so good at pull-ups, prompting Yijin to take a break. Yijin's proficiency comes from his days in training, where he and others like him endured intense daily workouts, including rope climbing. Not to brag, but they probably spent more time on the bars than they did sleeping. Come to think of it, yeah, everyone around me was pretty good. Zazian was even more impressed by his confirmation, realizing just how amazing he was. Just then, his phone rang with a new message. Curious, Yijin checked to see who was messaging him so late. It was Duksik, inviting him out for late-night ramen and rice balls. Duksik's invitation was enough to get him out the door. Yijin hadn't gone far when he heard a loud voice from behind. "Hey, ordinary high schooler." Turning around, he recognized Duksik's mocking face, but he was immune to his teasing and didn't bother to respond. The aroma of the noodles filled the air, making everyone's stomach rumble. Duksik took a slurp of the hot broth and asked, "I heard you're interning at SVKF's security department?" Across from him, Yijin readily agreed, and Duksik lowered his voice, wondering why someone of his caliber needed an internship at all instead of a full-time position. Is that internship really worth it? To him, the answer might be no, but to Yijin, yes. Hearing this, Duksik lowered his voice and asked further, "Is that so? Aren't you tired?" Yijin, with his mouth full, honestly replies, "Yes, I've asked about you, so that's that. Now how's your sister doing?" It was the same familiar answer from Yijin. "Yes." Duksik sighed softly, a knowing smile on his lips. He offers a rice ball to Yijin, adding, "Don't hold back, have another." Yijin's eyes light up at the sight of the food, and he quickly replies. And so, another day passes. The next morning, the sun bathes the street in gold as Kangsu dutifully takes the apartment complex's trash to the collection point. But today, something unexpected happened. He looked up to see Duksik and Hai helping him with his work. Despite Kangsu's polite refusal and insistence that he didn't need the help, Duksik remained unfazed, focused on the task at hand. Kangsu, seeing his stubbornness, didn't press further, but was still touched by Duksik's actions. After work, he even went out to eat together. "Hey boss, how about we go get a mega-sized kimchi tofu stew?" Duksik, also a fan of the dish, was just as excited. "Really?" Meanwhile, Kangsu's colleague approached him saying he thought the thugs would be ruthless, but they weren't. A proud smile etched lines on his face as he thought of the two. The only thing he cared about was whether there was a kimchi tofu stew restaurant nearby. But as they spoke, his phone suddenly rang. He answered and immediately asked if anything had happened that morning. The next moment, his expression suddenly turned fierce. What was it? Kang turned to Dusik to report. Boss, our company has been attacked. Dusik froze in place upon hearing the news. At Dusik's company, the aftermath of a brawl leaves blood splattered across the floor and furniture strewn about. A scene of carnage throughout the building. After some time, Dusik finally returns. Hi, and he report to the boss after a thorough investigation, saying, Boss, the surveillance footage is gone, which means this wasn't a normal brawl. Let's put that aside for now. I want to know the condition of the others. According to reports, 6 are seriously injured, 5 are in comas, and 1 is awake. He only remembers being attacked by 2 people, nothing else. As he often does when stressed, Dusik instinctively reached for a cigarette, the man's words sending him into deep thought. He and Dusik pressed him for answers, asking if he had any idea who was behind the attack. Dusik likely knew, but wasn't ready to say. At that moment, the phone in his coat pocket rang, and as soon as he answered, he heard a familiar voice on the other end calling his name, Dusik. He didn't expect him to call Jusu. He and the old man, hearing the name, turned curiously. It turns out Jusu is calling because he heard about the attack on one of Dusik's businesses, to which Dusik could only reply in surprise. You heard already. He added that he thought Jusu wouldn't have heard, since he'd been gone for years. As a leader, Jusu cut to the chase, asking who was responsible. To this, Dusik calmly replies that he'll start investigating now, as it's not the first time this has happened, so Jusu shouldn't worry too much. Jusu smirked, saying he believed Dusik would handle it as always, reminding him to ask for help any time. Having been around him for so long, Dusik understood the hidden meaning behind his words and simply replied, yes. The call ended quickly, and Jusu's sly eyes turned to those standing nearby. As expected, Jusu was behind this, and he intended to deal with him quickly, but they attacked when he wasn't there. His subordinate also felt that Dusik's father would be more vigilant from now on, so they had to be more careful in their next actions, a reminder that weighed heavily on Jusu's mind. That very day, as the sun reached its peak, Goseo desperately tried to clear his name as Dusik's group approached, insisting it wasn't him. He was met with Dusik's familiar, chillingly cold expression and utter silence. The man grew flustered, insisting it wasn't him, but his words did little to quell the suspicion. His past actions were reason enough for doubt, and Goseo desperately tried to explain, swearing it wasn't him. Soon after questioning Ganga, Dusik led his men to his assistant, who, like Goseo, offered a friendly smile and denials. The hunt for the mastermind continued as they moved on to another bar. The searches at Tesu and Incheon turned up nothing, and Duman gave the same answer as Goseo. It wasn't us. We just heard about it. Unable to track down the culprit, Dusik's starting to lose his cool. His men can only stand in silence, awaiting his next order. Seok suggests it wasn't a local gang, but who could they be? Dusik tells them to take care as he leaves to visit the boys at the hospital, glad to have Seok watching over things. Yes, boss, I'll watch over the shop carefully. With him there, Dusik felt somewhat relieved. Yeah, do your best. As usual, the group bowed as Dusik's car began to roll away, wishing their boss a safe trip. In the car, Dusik couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened at his shop. He sensed that this was different from a typical gang conflict. So, while searching for information, I'll have to find some kind of opening, but this time it's too quiet. Meanwhile, at Ijin's house, he had just stopped training for a moment when a message arrived, so he's busy reading it. It was a message from Jae-hyun. Yijin, good luck tomorrow. You fought like crazy today. He was too tired to respond to the taunt. And so, in the exemplary bus group chat, he lazily replied, yeah, while Jae-hyun chimed in, teasing him on his behalf, which seemed a bit much, instantly ruffling Jae-hyun's feathers. What did you just say? While chatting with his friends, Ijin suddenly hears Jae-hyun calling him from outside. Hey, are you seeing Uncle Dusik today? Hearing her call, he immediately put down his phone and came out. What's up? Turns out Jae-hyun wanted to ask him a favor. If he sees Uncle Dusik, could he please take these things to him? Ijin stares at the packed food, suddenly at a loss for words, as Jae-hyun explains that Dusik has helped their grandfather countless times and asks him to share the food with the others. Ijin was hearing this for the first time and was a little surprised. So Jae-hyun told him that these men would often appear and help him sort the trash and often helped him carry heavy things. She seemed so happy talking about Dusik, saying they often bought her drinks. Ijin was always so quiet. He never knew how to respond. Jae-hyun's eyes suddenly fell. She had everything prepared, wishing she could give it to them today, looking at the boxes neatly stacked before her. Of course, Lee-jin couldn't refuse her request, so he offered to deliver them himself, venturing out into the night. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Dusuk's house, and the moment he opened the door, he was indeed surprised to see Lee-jin standing there at this hour. Lee-jin's tall figure and handsome face were striking, prompting Dusuk to ask, "Kid, what brings you here?" Lee-jin slowly handed over the bag, saying his sister wanted him to deliver it, which only confused Dusuk further. Huh? But he quickly accepts the bag with the cute bear design from Lee-jin, feeling a bit bewildered as he opens it, realizing his task here is complete. Lee-jin decided to leave, excusing herself, but he called out, "Stay here." Then he invited her in for a drink since she'd already arrived. Lee-jin hesitated at first, but ultimately had to agree. On the road, the black car continued to speed through the night. Inside the car, Hee-hai asks his subordinate if he sent men to Ryu Sucho, to which the subordinate replies that he did, but they haven't gathered any information yet and are laying low to avoid detection, so it will take some time. Hee-hai pondered, unaware of the speeding car headed their way. Though Dushich didn't say it, this all happened after Ryu Sucho appeared, until the headlights grew ever brighter. The next moment, a collision occurred, sending Hee-hai's car flying. His vision blurred from blood loss, and he slumped against the seat, wondering what had just happened. Before losing consciousness completely, he saw a blurry figure approaching the car. The next moment, Hee-hai was grabbed by the neck and violently dragged out, thrown bloodied onto the road. At Dusuk's house, he welcomes him, even putting on a record to listen to. Not knowing Gashan made the food, he assumes his mother sent him so much. "I wonder how long it's been since I've received something like this. Your mom is a great cook." Seeing how naturally Dusuk misunderstood, Lee-jin awkwardly went along with it. It took a few seconds before he clarified to Dusuk, "My sister made it for you." Learning who was behind it, he was incredibly surprised, exclaiming, "What, your sister? You mean that little sister of yours? She's only a sophomore in high school." Lee-jin didn't expect him to be so surprised, lazily confirming, "Yeah." Dusuk pictured Gashan's innocent face, realizing, not his parents, but his younger sister made this for me? Lee-jin's voice then dropped, explaining that they'd lost their parents when they were young, so his sister often cooked for them, and she was a great cook. Dusuk, now aware of their circumstances, muttered, "Ah, so you're orphans," only to be met with a puzzled look from Lee-jin. The two stared at each other, the atmosphere growing awkward, making Dusuk uncomfortable. He quickly changed the subject, saying it was his first time here, so he had to offer him something to drink. But upon opening the fridge, he found nothing but alcohol. Dusuk was perplexed. Why was it only filled with alcohol? Lee-jin didn't intend to stay long anyway, and quickly got up to leave, saying he should be going. But Dusuk insisted on offering him something. "Wait, don't leave yet. Wait here while I run to the store to get something." Despite his protest, Dusuk couldn't bear to let Lee-jin leave empty-handed. "I can't let you leave like this." Dusuk was interrupted by a phone call. The phone on the table vibrated incessantly as Dusuk answered it, gesturing for Lee-jin to wait. "Yeah, so..." After listening for a moment, Dusuk's tone suddenly sharpened. "What?" The next second, his face turned cold as he heard the news. Hai-yai, who he'd been searching for, had disappeared? Dusuk's words caught Lee-jin's attention. "I understand. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Dusuk turned to Lee-jin. "I'm sorry. It seems I have to send you away empty-handed today. I have an urgent matter." Lee-jin, not particularly concerned, quickly interjected, "It's nothing." Soon after, at Dusuk's shop, as soon as they saw him, his men rushed to report that 2 more shops had been attacked that morning. Han emphasized that Hee-ai was in a traffic accident around the same time, and they haven't been able to find him since. Furthermore, everyone who was with him is hospitalized, but Hai-ai is missing, and they've checked other hospitals with no luck. Hai-ai's disappearance was the last straw for Dusuk, who ordered his men to find him, stating that finding Hee-ai should be the priority, rather than finding out who attacked them. His face grew colder, his eyes turning a terrifying white. Just then, his phone rang. Dusuk answered quickly. "Juju." Just like before, Juju starts with a familiar line. "Dusuk, I heard the news. You were attacked again?" Dusuk lazily responds, "Yes." Juju feigns ignorance, asking, "Who would dare attack you?" In response to his taunting question, he simply gave a cold smile, then boldly retorted, "I'm wondering why they attacked me like this." Juju fell silent, taking a moment to regain his composure before replying, "How would I know?" Dusuk, never one to shy away from confrontation, added with veiled meaning, "Even if you say you don't know, there's no reason you wouldn't." How could they attack your side in such an organized manner without the other gangs knowing? He then emphasizes, actually, I've already guessed part of it. Juju retorted with a cold laugh. Oh, really? How thoughtful of you. Without further ado, Dusik cut to the chase. This is what you told me about, isn't it? Since Dusik already knows, Juju admits it, he made a grave mistake not long ago. He exposed a politician's weakness, one he used to serve. The moment he mentioned it, Minut's eyes widened in shock. Juju's steady, mocking tone still ringing in his ears. He knew how that would end. Why did you do something so foolish? From the perspective of those in power, they could never let it go. I heard they failed to deal with you last time. Did you think that was the end of it? Juju then implies that if Dusik isn't made an example of, the other dogs will bite their masters. Blood pools around Juju's feet, the metallic scent mixing with his calm demeanor, creating a chilling effect. Why did it come to this? Not just that politician, but all the corrupt ones want you gone. Dusik's brow furrows as he hears a familiar voice scream on the other end of the line. The pain from the electrocution was unbearable for Assemblyman Siok. No matter how hard he tried to grit his teeth and endure it, he couldn't stop the agonizing sensation. The electrical current intensified within Hyungsuk's body, controlled by Anaton. Dusik, losing patience, demanded, "Hey, are you listening?" "It's too loud." Dusik asked him quietly, "If I'm your target, why are you going after Hyung-seok?" Yusu paused, saying Dusik was the one who suspected, and followed him first. A dog daring to act up in front of his senior. He slowly rose from his chair, adding that they were happy to pay more if he killed Dusik too, seeming to hate him with a passion. Dusik was speechless, lost in silence as Yusu's taunting voice echoed, "Dusik, any last words before your little brother dies? After all, you and he were once comrades, so I can help you with this matter." He held the phone out to him. "Hey, Hyung-seok, say your last words to your beloved Dusik." Hearing his voice, Dusik trembled with anguish as Hyung-seok called out, "Boss." With difficulty, he replied, "Hyung-seok," only for the younger man to choke out, "I'm sorry." The more he spoke, the more apologetic Dusik felt. "Sorry for what?" "Because of me." But before he could finish, Hyung-seok cut him off. "I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried that if I leave you alone, you'll skip meals again." Not allowing them to linger, Yusu quickly ended the call, adding insult to injury. "What the hell are you saying? Is that your last wish?" Dusik, with all his honor, warned him, "Yusu, if you dare kill Hyung-seok, I swear I'll take your life myself." Of course, Yusu wouldn't be intimidated, taunting Dusik. "Are you crazy? You think I'd be scared to kill him after that? What nonsense are you spouting?" This only fuels Dusik's rage, but suddenly he hears a series of sounds from the other side, piquing his curiosity. The sound was Yusu's men being tossed around like sacks of sand, the force of which blasted the door open. And that successfully draws the attention of Yusu and his men, even causing Hyun-seok to look up in curiosity. His eyes were drawn to the black leather shoes stepping into the room, a sight that felt strangely familiar to Hyung-seok. The moment he saw clearly, his eyes widened in shock as the man in black appeared in the doorway. It was Yujin. Why was that student here? And the one helping him was none other than Seok-ju, who was staring intently at the computer, his eyes aching. But Yujin had called directly, so he had to. No matter how much Yujin tried to conceal himself, Yaeyong. Seok could see through it. Even with the mask, it was clearly that high school student. Why was he here? Yujin's cold, unwavering gaze locked onto him, and Yaeyong Seok couldn't believe it. Could he be here to save him? Yujin finally reacts, realizing he's been played. He orders his men to take down Yujin and find the one responsible, bringing him back at any cost. Yujin's men, armed, advance. Yujin smirks, realizing he's insane. He sent this guy while pretending to talk on the phone? Meanwhile, the brawl erupts as Jusu's men swarm Yujin. His movements are godlike, grabbing the guy's shoulder in under 3 seconds, followed by a swift strike to the floor. Another seized the chance to slash at Yujin from behind, but he saw it coming and delivered a devastating kick to the knee. Yujin added a lightning punch combo, causing him to vomit blood, his eyes now sharp like a true warrior, a stark contrast to his usual innocent high school gaze. Even Jusu's armed men are no match for him. Their weapons are useless. Yujin only needs his fists to make them all pay. Anaton, who hadn't moved until now, quietly observed him, his attention focused on Yujin's every move and attack. Watching him take down each minion with ruthless precision, turning men and weapons alike into a bloody mess, even a hardened killer like Anaton can't help but be wary of Yujin. On the floor, Jusu's men are writhing in agony, unable to stand, highlighting Yujin's godlike performance. At this point, Jusu is forced to acknowledge his abilities, and Haiyan secretly admits that he's a pro. Yujin's focus shifts to Anaton, the obstacle he must overcome before facing Jusu. The two quickly get into fighting stances. Anaton strikes first, but Yujin skillfully dodges. Though his speed is impressive, it's no match for Yujin's. Next, Yujin retaliates, landing a precise kick to his thigh. Then, while he was stunned, he quickly punched him square in the face. Anaton then tried to grab him around the waist and lift him up. Unfortunately, Yujin anticipated this, delivering a sharp blow to the head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Yujin's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly retreated. Unbeknownst to Anaton had managed to cut his thigh, revealing that he was carrying a hidden dagger. After being wounded, Yujin will surely have to be more careful. Jusu watches the fight between the two, never imagining such a scene. He's pushed Anaton to use his dagger. The fight continues. This time, Yujin accelerates his attacks, while Anaton responds with a series of dangerous strikes. Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid being struck by Yujin, and he attacked wildly as if wanting to devour him. Unfortunately for Anaton, Yujin manages to grab his knife hand and twists it, causing him immense pain. The dagger is now in his grasp, and even someone as capable as Anaton is no match for him. The outcome is clear. Yujin has defeated Anaton, and even now someone dares to attack him from behind. He acquired his target in under 3 seconds, his gaze remaining cold and unwavering. The sound of blades meeting flesh echoed through the room, and Jusu's underlings began to fall. The blood dripping onto the floor certainly isn't his. His hand was the first to be injured. His arm was slashed so deeply that he lost a lot of blood and finally collapsed. Jusu no longer has any interest in smoking. His previous composure is gone as he stammers, "Who are you? I've never heard of anyone like you under Chaduksik." To a man like Yujin, he simply replies, his footsteps echoing in the silent room. He walked right past Jusu, who was trembling, and headed straight for Haiyan Ziok. Ziok approached him, finally stopping in front of him, wondering why Yujin had come to save him. Yujin didn't elaborate, only hinting that this incident involved him, leaving Haiyan Ziok even more confused. In the end, Yujin emphasized that even if it weren't for anything else, that alone was reason enough to save him, leaving Hyungsuk even more confused. Turns out it was because of Yujin's casual remark moments before that they often helped him, even when he was bullied. The joy she felt mentioning them bothered Yujin. They really helped him often. Without a shred of shame, Jusu tries to recruit him on the spot, sneering as he says, "Come work for me. I regret you giving that cripple power. Or rather, you're just not suited for this country, are you?" Yujin remained silent, listening to his rant. To get him, Jusu actually offered a deal. If he came back, Yujin could soar as high as he wanted. Sadly, Yujin had no interest. His silence tests Jusu's patience. "What? You're not happy? Too bad." He draws his gun, aiming it at Yujin. "I'll just have to send you to hell." Seeing the weapon in his hand, Hiyai couldn't help but worry. With a gun, Jusu was much bolder. "Why aren't you laughing anymore? You think fists will work these days? One squeeze, and you're dead. The first time I came to this country, I couldn't adapt right away, so I can understand your panic. After all, it's your first time." While Jusu was still standing there ranting, Yujin, with his disappearing act, had already vanished from his sight. Jusu could only panic, firing wildly into empty air, as Yujin moved faster than the bullets themselves. And the price for Jusu's arrogance is a knife straight to the heart, Yujin shoving him back for good measure. Not only his hand strength, but his leg strength is also remarkable, successfully pinning the large Jusu against the wall. Yujin pressed the knife deeper, causing Jusu immense pain, and stared him down with fearless arrogance. "Looks like you've never fired a gun in real combat. Do you really think you can hold a gun with one hand and hit a moving target?" Jusu was now completely on the defensive, unable to resist him. At this point, he really wanted to know Yujin's true identity. Just who was this guy? What truly unnerves him, even more than Yujin's skill, is the chilling look in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he still believes he can win, that he can still kill Yujin with a single strike. Thinking this, Jusu mustered his strength to push him away, then quickly gripped the knife lodged in his shoulder. Without hesitation, he pulled it out and tossed the bloody blade to the ground. Yujin remained calm, watching to see what he would do next, as Jusu clutched his bleeding shoulder and roared, "You're dead, you dog." Fueled by rage, he lunged forward, throwing a punch, but Yujin, anticipating the move, easily caught it and landed another blow to his gut. The blow makes Jusu cough up blood, and his rage makes him look like a rabid dog. But he still won't give up, attacking again, only for Yujin to easily dodge. Not only did he fail to land a hit, but he's getting pummeled. After that punch, he kicks the guy in the knee, forcing him to kneel. At this point, even if he wanted to, he was out of strength. Jusu's bloodied hand covered his face, revealing only his terrifying, predatory eyes. His eyes widens as Yujin's knee flies straight into his face, and it looks like that kick may have disfigured him. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood. Kang Ju-soo has officially fallen. Even watching with one eye, Young Seok can't believe what he's seeing. That madman. Yujin's talent truly astonishes him. Having taken down Kang Ju-soo and his men, Ju-soo is now so exhausted he can barely breathe. Just then, they heard a shout from outside. Kang Ju-soo. That familiar voice made Young Seok freeze. The one who dared call out his full name was none other than Do-sik, who arrived with his many underlings, but it seems the stage is already set. Seeing Do-sik, Young Seok stirred and slowly rose. "Boss, look at all his injuries." Do-sik immediately ordered his men to take Young Seok away to the hospital for treatment. He saw Gyusu's men lying in pools of blood, and you standing unharmed among them. Yijin stares at Do-sik in silence, and Do-sik returns the gaze with equal silence. Rewind to moments earlier, Do-sik received a puzzling text message, wondering what was going on. Then his expression shifted to shock. The message contained 2 words he could never forget. Madam Level. And now, the sender of that message stood before him. Do-sik manages to thank him, but Yijin receives the gratitude in silence. Ignoring Do-sik, he leaves, passing through Do-sik's men and heading for the door. After struggling to his feet, Ju-soo finally speaks. "So, that's how it is." His face covered in blood, he grits his teeth and adds, "I suspected that monster wasn't one of yours." Facing him, Do-sik could only ask, "Ju-soo, why did you have to go this far?" His question gave the man pause. He finally spoke, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? You're telling gangsters like us not to do anything." Even after taking such a beating, he still runs his mouth. "If I can just take care of you, I can go back to my country. You're telling me not to do that? Huh? You want me to just accept my fate and live in peace with a psycho like you?" From Ju-soo's words, Do-sik knows that they have different ideals. Why talk so much, only to be out of breath from the effort? He recalled years ago when Ju-soo was muttering about how many times he'd asked, but his boss still wouldn't give him the business. Then he overheard a conversation. "Hey, I heard Do-sik is going independent this time." He lingered to eavesdrop, learning that Do-sik would be taking over the organization. Why would he leave? Ju-soo's business skills and men couldn't compare to Do-sik's. The 2 men casually talked, unaware that Ju-soo was nearby. "But I heard the main reason he's leaving is because he doesn't want to mess with Ju-soo." "So he's leaving because he doesn't want to compete with Ju-soo. He gave it all up? Well, Do-sik is a man of loyalty and honor. That's so cool." After that conversation, they decided that if Do-sik went his own way, they would follow him, and Ju-soo began to resent Do-sik. "He's blinded by power and now blames you. Haven't you done enough? And labeling Do-sik like that, what was the point of dragging all your men along if you wanted peace and to avoid conflict with the others?" Overwhelmed, Ju-soo loudly declares, "Then quit being a gangster. Why don't you go get a normal job, you dog? Why do you always have to stir up trouble?" Enough silence. Now Do-sik will make him understand. He's the one stirring up trouble. From this day forward, Do-sik no longer considered him his boss. How could he stab his own men in the back? His words rang true, leaving Ju-soo speechless. Do-sik didn't want to waste words on a man like him. Fine, you probably won't ever understand. He simply wanted one thing. And whether he understood or not, he still had to take responsibility for his actions. It was then that Ju-soo began to fear, crying out, "Hey, Do-sik, what are you doing? You won't fight me one-on-one, so you call your boys after I've just been stabbed?" As Do-sik's men approached, Ju-soo grew even more afraid. "What are you going to do to a wounded man like me?" Do-sik calmly lit a cigarette and replied, "I'll take care of it. From now on, Horn's methods will change, and it's none of your concern." Ju-soo barely managed to shout before Do-sik's men beat him to a pulp, you dog. And so, Ju-soo was officially erased from the map of the Jianghu. The clock now read nearly 2 in the morning, and Yijin was just returning home. As he was about to open his door, Jie called out to him, having heard a noise and come to investigate. But before Yijin could leave, she reminded him that he'd been playing too many games lately and needed to come home earlier, no matter how fun they were. Unable to explain, Yijin simply smiled and said he understood. With that, Jia Zion returned to her room, telling him to get some sleep. But then she remembered something. "Oh, right. Did he eat well? Yijin lazily agreed. Yeah. Speaking of Dusik, Jia Zeon was particularly eager. Even though I'm sure you know, I still want to remind you to treat him well, okay? Yijin's actions today were the clearest proof of this answer. Then, Hyuk lowered his head to pick up the white money bag on the ground, filled with stacks of 50,000 won bills. He frowned, his eyes full of confusion. What is this? Dusik lit a cigarette and suggested, It's money. Use it for your grandmother's surgery. He was in disbelief, stammering, Boss, where did you get all this money? Dusik calmly replied, It's not that much. It's enough for your grandmother to be admitted to the hospital for surgery. Let me know if you need more. Hearing this, Haigi's face contorted with emotion, and he bowed his head, clenching his hands, choked up, Boss, no. I'm really grateful to you. Dusik frowned. No need for what? She's the one who raised you since you were little. Dusik's words cut deep. I know you didn't want her to go like this. He gazed at the sky, adding, Take care of the one who raised you. Higi's mood sinks, his eyes brimming with tears. Then he respectfully bows his head in gratitude to the man who extended a helping hand. Thank you, brother. Dusik scoffs, saying there's nothing to thank him for. As time passes, a funeral is held. Haigi bows to him inside the funeral room, apologizing for all the help Dusik has given him, but Dusik refuses, saying he has nothing to apologize for. Higi smiles, though weariness lingers. Thanks to you, she passed peacefully, asking me to thank you in her final moments. Dusik sighs in relief, glad she found peace. Sometime later, on a bustling street, a voice calls out, The boss is here. Hae-gyong Seok enters, nodding slightly, asking, Is everything all right? His subordinate quickly replies, Yes. He continues walking, but a conversation catches his ear. I heard Dusik has been frequenting the sauna lately. Two men ahead discuss, the blonde one surprised. Huh? Why? The other lowers his voice, explaining he's been withdrawing money from here and there and renting out his house. Rumor has it he's gotten into gambling. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. Huh? Is that so? Which bastards dare to steal from our boss? The other man nodded in agreement. I thought that was a little strange, too. Haigi froze in his tracks, his face flushed and veins popping out. The brightly lit front desk has two employees waiting to serve the next customer, while in the sauna area, two girls near the entrance stop in their tracks, their eyes fixed on a figure that has just appeared. Hee-gyong-seo Ok entered, eyes darting around the room, searching. Those inside glanced at him, wary. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind him. What's wrong? Hearing the familiar voice, Higi slowly turned to see Dusik in a sauna outfit, looking calm and collected. Huh? Did something happen? A while later, Dusik, dressed in a suit, sat down with concern. Are you feeling better? Should I call a nurse? The sound pulled Higi from his daze, and he slowly opened his eyes, his face bruised and bandaged. He looked at Dusik and smiled weakly. It's okay. And the room fell into a heavy silence. Finally, he broke the heavy silence, saying, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. He chuckled. What are you saying? You've helped me so much. Dusik frowned, full of reproach. You could have died. Haigi nonchalantly replied, What if I did? Dusik, unable to contain himself, clenched his fist and called out. Higi gently glances over, offering a reassuring smile. Why would you say that, brother? If anything, I regret not hitting them more. Dusik looks at Haigi, but can't bring himself to say anything. Haigi looks up, emphasizing, more importantly. Then the old man raises his eyebrows curiously. Huh? He continued, his voice slow but full of hidden meaning. That high school student. Dusik's eyes flickered, a hint of unease. A high school student? Higyeogseok's eyes widened, nodding firmly. Yes, it's fortunate you didn't make a mistake back then. Dusik is confused. Hee-yeon's expression darkens as he recalls the previous battle. Not only was he good with his fists, but his knife skills were also top-notch. Dusik stammers, crestfallen. So, that's how it is? Meanwhile, the SVK manager calmly enters, and elsewhere, a voice echoes over the phone. You don't need to worry about that side anymore because I'm going to give you some legitimate work to handle. Yijin simply replies, Thank you, sir. In-guk is calm in his office. No, you helped us out when Zeon was cornered, so I had to do something for you. Yijin remained silent, his eyes contemplative as he stared ahead. After a moment, he sat at his desk, intently studying his phone screen, lost in thought. Just then, Ju-hee, Uk-jin, and Lee Jia-hyung approached, looking eager. Yijin, wanna hang out? He turns and gently declines, saying, Sorry, I have plans today. Jae-hyung sadly watched as he got up to leave. Is that so? You seem awfully busy these days. What else is there to do at our age? Yijin strides quickly through the rows of desks, his eyes fixed on Zaeon and Zaeok-ju. Stopping in front of them, Yijin startled Zaeok-ju, then slowly asked if he was free today. Zaeok-ju froze, his face paling, his body tense with worry, unsure of what was happening. Outside, the sky was painted with the colors of sunset, the streets bustling with people, their laughter mingling with the lively atmosphere. Zaeok-ju's eyes drifted downwards to the steaming cup of noodles and rice ball neatly placed before him. He frowned, looking at Yijin, confused. You called me out here to buy me this? Yijin nodded without hesitation. Yeah, thanks to you, I was able to finish my work quickly. Zaeok-ju blinked, still not quite believing it. So that's why he bought him food? With a calm expression, he confirmed, yes. Zaeok-ju glanced down at the table, his lips twitching. With rice balls and ramen? Yijin picked up a rice ball, nonchalantly replying, yes, reasonably priced and filling. He helplessly grabbed his share, realizing it was true. As he chewed, Ok-ju couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he was about to be caught up in something serious when Yijin asked if he had time with such a grave expression. Suddenly, footsteps approached, followed by a hesitant voice saying, excuse me. Two beautiful girls stood before them, smiling gently. One asked tentatively, could we maybe get your phone numbers? Yijin and Zaeok-ju stopped eating, rice balls still in hand, looking confused as Chae Yi-shun and her friend stood before them, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zaeok-ju turned, raising an eyebrow. Phone number? The girl nodded, smiling naturally. Yeah. He closed his eyes and sighed, hesitating slightly. That's a bit. Before he could finish, Yijin spoke up. A phone number? As in a mobile phone number? Hearing this, Zaeok-ju looked up at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Yijin, handsome but cold, slowly observes them, causing Chae Yi-shun and her friend to flinch and unconsciously take a step back. His eyes darken, and his voice turns sharp as he asks, Why do you want my phone number? The smile vanished from Hae Yi-jun's face, her body frozen, her complexion paling, unable to utter another word as Zaeok-ju looked at Yijin, utterly speechless. Suddenly, he slams his hand on the table and stands up, leaving. Turning to the two girls, Seo-ju forces a friendly smile, explaining for Yijin, sorry, this kid lived abroad for too long and isn't used to this kind of thing. The two girls nodded, still a bit wary, and the friend next to Yi-chun whispered something to her. Then suddenly, they both turned and ran away as fast as they could. Zaeok-ju sighed heavily and slumped into his chair, the atmosphere around him suddenly heavy. You didn't have to reject them so harshly. Yijin turned, his eyes full of confusion. What are you talking about? With a serious tone, he says, a stranger just asked for my number. Zaeok-ju is silent, as if he understands his reaction. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Asked for your numbers? At the same time, Zeon's group approached. Oh, some girls from Ginny Girls High asked for our numbers, Zaeok-ju explained. Hearing this, the group was shocked and exclaimed, What? Zae-hyung waves his hand towards the alley the girls went down. Ginny Girls High? You mean those girls who just went that way? One of them is Choi Yi-jin, famous as a trainee at an entertainment company. He exclaims in awe that she asked for their numbers, and Yi-jin asks if they gave them out. Zaeok-ju quickly replies, no, shocking Zae-hyung, who cries out, What? Zaeok-a anxiously approaches, her eyes fixed on him. What about Yi-jin? She waited anxiously for Yi-jin's answer, but he simply shook his head. Of course not. At that moment, both Hyuk-jin and Jae-hyung froze, their faces turning red. Oh my. Zae-ok-a, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Yi-jin continued eating, completely ignoring the pleading Jae-hyung beside him. Defeated, he dejectedly walked away, grumbling about needing some spicy chicken to relieve his frustration. Hyuk-jin and Yi-jin trailed behind, muttering in agreement. Then Seoka pulled her chair closer, asking softly, Yi-jin, what will you do after school tomorrow? He continued chewing, replying curtly, I plan to ask the teacher for leave to train with Team 2, as she knitted her brows. A little disappointed, she said, Oh, really? Zaeok-du said, looking up while eating. But there's no training in the afternoon. Hearing this, Zaeok-a immediately turned, her eyes lighting up. So you're free in the afternoon? Yi-jin nodded, still calm. Yes, I don't have anything planned tomorrow afternoon. She immediately and eagerly asked, after training, "Will you hang out with me?" He coldly split his chopsticks and simply replied, "Okay." Hearing Yijin agree, she laughed with joy, watching him continue to eat as if her invitation was nothing special, while Zeogdu breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at Zeon's happiness. But before he could savor the moment, an unexpected voice made him freeze. "Well, you're just in time." Meanwhile, Se-hyung snitched, "Do you know what your brother and Zeogdu just did?" The girls from Yijin High School just asked for their numbers. Jia Zeon, walking beside them, asked curiously, "Really?" Se-hyung's face darkened with displeasure. "That's right, those two told us that themselves." But before Se-hyung could finish, Jeokdu suddenly spoke up, "I won't allow it." His firm declaration left the group speechless, eyes wide with surprise as Okdu clenched his fist, a hint of annoyance on his face. Yijin, intrigued by his expression, slowly looked up at him as Zeokdu emphasized each word. "I'm only going to say this once." Jia Zeon tilted his head, a bit flustered, his eyes unconsciously becoming as docile as a puppy's. Meanwhile, across the cafe, light glinted off a glass of juice. A group of girls gathered, excitedly gossiping. "So, how was it?" They looked handsome from afar, but up close I realized they were unbelievably gorgeous. One of them asked curiously, "One is Gociano, right? Who's the other one?" Yijin, who was on her phone, replied indifferently, "Don't know." Her friend across the table raised her eyebrows in surprise. What? Yijin went to all that trouble, and you still couldn't get his name or number?" Hearing this, her face turned red with anger. The girl who was with Yijin earlier explained that it was the first time Seo had ever experienced something like this, so he was a little flustered. "So, we didn't know what to do and just left," she stammered. Meanwhile, Yijin was busy on her phone, annoyed. How dare he look down on me? The next day, the sunset glowed over the schoolyard as Jae-hyung's group left the gate, chatting away. Yijin and Zeokdu were absent, and Jeone disappeared right after school. Hyukjin muttered that Seone must have gone to see Yijin. Jae-hyung scratched his head, bored. "I'm curious about what life is like for those handsome guys." Hyukjin laughed, mocking. "Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand." The group laughed and slapped each other's shoulders as they walked. "Hey, you want to get pummeled?" Suddenly, a voice from behind made them freeze, faces pale. "Hello, everyone." Jae-hyung stood there, arms crossed, a knowing smile on his face, as the group frantically looked around as if searching for someone else. Seeing no one else, Jae-hyung pointed to himself, asking incredulously, You're greeting us?" She replied without hesitation, "Yes." The confirmation shocked the group, and they turned away to whisper, "It's Jae-hyung. Does she want to talk to us?" After a few seconds to collect themselves, they turned back, beaming. "Did you need something from us?" Seeing their reaction, she was secretly pleased, thinking, their reactions are exactly what I wanted, then said invitingly, "We're thinking of going to karaoke. Want to come?" The group was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. "Us?" Yisun smoothed her hair and smiled gently. "Yeah, my group also has 3 people. They immediately glanced behind her, eyes lighting up at the sight of the 2 female students. The atmosphere filled with spring, hearts pounding as if they had just found the love of their lives. Wysuk chuckled to herself, thinking, he hangs out with these guys, so all I have to do is befriend them first. But just as her plan seemed perfect, a voice shattered her beautiful dream. "Sorry." Time seemed to stop as she stood frozen. Jo-hyung scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "We have to rank up today." Wysuk's face fell, and she stammered, "What?" The group left her standing alone, bewildered by what had just happened. "Too bad, really, but we can't skip our rank climb." At the towering SVCAP headquarters, Shin In-guk gratefully expresses that thanks to Yujin's rescue of Ruins, they were able to successfully sign several projects promoted by Ruins. "I wanted to thank Yijin and reward him for helping the company so much." Yijin quickly denied any credit, saying he was just doing his job as an SVCAP bodyguard. The chairman was no stranger to this attitude of his. He'd said the same before, but this time the company had truly benefited greatly. "I think it's only natural to reward someone who has helped the company achieve such great things." He frankly states that he's currently just a trainee bodyguard for SVCAP, and the security team handles everything. He's just cleaning up after them, so if anyone deserves a reward, it's the security team. Of course, In-guk wouldn't let any department suffer. "I've already decided on a special bonus for the security team, and I think I should have an even more special reward for the person who contributed the most. And to be honest, it's not just that. You saved both Zion-A and Yi. Inguk wanted to thank him, but Yijin always refused any reward, so he couldn't let it continue. The SVK manager accompanying them was speechless, silently blaming Yijin's stubbornness as Inguk continued to persuade him. I know what you're thinking, but don't you want to help your family? Yijin is indeed concerned about this matter. He continues to persuade him, saying that receiving these rewards is not illegal. It's not a privilege, but a well-deserved reward. You don't have to decide now. Take your time to think about it. Yijin didn't reply, seemingly lost in thought. After he left the office, the new chairman's manager spoke up, saying he didn't understand Yijin at all. Inguk didn't reply, but asked if he had sent a large sum of money to the village where he stayed as a mercenary. The manager answered honestly, yes, although Yijin keeps his donations a secret, I heard he's given billions to help rebuild the area. He also realized that meant Yijin had spent almost all the money he'd saved as a mercenary. I truly don't understand why he'd use the money he risked his life to earn like that. Inguk seemed relieved, stating emphatically that he didn't do it for the money, as Yijin slowly made his way back. His eyes widened as he noticed something, and Jai asked with a smile if he'd just met with the chairman, but he had nothing to hide. Yes, no one cares unless they're hungry, but Jai still speaks up. I know why the chairman called you in, she says sarcastically. This is a great opportunity. After all, the company made a huge profit thanks to you. Yijin calmly admitted to her disdain. I already refused. Jai was shocked. What? She was stunned that Yijin would do such a thing. Why would he refuse? Does he even know how much the chairman was going to reward him? Yijin remained silent, assessing the situation, while Jai, annoyed, lamented, this high schooler really doesn't know anything. If you have a chance, you take it. She couldn't understand what he was thinking, especially after the chairman's generosity. Frustrated, Jai watched Yijin nod and smile faintly, saying it was okay. But she was starting to get annoyed. No, it's not okay. I'm going to talk to the chairman again. Just stay put, she mumbled as she walked past him. I guess I forgot he's just a kid because his abilities don't match a high schooler. What a child! Yijin, uncomprehending, simply watched her leave. Inside the SVCap training room, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed. Yijin and his colleagues then competed in a relay race, followed by rope climbing for endurance training, all while the sounds of boxing echoed. Only Yijin could push everyone this hard. His eyes burned with resolve and terrifying focus. His punches never missed. As everyone was exhausted at the end of the session, the assistant coach was still instructing some high school kid, "Careful with your fist." Yijin also stopped to observe. Then he announced that today's training would end early so we could go out. But since Zioru and Yijin are underage, we've agreed not to drink alcohol. Everyone cheered with excitement. Soon, the entire team logged into a barbecue restaurant's server, where thin slices of meat and onions created an irresistible aroma. The older members kindly told him, Yijin, eat up, and they added, thanks to you, the whole team got a big bonus. This is the first time in my life I've ever received such a large bonus. Me too. I was shocked when I saw the amount in the envelope. Amidst the chatter, a budding romance is noticed. Why are you still sitting there? Pick up some meat for Yijin, someone retorts. Well, even if you didn't say anything, I was already grilling some for Yijin. Yijin, this piece is ready, have it first. Another guy beside him teases him, are you jealous? He didn't respond, only showing a hint of annoyance, while Yijin happily ate, enjoying the attention of his colleagues. Unbeknownst to them, GE was watching their every move from the outside. She laughs helplessly, wondering how he's won over even the women. Team Leader 2 can only chuckle in agreement. Night falls and streetlights illuminate every corner as Yijin returns home to a cheerful Jia. You're back. Did you eat already? Yijin asked without hesitation. Yeah, my team had a party today. Hearing this, she was delighted. A party? How wonderful. Her eyes dart to the untouched dinner table. Yijin asked if he wasn't back yet, and Jia Zeon replied that he said he had some business and would be home later than usual. Just then, the doorbell rang, and she happily announced he must be home. Seeing Kangsu enter, Jia Zeon politely greeted him, but his appearance caused a change of expression in his grandchildren's faces, and Jia Zeon anxiously asked, Grandpa, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Kangsu entered gingerly, explaining that he'd strained his back lifting a stone that wasn't even that heavy. Jia Zeon and Yijin helped him along, suggesting he rest in his room while they prepared a hot compress. Kangsu, wrapped in a pain-relieving pad, reassured his grandchildren that he was fine, urging them to go to bed. Though Jia Zeon remained worried, Yijin offered to stay and care for him, prompting her to reluctantly agree and return to her room. Kangsu looked at him curiously. Yi-jin, go back to your room. What are you doing here? Yi-jin responded politely. I'll stay a little longer. Kang-soo felt guilty, thinking he'd made them worry with his pointless injury. Yi-jin looked at him with deep eyes, silently pondering. At that moment, the words of the SV chairman echoed in his mind. Don't you want to help your family? Yi-jin paused, then asked his grandfather, Is your work very difficult? Kang-soo hesitates to admit it, saying it's not hard at all, but Yi-jin presses on, asking if he wants to stay home and rest. Kang-soo denies it, saying it's not that bad, then tells him that nothing in this world comes easy. Besides, being able to work at my age is a blessing. A moment later, Kang-soo asked curiously why he was asking, and Yi-jin brushed it off. But Kang-soo seemed to know, and asked if Yi-jin was worried about money. This question strikes Yi-jin's heart like an arrow, and he blurts out a response. Seeing this, Kang-soo sits up and reassures him, telling him not to worry. He has prepared enough money for Jia Zeon until she graduates, and has even saved up for her dowry. With a gentle and loving gaze, Kang-soo tells him that as his grandson, he will always be taken care of. He can also provide for his college education and until he can live independently. Does he understand? Yi-jin was surprised by his words, but didn't show it. Kang-soo continued, saying that he also had his parents' life insurance money, to which Yi-jin replied with a hesitant, yes. Kang-soo tells Yi-jin that they can use that money after becoming independent, because Kang-soo's only wish in life is to raise them until they come of age with the money he earns. Yi-jin stares at his grandfather, who is old but still wholeheartedly devoted to his grandchildren. Kang-soo, fearing hardship for him, emphasized, so don't worry about that, understand? Yi-jin finally managed a faint smile. The next day, Chairman Inguk called Yi-jin again, asking if he had thought about it, but his answer remained the same. He just sighed, as if he'd foreseen this. But Inguk still extended an invitation, saying that his money could greatly help Yi-jin's family finances. You shouldn't be shy. I heard your grandfather is dependent on me and he's getting old. Yi-jin naturally replied that his grandfather wanted to take care of him and his sister with his own strength, so he wanted to honor his wish. The two men were speechless, and after a moment of silence, Inguk sighed, admitting defeat. Later, they praise Yi-jin, saying he has a truly good grandfather, to which Yi-jin smiles and agrees. Once again, they were speechless, left with no choice but to let Yi-jin leave. As he watched him leave, the manager commented that Yi-jin knew how to talk, while Inguk remained silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yi-jin strolled down the hallway, accompanied by the sound of other footsteps besides his own. He encountered a tall, well-dressed man and what appeared to be his female assistant, neither of whom Yi-jin recognized. So he didn't pay them much mind and walked right past. This refined man is Jin Yi-yang-ho, Zeon-A's brother, and he seems to notice Yi-jin, turning back to look. Yi-jin felt it too, but didn't have time to turn around as Jin Yi-yang-ho slowly scanned him from head to toe. Sensing something amiss, he asked his bodyguard who had just left the chairman's office, to which she professionally replied that she would investigate. Meanwhile, in her office, Yi-Ye's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the news. Yi-yang-ho is here? The captain of Squad 2 confirmed cautiously. Yes, he arrived due to a sudden schedule change and just finished speaking with the chairman himself. This accurate information clearly annoyed her. She thought about how Zeon had confidently declared that if she followed him, nothing bad would happen to her, and that he would have an easier time fighting Yi-yang-ho. Yi paused, considering the situation as tension emanated from the president's office. Inguk, now visibly annoyed, asks what's going on, saying he heard Yi-yang-ho was in Japan. Yi-yang-ho replied matter-of-factly that everything was going smoothly, so he didn't need to go, and that he had some business to take care of here. Inguk didn't pry, simply replying that he understood. Then, Yi-yang-ho asks with concern about his business, saying he's heard a lot of noise lately. Inguk replies that it's normal. How can you start something new without making noise? Hearing this, he smirks. Indeed, but I heard a ridiculous rumor. Apparently, Zeon and Yi were kidnapped. He glances sideways with disdain. Chairman, is SVK's security department too relaxed? Is that why we're able to do business so peacefully? Inguk's manager turned pale with fright, and under Yi-yang-ho's pressure, he quickly bowed his head in apology, which the chairman dismissed. Everything's settled, no need to bring it up again. It's all under control, so it's fine. Yi-yang-ho accepted the apology and returned to his usual refined self, agreeing with the chairman's assessment. Inguk's chairman, silent until now, gently sets down his teacup, considering Yi-jin's words. He recalls his grandfather's wish to care for him and his sister with his own strength, a wish he now intends to honor. Yi-jin's sincerity seemed to have moved him to silence, and before long, Yi-yang-ho left the office. The bodyguard reported simultaneously, "I've investigated the person who just passed us." He tilted his head, curious. "Who is it?" As they walked down the silent hallway, she updated him. "Someone currently interning as a security guard." He guessed. "Training to be a security guard?" She confirmed. "It's the high-level security personnel class, and the one who spoke with the chairman himself seemed quite fond of him that day." Yi Yang-ho frowned, displeased. "Do you still want me to put him in SV-cap security? A high schooler?" The bodyguard beside him immediately offered an objective assessment. "I think he's all right. He even helped rescue GE recently." Furthermore, he helped capture the person targeting Bailey Group's Lee Hyuk during his visit to Korea, which greatly benefited SV-cap's dealings with Bailey Group. Yi Yang-ho agreed, but still questioned, "He seems capable, doesn't he?" She nodded in agreement, but with some concern, adding that there were rumors Zeon liked a student. At this, he stopped in his tracks, displeased, and asked, "What did you say?" Inside the SV-cap training room, the coaches ended practice early, saying everyone had worked hard and dismissing them for the day. After the tiring session, everyone quickly packed up to go home. Just as he and Seok-ju stepped out, Zeon suddenly appeared, praising him. "You did great." Then he asked, "Yijin, are you heading to the PC room to meet up with the others?" Lee Young-ho agreed with a nod. Hearing this, Zeon happily suggested they go together, saying she would wait. Yijin agrees, and a voice calls out from afar, drawing their attention. Zeon's expression shifts the moment she recognizes the voice. She stammers, "Yi Yang-ho, is that you?" He forces an awkward smile, asking after his sister. "Are you all right?" Zeon, flustered, hesitantly replies, "Yes, I'm fine." Suddenly, Yi Yang-ho's eyes flashed with anger as he glared. His target, of course, was Yi Jin. Seok-woo bows respectfully, but Yi Yang-ho brings up a past incident. He heard that Seola was cornered, even though he was right there. Upon hearing this, Seok-woo shrinks, but Yi Yang-ho continues his tirade, saying, "I put you next to Zeon because she said someone closer to her age would be better. Are you making that mistake again? Is that why SV-cap bailed you out when you were young?" Unable to explain, Seok-woo could only bow deeply in sincere apology. "I'm sorry." Seeing Yi Yang-ho blow things out of proportion, Zeon stepped in to stop him. "What's wrong with you?" He reminds her, "Zeon, you're too nice to people." Just then, team leader number 3 steps in. "It's not Seo-ju's fault." He immediately bows, taking the blame, saying, "It's my fault, Captain. I'm sorry." Yi Yang-ho is even more displeased that he took the blame. The tension was palpable, so Zeon tried to smooth things over with Yi Yang-ho, suggesting they stop and go. Zeon feigned excitement at seeing him again, saying it had been a while and suggesting they grab a bite. Yi Yang-ho, still harboring resentment, remained silent for a moment before forcing a smile and agreeing, "Let's go." And just like that, the two turned and left, Zeon glancing back one last time. Leaving Yijin and Seok-du in conflicted spirits, they could only watch in silence as he spoke once they were far enough away. "That's Zeon's cousin, Shinji's brother." Watching them feign cheerfulness, Seok-yu added that he's in charge of SV-cap's diplomacy and heads the Foreign Affairs Department. "So, he's here." Seok-yu paused, making Yijin look at him, puzzled. Then, Seok-ju adds an important detail. Zeon is the person he fears most. In a fancy restaurant, Yi Yang-ho and Zeon are dining together. Seeing that she wasn't eating, he asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Zeon, flustered, made an excuse. "I'm not feeling well." He says if you can't eat, you should see a doctor. You need to take better care of yourself. Then he adds, "I heard Ruins arrived not long ago." He placed the utensils on the plate and slowly announced to her, "Work is work, but the real purpose is to kiss you." Zeon, surprised that Yi Yang-ho knew about this, asked, "How did you know?" "Of course I know." He calmly added that it was his proposal, which shocked her so much that she exclaimed, "What?" Yi Yang explains that he thought it would be good for both of them, so he proposed the idea to Ruins. Zeon is still shocked, never imagining that Yi Yang-ho would suggest it, and feels a little hurt that he didn't ask her opinion. "Yi Yang." Ho stroked his chin, looking troubled, saying he thought things would go smoothly, but the guy was pressuring a woman. She was confused by this, asking what was wrong with women. Zeon recalls refusing him that day, realizing Yi Yang-ho orchestrated it all, and the reason things couldn't continue was her refusal. But unexpectedly, Yi Yang-ho had deliberately provoked her. He still touches his chin, suddenly smiles, and says, "It worked. Excellent." He sits up straight and says that since things have come to this, will she consider studying abroad? Zeon is shocked once again, and Yi Yang-ho calmly continues, saying that if she agrees to go, he'll find someone better, that he's prepared everything, and she only needs to go for a month. These words left her hurt and frustrated. Yi Yang-ho always did what he wanted, and she refused, saying, "I don't want to study abroad." He frowned, displeased with her answer. "What?" Somewhat hesitant, Zeon firmly replies, "I want to stay in Korea." Surprised, he pushes up his glasses and sighs. "This is the first time you've defied me, Zeon." Seeing Zeon lower her head, he reminds her and asks, "If something has changed recently, it must be because of that trainee bodyguard, right?" "Zeon, you're at an age to fall in love, aren't you?" Zeon immediately denied it, but he reminded her that it wouldn't be good for her future or his. Hearing this, Zeon grew anxious when suddenly a voice echoed from behind. "Are you more worried about your sister than yourself?" Zai approached her, saying, "Zeon, would you mind giving up your seat?" Then, turning to Yang-ho across from her, she said, "Let's talk." Zeon silently grabs her bag and quickly gets up to give her the seat as Zai gracefully sits down, prompting an annoyed Yang-ho to ask, "What are you doing?" With her legs crossed, she replied with a stern smile, "What? Can't a sister have tea with her brother after so long?" But he was displeased, sighing, "I don't think this is the time for leisure. Our new business is developing slowly. Perhaps we partnered with the wrong family, hence the poor results." She reassured him with a smile. "Business isn't always easy. Besides, this is the military industry. We have to take it one step at a time." Then, with a happy look, she continued, "Also, my fiancé's family is wonderful. The more I observe him, the more I see his good character." As if seeing through something, he thought, "That won't make her like that family?" She made that choice to suit Chairman Gu's tastes. After leaving the restaurant, Sayana walked alone, her thoughts swirling in her head, replaying the earlier events, tears unconsciously welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, Yijin and Zeokju appeared, startling her. "What?" she asked, turning around in shock. "What are you two doing here? Didn't you go home?" Zeokju simply smiled and replied, "I have to work now." Streetlights illuminated the roads where vehicles bustled about. Inside the car, Zeokju glanced at Yijin and Zeon in the back seat. Sensing her somber mood, he fell silent, and the scene shifted to a luxurious space. A story unfolds. CEO Shin Yang-ho has cared for Zeon since he was young, but frankly, according to Zeokju, it doesn't feel like a cousin caring for his younger brother, but more like being controlled. Zeokju and Yijin stand outside the hall as he continues. "It wasn't so bad before Yuna's father passed away, but ever since his death, Yuna has always been controlled. When CEO Shin Yang-ho went abroad to study, he even organized events for her. He asked, 'Why?' Not understanding, she replied, 'Why what?' He slowly asks why Shin Yang-ho would want to control Yuna, suggesting Zeokju knows the answer. Zeokju pauses, then says he guesses it's because the CEO wants to protect Yuna's shares in SV Cap and keep her close while she's still young. After Yuna's parents passed away, he manipulated her and won the battle against Director Shinji Ie and the other executives." Hearing this, he fell silent and returned to the car, at which point Zeon suddenly apologized. With a guilty look, she explained that they were originally supposed to meet at an internet cafe, but then changed the plan. He calmly replied that it was fine, and as if remembering something, she exclaimed, "Oh, right." Then, excitedly, she asks if they haven't had dinner yet, suggesting they stop by a convenience store for ramen and kimbap, but Seok-woo reminds her that she already ate with the CEO. She forces a smile, saying she wasn't feeling well and couldn't eat much. Yijin and the snail girl are surprised to hear this, and they end up at a restaurant where Iona happily stuffs her face. Zeokru observes the two, noticing Yijin also holding food and the table laden with ramen and pastries. In the distance, a figure silently watches them. Yang-ho's bodyguard, reporting that Iona is with that Zeokru and Yijin. Yang-ho is on the other end of the line. He's reminded to watch over Iona. He confirms, then slams the phone down in anger, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. So the little bird wants to fly? A master can't just stand by and watch. Cut to a new day, where Zeon is surprised by a group of people who appear before him. One of them speaks up, saying that they will be in charge of Iona from now on. Yang-ho appears and continues to berate him, asking if he still wants to protect Iona after letting her get captured and cry, and what kind of protection he's been providing. He's at a loss for words, and though the sky is blue, the atmosphere in the hall is tense. Captain Do-Doi 3, still puzzled, asked Yang-ho, "Director, this isn't how it's supposed to be, right? At least follow official procedures." Yang Ho, with one hand in his pocket, replied, I spoke with the Secretary General this morning. He continued somberly. Duduai 3, Captain. Stop clinging to that meaningless pride and hand over all duties to the experts. He glanced at the new bodyguards present, then stated bluntly, because all the bodyguards here are proven, having protected key figures around the world. Hearing Yang Ho's words, he retorted, We're professionals too. Yang Ho smirked. Professionals who let their protectee get cornered? The rebuttal silenced the captain, as he had no convincing answer. Zeon finally speaks up, telling him to stop, then turns to reassure the captain, Captain, I'm fine, you can go back. But her expression says otherwise. He stared at her, the words caught in his throat. Finally, he obeyed, bowing his head in acknowledgement as he left. Yang Ho's bodyguard greeted her respectfully. Let's go. With a heavy heart, Zeon arrives at the school, where the classroom is full, but Zeon and Zeokju's seats remain empty. Youngchan looks down, wondering if Zeon and Zeokju are absent today, and Jin glances over as well. Suddenly, his phone rings. He answers, and a familiar voice says, Starting today, Team 3 is no longer permitted to protect Yona. This surprises and confuses him, and he's told they'll talk more when they meet. Hanging up, he holds his book, unable to focus. The scene shifts to a room filled with members of Team 3. The atmosphere heavy. One of them speaks up. Captain, isn't this going too far? Our job is to protect Miss Yona, but now someone else is taking over. The members continue to question, Are we just going to stand by and watch? The captain, annoyed, shouts, Enough! He then reluctantly announced that they were no longer allowed to protect Miss Zeon until further notice. His face was grim as he overheard the conversation nearby. She's frustrated by this. He replaced Zeon's bodyguards on his own accord, sending Zeon abroad for her future, but framing it as his plan all along. The captain of Team 2 speaks up, saying, Director, this isn't just Team 3's problem, it's a problem for the entire SV Guard division. She then asks, What does the head of security say? He replied that Yi Yang Ho didn't say anything in particular, and she fell into silent thought. The secretary continued, At first I found it strange that Director Sin Yi Yang Ho brought so many bodyguards, but it seems he was determined to do so from the start. So, Yi Yang Ho's bodyguards are all exceptional, and it seems he doesn't plan on taking anyone with him. They're from Iron, a global PMC, and all their personnel are incredibly talented. Having been tested worldwide, Director Sin Yi Yang Ho had already contracted with Iron and hired their bodyguards. Undeterred, she asked, How do they compare to our bodyguards? PMC personnel operate in many fields, so we can't compare. Regarding bodyguarding skills, he honestly replied, While our bodyguards are the best in the country, theirs seem to be even more exceptional. Because bodyguarding is their specialty, they have a wealth of data and agents, giving them vast experience in dealing with the worst situations. Her words gave her pause. If Team 2 leader said so, it must be true. He continued, disgruntled, I suppose since Director Sin Yeon Ho mainly operates overseas, I can understand why she hired them instead of us. She replied softly, It's not just that. He was puzzled. Yes? She was lost in thought. He trusted no one, only relationships built on contracts. His relationship with them was purely contractual. As she pondered this, she saw Yi Jin approaching, likely concerned about a mole within the SVKB security team. He saw her stop as well, and he bowed in greeting. You've heard the news too, haven't you? Yes, she replied with a smile, probing. What do you think? The captain of Team 2 stood nearby, puzzled, staring intently at her. Yi Jin calmly replied, I only do what I have to do, which made her laugh. As she turned to leave, she left behind a cryptic remark. Is that so? Yi Jin remained standing there after they left. Seeing him arrive, they said, Yi Jin's here. Hey, Yi Jin, do you know what just happened? Yeah, that's annoying. The room is dark with only a sliver of light peeking through the curtains. Inside her room, Xian curled up in a corner, silently shedding tears. While in his office, Yang Ho listened to his bodyguard's report that she had canceled all her appointments and locked herself in her room, news he seemed indifferent to as he changed the subject. More importantly, has the schedule for meeting with the various chaebol groups been adjusted to accommodate Zion's study abroad? The bodyguard confidently replies that it has been completed. Hearing the response, Yang Ho ordered him out, then picked up the phone lying face down on the desk. He picks up his phone to make a call, and somewhere, a phone begins to ring. A figure sits facing a wall, gazing at a painting as a mysterious person answers a call, smiling as they say, I've been waiting for you to call. Back on the other end, Yang Ho speaks, saying that Iron and SV Cap can cooperate as he suggested. The mysterious figure expresses his delight, calling it good news indeed. If you need help getting out of this, contact me anytime because Director Shin is a very important guest of ours. He hangs up, a calculating smile on his face. Shin Yi-jin, I won't just stand by and watch you get engaged. But now the military supply industry can expand to SV Cap. Though you created it, I'm the one who will use it to climb to a more advantageous position. Cut to Yi-jin's brightly lit house. Inside, he's working out as his phone rings, displaying a name. Down the street, lights blaze as he puts on a jacket and heads out. Zeon-A smiles and speaks up. Sorry, you must be surprised, with her bodyguards at her side. He looks at her, unsure of what to say, as Zeon-A sits silently at a table in a supermarket, closely guarded by her bodyguards, feeling suffocated by their constant watch, her mind racing with thoughts of her previous conversation with Yang Ho. She recalls her conversation with Yang Ho, him telling her, I'm leaving in 2 days, so prepare yourself, huh? Is this how I'm supposed to live? He spoke while intently looking at his phone. Even if it's easy, you should prepare in advance. And you'll have to ask a lot of people. I've cleared my schedule for the week, so keep an eye on this place until then. She sat in silence, and Yang Ho was not pleased. Seeing her downcast mood, he glared at her and reiterated, Iona, I already told you. Seemingly unconcerned with her feelings, he continued. She was responsible for working in the company's best interest, and that's why she could enjoy things that many others couldn't. Suddenly, he slammed his phone on the table, saying in a threatening tone, she shouldn't make the same mistake as last time. His words struck a nerve, fueling her anxiety. She suppressed her emotions, clenching her hands, and finally nodded, her voice barely audible. Back to reality, a canned drink with a straw is placed on the table, pulling her out of her memories of the conversation with Yang Ho. Once he sat down, she asked why he had called her out so late. He replied honestly that it wasn't too late and he was exercising. Intrigued, she asks if he always trains with her bodyguards and if he's doing extra training today. His answer surprised her and she blurted out, Wow, so that's why you're so good. The bodyguards always grumble about how you outperform everyone in training. Many want to win that spot. He asked, taking a drink, Is that so? She laughed, her mood improving just by being here and talking with him like this. Then, remembering something, she quickly explained, Oh, I was supposed to go to the internet cafe with the others today. Did anyone say anything about me not attending school? He asked calmly. Nothing in particular, but everyone's curious. She pouted, saying she wanted to show everyone how much she'd improved, then suddenly stood up, leaning on the table. From across from Yi-jin, she leaned in close and whispered, Ji-hun said I wasn't good at games, so I've been practicing at home. Yi-jin, you're the only one who knows. This sudden action stirred something within him, but he still replied, Your secret is safe with me. Then he gazed at Zeon's bashful face, right before his eyes. She sat back down, crossed her arms, and proudly boasted, Sometimes, I'm even better than Cell Kill. He felt ashamed. Better than Cell Kill? That means a better than me. She continued to boast, and I had to stop being jealous. The two were still sitting in front of the supermarket, the atmosphere silent as he drank his water, his eyes lost in thought. They chatted happily until a voice called out from behind, Yuna, it's getting late. The bodyguard's reminder seemed to annoy her, while he quietly listened to the exchange. Then, a hint of annoyance and anger flickered in his eyes as she was reminded of the time. Zeon's voice suddenly dropped, and she bit her lip, saying softly, I'm sorry. I'm going abroad to study soon. Yujin paused, clearly unable to hide her surprise, forcing a smile, her voice a little choked up. Actually, I came today to talk about that. I don't have much time left, so I have a lot to prepare. Her voice faltered as she said, So, I can't go to school anymore. He silently stared at her. Her lips were smiling, but her eyes were dark and sad. He remained silent, unsure of what to say. Under the table, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Not wanting to prolong things, she stood and said goodbye. I have to go. See you later. A non-committal sound escaped his throat. She followed the bodyguard to the car, and he sat there silently, watching her drive away. She returned home, unlocked the door, and stepped inside, when suddenly a voice called out, Iona. To her surprise, Seokju was there. Surprised to see him, she quickly asked, Seokju, what are you doing here? Seokju approached her gently, saying, I heard you're going to study abroad. She sighed and apologized. I'm sorry, I meant to tell you sooner, but... Suddenly, he cut to the chase. I can't go with you this time. Her eyes widened in shock as he continued. I heard CEO Ionho won't let me follow him anymore. Her face darkened, unsure how to face Seokju, who asked, "But you have to go, right?" She remained rooted to the spot as he continued. "You know, if you don't listen to him, who knows how Ionho will lash out at those around you." Suddenly, Seokju asked her what she thought, saying she looked better than he'd ever seen her. He recalled her image, the one he still held in his mind. A Zeon who laughed a lot, cared a lot, and looked happy. Incredibly happy. Seokju's words stunned Zeon, and as she blinked, a mix of emotions flooded her. She hadn't even realized how happy she once was. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, "So he's trying to move on." She admits that he's right. She was truly happy then, so much so that she doesn't know where she could ever be that carefree and happy again. But she can't let her friends be sad just because of her. Cut to the office, where Chairman Inguk is talking to Yang-ho, asking if he's going abroad soon. Yang-ho smugly replies that he's going to try and make a name for himself over there, and that she's all grown up now. The chairman simply stares at him, silent. Ending his conversation with the chairman, he exits the room, encountering Yijin in the hallway, and is visibly displeased. As he brushed past, Yang-ho warned, "You're not right for her. Give up." Then he and his bodyguard walked past, but he paid them no mind. Entering the chairman's office, he found the chairman holding a cup of tea, who apologized for calling him in again so suddenly. He politely replied that it was no problem, and the chairman cut to the chase, asking if he had met with Yuna yesterday. He seemed quite worried about Zeon, wanting to know about Yuna through him, hesitatingly asking, "How is Yuna?" He honestly replied, "She seems to need a family." His answer hit him hard. He clasped his hands together, paused, and then Inguk began to explain the company's situation. SVCap was responsible for many people. Therefore, it's imperative to have a significant impact on the nation's industry and economy, directly or indirectly, because if the corporation falters, many will suffer. I'm responsible for this at SVCap, so there are times when I can't even think about my own family. If I side with someone and SVCap falters, those without power in the company will face immense pressure. Do you understand? Yes. Understanding his plight, he offered words of comfort. For her, the chairman was family, her grandfather. He also didn't hesitate to share his own story. When he returned from the battlefield and reunited with his family, his grandfather held him and cried. He can't remember it all, but at least he can picture that happy moment. Family is everything to him. Inguk quietly listened to his story, while elsewhere the female bodyguard reported that Miss Una hadn't left her room since. Yang-ho frowned, his voice dropping. "She hasn't left the house in 2 days?" "Yes." He pressed further, asking if she'd seen the bodyguard, to which she replied, "Yes." He adjusted his glasses, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face, and said, "I'm glad Una knows how to restrain herself. She's always grasped things quickly, even as a child." Cut to Zeon-A's bedroom, still shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of light peeking through the gap in the curtains. On the bed, Zeon-A clutches her phone, her eyes brimming with tears. On the screen, a group chat shows Young-chan asking about her absence. "Una, why haven't we seen you? Something up?" Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin chime in. "Maybe something happened." And Jin hasn't said anything either. Yes, seeing her friend's messages of concern tugged at her heart. She continued reading. "Una, come to class early," Hyuk-jin said, and Young-chan chimed in. "What about Jin? He's being awfully quiet." She was touched by her friend's concern, a warm feeling rising within her. But the next message stopped her cold. "Without Yuna and Jin, we keep winning. Let's take advantage and raise our win rate." Before she could be touched, Zeon-A changed his expression, his eyes wide. Unable to contain herself, she began to type a message. "Guys," but then her fingers suddenly froze. She realized her situation, and the message she'd typed remained unsent. Her eyes welled up as she clutched her phone tightly. Then, helplessly tossing the phone aside, she turned away, struggling to contain her emotions. A new day dawns, and life continues its bustling rhythm as usual. Inside the car, Yang-ho sat still, silently observing the people on the street. His bodyguard informed him that the corporation that had scheduled an appointment a few days prior suddenly wanted to meet Yuna sooner, saying they could meet at any time. What should they do? He smirked, telling her to inform them that they would leave as soon as they arrived. A truly venomous man, seeing Yuna as nothing more than a prize. He can use her as a tool to gain profit, since she's the link between SVCap and other corporations around the world. He just needs to choose the place that offers the best conditions. At that point, all the others will be eliminated, and SVCap will be mine. In front of the house, the bodyguards are loading her luggage into the trunk. She was as beautiful as ever, but the sadness in her face was heartbreaking. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Her eyes met his, and she called out his name, Ijin. He moved towards her, but the bodyguards immediately intervened. As he tried to pass, they blocked him even more fiercely. Zeon, worried, repeatedly asked, "Wait, why are you stopping him?" As she tried to approach him, the bodyguards blocked her path. They could see each other, but they couldn't touch. Confused, she asked what he was doing, but the guard remained stern and silent, frustrating and angering her. Then, one of them opened the car door and ordered her, "Lady Yuna, get in the car now." Seeing her hesitation, he emphasized, "Considering the current traffic, it's not too late to leave now." She pleaded, "Just a little longer." Inside the car, Yang-ho was losing patience, while Zeon hesitated outside, hoping for a better outcome. Ijin called out to her, begging, "Hyuna." From afar, she looked back as he asked, "What is it that you want?" She was stunned, not understanding what he meant. "What?" Ijin asked softly, but with unwavering eyes. "Tell me what you want to do." That question made her stop and think. No one had ever asked her that before, and she'd never asked herself, so she didn't have an answer. She hesitated. "What do I want?" She realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Yang-ho stepped out of the car. "What do you intend to do by keeping her here? Who ordered you to do this?" He had no intention of answering. He sternly repeated his question. "Didn't you hear me?" Zeon quickly interjected, fearing she would obey his command. He called out again, "Iuna, ignore everyone else and tell me what you want." Her question echoed in her mind, and she began to think, "What do I want?" Memories flooded back. Friends, laughter, tears shed over messages, shared meals and stories. Finally, she spoke bravely. I don't want to study abroad. I want to stay here." Ijin smiles as if this is the answer he was hoping for. "All right." But contrary to his reaction, Yang-ho is furious, ordering her, "Yuna, get in the car now." He then turned to the female bodyguard and ordered, "Get him out of my sight." "Yes, sir." The bodyguards immediately moved in, one lunging at Ijin, trying to restrain him. But it was no challenge for Ijin. He quickly countered, easily blocking the bodyguard's arm. He immediately attacks, landing a powerful punch, following up with a strong kick, grabbing the guard's shoulder and slamming him to the ground as Yang-ho and the female bodyguard watch, their faces growing increasingly tense. Ijin swiftly defeats each opponent, preventing anyone from getting close as he approaches Ayuna. Seeing this, she anxiously calls out his name. Lee Jin. Just then, a guard tried to attack him from behind, but luckily he noticed in time. With no wasted movement, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the attacker crashing into the railing. The bodyguards began to fear as they witnessed this, some even showing clear terror, and even the female bodyguard was surprised. But the angriest of them all was Yang-ho. Zeon covered her mouth, her heart clenching at the sight. Having dealt with the bodyguard, nothing stood between them, and he approached her. Torn between worry and gratitude, she asks what he's planning, and he simply replies that he's doing his job, protecting her. Her hands trembled as she warned him that he would be in grave danger, and the thought brought her to tears. Yang-ho will never let this go. I know how much he cares about his family. Yang-ho will target his family. This was also his concern, but he quickly reassured her, "I'm fine, this is my job." He turned, shielding her behind him. Yang-ho clenched his fist, approaching them with a menacing tone. "I know you're young, but you should know your place." But undeterred, he replied, "I'm just doing what I need to do as Iona's bodyguard." Yang-ho scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Kids like you are useless." Then, turning to the female bodyguard, he said sternly, "What are you doing? Deal with him and get Iona into the car." Yes, under orders, the remaining bodyguards immediately surround Ijin, their faces turning fierce as they rush forward. But the situation shifted as Ijin's side seemed to have more people. Then suddenly a new force arrived, led by ZEO Du in his car, followed by another group of bodyguards. Seeing this, Yang-ho is furious, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Seeing the bodyguard standing firm, he repeats with a cold glare and an angry face, "What are you doing?" The bodyguards stood their ground, protecting their masters, and Yang-ho ordered Benzion to speak. With a stern face, Benzion affirmed without hesitation, "We're just doing what Team 3 is supposed to do." Yang-ho found what he just heard laughable, questioning repeatedly, what Team 3 is supposed to do. Before he could speak, the captain of Team 3 quickly stated his duty, to protect Miss Zeon and prevent the director from forcibly taking her away. This infuriated Yang-ho, who lowered his head to conceal his emotions, his voice laced with menace. Team 3 leader, you'll take responsibility for your words and actions, right? The more he spoke, the more terrifying he looked, radiating a murderous aura. Not just you, but all of Team 3 will be held accountable. Witnessing this, Zeon just stood there silently, feeling incredibly awkward as her bodyguards remained quiet in the face of Yang-ho's words. However, all the other guards agreed, saying they accepted, shocking Zeon. Yang-ho's lips then curled up slightly. He was so angry that veins popped on his forehead, and his voice dropped to its lowest register. Fine, if that's what you want. But later, it was then that Zeon finally found the courage to speak, her voice clear and resolute. You are not to bully my guards. Her words stunned everyone, and all eyes turned to her. Zeon realizes she can't stand Yang-ho harming her guards simply for protecting her. These guards are protecting me, and you're threatening them just because they displeased you? Zeon's face was unusually serious as she vowed to protect everyone in her own way. Her voice firm, she declared he wouldn't harm them, her brow furrowed in resolve because she would protect them. After her statement, all eyes turned to her, and Yang-ho frowned at his sister, looking incredibly displeased. However, Yang-ho simply waved his hand, forced to compromise with a helpless sigh. Fine, I understand. I'll listen to you and not harm the guards, but don't stall, just go, or you'll miss your flight. Unexpectedly, Zia immediately rejects Yang-ho's request. No, you go alone. I'm not going abroad to study. This blunt refusal infuriated Yang-ho, and he said, word by word, Zeon, while I'm still being reasonable, you should hurry up. Yang-ho's expression fills Zeon with dread, and she watches him in silence, a hint of fear in her eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent before Yijin stepped forward to shield Zeon, his face turning cold. But his suspicious gaze remained fixed on Zeon, who stood behind Yijin, biting her lip with worry. Suddenly bowing her head, Zeona strode forward, declaring resolutely, No, her voice firm despite her worried expression. And don't make decisions for me anymore. Zeon's decision angered Yang-ho, who remained cold. Shin-seon, can you take responsibility for your words? Faced with her brother's questioning, Zeon firmly asserted, I know, and I'll take responsibility, so you don't need to worry about me. Zeon immediately turned and left, announcing she was going inside, but just then, Yang-ho shouted after her. In the tense atmosphere, a woman's voice suddenly cut in, asking why he was yelling at her. All eyes turned to the voice. It was Yi-ye, followed by a group of bodyguards taunting Yang-ho. She said she's not going, so what are you still doing here? Long-ho didn't anticipate her arrival, and he calmly warned, Yi-ye, don't interfere. But Yi-ye remained unfazed, mocking him. You're the one who shouldn't interfere. Is Zeon not allowed to make her own decisions? Why did you decide for her and force her to study abroad? Even parents don't force their own children these days. You keep telling me not to interfere with Zeon, but I think you're the one interfering. I'm just worried that naive girl is being taken advantage of, he exclaimed. What? His reaction was laughable to Yi-ye, who continued to provoke him. Are you angry because I hit a nerve? Leave her out of this and deal with me directly. Yang-ho glared at the girl before him, a sense of unease rising within him, when suddenly Zeon's phone rang, drawing everyone's attention. She quickly answered, her voice a little loud. Grandpa? Her words caught Yi-ye's attention, and Yang-ho's as well. On the other end of the line, Inguk replied coolly, Zeon, what do you want? His words made Zeon blurt out, No, it's nothing, but he quickly reassured her. Just tell me. Zeon lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness as she quietly said she wanted to stay, seemingly afraid, and wanted to do work unrelated to business, to which Inguk quickly responded. You want to do work unrelated to business? His question filled Zeon with dread. She stammered, Yes, forcing someone as incapable as me to take over the business would be incredibly irresponsible and harmful. So, you want to do something else? The line went silent, and Inguk finally responded after a moment. I understand. Let's go with that decision. Zeon was stunned by his words, hardly believing what she had just heard. Her eyes welled with tears of happiness, and Zeon quickly covered her face and burst into tears in front of everyone, leaving Yang-ho to ponder her actions. What's this? Suddenly, his phone rings. Beep, beep, beep. Yang-ho respectfully answers the phone. The voice on the other end replied, Yang-ho, don't make decisions about Zeon's life anymore. Inguk's words angered Yang-ho, who quickly retorted, Chairman, I'm only doing this for Zeon. But Inguk cut him off, saying, I'm the one who should be concerned about that, so you just worry about your own life. Inguk could only listen in silence, then hung up and replied with a nonchalant, Understood. He radiated a murderous aura, as if he wanted to devour his opponent whole. With resentful eyes, Yang-ho quickly turned and left, ordering his men to follow. His men quickly retreated, and once everything was over, Zeon softly said, Yijin, Zeokju, let's go to school. Yijin and Zeokju looked at Zeon with adoring eyes. The remaining bodyguards were happy for Zeon. As for Jaye, she quickly left, muttering, this is going to be a pain later. The assistant gently inquired if he seemed tired, and Inguk quickly replied that he now realized how much harder the job was than he'd thought. The assistant bowed slightly, seemingly understanding part of the story. Elsewhere, a phone rang incessantly. Iron calmly answers the phone, asking what's going on. On the other end, a guilty Yang Ho repeatedly apologizes. But the plan has run into some snags, so I might have to proceed slower than initially planned. However, Iron was understanding, saying, it's okay, that's just how work is. Yang Ho was grateful for his understanding. Iron tapped his cigarette, speaking blandly as a perfect smile crept across his face. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me, as we are always ready to help our partners. In his private room, Yang Ho sat, his eyes dark as he pondered the recent events. Shin Yu-na, how dare you? It seems he harbors deep resentment towards Zeon, the only one abandoned. And now, he's turning his back on his own family, stabbing them in the back like this? Without the shares, he's nothing. Yang Ho gritted his teeth, but what bothered him more was, Jihiye, why did you suddenly appear? I've never liked her, but let her start the job first. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to control his anger. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and Yang Ho quickly said, come in. One of his close bodyguards entered, his face serious, and Yang Ho casually questioned him. Have you looked it over? He asked, and the other party quickly replied, yes, I just did. Yona and Ji Ye have a pretty good relationship. I heard Yona often invites Ji Ye over. The guard's words stunned Yang Ho, who blurted out, Aunt! Yang Ho slammed his hand on the table, contemplating everything. It couldn't be. Yang Ho, seething with rage, gritted his teeth. Ji Ye, you bitch, you think you can get the better of me? In Iron's room, the phone rang, and before he could answer, Yang Ho's voice boomed from the other end. I need your help. He naively asks if the promise still holds, to which Iron calmly replies to Yang Ho, of course. As soon as he finishes speaking, Yang Ho continues, take care of what happened with my sister. Iron simply replied, understood. After hanging up, he ordered his subordinate to gather men. His men quickly obeyed, but hesitated, citing manpower shortages due to ongoing missions. Iron, however, was unmoved, questioning their competence and leaving his subordinate speechless. At Zeon's school, she stands tall, posing a serious question. Does anyone want to go to the internet cafe after school today? Hookjin is the first to react, wearily asking, Zeon, what's gotten into you? Why do you suddenly want to play games? Zahyuk chimed in from beside her. Do you even know how bad you are at the game? You're terrible. This embarrassed Z, and she retorted loudly, what do you mean? What are you guys talking about? Faced with the girl's anger, the boys reluctantly gave in, agreeing to go. Zeon then asked if Lai Jin was absent from school. The guy in the back chimed in, saying Lai Jin was on guard duty with Team 2. Inside a luxury car speeding through the busy city, Ji Ye stares intently at her tablet, while Yi Jin is also present. Suddenly, a phone rings. It's Yi Jin's. Ji Ye subtly noticed the change in him, glanced over and said he could check his messages. But Yi Jin, ever the professional, politely declined, saying it was work hours and it could wait. But Ji Ye insisted, sighing, fine, just check your messages. We're in the car and there's nothing pressing right now, so do what you want. Yi Jin noticed her actions and slowly pulled his phone from his pocket. On the screen, a message from Sion reads, everyone's going to the internet cafe after school today, want to join? A smile creeps across his face, as if he's overjoyed. Jia glanced at Yi Jin, assuming it was family, and casually asked if he was free after work tomorrow. This surprised him, and Jia continued, suggesting they have dinner together, but Yi Jin intended to refuse, saying he planned to eat with a friend. But Jia quickly cut him off, saying they would be meeting someone for dinner, leaving Yi Jin with no choice but to agree. Oh, okay then. Seeing his reluctance, Jia felt a twinge of discomfort. As night fell, a building lit up the surroundings. 001, once a week. As the clock strikes 9 p.m., an old phone is powered up, set to be on for 1 minute, only to be used when absolutely necessary. But better to not contact at all. It didn't take long for the phone to boot up, and Yi Jin held it in his hand, sitting on the bed with a cold expression. His eyes flickered as the screen displayed exactly 9 p.m., and a ring echoed in the silent space. Yi Jin quickly answered, thinking to himself that it was right on time, and spoke first. What is it? The voice on the other end was a man in a lavish room, speaking in a low murmur. He responded, I'm calling with some important information. The person on the other end was none other than zero 06. The camp received orders from elsewhere, and about 32, I think the camp is investigating him. Ijin was shocked and asked why they were investigating, to which the man replied with certainty, "Yes, that's why I caught 32. He seems to be controlled by Mad Dog." Ijin listened in silence as the other man spoke. "I guess the camp is still keeping your identity a secret." The image of that devastating battle flashed through both men's minds. In the past, the camp suffered heavy losses when you were expelled. I reported that I had dealt with you, but I hadn't. Even though you were severely injured, you were still alive. I-06 seemed rushed, like he had a lot to say, and the head of the Mad Dog unit seemed to want to hide it. That's why I told them that if you slip up, you'll be caught. Ijin asks with concern about 032, and 006 quickly provides the information he needs. Thankfully, he's adjusting. A little disoriented by life outside the camp, but otherwise fine. Yijin replies, "Okay." Before the call ends, 006's voice rings out, warning him to be careful. Yijin is so careful that he removes the phone's battery, clutching the device in his hand with a troubled expression. The next morning at SV-Cap's main building, Yi-Ye enters as the entire staff bows in greeting. She strode confidently, flanked by 2 towering bodyguards, as several luxury cars idled outside the building. Yi-Ye heads to the center car, unaware that a telescope is trained on her. Maya watches her every move from afar. She didn't miss a single detail and was surprised to see Yi Jin by Yi-Ye's side. Through the lens, his face remained strikingly handsome, but his presence sent a chill of fear through Mei. She exclaimed, 01, as Yi Jin quickly entered the car with Yi-Ye. Suddenly, he paused and glanced around, as if he realized something. He stopped, staring intently in one direction. Before him, an information board. Yi Jin stood motionless, reading the announcements before him. In the end, he still chose to get in the car with Yi-Ye, unaware that Mei was hiding above, under the railing. She states with certainty that it is indeed 001, as night blankets the mountains and a remote training ground is lit by large bonfires. Suddenly, the phone rings incessantly and the owner quickly answers. Mad Dog sits back, listening to the call with ease. The voice on the other end spoke first, and Dog Eyes quickly responded, 005A, have you completed your mission? Mei leaned against the cold wall and calmly reported, "Not yet. I just arrived and took a look at the target." Mei's words piqued Mad Dog's curiosity. "Then why are you calling me?" Mei remained unhurried, her tone as languid as ever. "I have something I want to ask." At this, Mad Dog narrowed his eyes, appearing to contemplate something. But he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor and lazily asked, "I can't believe you'd call me directly during a mission just for that one question." "Oh, what question?" Mei's next words wiped the smile from his face, and his arrogance vanished. "It's about Xiu. Juan." The atmosphere grows heavy as Mei asks how he died, and Dog Crazy's face darkens as he replies that he detonated explosives, obliterating everything. Mei frowned, displeased with Dogmad's answer, and questioned him. "You examined the body, right?" On the other end, Dogmad felt uneasy, but still affirmed firmly, "Of course I did." The Mad Dog's face darkened as he grilled Mei. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Mei's voice, laced with a hint of laziness, drifted from the phone. "My apologies, it's just been on my mind lately. Agent 006 and 00322 died on missions. Could 001 be responsible for the surviving agents?" Before she could finish, Mad Dog scoffed, trying to sound calm. "That's not like you at all. Don't waste your energy. Just do your job." Mei shrugged and quickly replied, "Of course I will." After hanging up, the Mad Dog gritted his teeth in anger, endlessly replaying the conversation in his mind. "Damn it, I'm hiding secrets because of 001, and now others are starting to suspect." Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover his face, his eyes like bullets radiating murderous intent. 001 must be eliminated quickly. Meanwhile, on Mei's side, after hanging up, she stared intently at the phone in her hand. She has her own unique thoughts, and he was caught off guard by 001's question. Even though he hid it well, what is Mad Dog hiding? Yijin's image appears in her mind. So, is that really 001? Mei's eyes droop slightly, a trace of sadness appearing within them as images of Yijin in a sea of fire flood her memory, leaving her lost in thought. Back then, his eyes were sharp like bullets. He really has changed a lot, just like that guy. Outside a luxurious high-rise, a guard stands sternly in a magnificent room. New sits properly at a round table, praising him, saying, "I was surprised to hear you came here too. I was even more surprised to hear you were with her." Across from him, Yi Jin quickly responded, apologizing for the long absence and explaining that he couldn't reach him. Yao burst out laughing, playfully saying that he was on a mission at the time, but even if he wasn't, there was no need to apologize. Suddenly, he turned to Jia and said, "Li Jin is quite adaptable, isn't he?" Jia politely replied, "He's not just adapting, he's immersing himself. Everyone on the team likes him." Yao smiled brightly at Yi Jin, teasing, "Isn't that right? Li Jin gets along with women and men alike." But his face quickly stiffened, realizing the other didn't understand. Jia quietly watched the two boys, smiling to herself, thinking about when they were together. "You can't even talk properly. You're a completely different person when you're with Li Jin. Sorry to bother you, Jia." He blushed as he said, "Please take good care of Li Jin." Jia was taken aback, her eyes widening. Back in reality, Jia quickly asks the two before her how they know each other. Yi Jin glances at her, still with a cold expression. Meanwhile, Jia begins to elaborate, setting the scene 3 years prior. He recounts with pride and arrogance how Li Jin helped him during a business trip abroad around April of that year. At the time, Li Jin was 16, very calm and reliable, and helped me a lot while I was abroad. That's how I got to know him, Jia gushed, while Yi Jin remained aloof. We ate, slept, gamed, and trained together every day. Suddenly, Jia chimed in, "Oh, I see." She seemed to notice something was off. "You're hiding something. The way he speaks sounds scripted." Yao sat awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with Jia as his friend chimed in, wondering where the food was. Without much thought, Jia agreed, saying she was starving and just curious why he was acting so strange. Suddenly, Goat's phone rang, breaking the silence, and Jia quickly excused herself, saying she had to take an important call. Once the two men were alone, they could finally talk seriously. "Nhyo, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." The buzzcut teen inquired about Yi Jin's well-being, asking how his father and sister were doing, to which he quickly replied that they were fine. He had much to say, admitting he was surprised to hear Yi Jin was training as a bodyguard at SV Cap. "But thinking about it, I think you're well suited for this. Are you planning to pursue this career after graduation?" However, Yi Jin simply replied, "I haven't thought that far ahead." The young man feigned innocence, quickly changing the subject. "Oh, I heard Guille say you're doing great. I haven't talked to Guille much lately, but I haven't heard any complaints." "That's a pretty good job. You should think about it." Yi Jin simply replied, "Thank you. You always worry about me." His words made the young man feel awkward, but he didn't stop there, bringing up another topic. "Maybe because we're young and have been through a lot together, I think we get along pretty well. Studying and working at SV Cap, is everything all right? Since you're new, there must be a lot to adjust to," he asked. Yi Jin coldly replied, "Thank you for your concern. I think it's great." But the buzzcut man didn't give up, changing the subject again. "What about friends? Are you getting along?" It's a shame Eugene remained cold, which was fine by him. Or so he thought. The buzzcut's eye twitched, feeling lost in the very conversation he started. A moment later, Guille returned, feigning surprise at the sight of the two men. They were speaking softly when the man spoke up. "The team members all say they miss you. Are you planning to come back?" Eugene responded with a longer answer. "I'll make time to visit everyone." The atmosphere between them grew warmer, more familiar than before. As their meeting concludes and the city lights come on, Yi-jin walks alone along the road, when suddenly he stops. He seems to have spotted something in the crowd ahead, a familiar figure emerging from the throng, Mai-A. Jin's eyes narrow as he sees her, and he freezes in the crowd as Mai-A calmly walks past. They quickly passed each other, but Mai-A swiftly drew a small dagger and attacked Yi-jin. Fortunately, Yi-jin was no ordinary man and easily blocked her attack. Mai-A's arm is quickly locked, but she defiantly says, "Now I'm pretty sure about my assessment." This statement horrifies Yi-jin. Mai-A insists that he's still alive. As 001, Yi-jin stares coldly at the girl before him. The two quickly attracted the attention of passers-by as Yi-jin muttered, 05. There are guards outside the house, heavily armed and standing watch. Inside, in the dim light of the dark room, Iron gently swirled the beer in his glass, the liquid reflecting his cold face. Turning his back to Cho Lai, he coldly said, "They sent 005 from the camp, didn't they? It's surprising they'd send a number for something like this." Standing behind him, Zhou Li carefully replied that with the camp under investigation, he thought it was the best way to complete the mission. Coincidentally, Iron agreed, adding that while he was a little worried about that number, it was the best option for the camp. In the dead of night, soldiers mobilize. a secret organization under iron, a special experimental unit developed by the camp. A fierce battle from the past emerges. Out of 1,000, after years of inhaling gunpowder and surviving brutal, life-threatening training, only 40 remain. That battle claimed many lives, and after completing their training, they officially began their missions. In a short time, iron grew exponentially, reaping more rewards than ever before. For months, all I heard was cannon fire as I worked behind the scenes for iron, the flames of war never ceasing. In that battle, Ijin fought like a hero, fearless in the face of death. But he was betrayed by certain leaders. I lost many numbers, and the mercenary corps was collapsing, teetering on the brink of destruction. Throughout that difficult time, the smell of gunpowder hung heavy in the air, and the corps continued with the remaining numbers under our command. Iron leaned back, lost in thought. New mercenaries had been hired to complete the mission. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and spoke. Looking back, I still think I messed up. If only we'd controlled things better. A construction site at night seems lonely and desolate as Maiha's eyes turn cold and sharp. Standing before Ijin, she questions him relentlessly. Siuo-1, I didn't know you were still alive. Ijin remained silent after hearing her words. Maiha continued, knowing everything about him. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Not dead after all. This time, Ijin spoke up. If you didn't know I was here, then it seems the mad dog didn't send you to kill me. His words put Maiha on alert, and she threw a cold question back at him. The mad dog knows you're alive? At this moment, Maiha had a thought. She's furious at Mad Dog, wondering why he hid the fact that 001 was still alive. Ijin ignores her, cutting to the chase. If he's not her target, then is her target in Korea this time? With a cold face, he easily throws out a series of questions, asking if she saw him observing an SVK leader. But Maiha doesn't answer, instead offering a greeting, saying it's been a while and she's happy to see him again. Suddenly, she draws a gun on Ijin, announcing that she can kill him now, and the first shot is fired, but Ijin dodges it. The following bullets met the same fate, and in a flash, he closed in on Maiha, throwing her off balance. While she was distracted, Ijin swiftly removed her cap, revealing her long, platinum hair. However, it didn't stop Maiha from keeping her gun trained on Ijin, until he swiftly knocked it away. The gun twirled through the air before hitting the ground, and now disarmed, Maiha engaged Ijin in close combat, drawing a sharp dagger. But Ijin swiftly dodged her attacks. They seemed to be in sync, one attacking, the other evading. But quickly, Ijin retaliated, slipping his hand inside to redirect Maiha's attack in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Ijin delivers a crippling blow to Maiha's stomach, successfully locking her arm in an instant. However, with her strength, Maiha quickly broke free from Ijin's hold, repeatedly kicking him in the gut. Her blows were truly painful, causing Ijin to grimace. In a tight spot, Ijin dodges Maiha's strike and manages to grab her weapon. His actions startled her, and she glared at him. Neither willing to yield, they continued their martial arts contest for a long time. Until Maiha was exhausted, her face contorted in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Ijin turned her around as she looked on in horror. In an instant, Ijin brought Maiha crashing to the ground, but she was resilient, constantly watching her opponent. Despite being at a disadvantage, she maintained the offensive, quickly regaining her footing and intently observing her opponent. Before Maiha could react, a pair of long legs appeared before her, and Ijin's kick landed squarely. But he slipped up, giving her the chance to kick his shin, leaving Ijin stunned. In a matter of seconds, Maiha has turned the tables, and now Ijin is falling at her feet. Maiha raises the dagger, ready to end Ijin's life, but he swiftly blocks her attack. The tables have turned, and Maiha is completely under Ijin's control, writhing in pain on the ground. Maiha glared at Ijin with hatred as he swiftly disarmed her. He was ready to deliver the final blow at any moment, his face still cold. This sight terrified Maiha, but there was a flicker of hesitation in Ijin's eyes. He held the knife to Maiha's throat but didn't truly intend to strike. His hesitation enraged her, and she glared at him with contempt. Maiha's eyes widened as Ijin coldly stared back, and then she kicked him in the gut. Her kick sends him reeling backward, giving Maiha the chance to stand. Once again, they face each other. Maiha pressed him, demanding to know what he was doing, but Ijin remained indifferent, offering no response. His attitude offends Maiha, and she gives a sinister smile. "I'm right here." The past floods Maiha's mind once more. "Are you hesitating to kill your colleagues?" Ijin's eyes remained unmoved as Maiha screamed in hatred. "Your 26 colleagues are dead and now you hesitate?" Meanwhile, Ijin remained indifferent, looking at her with a detached gaze. They chose their own paths, but they were also comrades who shared that hellish life. trusting and following him. I've never killed my colleagues. I received orders from the company and took down colleagues who wanted to hunt me down, but I didn't kill them. You're talking nonsense. So who killed them? Is that the excuse you've come up with? Yes, I clearly couldn't fight back, but my life wasn't in danger either, and it wasn't until later that I learned they were dead. If it wasn't 001, then who killed number 2? Even if you didn't kill your teammates, it doesn't change the fact that you betrayed us. It's a little hazy, but I remember now. In that situation, I couldn't kill an innocent civilian who had nothing to do with the mission. Okay, I also remember something. That's why your eyes are different than before, like a completely different person. Based on what you just said, I guess Mad Dog didn't order you here to capture me. Young man, misfortune is still here, and following Leagy's warning, a key figure from SV Cap quickly returned home safely, and bodyguards were deployed to protect them. This is happening again. I foresaw something like this when I touched the ammunition industry, but I didn't expect it to resurface. Mad Dog, he knew 001 was alive but didn't tell me. Why? I want to question Mad Dog immediately, but I can't until I know why. I took orders from the CEO and took down my colleagues who were hunting me, but I didn't kill them. If what 001 said is true, then who killed the others? No, it's not just that one time. Could they have died on missions after being defeated by someone? No matter what, things are still murky. So, where did you come from? They're not SVK, and national security doesn't use guns so freely? Or is it Eat Urla 1? Damn it, what mess have I gotten myself into? The team sent in has lost contact. It's been a while since I've seen any action. What a shame. We covered our tracks completely, so there's nothing to worry about. Who's targeting you? There are plenty of people targeting us. Why are you helping me? Have you remembered everything? Almost. 032 just died recently. He was younger than you and 006. They died around the same time. I heard 032 and 006 died on a mission. Maybe they were defeated by the one trying to kill me. What's with that reaction? The other numbers don't matter, do they? Unlike the others, 0806 and 32 were always following you. That's not it. Did you kill them, huh? No. 001, you know something, don't you? They're not dead, are they? These lunatics, what if you're found out to have faked your deaths? How can you be discovered if you don't meet them? What are you talking about? I'm sure you know the company won't let those who try to leave off easy. On the contrary, the investigation will be more thorough and the punishment harsher upon their return. For example, the training camp's current situation won't allow them to investigate those deaths. Mad Dog sent 006 to eliminate me because he was the one who killed me. Mad Dog has some purpose, so he can't reveal that he's still alive. I can't even understand the details. Okay. As for 032, he followed 0006 and found me, and is now with 06. Those kids always wanted to escape that place, and now they finally have. It's Shinji Ige, my target. What will you do? I have to go back. My position has been compromised by unknown individuals, and I can no longer carry out this mission. You were attacked? Yes, an assassin attacked me, and in my location too. Who would target 005? It doesn't make sense. You're the only one who knew my itinerary. Are you implying I wanted you dead? Why would I do that? How would I even know? 005, calm down and listen to me. Shut up. If I were you, I'd drop this mission, and don't even think about looking for me right now. At 005, damn it. I will. Are you okay? Yes, I'm certain this won't be a problem in the future. The worst is over. May I ask why you made this decision? I usually wouldn't pry, but this concerns my family. The target this time is Director Shinji Ige. Shinji Ige? Yes, I don't know why, but someone wants Director Shin gone. You know this because you caught the assassin, so you're saying the problem is solved. The one sent to assassinate Director Shinji Ige, a former colleague of mine, is from an organization specializing in assassinations. They don't corner or threaten, only assassination. What happened? He abandoned the mission and returned. None of my former colleagues will assassinate Director Shinji Ige again. It's not just because Aigen's colleague gave up that the problem is solved. Don't you think others might target Director Shinji Ige? That would be far easier than dealing with my former colleagues, and since they already failed once, they won't risk targeting the same person again. I know you're an excellent mercenary, but I didn't think that was your past, was it? Mercenary work was my life, 5 years before returning to Korea, and 5 years before that. A voice echoed through a silent forest. Suddenly, someone spoke up, asking, "You found him at the plane crash investigation site a few days ago, right? He's in a coma, the only survivor?" Another voice answered, "I suppose so." Then another asked, puzzled, "But why bring him here for treatment?" Another voice replied, saying it's fine to have the kid join the training. There are plenty of clueless guys here already. The The same voice then asked, "How can we train him? Even the experienced ones are living on the edge here." Another voice quickly responded, "Don't worry about that." A military camp had been erected in the forest. Suddenly, a flash of green filled Aigen's vision as the boy slowly opened his eyes. He was just a child, severely wounded and lying in bed. Suddenly, a low voice echoed in his ear. "You're awake, get up." Aigen vaguely recognized a figure appearing in his sight, but before he could respond, the person approached the bed. He was grabbed by the collar, yanked up roughly, and dragged away before he could even understand what was happening. The mercenary gripped his collar, dragged him out into the yard, and then, without mercy, slammed him to the ground. Aigen, in pain, struggled to sit up, his wounded face gazing up at the scene before him. Before him stood a group of mercenaries, their figures slowly coming into focus as Aigen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, a figure blocked the light in front of him. Aigen looked up in shock, meeting the cold gaze of the blonde mercenary. Aigen, his eyes dark with exhaustion, looked back at him as the mercenary with the cap remarked that he was still out of it. The blonde mercenary spoke, "Are those after effects from the accident?" He coldly crossed his arms and ordered, "Doesn't matter. Let's start training today and pay for his medicine and meals. Understood?" The mercenary with the hat and glasses replied. A sinister look crossed his face as he said, "Without us, he'd be dead. You won't be harmed." Aigen remained kneeling on the ground, silent, as the blonde mercenary coldly turned and said, "I wonder if he'll be lucky." He sat up and watched them leave. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, kid!" Aigen turned around in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, a large foot slammed his head into the ground. The mercenaries said that the newcomers would receive a welcoming ceremony. One of them worriedly asks, "What if he can't take it and dies? He's just a kid, and he looks so weak." Looking at Aigen, he's gasping for air, his wounds reopening. The blonde mercenary sneered, "If he can't take it, he can't take it." But then, footsteps approached, and suddenly, a powerful force sent the two men flying. The bald mercenary tried to attack, but Maie anticipated his move, striking him with a knee to the face, sending blood flying. She indifferently watched the two men sprawled out on the ground, her expression stern. The bald guy, clutching his injured nose, asked, "Hey, what's your problem?" She frowned in annoyance and replied, "You guys are too annoying." The blonde, still unafraid, asked what was going on, but she coldly retorted, "Do you need another reason?" The two were speechless, and realizing they couldn't win, they fled. Maya finally turned to Yijin, who was sprawled on the ground, and coldly ordered him to get up. Approaching him, she says, "If you don't want to die..." Yijin, still confused, stares blankly at her. Seeing his expression, Maya frowned and sternly demanded, "Didn't you hear me? Get up." He remained on the ground, prompting her to angrily ask if he was listening to her at all. Yijin didn't react, and losing patience, Maya grabbed his collar, lifting him like a rag doll. Suddenly, a phone rang, pulling Yijin back to reality. He looked at the screen and saw Maya was calling. As soon as he answered, she spoke urgently, "Yijin, I've heard a little about what happened." Hamchan somberly reveals that Jia is the target, and the assassin is rumored to be a former colleague of Yijin's, to which Yijin coldly replies that they didn't catch the assassin, and he doesn't even know who hired them. He was startled to hear him say the assassin wouldn't act for a while, but finding him would be difficult. Suddenly, he asked, "Lijin, are you okay?" Surprised by the question, Yijin simply replies, "Huh?" His face turned indifferent as he replied, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Hamshan frowned and said, "How can you be fine? A former colleague suddenly appears to assassinate the person he's protecting, and he doesn't even want to see those people from the past." Yijin stops dead in his tracks at that statement. He offered again, telling Yijin to let him know if he was having any difficulties, okay? Hearing those warm words, Yijin responded, and Hamchan immediately interjected, annoyed, telling him not to say things like that, and to tell him if anything was wrong, instead of suffering alone. Yijin didn't shy away from the concern, gently agreeing, and after the conversation ended, Hamchan sighed, gazing at the sky. At the same time, Yijin silently stared at the phone in his hand. Suddenly a voice called out, "Brother!" Zazian approached, surprising him. Duyan asked softly, "What are you thinking about? Why are you spacing out?" Yijin snapped back to reality, asking, "Auntie?" Her eyes widened in surprise as Zazian exclaimed, "Brother, that's strange. Is something wrong?" Yijin smiled, replying, "No." She frowned, unconvinced. "No, something's definitely up." Yijin and Dudange looked at his sister, smiling gently, as Zazian cheerfully asked if it was because of Iona. Without thinking, he replied, "And she whispered that Iona must be sad." Zazion whined, asking if it was the game rankings, but he shook his head no. The two siblings walked home together, laughing and chatting happily. Mai A watched from afar, unable to believe what she was seeing, and exclaimed, "That expression is insane." Yijin and his sister laughed together, and seeing their expressions only darkens her mood. How can he wear such a face? Amidst the pouring rain in the forest, the mercenary squad stood silently, rainwater mixing with mud and their wounds. Madison loudly announced that the training process was now over. Maya and 004, covered in wounds, stood with the group as the others silently watched, Madison observing them all in silence. Suddenly, he commanded, "Trainee 982, from now on your designation is 001. You will command this unit from now on." Yijin, covered in wounds, stood silently in the rain. Madison continued, his voice devoid of emotion. "Bring it here." A child was dragged across the ground, injured and without mercy, before being thrown at Madison's feet. Madison coldly announced that this was the final drill, and those who fell behind would be executed. He coldly drew his weapon, pointing it at the child, as the rest of the team silently watched, none daring to resist. Madison feigned pity, but Yijin stepped forward, shielding the child, and Madison frowned, asking what he was doing. Yijin replied emotionlessly that the child was now under his unit's protection. Many eyes turned to him, regarding him as an outsider, as Madison casually sentenced the man and smirked, "How dare you?" Yijin remained indifferent, staring back as he calculated his next move. Could he really use his skills against 01 to protect this kid? Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Then prove yourself to your unit." A dagger clatters to the ground before him, and Yijin coldly glares at the blade at his feet. Madison proposes that if he wins, he'll spare the boy's life. Yijin glanced around, noticing Maya in the crowd watching his every move as the others held their breath in silence. The rain continues to fall, and to everyone's surprise, Yijin silently bends down to pick up the knife. But suddenly, a murderous aura rushes toward him. Madison plays dirty, attacking while he's off guard, and though he manages to dodge, Yijin is still injured. Not stopping there, he unleashes another attack. He attacked while taunting, "Good thing you're the best at keeping your balance in a fight." He grinned smugly as Yijin braced himself on the ground. Seizing the moment, Yijin throws a handful of sand into his face. Madison, blinded and in pain, screams out in fury. While he was still in pain, Yijin dashed away, lunging for a dagger, and without hesitation, he gripped the blade tightly. Yijin turns, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve, while his opponent glares back in frustration. He staggered away, cursing Yijin as a cocky brat, but Yijin just stared at him with cold eyes. They both charge at each other with daggers, the blades clashing, creating sparks. Yijin is repeatedly hit, his body covered in wounds, but he doesn't back down. Madison sneers, refusing to accept this, thinking to himself, "Even if you're special, you're just a trainee, how dare you challenge me, the best here?" His eyes burn with hatred as he plots. How dare a kid who doesn't even know how to repent do this? Though wounded, he refused to give up, launching an attack while his opponent was gloating. He struck him before he could react, his eyes wide with shock. Yijin used him as a springboard, his eyes burning with ruthless intent. He struck him hard, leaving a gash across his face. Unable to dodge, he took the full force of the blow. Madison awoke from the nightmare in a cold sweat, clutching his face in terror. In a fit of rage, he knocks over a water bottle, the shattering glass echoing his fury. He grits his teeth, blaming 001 for everything. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at the broken glass. The next morning, Yijin was jogging along a trail, running fast for his exercise. His face was cold, his eyes empty as he stared ahead. He ran through different areas when suddenly Yijin slowed down. Then he stopped, seeing something across the street. Maya, silently watching him. The two went elsewhere to talk. Maya's face darkened as she spoke first, and I blamed the rabid dog for the attack and decided to cut ties with Don for a while. I was attacked, so I'll investigate everything. Yijin heard those words and remained silent. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent as she reminded him, "Lab01, don't mistake this for me approving of you. I still don't like you." Hearing those words made him visibly upset as Maya coldly reminded him, "You betrayed us and left. We cut ties after that. I barely escaped with a few others." Maya didn't need an answer. She stated that 001 had forgotten everything and was having fun with cute kids, leaving Yijin bewildered. She sighs, running a hand through her hair, and says she can't believe he's talking to such a cute little girl. Yijin replies that she's younger than him. Maya turns to him, surprised, and asks, "Huh?" He replies, "She's my sister." She didn't expect that answer, and suddenly Zeon called out from afar. She and her grandfather looked at him in surprise. Maya was still trying to understand what was happening, frozen at the table like a statue, her eyes darting down. Before her was a lavishly laid table of food. Kangsu, having just finished setting the table, smiled and said, "I didn't have much time to prepare, but please, eat as much as you like." Maya, flustered, nodded quickly as Yijin silently observed her from across the table. The four sat down to eat, but the atmosphere was strangely awkward, and Maya remained still, unmoving. His father and sister continued eating as if nothing had changed. Maya hesitated, her mind screaming. She was supposed to kill him, so was this okay? Her expression was troubled. Seeing that she hadn't touched her food, Kangsu asked, "Why aren't you eating? Don't you like the food? Should I make you something else?" Startled by the sudden question, Maya quickly replied, "No, it's nothing," before hastily scooping up a spoonful of soup. She stared at the spoon in her hand, lost in thought, then glanced sideways at him. Meanwhile, Yijin ate normally, unconcerned with the chaos around him, until a childhood memory flashed before his eyes of him eating hardtack in the rain. Maya sat next to him, and they both ate their rations in silence as other mercenaries ate nearby. Suddenly, an explosion erupts in the distance, and the rations fall from their hands as Yijin and the others arm themselves for battle. The explosions grew louder, spreading to the forest around them. Startled, Kangsu spoke up, snapping Maya out of her thoughts, relieved that she enjoyed the food. Just then, her grandfather and Yijin's sister smiled gently at her, causing her hand to freeze. Looking down, she realized she'd finished all the food without even noticing. Kangsu asked worriedly if she knew Yijin from before, and Maya, surprised, asked, "Yijin?" Hearing her astonishment, Yijin quietly replied, "That's my name." Maya is surprised, wondering if 001's name is Yijin. He looks at his grandfather and explains that she didn't know his name because they met before he regained his memories. Kangsu is surprised and asks if they've known each other for a long time, to which he replies, "Yes." Yijin begins to recount the past to his grandfather, recalling how Maya helped him greatly when he first lost his memory, remembering her helping him train. They stood punishment together, did so many things together, and even participated in a life-or-death battle. Back in the present, Yijin indifferently said, "At that time, we were like family." Both he and his sister were shocked and exclaimed in surprise, and Maya's hand froze on the table. She's stunned by the words he just spoke. As dinner ends and night falls, Maya rises, stiffly walking away. Kangsu gently took her hand, saying, "Thank you for taking care of our Li Jin." He smiled warmly and continued, "If Yijin considers you family, then you're family to me too. Don't hesitate to come to me if you ever need anything." Maya was momentarily speechless at his concern. Duzeon bowed politely, bidding her farewell, and Kangsu smiled, telling her he looked forward to seeing her again. She and Yijin headed down the stairs to leave, when she suddenly held up her hand and stared at it intently. She frowned in annoyance as Yijin coldly walked ahead, ignoring her. But as the building's door opened, Maya delivered a swift kick. Furious, she demands to know what he's trying to do, her fists clenching as she asks why he would bring her to meet his family. After regaining his balance, Yijin coldly replied, "My grandfather invited you, not me." Maya, disbelieving, snapped back, "Don't be ridiculous." Her eyes flashed with anger as she retorted, "I'm your enemy. You've brought a wolf into your home. Have you regained your memories only to forget the basics?" Hearing this, he paused and replied, "I've never seen you as an enemy, which is why I introduced you to my family." Those words only fueled Maya's anger, and she demanded, 001, are you planning to lie to your family to hide my identity? Both stopped in their tracks, and Yijin turned slightly to reply, "I have no intention of hiding your identity." Maya's eyes flashed with anger as she questioned him. "Then why call me family?" He calmly replied, "True, not family like my father and sister." He firmly declared, "But to me, the other numbers truly are family." Unexpecting this answer, she glared and asked, "What?" Yijin replied, "In a situation where you could have killed me, you spared me." Maya stares, confused, as he reveals, "My real name is Yu Yijin." At first she doesn't understand and simply stares back in silence. She then pulled her hood over her face and introduced herself, "I'm Maya." Hearing this, he smiled contentedly and gently. Suddenly, he held out a phone and said, "Take this." As Maya took the phone, she glared and asked, "What is this?" Yijin then explained, 006 will contact you through this phone. Just turn it on once a week at 9 p.m. 006 and 032 also want to reach you. Suddenly, Maya punches him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Enraged, she reminds him that she can't forgive his sudden betrayal. Despite his injuries, Yijin doesn't retaliate, remaining silent. Seeing this, Maya turns and quickly walks away. Meanwhile, in an alley, two people witnessed the entire event. Shocked, one whispered, "Am I dreaming? Did I just see a high schooler get beat down?" His companion nodded frantically. "I thought so too." One man wondered if they should pretend they saw nothing, as it would be awkward, and the other quickly agreed. Night has fallen and not a single star dots the sky. Elsewhere, the Mercenary Alliance is on a mission when a voice suddenly calls out from the camp. While 005 was attacked by mysterious mercenaries during a mission, it's not a good time to carry out the mission. Inside a room, Iron's henchman continues to report. It's difficult to mobilize anyone else, as the identities of 005's attackers are still unknown, and Shin Yang Ho is growing impatient for results. Iron coldly replies, "Shin Yang Ho must be losing his patience. We've pushed our limits, but still no results. If we don't act, Shin Yang Ho will take matters into his own hands." Iron's henchmen wondered if that would ruin their plan to use Shin Yang Ho to cooperate with SV-Cap. Iron coldly replied that SV-Cap would suffer heavy losses, while they would lose nothing. He smugly added that they would actually benefit from the internal turmoil within SV-Cap. Young Ho's bodyguard respectfully reported that she had found another job as ordered. He remained silent, and she nervously requested his permission to leave. But in response, Young Ho coldly reminded her, his voice full of anger, that his position was also precarious. He had warned her before, but she ignored him, and she needed to be more careful. Hearing this, she respectfully bowed her head and replied, "Understood." Young Ho clenched his fist, his heart filled with anger. He inwardly reproaches Chairman Iron, who offered to withdraw support, yet now forces his hand. Suddenly, a sinister smile spreads across his face as he plots, "You think I'm nothing without you? I'll prove you wrong." He quietly concluded that this was actually good for him. From now on, relying on Iron would only lead to being manipulated. A sinister smile crept across his face. He had his own plans, to take down Shinji Yiye and seize SV-Cap himself. Meanwhile, at an apartment complex, Hamchang handed Ai-jin a barley drink. "I came to see you before heading back to the military." He coldly asked Ai-jin about his former colleagues, and Ai-jin somberly replied that they had withdrawn. "The Mercenary Union has withdrawn." Hamchang sighed in relief, seemingly noticing Ai-jin's worry, who reassured him, "Don't worry about him. They won't target Director Shinji Yiye anymore." He indifferently stated that they claimed to be unaware of the client's identity, explaining they were trained to work without questions. And noticing his persistence on the past, Hamchang interrupted Fan Nan, saying, "There you go again. Didn't you explain this over the phone?" Ai-jin was a little taken aback by Fan Nan's words, as Hamchang smiled gently, stood up to say goodbye, and said that now that he'd seen his face, he should be going. Before leaving, he reminded Ai-jin, "You remember why you came back here, don't you?" Hearing this, Ai-jin stood up and solemnly replied, "I remember." Hamchang, pleased with the answer, smiled and said, "If you remember, then live your age." With that, he coldly walked away, his voice fading into the distance. "See you again." Ai-jin silently watched Hamchang's figure disappear into the distance. The next morning, a line of cars stretched out in front of a building. Inside the car, GE coldly asks if the major returned to the training grounds this morning. Ai-jin nonchalantly replies that they had met earlier. Hearing him say that, GE exclaimed, "So that's why he left early to see you." Then, remembering something, she sighed and said, "Even on holidays, I'm always with you guys. I have nothing to worry about. You guys must be bored, stuck with me, and unable to go anywhere." The captain of Team 2 silently listens to their conversation. Gia then remarked that it seemed like he hadn't had a vacation in a while, and couldn't even take personal leave, a thought that sent him into contemplation. Ai-jin recalls his conversation with Team 2 leader, who asked him to keep Director Shinji Yi's targeting a secret from the chairman, and Ai-jin readily agreed. The squad leader gave a bitter laugh, saying, "Very well." He continued, expressing his worries, "I'm sure many of the chairman's family have experienced this. The head of SVK has faced kidnappings and threats since childhood, and recently, both Yona and the director were abducted. The 2nd Division captain is deeply concerned. It would be devastating if news of an assassination attempt were to follow." With a grave expression, he stated that attempted murder was different from kidnapping and threats, and that, knowing the director, she would still do what needed to be done, but her mental state would certainly be unstable. Ai-jin could only listen in silence. Seeing this, the captain continued, relieved that someone in the guard team knew the assassin. Otherwise, I would have been caught in a huge lie, and I'd have to be on guard for a long time, not knowing who's behind it all. Suddenly, Ji's question pulls him back to reality. But aren't you supposed to be at school today? Why, Jin? Startled, he repeated, What? She reiterated her question. Aren't you going to school? After hearing the question clearly, Jin was stunned for a moment, then turned away and said, Oh, that. I don't want to go. Surprised by his answer, Ji asked again, What? Then she suddenly laughed, exclaiming, Now I see how fake I am. Her laughter filled the car with silence as traffic flowed along the road. Suddenly, on a city street corner, a pedestrian signal displays a red hand, signaling, Stop. The streets bustle with people as, inside a nearby house, a soft, subtle sound rings out. 006 was enjoying his water when he opened his phone to see a picture of Ji Ye. He stared intently at the image he'd just received, and a strange smile crept across his face. He coldly ordered, Contact 001. Hearing this, 032 happily complied. Okay. He dialed the number excitedly, and as soon as the call connected, he eagerly said, 001. It's me, and I have a gift for you. A cold voice on the other end asked, What gift? Hearing that voice, 032's eyes widened in surprise as Manhwa continued, Are you saying the fact that you're alive is the gift? 032's face grew paler with each word. He whispered, That voice. 005. Hearing Manhwa's name, 006 frantically asked, 005. 032 angrily jumped up and shouted, How did you get that phone? Did you kill 001? Manhwa coldly ordered, Silence. Give the phone to 006. Hearing her anger, 032 obediently replied, Okay. Frozen, 032 hands the phone to his brother. 005 wants to talk to you. 006 sighs, takes the phone, and asks with a smile, What's up? Did you meet 001? Manhwa confirms, Yes, the one who should be dead is doing just fine. 006 laughs. Right. 005, I need you to meet 001. Manhwa asks in surprise, Why? 006 sighs, What choice do I have? You have the phone we use to contact 001. Hearing this, Manhwa fell silent in thought, then suddenly laughed, exclaiming, You really are Ro6. Ro6 simply smiled in response. Meanwhile, at Yijin's school, Zion voiced her thoughts. I heard Yijin went abroad. Zion excitedly replied, Yeah, I heard he went to see an old friend. Surprised, she asked, You heard that? Zion shook her head. I don't know. I also heard he'll be back in a few days. Hearing that, Zion sighed sadly. That's so long, and he won't answer my calls anymore. At the same time, a plane was landing, and Yijin walked out of the airport, looking around for a car, when he suddenly stopped, seeing something. In the distance, 032 is waiting for him by the car, driven by 006, who have both been waiting for a long time. The scene shifts to outside an apartment building, now in the evening, with leftover food and dishes piled up in the kitchen. 006 coldly says, Recently, 032 has overheard some information about SVCap on your end, so I investigated as a precaution. He then held up Gia's picture, saying he'd uncovered something unexpected. Someone from SVCap was seeking revenge. He'd changed his identity to take the job and received this picture. 006 continued, saying he was tasked with killing the woman in the photo. Was he her bodyguard? Yijin fell silent, his eyes fixed. After a moment, he finally spoke. Who was your client? I-06 immediately laid 3 photos on the table, saying he recognized her, but as Yijin silently examined the pictures, 006 continued, saying it seemed his real client was this man. The photo was of Shin Yang-ho, a truth that darkened Yijin's expression. Seeing this, 006 added that there was no proof Shin Yang-ho had ordered the hit. 005 continued his investigation, chuckling as he said, The woman who made the deal with me lives right next door. These guys tend to leave evidence of their misdeeds. Just then, 032, focused on his keyboard, exclaimed that he'd retrieved the file and urgently told them to leave, as the target was on their way back. The scene shifts to a brightly lit hallway, where a figure abruptly yanks a phone connected to a computer. May A slowly looks back at the computer screen. It's over. At the same time, elsewhere, Shin Yang-ho's bodyguard stares ahead, brow furrowed. She's in the elevator, and with a ding, the doors open to reveal something shocking. Before her stood May A, face hidden beneath a hat, staring coldly ahead. A sharp gaze that instantly triggered alarm bells in Shin Yang-ho's bodyguard. but the two only exchanged sharp glances for a moment before going their separate ways. Inside the elevator, Mei silently followed the bodyguard's every step. Before the doors closed, she shot a sharp glare, her eyes fixed on the path of Shin Yang-ho's bodyguard. Immediately after, the elevator doors closed completely, and back in the room the table was still covered with food and drinks. Meanwhile, Yijin had been silently contemplating something. He suddenly recalled Inguk's gentle voice saying, "I admire what your uncle does." With that thought, Yijin's eyes darkened as 032's cold voice echoed, "Found it." This immediately grabs his attention as the scene shifts to an office where the evening sun casts long shadows through the window. Yang-ho frowned, confused. "GAA's bodyguard, that high school kid, came to see me alone?" Shin Yang-ho's bodyguard nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I was going to turn him away, but I wanted to inform you first. Should I send him away?" He scoffed. "No, let him in. Let's see what the kid wants." She immediately responded, "Understood." Once she was gone, he pondered, why would he come here? To sell Ji Ye's information. As he thought this, Yijin and his bodyguard entered. He cast a cold glance towards his seat as Yang-ho generously offered, "Have a seat." He continued, "I thought I misheard. What brings you here?" Just then, a phone rang, drawing his attention. "Oh, hold on. I need to take this call. Chairman, how can I help you?" The voice on the other end dripped with false warmth. "Is that Yang-ho?" His face instantly fell. "Yes, sir," a cold voice echoed. "You've crossed the line." Yang-ho chuckled in response. "Chairman, I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing that, he paused, then asked, "So, you ordered someone to kill Ji Ye, didn't you?" Yang-ho's eyes widened in horror. How did he know? But outwardly, he hastily defended himself. "Grandfather, what are you saying? How could I do that to my sister?" His cold voice echoed, "Do you think I'd bring this up without being sure?" Yang-ho paused, wondering, does he have proof? Seeing that he didn't respond, Inguk spoke again. "Stop everything you're doing and come back here immediately." At this point, Yang-ho's anger reached its peak. "I don't like that," he declared. "I built it, so it should be mine." Yang-ho's face darkened as he slowly challenged, "If you want to bring me down, I'll fight back with all my might, and SV Cap will be torn apart, dragging down the company's value." His bold claim echoed, stating the police wouldn't accept his evidence. Yang-ho listened silently to his continued threats that if this went public, the company will suffer even more losses, and what will happen to the chairman's beloved employees. With that, Yang-ho sneered, "Besides, didn't you beg me to come back?" Inguk frowned and remained silent, while Yang-ho, losing control, growled, "I'm not going back. Never." With that, he hung up immediately, and Yang-ho, enraged, crushed his phone, wondering how the chairman knew. Just then, his eyes met the person sitting next to him. Yang-ho stared blankly as Yijin answered the phone. On the other end, a voice ordered, "Bring Yang-ho back here. I'll arrange your return flight." He immediately agreed. "Understood." Then, Yijin hung up and stood up. Yang-ho angrily asks if he's here to take him, but Yijin only gives a knowing look. Yang-ho's bodyguard raises an eyebrow in disbelief, but in this tense atmosphere, he suddenly covers his face and bursts out laughing. "This is insane." Yang-ho scoffs, wondering what the chairman is thinking, sending a kid to apprehend him. He looks at Yijin and asks if the chairman really thinks he'll just go along quietly if asked, but he simply replied, "No." Yang-ho raised his brow and clicked his tongue. "So, you're really telling me to come with you?" Again, Yijin remained silent, and Yang-ho, losing patience, ordered his men to drag him away, to which his bodyguard quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Then, Yang-ho's bodyguard spoke into her radio, ordering, "VIP room now!" But there was no response, and she raised her brow, asking, "Do you hear me?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the guard lay unconscious, the voice in his earpiece still demanding a response. It turns out, Mie had taken down all the guards below and was swiftly heading for the entrance. Elsewhere, security monitors display the bodyguards sprawled throughout the halls. 032 stares blankly at the screens amidst his fallen comrades. Back in the office, Yang-ho frowned and asked what was wrong, and the bodyguard stammered that there was no response. His face paled as Yijin stepped forward. He watches him silently as Yang-ho demands in disbelief, "No security is responding?" His bodyguard frowns, muttering, "How could we lose contact with the entire security team?" Suddenly she frowned warily and rushed to stand in front of Yang-ho, as Yijin watched with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Yang-ho frowned and asked what she was doing and why she was pointing a gun at him. She explained that the lack of contact with the security team meant it was more than just a simple problem, and there were no issues when she let him in earlier. Ying-ho understood, and she quickly added that he had accomplices. Shocking, Ying-ho. Just then, the office door burst open, and Ying-ho stared in horror. Sin Yang-ho's bodyguard also glanced over warily. It was Mai-ha, who wordlessly pointed her gun at the doorway. In a flash, Yi-jin darted in front of Mai-ha, a lightning-fast move that shocked her. Without hesitation, she opened fire on Mai-ha, who was trying to hide behind the sofa. Then, to the shock of the two Yang-hos, Mai-ha suddenly lunged towards them, gritting her teeth and pulling the trigger again. But Mai-ha knocked the gun out of the bodyguard's hand. She immediately threw a punch, but the bodyguard blocked it just before it landed. Her eyes widened in surprise as Mai-ha's familiar face appeared before her. Remembering the earlier scene, she asked in a low voice, "Who is Mei?" Mai-ha's sharp gaze pierced her heart. But Mai-ha was too quick, landing a devastating blow, though Sin Yang-ho's bodyguard recovered quickly. Enraged, she throws a punch, but Mai-ha dodges it, and as the fist nears her stomach, she catches Mai-ha's hand. Unwilling to accept this, Mai-ha struck her elbow with a powerful blow, then followed up with a devastating hit to the chin. Mai-ha then grabs the bodyguard by the collar and delivers a knee strike to the face, finally bringing Yang-ho's bodyguard down. Meanwhile, Mai-ha just stared coldly at her, when suddenly an angry roar echoed from behind. "Freeze!" It turns out Yang-ho got a hold of a gun, and now he's pointing it right at her, angrily asking why he would let her be a bodyguard. Hearing this, Yi-rin and Mai-ha frowned in confusion as Yang-ho declared, "Enough! I'm not going back to Hondo. Leave if you don't want to die and tell him." His face suddenly turned cold. "If this happens again, I'll kill them all, so don't even think about capturing me." Yang-ho grits his teeth, vowing he won't forgive them, revealing he's already dealt with G, and that even if he's locked away, he'll still get what he wants. SV cap will be his. At that moment, Yi-rin suddenly stepped forward, taking him completely by surprise. Yang-ho roared, threatening him to stop or die, but he coldly continued forward, ignoring the gun pointed at him. Seeing this, he yelled, "You're a fool! You think I wouldn't sell?" But before he could finish, Yi-rin was on him like the wind, seizing his hand. Before Yang-ho's horrified eyes, he coldly replied, "That's right." And with that, Yi-rin punched Yang-ho square in the face. This blow disfigured his face, and blood gushed out like a spring. Yi-rin then grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. After a flurry of blows, Yi-rin throws Yang-ho away, blood splattering on the surrounding cabinets. Yang-ho is in no better shape, his face swollen, blood mixing from his nose and mouth. Seeing this, Mei sighs, 01, isn't it ridiculous that you can't shoot someone pointing a gun at you? He replies blandly, "I can't help it, he's not my enemy." At that moment, 006 chimed in. "That's right, he's security, not an assassin." Their appearance made Mei, Sinoi, raise her eyebrows in surprise. 032 spoke up, saying they'd erased all traces around and inside the building. 006 chuckled, asking if anyone else felt strange, since it had been so long since they'd worked together. He was met with only silence before the four of them exchanged strange, knowing smiles. Yi-jin abruptly announces that it's time to return. Back at the SVK group, Yi-chun kneels on the ground, muttering, "Father, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not teaching my son well." With a cold expression, Young-guk says, "I don't know how you found out about this, but I won't let it go this time. Yang-ho has crossed the line." Yi-chun, with tears in his eyes, looks up in disbelief. "Father, what do you mean? I will never let this go either." Then he knelt down and pleaded, "Yang-ho is my son, but he is also my child. He tried to assassinate his own family. If you won't do it, I'll punish him myself. You can't let him off the hook." In response, Inguk was left speechless as Yi-chun tearfully said, "I came to apologize for not raising my children properly." Inguk sighed. "Even I don't always listen to my parents." He paused, then continued, saying, "Yang-ho has been away from my care for quite some time." Yi-chun trembled as he begged for forgiveness, but inwardly he cursed Yang-ho, calling him a fool. The scene shifts to Yi-jin's apartment, where he slowly pulls his suitcase home. Jazian rushes to greet him, asking if he's back and if he met his old friend. Yi-jin smiles gently in response, and Jazian cheerfully tells him to put down his luggage and take a bath, as he's made a lot of food to welcome him home. Hearing this, Kang-soo shyly waved his hands, saying it wasn't a big deal and not because of Yi-jin. He just wanted to feed Ion well. Jazian chuckled, saying he understood. Seeing the two so happy, Yi-jin was suddenly stunned. He recalled Yi Yang-ho's resentful face and Ingok's sorrowful eyes. Then Yi-jin looked at the bashful Kang-soo and thought, no, that's not it. All of this brought a smile to his face. A very bright smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, asking about breaking off the engagement. Yijin knew Diaz with a smile. Yes, she asked confused. Father, why the sudden change? Why even arrange the marriage in the first place? He explains, it was because we initially needed to rely on an old military family to enter the defense industry. Yijin casually continued, but we don't need them anymore. SVCap is still a new company, but the hardest times are over. Yang frowned, confused, but suddenly calling off the engagement like that will cause a lot of trouble. He calmly replied that he thought so too, but he'd found another connection with much better conditions. Yu Yang was shocked to hear this, and her expression immediately darkened. So that was his real goal. Replacing him, Yijin only offered a forced smile, remaining silent. Yi Yang continued. I also heard my brother was stripped of his power, and I can't even see him. He couldn't have withdrawn on his own. He's far too ambitious. What exactly is going on? Yijin calmly replies that he crossed the line and deserved what he got. Hearing this, the suspicion in her eyes grew. Father can't unilaterally call off the engagement like that. Yijin's stern voice echoed, Yi Yang Ho has caused a very serious problem, but his position is important. We must do everything we can to protect the company. This left Yi Yang deep in thought, and with nothing more to say, he stood up, telling her he would take care of everything. Just then, Yi Jin, who had been standing guard outside, heard the door open, and the bodyguards bowed respectfully, but Yi Jin's eyes turned colder than ever. He frowned, staring at his father's retreating figure, then followed Yi Jin. His father chuckled to himself, relieved the chairman was only angry with Yi Yang Ho, but his own position could still be shaken by this. The corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. If he could control Yi Yang, everything would be fine. He had to make sure this engagement was cancelled. After Yijin left, Yi Yang stared blankly at her phone, wondering, cancel the engagement? Back to that day? Ham Chang awkwardly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Kang Ham Chang, followed by his gentle words. I'm fine, just focus on your work. Or, the times Ham Chang earnestly promised, don't worry, it's nothing big, I'll be by your side. All this tenderness made Yi Yang think. Just then, the leader of Team 2 approached, announcing that it was time for the director to leave. Yi Yang coldly asked where Yi Yang Ho was, and that her search for him should be kept secret. His expression immediately darkened, and soon after, they set off to find Yi Yang Ho. Yi Yang scrolled through her phone, pondering. Breaking off the engagement. It's just a marriage of convenience anyway. There's no love involved. Even so, she felt incredibly gloomy. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Yi Yang sighed sorrowfully, and the atmosphere in the car fell into silence. After a moment, she called out, Yijin, and he softly replied, yes. Yi Yang gently asked, what kind of person do you think the major is? Yijin glanced over at her. He softly replied, I don't know him that well, but he's a good person. Yijin then confided, he's also someone I trust the most. Yi Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and even the captain of Team 2 glanced over. After a moment, she chuckled. For a cold person like you to say that, he must be truly good. These words confuse Yi Jin, and she suddenly closes up before laughing and saying to cancel today's schedule. A very emotional decision that Yi Jin doesn't understand. The captain of Squad 2 froze as well as they changed their plans to head to the military assembly point. It was getting late, and the soldiers cheerfully greeted him upon arrival. Yi Jin, long time no see. How have you been? Yi Jin quietly replied, I'm fine. How is everyone else? They chuckled, saying they were doing okay and that they didn't know he was his girlfriend's bodyguard. Then they all glanced at Yi Ye with shining eyes, marveling at how beautiful she was and wondering where he found her. After that, they suddenly grumbled, how can someone like him have a girlfriend when I have no one? Yi Jin, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Yi Jin, hearing this, simply stares at them, bewildered. While inside the building, Yi Ye sits face to face with Ham Chan. He smiled gently and asked what she was doing here. Yi Ye replied softly, you often come to my workplace, so why can't I come here? Ham Chan was flustered, but before he could finish speaking, Yi Ye added that she was only asking because he seemed bothered by her presence. Ham Chan vehemently denied it, but his reaction only made Yi Ye laugh, saying she just happened to be passing by. Hearing that, Ham Chan was stunned, but Yi Ye replied, don't come any further than I thought, so I can only stay for a bit. Seeing this, Ham Chan muttered, but is something bothering you? At that, Yi Ye frowned, asking, what? He stammered, I don't know, you just seem different than usual. Yi Ye wondered, do I look strange? As she pondered, Ham-chan spoke again. I don't know what's going on. I wonder if I can even be of any help. Ye stares intently at Ham-chan, who continues, I don't have much money and I can't sell my family's land. Seeing her silence, Ham-chan's confidence dwindled, and he chuckled. Well, that's that. He then began to express his thoughts. After all, I'm just a soldier, so I don't know much about society. I don't have talent like you, Ye, and I've always wondered how I could be of more help to you. Even so, Ham-chan added, no matter what, I will always be on your side. His words were so firm that Ye looked up at him. Ham-chan looked at her seriously and said, even if your family opposes, I will be by your side. This heartfelt confession takes Ye by surprise, but Ham-chan lowers his head, saying, I'm sorry, it's all I can do. Withdrawing her words, the air between them fell silent, her hands clenching tightly in her lap. Then, Ye looked up and softly said, Thank you. Ham-chan stared blankly at her beautiful, gentle face for a few seconds, then lowered her eyes and softly asked, Lieutenant, I want to ask you something. Ham-chan spoke seriously. Go on. In the twilight, her beautiful face was radiant, but her words were heartless. Please, break off the engagement with me. Hearing this, Ham-chan was stunned in disbelief, as Shin Ye and Yu Ye-jin sat in the car. Each person looked in a different direction, not speaking a word, while the two bodyguards in black suits focused on their work in the front seats. The eyes of everyone in the car were clouded with thought, making the space unusually silent. Rui. In that space, Director Shin looked out the car window, her reflection revealing she was lost in thought, recalling when she met Kang, who seemed to have something difficult to say. Facing the beautiful Director Shin, he hesitated, then finally spoke. Oh, that. He then lowered his head, unsure how to respond as Director Shin awaited his answer. Faced with his attitude, she remained silent, patiently waiting for the words to come from the man before her. After a moment's hesitation, Kang couldn't help but smile. Okay, he said, but despite the smile, his face betrayed his worry. Upon hearing this, Director Shin asked, Don't you want to know why I'm suddenly asking for this? His eyes grew melancholy, as if he already suspected something. G must have a reason. Director Shin stares at the man before her, silently awaiting a satisfactory answer. I'll tell my family to call off the engagement immediately, he says. Surprised, Shin Ji asks, Why? Before she can react, Kang continues. It would be disingenuous if you asked to break off the engagement, so I'll choose the right time to tell my family. Hearing his answer, Ji remained silent, lost in thought. Her reflection in the car window revealed a face etched with contemplation. I was looking for my phone, she thought. Yes, he doesn't belong in my world, and I went straight to the point so he wouldn't drag it out. I thought he'd try to. She then dialed her father's number. In a luxurious, well-organized room, G.E.'s father answered his daughter's call at his desk. G, what's going on? We just saw each other. On the other end of the line, G.E. carefully explained everything to her father. I just spoke with him. Let's call off the engagement. Yi-jin, who was sitting next to her, seemed very surprised to hear this, his eyes widening in shock. After hearing this, G.E.'s father hurriedly asks if she's already spoken to him, stressing that they can't be held responsible for the breakup, and whether she brought it up, and what she'll do if he doesn't agree. With a cold tone, G replied, I only spoke when I was sure. We may be the ones changing our minds, but he'll feel like he's at fault. Her father didn't seem pleased, and with gritted teeth he asked, when was this? Gee quickly replied that she was on her way back after speaking with him, to which the voice on the other end responded that she had done well, and that it must have been difficult to meet him in person, so he would take care of things on his side. After hanging up, she fell into thought everything was now done. She felt much lighter, it wasn't complicated at all, and with that she called out to the bodyguard, Squad 2 Captain. He immediately responded, yes. She crossed her arms, instructing him to send Choi's file to Yi-jin right away. He respectfully obeyed, understood. Then G.E. turned to him. Yi-jin. He turns, listening intently to her instructions, while on Ji's father's side, he slams his fist on the table after hearing from his daughter. His hand clenches until his knuckles turn white. He can't believe he has to do this. Those damn kids. Then he glances back coldly. Chief Choi, carry out what you've prepared. Choi bowed his head in response. Yes, in a forest, the sun began to peek over the distant mountains as Ham-chang sat, lost in thought about yesterday's conversation with Ji. Her image is still vivid in his mind. Thank you. He couldn't help but sigh. The nearby soldiers murmured amongst themselves, wondering what was wrong with him, saying he'd been like this since yesterday. One ventured a guess. Dumped, maybe? Others agreed, feeling sorry for him. What should we do? What does one do when heartbroken? Drink alone, of course, at a bar. Hamchang nursed his drink, refilling it as soon as it was empty, drinking like it was water. His eyes stared blankly into space, recalling when they had arranged to meet at a cafe. He was dressed smartly, but with a gloomy mood, wanting to leave immediately, thinking, I can't believe this is happening. An arranged marriage without even seeing each other first? Seriously, her photos must be heavily photoshopped. What if she looks different in person? As he pondered, someone approached him. Startled, he blurted out, Huh? It was Jai, dressed elegantly, smiling gently and saying hello. Struck by her beauty, he blurted out his thoughts. You're even more beautiful than your photos. Jai, surprised, asked, What? Now, he only has alcohol to keep him company. And in desperation, he downs his drink in one gulp, angrily cursing under his breath. Damn it, He slams the glass on the table, clearly upset. As he poured another drink, a voluptuous woman approached, asking, Why are you drinking like that? She casually sat beside him, offering, Can I join you? He politely declines with a smile, saying he prefers to drink alone, which visibly displeases her as she scans him with a calculating gaze. Suddenly, she turns around as if drawn by something, and Hamchan follows her gaze. A server was bowing apologetically to two disgruntled customers, while the girl slipped an unknown powder into Hamchan's drink. The powder quickly dissolves, and after completing her task, she smooths her hair and leaves, saying, I guess I can't help anymore? Bye. Hamchan doesn't stop her, silently watching her fade into the distance. He then picks up the drugged glass, ready to drink, but suddenly a hand stops him. Yijin kindly suggested he stop drinking, but Hamchan looked at him, confused, and asked why he was there. He quietly sets the glass down, saying he's had enough to drink, as Hamchan stares at him thoughtfully. He then lowered his head, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Yeah, I know. Just got dumped, so why am I so pathetic? The alcohol was taking its toll, and he could barely stand, relying on Yijin for support. The two then head down to the parking garage, where Yijin gently helps him into the car to rest. The drunken Hamchan mumbles, Yijin, I'm sorry for drinking so much. But Yijin reassures him, it's okay. He quickly falls asleep, leaving Yijin out in the cold, who recalls his earlier conversation with Jie. She showed him a photo on her phone, introducing Choi as her father's confidant and the vice president's right-hand man. As she scrolled through her iPad, she carefully instructed him, given the vice president's personality, he's bound to do something in the next few days, and Choi will be in charge of it, so keep an eye on him. Yijin quietly closed the car door for Hamchan, but as he was about to leave, something caught his attention. A group of burly men stood before Yijin, with a woman standing proudly in their midst. As night falls at SVCap, Jie speaks with Yijin on the phone, asking if her father plans to frame the major by drugging his drink. He confirms, and she tells him to stay by the major's side. Those hulking men have all been effortlessly defeated. It's 3:40 a.m. at SVCap. Back at the office, the captain of Team 2 continued his work, standing silently like a statue, while Jie pondered her father's actions, suspecting he was trying to frame the major. She sighed, typical of her father, acting so quickly. Truly unexpected. Seeing his master still deep in thought, the leader of Team 2 reassured her, telling her not to worry as she knew Yijin's capabilities. Despite knowing this, she remained silent for a long time before her phone suddenly rang. It was the major. Why was he calling at this hour? Wasn't he asleep? She quickly answered to see if something urgent had happened. Meanwhile, the major's grandfather shouts in his sleep, Yijin, I love you, leaving Yijin utterly bewildered while he slumbers on, oblivious to what just happened. Yijin was utterly bewildered, and the captain of Team 2 beside her was equally speechless. Meanwhile, in Yijin's father's room, he was on the phone with someone, asking suspiciously, Really? The other person immediately replied, I apologize. It seems someone from Hamchan intervened. The man apologized, saying it happened too fast to react and it wouldn't happen again. Yijin was unsympathetic, threatening that this was his last chance and he'd be finished if he failed again. The man respectfully obeyed, and after ending the call, his face darkened. Then he suddenly turned to his underlings with a stony glare, and they were too afraid to look up. One of the underlings cautiously spoke up. I'm sorry, I let the others handle it when I was busy. I thought it would be enough. Before he could finish, the leader punched him square in the face. He roared, You let those kids handle it? He pressed, You're getting too big for your britches, aren't you? How many times have I given you this job? Why this time, huh? His anger reaching a boiling point, he roared, I gave you a job. Your underlings messed up, so you should have taken care of it yourself. Back to Zichun, he curses under his breath, calling them useless. In the heat of the moment, Jai's sudden appearance surprises him, and he asks, "What are you doing here at this hour?" She replied that she had something to say, and he asked with a hint of patience, "What is it now?" Ji sat down gently and asked, "Father, when are you coming home?" Zichun smiles and replies, "I have to finish my work first. What is it?" She states frankly, "I just want you to come home." He blurts out in surprise, "Huh?" Jai, unfazed, crossed her arms and said, "That's right. I want you to retire and come home." Zichun was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Jie, I'm already upset about Yang Ho. Why are you making things difficult for me?" She sighed. "You don't need to be sad. We're not children." He retorted, displeased. How can a father not care about his children? But Jai seemed unconvinced. "Tell me the truth." She raised her eyebrows slightly, saying it's not because they're his children, but because they're his subordinates, right? Subordinates must obey. But Yang Ho acted on his own. Zichun remained silent, gazing at her for a long time before closing his eyes in resignation, admitting, of course, he needs a cool head to run this company. So many mistakes could happen. He also reminded her, "Jai, don't make mistakes by acting on emotion." She calmly replied, "I think you misunderstand, but I'm not talking about this time." Then she suddenly smiled meaningfully. "I think your actions will cause trouble for the company." Zichun asked, puzzled, and Jia continued, saying it's probably because he's been abroad for so long that he looks down on everyone here. Hearing this, he could only smile, telling her she was still too young. His arrogance shines through. "All right, I understand, but what should I do?" "I don't intend to listen to you anyway." He lectures her, saying, "This is why you need more experience. I know you're good at business, but it's not enough." Jai listens silently, but at your age, you've already achieved so much. Your position at SVCap gives you opportunities others don't, and I'm on the verge of success. But you've never faced someone like me. Not until now. Zichun's gaze was equally cold. "You think I, the vice president of SVCap, would listen to you?" Hearing him say that, Ji could only remain silent. Seeing this, he continued, "Ji, sometimes you have to prove yourself instead of just talking." The room fell into a stifling silence after their conversation. Suddenly, Jai's phone rang. It was Yijin on the other end. All of Choi's accomplices were down for the count. Jaijin single-handedly took down dozens of men and informed Jai while Choi suffered the same fate, falling at Yijin's feet and confessing all of the vice president's shady dealings. Meanwhile, as Jai faced her father, she had a response ready. "Father, I think Chief Choi is injured. You should go visit him." Surprised, her father asked her to repeat herself, and Jai continued, "Isn't he your right-hand man?" Hearing this, he knew his actions had been exposed, and his face darkened, realizing Jaiji had finally come of age. With that, Jaiji stood and said, "You're not young enough to do whatever you want anymore." She added, "Get home safe, Dad. I won't be seeing you at the airport. I'm busy." Jaiji has won this battle, and she confidently departs. The next morning, the sun rises. Hamshan wakes up, still dazed, wondering how he got home, then remembers Yijin brought him back after he got drunk. Just then, the doorbell rang, and he wearily looked toward the door, surprised by what he saw. Jaiji crossed her arms, asking, "Just waking up?" He startled, sweating, and replied, Yeah." She casually mentioned, "I've been working all night, haven't slept at all." Then smiling, she suggested, "Let's grab a bite, I'm starving." When Jaiji asks him out, he's stunned but agrees. Rewind to when Yijin first entered the camp. Unaccustomed to the climate, he's struck with a terrible fever. As he stares at his pathetic hands, someone calls out to him. Yijin looks pale, and he's too exhausted to notice anything around him. As the boy approached to ask if he was okay, Yijin finally snapped out of it and looked to see who it was. "Are you all right?" It was an older boy who had been there longer, saying loudly, "You haven't looked well for a while now." Yijin could only pant, weakened by fever, but the other recruit seemed to have ill intentions, kicking him to the ground and then brutally attacking his stomach, causing him immense pain. The bully revealed a sinister grin, threatening, "All your supplies are mine now, got it?" Hearing those words, Yijin's eyes widened, and he decided to retaliate, kicking the guy in the stomach. Despite his disadvantage, he manages to knock the boy down, then quickly moves to lock his neck and twist his arm, causing him to scream in agony. The bully is now flattened like a pancake, while Yijin, after subduing him, is left panting with exhaustion. Suddenly, a voice from behind praised his efforts. It was the mad dog, followed by 3 or 4 armed men, who reminded him without blinking, "This is a wild place. If you don't want to die, don't show your weaknesses to the other trainees or even your future colleagues." Don't show them, understand? Those words echoed in his head, startling him awake. Yijin sat in his hospital bed, panting, while at school students bustled about with their friends. Though he had recovered and returned to school, Zazen still worried, asking if he was okay, saying he didn't look well. He reassured her gently, saying he was fine. She knew he was lying but wasn't angry, only worried for him. Yijin saw Zazen's expression and understood, reminding his sister to get to class. Before leaving, Zazen reminded her brother to tell her if he felt sick, to which Yijin replied, "Okay," in class 3-2. While others chatted happily, Yijin sat alone, looking exhausted. Seeing this, Jaehyu enthusiastically invited him. "Yijin, we're going to get a snack. Want to come?" But there was no response from him. Sweat poured down his face, and he seemed lost in thought. Jaehyu worriedly called out, "Hey, Yijin." But despite his friend's calls, he remained motionless, like a statue. Looking down at his desk, everything that was once clear suddenly blurs. It seems he has a high fever but still forces himself to attend class. Suddenly, a female student's hand rests on his forehead, asking, "Yijin, what's wrong? Are you sick?" Instinctively, he grabbed her hand, startling Zion-A, who whimpered, "Yijin, you're hurting me." Yijin stared at her for a moment, then quickly pulled his hand away, apologizing softly. Zion-A, seemingly worried, asked if he was okay, noting his feverish forehead. Hearing this, the other classmates were shocked, and Jaehyu jumped up, exclaiming, "Yijin has a fever?" Hyujin also worried, "Hey, are you okay?" "Yijin, you should go home early." Yijin didn't respond, staring blankly at them. Soon, a pile of food appeared on his desk, and Jaehyu earnestly advised him to eat a lot during times like these. Yijin stared at the food, speechless, as the group ran laps together in the bodyguard training room, just like any other day. Suddenly, Yijin leaned on his knees, panting. The others noticed and whispered, "Yijin doesn't seem to be doing well today." "Yeah, he's a little off." Seeing Yijin's condition, a kind man approached him with a water bottle, asking, "Yijin, are you okay? Here, drink this." Then he turned to the 2nd Division captain, saying, "Captain, Yijin doesn't look so good." Seeing sweat stream down his face and his breath growing heavy, the captain of Team 2 agreed. "He really does look terrible." Then he spoke, telling Yijin to go home early if he wasn't feeling well, but instead of listening, he insisted he was fine. He quietly reminded him that he didn't look well, but Yijin stubbornly replied that he was fine. Hearing this, he was left speechless with the kid, and Yijin was in the familiar car. She glared and asked if he was sick, but of course his response was to hide it, saying he was fine, as if he didn't want anyone to worry about him. But Yijin is her superior, and she orders him with concern. "I've heard everything. You don't look well. Go home early." But he keeps saying, "I'm fine." Annoyed, she slams down the documents and directly instructs, "Team leader of Team 2, call Professor Kang and tell him to schedule a time. I'm heading straight there." He immediately replies, "Yes." At SV Cap's hospital, the doctor says he has a fever of 40 degrees. It seems Yijin will have to intervene, so he can't avoid it. He sighs, thinking, "Good thing I'm not a normal person. Someone with a fever of 40 degrees wouldn't even be able to move." It proves that both his physical condition and his thoughts are extraordinary. After being diagnosed with a 40-degree fever, Jai insisted on taking him home, telling him to return if his fever didn't break after taking the medicine. Before leaving, she reminded him, "Rest up and don't work, got it?" She went on and on, telling him not to leave the house until he recovered, before finally leaving, satisfied. Yijin silently watched the car drive away, a bag full of medicine in his hand, his eyes thoughtful as he looked down at it, then back up at the empty road ahead. A moment later, he calmly entered the house, where Zion rushed to greet him. "You're back? Did you get a call?" They said he had a high fever, and Kangsu was also worried sick. "Yijin, are you all right?" He stared at them, noticing his brother's pale complexion. Jiazeon called out worriedly, and he reassured them with a smile, saying he'd been to the hospital, and the doctor said he just needed rest and medicine. Kangsu, upon hearing this, urged him, "Is that so? Then you should rest immediately." Yijin obediently replied, "Yes," but then something caught his eye, a plate of fruit on the table. Jiazeon explained from behind, "Grandpa heard you were sick and bought a lot of things. Hurry and change so you can come out." He added, "You need to eat lots of fruit when you're sick. You need to get your vitamins." Yijin, a little surprised, replied, "Okay," then went straight into his room, closed the door, and sighed wearily. The grandfather and granddaughter peeled fruit and waited for him to join them, but Kangsu grew impatient. Jiazeon got up, saying she'd go get him. She knocked on his door, but there was no response. Curiosity piqued, she quietly peeked into the room, only to find Yi-jin fast asleep in bed. Seeing his gentle, even breathing, she quietly closed the door. She turned and told her grandfather that he was asleep, to which he happily replied that they should let him rest. The next evening, Duxie invited Yi-jin out for noodles. The two sat facing each other, eating and talking, and he took the opportunity to ask about Yi-jin's health. "I heard you were sick. Are you feeling better?" Yi-jin casually munched on his pastry, replying that it was just a slight fever, but Chief Cha pressed on, saying he heard it was up to 40 degrees. He listened, chewing voraciously with a calm expression. "Yeah, it's nothing big." Still not understanding, he asked, "What do you mean? Don't overdo it. Why are you so hard on yourself?" Ignoring their concern, Yi-jin replied, "I'm not pushing myself too hard. It's just a slight fever." Hearing the young man insist he was fine, Dushik felt a little helpless. His eyes seemed to be swearing at him. On the way back, his subordinate drove and reported, "Boss," he continued, "according to the report, Representative Kim is still firm." His face was cold as ice as he asked, "How so?" The subordinate solemnly reported that he still hadn't woken up, even after being expelled from the party, and his son turning out like that. "He's still obsessed. It's truly something." Speaking of which, he felt a bit of regret. His family had been in politics for generations and had a lot of wealth, and his wife's family was also very influential. Duxik leaned back and replied, how could he lose everything over one shameful incident? Even with clear evidence, he tried to cover it up. He deserved to be expelled from the party. The subordinate hesitated. "Well," but Duxik reassured him, "This is SVK, don't worry, he can't touch us." The subordinate, relieved, smiled. "That's right." Dushik gazed out the window, lost in thought as the scene shifted to a European-style mansion. At his home, Inbi tells his troublesome children to prepare to go abroad. The statute of limitations is up, so let's go to America. He's stern, saying he's prepared everything, so they just need to adjust to the environment. Kisu and Haijin bit their lips, forced to endure because they had no right to resist. Meanwhile, Kao muttered to himself, "Damn it, it's all because of you, Zedion." Inbi sternly advises them to live there for a few years until things calm down, and if they get used to it, they might even like it. He sighs wearily, and his two children simply bow their heads in agreement. After they left, Inbi and his wife were alone in the room, and she turned to him, nagging, "Are you just going to let this go?" With a furrowed brow, Inbi sighed, defeated. "You know I tried everything I could, but it's done." Enraged, his wife retorted, "So you're just giving up? Oh, it's all their fault. Your political career and our children's lives are ruined." But in contrast to his fiery wife, Inbi remained calm, saying he hadn't given up, and she knew what kind of man he was. But that was just on the surface, for deep down, he was a sinister man who would never forgive that bastard. The following afternoon, the sunset was breathtaking. At this hour, students at EG were leaving school. He dials his sister's number. "Wait for me at the supermarket." "Why are you going alone?" Jia Zion quickly explains, "It's not much. Just some snacks for tonight and tomorrow for Dad." Jia Zion replies that she's already finished shopping, and hearing this, he nods in relief, telling her to be careful on her way home. Before he can hang up, she asks if there's anything he wants to eat. Yi-jin thought for a moment and replied simply, "Anything is fine." Jia Zion was a little sad at his indifferent attitude. He always said that, so she'd just buy it herself. Hearing her reproach, Yi-jin just smiled slightly, and as soon as he hung up, his phone rang again. Yi-jin stared at the strange number on his phone, answering to hear who it was. A man's voice came from the other end. "Long time no see. This is Kim Inbi. You're Yi-jin, right?" Hearing that, Yi-jin's expression immediately changed, recalling his past self's crazed actions as a school bully. "Look, that hurts, doesn't it? And you're not even screaming? I'll kick harder." Yi-jin's cold gaze seemed burned into his mind. She acted like a madwoman, a true insect. "You deserved it." Much later, he appeared, bowing in apology for Yi-jin, saying he'd taught them a lesson and sent them abroad to study. Back in reality, Inbi gets straight to the point. "We had a promise, but you broke it." Yi-jin corrects him, "Not me, you." Inside the house, Inbi replies evasively, "I don't know what you're talking about." He easily shirks all responsibility. "I sent them abroad. I won't let your sister see them again. Now you need to give me the evidence you have. Wasn't that our promise?" Yi-jin raises his brow in retort. "They weren't supposed to return so soon, and Kim Hee-jin tried to attack my sister again." Inbi seemed to know he wasn't dealing with someone easily swayed, but then his face changed completely, a sly smile spreading across it. Young people really fear nothing, let me be frank with you. He blamed everything on Yi Jin, saying he'd taken a painful fall because of him, that a student like him had caused so much financial and reputational damage and tarnished his child's name. With a menacing glare, he threatened Yi Jin, asking if he thought he could live in peace after this. But Yi Jin remained calm in the face of Inbi's harsh words. The threatening voice continued over the phone. I'll show you the consequences of your actions. This world isn't so easy. In a bustling neighborhood, light still flickered from nearby houses. That evening, Dusik stood outside, enjoying the breeze and lighting a cigarette to relieve some stress. Suddenly, Dusik saw Yi Jin's grandfather, Kong Su, on his way home and quickly tossed his cigarette. Dusik respectfully bowed and asked if he was coming home from work. Kong Su smiled and replied, yes, not forgetting to ask if Dusik had finished all the side dishes and offered to make more. Dusik politely replies that he still has some, and Kong Su kindly smiles, telling him to ask if he needs more, as they often eat it themselves and it's easy to make extra. Kong Su then heads home, leaving Dusik standing silently behind. After he left, Dusik lit another cigarette, only to see two thugs speeding down the road, and he scowled, wondering why they were going so fast. Suddenly, Dusik sensed something was wrong. Two men were speeding towards Kong Su, who was oblivious as he spoke to his granddaughter on the phone. Yes, Gaston, I'm on my way home. One of them grabbed an iron bar and glared at Kong Su, raising his hand to strike, but unexpectedly, a powerful fist landed squarely on the thug's face. With a single punch, Dusik sends the two thugs flying from their vehicle. One landing in one direction, their bodies scraping against the ground, and the car in another. After taking down the two men, he turned to Kong Su, who was still oblivious, and watched him until he was safely inside his home. Dusik coldly asked what they were planning, but the two men were motionless. He could only surmise that he was the target. But why would this maniac target him? As he pondered, Dusik's phone rang, and he answered with a very displeased tone. His subordinate replied, I ran into a con artist. Dusik asked suspiciously, what is it? The subordinate frantically said, Chairman Kim is targeting a high school kid this time, not us. Those words stunned Dusik, his face darkening. Then, his subordinate urgently reported that Kim was targeting Yi Jin. He turned in disbelief to look at the thugs he had just beaten, only to see Dusik standing motionless. He clenched his cigarette in disbelief, thinking, no way. That night, Yi Jin stood on the street, pondering the events of the afternoon. He thought to himself, I'll teach you guys a lesson. Then he was lost in thought when suddenly Dusik called him. From the other end of the line, the man asked, Hey kid, you all right? But before they could talk for long, Yi Jin sensed something behind him. Suddenly, motorcycle headlights shone in his face. It was Kim's thugs here to take him out, each one burly and intimidating. Facing a dozen men, Yi Jin remained calm, quietly saying into the phone, I've got something to take care of. Dusik, understanding the situation, replied, Okay, I'll call you back later. After the call, Dusik instructed, Hyun Seok? Yes, sir, he ordered. Send someone to protect him and his sister. The man questioned, You think Kim and Bai will target them? But Dusik cut him off, saying he was alone, then urged him to send someone quickly. Hyun stammered an affirmative before rushing out the door, leaving Dusik alone in the room to pick up his phone. Dusik scrolled through his phone, a serious look on his face, searching for a specific contact. His eyes narrowed with intent, and Dusik immediately called In-Bai. He answers the phone and asks, What is it? In-Bai teases him with a light laugh. What wind blew you my way? Dusik frowned, asking what he was planning, but In-Bai feigned ignorance and asked what he meant. Dusik angrily roared. He knew exactly what he was talking about, causing In-Bai to pause in silence. In-Bai chuckled, You're quick, I'll give you that, but it's nothing serious. You can't do anything, and trying is pointless. Angrily, Dusik gets straight to the point, asking why he's messing with a kid and his family. But In-Bai, staring at the old man's family photo, retorts that he doesn't care, as they caused his family's crisis. Dusik chuckled. So that's why? Maybe you're just too old. He wasn't the one who leaked the information. I was. Kim froze for 5 seconds, and Dusik continued. So don't take your anger out on an innocent kid. If you're going to do something, do it right. Visibly enraged, he warns, Have you forgotten who I am? But Dusik continues to mock him over the phone, saying, If I cared, I wouldn't have leaked that information to the media. In-Bai flies into a rage, shouting Dusik's name, but Dusik has already hung up. After the call, he calmly lights a cigarette as Hai reports, "I've sent them, and I've posted 2 guards at the door as well." After hearing that, he exhaled and ordered them to gather the boys as quickly as possible. Yuk, shocked, asked if he planned to fight Kim In-bi, questioning his intentions as In-bi was very powerful. But behind that panicked expression was Doo-sik's calm demeanor. Since things have come to this, as an adult, he has to resolve it thoroughly. A statement that stunned him. Then, Hai and Mr. Seok felt their boss's words made sense and bowed their heads in agreement while Yujin continued to beat down the thugs. Another thug tries to sneak attack him, but Yujin takes him out with a single strike, coldly slamming his elbow into the guy's face, sending him reeling. One of the tattooed thugs shouts, asking what the others are doing and ordering them to take Yujin down, but Yujin remains unfazed, wiping his face as their attacks continue to miss. But Yujin retaliates fiercely, instantly taking him down, the iron bar clattering to the ground. He clutches his neck in agony, eyes wide with shock as the blonde thug pulls out a knife, ready to strike. But that was impossible, because he messed with the wrong guy. Ijin quickly twisted his arm behind his back and punched him in the gut. That deadly kick sends him crashing backward in agony. After dealing with those guys, he picks up his bag. Before leaving, Ijin shot them a sharp glance, then strode home, leaving the group groaning behind him. The alley was now lit, and Ijin walked slowly down the path, when suddenly, he stopped. He noticed a car parked there, and with a suspicious raise of his brow, he stared intently at the strange vehicle. Inside the car, Doo-sik's henchmen were yawning when Ijin's elbows suddenly jolted one of them awake. Then he grabs one of them by the collar, his eyes now filled with rage as the others try to explain. "Stop, it's us!" They shout, claiming to be Doo-sik's men, reminding him they've met before, causing Ijin to pause and stare. Those pleas made him reconsider as he recognized some of them. He paused in silence for a moment. Jin slowly let go, asking what was wrong, as the man whose collar he'd grabbed replied, still terrified. "I don't know either. The boss suddenly told us to protect you and your sibling." After a moment's thought, he finally realized who was behind tonight's events. So he called Doo again for help. Meanwhile, at the gym, Doo was still hard at work. Suddenly his phone rang and he quickly answered it. As he wiped away sweat, Doo-sik asked, "What's up?" Yijin explained everything, saying, "Find the current location of former Assemblyman Kim In-bi." Suk-doo, upon hearing this, asked, "Is that Kim Hee-jin and Kim Ki-soo's father? Why are you suddenly looking for him?" Yijin held the phone to his ear, his expression cold and silent for a moment, as a convoy of cars moved through the night. Doo-seok asked the person on the other end of the line if they were finished. As he drove, he answered, "All right," then asked, "Did you meet up with the guys outside?" Receiving no response, Doo continued, "It's nothing much. I just have a grudge against this guy, so I told them to watch your house just in case." Ijin remained silent as Doo-sik promised him. "I'll take care of it, don't worry. I'll get rid of the problem at its source." Ijin didn't respond, and Doo-sik hung up, staring intently at his phone. Hi. The driver was confused and spoke up saying, "You do owe that kid, but why lie? This only happened because of him." Doo-sik disagreed. "No, it was Kim In-bi's kids who started it." Hi. Wang's right-hand man was a bit surprised. "Oh, really?" Cut to another house. Wang's right-hand man informs someone, "Councilman, Doo-sik's father is bringing his men here." The other person is caught off guard. "What? Kim In-bi is too angry. Has that guy gone mad? I can't fight Doo-sik's father right now." Wang agrees, saying, "He must be crazy to think he's hot stuff after taking you down." Seeing Kim In-bi's anger, he offers, "Didn't you hire him for a job he failed? Let me punish that traitor." He's a bit doubtful, asking if Wang is sure he can defeat him. Wang retorts, "Senator, I've been with you for 10 years. Don't you know my strength?" He states his reasoning, "I'm the manager of this area. Cha Doo-sik and his men are too arrogant. This isn't their territory." Wang Jaseok affirms, "I'm the strongest one here." A large group gathered outside the house, all armed to the teeth. Wang Seok grinned. Their fatal mistake was coming here. Kim In-bi smirks, amused, but then his phone rings and Wang's eyes darken. He apologizes. "It's about the men we sent earlier." Kim In-bi ordered him to find out what happened, and Wang, following orders, asked the person on the phone for an update. But his face suddenly twisted in disbelief. Enraged, Wang ordered the others to return immediately, calling them useless. He bowed his head and apologized, saying they had failed and that Doo and his family were well protected. Kim In-bi's eyes narrowed, and he decided to handle it himself. He began to consider the situation. Failure? It seemed the kids had messed with the wrong person. Kim In-bi's expression darkened. Why would he think that? He wondered aloud. He sighed and replied, "Oh, just thinking out loud. It's good that you're handling it yourself." After a long while, the men remained, gathered and ready for battle. Just then, a man appeared, and Yi-jin surveyed the area. A voice informed him that former Assemblyman Kim In-bi had returned to his hometown and was living with his family in his private residence. Yi-jin moved swiftly through the crowd, unnoticed. They exchanged confused glances, wondering what was happening. What delivery guy wears all black like that? Oh, right. What else would he be doing out here at this hour? Yi-jin quickly vaults over the wall, his hands finding purchase on the top. He slipped past them, and they stared after him, dazed, wondering what was going on. Then they realized what had happened. An intruder. Yi-jin has successfully infiltrated the place. "Quick, alert the others inside." As he surveys the area, a voice calls out, "Who are you?" Yi-jin rushed towards them, landing a kick, swiftly taking them down with a flurry of punches. They fell one after another as more men arrived, shouting, "Who are you?" They ordered each other to capture him, and he fled toward the house, pursued by the mob. A man stood blocking the door, and Yi-jin stared coldly at him. The man visibly intimidated. He leaped into the air, kicking the man in the face. The man lost his footing and fell, shattering glass everywhere as the two inside turned to look, and the two guards exchanged glances. Wang, brimming with confidence, remarks that the swing-set dad arrived sooner than expected, telling him to stay put until the job is done. The man replies with a strained, "Okay," followed by an order to quickly capture him. Kim In-bi was puzzled. He actually made it inside my house. He hesitated, but then the door was suddenly flung open. A bloodied figure is thrown into the room. Stunned, they watch as Yi-jin steps inside. Kim In-bi was surprised to see him as Yi-jin walked straight into the room, while Dong-an rushed towards them, and a woman's voice echoed, saying her sons had warned them not to spare him, so there was no use complaining. Yi-jin asks again, relieved, "Really, mother?" The woman replies haughtily, "Of course." The commotion outside grows louder. "Did you find him yet?" "No, I haven't." They cursed at each other, yelling to hurry up and search, calling them useless. She wondered why it was suddenly so quiet. Switching to Yi-jin, Wang So demanded, "Who are you and how did you get in here?" Kim In-bi vaguely recognizes him. "You're Yoo-hoo Yi-jin?" Wang So is surprised, asking, "Yoo-hoo Yi-jin? You mean that high school kid?" Kim In-bi observes the figure, saying that even with the hat and mask, he can still recognize him. Yi-jin silently listens to them talk. The noise from outside. "Is it here? Get inside, quick." He swept in towards them, Wang Seo shielding the man as Han threw a punch, but Yi-jin swiftly dodged it. He retaliates with a punch to Han's gut, but Wang Seo returns the blow. Yi-jin blocked the blow with his forearm, taking a step back. The two were evenly matched, and Wang Seo complimented him, saying, "Not bad, I see." Yi-jin's eyes narrowed as Kim In-bi tried to escape, but Wang Seo gave chase, ordering him to stop. Yi-jin strikes, landing a blow to Han's chest as Wang Seo raises his fist. The punch slams into the ground, and Wang Seo's face contorts with rage as Yi-jin strikes Han's side, earning Wang Seo's grudging respect. He swiftly lunges forward, delivering a kick to Han's face, and Wang Seo recoils, touching his throbbing face. Yi-jin seizes Han's arm, determined to take down Wang Seo, noticing something peculiar, and kicks Han's elbow. Wang Seo clutches Genji's arm, while Kim In-bi is stunned by the sight. Could it be that Wang Seo, the owl, who has ruled this area for over a decade, has been defeated by a high school kid? Han begins to notice something strange. Yi-jin fights with a distinct lack of hesitation. Wang Seo is filled with doubt. Is he really just a high schooler? The noise from outside grew louder. It was in the congressman's room, and a crowd had gathered. Annoyed, Wang Seo ordered them to drag him out after hours. Someone with a weapon lunged at him, but Yi-jin swiftly took them down, kicking them backward. More and more men charged forward, but each was defeated in turn, as Yi-jin struck one man's elbow. He glanced at the opposition, then punched another assailant in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. No matter who charged, none could land a blow. Wang Seo, enraged, yelled, "What are you doing? He's just one guy. Finish him!" Someone charged at him with a knife, but Yi-jin easily took down the two men. He kicks the knife away, sending it flying towards Kim In-bi, then blocks another attacker. He twisted the man's arm and plunged the knife straight into his chest, leaving him stunned and screaming in agony. More men rush in to attack, but Yi-jin, with a knife in hand, easily deals with them. He has no problem fighting this crowd. The brawl has left blood everywhere, and amidst the curses, someone shouts for everyone to join in at once. A woman appeared, demanding to know what was happening and to get out of the way as the three of them made their way to the room. Annoyed, she asked what was going on, but the scene before her stunned her. "Huh?" Blood splattered the walls and Kisu stammered, pointing out the injured bodyguard sprawled on the floor before them, coughing incessantly. Overcome with fear, she cries out as Yijin calmly continues his assault. Wang Jiak was stunned by the scene, so shocked he swore. In the dim light, what was going on? It was then that Kim In-bai understood. It seemed the congressman's son had messed with the wrong person. Kim In-bi is terrified. Were Chadu-6's words true? Yijin continues to mercilessly beat the others. A man with a baseball bat tries to sneak up on him, but he swiftly dodges the blow. He retaliates, and with a pale face, Yijin wonders, is that Dai-un's brother? Kisu thought to himself, I knew he was good at fighting, but this good? These guys are all top dogs. There's even blood on his shoes. And this isn't even... Yijin easily defeats the man, leaving Kisu in awe, thinking it's another one-sided fight. Wang Xiao-oke began to wonder how this guy could only be a high schooler as Yijin dodged the other man's slash. He analyzed his every move. He wasn't just swinging the knife around, he actually had skill, and he wasn't hesitating at all. Yijin catches the knife and kicks his enemy in the gut. They fall one after another. They thought he was charging in blindly, but it seems he had a plan all along. Wang Xiao-oke calculated their advantage, realizing the narrow doorway made a full-on assault difficult. And the situation was further complicated by the fallen bodies blocking their path. He had a plan, and in times like these, Wang Xiao-oke had a knife ready in his hand. He planned to attack him from behind, certain of his victory. Kim In-bi seemed to rely on him, but Yijin had noticed Wang Xiao-oke's strange behavior. His eyes were cold as he stared at them, and Kim In-bi was terrified to meet his gaze. Wang Xiao-oke lunges, but Yijin wraps his arm around him, plunging a knife into his shoulder. Wang Xiao-oke grimaces, spitting out, "You bastard!" His eyes still cold, Yijin twists the knife, sending Wang Xiao-oke staggering back, coughing in pain. "Master! Master!" Kim In-bi is stunned by the uncontrollable situation, wondering what is happening. The knife in Yijin's hand is covered in blood, and he thinks helplessly, what can I do to stop him? Yijin remained calm as the soldiers prepared to face him once more, his eyes fixed on Kim In-bi, who froze under his gaze. He turned and walked towards him, Kim In-bi stammering, "Wait, wait." Still defiant, he said, "You think killing me will end this? Never. I'll never forgive you." Yijin remained silent, offering no response. Wang Xiao-oke shouted, "What are you doing? Get him!" The others rush forward, but he moves too fast to see, spinning and kicking their leader with brutal force. The first man fell quickly, and Yijin swiftly dealt with the next. He punched Han in the jaw, and though another lunged with a knife, Yijin struck him down, sending him crashing into the wall. Wang Xiao cursed, calling him a madman, but he remained silent. Kim In-bi panicked at the sight, and as he tried to move his legs, he accidentally touched a corpse. He fell back in fear, and Kim In-bi cried out in pain, when suddenly a foot stomped on his hand. It was Yijin, pressing down harder. Kim In-bi groaned in agony, and his wife cried out in worry. "Husband!" Yijin coldly stated, "As I said, you must take responsibility for your actions." Kim In-bi shrinks back in fear, but suddenly a commotion erupts outside, with whispers spreading. "What's going on? We're under attack!" The others look outside, and instantly one of them is tackled to the ground. Yijin screamed in a panic, and many others rushed in. Wang Xiao spat out each word. "Traitor!" Dusik retorted. "What's this?" He looked over to see only Yijin standing there. Seeing this, he mocked, "There aren't many outside. I was wondering what those mutts were doing in here." Wang Xiao wondered, there were so many soldiers outside. Did they all run in here? Kim In-bi stared blankly at him, and Dusik said, "Long time no see, Assemblyman." His face paled as he saw Dusik, who gave a mysterious smile and asked, "How have you been?" "It's been a while." Dusik's group shouts, ordering them to kneel, calling them dogs. Haijin and Kisu look around in fear. Their mother tried to intervene. "Captain, please, he used to work for my family." Kim In-bi's face paled at her words. Dusik ignores him, noticing the cold look in Haijin's eyes, and wonders if he's finally ready to settle things once and for all. Enraged, Wang Xiao lunged at Dusik's father, but was immediately struck on the head. Wang Xiao collapses before a terrified In-bi, cursing, "I'll never forgive you." Dusik confronted one of the henchmen, demanding the weapon. The man complied, handing it over. He gripped the iron bar tightly, then spat out his cigarette. Dusik grinds out his cigarette with his foot, weapon in hand, and approaches him step by step as Weijin watches his every move, and Wang Xiao panics as he sees him coming. Without hesitation, Dusik delivers a devastating kick, aiming for his head, declaring, "Die, you bastard." Blood splatters as Kim In-bi gapes in shock, Dusik relentlessly attacking him as Wai-jin calmly observes the scene. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok pondered the scene, recalling his concerns from the car. He feared that provoking Kim In-bi, who was no pushover, would bring swift retaliation, to which Dusik curtly replied that he was well aware. He calmly declared that he would handle it himself, surprising Hyung-seok. Back to reality, there's blood everywhere, just to be sure. Hyung-seok muses that their leader will handle Kim In-bi himself and take all the blame, which is why he's more ruthless than usual. The room fell silent, everyone watching his every move, the other three terrified by his actions. The weapon in Dusik's hand stained crimson. He sighs wearily as Dusik reaches into his pocket. He lights a cigarette, and In-bi asks from behind, "What are you doing?" Dusik paused, then replied, "What? Could you be more specific? You're not sure either?" He turned to Ijin and said, "Your part is done. This is my business now." Suddenly, Dusik smiled. He continues, "You know about my history with Tama, and he won't be able to touch you or your family." Ijin silently observes him as Dusik reminds him to settle everything today and that his part is done, so he should leave first. Ijin was taken aback by the reminder, and Dusik suddenly advised him, "Hey kid, this isn't the only way to protect your family." He expressed his feelings. "I know you're a good person. You just want to protect your family." Which surprised Ijin. Dusik walked past him, patting his shoulder in reassurance, and said with a smile, "Leave it to me." Ijin returned to his normal state. Dusik then said, "Our assemblyman has really been working hard." Kim In-bi asked suspiciously, "What?" In-bi was frightened as Dusik sat down, asking what he wanted, but Dusik retorted, "Would you even listen if I told you?" Kim In-bi desperately offered, "I'll sign over some real estate. The rent is more than your company's profits. Or how about I help you expand your territory?" Dusik scoffed. "You've sent guys to take me out a few times, haven't you? Now this sounds trustworthy." Kim In-bi pleaded, saying he never would, but Dusik cut him off, declaring it was enough. In-bi glanced at Dusik, desperately trying to reason with him, saying he never had. Dusik mercilessly raises his weapon, threatening, "You're finished." Kim In-bi is utterly terrified by these words. Dusik raises his weapon, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Let's end this here." In-bi's eyes widen at the sight of the menacing weapon. Suddenly a voice cuts through the impending doom. "Wait!" It's the SVCAP manager, arriving to everyone's astonishment. Dusik was confused, wondering why he was there, while Kim In-bi was equally surprised that the SVCAP executive, a confidant of the chairman, would show up. Hyjin's mother pleaded, "You're the manager of SVICAP, right? I don't know why you're here, but please save my husband." She continued, "Those thugs barged in here." The SVCAP manager ignored her, turning to announce, "We'll take it from here. The chairman doesn't want this to happen again." Kim In-bi and the woman were stunned. He continued, "Trust in that day and go home." Hyjin seemed to have other thoughts. Dusik reminds him to go home, asking what he's doing wandering the streets so late, as Hyjin's eyes fall on Kim In-bi, who shrinks back in fear. The SVCAP manager calmly watches him. Then Hyjin turns and leaves, his presence causing those in his path to scatter in fear as Dusik watches him go. Even those two brothers are involved. Hyjin scowls. Kim In-bi finally understands the situation. "Wait a minute, are you saying you're here because of that kid?" He replied that she misunderstood. Although he was the one who came, the chairman sent him. Even she gritted her teeth at this news, so I couldn't decide. "The chairman will decide your fate in a small alley." Someone asked him if he was home yet. Hyjin replied that he was in front of the house. It was Dusik who told him to come inside and offered to tell him a story about what happened before if he was curious. He continued, "Kim In-bi and his family have done many illegal things, and he even helped his wife's family avoid prosecution." Hyjin remained silent as he spoke. His whole family is done for. SVCAP won't let him escape. Dusik reassured him not to worry about what just happened, and Hyjin obediently thanked him. The man sighed, saying it was all him and SVCAP, and he didn't do anything, leaving Hyjin pensive. He recalls Dusik's words. He's not a bad person, just trying to protect his family. The man smiles and suggests they grab a bowl of noodles together. Hyjin quickly agreed, and he hung up the phone. Looking ahead, he was surprised to see a man waiting there. Hyjin asked, "Grandpa?" He calls out, "Hyjin," and asks worriedly, "What are you doing out here so late?" The old man replies, "I was waiting for you to come home, so I came out for some air." Awkward words fill the air as the old man apologizes for worrying him, and Hyjin replies obediently. He continues, saying he didn't mean to and couldn't help it, and that he must be a bother, having just returned. The old man advises that things will settle down soon. Haijin was a little surprised. His eyes seemed to soften. Haijin politely said, "Yes, I was just worried you were up too late." The grandfather happily replied, "Really?" He smiles and says, "Yes, please call me if you need anything." The grandfather nods happily. Jiazian scolds, "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Do you know how worried he was? Haijin softly apologized. The scene shifts to a skyscraper, where a woman reviews documents as Xian watches videos on his phone. Jia angrily asks, "Xena, is this your playground?" She replied matter-of-factly, "Yes, I did." Jia questioned, "Then why are you sitting here?" Xian explained, "I only came to see you. I've been sitting quietly, not bothering you at all." She was suspicious. "To see me?" Xian confirmed. "Yes." Jia pressed. "Really?" She insisted. "Of course." But Jia remained unconvinced. "Are you sure?" Xian awkwardly replies that Haijin and someone else are guarding outside. Jia says, "You've met me. Now I have a meeting, so go home." Xian quickly replied, "Go ahead, I'll be fine on my own." Jia asked suspiciously, "Really?" Haijin's shift was also over, and she immediately responded, "I'll leave right away." Xian happily leaves, and Jia sighs at the sight of her. On a crowded bus, bodyguards suddenly appear. Haijin asks why she took the bus, and Xian replies that it's their first time riding the bus together. She shares her thoughts, saying she thinks it's nice. Haijin adds that protecting her on the bus is difficult. Xian understands, saying that if that's the case, they shouldn't ride the bus often, adding that he also wants to ride the subway. He then says seriously that the subway is even more dangerous, with too many people in one place and too many variables. She's happy to see him like this, her eyes fixed on Haijin, as is the driver, who's enjoying the scene. Night has fallen, and in a certain roundabout, heavily guarded by soldiers, a figure walks in unhindered, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Mei assesses the situation, noting fewer guards than usual. Something must be happening inside. She slowly makes her way toward a building heavily guarded by soldiers. Suddenly, she recalls the dinner from the night before, Haijin's words echoing in her mind. "Everyone is like family to me." Mei grimaces as a soldier spots her, demanding, "Halt! What do you want?" She fought as she spoke, "Get out of the way," and the soldier fell. Mei kicked the door open, entering a dimly lit room. The man was surprised to see her, and even Mad Dog seemed taken aback. 005. The scene stunned Mei, as two others were there, including 004, who leaned against the door, watching her calmly. Another man was turned away, and it was 002. Mei was shocked. 002 greeted her cheerfully. 005, long time no see. She spoke. "Why are you here?" 02 replied, "For the same reason as you." Mei was still confused. He coldly stated, 01, "I heard that traitor is still alive." After 002's speculation, the room fell silent. Mei frowned. "What do you mean, 001 is still alive?" He didn't answer, but instead asked, "You didn't come here for that?" She denies it unhappily. "I'm not here for that." At this moment, 004 confirms 001 is alive. "I saw him with my own eyes, and we even fought." Mei, in disbelief, blurts out, "How could it be?" The man confirms again. He was masked, but it was definitely 001. That power, it couldn't have been anyone else. Mei is relieved that he hasn't seen her face, but she suddenly turns to confront Dog Crazy, demanding to know why he said AU01 was dead. He's flustered, saying, yeah, he's dead." 04 clenches his fist, asking what he means, and if he was mistaken. Luckily, 002, ever the calmest, interjects, asking Dog if he's sure 001 is dead. He jumped up, adamantly assuring, "I'm sure." Hearing this, 002 fell silent, lost in thought, while Dog was filled with dread, unable to believe this had been exposed. Mei wondered what he was thinking. Was he trying to hide the fact that 01 was still alive from 002? Suddenly, 002's voice cut through her thoughts. 005, what do you think? She was confused. About what? He seemed calm. About 001 being alive. Mei coldly replied, "If he's alive, I'll kill him again. That's what a traitor deserves." Seemingly satisfied with the answer, Sanisu02 notes she hasn't changed a bit, when suddenly, multiple footsteps echo from outside. Mei and 002 immediately become alert as a troop of soldiers storms in, while 004 calmly observes without panic, the soldiers swiftly taking their positions. Randon casually enters, saying, "Well, what's all this? I heard the numbers were here, so I dropped by to inquire." The mad dog angrily retorts, "Randon, what's going on?" The old man feigns innocence. "What do you mean? I'm just asking." The mad dog loses patience and demands, "Get out of here now." Randon smirks. "Hey, mad dog, why so tense? Aren't you afraid of making enemies?" Knowing he's being threatened, Mad Dog grits his teeth in silence, while Randon, unwelcome as he is, casually takes a seat. He launched into an insulting tirade, saying, "Growing up in the camp really makes a difference, doesn't it? We're like their parents, but they don't listen to a word we say." His crude words chilled the room, and Enro, too, seemed to be struggling to contain himself. May's face darkens as he glares at Randon in silence. 04 maintains his composure, but his hostility is clear. Randon ignores them both, launching into a condescending lecture. "Wake up, you mad dog. We're the leaders here, yet we're always suppressed by the numbered ones. Understand the difference." He feigns resistance, glancing at them. "What are they planning? We can't control them anymore." "Mad dog, you're the only one here who's easily agitated, so shut your mouth." Randon sighed and slowly stood up. Fine, if you can't do it." The old man slowly drew his gun, saying he'd do it himself. Randon suddenly turned and pointed the gun at 002's head, ordering him to stay away from the camp, saying he was useless now. Hearing those words, 002 simply sneered. Witnessing this, 0004 felt sorry for him. Randon, still not grasping the danger, angrily asks 002 if he's laughing, but before he can finish, 002 snatches the gun with incredible speed. 002 easily snatched the weapon from Randon, and before he could react, aimed it at his head. With ruthless efficiency, 002 ends Randon's life without hesitation, then coldly watches Lau fall, still grasping his gun, unable to comprehend what just happened. Blood splatters on 002's face, and he laughs with glee, while May A looks at him gravely, and the soldier is caught completely off guard. The mad dog regained his senses and cursed. Truly insane. The soldiers, as if awakened, immediately took a battle stance. Before they could even fire, they were attacked and killed, and the other soldiers shared the same fate. The speed of the members terrifies them, guns unable to fire before they're violently struck down. 01 Wenswar choked him until his face turned green, a terrifying smile spreading as he looked at his prey. Without hesitation, they unleashed a brutal assault, splattering blood everywhere. The soldier clutched his throat, unable to scream, only managing a few choked coughs. In the blink of an eye, the room fell silent once more as Mad Dog tensely surveyed the scene. The alarm immediately blared throughout the assembly area as the others panicked, wondering what was happening and if they'd heard gunshots. Before they could finish their sentence, they were met with a hail of bullets. The other, not understanding what was happening, was struck by a second bullet and fell beside him. Two men fell, unaware of the sniper rifle high above them, its wielder having waited for an unknown amount of time. 002 eyed his teammate, puzzled by his attitude. "What are you planning, you mad dog? Are you going to kill the rest of them?" He seems stressed. "I'll take care of it." And with that, 002 silently walks away. He gives Maya a meaningful look, saying, 05, see you later. She said nothing, but her worry was clear. The room fell silent, echoing only with the footsteps of 02 and 04. Meanwhile, back at Yijin's place, unaware that he's been discovered, he's working out when his phone suddenly rings. Yijin answers the phone, and 006's voice is filled with worry as he warns, "It's me. I know you're alive." Yijin froze, listening to the next words from the phone, 06's tone heavy, as he said that 002 likely knew as well. "I think he found out when he met 004, and 004 must have told 002. Yijin likely foresaw this and falls into thought. 006 quickly reassured him, saying that he wasn't 100% sure since he hadn't seen him in person and not to let his guard down. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. "Oh, I'm sorry. You ran into 004 when you saved 0032. Yijin waves it off, saying there's no need to apologize. It's what he should be doing. Seeing there's nothing more to discuss, 06 says goodbye, thanking him and promising to be in touch if anything comes up. Hanging up, he sighs deeply. What will happen now? His brother wonders beside him. It seems 006 isn't feeling much better either. But 002 is already suspicious. And it's 002 no less. 032 tries to stay positive, hoping things will go as smoothly as with 005, since even a crazy 002 listens to 001. 006 disagreed, saying he was the angriest when he heard about 001's betrayal, to which 032 fearfully added that his eyes went black and he killed several soldiers in the camp. He explains that 002 taught 001 a great deal, especially combat skills, and 001 was greatly influenced by 002, but in the end, 001 took the designation of leader. He remembers that moment vividly when the announcement was made. From now on, your designation is 01. 002 must have been disappointed. 2 must have been. Remembering that time, 0032 wondered if the followers of 002 had made a fuss about the numbering announcement and if that was related. 006 explained that he wasn't happy about accepting 001 as leader, but 002 didn't make a big deal out of it and quickly accepted his position. 006's tone is uneasy, suggesting 002 would be the most furious about 001's betrayal, a thought that worries 0032 as well. He buries his face in his hands, despondent. What should I do? It's my fault 001 was exposed. Seeing his brother's worry, he wants to offer comfort and ease his tension. 006 says that 001 seems happy now, a completely different person from the 001 they knew. 32 says it's probably because he's with his family, but then despairs, saying that 001 was exposed because of him. He was trying to save him. Seeing him like this, 06 is exhausted, saying there's no changing what's done. He softens, reminding him that 01 said it was his duty, and that 001 doesn't mind. But 32 still couldn't shake off his funk, perhaps needing more time, so 06 left him alone. Meanwhile, Yijin was training, but he'd just spaced out and taken a punch. His sparring partner was stunned, and everyone watching was shocked. Immediately, the coach's voice boomed, "Stop, Yijin! Focus!" The man who hit him was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he'd just done. What was that? The coach scolds him, saying he's been distracted all practice, and Yijin can only bow his head and apologize. But the coach is still not satisfied, saying that no matter how skilled he is, he's still only human, and as a bodyguard, he can't afford to be careless. Yijin somberly listens to the coach, who warns him that he could die. Seeing his state, the coach sighs, telling him to go home and rest, as this kind of training won't help. He politely bows, and everyone around him stops to stare, wondering what's going on. His teammate trails after him, asking what's wrong, but Yijin brushes it off, saying it's nothing. He could only watch as Yijin walked away, a distant look in his eyes. Leaving the training room, he didn't rush back, but lingered in the locker room for a while. Now alone, Yijin can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He recalls the warning he received from 06. 002 suspects he's still alive, and remembers his past, violent brawls. His speed and power easily overwhelmed his opponents, and despite his battered appearance, he effortlessly pinned down the larger man, leaving him unable to retaliate. Yijin retaliates with brutal force, but as he savagely kicks his opponent, someone grabs him by the neck. One man holds him while another kicks him. In this brutal environment, no one shows mercy. Yijin has a powerful will to survive, fighting back fiercely no matter the odds. He quickly grabbed his opponent's leg, catching him off guard and throwing him off balance. He was sure to fall at Yijin's feet. The man he struck was terrified by his power, seeing Yijin's swift and decisive end to it all. The fight ends with a complete victory for him, and Yijin stands there panting, exhausted from the brawl. Suddenly, he senses someone behind him and throws a punch. Unexpectedly, the man caught his fist with a single hand, and Naruto smiled. "I didn't come here to fight you." Yijin's eyes widened in shock. He pulled his hand back, creating distance from 02, who looked at him with amusement. "I thought a weakling like you would have died by now. You've lasted longer than I expected." 02 then throws out a line and leaves. To survive here, you have to fight. And that was Yijin's deeply impactful conversation with 02 at night in some abandoned house. 06 is waiting for someone. Footsteps approach, and Maya enters, immediately curious. "What's going on?" 06 approached. "Sorry for calling you out of the blue." May A interrupts him impatiently. "Enough. What's going on?" He gets straight to the point. 02 and 04. "Where are they?" May A is confused. "What do you want to know for?" 006 hesitantly asks. "To repay 001. She didn't expect that answer. "What?" he repeats. "It's time I repaid 001. May A's attitude turned serious. "Are you planning to take care of them for 01? Orix doesn't confirm it, but replies vaguely. 001 is living a normal life. I won't let them interfere. May A silently considers. She then spoke up, trying to dissuade him, saying, "I've thought of a few places, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone." But 06 has already thought through the plan. "I know, which is why I want to strike first." "They think I'm dead," Maya heard, but she still felt uneasy about him. May A returned to the dorm after talking to 06, still pondering their secret exchange. May A clenched her fist, regretting her actions. She shouldn't have told him. In truth, she had tried to stop him. It was too dangerous. He shouldn't reveal his identity, but in the end, May A was swayed by 006 himself. You've seen 001 yourself. I can't just stand by and watch his new life be destroyed. Empathy welled up within her, and she began to waver, recalling that warm meal they shared. Just as 006 was explaining, 001 was exposed while searching for 032 with me. Hearing this, Mei was finally convinced, but as she pondered, footsteps echoed from outside, interrupting her thoughts. Tap. Mei immediately took notice of the sound. She went on high alert. Someone seemed to be approaching right outside her door. Click. Mei grabbed the gun hidden under her pillow. She cautiously approached the door, and with utmost care, Mei appeared through the peephole. The moment she saw who was on the other side, she was startled. As if 002 sensed it, he spoke up. Stop looking and open the door. I have something I want to discuss with you. Mei was puzzled. Why is 002 here? In the end, Mei couldn't refuse him and had to let him in. But she didn't look happy at all as 002's voice cut through the tension. Why are you standing? Have a seat. She impatiently urged him to get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want and get out of here. His expression was as sinister as ever as he looked at Mei. Fine. He beat around the bush, but I did hear an interesting story. So he wants to tell you. Mei throws cold water on the idea. I didn't think we were close enough to be sharing stories. 002 replied. 06 is still alive. His sudden words shocked Mei into silence. Her attitude made him smirk, but contrary to that smile, his eyes were completely cold. How fun, he thought. First, 001, then 006. Even 002 is back. It seems the dead are returning one by one. Mei is silent, seemingly paralyzed by fear. A chase unfolds within an abandoned house as 006 rushes inside, seeking refuge. Covered in blood and clearly injured, he cursed, realizing they'd been ambushed. Just then, a hail of bullets flew in, forcing 006 to retreat further inside for cover. Taking cover behind a wall, 006 continues firing until his gun clicks empty. He tenses up, his eyebrows furrowing as his pursuer slowly enters, saying, "That sound? I bet you're out of ammo." The enemy guessed right, and 006 gritted his teeth in anger as 004 chuckled, "Fancy meeting you here. I didn't think you were still alive." No sooner had 006 spoken than 008 flew in front of him, wordlessly lunging forward and biting his arm to bring him down. Not waiting to die, he lands a powerful blow on 008's chin, and a fierce battle erupts. 006 quickly locks 008's arm and forcefully twists it back. 006 throws him back, creating some distance. 008, holding his bloodied mouth, approaches 006, who raises his hand, ready to continue the fight. 008 clutches his shoulder wound, then smirks, realizing 006 is now fighting two opponents. But why are 004 and 006 working together? The rustling leaves echoed through the forest, taking us back to Yijin's training days, where he was beaten at 002's feet. You have no stamina, no skill. He often compared him to 001. I don't know how you've lasted this long, but if you keep this up, you'll be dead within a year. 002 emphasizes, are you just going to die and be thrown away? Yijin seems awakened, his eyes wide with fear as the two continue to fight. 002 could always easily defeat Yijin, landing a powerful kick, showing no mercy, leaving Yijin unable to retaliate. Not stopping there, 002 follows up with a punch to the face, sending Yijin reeling in pain, spitting blood. He loses his balance and falls to the ground, unable to get back up. Perhaps this time, the pain is too much. Yijin's vision began to blur, his eyelids heavy. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was 002's usual sinister smile, before Yijin jolted awake in bed, ending the nightmare. He was still dazed, not fully awake, sitting blankly on the bed, not yet ready to wash his face. Wearily, he opens his door and steps out of his room, where he's met by an apologetic Kangsu. Are you still awake? Did I wake you? Yijin gently denies it. No, are you getting ready for work? His grandfather put on his coat and replied, Okay. Suddenly, Yijin suggested, Can I walk with you to the bus stop? His grandfather asks, surprised, What's wrong? Can't you sleep anymore? Yijin gently explains that he's not tired anymore. The sun hadn't fully set as the two walked in silence. Knowing Yijin had something on his mind, his grandfather spoke, Yijin, what are you thinking about? Caught off guard, he asks, What do you mean? His grandfather seems worried, as if he knows Yijin has something on his mind. He looked at him in surprise. How did you know? The old man smiled knowingly. How could I not? Just by looking at your face, I can tell. I don't know what you're thinking. But not only me, Dawoon is worried too. Yijin's eyes widened in surprise at his words. It was so different from the past, where he mostly received complaints or criticism. We taught him, but we don't know what he's thinking. Looking at his emotionless face makes me sick, but it's beneficial for this job. They didn't hesitate to badmouth Yijin behind his back, asking what he thought of Z01, wondering if he even had any emotions left. Wasn't that a bit much? That's why he was given the designation 001. Just then, the chairman interrupted his thoughts, telling him to ask if he needed anything. Yijin smiles, a genuine happiness radiating from within. In the still of the night, the two walk side by side, beginning a peaceful new day for Yijin. Back in Maya's room, she's confused, asking, "So what?" 002, missing her point, asked, "So what?" She clarified. 001 aside, "What does 006 being alive have to do with you?" He speculates that 006 survival is connected to 001 being alive. After confirming 001's status with Mad Dog, I received a report that the supposedly deceased R006 had sought us out. She was secretly disappointed, so R006 had failed after all. 002 smiles, trusting his intuition. Don't you find it interesting? I mean, the timing of a supposedly dead man risking everything to reappear. I'm certain 001 is still alive. Maya retorts, "Can you tell me why you're here? Why are you telling me all this?" 002 smirks. "Because you care so much about 001 and 005, I thought you should know." Maya retorts, "Aren't you more concerned about 001 than me? So much so that you killed everyone who said 001 betrayed you?" She successfully provokes C002, whose expression darkens visibly. Maya fearlessly met his gaze, prompting him to rise and sigh deeply. "All right, let's stop this. I'll ask you directly." 002's tone shifted abruptly. "You knew 001 was still alive, didn't you?" Maya hesitated not, denying any involvement. Of course, 02 wasn't so easily convinced, and he demanded to know 01's location, but Maya remained silent, unwilling to cooperate. Suddenly, she turned on him, gun in hand, and said, "Enough talk, get out of here." 02 retorted cryptically, "Consider this your punishment for killing 006 to protect that traitor." Before Maya could understand, 02 rushed her with lightning speed, landing a devastating blow that sent her sliding across the floor. Immediately, the figure closed in on Maya, throwing a second punch which she barely managed to block. 02 attacked relentlessly, giving her no opening, and with 002's strength, Maya could only defend. As she lunged forward, he easily blocked her attack, seizing her arm in that very instant. 002 twisted her arm behind her back, immobilizing her. But luckily, Maya narrowly escapes, then turns and throws a meaningless punch at 002. Neither willing to yield, they stood apart. Maya glared at him, while 002 remained calm and unreadable. Finally, he speaks, saying her strength remains unchanged, then turns to leave, declaring the day over. Maya is furious. "Who authorized you to decide?" Before she can finish, a beam of infrared light pierces through the window. It shone directly on her chest, shocking Maya. 002 had been prepared all along. On the other end of that infrared beam was 016, intently awaiting 002's command, leaving Maya to watch him pass, powerless. "You better tell me where 001 is." Leaving her behind, 002 continues on, not waiting for an answer. The battle for 06 was far from over, as 008 lunged forward, his bloodied face a terrifying sight. 006 faces a difficult 2-on-1 fight, and after a while he's exhausted and panting. 004 sneers, impressed that 006 is strong enough to face 008. 006 retorts, "Yes, what a shame. If it were you instead of 008, I would have put you on the floor." 004 was successfully provoked. What? He warned 006 that he'd be dead long ago, if not for 002's orders. 006 exclaimed as if he'd just realized something. "Ah, so that's it." Then he grins, pulling out his weapon. "Looks like you haven't changed. Still 002's obedient dog." This time, 004 truly loses control of his anger. He lunges forward, cursing, "You bastard!" 004 is too fast, appearing behind 006 in a flash, his eyes consumed by rage and bloodlust. Unable to react in time, 006 is struck, and blood splatters as another wound is carved into his body. 004 roars, saying he's wanted to kill him with his own hands for a long time. Meanwhile, back at the room, 003 is anxiously biting his finger until it bleeds. He felt uneasy. Why hadn't he contacted him? What was going on? Suddenly, an alarm blared, signaling an intrusion. Startled, 0032 jumps up, his face full of alertness, and immediately switches the screen to the outside surveillance feed. On the stairwell, a suspicious figure approaches the room, and despite his surprise, 0032 seems to have let his guard down. The familiar figure approached, magnified on the screen, and 0032, bewildered, unconsciously called out. For now, the area around the room is quiet again, and the two quickly move inside. 0032 wonders why he's here, and Yi-jin seems tense, saying it's because he couldn't be reached. His voice trails off as he looks around the room, noticing the meager food and drink scattered on the table. Yi-jin senses something is wrong. What happened? Where's 06? 0032, tell me what's going on? Seeing this, Yi-jin lowered his voice. Tell me the truth. You haven't been able to contact him since you told me about 002, have you? Besides, you're acting differently than usual. You're flustered and won't meet my eyes. Actually, I haven't been able to reach him either. Yi-jin waited patiently for him to explain the situation. He pressed on, asking how long it had been since they lost contact. 0032 hastily replies that it's been 3 days. I should have left yesterday, but I was too worried. Before he could finish, the phone rang. 032 quickly answers the phone, and a voice immediately rings out from the other end. It's me. Surprised, 05 Manhwa gets straight to the point. It seems 006 has been captured by 02. 0032 can hardly believe his ears. What? He repeats her words, feeling as if his whole world is collapsing. What are you saying? It seems he's been captured by 002. Yi-jin now understands the source of his unease. A shooting just occurred at the abandoned house. The room was quiet once more, but 002's presence dropped the temperature below freezing. Everyone's faces were strained and fraught with tension. 008 was bruised from the previous battle. 002 breaks the silence, saying, I didn't expect to run into dead men. Though covered in wounds, 06 showed no weakness. Me neither. I didn't expect to find you all here, he sneered. 04 is always glued to your side. How did the rest of you end up here? I-002 doesn't seem happy with his question, and the others behind him aren't pleased with the taunting. 06 acts like he's better than us. I'm sad now. If you're going to have a party, you have to invite me. Immediately, a powerful punch lands squarely on his face. Annoyed, 004 gives the order. Shut your mouth. Refusing to listen, 006 becomes even more aggressive. No way. Why abandon us when the numbers are together? Unable to control his tongue, 008 gritted his teeth, ready to descend. As he moved to strike, 002 intervened, telling him to stop. Immediately, 008 had to obey. Not daring to utter a peep, 002 always had a great handle on his anger. 06, you haven't changed a bit. But his eyes were chillingly cold. If you're going to play dead, you have to commit. You shouldn't have shown your face for your brother's sake. 02's words hit home, pressuring 06. But you have no choice, do you? It must be because of 001. Despite his fear, 006 continues to play his part. What do you mean? Why bring up the dead all of a sudden? 002's eyes betray his murderous intent, yet he struggles to remain calm. You haven't changed a bit, always protecting 001. 006 retorts defiantly. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing 002 leave without dealing with 004, he wondered, You're not going to let him get away with this, are you? He harbors a deep hatred for 06, despite the law forbidding numbers from killing each other. But that guy faked his death. 002 doesn't give a clear answer, only saying, Let's go. Number 004 is not pleased. 002 cuts him off, explaining that 006 couldn't have acted alone if 001 is still alive. It seems 002 has his own plans, leaving him no choice but to stay silent, while the forest beside the mansion is eerily quiet. The trees at night seemed to swallow the mansion whole, as someone lurked in the forest, watching the villa. Even with binoculars, visibility was clear at that distance, even at night. Maizer was frustrated, truly infuriated. She knew it was a trap, but she had to walk right into it. 02 is waiting for you. He knows you're alive and is using 06 as bait. She recalled 02's warning. Are you going to kill 06 for that traitor who escaped? Maizer had foreseen this situation. He said it himself. I knew 001 would get involved. Remembering this, Maizer glances at Yi-jin, and she's annoyed seeing him so focused on finding a way to save 006. He's definitely coming to rescue 006. Behind them, the lifeless 032 sits to the side. 005 is right. I don't want to do this either. Yi-jin turns to listen to him. 006 did this to repay you. He knew he might die. And the more he speaks, the more hesitant he becomes. But if you're in danger because of him, he'll never forgive himself, is what I mean. Though reluctant, 0032 advises him to retreat, saying it's not too late, plunging everyone into silence. Yijin remains silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, then suddenly discards his weapon, shocking Mai A. "What are you doing?" she asks. He silently sets down his gun, his expression calm, leaving everyone to wonder what he's planning. Ignoring their confusion, he walks forward, prompting a fearful Mai A to call out, "Zoa-one, what are you doing?" Without a word of explanation, he heads toward the mansion, its old doors creaking open as 001 enters. He walked in just as 002 was leaving for patrol, and 006's men were the first to spot him. Unafraid, Yijin stood tall in the wide-open doorway as 008 spoke hesitantly, and 001 stared in disbelief. He was actually alive. Neither 006 nor 004 expected this turn of events, and 008 was stunned. "I was wondering," he said. The camera clearly caught him. 006 stared at Yijin, confused. Even 002 couldn't have predicted this situation, but he quickly regained his usual sardonic tone. "So it's you?" 001, Yijin remains silent as 002 studies him. His aura is the same, but he's different, taller. Yijin cuts to the chase. He's here to let 006 go. Surprised by this confidence, 002 froze for a moment. Yijin repeated, "This is my business, so deal with me." Enraged, 004 exploded, "You, traitor! How dare you show your face and say such things?" But 002 stopped him. Again, 008 glared resentfully. 002 doesn't allow anyone to defy him, declaring that he'll handle it. He calmly approaches Yijin, saying that when he heard of his death, he wondered why he wasn't the one who killed him. Yijin remained silent, ignoring the irrelevant taunts. As the distance between them closed, he stopped, and finally, after so long, they faced each other. He looked at Yijin intently and spoke. "Let's see how much you've improved, Yijin." A showdown with 2 was inevitable, and Yijin knew it. Without a word, they clashed, attack and defense mirroring their past. Yijin blocked 002's relentless punches. Their attack and defense speeds are nearly identical, and their fighting techniques are equally matched. They know each other too well, so this battle is sure to be a long one. After observing for a while, 008 comments that 001's skills haven't dulled. When 002 raises his leg to kick him in the head, he luckily dodges it. Yijin quickly spots an opening and throws a punch, narrowly missing 002's face, but still drawing a small cut. Instantly, 002 retaliates with a punch to Yijin's face, and 004 is confident that 002 will win. Yijin stumbles back from the punch, but quickly regains his footing, a trickle of blood running down his face. Smirking at his success, 002 sees Yijin take the punch, and the two pause, still on guard. 002 stares at Yijin's calm face and says, "This reminds me too much of the old days, and I don't want to remember those memories." Images of their training and fighting together flash through 002's mind, his tone filled with nostalgia. "We never betrayed each other. At least that was one of the few human connections that could exist in that place." Silence falls, and everyone is stunned. Yijin says nothing, only watches him repeat, "Never betray each other." Then 002's tone shifts, becoming menacing. "That was our unspoken rule, but you broke it." He lunges forward, yelling, "You betrayed us!" Yijin swiftly dodges and blocks 002's attack, but 002 throws another punch. The moment Yijin covered his face, he left an opening and took another blow to the right. But this time he seemed prepared, turning to counterattack. 002 didn't expect it and took the full force of the blow. The onlookers, especially 004, were shocked by the scene. But 002 was far from finished. He seemed even angrier. He punched Yijin in the gut, but Yijin retaliated with a knee strike, sending 002 crashing to the floor on his back. Needless to say, his men were stunned. 002 quickly gets up and backs away, surprised to have been pushed this far. Yijin remained expressionless, ready to fight. 008 realized he'd misjudged. 001's skills had improved. 002 speaks surprised. 5 years, and you haven't let up, have you? 6 mutters to himself. He never let up. Neither arrogant nor humble, Yijin remains ever stoic. 002 draws the weapon from his hip, and Yijin retrieves his own. 002 remarks, "Not bad." The sound of blades slicing through the air immediately filled the space, followed by the rapid clash of steel on steel. Both men used their hands to block while attacking with their blades. Before long, Yijin's left cheek was cut, while 002 suffered a wound to his arm. But it didn't end there. Yijin suddenly grabbed his injured arm and locked it down, then swung his weapon at 002's abdomen, but the blow missed when he broke free. However, 002 couldn't completely evade, and Yijin slashed his arm again, deeper this time. 004 was secretly horrified, thinking, he's not playing around, his knife skills have improved, you can't get this strong from training alone without real combat. He wondered how he did it, when suddenly 008 noticed something, huh? He's angry, but a figure flashes through his mind. Yijin? 008's words shock the other two as well. But 008 quickly dismisses it, saying he's a mercenary who's never left this area, is he? 001? 008 responds that he couldn't see much because his face was covered, but he had a feeling. Covered in wounds, 002 stares intently at Yijin, observing him in silence before finally speaking. You betrayed us and became a mercenary? It seems 002's words have triggered something in Yijin's memory. After 2 rounds of fighting, he speaks first, memories returning. The others don't understand his disjointed words. 02's eyes turn colder than ever as a voice crackles over the radio. 05 and 032 are inbound. 006 is shocked to hear his brother's name. They're going to shoot us. What should I do? Immediately, a loud noise erupts. 032 and Maya sprinted forward, weapons in hand, spotting their targets inside. Enraged, 008 demands what they're talking about, but before they can answer, the radio crackles to life again. Someone armed is approaching. Seal off the area. 50 individuals have been identified. 002, and Yijin paused to listen. 300 meters. The forest outside seemed quiet, but a troop of soldiers lay hidden within. They're preparing to attack the mansion and eliminate all the numbered. Everyone inside immediately puts aside their personal matters to cooperate. 004 and 008 quickly load bullets into their guns as everyone prepares for battle, except for 006, who remains tied to a chair. Maya steps forward, freeing him with a smile, then throws the gear Yijin left behind at his feet. She glared at Yijin, as if blaming him, but without a word he picked it up. Everyone's faces tightened as they prepared to fight together after a long time, and thankfully they had enough ammunition and weapons to use. 002 quickly loaded them into his gun, carefully tucking it into the holster on his right thigh. Almost instinctively he glanced at Yijin, who was already looking at him. An uncanny understanding passed between them. Meanwhile, back at the ID center, the air was quiet, until a phone call broke the silence, reporting that they were approaching the target area with no response yet. After a moment's thought, the mad dog gave his orders. They must all be dead by now. Don't mistake anyone, the voice on the other end replied. Understood. After hanging up, he clenched his fist tightly. Mad Dog muttered with a sense of resignation. He'd wanted to save it as a trump card, but there was no other way. The operatives were already outside the forest, ready for action. Yijin put on his mask and glanced at his teammates, who had been his opponents just minutes before. Yet, there was no awkwardness between them, only a natural camaraderie, a synergy few could achieve. Yijin signals with his hand, pointing in one direction, and the group immediately charges forward. After years of hardship, Yijin once again leads his comrades into battle as the drone's tiny light flickers in the night sky, slowly circling. Meanwhile, 032 diligently controlled the drone, observing their surroundings, until something made him frown in thought. Suddenly, countless figures appear on the screen, moving through the forest, and 032's warning rings out, not yet. 06 hides behind a large rock, warily watching the enemy, while 004 observes everything from the treetops. Elsewhere, 002 lurks behind dense foliage, while Yijin takes aim at the distant soldiers. Just then, 032's voice rings out, "Now!" Scratch that, immediately followed by a hail of bullets aimed at the soldiers. Before they knew it, they were shot dead, and the others couldn't escape either. Some were lucky enough to hide behind trees, trying to avoid the hail of bullets. But one was instantly taken down by a shot through the temple. High atop the mountain, 006 lay prone, taking aim, his eyes focused through the scope. Immediately, more unfortunate soldiers fell to his gunfire, empty shell casings ejected in a steady stream. Sururururs leaps out, firing a barrage of bullets at the soldiers, unleashing a relentless hail of gunfire. 004 unleashed a maniacal laugh as he fired, and Mei joined the group. At the same time, 06 was taking down enemies one by one, but unfortunately, he was spotted by 2 of them. 006 gritted his teeth, trying to reload as the 2 soldiers opened fire. But just as things looked dire, 2 bullets suddenly pierced their heads. The newcomer is Mei A. Seeing her, 006 raises his hand with a slight smile, while on the other side, Footsteps echo rapidly. 002 swiftly moved behind the soldiers and began taking them out one by one. Two of them quickly fall, and 002 warily points his gun at someone in the distance. Ijin raised his hand, pointing into the distance, and 002 followed his gaze. After that, they ran forward without a word, and Ijin immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets on the assembled soldiers. In the distance, 002 swiftly takes down several enemies before making a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Ijin struggles against a hail of bullets from 3 soldiers, but within seconds, one of them takes a bullet to the head. Sensing something, his eyes sharpened, and Ijin's gaze darted towards the illuminated cliff face. He recognized the figure in the distance, whispering the name, 016. Now, only gunfire and hurried footsteps echoed through the dark forest. On the ground, only spent bullet casings remained, and before 018 lay a field of fallen soldiers. He quietly reports, complete. On the other side, 04 coldly reports, complete. May A and 008 also reported in, mission complete. But as soon as they did, the guns in everyone's hands changed targets. 008 and May coldly point their guns at each other, as do 032 and 018. Meanwhile, on the other side, 02 coldly gazed into the distance, as Ijin frowned and looked back. Just then, May called out, Issue 32, have you located 016? 032 quickly responded, yes, I found a safe route outside of 016's line of sight. Hearing this, she was relieved. Okay. At the same time, 016 was seriously observing everything. He frowns, observing 002's group through binoculars, then glances toward 018. Below, 002 quietly declares, 001. This isn't over. He coldly threatens. May will pay for her betrayal. Jean simply raises an eyebrow, staring intently at 002's retreating figure as he leaves, escorted by 008 and 019. As they left, 006 breathed a sigh of relief, saying goodbye and hoping never to meet again, while 008 calmly waved and 004 gave them the finger. Witnessing this, Ijin remained silent, while back at headquarters, the Mad Dog slammed his fist on the table upon hearing the report. I can't reach them. It seems the mission has failed. He gritted his teeth, growling, damn it, how could they lose with that much force? But he paused for a few seconds, cutting himself off before returning to 002 and 006's room. Weakly, 006 laments that they didn't need to come, prompting Meha to angrily retort that they saved him. He chuckled softly, thanking them, saying he owed them again. Jin then spoke, saying he only did what was necessary. Hearing this, Meha huffed and turned away, while 002 watched her with a meaningful look. 006 slowly asked, how did I survive this time? Meha sighs. Oh, you're still alive today. Back at Ijin's apartment, inside the brightly lit room, Ijin sat blankly on the bed for a moment, then sighed. He recalled the earlier threats from 002 and 001. It's not over, and May will pay for her betrayal. The more he remembers, the more somber Ijin becomes. Just then, Ion opens the door and asks, hey, did you have fun meeting your friend? He hesitated for a moment, then replied, yes. She pressed on. You must be so happy to see your old friend again. Hearing that, Ijin froze, and seeing his strange reaction, Ion asked suspiciously, did I say something wrong? Ijin's eyes darted down as if contemplating something. Then he offered a gentle smile and replied, no. The next morning at school, Ijin was slowly packing his books when Young-chan beside him hesitated before asking, Ijin, you and Zeokju are bodyguards at SVCap, right? Hearing this, he lowered his eyes and replied, that's right, but before Jin could finish, Young-chan interrupted, I'm jealous of the way you guys live. Jin's face then showed a look of confusion. Just then, Si-Ana hesitantly asked Han, Young-chan, are you gaming today? Young-chan shyly declined. I'll head out first, have fun. Seeing his pale face, Si-Ana's eyes immediately filled with concern. Watching his dejected back, Hyuk-jin frowned and said, his scores have been down lately, so he's been working hard. She replied that it was a shame Young-chan wasn't playing, as she kept losing. Hearing this, Ji-hyung roared in anger, shocking them both, saying it wasn't because he wasn't playing, but because she kept ruining the game. After the shock, Si-Ana furiously retorted, leaving Ji-hyung speechless. No, you mess up the game plenty of times too. He grumbled back, everyone has their off days. Seeing the two bickering, Hyuk-jin and Ji-Ana were left speechless. After a moment, he spoke. He's been so restless lately, I wonder what's wrong. Jin simply glanced out the window, remembering his earlier words, "I envy how freely you all live." As she pondered this, Zayone's voice broke through, "Jin, join us today." But he simply declined. "Sorry, I have to visit my grandfather with Daeyeon today." Hearing this, she was stunned and looked hurt. A moment later, Jin was carrying a bag of food somewhere. Daeyeon, walking beside him, then says that's why Hyuk-jin hasn't been around lately, and wonders about Hyuk-jin and Ji-hyung's situations. Jin paused, then replied that Hyuk-jin was set to inherit his father's company, while Ji-hyung was still figuring things out. Daeyeon chuckled, saying Ji-hyung seemed pretty relaxed. Jin then reveals that Ji-hyung's grandfather is the chairman of a car company, leaving Daeyeon in stunned disbelief. He glanced at Daeyeon, puzzled, and said that Ji-hyung claimed to be the youngest son. Daeyeon's eyes widened as she recalled Ji-hyung's shabby appearance, and she exclaimed, "Wow, and he always dresses so plainly. Always wearing the same sportswear and uniform." Jin then asks Daeyeon what she plans to do after graduation, catching her off guard. Daeyeon paused to consider as Jin waited patiently. After a moment, Daeyeon smiled softly and replied, "I want to find a job right after graduation." Hearing this, he asked, "Doing what?" But her next words shocked him. She wanted a high-paying job to support her grandfather, who had never rested because of her, so she wanted to earn money quickly to ease his burden. Jin paused, then asked if she had told her grandfather, to which she replied that she had, and he was angry, saying she should do what she wanted, not choose for his sake. The more she spoke, the sadder Daeyeon became. "I thought he'd be happy, but he was angry. He's never been angry before. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that." Seeing his sister so upset, Jin could only watch with concern. Under that intense gaze, Daeyeon confessed, "Now I'm not so sure anymore. I just thought I needed a job." Just then, his warm voice resonated, startling her as she looked up. "Just take your time to think about it." Jin smiles gently, reassuring her that he's there for her and that she should think about what she wants to do, words that momentarily stun Daeyeon. She then smiles brightly and replies, "Yes, thank you." Just then, they both spot Kang-soo in the distance. Daeyeon rushed over, calling out to him, and soon the sky was painted with the colors of twilight. Daeyeon waved goodbye, telling him to be careful on his way home, and Kang-soo smiled and waved back, saying he would. Just then, another security guard approached, asking with a smile if his grandson had brought lunch to share. Seeing who it was, he happily replied, "Ah, Choi." Choi said admiringly, "You have such wonderful grandchildren. It's rare to see kids these days care so much for their grandparents." Watching them leave, he added, "They seem to love you very much." Kang-soo, a little embarrassed, asked, "Really?" Choi squinted and said, "You said you live with your grandkids, right? They're getting older. They'll leave your side eventually." Kang-soo was taken aback and looked over, asking, "Excuse me?" Choi's voice echoes again, wondering if he'll be sad when his grandkids grow up and leave, as Kang-soo stares blankly into the distance, lost in thought. The scene shifts to night, and the streetlights illuminate the small alley. As Kang-soo walked slowly, he thought, "That's right. Eon is growing up, and Yijin is already an adult. He'll be leaving soon." A sad smile appeared on Kang's face as he thought, "I can't keep them here forever." Looking at the starry sky, he sighed softly. Time really does fly. After his walk, he finally arrived home. Entering the house, Kang-soo punched in the code, and Yijin rushed out, asking if he was back. Looking at the person before him, Kang-soo smiled kindly and asked, "You're not asleep yet?" Yijin nodded quickly. "Yes." Hearing this, Kang-soo didn't reply but walked towards his room, but the hand gripping the doorknob suddenly froze. Then he frowned and asked, "Yijin, how do you want to live?" Caught off guard, Yijin looked puzzled. "Huh?" Kang-soo awkwardly explained, "Oh, I meant, what are your dreams? I'm not very good with words, but I don't want to be a burden to you." Yijin, still confused, listened intently, as his grandfather had never spoken to him like this before. After a moment, he slowly replied, "Daeyeon, a dream?" This answer surprises Kang-soo, and Yijin adds that he just wants to keep living as he is. Under his doubtful gaze, Yijin softly said that no matter what he did, he just wanted to live with his family as they were now. For now, that's all. Kang-soo was left speechless and could only offer a gentle smile in return. The scene shifts to another blaze, where the undead lie scattered amidst a military encampment, smoke and fire engulfing the area. Under the flickering flames, the dead lay scattered everywhere. Some soldiers had died without understanding what was happening. Before the carnage stood Yi-jin. 04 stumbled toward Iron and reported, 002 couldn't find Mad Dog. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He got away. In the dim light, Yi-jin's expression darkened. Elsewhere, Iron frowned, pondering the news that his organization had been destroyed. He solemnly replied, yes, the numbers have all been eliminated, but the Mad Dogs escaped. Hearing this, Iron raised an eyebrow, asking what caused the numbers in Mad Dog's life or death situation. He sneers coldly, lamenting the shame of raising and training them from childhood only to be betrayed. Then, Iron orders his men to inform all of Mad Dog's enemies. As his subordinate leaves, he murmurs to himself. Then, he smirked and muttered that this Mad Dog was proving to be a troublesome escape artist. It was best to let his enemies deal with him when a sure kill was possible. Then he would act. Meanwhile, elsewhere, blood splattered everywhere as Mad Dog took cover, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Before him, a man collapses to the ground in agony, the sound of shell casings hitting the floor piercing the silence. In an instant, a masked figure appeared from around the corner, gun aimed at the Mad Dog. He raised an eyebrow, ready to pull the trigger, and the Mad Dog gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. In a flash, Mad Dog lunges forward, slamming the masked man to the ground. Mad Dog immediately grabbed the gunman's arm, then struck him across the face. The punch dazed him, and Mad Dog quickly snatched the gun, pointing it at the masked man's temple. After the deafening gunshot, the masked man was finished. Seeing that he was no longer breathing, Mad Dog slowly stood up. He stepped outside, glanced at the scattered corpses, and clicked his tongue in disgust. Then, Mad Dog growled, "These bastards really have a nose for trouble." Withdrawing his words, he warily advanced, step by step. Passing the mirror, Mad Dog's eyes fell upon his own blood-soaked face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, clenching his teeth. Without a word, Mad Dog raised his gun and fired a series of shots into the mirror, shattering it. After unloading his gun, he muttered that he never imagined he'd be in such a humiliating situation. He was furious. Yi-jin's small figure immediately appeared in his mind, all because of that bastard, 001. He gritted his teeth, declaring that he was the source of it all, betraying the organization. The scene shifts to Yi-jin's apartment, where he's practicing pull-ups. At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message, and Yi-jin quickly picked it up. The message is from Zeon. Yi-jin, come down to the store downstairs for a bit. Yi-jin stares at the screen, eyes wide. Later, in the alley lit by streetlights, Yi-jin slowly approaches the store, where Zeon is waiting. Seeing him, she cheerfully waved, but Yi-jin coldly continued walking. As he arrived, Zeon quickly said, "Sorry to bother you so late." "Were you asleep?" Yi-jin replied softly. "Not yet." She pulled out a pile of food, saying, "This is your favorite, Yi-jin." He glanced over it and nodded. "Thank you." Then Yi-jin slowly unwrapped a rice ball and asked, "What's so important that you had to meet me so late?" Zeon shrinks back, flustered. She stammered, saying she wanted to talk to him, while Yi-jin focused on unwrapping his rice ball. Seeing his adorable focus, Zeon quickly changed the subject, as did the friend sitting next to her. Zeon then said that everyone seemed worried about what they'd do after graduation, or was it just Young-chan? He was already worried he wouldn't be able to play games with them after graduation. Yi-jin responded indifferently, and she quickly replied, "That's what he said the other day. He's been studying harder because his grades haven't been good lately." He paused to think, and Zeon said, "I'm surprised. I thought Young-chan would become a pro gamer." Seokru nodded. "Me too. He was even invited by SKT to test games. I didn't think he'd give up being a pro gamer." Zeon agreed, and Yi-jin quietly recalled Young-chan's gloomy face. Zeon then asked if Yi-jin would continue to work as a bodyguard for SVCF, to which Yi-jin frowned and said he hadn't decided yet. As soon as she finished speaking, a mournful cry rang out, startling Zeon. The captain of Team 3 rushed over, questioning, "I thought you'd join the guard, but you haven't decided yet?" Zeokru was equally surprised. So, everyone misunderstood. Yi-jin, who was focused on his rice ball, couldn't help but look exasperated, while Zeon was still blankly processing the information. Later, Yi-jin and Zeon walked slowly beneath the dim streetlights when he said, "I can go back alone." But she quickly replied, "I want to take a walk." And he fell silent. As if remembering something, Yi-jin turns and asks, "Zeon, what will you do in the future?" Caught off guard, she exclaims in surprise, "That." Seeing her expression, he frowned in confusion, and Zeon shyly replied, "I haven't really thought about it. I'll just enjoy being a student for now." Hearing this, he could only nod a few times. At that moment, the distance between them suddenly closed, and Zeon said shyly, "Yi-jin, Suddenly hearing his name, he turned, confused. His eyes fell upon Zeon, her hands clenched tightly on her skirt. The two stop and slowly gaze at each other, and after a moment she hesitantly speaks. I wanted to say that I'm very... Yijin didn't interrupt, waiting for her to continue, but Zeon stopped there, leaving him puzzled. Elsewhere, Mei furrows her brow, saying, 002 destroyed the organization and disappeared. 006 nods in agreement, adding that the Mad Dog has also vanished. Growing frustrated, she plopped down in her seat as 006 added that the Mad Dog's enemies were already making moves, and 003 chimed in that he wouldn't last long with everyone after him. He nods in agreement, stating that the man is no stranger to danger, but without the organization's backing, and hunted by both numbers and enemies, things will be difficult for him. At this, 006's eyes sharpened as he warned, he's a sly fox, though. He won't go down that easily. Mei frowned and simply replied, okay. The next morning, Zeon was feeling down, reminiscing about the previous night. At that moment, she bravely confessed, I like us as we are now. But Yijin still wore his cold expression. Under her hopeful gaze, he simply stared in silence for a long moment. After a long while, Yijin still just looked at her without saying a word. Just when it seemed he wouldn't answer, Yijin smiled faintly and said, me too. Realizing he'd misunderstood, Zeon burst into tears, thinking, that's not what I meant. Lost in thought, a cold voice suddenly rings in her ear. What are you doing? Startled, Zeon replies, yes? Jie frowns, displeased, and asks again, what are you doing? Zeon stammers, trying to explain, oh, it's nothing, but Yijin is even more annoyed, asking why she's bothering her. Hearing this, Zeon quickly runs outside, asking if Yijin is done training. Seeing her brother's dazed expression, Jie's eyebrows furrowed even more. Moments later, a line of black cars appeared outside the building. Jie was working on her computer when Yijin's phone suddenly rang, drawing her attention. Seeing Yijin's lack of reaction, Jie sighed. I told you to just look. He turned to her and said, thank you. The message is from Aeon. Appa, please remember to remind me about apple season. But before he could reply, she sent another message. Never mind, I won't remember. Just go buy some now. Grandpa's been wanting to eat them for days, but I keep forgetting. Looking at these messages, his face softens. Just then, Jie suddenly asks, Yijin, is there someone you have feelings for? Hearing that, a puzzled look immediately appeared on his face. A crush? Jie nodded, asking if he was seeing anyone as the 2nd Division captain and driver perked up their ears. Jie's voice rings out again, asking if there's anyone he wants to date, as the two in the front seats lean in to eavesdrop. Without a second thought, Yijin replies that there isn't. Seeing his reaction, Chio rolled her eyes, speechless, while the captain of Squad 2 thought, with a dark expression, what was I expecting? After a moment, Jie chuckled, telling him he should get a girlfriend, but without a second thought, he replied that he didn't need one. She laughed, asking why, saying he was still young, so why was he only focused on studying and working? Yijin coldly replies that he's fine as he is, causing Jie to stare at him speechlessly. He then adds something, piquing Jie's interest. Yijin's mind flashes back to the fiery battlefield, where he was unleashing a hail of bullets. Those he shot coughed up blood and fell, or the times Yijin had to fight hand-to-hand to the death with enemy soldiers. After a fierce battle, he finally wiped out all those soldiers. Shaking off the memory, he frowned and slowly said, even I don't know. I don't think I deserve anyone. Jie was taken aback by the confusion in his words, while the leader of Team 2 in front lowered his head, lost in thought. Seeing a different side of Yijin, she stares at him intently, calculating something. Later, Yijin and Dayan are at the supermarket together. He slowly picked up a bag of apples, and Dayan's eyes widened in realization. After shopping, they slowly walked home, and Dayan said, Brother, Jie Hyung is making a hideout or something. He said he'd invite me when it's done. Did he say anything to you? After a moment's thought, he replied, no. Dayan grinned. He didn't tell you? How secretive. Seeing his sister's cheerful face, Yijin's expression softened. But in an instant, a chill ran through him, and Yijin stared ahead warily. Before him stood a large figure blocking a narrow alley, but upon closer inspection, it was just a man on his phone, while the chilling aura emanated from the black-clad figure lurking behind him. A sudden sense of danger washes over Yijin, making him wary as he looks ahead. The man on the phone leaves, revealing the figure in black. Looking closer, it's the grim, cold face of 002. Seeing Yijin suddenly freeze, Dayan immediately turns her head, confused. Appa? Seeing this, Jiyeon also glanced in her direction, and while Dayan was stunned, Yijin suddenly pulled her back. He quickly stepped in front of her, his eyes still wide with terror, and said softly, "Go home first." Seeing his strange state, Daeon asked worriedly, "Yes, what's wrong?" But at this point, Yijin seemed to have lost control, and he commanded in a low voice, "Hurry up." That terrifying face immediately scared Daeon to the point of trembling. It took her a moment to find her voice. "Okay." Before leaving, Daeon turned back, still worried. "Remember to call me." Only after she left did Yijin coldly turn his gaze to the other side, where 002 was still hiding in a small alley. Then he awkwardly stepped onto the road, and Yijin slowly walked parallel to him, a cold and impatient glint in his eyes. And 002 narrowed his eyes at him with hatred before melting into the crowd preparing to cross the street. Across the street, Yijin was already waiting. Separated by the road, the two stared coldly at each other. Just then, the light turned green, and without a word, they both stepped into the street, heading straight for each other. Looking at Yijin, 002 sneered. 001, you seem awfully happy. He clicked his tongue, muttering, "Honestly, you looked so dumb before. I didn't even know if you were 001. Seeing his gloomy expression, 002 said, "It seems you're back to your old self." When he didn't respond, 002 lost his patience and asked pointedly, "Is she your lover or family?" Before he could finish, Yijin coldly cut him off. "Sue, are you here to talk to Van Ha?" Sia frowned in annoyance at the question. Just then, Dushi's voice rang out, "Yeah, what are you doing here, kid?" He continued, but then stopped short. "Why aren't you crossing the street?" Seeing that bloodthirsty look, Dushik frowned, wondering what was up with him. He'd never seen him like this before. Just then, his eyes fell on V02 standing before him. The face hidden in shadow made him seem darker than ever, and a glint of bloodlust flashed in 002's eyes. Ensnared by that chilling gaze, Dushik trembled, thinking, "What's with him? He looks just like that high school kid." Then Yijin spoke, "Let's go somewhere else." 02 didn't object, saying, "Of course." At a deserted construction site, 002 speaks, "You seem to be living quite comfortably with your daughter and an old man, I presume." He replies sternly, "Have you forgotten everything?" Yijin doesn't answer but asks how he was found, thinking that perhaps 06 or 005 gave him up. Yijin was lost in his own thoughts, but they couldn't have revealed 2032 to him, could they? So 2 seemed to read his mind, saying, "Don't get any ideas." He explained, "You used to speak Korean in the organization, which is how I found you here." 002 explains his reasoning, saying he simply guessed Yijin would return home, so searching in Korea was the obvious choice. After learning he was alive, he figured he'd come here. Yijin is silent for a moment, his eyes sharpening, and asks what 002 wants from him. 002's expression darkens as he says, "What do you think?" "I'm here to deal with the traitor." His hatred nearly spills over as he continues, "You might think this is just a rule in the underworld, but we take our rules very seriously." Yijin remains silent as 002 throws a weapon at him, which he effortlessly catches, a sharp dagger. 002 then draws a similar blade, saying he's the one who trained him. He quickly moved in on Yijin, declaring he would punish him directly, and in an instant they were face to face. Both 002 and Yijin unleashed a flurry of attacks with impressive technique, Yijin managing to block most of them. Without hesitation, 002 slashes Yijin's arm, then attempts to stab him, but Yijin blocks the blade with his bare hand. Seizing the opportunity, 002 slams his knee into Yijin's gut, who recoils, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Growing impatient, 002 asks what Yijin is doing, but Yijin simply stares back with a blank expression. Losing patience, 002 threatens that if Yijin won't fight him properly, he'll target his loved ones first. As expected, Yijin's demeanor immediately tenses. 002 glared menacingly, threatening that if Yijin persisted, he would regret the deaths of those around him, starting with the girl who followed him. The pressure from 002 put Yijin on edge. He immediately gets into a fighting stance, and 002 is visibly surprised as Yijin's attacks become sharper. His eyes now reflected only madness, and after a moment of shock, a slash cut across 002's eyes. Yijin retaliates with a double punch to the face, but 002 responds with a powerful kick to Yijin's gut. He grabbed Yijin's hand, ready to cut it off with the knife, but he struck 002's head hard with his elbow. He swiftly grabs 002's arm, twisting it behind his back, causing 002's knife to fall to the ground. He grabs Yijin by the collar and slams his head, a sudden blow that leaves Yijin reeling. Before he could react, 002 wrestled him to the ground, only to stare in disbelief as Waijin swiftly grabbed his wrist and dislocated his shoulder. In a moment of carelessness, Waijin kicked 002 in the head, using the momentum to sweep him aside, but 002 kicked Waijin away as well. Both exhausted, they immediately stood up. 002 questioned, 001, you of all people shouldn't. Gasping for air, 002 asks if Waijin killed the numbers that chased him, a question that freezes Waijin in his tracks. 002 continues, saying that even though they weren't good people, at least they lived together in that hellhole. Waijin looks down, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Before Waijin could get lost in his memories, 002's voice echoed, asking why they died if he didn't kill them. He recalled Maya's question, and coldly replied that it didn't matter. She coldly looks at him. So, they lost their ability to fight because of me and then died, Waijin says emotionlessly. He frowned sadly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died. So how is this different from me killing them? Back in the present, a cold gun barrel is pointed at Waijin. 02, still aiming at Waijin, says to end this, that a traitor like him must pay the price, as sadness fills Waijin's eyes. He spoke. I have a favor to ask. 002 immediately retorted, me? Waijin stated his condition. When I die, spare those around me. 02 scoffs, asking why he should do that. Waijin reveals that the girl who follows him is his sister, whom he's only just reunited with after 10 years. His words give 02 pause as he grits his teeth, suppressing his emotions. Then, Waijin looks 02 in the eye, saying, just like you. His gaze stunned 02 into silence, and a heavy quiet descended. Suddenly, a lighter flew through the air, startling 02, who swung his gun toward the sound. Suddenly, a figure rushes in and whisks 02 away. Waijin quickly follows their movements. Dusi locks 02's gun-wielding hand. Damn, I felt something strange and followed. He slams his hand into 002's face, and 002 retaliates with a punch to Dusi's back, who then grabs his gun-wielding wrist again. Dusi then struck the gun, sending it flying from his grasp, asking how he dared use a gun in Korea. 002's gun went flying. Dusich throws another punch at 002's face, and he winds up for another, but 002 catches his fist. 002 slams his knee into Dusich's gut, the force of the blow making him bite down to keep from spitting up blood. His body is sent flying towards Waijin, as 02 silently watches him. But Waijin's eyes remained unfocused as 02 finally departed. Rubbing his chin, Dusi asked if he was all right and why he'd fought such a dangerous guy. Waijin calmly replied that he was a former comrade. Doubtfully, Dusi asked, what flag? A bloody knife lay at his feet. Duhich is perplexed. Why would teammates point guns at each other? Later, at a bar, the table is littered with cigarette butts and empty bottles. Dusich pondered, swirling the liquor in his glass. Something wasn't right. Dusich recalls the moment 02 pointed a gun at Waijin. Why would friends and teammates turn on each other like that? He wondered what he was trying to hide. At that moment, Dusich asked if he was all right, to which Waijin calmly replied that he was fine. Suddenly he froze, and Waijin turned back, sincerely saying, thank you. Confused, Dusich scratched the back of his neck. It was nothing. Then, Waijin slowly walked away. Dusich could only stare after him, a sense of unease washing over him. Back in the present, he stares intently at the glass in his hand. Dusich sighed, recalling Waijin's ordinary life with his family. He was just a high school student. It was nearly 11 p.m. when a noise outside caught Jiazeon's attention, and she rushed out to the foyer, her eyes widening in shock. Jiazeon's eyes fell on Waijin's bloodied body, her face paling as she asked if he was all right. Waijin realized the problem, and Jiazeon rushed over, asking what was wrong. He hesitated, saying he'd gotten into a fight with some friends. Jiazeon was stunned, agreeing with her words, but her face remained terrified. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Are you back?" Jiazeon quickly pushes Waijin away, telling him to go to his room so his grandfather doesn't see his injuries, and Waijin agrees. Yejin stood by the door, listening to Jiazeon tell her grandfather that he had gone to rest in his room. Behind the door, he remained silent. Waijin stared at the floor, lost in thought, remembering 002's resentful face as he pointed the gun at himself. At this moment, 002's expression remained unchanged as he walked down the deserted road. Waijin's sorrowful words echoed in 002's mind. They're my family, just like you. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. C004 wondered where 002 had been, but 002 cut him off, asking if he'd seen the mad dog. My 04 replies that he hasn't seen him. He clicks his tongue, saying he's hiding too well, and that others besides them are looking for him because he's weak. Confused, 004 asks to forget about him for now, and asks about 001, saying they have to deal with him. 002 immediately stops in his tracks. He frowned, saying, "Forget 001 for now. Let's find Mad Dog first." 004 agreed without hesitation. Okay. Meanwhile, on the other side, SVK was still in full swing, asking, "Why did Tanka go to meet a friend?" Confused, 004 looks at him, and SVK explains that ZH said as much, right? 004 finally remembers. SVK voices his concern, asking what's wrong, as he's seemed lost all day. 004 vaguely replies that he's just been preoccupied. SVK reminds him that his friends are worried about him and that he needs to focus on his work. 04 turns around, flustered, a reaction that stuns SVK. His face pales at Yijin's expression as he asks, "What's wrong? Weren't you planning on staying at SVK for the long haul?" Xe Okdu sighs. "Your teammates all thought you'd be working here for a while. Or do you have other plans?" Moments later, streetlights illuminated the road as Xe Osidu asked Yijin if this was the meeting place according to the map. Before them stood Yi Weng-chan, nervously fidgeting in front of the store. Jokdu called out and Yi Weng-chan responded with a shout. He asks if they just arrived and Yi Weng-chan explains that he's been busy studying lately, so he's late. The three stop in front of a building and Yi Weng-chan hesitates, asking if this is the place, but Zeokdu immediately urges them to go inside. As soon as Yi Weng-chan stepped inside, his face lit up with excitement. Yijin was looking around. Xeok is cheerful and greets him. Xehu sits at the computer, eating as he speaks. "You're late." Hyu Jin smiles, relaxing at the computer. Xehyu boasts that they're all high-spec, encouraging them to make themselves at home, though the food is a bit pricey. Yijin throws a light punch at a sandbag, while Yi Weng-chan stares in amazement at the computers before him, with top-of-the-line monitors, keyboards, and mice. Suddenly, Xehu calls out to Yi Weng-chan, pointing to a desk with two computers, telling him to sit there, that it's his spot. Yi Weng-chan is shocked, asking if it's really his, as Xehu reveals the amenities, including a camera for streaming, basically everything he needs. Hearing that, Yi Weng-chan turned around in disbelief, eyes wide. Xehu casually said, "You still want to be a streamer, don't you? Try it out while it's hot." Hyu is excited, saying that Yu Yoongi-chan dreamed of this and Hyu Jin didn't object, so he set up a dedicated streaming station. He reminds him to relax and play carefully because everyone will be watching. Yu Yoongi-chan is stunned that Hyu remembered something he only mentioned once. Suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious, he thanked him, citing his circumstances. Hyu smiled, telling him to relax. It's just for fun, and that he should at least try to fulfill his dream once, adding that he'd get the others to sub for him. Tears welling in his eyes, Yi Weng-chan hears Jihyu eagerly add, "Me too." Shioki-ru, eyeing the sweets, asks, "Jihyu, why only soda? No mineral water for our friends?" He glances around. "Oh, I'll buy some later." Xe unexcitedly orders, "I'll have oil," and Yigi adds, "I'll have instant noodles with an egg." Hyu retorts, annoyed, "What is this, a game or a restaurant?" Yu Weng-chan silently watches the group laughing and talking, lost in thought. He paused silently before saying, "Sorry, I have to go. Something came up." The group stared blankly at the door Yu Weng-chan had just left through. Oh. One morning at school, Yijin arrived early and quietly read a book. Zeon looked around and asked, "Has anyone seen Yi Weng-chan?" Hyu slumped into his chair, wondering what was going on, as Hyu Jin added that he hadn't been doing well lately. Hyu picked up his phone and texted, at a loss. Inside someone's simple but tidy room, a phone lies on the table, displaying a message notification. Yi Weng-chan hands his mother a glass of water. "Here's some warm water, Mom." His father smiles. "Thank you, son." His mother looks worried. "I'm feeling much better. Why aren't you at school?" "I'm just a little tired, dear." Yi Weng-chan worried. "Mom has such a high fever. I have to stay home and take care of her. This is the first time Mom hasn't gone to the store. Even when she was sick before, she still went, so I'm really worried." His father sighed. "Well, your mother is getting older, so her health isn't what it used to be. You don't need to think too much about it." He lowered his head and mumbled that it was his fault his mother had to work so hard. Yeung-chan's mother widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her son. His father chuckled, teasing Yeung-chan about skipping school, then asked how his studies were going. Yeung-chan nervously replies that he's been trying, but his grades aren't great. His father smiles, telling him to focus on studying and not to worry about tuition. His mother can handle it. His eyes clouded over as he replied, "Yes." The scene shifts to the classroom, where everyone is listening intently. The scratching of pens fills the air and his thoughts are interrupted. If I study abroad, things will be even harder. Tuition. Rent. Mom will have to work even harder. He sinks into thoughts about the weight of tuition, wondering what will happen, wishing he could graduate quickly. Yeung-chan sadly reflects on his friends, envying their carefree lives. He watches them from afar, wondering if they'll ever know the struggles he faces. As school lets out, students slowly head home, and Yeung-chan is swept along with the crowd until a message notification stops him in his tracks. Yeung-chan opens his phone to messages from Jae-hyung and Jeon-ae. "Where are you?" Jeon-ae adds, "Why aren't you answering?" Jae-hyung chimes in, "Hello?" He realizes he forgot to reply. He blankly holds his phone. Yeung-chan wasn't paying attention and bumped into someone, thinking, "Oops." But the other person's eyes showed annoyance. He cursed, "You idiot, where are your eyes?" Yeung-chan paled, confused, thinking he was just reading his messages. The bully scowls. "What the hell are you looking at?" Yeung-chan pales, but before he can finish, "I'm sorry." His friends covered their mouths, laughing. "Leave him alone, you're scaring him." Everyone around them began to notice Yeung-chan as the student continued to harass him. "Is that how you apologize?" No one wanted to get involved, but suddenly a hand reached out and shoved him away. Yijin, Jae-hyung, and Hyuk-jin approached him, asking what was wrong, and Yeung-chan exclaimed in surprise. Jae-hyung approached, his face dark, and wordlessly slammed his hand onto the student's shoulder. The student paled, staring at Jae-hyung, who gritted his teeth and asked, "Jutun, watch where you're going, you bastard." The student, terrified, stumbled back, offered a quick apology, and fled. Jae-hyung shoots daggers with his eyes, saying they need to talk. Hyuk-jin chimes in, asking why he hasn't replied to their messages. Yeung-chan nervously replies that he was too busy and forgot, and was just about to reply. Jae-hyung, face dark, brushes past. Hyuk-jin asks worriedly if his mother is sick, and Yeung-chan wonders how they knew. Hyuk-jin explained that they heard about it when they went to his mother's shop, but Yeung-chan was confused, saying the shop should be closed. He replied that it wasn't. Realizing something, Yeung-chan pales with worry as Jae-hyung asks why he left that day, and if streaming was his dream, and if something was wrong. Yeung-chan hesitated, and Jae-hyung encouraged him, saying, "Just relax. What's wrong with pursuing your dream? If you don't, you'll regret it later." Yeung-chan stared at him, and noticing his gaze, Jae-hyung scratched his head, flustered. "I'm sorry if I said something wrong. I just want you to live comfortably." His face filled with regret, he said he didn't mean anything by it and not to overthink it. Yeung-chan immediately replied that it was okay, and that he was very happy. Jae-hyung's eyes widened in confusion as Yeung-chan sadly explained that he never thought anyone would buy him a streaming setup, given his family's circumstances. Yejin and Hyuk-jin listened silently, and Jae-hyung watched Yeung-chan as he confessed that he always felt inferior to them, which is why he ran off that day. His eyes filled with sadness as he explained that he wanted to finish school and find a job to help his mother, but streaming seemed too uncertain, and someone as quiet as him would have trouble connecting with viewers. As the three walked, they listened to Yeung-chan, who added that his studies hadn't been going well lately, so he'd been feeling a bit down. He smiles, saying he feels much better thanks to them and that he has nothing to feel guilty about. Jae-hyung nods, saying he understands. Hyuk-jin teases him, "You looked so awful yesterday, Jae-hyung." Jae-hyung retorts angrily, "Hey, stop it!" But he continues, making Jae-hyung even angrier. "He just left and blamed us for doing something wrong," Jae-hyung says, annoyed. "Okay, fine, it was my fault." Yejin watched them smile from behind, the light shining from the house on the corner. Yeung-chan and his mother talked. "Your friends stopped by the store earlier." "Yes, they mentioned it." "Why aren't you resting at home?" His father replied, "I'm feeling better now." Yeung, Chan's mother complimented. "Your friends look like actors, especially those two boys and another one." Yeung, Chan immediately thought of his two friends. "Are you talking about Seokju and John?" His mother suddenly turned to him, startling him. "I heard you're really good at gaming, like a pro gamer, right?" His troublemaker friends blurted out his secret. He's the best gamer they know, and he even got a trainee spot on a pro team. Yeung-chan's mom is shocked. You were gaming while I was working? Yeung-chan sits up straight, worried. His dad, a little upset, asks, "Why didn't you tell your mother about your dream?" Yeung-chan looks up, surprised, but her gaze lingers. "Is it because of me that you're under so much pressure?" Yeung-chan bowed his head, admitting his mistake, saying it was his fault his mother had to work so hard. His mother smiled and patted his head, calling him silly. His father gently tells him that he must pursue his dream, or he'll regret it later. Yeung-chan sadly hesitates, saying that he can't, not when his mother can't do what she wants either. His father was shocked, as his mother was already doing it, and he could only nod in response. Yeung-chan asked his mother if she really wanted to sell food. Yeung-chan's mother smiled gently, saying that her dream was to raise him well. It was a heartwarming scene, as she added that she wanted her son to be happy and to do what he wanted. That evening at a restaurant, Ghung and the group waved goodbye to someone, telling them to come back and hang out whenever they're free. Exion A added, "See you later." Yijin smiles, hand on the doorknob, and politely says goodbye as everyone watches them leave. Yeung-chan remarks that he never thought Yijin wouldn't join the guard after finishing his studies. Ghuang and Hyuk-jin agreed. "We thought so too." Exiana chimed in, "He never intended to," and another added, "That's why the security team was so bummed." He smiles and sighs, remembering how hard he trained while on the team. So everyone thought he'd join. Hearing him say that was quite a surprise. The scene shifts to Yijin and Zeon walking down an empty road, where Zeon asks if Yijin has decided against joining the guard after graduation, to which Yijin nods. Her eyes widened as she muttered that he was at the age where he needed to think about his future, and Yijin smiled at his sister's concern. His eyes turned cold as a memory surfaced. A rainy day in the past, bloodstains washed away by the downpour. Inside the Y camp, a somber mood descends. Damn it, we've already lost 2 men today. Soldiers huddle, lamenting, some even sobbing. What kind of hellish training is this? No one can endure this. People are dying every day. A young wounded soldier is bandaged, but blood still seeps through. If we just survive until the end, we can escape, right? None of them could speak, only sit there helplessly. Jin, disheveled and grim, says not to worry about escaping. Everyone stares at him. With a somber tone, he says the first thing they need to do is try to survive. The others' faces darken. Dayan's voice cuts through his thoughts as she looks up and asks if he has a different passion, since he's not a guard. Jin smiles. "No." Dayan looks at him, puzzled. In a heavily guarded mansion, Iron's henchman announces, "We've just received word that Chairman Andrea is coming to Korea." Iron furrows his brows, it seems the time has finally come to weigh our side against SV caps. Iron narrowed his eyes. "It's not just the signing, we've already suffered losses from their change of heart." He sat up straight, saying, "When a key partner like Borage considers another entity, we've already incurred significant losses." Iron gripped his chair, wondering if Chairman Andrea had done the same. His hand clenched until it was red and veined. Iron commanded, ordering Forex to be contacted immediately. The henchman lingered to hear the instructions. A complex glint appears in his eyes. The time has come for the kids we've been training. In a large building in the city center, a small meeting is underway. On the screen are images of a blonde woman, Zozia, and Andrea Bor. Ijin and the other students listen intently as they learn that the chairman of the Borage group has come to survey several companies. The captain of Team 2 stated seriously that this business trip of theirs would have a great impact on our fields of operation, and while they would of course have their own bodyguards, we would be adding more people. He clicked his pen and continued the presentation, showing Sophia and her brother on the screen. Our team's mission is to protect his family. Yay, Squad 2's captain frowned. His family wants to learn about Korean culture, so they came along. Our top priority is their safety. The team responded in unison. Understood. A few days later, in a luxurious hall, 2 officials shake hands, Andrea Bor and Duon, inside a gold-carved doorway. GE tilted his head, asking if they didn't require any formal welcoming ceremonies. Sophia's brother smiled. "We simply want to enjoy and explore the customs of the people here, so I don't think we need any elaborate welcome." Sophia glanced around. GE started to reply, "Yes, but..." Before he could finish, Sophia's brother interjected, saying they appreciated the thought, but his sister desired privacy, and he hoped they would understand. Sophia stared wide-eyed, and the 2 sides exchanged glances for a moment. Having no other choice, GE introduced a bodyguard for the two of them, saying that SVCap would provide guides and guards to protect them, as their safety was their top priority. GE was relieved. If they didn't need a welcome, so be it, though it was a bit awkward. A small hand tugs at the corner of his white dress shirt. Sophia's brother turns to see his sister clutching his sleeve. She whispers something to him, and her brother seems to understand, looking at her for a moment. He smiled, telling GE that since they insisted, they would. He raised his hand and asked if one of her staff could act as their guard for the time being. Understanding their intentions, she looks around for a suitable candidate, but something's off. The others surrounding Yegan stare at him, pale-faced. Sophia blushed and glanced away. Reading her emotions, he could tell she wanted Egan to come along. She smiled, thinking that it was good to have someone to accompany her, and Egan was a reliable worker, so she decided to go with that. He simply looks on, saying nothing. We cut to a long line of cars. Waijin rides in the car with the driver and the Sophia siblings, as Sophia leans forward to look at him. She introduced herself. "I'm Sophia. What's your name?" Waijin replied plainly, "I'm Waigin." Sophia asks if he knows of any places to visit, but unfortunately, Egan doesn't know any, saying he doesn't know any places. Sophia's eyes flashed with disappointment. How could a Korean not know any places to visit? Yegan looked down at the wide field and said he really didn't know, as he had only recently returned to Korea after living abroad for a long time. Sophia seemed to understand, and Sophia's brother smiled. "Hey, Sophia, let's just follow the itinerary in that brochure." Sophia's brother then turned his attention to Egan. "You look quite young. How old are you?" He replies that he's 19. Sophia's brother is surprised, saying he's younger than Sophia but already working security. "I heard SVCap's security team is quite famous and disciplined. How did you manage to join?" Yegin replied modestly, "Just luck and a little favor." Sophia's brother chuckled. "You think so? There's no favoritism here. This job requires real skill. Security work isn't something you can just give to anyone." He glanced at his little sister, who was blushing as she stared straight ahead. Everyone heads inside the workplace, and Egan watches Sophia and her brother from behind. Sophia walked ahead, aware of him behind her. She turned, her eyes meeting Waijin's. Blushing shyly, she walks on, making her brother chuckle. He holds a skewer and makes a few gestures in front of the cotton candy machine. Sophia excitedly held the cotton candy, offering a stick to Waijin beside her. Ejin silently looks at the cotton candy Sophia offered as she eagerly waits for him to take it. Just then, Sophia's brother approached with a smirk, taking the cotton candy from her and handing it to Egan. Ejin emotionlessly takes the cotton candy and watches Sophia happily walk away as she eats. He sits down, crosses his arms, and leans against the table, smiling. "You seem to have had a lot of fun today." Egan didn't understand the meaning behind his words. Seeing this, Egan reiterated his point, adding that Chairman Bori sends his regards. So, she must have had a lot of fun today. Egan thoughtfully recalled his time on the mission with Sophia. He remembers her enthusiasm throughout the trip. Sophia seemed to enjoy the scenery. Egan states his opinion with a blank face. Sophia seemed to really enjoy visiting tourist spots. "I didn't know this tourist spot seemed so appealing, but the cousins already have an itinerary of where they need to go. So I just need to follow them." Egan was speechless with the wooden Egan. The captain of Squad 2 didn't look much better. Egan sighed and smiled wryly. "You think it's that simple?" she says, leaving Yegan at a loss for words. "I'm quite surprised the chairman asked about you. It wasn't just to take his kids out? But now I have an idea why." Gaiai's eyes darkened. She had to be separated from her family before, and even when she went out, she felt uneasy and insecure. She smiled, praising him, noting it was the first time she'd been so happy, not just because of the preparations, but mostly because of him. Waijin, expressionless, countered, "That's not it. I think it's because of the security. Everyone worked more professionally, so she felt safer." Giaya was speechless at Waijin's denseness, and even the leader of Team 2 sighed in dismay. Giaya forces a laugh, asking Waigin to join them again tomorrow, to which he agrees. As Waigin walks down the hall, something catches his eye. Before him stood Sophia's brother and a bodyguard, as if waiting for him. Waigin and Sophia's brother walked together, and her brother began. "There's a reason I came all the way to this office to ask you for a favor." He made his request to Egan. "Could you spend the next 2 days freely with my sister and me?" Egan flatly refused. "I'm sorry, but due to my security work, I can't relax when I'm with you." Sophia's brother rephrases, saying he wants Yegan to be more friendly with Sophia, as she seems more lively around him. Yegan glances over, silent. Speaking of Sophia, her brother grew somber, recalling how she was once kidnapped and remained silent for days. leading the family to fear the worst. Sophia's past trauma made her want to stay within the confines of her home. But fortunately, we found her. Ever since, she's been anxious and doesn't want to leave the house. The doctors couldn't help, but she's become more active since meeting you. It's all thanks to you, Wygin. Please, help her. Egan remained firm, stating, I understand, but I'm sorry. Business is business, and I can't change it for any reason. Sophia's brother smiled as if he'd anticipated this response. He had to compromise with Wygin, agreeing to his terms as long as he came along. At the Millennium GS Hotel, Sophia groggily awakens in a large bed, wondering how long she's been asleep. The ringing of a nearby phone pierces the silence. Sophia glances at the screen, a message flashing. Come downstairs. She quickly replies, flustered. Yes, I'm coming right down. Sophia's brother looked at the phone, surprised she could sleep so soundly away from home. He smiled at Egan, who was standing opposite him, and said, Let's wait for her. She just woke up. Sorry about that. Sophia hurriedly threw on the simplest clothes she could find and ran downstairs. Her brother approached her with concern, asking why she woke up so late. Sophia, out of breath from running, replied that she didn't know. She just slept until morning. Sophia's brother asks her with concern, You didn't have any nightmares? Didn't you say you always had them when you slept outside? Sophia looks up and replies, Yes, that's right, but not last night, brother. Her brother was taken aback by her answer, recalling the countless times he'd rushed to her room, hearing her screams. Inside, Sophia curls up in bed, her whole body trembling. Her brother freezes for a moment, then approaches to comfort her, saying, It's okay, it was just a dream. It seems he no longer needs to worry about Sophia waking up from nightmares. Good, coming to Korea was the right decision. Sophia smiles, realizing Ijin has been by her side for a long time. Blushing, she shyly asks how he slept last night, and Ijin replies that he's fine. Cars rush down the street as Sophia's brother asks from the back seat, Ijin, how many people are in your family? Ijin replies while driving, There's me, my sister, and my grandfather. Sophia's brother asks if he has a sister, and Ijin replies that she's 17. Sophia's brother, finding common ground, remarks that they're alike, assuming Ijin must be close to his sister, as siblings usually are. Ijin quietly agrees, saying they're very close, and that she's helped him and their grandfather a lot. Sophia's brother gazes into the distance, saying Sophia has also helped his family a lot. Sophia shyly looks out the window, disagreeing, saying she only causes trouble. The group arrives at their destination and is greeted by a guide, but Sophia notices something and tugs at Ijin's sleeve. Sophia's brother smiles, watching her and Ijin approach a snack stand in the distance, as a car speeds through the night. Out of nowhere, a car cuts off the convoy, forcing Ijin to slam on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Due to the sudden incident, Sophia's brother instinctively shielded her, while Ijin stared ahead with a sharp gaze, and everyone in the cars behind, except the woman, were terrified. The woman silently pulls a gun from her coat, and moments later, blood flows freely. Everyone in the car except the woman was shot dead, and she coldly surveyed the scene. Iron's right-hand man, Tae-sai, reported from the sidelines, Our plan has been set in motion. Iron narrowed his eyes. Have many from the other side arrived yet? Iron's henchman reports that their side has sent their best mercenary, a leader experienced in many battles. Iron sighs, So just one person. Iron's henchman continued, Yes, they want to test our strength, so they've sent their best mercenary. Iron chuckled, Good. It's time our forces had their combat skills tested. Luxury cars pull up in front of the building, and a small foot in high heels steps out. The blood-soaked woman confidently removes her glasses as Ijin watches from the car, observing everything. Blood from her victim speckled her clothes as she loosely held a gun. She glances away, while Ijin watches intently, not missing a single detail. The large men approached her, and Ijin turned, telling everyone to get out of the car and move to safety. Sophia's brother was stunned. What? He leaned back against the car and smirked, My guards know what to do. The guards disembark with grim faces. Ijin glances over. We can't let our guard down. Only 2 of us are armed, and one's already moved ahead, leaving only 1 here. Sophia's brother flinches, breaking a sweat, wondering what's happening as the others pull guns from their coats. The guards' faces grew grim, as only one of them was armed, and Ijin leaped out of the car. The men opened fire on the military police as Sophia's brother watched in horror, and Sophia covered her ears in fear. Ijin quickly exits the car and signals for the other 2 to follow. The woman also noticed the commotion, staring intently at Ijin's car. Her eyes turned cold as she quickly grabbed a sniper rifle. The guards were swiftly taken down, and she aimed her weapon at the remaining bodyguard. The bodyguard shields the 2 brothers, keeping them safe, and Anna clicks her tongue in frustration. The woman called out to the group, urging them to give chase as Ijin led the two brothers in their escape. They run into a deserted building where Ijin stops, noticing something. With a darkened face, he told them to move on, but the brothers were worried. What dangerous thing was he planning to do? He tells them to go, emotionless, saying this is his job now. Sophia's brother's eyes widened, remembering Ijin's words. It's what I have to do. The bodyguard urged them to leave, and Sophia's brother hurried his sister along, telling her not to distract him. Before leaving, she worried, and he cautioned, but Ijin said nothing more. He turned to face the three figures running in the light. Ijin quickly noticed the movement. A terrorist, gun in hand, gave chase, his eyes fixed on the three figures in the distance. The man spoke to someone on his earpiece, then raised his gun to aim and fire, his face flushed with rage. Jin takes him down with one kick, but notices more enemies approaching from behind. They aim their guns at Ijin, who seizes a weapon from the fallen assailant. Ijin swiftly dodges the incoming fire as the two men unleash a hail of bullets. He dove behind a wall, his face grim as he took aim. The terrorists retaliate, dodging Ijin's gunfire. Anna grits her teeth behind the wall, cursing her situation. She watches the man chasing after her get shot, clutching his wound in pain. She orders the others to deal with him while she goes after the two brothers. The wounded man desperately fires his gun as Ijin, hiding behind a wall, sees Anna take off. His eyes narrowed as the terrorist opened fire, trying to stop him. Clutching his wound, he fires relentlessly, but Ijin swiftly dodges every shot. He ran, thinking that he had to block and move, keeping no more than 200 meters away from his two cousins, until he reached a bend in the road at a fork. He stopped in his tracks, and Anna suddenly appeared, running right into Ijin. She quickly raised her gun, and Ijin, not a step behind, readied his own, as they exchanged fire, dodging each other's attacks. He fires another shot, yelling, "Clip!" Then, as if seeing something, he stops and Anna ducks for cover behind a car. Seeing him advance, she raises her gun, and Ijin collapses, his face darkening. He hangs suspended, gun in hand, as the woman sneers. She scoffed, gun in hand, not bad for someone so young. She questioned him, asking about his origins. It seemed absurd that someone so young would be hired as a bodyguard, and so skilled with a gun. She laughs arrogantly, saying it'll take more than that to bring her down, but Ijin remains silent, his eyes fixed on something else. Sensing something, Anna turns to look behind her, whirling around to point her gun into the void. The silence behind them was deafening. She struggled, furious, damn it. Before she could react, a figure tackled her, and Ijin pinned Anna to the ground. He uses his strength to lock her gun hand, then swiftly kicks Anna's weapon away. They both get up and face each other. The woman, red with anger, raises her fist to attack, but Ijin blocks the blow. Ijin throws a punch, leading Ngiang to believe he wants to fight hand-to-hand, and she blocks his attack. Quickly, she raises her leg, landing a powerful kick to his stomach, and smirks as he takes the blow. Ijin catches her leg with a powerful grip, causing the Ngiang woman immense pain. The woman strikes with deadly intent, but Ijin dodges, retreating to observe. She frantically tries to regain her balance as they both eye the gun kicked away in the distance. Ijin glances around, thinking, as the woman dashes for the gun. Ijin runs after her, but the woman is quicker, grabbing the gun. She aims directly at Ijin, who retreats to the corner of the wall to avoid the gunfire. The woman realizes Ijin has vanished, escaping her grasp, and Anna grits her teeth in frustration. I see, so this guy's good at close combat. Ijin broke her leg, and a fairly young bodyguard has so many combat skills. Moments later, the pursuers arrived at Anna's location, and she made a call. Understood. The two pursuers move behind the woman. She shoved the phone in her coat, face dark, and ordered, "Let's go." Ijin runs through the night when he notices someone calling out to him. "Over here, Ijin." Ijin stopped and looked towards the dark figure waving from the corner. The one who waved was Sophia's brother, and Ijin stared intently at him. They entered a deserted alley, and Ijin, following Sophia's brother, asked why they hadn't moved yet. Sophia sits inside, awaiting his arrival. The bodyguard, running after them, suggests that Lady Sophia can't move very fast, as she's not in good shape. It's best we hide here. We've already called for backup. Sophia is panting heavily, exhausted. Eden glances toward Sophia as the bodyguard praises him, saying he's quite skilled. How did you manage to escape such a difficult situation? Ijin humbly replied that he was just lucky. The bodyguard sighed. Luck? You call escaping a professional mercenary group luck? Sophia's brother turned and asked, What's with you and him? He's one of the top-tier bodyguards. The bodyguard narrowed his eyes. Yes, I understand. The security team carefully researched the travel route. I can't believe this happened. Sophia's brother reflects, realizing they've been careless as Ijin explains their captor's true goal, to corner them. Sophia's brother paled. Ijin said seriously, If they wanted to kill you, they could have done it long ago. The siblings tensely watch Ijin, who explains that they could have been attacked at any time during their tour, but weren't. Their goal is capture. The bodyguard inwardly admired Yijin's quick deduction as Yijin turned to him and asked when their support team would arrive. The bodyguard hesitated before answering. About 20 more minutes. Yijin remained silent, staring intently. He glanced over, seemingly thinking something over, when one of the pursuers suddenly shouted, "They're hiding here!" The four of them froze, Anna and two pursuers aiming their guns. Sophia's brother immediately shielded his sister. Ijin stares at them expressionlessly as Anna smirks. "Fancy meeting you again, kid. Aren't you thrilled?" Ijin suddenly lunges forward, the siblings watching in stunned silence. The group watched warily as a hand gripped the bodyguard's arm. Ijin presses the sharp object against Han's neck and the man freezes up. The siblings watched in shock as the tense bodyguard asked, "What are you doing?" The sharp object cut into the guard's neck, drawing blood, and he gasped for breath. Sophia's brother anxiously asks, "Ijin, what are you doing?" Ijin darkly explains, "This is a complex of many different high-rise buildings." He looked at their pursuers, saying they shouldn't have found them so quickly. Ijin tightened his grip, suspecting a rat in their ranks since the enemy was on their tail while the guards weren't protecting their charges. Ijin grinned, sure that this man was the rat, as the bodyguard glared back, eyes bloodshot. Ijin moved behind Sophia's guard, pressing a knife to his neck, drawing blood. The guard tilted his head back, terrified of a fatal strike to his artery. Sophia's brother interjects, questioning how Ijin could accuse him of being a mole based solely on his deductions, adding that he's been a guard for their family for years, suggesting Ijin may be mistaken. Ijin's expression remains unchanged as he swiftly retrieves something from the Sophia brothers' bodyguard. A gun. Ijin pointed the gun at his side. He wasn't one of the guards initially armed, and the attack was too fast to prepare. He gritted his teeth, knowing he'd been exposed. A scornful voice echoes, calling him useless for being exposed so easily. It's Anna's team of assassins, and Ada's eyes narrow, his brow furrowed in suppressed rage, realizing this man is nothing more than a mercenary. The 4C Ada and Sophia's brother's bodyguard is terrified as Sophia's eyes widen, her brow furrowing in surprise and doubt. Was Ijin right? She remembers all the times he was there to protect her. He's been protecting her for years. Sophia's eyes widen, her mouth agape at the stark truth before her. Suddenly, Ijin signals to her, and she focuses on it as he subtly lowers his hand behind the bodyguard to avoid Anna's gaze. He raised 2 fingers to the sky, then brought the other 4 together, pointing his index finger out. A signal Sophia recognized, a signal she remembered seeing before. She remembered the masked man who saved her using this signal. When I signal like this, it means I'm about to launch a surprise attack and you need to hide immediately. Sophia is startled. Ijin silently watches her, and Anna and her gang point their guns at the 3 of them. This kid is quick. He's no ordinary guard. "What's your background?" Her eyes were sharp, filled with arrogance, but then she suddenly noticed something. Jin drew his gun and pointed it at her, his eyes fixed on her like a predator. Anna dodges just in time, realizing he was going to attack the fiend. The bullets strike 2 of her men in the legs who were too slow to react. Sophia's brother shields her from the gunfire, but she grabs his hand and pulls him away. Eugene lays down suppressing fire, but Anna dodges, a smug look on her face. What a reckless bastard, attacking while protecting his client. Does he think I wouldn't dare kill those siblings? Ijin, still holding the bodyguard hostage, retreated step by step, when suddenly he glanced to his right. An Anna subordinate, previously shot in the leg but still alive, aims his gun at Ijin, and they both fire at the same time, but Ijin's bullet hits the man's finger joint. Ijin used the bodyguard as a shield against the gunfire, and now that he's dead, he's no longer useful. Ijin immediately gives chase, following Sophia's escape, as Anna smugly declares that she's figured him out. Her lips curl into a knowing smirk, realizing Ijin is no ordinary bodyguard, but a killer like herself. The Sophia siblings have fled to the highest floor. Sophia's brother looked around, realizing they were trapped as Ijin slowly approached. Seeing him, he said they were cornered, but Ijin pointed in another direction, telling them to escape through the cluttered mess. Sophia's brother pulled her hand, urging her to flee, but she remained fixated on Ijin. Gathering her courage, she asked, "What about you?" Ijin glanced at her. He calmly replied that the important thing was for them to escape. He would handle his own affairs. Sophia was taken aback, these words pulling her back to the past, and then dropping her off in the dense forest. Sophia, hugging her knees, asks, "Aren't you scared?" Ijin, concealing his face, looks at her and asks, "Scared?" Sophia hides her face in her arms and hums in response. Ijin turned away, telling her that didn't matter. What mattered was that she escape. Sophia stared at Ijin's back, remembering those words, clenching her fist as tears streamed down her face, knowing he was the masked man from before. Sophia's brother asks suspiciously if Ijin was the one who saved her before, as one of Anna's masked henchmen makes his way up. He cautiously swept the area with his gun, searching for the three of them. Then, a hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Ijin. He fired a shot, driving him away. Then, his gun-wielding hand slammed into the man's jaw from below in a brutal uppercut. He fell to the ground, only to have a gun pointed directly at Ijin's temple. He glances at it as Anna's smug voice echoes, gloating that they've caught him, but Ijin quickly shatters her triumph, knocking the gun away with his right hand. He then punched Anna in the stomach with his left hand, stopping her from firing the gun. But Ijin uses his elbow to send the gun flying. A red streak flashes and blood splatters on the floor. Ijin's left shoulder has been hit. Anna, retreating a short distance, brandishes her knife defensively as Ijin stares back, his face in a motionless mask. Anna, knife in hand, stared intently at Ijin. "I'm sure you're a hunter too." Ijin remained silent, returning her gaze. Then she attacks first, wanting to see who's the strongest. Anna launches a barrage of attacks, and seeing Ijin only dodging and defending, she provokes him. "Try fighting back." Ijin dodges a rising slash, a blue flash cutting through the air, and blood immediately sprays from Anna's arm and thigh. Anna quickly retreated, putting distance between herself and Ijin, noticing matching puncture wounds on her arm and thigh. Her face darkened with anger as she glared at Ijin, who stood firm, a sharp, bloodied object in his hand. Anna recognized it, the same weapon that threatened Sophia's bodyguards. A chilling smile crept across her face as she realized, I understand now, you bastard." Leaving only a trail on the ground, she lunges into close combat with Ijin. Their weapons clash violently as Anna dodges Ijin's punch. But his weapon still managed to cut her face, leaving her enraged. She retaliated, but Ijin stepped back. He grabs her wrist, kicking her right hand. Anna cries out in pain. The two continue their fierce battle, Ijin's expression unwavering as he stares intently at her. Anna, on the other hand, is shocked and disbelieving. How could a kid be better than her in close combat? She recalls her days of training in the forest. How could this be? Even in the hell of the forest, I was the best. How could he push me back so easily? Anna gripped the knife, determined to kill Ijin at all costs. Die. Ijin simply blocked her attack and punched Anna in the face, bloodying her nose and sending her staggering back. Ijin, unharmed, faced her as the sound of police sirens grew louder below. Anna was furious but helpless, saying they would meet again before running off as Ijin and the Sophia siblings watched. The siblings looked worried, and the next morning, at a luxurious modern building, Sophia's brother had a private conversation with Ijin, thanking him for keeping them safe. Jin's face is as cold as his words. He only did what was necessary. Sophia's brother smiles helplessly. "You always were like that." He smiles gently. "Thank you so much, Ijin. You're truly strong and always bring peace of mind to others. I'm lucky I realized this early on." Ijin remained silent as Sophia's brother confided that their bodyguard had betrayed them, suggesting a pre-existing conspiracy. It seems he was paid handsomely to wait for the perfect moment to capture us. He sighed. This betrayal was a real shock to Sophia, who rarely leaves the house, and now she's been betrayed by a bodyguard who's been with her for 3 years. His eyes filled with sorrow, saying he was shaken, but Sophia was even more so. Then he looked at Ijin and continued. "I'm sad to say that we'll be returning home tomorrow. It's a pity we just met, but there's no other way. Safety comes first." Ijin wanted to say something, but stopped himself, as Sophia's brother clenched his fist. Sophia mentioned someone saved her in the forest when she was cornered. Ijin remained silent as Sophia's brother recounted how they'd been searching for her rescuer, calling them an amazing person they were forever grateful to. He added that they were forever grateful to the person who saved her, but never had the chance to meet. Sophia's brother looked at Ijin, asking if he was the one who saved her. Ijin coldly stares at him as he awaits an answer. Ijin denies it, and he's taken aback. The two lock eyes in silence. Sophia's brother sighed, accepting Ijin's denial, then smiled. "I understand. Thank you." The bodyguard stood in perfect formation. Sophia's brother is in the middle, shaking hands with Jiye, thanking her, saying they will always remember SVCap's kindness as Sophia looks away. She looks towards Ijin as her brother opens the car door for her. Suddenly, he sees Sophia running back. Sophia's pace is quick. She embraces Ijin, a gesture that shocks the SVCAP staff and even surprises Ijin himself. Sophia buried her face in Ijin's chest, thanking him profusely and wishing him well. Ijin's eyes widen at her words. Then he smiles faintly. You too. The two exchange a final glance. With a slightly flushed face, Sophia looked up at Ijin. I'll see you again if I have the chance. Then she stepped into the car her brother had opened for her. Sophia's brother stared intently at Ijin as their motorcade slowly pulled away, and then asked her, You seem to have enjoyed this trip. Sophia smiled out the window as the sun shone down on the towering SVCAP building, cars passing by. Meanwhile, in the SVCAP security team's training room, the coach dismissed the team, telling them they'd all worked hard. Is this your way of sharing the reward with everyone? Is that really necessary? It's all thanks to you. You really don't have to do this. Everyone smiled, happy that he would return to work after his studies. That's all they wanted. Ijin remains silent as Zia watches the guards surrounding him, wondering what he's thinking. So, the less he asks, the more monstrous he becomes, and the chairman is sure to notice him. The captain of Team 2 stood beside her. He's always been monstrous, and Dao's actions always come first. His spirit has always influenced the entire security team. He praised Ijin, noting that since he arrived, the guards have been more united and efficient, chatting enthusiastically with him. Zia heard him say that his skills were undeniable, and SVKB was lucky to have a guard like him, when a voice outside caught her attention. Yijin, let's go home. Xian A and Zazian entered, and Zia was surprised to see the short-haired girl next to Xian A. She was a cute girl, and she asked the captain of Team 2, Is that his sister? Zazian bows deeply, greeting everyone, and Xian A explains that he brought her along for a visit. The guards are delighted, warmly welcoming her, commenting on her resemblance to Jin. Overwhelmed by the warm welcome, Zazian watched Ijin approach with a smile, his icy demeanor melting away. A stark contrast to how he treated others, Ziyi mused. The fruit stand overflowed, and shoppers whispered, avoiding direct eye contact with someone. The two siblings go to the supermarket together, and Zazian asks, What do you want for dinner tonight? Ijin replies, Whatever you want. She pouts at this, saying that if he puts it that way, she won't know what to make. Ijin quickly offers to prepare dinner tonight. This flusters Zazian, and she waves her hands, saying that's not what she meant. She'll do it. But Ijin doesn't seem to care. He knows how to cook, too, and though Zazian wants to, she knows he's tired from work. She lowered her head, her gaze falling. Do you know how I feel when I see him struggling? I feel like a burden to him, and I wish I could help him. So, I tried to learn to cook and take care of the family, hoping to help him in some way. Zazian looked down, a little sad, admitting her cooking still wasn't great. But I'm happy whenever I think I can help him, and I feel useful whenever I see him happy eating my food. Ijin's lips quirked up slightly, and he smiled softly. This inadvertently makes those who secretly glance at him blush at his handsomeness. As evening arrives, a warm yellow light fills Yijin's room, with his phone placed on the desk. Yijin trains in his room, gripping the bar as he recalls the call he received about Lewero 2 tracking down the Mad Dog gang. He listened silently as the person on the other end of the line spoke, saying they had searched everywhere but couldn't find him. The Mad Dog must have caught wind and turned everything upside down. 006, the person on the other end of the line calling Ijin, said, 003 and I are also searching, but we can't find him for now. I'll report to you as soon as I have new information. The memory fades as Ijin stops his workout, his feet landing firmly on the ground, panting as he tries to catch his breath, his body drenched in sweat. Hajin is lost in his memories. Well, how dare you disobey me? The Mad Dog slams his desk, furious. You were supposed to kill everyone there, Ijin retorts. But there were unarmed civilians, innocent people. I saw no reason to harm them, so I spared them. The Mad Dog refused to listen, silencing him, reminding him that the survivors could be witnesses and must be eliminated. Ijin's face is expressionless as he recalls the punishments he would face. Back in the present, Ijin stands before a mirror. He wiped away the sweat, then lifted his shirt to change. But as he took it off, his sister Zazian suddenly walked in. Brother, here's some fruit. Ijin turns to see Zazian blushing, embarrassed to see her brother shirtless in his room. Oh, sorry, brother. Suddenly stunned, her eyes fixed on Ijin, she dropped the plate of fruit. Ijin's body is covered in scars, large and small, a gruesome testament to battles fought. Zazian trembles, staring at him as Ijin looks back. Zazian is in disbelief, covering Jun's eyes, horrified by the sheer number of scars. Ijin appears calm. Kangsu, hearing the commotion, comes to ask what's going on. Kangsu's face fell as he took in Ijin's scarred body, and Ijin met his gaze. Ijin calmly puts on his shirt as Kangsu calls out to him, Zhejian looking incredibly worried, asking how he got all those scars. Jin remained silent, recalling past missions filled with bloodshed, gunfights, and near-death experiences. He smiled at the two men. Grandpa Jun's rough, calloused hands touched him. It must hurt terribly, my poor boy. Jin is touched by their concern, his eyes reflecting joy as Kangsu looks up at him with worry, asking if his wounds still hurt. Ijin smiles, saying he's okay, and the two hold hands as Zazian covers his mouth, sobbing. Time passes, with a blue sky full of clouds above and busy traffic below. The Ijin brothers walk down the sidewalk, backpacks on, ready for school, but focused on Ijin, a pair of binoculars appears, held by a trembling figure. It's the mad dog, excited to see his prey. There you are, Zirua-1. Early morning, people gather in groups, gossiping about something. Jaehyung wonders if Lin wasn't supposed to be working with the security team today, then leers, asking him to hang out with them instead. But Ijin skillfully declines, saying she has to visit her grandfather at work. She lies, tapping her head, startling Young-chan. He thinks to himself how hard it is to play a game with friends when he's so tired. He wonders if Young-chan will go. Jaehyung flashes a warning, scaring him pale, threatening that he'd better come. And what about the game stream? Young-chan hesitantly explains that he's still thinking about it. He plays okay, but communicating with people while streaming is difficult, and he's still getting used to it. Just then, Zeon appeared out of nowhere, saying that's all he needed to know. But to improve his communication, he needed to socialize with friends to gain experience speaking. Like Jaehyung, if he could learn from him in this area, he would improve faster. Jaehyung agrees with Yuna that any game is fun with friends, even if they're a little unskilled. Right, future chairwoman of SV Cap? Everyone can sense the sparks flying between Zeon and Jaehyung, while Yoojin silently smiles, watching them. As the school day ends, all the girls on campus are drawn to one spot. Yoojin's arrival has captured their attention. Suddenly, Jia Zeon appears behind him, calling out. She smiles and asks if he's been waiting long, to which he replies that he hasn't. Excited, she pulls him along to visit someone, unaware they're being watched by a tall figure cloaked in black across the street. The man watched them intently as Jia Zeon happily chatted along the way, when suddenly, Yoojin sensed something and turned around. But he sensed nothing amiss. Even the cloaked figure tailing them had vanished. Jia Zeon looked up at him, surprised. "What's wrong?" she asked. Yoojin smiled. "Nothing." And the sun began to set on the towering buildings. The bespectacled guard saw the siblings approach and remarked, "Mr. Yu's granddaughter is visiting again?" The white-haired guard noticed as well. She and her brother even brought food. He couldn't help but sigh. Such good kids, as he watched the family's happiness, unaware of the dark figure now lurking behind them. From afar, he watches the three of them eat together, as Jia Zeon excitedly tells a story. "My friends want to know what your FB is so they can get to know you," she says. The grandfather is surprised. "So, Lin is popular at school?" He then turned and asked, startling her, "And what about you, Un? Do you have any boys chasing after you?" She shyly lowered her head. "No, I don't." Suddenly, Izin felt uneasy. He immediately looked up and around, but once again the space in front of him was empty. Izin's cold eyes swept in that direction. On the road, slow footsteps moved forward, and a man in black put his hands in his pockets, walking alone on the deserted street. The past replays in his mind as the commander asks how that kid is still alive. The stranger confirms that he is, and the commander breathes a sigh of relief, saying that if he survived that hellish training, he's sure to become a great asset. The stranger showed no emotion, but the other team leaders thought so too. He heard this and gave a strange smile. Is that so? He thought to himself. That kid. As Izin's rank within the team rose, he grew accustomed to everything around him, much to the stranger's disbelief. He excelled in training, undeterred by climbing or facing armed opponents while severely injured. Even in shooting practice, he only ever hit the bullseye. Izin's aim was impeccable in any situation, and he and his comrades never gave up, even in a hail of bullets. He rated him highly, saying the kid was once the most perfect mercenary in the team. Back to the present, the stranger's eyes are filled with coldness. "From now on, I'll have to eliminate you myself," he says with a twisted smile. "Go ahead and savor that happiness, but it won't last long. As night falls, only the lights from the windows remain." Zazion seems excited. "Brother, today was so fun. Seeing how happy Grandpa is makes me so happy." Izin smiles gently as he peels an apple. Me too. Let's visit him often." Hailong agrees. "Yes, if I can do small things to help him." I feel more useful. Her brother silently watches her. Suddenly, Zazian sensed something was off. Grandpa was later than usual tonight. She felt bad that Izin had to cancel his plans and that he couldn't hang out with his classmates. He nonchalantly tells her to call their grandfather and ask why he's late, while he enters the room, opens a drawer, and takes out a flip phone, gently opening it and turning it on. The phone indicated it was 9 p.m. when a call came through. He answered, and the voice on the other end reported, 001. I found Mad Dog's trail. Izin's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, Where? A terse reply came. He appears to be in Asia. 06's expression turned grave. This may be speculation, but I believe he's looking for you. He fell silent for a moment, and when he didn't respond, the other person sighed, running a hand through their hair. Whether it's true or not, you should be wary of him. He's ruthless and reckless, so there's no telling what he'll do. Izin replied emotionlessly, I know, I'll be careful. He slowly hung up the phone, lost in thought when Gashon called from outside. Dad? She put on her jacket and told him, Grandpa isn't answering his phone. I'm going to wait for him at the bus stop. He asked worriedly, He's not answering? She looked down as she put on her slippers. No, and he's not replying to my messages either. Izin's next words surprised her. Just stay home. Confused, she asked, Huh? He smiled. I'll go wait for Grandpa. Soon after, he put on his jacket and headed out, trying to contact his grandfather, but only heard the dial tone. Grandpa really wasn't answering. Suddenly the call connects, and a voice asks, Grandpa? But the voice on the other end says, Ling. Izin's eyes turn cold as he realizes it's not his grandfather. Who is this? He demands, but the reply chills him to the bone. It's definitely you. He's got Kangsu's phone. It's Mad Dog. He brazenly calls him by his codename, 001, so his name is Lin. His words leave Izin frozen in place as he calls out his name, Mad Dog. He politely replied, Long time no see, 001. He spoke calmly over the phone. I didn't expect to see you like this. I thought I'd met someone else. Mad Dog recalled seeing him happily going to school with friends, someone with your face and appearance, especially when you were with Jiazian. I guess it's because you've changed so much. A flicker of rage crosses his eyes as Mad Dog coldly asks, You ruined my life, and now you want to live peacefully? Izin froze under the streetlights, his hand trembling at the man's words. Aren't you going to ask about the hostage I'm holding? Seems like there's someone close to you. He just stood there, listening, without showing any emotion. It's saved in your phone as Grandson Lin. In Izin's mind, he pictured Kang-Su shedding tears out of concern for him. Finally, he spoke up. How's my grandfather? What do you want, Mad Dog? The man smirked. What do I want? That depends on you. Izin stood there, clenching his fists. Let me talk to my grandfather. But the man wouldn't agree so easily. What right do you have to demand that? His face betrayed a hint of helplessness as the man declared, 01, from now on, do as I say, and I might reconsider. Mad Dog threatened him from the shadows, warning him not to contact or seek help from anyone, or he'd face the consequences. Izin stood silently under the streetlight. He announced that he'd be using this number from now on, and if he called, 0001 had better answer. He hung up, saying the tasks would be sent via text, and 001 slowly replied that he understood. He continued the conversation. Oh, and that girl living with you. She's your sister, right? Hearing this, Izin was stunned, his eyes wide as he heard the click of a mouse on the other end of the phone. Without hesitation, he rushed home, trying to reach Zazian on the phone the whole way. Izin gritted his teeth, waiting for her to answer, having rushed home the moment he arrived. He bolted up the stairs. In the vast hallway, only the sound of running and a ringing phone echoed. He burst through the door, breathless and anxious, but the scene before him froze him in his tracks. The house was dark and empty, the floor covered in countless footprints. His eyes grew cold as the phone on the floor vibrated incessantly. His call still rang on Zazian's abandoned phone. He was utterly devastated, Izin trembling with rage. Just then, a notification appeared on his phone, a message from an unknown number. It included the date, time, and location. Sisangnam, be here in 20 minutes or else. He glared furiously at the phone in his hand, scrolling through his contacts. He searched for Zeokju's number, but the Mad Dog's words echoed in his mind. If I find out someone is secretly helping you, You can forget about seeing your family again. Izan was sweating, realizing he was in a dire situation. Clenching his phone in anger, he thought, that crazy bastard set me up. Without hesitation, he rushes out. He arrives at his motorcycle and carefully puts on his helmet. He revs the engine, tires screeching against the asphalt, kicking up dust as his motorcycle tears down the empty road. The darkened houses cast the city into shadow, and Izan finally arrived at the designated location. He pulls up his GPS to confirm his location, then calls Mad Dog. He praises him, saying he's arrived quickly and warns him not to bring anyone else. Izan realizes this bastard knows his every move. He glances around, realizing there must be surveillance cameras nearby. The man continues, "Since you've followed my instructions, here's a little encouragement." Immediately after, Kang-soo's cries echoed through the phone. Lin, don't come here, go home, listen to me." Izan froze, helpless as he heard the old man's voice, but just a second later he was struck unconscious. Anna, who delivered the blow, coldly ordered him to shut up, as Mad Dog reminded her over the phone. "Be careful, he's an important hostage. And I'm annoyed, so turn him away." Mad Dog happily continued giving orders over the phone, telling them to be on time to the next location. He hangs up immediately, then stands up and approaches Kang-soo. Covered in blood, Kang-soo asks, "Why are you doing this to us?" He replied succinctly, "It's simple. It's because your grandson betrayed you." Mad Dog looked at him with a sinister smile. "He and I are old friends, and not in the way you might think." His face is now filled with terror as Anna and her henchmen silently observe. They all wore masks but couldn't hide their discomfort. Anna gritted her teeth, realizing she was helping Mad Dog. I watched his broad back retreat, knowing I had no choice. It was for our mutual benefit. Meanwhile, Yijin has stopped his car at the requested location. He calls the man again, then speeds off, his eyes filled with determination, repeating the cycle of calls and chases. Upon arrival, he receives another call and then speeds off to the next location, repeating this until 5 a.m. when Yijin finally stops. He removes his helmet, exhausted, realizing this is the 5th location, a pointless exercise to drain his energy and isolate him from help. Another call comes in. The Mad Dog praises him, saying, "Enro 1, you've done well, you move quite fast without hesitation." He cuts to the chase, asking where he needs to go, but the conversation takes a turn. 001 is no longer needed. His next words widened Anna's eyes in shock. "This is the end of the line for you." Mad Dog pointed to the construction site ahead. "The one you're looking for is close by. Try and find him quickly." It was then that Anna realized the person on the other end of the line was 001, but she still asked to confirm. "Mad Dog, are you contacting 001? He smirked and admitted, "That's right, it's 001, the bastard you always wanted to surpass during your training in the forest." His face contorted, saying he'd be here soon, and Anna pointed the gun at his face. "What nonsense are you spouting, Mad Dog? Wasn't 001 eliminated? Why are you saying he's coming here?" Mad Dog remained unfazed, even smirking. "I thought so too once." They stood apart, Anna's gun still raised. "So you couldn't eliminate him?" Anna's patience wore thin at his silence. "Answer me." He calmly ignores the fact that he may have to fight her many subordinates, asking if there's time to talk about this now. Then, Mad Dog glances over, saying that 001 is the best assassin he's ever trained, and he's coming. Anna's face darkened, her eyes colder than ever. A report came in, and she quickly put the matter aside. The target was on the move. "We're ready for battle," the henchmen reported one by one. "Eagle is clear, Falcon is in position, Hawk is in the cave. All are ready." Elsewhere, surrounded by fresh corpses, "Defense team, respond." Yijin examines the gun he picked up, checking the ammo, a thought crossing his mind. Meanwhile, with no response, Anna grows impatient. Why isn't there a signal? At that moment, he warned them that 001 had arrived and she should be careful. Though a bit afraid, Anna refused to surrender, declaring that since they had a hostage, 001 wouldn't do anything rash. Mad Dog's getting married, don't underestimate him. Once he wants something, he'll get it. Hearing this, she doesn't know how to respond. Little did he know, Anna was already smirking. Then she declared, "I'm not worried because everything is going according to plan." She anticipates joining forces, eager to take down 001, an impossible feat, yet her confidence shines through as Anna calmly orders her men to change tactics. If they can't control the target, eliminate him. Anna meticulously plotted her schemes. 001, who would have thought after all these years we'd face off like this? Now the title of the best among numbers will be mine after this battle. Meanwhile, he stood before the staircases. Where is that mad dog hiding? Ijin carefully considered every possibility, waiting for him on the stairs. He speculated about every nook and cranny to avoid traps or perhaps a final escape to the top floor, his hand gripping his phone tightly. He stood alone below, surrounded by his former comrades, and this confrontation would decide who was the best with numbers. A voice echoed from the other end of a long call, resolute. 001, try to survive and reach the top floor. I'll be waiting. If you're not quick, the hostage won't survive. Perhaps the demon inside Ijin is about to awaken, and if he dies before reaching the top, the hostage situation won't matter anymore. Hurry, 001, don't disappoint me. Suddenly, there was a noise from the stairs. He quickly turned his gaze, and one of the two guards hiding behind the stairs was instantly shot dead. The man in front turned around in shock, and in the blink of an eye, he fired another bullet. This one could only watch as death approached. Ijin approached the bodies and swept the area, making sure no one else was around. Then he moved on, only to see more figures on the staircase above. 2 more men approached, and 2 more bullets flew. Ijin quickly grabs another gun from the 2 fallen men, and without hesitation, moves on. Cautious and alert, Ijin is spotted by another enemy, who quickly fires a few shots. But that's no problem for him, as Ijin rushes towards his opponent, slamming the gun into his gut. His eyes dart back to survey the scene. A bullet whizzes past him, another narrowly missing his eye level. Ijin leans on one hand to keep his balance. He slowly assessed the situation, noting the distant figures shining lights. They were coming. They were closing in, about to catch him, but Ijin struck first, bullets flying from his gun. These two are pros, using the pillars for cover. Seizing the moment, he dashes forward as the masked men open fire. Bullets whizzed past Ijin as he ran upstairs, out of sight. The gunman didn't give chase, instead reporting, "Owl here, target moving to the 2nd floor." Anna, upon hearing this, presented her plan. "He's moving on floor 2A, seems like he's in a hurry. Eagle, head down there to help Owl hunt the target." Kangsu, covered in blood and tightly bound, overheard their conversation. "Copy that." Despite his injuries, he presses on, thinking only of his grandson. More armed men are moving in. Ijin unloads a barrage of bullets, hitting one of them, who curses in pain. He grips his gun tightly, then leaps out and kicks the soldier. One of them tried to shoot, but he dodged in time, and Ijin delivered a solid punch to the face. He then cleaned up the scene, dragging the bodies to the side, when suddenly one of the men, still alive, pulled out a gun and aimed. Ijin's eyes narrowed as he kicked the gun away from the man, who was now unconscious and covered in blood. Having defeated all of these underlings, he was exhausted, but then he heard movement from the next floor up. Ijin reacted quickly, looking up to see figures rushing down the stairs in the silent space. A line of masked figures descended, flashlights in hand, the leader silently signaling his comrades to move. They split into groups, patrolling each area in silence, continuing their search. Cautiously, they searched every nook and cranny, when suddenly a loud noise from above caught their attention. The remaining members gathered and headed towards the sound, where they found their heavily injured comrades scattered on the floor. Those 2 didn't escape either, each struck with a fatal blow. The sound instantly echoed, startling those outside, just like what happened to their comrades inside. 2 more moved in, shining their flashlights to investigate. They shined their lights into the dark gap between the walls ahead, where Ijin was hiding. He gripped the handgun tightly, the masked man hesitating and sweating profusely as the 2 remained frozen, afraid to advance. Finally, they agreed to continue the search, the masked leader cautiously leading the way. Ijin lies in wait, and as soon as the man peeks in, he seizes his gun. He quickly reversed the gun, taking control. Ijin pointed the gun at him, forcing him to raise his hands in surrender. The accomplice behind him noticed the sudden stop and sensed something was wrong, but the man in front remained motionless. He uncomfortably dodges to the side to fire, but damn it, Ijin used him as cover and shot at the gap near his shoulder. The man behind, caught off guard, takes a bullet to the shoulder as Ijin takes aim. Then with a quick glance, he noticed something and immediately opened fire on the man in front of him. They both fall, and as Ijin steps out, a hail of bullets comes his way. He ducks behind the wall for cover as they advance to investigate. He risked it all, darting towards another wall to draw their fire, but the bullets only grazed the ground. Taking advantage of his agility, he slides past them, raising his gun to fire. Like his fallen comrades, they too receive his bullets, and with the threat eliminated, he turns and runs. In the pitch-black corridor, only flickering lights and hurried footsteps remained as Ijin advanced, successfully taking down another enemy. The others opened fire, but he raised his gun faster, and 2 more fell. He stood before a group of men sprawled on the ground, panting as he listened to them speak amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Anna's radio receives a report. "Eagle here. The escaped bird has been eliminated. What did you say? Ada will let you hear your comrades begging for help. Send reinforcements now. The enemy is too strong. But a second later, only Ada's voice echoed through the radio. As Eagle reports in, he seizes the opportunity to dash off, infuriating Anna. He alone has wiped out 3 units. At that moment, Mad Dog spoke up, drawing Ada's attention. What do you think of number 01? He asked with a faint, sarcastic smile. That's how assassins in the forest are. The one who endures will surpass them. What does he think of number 01? He praises him, saying he's the best among the mercenary soldiers. Mad Dog shrugs. What's the big deal about facing amateurs? Those in the forest are different, cold-blooded killers who show no mercy. Anna scoffs, and the old man smirks at Ada, saying it's clear now. The one to watch out for is more than meets the eye. Though this isn't a battlefield, the killer's instinct within him hasn't diminished in the slightest. But he just calmly chuckled at Ada, who was seething with anger, as Anna resolutely turned away, saying, Number 01A, I'll personally send him back to the earth. Ada gripped his gun tightly as Anna holstered hers, saying, You guys stay here, I'll face him. His eyes burned with hatred. The underlings immediately obeyed, and the stairwell was now much quieter than before. Ijin cautiously advanced, gun in hand, but the darkness ahead seemed suspicious. He glanced suspiciously in that direction, when suddenly a noise echoed from above. Ijin immediately spun around, gun raised. He opens fire on a figure in the distance, triggering a massive explosion. As the dust settled, he had already vanished, and Anna clutched her stomach, seemingly injured. Ata grimaces, drenched in sweat, realizing this guy is pretty good with a gun. No wonder he's number 01. Ata wonders, is that you? Zitu Siuyan. Anna watches Ijin cautiously survey their surroundings as Ata slowly descends the stairs, recalling when he joined the forest squad. Anna raises her gun, ready to fire at any moment. I've heard a lot about you, Ata says, as Ijin hides, catching his breath. The captain of the forest. As Ata descends, he continues, composed of the most outstanding members, rigorously trained and ruthless killers. Just as Anna finishes her sentence, Ijin suddenly appears. But you've also earned the title of traitor. He pointed the gun directly at Ada, and Anna, caught off guard, stared in wide-eyed shock. He fired without hesitation, then seized the opportunity to escape. Ada finally comes to his senses, piecing together what just happened, and his past flashes before his eyes as he trains new recruits. Ijin, the one who controlled them, the one who fired the shot. The image of him pointing the gun at Ada is still vivid. Anna's anger flares as she remembers Zerjevo 1A, the bastard from back then, while wondering if Ijin is Zerjevo Ines. Ada hides behind the wall, cautiously observing, as Ijin peeks out and fires a shot in his direction. The bullet hits the wall, forcing Anna to dodge. Ada smiles, satisfied, knowing he'll finally get his revenge. I suspected all along that a mere bodyguard couldn't possess such skill. Ijin remained silent, observing from behind a pillar. Ada calls out, asking if he remembers his voice, remarking on their quick reunion, and Anna's image flashes in his mind. Ada speaks to distract him while pulling the grenade's pin, saying he failed to capture him before, and now he's annoyed to be working with a mad dog. But no matter, you'll die by my hand now. Dafinas Saibs ani Surutsuewan. Ijin is on guard with his gun when the grenade rolls across the floor. His eyes widened in shock, and the only thing he could do now was run. A split second later, the grenade detonated, lighting up the entire floor. Ijin instinctively covers his nose and mouth, giving Anna the perfect opportunity to strike. A didn't hesitate to open fire, but the sight before him froze him in his tracks. Something black flew across his vision, and A thought it was Ijin. This allowed Ijin to attack from behind, firing a direct shot, but Anna dodged it with ease. Ijin's situation was dire. The fall from the last shot was rough, and his injuries were taking their toll. Now, he was forced to sit and catch his breath. Anna taunts him, asking what he's doing, always hiding. Suddenly, he notices something is wrong. Ada throws another grenade, forcing Ijin to run, but it's too late. The explosion disorients him. Taking advantage of the moment, A relentlessly fired at him as he fled, his weakened stamina causing him to take several bullets to the right arm. But Ijin immediately switched the gun to his left hand and retaliated. The bullet struck, catching him off guard and leaving him paralyzed. He then lunged, tackling Ata to the ground with a resounding crash. He relentlessly clung to his leg, provoking the assassin to kick him repeatedly. Then the assassin swiftly rose, aiming the gun directly at his head. But before she could react, he kicked the gun out of her hand, and with lightning speed, Ijin slashed across her thigh. Before Anna could react, she was struck with a painful blow, a long cut across her thigh spraying blood everywhere. He swiftly slashed again with the dagger, cutting across both of his arms. He cried out in pain and collapsed, but Aijin grabbed his collar, keeping him upright. The dagger in his hand rises again as Anna challenges him to press it against her neck. "Dare you stab me?" Those words made him pause. The dagger in his hand falters, and Anna smirks. "The hostage is in their hands. If I don't answer them, they'll die." Hearing this, Aijin's pupils dilated with rage, and he grabbed Ada by the collar. Without support, the injured Anna collapses as Aijin turns and leaves, at which point Ata speaks to her. "No matter how hard you try, you've already lost to me." He simply stood in silence, not even bothering to look back at Ata. In the dark, empty hallway, only a bloodied Anna remained, while the mad dog waited patiently with his arms crossed. From the void ahead, footsteps grew louder as Aijin, covered in blood, fearlessly approached him, unarmed. Mad Dog praises him. "That's the 001 I know. How could that guy have beaten you?" Silently observing his surroundings, Aijin finally spots his unconscious grandfather behind the man, surrounded by armed henchmen pointing their guns at him. He thought to himself that it wasn't noisy at all, then pretended to ask where the hostage was. Mad Dog remained calm, not flinching at all, and replied that they were safe and sound, so 01 should just relax. He eyed Aijin with his one remaining eye, remarking how much he'd grown in 5 years. Aijin remained silent, head bowed. He began to place the blame. 01, do you know how miserable you've made me? He looked down, feigning grief. Because of you, I've lived in hell, betrayed, hunted, forced to run like a dog. The mad dog emanates years of pent-up hatred, asking if Aijin can imagine how unpleasant that feels. All his fault. 001. Aijin doesn't answer, instead demanding, "I'm here, release the hostage and settle things with me." This pushes the man over the edge. The mad dog roars in anger. "Who do you think you are ordering me around? You think I'll just release the hostage because you said so?" Then the mad dog regained his composure and slowly stood up, saying, "Do you know why I let you come here? It's because I want to kill your family, your loved ones, right in front of you." He stepped forward, pressing the gun to Kangsu's head. His words hit him like a truck. "I want you to suffer as I have." He laughed, enraged to the point of bloodlust, saying he lost everything because of him, forced to live a life of humiliation and misery while he got to live as a normal person. It's not that simple. 001. The mad dog puts his finger on the trigger. "I'll kill this old man first, then your little sister." Jin's eyes widen as the trigger nears its breaking point. Suddenly, the assassins surrounding him are shot in the head, blood splattering everywhere in shock. Jin's eyes widened in shock as the figure stood silhouetted against the light, the barrel of his gun still smoking. He stomped his foot on the ground. It was 002, back for vengeance. "Mad Dog, what are you doing?" he demanded. Then, 3 of 002's comrades rappelled down onto the building, catching the Mad Dog completely off guard. One of them warned, "Don't move." A laser sight is trained on his head. One wrong move and it's over. Outside, dawn breaks, while inside, Jin is stunned by their arrival. 002 and his teammates have arrived, fully armed and ready for action, leaving the Mad Dog stunned. 002 speaks out, "You're something else, Mad Dog. I didn't think you'd go this far. You colluded with assassins in the forest to do something so pathetic." The Mad Dog's face is filled with rage, while 04 and the others remain battle-ready. Near 002 laments to Jin that 001 has grown complacent in his idleness, now unsure how to face an enemy. Seeing this, 004 brandished his blade, telling him to leave it be. He looked at the bodies on the ground and smirked, saying that this was how they got work. The bodies remained strewn everywhere as 004 addressed Zero, who was covered in wounds in the corner, about the assassins. 02 then lamented that he was too subjective, and if they were still alive, he wouldn't be at peace. Jin was silent, and the Mad Dog spoke up, not thinking. He hunches over, sobbing, relieved to have found this place. 04 sighs softly, remaining unusually calm. The Mad Dog wasn't giving up, reminding Eshu-1 that his brother was still in his grasp, a statement that spurred Jin to action. The Mad Dog reveals his murderous intent. 001, if you want to save your sister, take them all down. Only then will she live. Understand? Now 002 looks over at Jin, his eyes darkening as if in thought, leaving Jin in an impossible position. Unsure of what to do, 04 idly plays with his knife, lost in thought. The remaining assassins silently assessed the situation, while 006 remained focused, maintaining his sniper position. Faced with this situation, Jin could only close his eyes, a headache brewing. Even Mad Dog seemed incredibly uncomfortable and began to shout. 001, what are you doing? I still have your sister. Without a word, 002 immediately delivers a blow to his leg. The Mad Dog could only scream in agony as 002 chimed in, Mad Dog, you're being too loud. The old Mad Dog doesn't give up, yelling at Waijin, if I die, your sister dies with me. He held the man still as 004 stood by, cursing the heavens. Liar, I've already taken care of your accomplices, the Mad Dog asks in disbelief. Huh? Sewar nonchalantly twirls the knife in his hand and asks, there were 3 of them, right? They're also called assassins trained in the forest? Realizing the contempt in his words, the Mad Dog froze in silence. He sensed something and turned around, only to be met with someone stomping Mad Dog into the ground. He was now unconscious as well, 0 emotions across his face. Waijin watches in silence as the masked man speaks. Little dear, your sister is safe now. Waijin is taken aback, glancing at 002. He reassured Waijin, telling him to rest easy now. Waijin remained silent, and 002 passed by him without another word. As the masked man passed Waijin, he patted his shoulder in encouragement, and 018 did the same, as Group 002 calmly departed, leaving Waijin to watch them go. He couldn't believe it, as the scene shifts to the SVCAP headquarters. The manager reports to Inguk, Sir, I went to the location Waijin mentioned, but there's no trace of anything. Perhaps someone cleaned it up. There might have been a major clash there. Inguk paused for a moment, then asked, what about his family? The SVCAP manager continued, saying his sister was fine, his uncle only slightly injured, his sister was terrified, and his uncle was a little shaken up. He then reported that Waijin was quite injured from the fight. A voice continued, but it seemed the SVCAP manager felt there was more to Waijin than met the eye, and he would investigate further. Inguk stopped him, saying it wasn't necessary and to let him speak for himself. The SVCAP manager didn't argue, simply replying, yes. The scene shifts to another part of SVCAP, room 303, where EU Kangsu and EU Zazen are. Waijin is in a difficult position, standing silently before the hospital room, hesitant to enter. Finally, Waijin looked up to see the nameplate on the door. Slowly, he reached out and the door slid open. Kangsu in his hospital bed called out, Yijin! Zazen saw him and exclaimed, Brother! Yijin could only silently gaze at them. Zazen rushes to his side, asking if he's all right, while Kangsu worries about him moving around. Yijin reassures them that he's fine. They stared at him, and Waijin silently lowered his head, seemingly unable to face them as he spoke. It's my fault. Kangsu was shocked to see Waijin in such a state, and Zazen was no exception. Waijin hesitantly apologized, saying it was all his fault, but Kangsu immediately embraced him. This shocked him, and Kangsu gently stroked his head, comforting him, saying he understood, and that it was okay as he held Waijin's hand, still bearing the purple scar. Kangsu cradles his head, reassuring him to share everything when he's ready, with him and his brother. Zazen, standing nearby, can't hold back his tears. The 3 of them stood at the door of the hospital room, deeply moved. In the quiet room, Kangsu's voice echoed slowly. So, after the accident, you became a mercenary? Waijin obediently bowed his head, explaining that after reconsidering everything and to his grandfather's surprise, he was only 9 during the accident, so he didn't dare look up, honestly explaining that this time it was caused by some people in the training camp who had a grudge against him, and the people who saved his grandfather and sister were also his comrades. He felt terrible, apologizing for the danger his grandfather and sister had been put in. Zazen was stunned into silence. Kangsu's gaze grew heavy, his hands clenched tightly together. It was a difficult thing for you, he consoled. It must be a relief to talk about it. He remained silent, his mood unchanged, as Waijin wearily walked the hospital hallway. He paused, replaying the whole situation in his mind when a voice caught his attention. You can be discharged today? It was Inguk, waiting outside the hospital. The 2 walked side by side, and Waijin spoke first, thanking Chairman Inguk, who casually replied that it was nothing. Inguk slowly updated him on the situation, saying that everything had been taken care of and there were no traces left, so he could rest assured. But Waijin remained silent. He guessed that Waijin had told his grandfather everything, and Waijin admitted, only about my time as a mercenary, nothing else. Inguk was surprised. Something else? He looked at him coldly. You know I was a mercenary and many other things. Inguk suddenly felt helpless. I really don't understand you. Can you tell me more? He paused for a moment, then refused, saying he was sorry. Inguk seemed to have expected this answer and smiled gently. At a seaport, 002, 004, and 008 are in discussion when 008 suddenly bursts in. reporting that the mad dog won't talk and asks if they should search his hideout for more information. 004 agrees, adding that they should beat him some more, as he might be more talkative then. Then he remembered him. But what about 01? 002 crossed his arms deep in thought, and the group fell silent. 006 broke the tense silence, explaining that 001 didn't act according to the mad dog's demands. Immediately, everyone turned to look at him. 006 continued, explaining that when the mad dog forced 001 to betray them to save his sister, 001 refused. The group listened intently, the scene in 006's words unfolding before their eyes. The man kneeling and screaming, 001, if I can't contact you, your sister will die. He must have been terrified then. 04 sighed, adding that they couldn't be sure he wouldn't turn against them, so they should be prepared for anything. 06 subtly reminded him that was enough. 04 frowned and glanced over. He looked him straight in the eye, unafraid. Blazure 1, he doesn't see us as enemies. His actions prove it. Silence fell over the group once more, before 002 finally spoke up. Forget about 001 for now, let's deal with Mad Dog first. 004 didn't object. His 006 remained silent, and 018 and 008 had no comments either as the sun began to set. Ferret questioned his soldiers. Why haven't Mad Dog and Assassin Anna reported in? Where have they gone? An agent speaks up, saying they've likely been eliminated or captured, prompting Ferret to contemplate. He then issues a clear order. Investigate this thoroughly and see if they betrayed us or if someone interfered with our operations. The soldiers didn't dare say more, respectfully clasping their hands behind their backs and answering in unison, "Yes, sir." In Yen Bin Street, where Waijin and the two elders lived, he urged them to go first. You two go inside first, I'll be in later. Without another word, the old man agreed. All right, come home soon. Yaijin smiled. Yes, sir. Once they were safely inside, Waijin scanned the area, but it was empty. But he knew very well that behind the building's wall, 005 and 006 were silently watching his every move. He slowly approached them, and 006 anxiously asked, Han, I know it's late, but are your grandfather and sister okay? He replied softly, They're fine. I have no intention of hiding the truth. 002 helped me this time. 006 was immediately stunned. That guy? 005 crossed her arms and sighed. I met him before, and I told him that you didn't kill the other numbers. She calmly recounted what she had said to 002. You only disabled them and let them go, and he was surprised by that. 006 frowned. That was 002's reaction? 005 sighed. Yes, he was surprised, but still suspicious of 001's actions. We all know he's unpredictable. 006 wearily held her head, recalling 002's words and cold expression. We saved your sister. He couldn't help but fall into thought, and 006 sighed, looking at him. 002 knows you're here now. I don't know what he'll do. He offered his reasoning. He saved my family, so I'm not thinking too much about it. If there's anything to resolve, he'll probably come looking for me. His eyes darkened as he considered the assassins in the forest, wondering who was behind them. Yijin suddenly drops a bombshell. Mad Dog has joined forces with them. 05 and 06 are shocked and disbelieving. 005 rationalizes that he must have been desperate, and 006 agrees, saying he couldn't have done much on his own. Despite this, they quickly fell silent. The warm morning sun shone on the building, illuminating the rich array of dishes on the table. Zazian is surprised that he can cook all these dishes, and Kangzu is equally surprised, saying that he doesn't usually cook this much. Yijin smiles happily, saying that he just followed the instructions. Zazian eagerly takes a bite, then comments, Let me try it. It looks delicious. She covers her mouth in surprise, while Kangsu politely takes a bite as well. Zazian is overjoyed by the delicious food, exclaiming, It's so good. How are you such a good cook? Yijin chuckles as she continues to eat, showering him with praise. It's all so delicious. He turns to his grandfather, looking pleased. He gently praised, You cook wonderfully, but you must be tired doing it all yourself. Yijin quickly replied, Not at all. Zazian excitedly suggested, You should cook like this more often. Without hesitation, Yijin agreed, Okay, when I have time, I'll cook for the whole family. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think about what happened yesterday afternoon. Daru 6 said coldly, 01, I've been tracking the assassins in the forest many times. He sternly warned him, still not understanding why they were stationed here, saying his family life would surely be disrupted. 005, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. He could only lower his head and reply, "I understand." Back in reality, watching Jiazian and Mr. Tu laugh and talk, he felt his heart lighten, a harmonious family of 3. Meanwhile, elsewhere, night cloaks a house deep in the forest, where a person lies bound, covered in blood. 02 approaches, staring coldly. The mad dog strained to look up. "What are you trying to do? I won't say anything." 02 calmly reasoned, "Mad dog, no one can save you if you keep resisting. You know you'll talk eventually, and delaying will only bring more pain." Unafraid, he even laughs, saying it might take them a while. 002 cuts to the chase, saying if he understands, he just needs to tell them, and he'll be left in peace. The mad dog smugly says, "Ask away." 002's tone turns chillingly cold as he demands, "Who killed the numbers the day 001 deserted the unit?" The mad dog sneers, "What a stupid question. 001 betrayed us and ran, so of course he did it." 02 doesn't believe him, and his murderous aura intensifies as he repeats, "Mad dog, I'm asking you again, who did it?" He stared intently at 002, and instead of answering, he retorted, 002, why do you keep asking? You don't think 001 did it? Then, finding it amusing, he added, I didn't think you'd think so highly of him. He's off on his own tangent again, saying that during the harsh training in the forest, the numbers would naturally develop camaraderie. Blood continues to flow from his mouth as he shamelessly praises himself, saying that's how it is for them, but he's different. I only cared about combat prowess, agility, and managing the numbers effectively. I don't have the sentimentality you guys do. He coldly listened to him finish. You may not believe me, but asking again is pointless. I believe only 01 could have done it, but I don't know the reason. It was chaos then. How could I know everything? Having heard enough, he stands up, and 002 points the hot barrel at the mad dog's head, who pleads as if to leave a final wish. Before you kill me. I have to ask, why did you always believe 001 was responsible, and now you've changed? 002 simply replies that everything changes, and perhaps his mind isn't quite right at the moment, so he thinks differently now. Everyone's eyes were unreadable, and among them 004 and 005 were unremarkable as children. 016 and 006 were also lost in the crowd, while 002 looked much as he does now. There's also Jin, and 001 with a dangerous look in his eyes, as gunshots echo through the building, startling 004 and the others. 0018 laments that Mad Dog is gone, with so much left unsaid. Through her tears, 002 saw an uninvited guest. 005, what brings you here? She frowned, hands on her hips, and didn't answer. 004 explained, they came here ranting about 001, trying to defend him and talking about the assassins in the forest. 018 adds that the assassins are now based in Korea and will soon find 001, endangering his family. 004 angrily cuts her off, asking what that has to do with them. Enraged, 005 reminds them that 001's life could be in danger, but 004 retorts, again with this? How does that concern us? He betrayed the numbers and chose his own life. His tone dripped with animosity, saying he should face the consequences of his actions, so why dwell on it? Suddenly a voice cuts through, drawing everyone's attention. Is it so wrong for one of us to live well? They all turn towards the sound. 06 speaks with conviction. 001 disobeyed orders to save us. I haven't forgotten that. He remembers everything he did, and when he appeared alone to rescue those imprisoned by the enemy. Yijin's selfless rescue is etched in his mind. He knew the mission would be difficult with injured comrades, but he chose that path anyway. The scene of his comrades grieving over fallen teammates is brought up again, along with how he urged the wounded to escape. He remembers the severity of their wounds and how he buried those who didn't make it. Yijin's solemn face standing out. AO16 extolled Useko-one's virtues, how he risked his life to save comrades, even defying orders, actions witnessed by all. Hearing this, no one dared to speak. 016 continued, saying that he also had a family, and remembering his sister and grandfather, he chose to return to them. With a candid gaze and unwavering voice, 001 desires an ordinary life, and that is his right. You all agree, don't you? With that, the room fell silent once more, until 002's voice broke the quiet, startling everyone. All right, let's attack those assassins in the forest. He calmly ordered, leave the major bases for now, launch small attacks on their weak points, divide into 3 teams. I, Aroy 04, and 05 will each lead a team. 002's eyes turned dangerous, his voice colder. Since those assassins have come after us, we can't ignore it. 02 gives the order to move out, and at that moment Yijin's phone rings. As he answers, he's informed that they'll be taking down some of the assassins' smaller bases. He's shocked. It's 02. 02 reminds him that after this attack, they won't have time to bother him, and Yijin suddenly understands. 02 thoughtfully advises 001 that life is his to enjoy while he can, and since he betrayed the numbers to do it, he should try to live well. Yijin was completely stunned by those words. 002 didn't wait for a response, quickly hanging up as the sky shifted towards evening. Yijin pondered, staring at his phone for quite some time. It was now 4 p.m. Yijin diligently practiced push-ups, and before he knew it, hours had passed. He moved on to long jumps, pausing for a moment. Wiping away the sweat, Yijin sighed wearily, his eyes drifting to the table beside him. A soft voice breaks the silence. "Hey, can I come in?" Zazian asks from the doorway. Yijin smiles gently. "Yeah." A moment of quiet passes between them. Finally, she spoke up. "So, the people who saved us are your teammates?" He honestly replied, "That's right." Zazian quietly says, "Thank them for helping me and Grandpa." Yijin is surprised and asks, "Me?" She recounts that day, saying she doesn't remember anything after being cornered and someone entering the house before she lost consciousness. Zazian's eyes betray her fear as she recalls the events. Her voice trembles as she recounts waking up bound and gagged, surrounded by noise before someone arrived to rescue her, simply saying, "So it was 02. Though she was blindfolded, she couldn't see him. He gently said, 'You're safe now. You can go home to your family.'" Zazian smiled slightly. It all happened so fast, but she still remembers it. She recounts how the group told her not to remove her blindfold, but they were kind in bringing her back. She even remembers their characteristics, especially one who helped her a lot, seemingly wanting to ease her fear. Hearing those words, Yijin fell silent as Zazian smiled and asked if they were his close friends. He was still surprised after hearing her story, and Yijin didn't know how to respond. Finally, he admits that they are indeed his friends, and Zazian politely thanks him for their help. Yijin promised her that he would pass on the message, and the scene shifts. Ferret asks if their 3 small bases were attacked, and the soldier confirms that they were, despite being far apart, all at the same time. He pressed, it couldn't be a coincidence, was there anyone suspicious? The soldier replied that it was just speculation, but it seemed to be the numbers. His expression hardened. "Those guys?" The soldier continued. "Yes. The mad dogs were taken down by them, and now they're attacking us. It seems our cooperation with Mad Dog has made us a target," Ferret surmises, meaning Anna likely met the same fate in Korea. The soldier agrees. Yes, that's likely. Looking grim, he orders them to observe further, but not to act rashly. The soldier complied. "Yes, sir." As a new day begins, Yijin heads to school like any other student when a voice calls out to him. "Excuse me," 2 girls ask. "Can we have your phone number?" Yijin hesitates, then politely declines. "Sorry, I don't want to befriend strangers." Unbeknownst to them, Zeon A witnessed everything, her eyes fixed intently on her target. A sour voice cuts through the air. "This again? First thing in the morning? How annoying." It's Ji Young, adding, "Sure, he's handsome. But do we have to see this every day?" Hyukjin just laughs it off. Zeon A added that they were jealous, and Ji Young readily admitted that he envied him. Then he turned to her and asked if she was okay. She was a little surprised by the question. Ji Young added, "You just watch without saying anything? You're always looking out for Yijin." Young-chan frankly commented that even with Yijin's personality, he doesn't need you to worry about him. Slightly embarrassed, Zeon A quickly denies it, saying, "What are you talking about? Why would I care about him?" But all 3 of them know she likes Yijin. Even a fool could see it. She felt strange and a little dazed. "Huh, isn't that right?" Ji Hyung said angrily. "Do you think we're blind?" Hyukjin pointed out what he'd noticed. "You're always looking out for Yijin. Everyone knows it, so why deny it?" Hyuk-chan chimed in, pointing out how enthusiastic she was around Yijin compared to her dull expression around them, asking if she thought they hadn't noticed. Seeing this, Hyukjin teased, "Can you deny it now?" Ji Hyung chimed in, "No more arguing." Hyuk-chan added, "I bet only Zeon A didn't know. Seeing you so indifferent, I thought you didn't care. But I knew all along, I just didn't want to say anything. Stop it, you guys." Zeon A, teased and annoyed, retorts that they're all right, but have they ever considered her perspective? She angrily turns and leaves, prompting Ji-young to sigh that she seems upset, probably out of embarrassment. Zeok-ru sighs at Zeon-A's actions as class begins and the teacher starts lecturing, but Zeon-A is lost in her own thoughts, replaying the words, "You think we don't know you," like Hyuk-jin. The thought brings a blush to her cheeks. She glances to her left where Hyuk-jin is diligently studying, her eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin notices her gaze, and she startles, quickly turning away. Still shy, Zeon-A's feelings are mirrored by Hyuk-jin's own contemplation. At the gymnasium, Hyuk-jin practices the relay race, neck and neck with Ru. The coach shouts, "Faster, even faster." Upstairs in Jai's office, Zeon-A asks her cousin about her fiancé in the military, to which she replies that it's none of her concern, while Zeon-A feigns cheerfulness. "Yes," Jai asks. "Did you go see Lin?" Zeon-A denies it, but her eyes betray her excitement at the mention of Hyuk-jin. Jai asks if she feels relieved now that she doesn't have to worry about company matters. Zeon-A replies that she does, and a fleeting moment of sadness crosses her face as she says that the weight on her shoulders has lifted. Jai feels sympathy for her, saying that it's good. Zeon-A feels relieved now that she's free from the heavy burden of her family's expectations. Ji suddenly asks if she's confessed her feelings to Lin, causing her to blush in surprise. Zeon-A, caught off guard, blurts out defensively, "What are you saying? Why would you ask me that?" Her sharp, piercing gaze makes Zeon-A shrink back in fear. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jai asks seriously if Lin is popular at school, and after a moment's thought, Zeon-A replies that he stands out wherever he goes. She adds that the actress he helped before is very interested in him, and Sophia, the foreign girl from the other day, also likes him a lot. Zeon-A exclaimed in a panic that she heard the chairman's daughter was pursuing him, and Jie confirmed it, adding that there were many others. She imagined Yi-jin happily with other girls and was filled with confusion and fear. She sighed. "Well, good thing I haven't confessed to him yet." Ji recalled his words. "I wonder if I even deserve to be liked by someone." She then told her naive cousin, Zeon-A, who was taken aback, that he said he wasn't worthy of anyone's affection. Jai added that she didn't know what he meant, but he must have something difficult to say, and she disappointedly wondered if he already had someone else in his heart. With her experience, Jai figures he's just hard to understand. Too many worries for a high schooler. Zeon-A, surrounded by a gloomy aura, wordlessly gets up and leaves. Seeing her cousin like that, she felt a little uneasy. What's wrong with her? She went downstairs and ran into Zeokju and Yi-jin, her mind plagued by a jumble of thoughts. Could he already be seeing someone? He's lived abroad for so long, she must be abroad too. He asks, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" She hesitated, saying, "Oh, nothing." But Zeon-A's eyes remained fixed on him, leaving Yi-jin puzzled about what was on her mind. Zeon-A took her gloomy mood to the arcade, where Zaeyoung angrily scolded her. "Zeon-A, focus! Stop feeding, you old hag!" It seemed she couldn't concentrate on the game with her friends because of what she was thinking about. Lin has a girlfriend. Angered by the loss, he yells, "Damn it, we lost!" Zeon-A takes off her headphones, sets them on the table, and sighs. Seeing this, Yi-jin asked, "Is something on your mind?" She turned to him, and Zeon-A laughed, avoiding her true feelings. "No, nothing." Zaeyoung, enraged by their loss, berates her, while Zeokdu asks if she's feeling unwell and suggests they head home. He turned to look at him and said, "Lin, I need you to take Zeon-A home." Yi-jin quickly agreed, and on the way home, the two remained silent. Flustered by her actions, she apologizes, saying, "Sorry, you rarely get to hang out with your friends, and I made you come home early." Yi-jin smiles gently. "It's okay." She looks at Yi-jin with worried eyes, still thinking about her cousin's words, that he said he wasn't worthy of anyone liking him. Then she looks away, hesitant, wondering if she should just be bold and ask. Zeon-A asks, "Hey you," and he looks at her as he answers, "Yeah?" She nervously says, "There's something I want to ask you, and can you be honest?" Zeon-A pleads, "Promise you'll be honest." Yi-jin, seeing her like this, replies, "Okay, go ahead and ask." Zeon-A hesitantly asks if he's seeing someone, a question that surprises Yi-jin, who feared she'd discovered his hidden past. Seeing Zeon-A's seriousness, Yi-jin gently answers honestly, "No." Excitement is evident on her bright face as she asks, "Really?" He replies, "Yeah." Zeon-A happily takes Yi-jin's hand, pulling him along. "I'm so happy. Let's go get something to eat." Surprised by her sudden change, he asks if she isn't tired. But Zeon-A excitedly replies that she's fine, and insists they go eat. Seeing her so cheerful, Yijin obliges. Meanwhile, his every move with Zion is being watched from afar. 002 and the group discuss that girl is the granddaughter of the chairman of SSS, a pretty big company that's now investing in the military. 018 adds, her name is Shin Zayon a classmate of 001. An image is displayed of her and Yijin happily talking at a convenience store. Here 02 scrutinizes their expressions, and the group exclaims that he seems to be doing well. 004 is envious, saying that he's doing too well compared to them. His words cast a pall of contemplation over everyone, as a torrential downpour began outside the funeral home, where a man with an umbrella stood beside a parked car. That man is Dusik, standing in a daze before Hyunsu's grandfather's portrait, his words still echoing painfully. Are you going to live like this forever, you fool? Dusik expresses his remorse, apologizing for still living this way. Suddenly, a woman calls his name from afar. Dusik! Yurim is shocked to see him. She asks if he's here for the memorial service. Dusik sighs, saying yes, and if he didn't come, someone would nag him all night. Ha ha. He asked about Yurim, how she was doing, and how Hyunsu was. She looked down, saddened, and confessed that she was the same as always, and that Hyunsu was too busy to come. But even if he wasn't, he probably wouldn't. Dusik silently bids farewell to Yerim and departs, while outside, Hyung is waiting with an umbrella in the rain. Seeing him emerge, he rushed forward. Dusik was helpless against Hyung's enthusiasm. Are you still planning to stand there? Just sit in the car. He quickly replied, I've been sitting in the car the whole time. Dusik saw through his lie with an awkward smile. How could he say he was in the car when his clothes were soaked? As he sat in the car, he thought back to the past. Hyunsu's grandfather berated Dusik, calling him a deadbeat thief, asking if he stole his motorcycle because he was too lazy to work. You stole from me because you were hungry? I won't let this go easily, so prepare yourself. After learning about Dusik's family, he was furious, asking if he had no parents and then demanding he work at his store to pay off the debt. And from that moment on, he had a place to belong. Hyunsu's grandfather warned him to work hard every day and forget about running away. At the police station, officers deal with a brawl involving 3 students covered in red syrup. Dusik grits his teeth, knowing he can't fight their powerful families. The parents of those 3 students were powerful people, so he had to bow and apologize profusely, hoping they would let him off the hook. Again, Hyunsu's grandfather sat observing Dusik, a fan in his right hand. Hurry, hurry, that's how you get food in your mouth. Dusik was startled by Hai and Mr. Seok's voices, snapping him out of his high school memories. He wondered why the old man was still sorting trash in the rain, instead of waiting for it to stop. Dusik grabbed an umbrella and approached the old man, asking, Grandpa, it's raining. Can't you wait until it stops? It was Kangsu, Haijin's grandfather, who replied, If I rest even for a day because of the rain, the garbage will pile up. I need to collect, sort, and process this quickly, plus it makes everyone happy. Seeing this, he put the umbrella aside and helped Kangsu, shocking him. Oh no, your suit will be ruined, Dusik replied. I can just wash it at home. Kangsu is grateful for his help, saying, Thank you for helping me so many times. I haven't seen you lately. Dusik replies hesitantly, Oh, I just went back to my hometown for a few days. I had some things to take care of. Suddenly he collapsed, crying out in pain, and Dusik panicked. Grandpa, what's wrong? Kangsu fell to the ground, groaning, and Dusik immediately called him, Drive here, quick! After arriving at the hospital, the doctor informed Ijin, who rushed to Kangsu's room, worried. Grandpa, are you okay? Lying in bed, Kangsu reassured him. I'm fine. Shouldn't you be in school? Why are you here so early? Dusik then informs Ijin that Kangsu has a severe back injury and needs to rest for a few days. But Kangsu optimistically replies that he'll recover quickly and not to worry, as that's what Ryun told him to say, so Gasyon wouldn't worry. Ijin smiles gently. Is that so? Kangsu sighs. Oh no, I've misspoke. My brain must be deteriorating with age. Feeling reassured about Kangsu's condition, Ijin steps outside to thank Dusik. Thank you, he says, to which Dusik replies, For what? Ijin recounts Kangsu's words, saying that he heard that they always took the time to check on him every day and even wished him well while he worked. Iung Seosk seems embarrassed, and the other man says that they weren't particularly concerned, just asking out of courtesy, since they were acquaintances, not strangers. He chimed in, asking, Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Ijin replied, Yes. Dusik explained, When the old man fell, I didn't know if he had any underlying conditions, so I tried to contact him, but I was surprised I couldn't reach him. He chuckled, and Dusik, noticing, blurted out that seeing him reminded him of when he was his age. Ijin asked what he meant, as Ha-I-Ong Zeok looked on in surprise, but Dusik seemed flustered and trailed off. The firefighter stammered, realizing the man was still staring intently at Dusik. I wasn't thinking about appearances, just that my father was still alive then. He turned to Ijin. Let's go eat. It's been a while, we should at least have a meal together. It's not far, just downstairs. Ijin politely replies that he will pay for the meal, prompting Dusik to turn and ask where a high schooler would get the money. Ijin says he earns money, leading to Dusik's confusion and He-I-Iong Xeoc's quiet remark that SVK bodyguards make a decent amount. He understood the situation. Oh, I see. Hyunsu replied, that's right. Just then, a phone rang. He-I-Iong Zeok walked away to answer it. Dusik turned to Ijin and asked, we're having short rib soup, can you afford that? Ijin replied, yes, I can. Dusik smiled, implicitly agreeing to let Ijin treat. He-I-Iong Zeok returned and reported to Dusik, sir, I think we should get to the shop early. Dusik asked, huh? Why? It's just about to open. Sihyun Iong reports that Hyunsu has arrived at Dusik's bar, berating the staff for serving him cheap liquor. He said to him, so you've arrived. Hyunsu smirked. Ah, Dusik, how are you? He then complained, shouldn't you discipline your underlings? They dared serve me cheap liquor. Dusik sat down, poured Hyunsu a drink, and said, don't worry, I'll take care of it later. Now tell me, what brings you here? Hyunsu proposed, Dusik, lend me some money, please. Business ideas keep popping into my head. Dusik slowly picked up his glass and said, I've lent you money too many times already. Hyunsu hiccuped and defended himself. The previous times were because I was hasty and didn't have thorough plans. I won't let that happen again. This time, I'm sure I'll succeed, please. Hyunsu interrupted Dusik, who was about to speak, saying, I told you that was the last time. Hyunsu's eyes burned with rage as he cried, after all my begging, you still won't help me? How can you treat me like this? He began to guilt-trip Dusik, saying, if you think about how my grandfather raised you, you should help me. Dusik retorted, so you're saying I've been ungrateful all this time? Like you said, because of your grandfather, I've given you money every time you asked. Hyunsu whined, Brother Dusik. Dusik continued, his voice fading. You haven't been around lately, so I'll give you some pocket money. Take it and leave, but I can't invest in your business. He lamented. Seriously? You're saying you can't? You own so many businesses. Dusik sighed, explaining that business wasn't great and he had employees to think of, so he had to prioritize them. Dusik retorted, Hyunsu, stop it. Those men, though not blood-related, have followed me loyally for years. I gave them the bar as a way to repay their loyalty. It's the least I could do, Han stubbornly retorted. Didn't my grandfather help you too? Have you forgotten that, even without blood ties, he cared for you more than me, his own grandson? Dusik fell silent, momentarily recalling that time. Hyunsu's grandfather handed him an envelope, announcing it was his first month's salary. He asked, how does it feel, to earn money with your own two hands? Seeing this, he asked, what's wrong? He wondered, this is more than enough to cover the car you wrecked. Sir, why? Hyunsu's grandfather replied, what is it? Do you think I'm the kind of person who exploits labor? Take the money and keep working hard. This stuck with Dusik, who never forgot the kindness. But this time, Dusik was determined. I'll give you pocket money, that's all I can do. Enraged, Hyunsu slams his fist on the table. Brother Dusik, the old man replies, just go, I'm tired. Frustrated but knowing he couldn't argue with Dusik's money, Hyunsu left, thinking bitterly, my grandfather took in and cared for an orphan like you. He remembers his grandfather giving Dusik everything he has today, yet he treats him like this. So ungrateful. Han shoves the employee aside, and Hyunsu meets Yi-jin. Han wondered why a kid in a school uniform was here, asking how old he was, but the silent treatment only fueled Hyunsu's anger. Was he being ignored? Hyunsu grabs Han's wrist tightly, who warns him to stop, but Hyunsu is confused, asking why he should. Dusik yells at Hyunsu to leave immediately and not cause any trouble. Han is stopped and angrily pushes him away. The boss appears from behind and asks Yi-jin, why are you here? He bluntly states that he came because he was told they would eat after work. Dusik is startled, and Hyunsu adds that he even promised beef rib soup. He'd forgotten. But after eating with Yi-jin, the two returned to the restaurant, and Dusik, leaning back in his chair, asked Han how much it would cost to open a fried chicken shop. A modest one? Hyunsu hesitated, asking if he was planning to open a business for him, and his silence was the answer. Hyeonsu suggested it wasn't a good idea, saying that if Han really wanted to work, he would have changed a long time ago. Besides, that guy has been leeching off you for so long, enough to open several bars or chicken restaurants. Dusik is tired of all the troubles coming his way. Then, a ring, and darkness. Dusik answers the phone. Irim, what's up? She asks if Hyeonsu has been by today. Irim says she always feels guilty towards him, but he rebuffs her, asking why she feels that way. She expressed her remorse, feeling a pang of conscience, knowing that person always bothered him. She knew he always helped that person, but a person should have a conscience. Dusik listens intently as Irim confides in him, saying that he's been too kind to that person, and she insists that he absolutely not help him this time. She reminds him that the person has been acting strangely lately, that he borrowed money from her too, but the amount was more than usual, and even though she lent him money, he keeps asking for more. Irim is skeptical of the rumors surrounding him, that he's borrowed money from many others, and that he seems to be running from someone. He keeps asking for money, so something's clearly happened, but he needs to sort it out himself. You can't help him, okay? Absolutely not. Hyeonsu steps off the bus thinking, what do I do now? I need money fast. Should I borrow from Urim one more time? He checks his phone, frustrated. I can't believe Dusik refused me. This amount is practically pocket change. His phone vibrates with a call, and Hyeonsu, seeing the name on the screen, quickly hides it, in fear. Damn it. A man in the group before him asks, Hey, Hyeonsu, why haven't you answered your phone all day? You didn't even answer the boss's call, huh? You got a death wish? He stammers in terror. That's... The man orders, All right, come with me, to the boss. We're... Inside, a line of bodyguards stood rigidly at attention as COB, golf club in hand, watched Hyeonsu kneel before him. He tapped the ball into the hole, then turned to interrogate him, causing Hyeonsu to tremble in fear. Hyeonsu, why didn't you answer my calls? COB continued. When you needed my money, you were so obedient. Why are you so disrespectful now that you're paying me back? Hyeonsu immediately interjected, saying he'd just returned from Seoul to earn money to pay off his debts and apologized. The man asked if he'd gone to see Dusik, and upon hearing this, Dusik was surprised and asked if he would give him the store. Hyeonsu's grandfather, without turning around, continued to fix the car as he explained, I'm old, not as young as I used to be, so I need to prepare. Hearing this, he feigned surprise, hands on his hips, and retorted, You're still strong. But what about Hyeonsu? Why not give him the shop instead of me? He countered, asking if Dusik thought Hyeonsu could even manage the shop. Dusik silently looked at him, and Hyeonsu's grandfather, deep in thought, confided that with his grandson's penchant for pleasure, the shop would be sold off in no time. He pushed himself up, saying he wished Hyeonsu was as capable as others. The old man wearily supported his back, sighing, But that's just how it is. What can I do? You know how he lives, Dusik. Dusik didn't answer, gazing silently into the distance, remembering Hyeonsu's past promises to change. He seemed so helpless. I wanted to see that day, but I'm too old. That's why I'm entrusting the store to you. Hyeonsu's grandfather raised his eyebrows, warning, But I won't give it to you for free. You'll have to take care of the store and provide Hyeonsu with living expenses. As for me, I'll use my savings to go to a nursing home, so you don't have to worry about me. Lost in his thoughts, Dusik is startled back to reality by the ringing of his phone. He rubs his head to clear his mind and looks at the phone, seeing a name on the screen. He rubbed his tired forehead, head throbbing from the previous night's drinking, and asked, What's wrong? The voice on the other end of the line asked, Dusik, are you free tomorrow? Dusik clutched his head, asking again, Tomorrow? What's going on? He looked terrible, with blood at the corner of his mouth, as Hyeonsu requested that he come to the grand opening tomorrow. Dusik jolts awake, asking, What? What are you talking about? A grand opening? Hyeonsu's face darkens, his grip on the phone tightening. I'm opening a small restaurant, a friend's place. He moved away, so he left it to me for cheap. Where did you get the money to buy a restaurant? He dodges the question, saying she borrowed from a few places. Behind Hyeonsu, two tall men in black suits watch him intently as she thinks to herself. Now that I'm older, I'm trying to make an honest living. I wanted to tell you that yesterday, but I didn't get the chance. Dusik, oblivious to the danger, was thrilled to hear this and agreed to come. Dusik gets up to leave, hands in his pockets, and says casually, Tomorrow, huh? I'll be sure to come celebrate. Send me the address and opening time, and I'll be there early. See you then. Then Mr. Horsehead approaches, noticing his good mood and asking what's got him so happy. Dusik smiled as he walked past him, not denying it, Something good had indeed happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hyun-soo knelt, trembling, clutching the phone he'd just used to call Dusik. Suddenly, an amused voice chimed in. "Good, I like the sound of that." His eyes widened, his face beaded with sweat. The loan shark grinned wickedly, sitting on the sofa, cigarette in hand, looking at Hyun-soo. "If you can get Dusik to come, I'll deduct 5,000 from your debt." Then suddenly, the old man turned serious, his face filled with menace, and made an enticing offer. "If you stab Dusik, I'll forgive your 400 million debt." Hyun-soo lowered his head, not daring to act rashly, and obediently asked, "If I stab him, I'll be free of debt." He nodded with delight. "That's right." Seokbae casually smoked, entrusting, "My idiot brother will take care of the rest. You just need to stab him and you'll be free from debt." Left with no choice, he succumbed, obediently following the old man's orders like a loyal dog, all while blaming Dusik in his heart, saying, "It's not my fault you're going to die, Dusik." He looked at the people before him, justifying his actions. "It's because you had a conflict with him. If he hadn't been at odds with him, I wouldn't be threatened by them like this. They wouldn't even try to approach me." Hyun-soo clenched his fists, thinking his life would be so much better without Dusik. He even thought about his grandfather's store. His grandfather only cared about him, and even left him the store. He was bitter, his face contorted with rage. It was all Dusik's fault. If he hadn't appeared in his life, he would have had the store. "I wouldn't have had to gamble, meet him, or get into debt like this. It's all your fault my life is so miserable." Hai Yeongzi, OC, and Dusik walk together near the apartment, talking as they go. Hai Yeongzi, OC, asks worriedly, "Are you sure you'll be okay going alone?" Dusik was extremely confident, saying it was nothing, but Hee Yeongse, OC, wondered if he was okay driving alone, since he didn't like to drive. Dusik remained firm, saying it was just a quick visit. He then lowered his voice, asking if he'd given him money again. Dusik frowned and turned, surprised, as the other man wondered if he'd just withdrawn money from the bank, since his underlings had seen him leaving. Dusik smiled wryly, saying that since the guy was turning over a new leaf, how could he not help him out? He couldn't help but praise him, saying he was truly kind for doing so much for him. Then he voiced his doubts, saying that even though he said he would change, he still didn't believe it, to which Dusik calmly replied. He said he's getting old and wants to turn his life around, but Hee-yi knew Dusik wouldn't believe a word he said, so he just sighed helplessly. Dusik smiled, proud, knowing the old man would be happy to hear this. He opened the car door, turned to him, and said goodbye, as Hee-yi bowed respectfully, telling him to drive safely. Night fell quickly, and the colorful neon lights flickered on. Hyun-soo waves excitedly. "You're here!" Dusik, stunned, asks, "What happened to your face?" He feigned innocence, grabbing his hand and pulling him along, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. You've seen me fight before. Let's go inside." Dusik had no time to react and simply followed. "Is this the place?" he asked. He nods, and Dusik, sensing something is off, surveys the store, commenting that it must have taken a lot of effort. He feigns modesty, admitting it was a bit tough and that he had to borrow a lot to make it happen. Unsuspecting, he followed behind, unaware of the dangerous smirk on the other's face. Inside, burly men watched the door with guarded expressions. Only now did Dusik frown, sensing something was wrong, but he didn't reveal it, observing silently. Hyun gestured. "Sit down. They're all friends here to congratulate you." Dusik cautiously enters, his eyes scanning the surroundings, met by the hostile glares of the waiting men, their faces grim, the atmosphere heavy. Dusik stared at them, then suddenly faltered, his eyes drifting downwards. A small knife protruded from his abdomen, staining his shirt crimson. He looked at Hyun in disbelief. "You did this?" Before he could finish, Hyun's face darkened. "You brought this on yourself. I didn't want to, but you left me no choice." Enraged, Dusik throws him off, sending him crashing into a nearby table, as he clutches his wound and glares at the others in the room. The young men all stood up at once, their faces grim. A man calmly emerged from the group, greeting Dusik with a relaxed demeanor. "Dusik, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Dusik's face contorted with rage, while Yenjiang smirked and Kim Zaeok raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Hyun Zaeok was outside on the phone, saying, "Yeon Lim, I'm calling because I wanted to ask you something." "Yes, I'd like the address of the restaurant Hyun just opened. I was going to send some fruit to congratulate him." I called Mr. Dusik, but he didn't answer. "What? You haven't heard about him opening a restaurant?" He scratched his head, suspicious. He said he bought a friend's restaurant for cheap to run a business, which is why Dusik went to congratulate him. Receiving another negative response, he was stunned. That can't be true. But why would he tell Dusik that? Then, as if understanding dawned, his face paled, and he muttered, "Could it be—" Just minutes later, his entire crew swarmed the designated area, each armed with a weapon, as Hyang-seok frantically urged, "Hurry!" His face grim, he urgently gave instructions. "I'll go ahead. You follow. Anyone who hasn't arrived, send them the address." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Is something going on?" It was Yi-jin, a pink bag in her hand. Hai-Yai is shocked to see him, the 3A student, who doesn't understand what's happening, but explains that his sister asked him to bring food to Dusik, which is why he's here. Dusik entered the store, opening the door and glancing towards Hyunsu's grandfather, who was handing something to CEO Hyo. In Hyunsu's grandfather's hand is a rather thick envelope. He slips it into his coat, then notices Dusik staring intently at him. The old man bows to Seobyam, who replies, "I wondered where you'd gone off to, so you're working here." He approaches Dusik, a mocking grin on his face. "Looks like life's treating you well." He patted the old man's shoulder, then brushed past him, hinting that there was always a place for him at the company should he want to return. He and his 2 bodyguards left the store, leaving Dusik standing silently. Dusik spoke up, wondering why Hyunsu's grandfather was being so secretive, and why that man had come to their store, asking if his grandfather had borrowed money from him. Looking worried, he sighed and replied, "I needed money urgently to solve the problem Hyunsu caused, so I borrowed some. It hasn't been long, and I didn't expect the interest to be so high." Young Dusik stood silently as the yellow light spilled from the window into the night, confronting COB about staging incidents to extort money from others. When they can't afford to pay, you burden them with exorbitant interest. "Is this the high-profit business you promised?" He smiles, replying casually, "That's right, it's quite stable. The money we lend them comes back as compensation. A quick way to make money." The old fox craftily justifies the loan sharking, saying the company hasn't been around long and needs capital. To make a name for ourselves in this world, we need money, and the easiest way to get it is through high-interest loans. Now that we have capital and the company is more stable, we don't need to do this as much. Dusik asks bluntly, "Was Hyunsu's case like this too?" Seobyok's face darkens, and he stares in silence. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and replied, "Business is business, kid. Don't mix feelings with it." Dusik asked, "So, how much does he owe you?" He pulled a cigarette from a pack, lit it, and nonchalantly replied, "It's up to 40 million now with interest, 30 million in principal." Hearing the amount, Dusik worried and asked, "I heard he paid you back quite a bit already, so how is it still so much? How much was the interest?" His face darkened, his tone threatening as he heard Dusik's question. "Dusik, are you here to question me? He's a friend of yours, so I should just forget all you've done for me and let him off the hook." The boss scoffs. "What are you saying? I have many brothers. If everyone was like you, how could I do business? Do you think business is child's play? If I let them off this time, what happens when my gang members do the same thing again? How am I supposed to run things?" Unable to persuade COB, Dusik bowed his head in sorrow, silent for a moment before rising to respond, his mind elsewhere. "How much savings do I have? I'll give it to him to pay off the debt." Hearing the condition, he paused. "If you're willing to work under me, I'll consider the debt settled." He crossed his legs and said, "I value you because you get things done. Think it over. I've never treated anyone as well as I've treated you." His face darkened, the stage lights illuminating half his face, making him look weary. Dusik bows again, offering thanks instead of an immediate answer, as a horrifying scene unfolds with bodies strewn across the ground and syrup splattered everywhere. Zayok became complacent and walked away with his men, followed by Dusik. The 2 gangs fought, everyone covered in blood, but with Dusik's help, Zayok's gang achieved many victories. Dusik stood by the road, gazing at the store, as Hyunsu's grandfather turned to look back, startling Dusik, who thought he'd been discovered. He turned away as if he hadn't noticed Dusik, who stood silently on the corner before turning and walking away, a man who had seen countless fights, always facing enemies, his body constantly covered in blood. Cut to the hospital room where Hyunsu's grandfather lies in bed, struggling to breathe with the aid of oxygen. Urim sits listlessly by his side as Dusik rushes in, asking. Urim, seeing Dusik arrive, rushed to him, saying her grandfather suddenly collapsed and the doctor doesn't know when he'll wake up. Dusik was stunned by the news. Urim covers her mouth, fighting back tears, wondering how things got this bad. If her grandfather was cursed. It wasn't his fault. The debt was too great, and he had to mortgage the store, causing him to collapse. Dusik is confused. What, he couldn't pay off the debt? What are you saying? Did he borrow more money? It's not like that, brother. Business hasn't been good lately, and the debt keeps increasing due to high interest rates, so he can't pay it off anymore. He doesn't understand why there's still debt. How could this be? BA promised that when he returned to work for him, the debt would be cleared. Did he deceive him? What about the money he sent his father? That should have been enough to pay it back. Why is there still so much debt? His father wasn't supposed to touch that money. He said that money was hard-earned, so it's all still there. Urim revealed the truth of what happened, adding that he knew why he had to quit his job at the store, and that's why he couldn't face him. So he worked even harder to pay off the debt. That's why he could leave and come back, and why his father's condition worsened day by day, even forcing him to work extra jobs at night. So, the truth wasn't what Dusik thought. He had no face to meet me? I thought he hated me because of my work. In the dark room, bodies lay scattered. Light streamed in from beyond the door. Blood stained the floor. And next to the corpses, a blood-soaked Zeokbe held a knife, wary of anyone approaching. A figure with a bloodied back, clothes drenched in crimson, syrup-like drops falling from their hand. Dusik, a terrifying figure with a blackened face and bloodshot eyes. You said you'd erase the debt. But the man is undeterred, sneering. You think business is a game? I told you before. He sneers, unaware of the danger he faces. It's clear that if he shows mercy to one, how can he do business in the future? Dusik clenches his bloodied fist as Seokbai brandishes his knife and charges toward him. He tried to land another blow, but he was too slow. Dusik moved like lightning, dodging the attack, his eyes burning with rage, his face contorted. Then, Seokbai landed a final blow from cheek to temple. Blood splattered from Dusik's face, and he turned, his face contorted, bearing the marks of the slash. He smirks, having landed a blow, a swift strike like lightning. Dusik retaliates with a powerful blow, targeting his abdomen. He took the full force of the punch, eyes wide. Before he could retaliate, another blow landed on his cheek. He was beaten mercilessly to the ground. At this moment, Dusik looked like a demon from hell, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Only cold-blooded murder filled his eyes as he stepped back. He turned and left, leaving the old man trembling on the ground, defeated. He watched Dusik's retreating figure, powerless to act. Dusik's father, I will kill you. Back in reality, Zeokbe reminisces. I still remember it, even after all these years. The department head grits his teeth in anger, clutching his wound in silence, as Dusik emerges from the small house, clutching his bloodied stomach and crying out. What the hell are you doing? No matter what, Dusik, you and I still have unfinished business from the past. Zeokbe sat down, arrogantly recalling the past, saying that every time his wound ached, he remembered him. He seemed to understand, realizing that he had used the boy to lure him here. Hyon had been silently listening to their argument, and despite his injuries, he taunted them. You were, and still are, nothing but a scoundrel. These harsh words infuriated one of his underlings, eager to silence the insult, but Zeokbe calmly ordered him to be quiet and continued to negotiate. I've been watching you for a while, Dusik, and I've noticed your business hasn't been doing so well lately. But it's a shame you won't live to spend it, because you're going to die here today. Mr. Jingpi, do you remember that day? I single-handedly beat you all so badly you were left for dead. You think you can still take me? Zeokbe baited him after hearing the insults. What? Pulling back his words, Dusik continues to provoke him, saying, I see you haven't changed at all. You still have to take advantage of the boy to achieve your goals. How pathetic. You haven't changed at all in all these years. Seemingly reaching his limit, the old man roars, Say that again. Meanwhile, the subordinate behind him couldn't take it anymore. You dog, you're dead. But before he could react, Dusik landed a devastating blow, his bloodied fist smashing into the lackey's face, sending him sprawling. As for the lackey, after being thrown to the ground, he seethed with rage, yelling, Kill him! Soon, Dusik was surrounded, barely dodging their blows. Immediately, Dusik kicks each of them in the face. His body now covered in blood, Dusik kicks another one in the jaw. The lackeys of the snail cart are now battered and broken, while Huyon-so is terrified by the bloody scene before him. He stands alone against many, his face a mask of grim determination, a warrior renowned for his bravery. Father Yan unleashes his full power, showing no signs of decline with age. Some were punched so hard their jaws dislocated, others collapsed, unable to stand. At this point, he was both afraid of him and disgusted by the useless underlings. Damn it, no matter how strong he is, there's no reason why an entire gang can't take him down. Another one falls as Du-shik flips him over. Now, all of his men are lifeless, sprawled out on the floor. Meanwhile, he still stood tall, while the remaining men were drenched in sweat, no longer daring to look at him with disdain. Even Hyeon-so was terrified, wiping the blood from his mouth, realizing his strength was waning and his reflexes were failing. Clutching his profusely bleeding stomach, Du-shik realizes the stab wound has likely penetrated deep into his organs, and orders his remaining men to attack, claiming he's weakened. They charged in like bloodthirsty tigers craving fresh meat. The first one took a punch straight to the bridge of his nose, sending blood flying. This punch also weakens him considerably, and someone is sneaking up from behind. Du-shik's eyes are filled with dread. Another one gets stabbed in the neck, then he restrains a knife-wielding assailant, breaking his arm and punching him in the gut. Out of nowhere, a powerful kick lands on Du-shik's back, and the remaining survivors rush in. Elsewhere, a fleet of cars speeds down the road. Inside the car, Hi urged the driver to hurry, saying they needed to get there before the others. The car sped off into the night, while back at the swings, COB's men had suffered considerable injuries. He couldn't hold on any longer, blood flowing freely as Hyunzo stood amidst a mountain of corpses. He thought to himself in fear that if that bastard hadn't been stabbed, he could have taken on the whole gang. How could he fight so fiercely? And COB is still unscathed and alert, and even landed a critical hit. How clever. You still look strong. To fight this long with that wound, you truly are as strong as ever. COB mocked, not holding back, and warned him, "No wonder I always wanted to recruit you. You've become quite famous since we parted ways, but I didn't believe it. Seeing you fight like this has opened my eyes, but there's a limit to human strength. You can't keep fighting like this forever. You'll run out of steam soon enough." Unyielding, Gang Seong replies, "That bastard's right. I've given it my all, so don't act so surprised. Like I said, if I hadn't been stabbed, you'd be haunted by me." Du-shik recalls the past, saying they would have been dead if it were back then. He suddenly falls silent, lost in thought. Then COB calls out, "Hey, Hunchback Hyeon-soo, pretend to be him." Han slowly approaches. "Yes, sir." He hands him a knife. "Take this knife." Hyeon-soo didn't seem to understand. "What do you mean?" The old man ordered with a sinister tone. "He's at his limit. Go ask him and I'll erase your debt." Hyun-soo's face turned pale as he desperately tried to get out of the task. "Oh," he said. "Boss, you said I just needed to lure Han here. Why are you making me do this now? That was before. Things are different now. Are you not going to listen to me?" In the end, Hyun-soo reluctantly takes the knife, trembling with fear. That bastard Han, he told me to stab just 1 meter, but the corpse remained still, without a single movement. The demon guarding Han has awakened, but I'm cornered with no way out. He's crossed the point of no return, and now he faces Hyun-soo with a chilling gaze. A clash was about to begin when a voice echoed from outside. The sound grew closer and a young man in a helmet appeared. Confused, the COB saw the stranger and quickly asked Sipo, "Did anyone order food?" The lackeys all shook their heads in denial. "No, boss? I didn't order anything either. It seems like Douche has finally realized who this person is." "Who are you?" the man asked, eyes shifting. "I'm here to make a delivery." COB was silent for a moment, then, realizing the situation, his face darkened. "Damn you, we don't need your help. Now that you're here, you're not going anywhere." Yijin's arrival has caught the group's attention. He glanced at Du-shik, who was seriously injured, his face pale, with bloodstains all over his chest and abdomen. Yijin stared at him intently, while COB, cigarette in mouth, glared back with a chilling gaze. "Another one here to die? Capture him, don't let him escape. This is such a pain." The tattooed man quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes." The COB glances at Yijin, uttering a threat. "Well, aren't you unlucky, showing up just when we're busy? Might as well send you to keep that other guy company." Yijin swiftly seized his arm and twisted it behind his back, the tattooed man's face contorting in pain, his eyes bloodshot. Immediately, he slams his head into the tattooed man's face, sending him flying backward, his mouth filled with blood. Witnessing this scene, COB and his men were stunned, wondering what the hell was going on. It seemed like Yijin would do more, but he simply placed the food on the table, then stood silently, looking up at them. 2 furious men charged at him, determined to capture him. Enraged, one of them threw a flurry of punches at Yijin, but he easily dodged them. Without hesitation, Yijin then slams his foot down on the man's leg, while simultaneously kicking his teammate behind him. In no time, Yijin has taken down most of his enemies, leaving them bloodied and scattered on the wooden floor. The COB members can't help but feel bewildered by his incredible strength. Hyunsu could only watch in stunned silence as Yijin rushed toward the remaining underlings, delivering a swift kick to one's stomach. At that moment, a fearless underling charged at Yijin with a knife, but with a swift reaction, he was able to block the attack. Yijin gripped the man's arm, kicked him in the face, and then slammed his face into the table without mercy. Seeing their comrades fall one by one, the remaining thugs are filled with rage, charging at Yijin, screaming, "Who the hell are you? Kill him!" But they were about to witness Yijin's blinding speed as he appeared before them, landing a merciless punch to the man's face. Seeing his men fall one by one, COB's face darkened in dismay as chaos and violence filled the room, the air thick with a rain of blood. Yijin grabbed a subordinate's head and kicked him hard in the face. Without hesitation, he slammed the lackey's face into the ground. Witnessing Yijin's brutal actions, the man was so terrified he dropped his cigarette, wondering where this monster came from. Meanwhile, Dushik called out to him, "Hey Kim COB, you're the unlucky one today, not that kid." He didn't understand what Dushik meant, but Dushik glared at him and declared, "You're dead today. He's not someone you can just mess with." Hearing that, COB's eyes darted, sweat trickling down his cheek, showing his fear. Back to Yijin, he was about to vent on COB's men, and witnessing Yijin's ferocity, a terrified Hyunsu quickly grabbed a knife for self-defense. He trembled uncontrollably, his face beaded with sweat as Hyunsu warily watched him, thinking, "What the hell? How did one bastard take them all down?" Just then, Yijin slowly turned to face him, and feeling his piercing gaze, Hyunsu shuddered. Suddenly, a flood of memories washes over him. It's that high school kid he met before. Back then. Just then, the door to the room is kicked open. Dusik's men rushed in, armed to the teeth, and were horrified to see him covered in wounds. "Boss, are you okay?" He simply smiled. "So, they're here?" The others rushed in, their eyes filled with concern for Dusich. "Boss, are you okay? Let's get you to a hospital." But he refused, calmly enjoying a cigarette, saying there was still work to be done. Dusich's strange behavior makes his crew suspicious, as dozens of cars pull up outside. The group inside quickly emerged, armed to the teeth, and stormed into the room with overwhelming force, their numbers dwarfing Dusich's crew. COB carefully observes the enemy, a cold sweat trickling down his temple as the group glares at them, seemingly wanting to devour them whole. He glances away. Unlike COB, Duzi and his men remained calm, while COB trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He slowly stood up and sighed. Seeing Dusich approach, the old man froze. COB's face turned pale, the veins beneath his skin twitching. But to his surprise, Hyunsu simply walked past him. Dusich stops, calling out, "Hyunsu!" Seeing he's ignored, Han grits his teeth in anger. "You dare look down on me like that?" Hearing Dusich call his name, Han trembles even more. "Brother, brother." He glanced at Hyunsu and said with disappointment, "I had so much faith in you." Hearing this, Han hurriedly dropped the fence to the ground. Hyunsu quickly raised his hands in defense as Han desperately begged for forgiveness, promising to do better. But Dusich simply sighed, wearily admitting that the problem was his own. Hearing that, Hyunsu grew even more terrified, and Han rushed to Dusich to beg for mercy, but Dusich coldly stated that he had been too lenient and that Hyunsu needed to learn a lesson. Without another word, Dusich punched Hyunsu square in the face. The force of the blow so great, the sound of his jaw breaking could be heard. Hyunsu was sent flying backward, his body trembling uncontrollably as he groaned in pain. Dusich grabbed an iron pipe, his voice filled with rage. "Even that COB bastard got beat down, so you should have thought twice about doing this to me." Seeing that he wasn't going to spare him, Hyunsu quickly used their deceased father as a shield. "Brother, please, think about Dad." But that backfired as Dusich approached him and raised his club, saying that because he mentioned their father, he'd have to beat him even harder today. He relentlessly struck Hyunsu, ignoring his pleas as his men watched in fear. At some point, the room was filled with nothing but corpses, and Dusich dropped his bat, the sound chilling to the bone. Hyunsu lay collapsed on the ground, soaked in blood, groaning in agony. Dusich stood tall, exuding a terrifying aura of intimidation, and warned, "If I ever find out you're gambling again, you're dead, even if you borrow money from loan sharks." Covered in blood with soulless eyes, Dusich spoke with a chilling voice, warning that begging for death would be the end of him. As Hyunsu lay motionless on the blood-soaked floor, and Dusich silently looked down. His eyes narrowed, his face cold but thoughtful, as Dusich said calmly, "Maybe I should have done this a long time ago." He turned to look at COB, who was trembling, his face etched with tension. his forehead beaded with cold sweat. In contrast to Cob, Dusich was incredibly calm, exuding an aura of darkness, a look that Cob suddenly remembered seeing before. Dusich's eyes were devoid of emotion, capable of killing countless men. He calmly walked out, ordering his men to deal with the bastard. Teach him a lesson, so he never tries anything like this again. The men quickly acknowledged the order. Cob's face was filled with rage, his eyes wide and teeth clenched, a picture of utter resentment as he thought, "You bastard, even now you look down on me?" Fueled by hatred, he quickly pulled a dagger from his jacket. Filled with hatred, Cob lunged forward, gripping the sharp knife, consumed by rage as he roared Dusich's name. But his subordinate quickly restrained him, and a furious punch sent Cob reeling. Cob's face slams against the wooden floor and he groans in pain. His subordinate stomps on him, screaming that he has a death wish. Despite the brutal beating, Duskian calmly walked away, without a word. Under the dim light he emerged from the building, his clothes stained with blood and bearing the marks of battle. Dusich's eyes are fixed on one person, Yijin, whose clothes are covered in blood from the brawl. Dusi approaches, puzzled as to why the boy is here, and Yijin replies honestly that he's just delivering food. Hearing this unexpected answer, he stared at him incredulously. "Bringing food? You're not telling me everything?" Yijin simply held out the bag of food. Dusai tightly held the bag of food, prompting Yijin to quickly explain. "My sister wanted to send you this." He then relayed her message. She also wanted to thank you for always helping Dad. Hearing that, his expression shifted to surprise and appreciation as Dusich clutched the food with reverence, saying, "I'm the one who should be thanking you." At that moment, his eyes drifted in one direction. Ahead was a sports motorcycle, and noticing Dusich's interest, Yijin quickly explained, "The bike's still good. I'll return it later." Hearing that, he shook his head, his face twisting slightly. "No need. You keep it." Dusisha wore a pensive expression, noticing the signs of age on his face, and spoke with resignation. "I'm too old for a bike like that now, and I never liked riding them when I was younger." "So," Yijin asked seriously, "where did you steal it from?" He flinches at the unexpected question, asking what he means, but Yijin repeats himself, asking if he stole it. Dusisha's hackles rise, and he retorts, annoyed, that he bought it himself. Confusion etched across Dusich's face. He rubbed his temples thoughtfully, recalling only that he'd seen the bike displayed in a shop. It quickly caught Dusich's attention. He stood motionless, his eyes glued to the vehicle. Dusich's eyes suddenly dropped, as if he were hesitant. Seeing this, Zhao looks back in confusion, wondering if his boss likes motorcycles. Back in reality, Dushi doesn't hesitate to tell Yijin about the bike. Passing by the shop, he was reminded of his old job selling cars, so he bought it as a memento, but really it was only a little bit. He listened intently to the story without expressing any emotion. At the same time, Ha came over worriedly, asking if he needed to go to the hospital. Suddenly, Dusicha let out a gentle smile, his face radiating a fatherly kindness. "Thank you for today." Yijin remained silent at the unexpected gratitude. Cut to cars speeding down the highway as Du Siok leans back, staring blankly out the window. Meanwhile, his subordinate, Ha, speaks up, enraged. "Boss, that Hyun-soo punk is never going to change. You nearly died for him today." With a stern look, the man gripped the steering wheel, his eyes full of discontent. "And yet, you still spare him. What you've done for him is more than enough. And I heard you used to work with old man Hyun-soo, that bastard's grandfather." He sat silently, his eyes lost in thought, reflecting a deep sadness. Then, Dusik openly shared his past, recalling his early days when he was naive and the person he trusted most was the old man. He recalls his youth when Dusik worked at a motorcycle repair shop, focused intently on starting a bike. A bit tense. Seeing it running again, Dusik smiles with joy. It was then that Hyun-soo's grandfather praised him endlessly, saying he was doing a great job, which made Dusich blush with embarrassment. He approached and inspected the vehicle once more, telling him to keep at it and that he would teach him other things later on, adding that he would improve as long as he studied hard. Hearing this, Dusich looked sad, saying, "Grandpa, I'm not good at anything, yet you gave me a chance to work here and taught me so diligently." Hyun-soo's grandfather sighs and denies it. "What makes you think I saw anything special in you?" Seeing his delusions exposed, he scratched his head in embarrassment, and Hyun's grandfather continued, "I know your background well. You weren't exactly innocent either. All the fights in this area involved you. What's so special about someone like you?" Hearing those words, Dusich could only hang his head, speechless. In that tense atmosphere, Hyunsu's grandfather affirmed, "But I believe in you." Hearing that, he felt a stirring within him, as if his heart had come alive again. With a weathered face, he offered a kind and sincere smile, saying, "Old people often have a better eye for character. I think you can still change and live a life that benefits society." Heartened by those words, Dusik regained his composure, whispering softly but resolutely, "From that moment on, I could never forget his kindness, his belief in me." Hearing that, the subordinate smiled faintly, perhaps relieved. The man then continued driving, nodding in response. "Understood." The city skyline appeared in the soft golden sunlight, creating a peaceful scene. The camera pans across every corner of the city as, at a wooden door filled with a gloomy atmosphere, 018 enters a room to find a strange woman, his sharp eyes hidden behind long, drooping hair, as he seriously asks, "You're the VIP I need to protect, right?" Alice, composed, turned decisively and said yes, which eased 018's guard. He replied, "All right, my mission is to protect you for 3 days until you're done here, right?" Alice removed her glasses and said coldly, "That's right. But before we start, I need to verify something." 018 eyed Alice suspiciously. "What is it?" She tilted her head, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Are you my only bodyguard?" Annoyed by the pointless question, he retorted, "I'm all that's needed for this job." Immediately, 018 questioned Alice, "What makes you uneasy?" But she just smiled, reaching into her coat. "No, I'm just a little regretful." At that moment, Alice moved swiftly towards 018, who was stunned and confused. "Huh." She then pointed the gun at him and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hot blood splattered everywhere as Alice's sharp eyes and slight smile created a feeling of both allure and danger. 018 collapsed, his eyes wide with shock. The conversation begins with Forrest exclaiming in surprise, "What? You mean Alice acted on her own?" The subordinate nods in confirmation. Yes, she said she could do it, so she took matters into her own hands. Hearing this, his expression twisted, his teeth grinding as if he were enduring something. The man tried to defend her, saying she was completely different from the others in their organization. So it's difficult to punish her, but Forrest wouldn't hear it, and he ordered, "Call her back here immediately." The subordinate stood at attention, a little tense, and replied, "Yes, we can't pinpoint her location." Forrest clenches his fist, as if trying to contain his emotions. Meanwhile, 018 struggles to bandage his bleeding wound. Moments later, 018 collapsed onto the table, clutching his abdomen in agony as he lost his balance and began to sway. He collapses to the floor, face pale. Then, 018 grits his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. A few hours before Alice's gunshot, he narrowly escaped, clutching his weapon for protection. She smiles knowingly, saying she thought he'd be wise enough to be wary of unexpected situations. Alice's eyes dart around the forest, searching for prey, noting he's no different from the other numbers. Back in reality, 018 gasped for air, her face slick with cold sweat, knowing she was just another number. With heightened senses, he grabbed his gun, sensing danger. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and 018 is seen clutching his gun, pointing it directly at the entrance, his eyes fixed ahead, oblivious to everything else. Immediately after, 008 cautiously entered, his eyes darting back and forth, and 018 relaxed his guard upon seeing a familiar face. He rushed over, a worried look on his face. 018, what happened? I came as soon as I got your call. Leaning against the wall, exhaustion evident in his eyes, 018 replied, I was ambushed. It seems someone's been targeting us from the start. 008 asks seriously, do you know who it is? 018 replies heavily, I'm not sure, but I know she's strong, probably an assassin. She'll find me soon. Hearing this, he had no choice but to agree, 008 looking down at his injured friend with heartache. All right, first we need to move from here. Can you walk? 018 forced a smile and replied, sorry for bothering you. 008 quickly bent down to help him up, saying his injuries were too severe to run. Suddenly, 008 turned sharply, as if sensing something dangerous. Even 018 sensed something was wrong as the door became the target of a hail of bullets. Alice relentlessly fires into the room, her eyes filled with coldness, and in moments the room is brutally destroyed. She then pulled out a smoke grenade, armed it, and hurled it into the room. A cloud of smoke quickly erupts, and she hides behind the wall for cover, giving Alice the chance to aim her gun inside. She gripped her gun tightly, cautiously entering the room, but it was empty save for 018, who grabbed a table and charged at her like a madman. Alice retaliates with a barrage of gunfire, but the table slams into her, sending her reeling backward. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, she quickly sought cover, while he, tense, brows furrowed, gripped his gun, unable to see anything. The room was indeed shrouded in white smoke, obscuring everything. At that moment, Alice coldly aimed her gun at 008, and seeing his teammate in danger, 018 rushed to the rescue. Meanwhile, she continued firing wildly, slowly destroying the door, but Alice stopped when she realized they were gone. She quickly rose, her eyes searching for her prey, and cautiously stepped out, her face a mask of intense focus. When suddenly, a hand gripped the barrel of her gun. Immediately after, a violent crash echoed as Alice was slammed against the wall, a gun pointed directly at her head. Alice is stunned. Her captor is none other than 002, who appears with a cold expression, his eyes piercing into her. He simply cocks the gun without a word. Alice, seeing this, quickly dodges, her face etched with terror. The bullet whizzed past her hair and the gun in Alice's hand clattered to the ground. 002 glances suspiciously in one direction, his eyes narrowing while Alice quickly leaps to the side. Immediately, Alice retrieves a rifle, aims it at the enemy with a malicious look, and stares warily at the door. 002 also points his gun at her, his eyes focused, and whispers, "Get him out of here." Inside a small corner of the room, 08 and 018 were hiding, and after nodding to each other, they quickly turned and left. She gritted her teeth in anger, cursing that she was so close to taking them both down. Alice smirked, quickly confirming the enemy's identity. "I don't know about the others, but I know you very well, 002. Hearing this, he showed no emotion, and simply asked, "And who are you?" She laughs, a mix of amusement and provocation. "You want to know?" At the same time, 002 taunts her. "Is it the forest people? You must be Alice." Her face darkens, knowing he's aware of her identity. Nah, 02 quickly probes Alice, saying he's heard of her, a top assassin in their organization, asking if she's acting alone or with a team, further provoking her patience, suggesting they can't sit still anymore. Alice laughed, but her eyes betrayed her animosity. "You started this war, so what is there to say?" 02 quickly retorted, "You're the ones who started this conflict between us." He angrily continued to question her. "You withdrew your rabid dog who harmed us, and now you're actively trying to eliminate us. What else is there to say? Am I wrong?" Faced with this unexpected information, she paused, stunned. "What?" "He says the organization has withdrawn the rabid dog." Immediately after 002 threatens, "I'll say it again, if you know your place, we won't touch you. I've only taken a few outposts as a warning. If you want war, it seems peace ends here." He calmly drops his weapon, reminding them, "I've made my intentions clear. If you still want war, consider the consequences. If, after consideration, you still choose to fight, then I'll be ready to welcome you." With that, he turned and left, leaving a warning. They would have the power to destroy every last one of them. Meanwhile, Alice was still indignant, her brows furrowed tightly as the scene shifted to a group of soldiers lying scattered in a pool of blood. Alice relentlessly unleashed her fury upon them, ending the man's life in an instant. One by one, Alice takes them down, scattering them across the ground as one man clutches his leg and falls. Time passed and the group lay defeated before her. Alice then approached a room and decisively opened the door. She appeared with an air of pride, a fierce aura radiating from her as Alice wordlessly approached Forrest. He was now furious, his face turning red. "Alice, what are you doing?" With a stern face and cold eyes, she loudly demands, "Is it true we helped the mad dog against the numbers? Were our best assassins there to deal with them?" Forrest trembled, his hands clenching, and Alice knew she'd struck a nerve. His reaction confirmed her suspicions. She bit her lip, barely containing her rage, asking what his purpose was in helping the mad dog against the numbers, knowing it could escalate the conflict between them. Forrest, looking doubtful, questioned Alice, asking what it had to do with her, to which she unflinchingly responded with a strong tone. "Of course it concerns me. Our best assassins are involved, so I can't just sit idly by. Just follow my orders, Alice. I won't do anything to harm the organization." But Alice's face betrayed her defiance. Alice could only bow her head in obedience. "Understood." At the same time, his icy voice echoed, a final warning. "Remember this. Disobey me, or act on your own again, and you'll face the consequences. All members must operate under disciplined orders for the organization to thrive. Understand?" She stood still, her eyes betraying her frustration, as Alice suppressed her anger and replied, "Understood." Seeing her obedient, Forrest relaxed slightly, saying, "You may leave. Await further orders when needed." He silently watched Alice's every step until she was completely gone. Then his subordinate couldn't help but offer his assessment. Her combat experience and other skills are impeccable. But emotionally, she's still not stable enough for situations like this. Hearing that, Forrest asks, probing, "I have an important mission for her soon. Do you think she's mature enough for it?" The man nodded in agreement, thinking she needed some time to rest, a small punishment for her insubordination. Hearing this, he paused, then resolutely replied, "But we're short on elite personnel right now. I still think we should give her this mission. It's too important to fail." Cut to a modern building standing out against the bustling cityscape. Inside, a man is excited, saying, "Eugene, they're here." Everyone giggles, teasing him. Looks like he's getting promoted first, no longer the baby of the team. Contrary to the group's excitement, Eugene was confused, so Ziodu explained that the team would be recruiting new members today. But Eugene was still puzzled. "Oh? Why does everyone say I'm not the youngest anymore? You're like me, right?" Hearing this, he becomes serious and sighs. "I'm a little different since I already have experience in this organization." Xiao Shudu smiles, puffing out his chest with pride. Meanwhile, in another room, the leader of Team 3 began interviewing a group of people, seemingly new recruits and mostly foreigners. The leader of Team 2 quickly chimed in, explaining that with so much going on lately, the organization was only recruiting experienced members. Once they're in the team, they'll undergo rigorous training to familiarize themselves with bodyguarding, following strict procedures and new exercises tailored to the current situation. Meanwhile, Alice's appearance captivated almost everyone outside the hall. She was quite the beauty. Faces flushed as they gazed upon her, a striking example of European beauty. Despite the men's hungry gazes, Alice remained cold. Days earlier, while arguing with Forrest, she questioned him with suspicion. "So, you mean the SVCap bodyguard organization?" He nodded, confirming Alice's suspicions. SVCap was indeed the organization they needed to watch closely. She would infiltrate SVCap and await further orders. Forrest seemed to have great faith in her, expressing his satisfaction, confident that with her experience, infiltrating and adapting to SVCap would be no problem. But she needed to control her emotions and not overstep. Back in reality, Alice is a little flustered, but can only sigh. Meanwhile, Team 3's leader is quickly interviewing each person one by one. Meanwhile, the leader of Team 2 interrupted the interview, insisting on a welcome party for the new recruits, even though they're hardly rookies with all their bodyguard experience. Like the others, they insisted on a party to get to know each other, and with a helpless sigh, he relented. Immediately, the captain of Team 3 gave a serious order. "Attention everyone, the new member welcome festival will begin here. Follow me to the training room." Yijin, standing outside, felt a sense of unease, wondering what kind of welcome party this was. Hearing this, the group turned to him, grinning with twisted expressions. "Yijin, these newbies probably aren't familiar with how things work around here, are they? So what should we do? We need to give them some experience in facing future hardships. I think the new guys need a lesson, don't you all agree?" One of them chimed in. "Of course. A lesson is exactly what they need. The newbies need to know their place in the team so we can talk to them easily later." His disgust grew at their reasoning. They eagerly added that Yijin surely understood what they meant and shouldn't hold back, but he didn't reply and they stopped their taunts at Yijin's expression. At that moment, he spoke with sarcasm. "So this is how you welcome the new recruits, huh?" Just as I suspected, no wonder the captain didn't want to throw a welcome party. Yijin's questioning throws them off, but they brush it off as just a greeting. Soon after, Team 3's leader begins training, starting with a physical fitness test. At that moment, a man raised his hand with a smug look, saying, "As the captain and most experienced member of the team, I'll show you how it's done. Watch and learn so you can strive to complete your training in the future." His face flushed red, and he was left speechless as Alice glanced away with a knowing look. Her attention landed on Yijin and Xiao Zhu, Alice dismissively assessing. "I've seen those bodyguards before. I heard SVK is quite selective with their members. Didn't think they'd dig up some kid for their lineup." The man quickly stepped into the arena, his voice laced with challenge. "Anyone from the newbies want to go first?" Hearing this, one of the group steps forward. "I'll go first." Seeing this, the third squad captain quickly reminds them, "It's just practice. Don't overdo it. Stop when you've made your point. Don't hurt each other." The man nods dismissively. "I understand." His opponent carefully puts on protective gloves, while the man can't help but feel a little excited. The two immediately clashed, as if eager to devour each other, and the man swiftly kicked his opponent in the gut. But the other fighter retaliated with a quick punch, only for the man to dodge with incredible speed. He then grabbed his opponent's waist and with unrelenting force slammed him to the ground. He pinned his opponent's hand with his foot, but the man's hand twitched as if ready to strike again. Then he clenched his fist and raised his arm. Seeing this, the third company captain stepped in. That's enough. He looked at the man with a stern expression, but he only cared about his own victory as the man roared with effort. The crowd below was thrilled. Alice has been observing the battle, and he has to admit, they're skilled. Alice volunteers to go next. He had his own agenda, knowing he'd already drawn attention. He needed to quickly prove his strength, choosing the weakest member of SVCap to swiftly end the fight. Seeing Alice join the fray, the crowd buzzed with anticipation as she cast a sidelong glance. I've heard SVCap is an amazing guard team, and seeing it now, it truly is. Alice pointed at someone with a dismissive tone, having grasped the situation here beforehand. I'd like to request a match with one of your official members. I choose that clueless kid standing over there. Her unexpected move visibly startled Squad 3's leader. It turns out Alice wants to challenge Yi Jin, who remains silent at the offer while she stares intently as if wanting to devour him whole. The crowd below was equally stunned. Why him? He may seem clueless, but he's no pushover. She's definitely picked the wrong person to mess with. Alice and Yi Jin carefully put on their protective gloves. Her ambition now clear, Anna tried to corner a key figure in the corporation, but was thwarted by SVCap security. Having been tasked with infiltrating this place, I need to quickly familiarize myself with the situation. Meanwhile, Alice noticed the expressions of the group below, a mix of caution and dread. Something seemed off. Seeing this, Alice turned to look at Yi Jin, her opponent, and wondered if they were worried about the kid she was up against. She gets into a fighting stance, reminding herself not to go too hard on him to avoid drawing attention. Then, the referee blows the whistle, signaling the start. Alice rushes towards Yi Jin, throwing a punch straight at his face, but his strangeness makes her flinch. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a powerful punch towards Alice. Luckily, she managed to block it, but the impact was unavoidable, and Alice shuddered, wondering how this could be. At the same moment, she suddenly lost her balance and fell, and Yi Jin used his body to pin Alice to the ground. His hand clamped down on her neck, making it impossible for Alice to breathe. Sensing danger, she quickly struck the back of his head. Immediately, Alice struggled to her feet, striking back relentlessly, and both of them collapsed to the ground, injured. Yi Jin stared at her coldly, wordless. Alice realized then that he was no pushover. His strength was terrifying. Just who was this kid? Suddenly, Yi Jin rushed toward her. Alice quickly rose, raising her arms to defend herself, seemingly accustomed to close combat. At that moment, a flash of light pierced through, causing him to falter. Seizing the opportunity, she throws a punch straight at Yi Jin, the impact echoing in the tense air. The crowd below held their breath as they watched the fight, the captains of teams 2 and 3 wearing grim expressions. With Alice's arm now firmly in his grasp, Yi Jin's eyes bore into her with a cold, unforgiving stare. Immediately, he twisted Alice's arm sharply behind her back. She gritted her teeth in pain, realizing his close-quarters combat style. Alice retaliates with her free hand, forced to acknowledge his skill. She's a seasoned fighter. Enraged, Alice retaliates with a fierce punch to Yi Jin's arm, sending him staggering backward, but he quickly regains his balance. Seeing her chance, she lunged forward, ready to strike. But then, the veins on Alice's face suddenly receded. He immediately threw a punch at her face, but Alice managed to dodge it. Yi Jin's fist was just millimeters away from her face, and Alice suddenly admitted to herself, that's right. His bloodshot eyes revealed his burning desire to win. The two stand in the arena, glaring at each other like sworn enemies. Yi Jin unmoving, as if unwilling to strike first. Now wary, she no longer rushes in, and the shift in the battle has everyone on edge. Oh, just then, the leader of Squad 3 interrupted, saying it was enough and they should stop. But the two remained frozen, locked in each other's gaze. Yi Jin leaves the arena first, as Alice silently observes his every move, carefully assessing his abilities. She wonders what level this job requires, but that kid's skills are on par with her best agents. Alice frowned, seemingly tense, realizing the guards here were quite skilled, and their recruitment process was effective. Just then, Zaya and Zion entered, looking around with surprise. Oh, upon seeing her, the captain of Team 2 quickly bowed. You've arrived, I see. She glanced at the group behind her, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. So, are we welcoming new members today? He asked, and the man nodded in response. Joy paused, observing the aftermath of the battle. This is the first time I've seen someone go head-to-head with Yi Jin. The captain explained the situation, noting that the duel revealed the girl's skills were far from ordinary. Hearing this, her attention turned to Alice, as he added that her experience as a bodyguard was limited. But she has worked as a bodyguard before, so I have high hopes for her. If Team Leader 2 says so, she must be pretty skilled. I'm curious about her. Sensing a strange gaze, she quickly turns to see Shinjae, the granddaughter of the SVCAP chairman. Seeing the respect she commands, Alice deduces that everyone here knows her well. At that moment, Xian A ran to Yi Jin with a blissful look, carefully observing her actions, so Qin Xian A was here as well. Alice lowered her head, seemingly with her own agenda, realizing she was right to infiltrate this guard team. From here, she could observe much about SVCAP's higher-ups. The sky had turned to dusk with a golden hue enveloping everything. Outside, everyone was crowding around Yi Jin, teasing him relentlessly. Suddenly, Alice's voice grabbed their attention as she approached, extending her hand. I should introduce myself. I'm Rubia Crypto. Seeing this, Yi Jin politely shakes her hand as if they'd never had any conflict, saying, I'm Yi Jin. Alice smiles amiably, praising his skills. Your close combat skills are quite impressive. How long have you been a bodyguard at SVCAP? Yi Jin honestly replied, I've been an intern and bodyguard here for about 6 months. She asked with curiosity, an intern on the bodyguard team? He nodded, confirming, yes, while the others only noticed their hands. Upon hearing this, Alice couldn't help but feel doubtful. So he's not a full-time employee? How could that be? He's so skilled, how could he not be hired full-time? At that moment, the others arrived and proudly clapped him on the shoulder, explaining that Yi Jin was still in high school and only an intern. Hearing this unexpected information, Alice's face flushed with rage. Cut to a nighttime cityscape, its ethereal glow captivating the soul. At that moment, Xian and Yi Jin were strolling down the street, unaware that Alice was secretly watching them. Her eyes filled with malice as she stared at the pair. He seemed quite close to Shin Xian. She caught Xian's face, flushed with happiness. Just then, a knowing smile crept across Alice's face, as elsewhere she happily bragged to him. Yang Chan has been making videos on YouTube to interact with everyone lately. His videos are mainly of him playing games, but many people in our group are in them, even Turu. At that moment, Yi Jin seemed to sense something was off. Glancing into a nearby alley, his face unreadable. Alice, now fearful, quickly hides behind a wall, sweat beading on her face. He really is perceptive. Not only a skilled fighter, but also keenly observant. Just then, the ringing of Alice's phone snapped her back to reality. Forrest was calling to check on the mission, asking how things were going on her end. She quickly reported that everything was still going smoothly, to which he reiterated her main mission. Focus on monitoring the high-ranking and important figures within SVCAP. Alice questioned Forrest's intentions, and he confirmed that her primary directive was to remain hidden within the organization, awaiting further instructions. Hearing Forrest's nonchalant reply, she explodes with anger. So I infiltrated them just to observe? What good is that? My mission isn't just to do boring tasks. He quickly urged her to calm down, but Forrest stood firm, telling Alice to just follow his instructions, asking if she'd forgotten what he'd said. She bit her lip, barely containing her rage. Cut to a building bathed in the soft glow of sunset. E.G. answers a call, a look of confusion on his face. 018 met with Han. 006 quickly confirms on the other end. The strongest assassin in the forest is Alice, whose superior skills made her an overwhelming opponent, and due to negligence during the mission, she was caught off guard and immediately attacked. They claim this wasn't their intention, but rather the work of Alice alone. Hearing this, his face grew somber, but E.G. quickly retorted, So, how should we handle this? 02 won't let this go. He'll retaliate. He may respond in kind. It seems we can't let things lie with Group 002. We would have retaliated before, but now our numbers are too few, so 002 is being cautious. His tone suddenly dropped, and worry was evident in his eyes. We no longer have the backing of the military, and our manpower is dwindling, so 02's caution is understandable. His image flashed in Yi Jin's mind, prompting a warning to be sent, which Yi Jin calmly acknowledged with thanks. Ending the call, Yi Jin stared at his phone, lost in thought, before gently placing it back on the table. A sudden, inexplicable unease washed over him. He quickly grabbed his phone and began typing furiously, anxiously messaging Zazian to see if Xian had returned home. Zazian obediently texts back that she's on her way home, and seeing that his sister is okay, he smiles with relief. A while later, Yi-jin strolls alone through the busy streets. His eyes were somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. A memory flashed through his mind, a time when his hands were covered in wounds. He collapses to the ground, but Yi-jin struggles to his feet while the others ignore him and walk away. At that moment, Yi-jin's eyes were sunken, as if he had given up on life. Just then, 018 arrived and handed Yi-jin a packet of medicine, telling him to drink up as he couldn't rest yet. He reluctantly takes the item from 018, who quickly turns to leave, reminding Yi-jin to drink it even when he's exhausted. It's the only way to survive. He left him alone to fight on the cold ground, but Yi-jin's eyes gradually regained their vitality. He silently watched 018's every step until he was completely gone, and Zazion's voice pulled Yi-jin back to reality. He looks at her and smiles softly, a rare sight indeed. In that instant, the light turns green. Seeing this, Zazion eagerly walks toward Yi-jin, but a car speeds down the road, heading straight for her. The driver was too engrossed in his phone to pay attention to his surroundings, but with his keen senses, he noticed the danger. At that moment, the car's headlights shone directly on Zazion as Yi-jin rushed to her side, disregarding his own safety. At that moment, an arm wrapped around Zazion's waist, pulling her back. Her face still reflected the horror of what had just happened. She was in shock. Alice sighed, annoyed at the passing car, and cursed, "Damn show-off!" Zazion looked at her with admiration, quickly bowing her head. "Thank you," she said, and Alice smiled gently. "It's nothing." She just glanced in another direction. Just then, a panting Yi-jin approached, and Alice seemed delighted. "It's you, Yi-jin." His face betrayed the tension he felt, but he still remembered to express his gratitude. "Thank you." Hearing that, Alice looked confused and asked suspiciously, "I only saw Yi-jin approach Zazion and introduce her as his sister." Alice's face seemed to freeze, and the group exchanged glances. Cut to a supermarket, its sign illuminated, where the group has arrived. She exclaims with excitement, "You work with them." Alice smiles, saying she's only been working there for 2 days and is practically their junior. Meanwhile, Yi-jin asks what brings her around here. She quickly concocts a plausible excuse. "Oh, I live nearby. Do you live around here too?" He simply grabs Zazion's soda and nods in confirmation. "Yeah, I do." Hearing this, Alice seized the opportunity to get closer, suggesting they could work together since they lived nearby. Yi-jin readily agreed, and Alice couldn't help but smile, seeing progress in her plan. Alice stares intently at Yi-jin, surprised that such an ordinary person could display such a different aura that day. His gentle smile catches her eye. Suddenly, a memory flashes through Alice's mind. She's seen that look before. Her hands fidget as if she's burdened with unspoken thoughts. "Having been in the organization for too long, I'll request more field missions after this." Elsewhere, heavy footsteps echo on the ground. Nearby, 004 grows restless, wondering if they should wait a few more days, but it's too late to turn back now. Hearing this, 008 spoke up, explaining that their handling of the guild members in the forest would make them think they'd investigate. A thick aura of murderous intent suddenly emanates from him. "Fine, let's go see what's up. If those bastards mess with us, we can't let it slide." Unlike 004, who only looks tough, he's actually very cautious. But is this really okay? 02 wouldn't like us doing this, he said, stating a valid reason. He didn't say anything about us getting revenge on Alice. He only said we couldn't touch the assassin outposts, and the assassins said Alice's actions weren't their orders. So what's wrong with us getting revenge? Still, 008 couldn't shake off a sense of unease, but 004 quickly cut him off, saying, "All right." The two continued down the dark path, but after thinking it over, he still felt a bit bothered. Changing the subject, 008 wondered why 002 wouldn't let them attack sooner, and asked if 004 had seen 001, since it was near his house. Annoyed, 004 refused, when suddenly, in an alley, they spotted a familiar figure, Yujin, or 001A. He stared intently at the group. "Your sister's there, too." Suddenly, 008's face darkened, and he muttered, "Alice." Hearing this, 004 turned and asked, "What did you say?" 008's face contorted with rage, his teeth clenched so hard they seemed about to break. That girl. It's Alice. How could he ever forget her appearance? Upon hearing this, he pulls him aside, urgently seeking confirmation. "The girl next to 01A. 008 nods. "Yes." Seeing Yi-jin with the sinister Alice, 004's voice turns cold. How could she? He gritted his teeth, radiating a murderous aura. 001, he's with her. Even 0008 doesn't know why. At the same time, he sensed a strange gaze upon them, but it was just an empty alleyway. Meanwhile, he bit his lip in anger, as 004 quickly surmised, could 001 be working with those assassins? Meanwhile, 002 receives the call and asks suspiciously, why is 001 talking to Alice? 001 replies confidently, that's right, 004 is furious with me and wants to kill everyone. 002 orders them to wait for him to arrive and to not reveal themselves. The person on the other end agrees, and he hangs up the phone. 002 stares into the distance, lost in thought. After ending the call with 002, 008 sighed in resignation, recalling Wai-jin and Alice chatting happily, and wondered how 001 could be with Alice. 008 slumped down, dejected, and announced, 004. 000 said he's on his way, but there was no reply. It was then that 008 realized something was wrong, looking back at the seat and calling out in confusion. 04. A cold sweat runs down 08's face, his complexion paling. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Wai-jin is leaving the building. Wai-jin hurries down the street, his expression calm, but then he slows, turning his gaze to a single point. In the shadows of the alley, 04 stood with his back against the wall, silently casting a cold gaze upon him. Confused by 004's strange behavior, Wai-jin calls out his name, but 004 turns and orders him to follow, as the starry night sky looms, heavy with foreboding. Wai-jin and 004 enter a deserted area, and Wai-jin asks what's going on, only for 004 to turn around, radiating a dark aura, and angrily retort, "You're asking me what's going on." Taken aback by 004's strange behavior, Wai-jin couldn't help but feel confused, when suddenly a blade flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, he slashes at Wai-jin's back, but luckily it's not a fatal blow. He grips the knife tightly, glaring at him. 04 furiously slashes at Wai-jin, who narrowly dodges the blow, but the blade tears through his sleeve. The two fought relentlessly, one man unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. The knife slashes across Wai-jin's thigh, as 004's face contorts with murderous intent, his eyes radiating a chilling, deadly aura. He kicked him hard in the gut, Wai-jin's face contorting in pain, as did his opponent's. 04, showing no mercy, grabbed Wai-jin by the collar and roared, "Die!" Just as the blade was about to strike, he swiftly grabbed 004's hand, and without hesitation, Wai-jin landed a punch straight to his face, sending 004 reeling backward from the unexpected counterattack. After the intense battle, both men struggled to breathe, and he gritted his teeth until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I should have killed you, you traitor." In response to 004's rage, he simply looks bewildered, then pulls out a gun and points it at Wai-jin. 004's eyes burned with rage as he demanded, "How could you all trust him so blindly? Even 002? How could you betray us?" His face remained unbelievably calm as Wai-jin uttered a single word. "Huh?" In the dim light, his face revealed a sharp, murderous glint in his eyes. "Don't play dumb. I've said what I needed to say. Now die." 004's finger then moved to the gun, but in that moment of life and death, 008 appeared and stopped him. C004 thrashes in anger, asking why he was stopped. Ignoring his rage, he replies that C002 is coming and they need to wait for him. Hearing that, 004 barely managed to contain his anger, and the two wearily stood up. He cast a cold, hateful glare at Wai-jin, who only looked back with confusion and bewilderment as 004 turned away in frustration, leaving him in the dark. Wai-jin turned to 008, hoping for answers, and questioned him about what was happening. 008 vaguely replied that something had happened, but when pressed for details, he only offered a cryptic, "You'll find out," before leaving, frustrating Wai-jin. Moments later, Mei receives a call from him and asks suspiciously why 004 attacked him. Wai-jin, wrapped in bandages, confirms wearily. Upon hearing this, she rubbed her temples in confusion, wondering why he would suddenly attack him. Such rude behavior. Just then, Wai-jin's low voice echoed, "I don't know either, but I have a vague idea." Mei's face turned serious. "I see. Tell me." He repeated the words 004 had said about him. "He said I betrayed everyone." Hearing the unexpected answer, she gave a half-hearted reply. Still, Meievole asked again to confirm. "He said that? Then there must be some misunderstanding. I'll look into it." Wai-jin hangs up, lost in thought, a memory flooding back, 004 holding a wooden sword to him. At that moment, Waijin was unable to resist and simply collapsed as 004 toyed with his weapon and spoke provocatively. "Kid, get up!" He struggles to his feet, his legs like jelly. Waijin gets into a fighting stance, but his body seems to have lost all its strength. Seeing this, 004 smirks with a helpless expression. He then swiftly lunges toward Waijin, restraining his arms while delivering a powerful blow to his stomach. He then gripped the knife handle tightly and raised it above Waijin's head. 004 showed no mercy as he swung it down. Blindsided, his eyes widened in pain and Waijin collapsed to the ground. He mocked, "Does it hurt that much? Who are you trying to impress by lying there? Even if you're on the verge of death, you fight, now understand." Hearing this, he struggles to reach for his knife, and Waijin once again forces his aching body to stand. But his eyes have changed. Waijin is determined to fight back against 004, and the change in his face leaves 004 slightly stunned. With a murderous aura, he gripped the knife tightly in his hand, prompting 004 to laugh with amusement. "That's the spirit!" A sinister smile spreads across his face, his sharp eyes gleaming with madness. "This battle won't end until one of us is dead. So, until that happens, we have to give it our all, understand? Even on the verge of death, everything can change in a moment of carelessness." Back in reality, Waijin stares blankly ahead. Meanwhile, 004 was losing it, kicking everything around him. 008 tried to calm him down. In stark contrast to his composure, the other couldn't contain his emotions, reacting even more intensely. "What did you say?" "Calm down?" 01 quickly voiced his doubts, asking if he didn't find it strange. But 004 only responded with anger, asking what was strange. With an angry expression, he questioned, "That guy betrayed us once before. Why do you all trust him so much?" He was talking to Alice. You saw it yourself. 008, looking pensive, couldn't help but defend Waijin. "That's right, but 001 said he wanted nothing to do with this world of assassins anymore. He just wanted to live peacefully with his family." At this, his eyes widened in surprise. Family? It was then that 008 carefully recalled the scene. Seeing his strange attitude, 004 grew impatient, urging him to continue. 008 quickly stood up and began to analyze, asking if 001's sister was present when he was with Alice. That question stunned him into silence, and he wondered aloud how 001 could lead his own sister to such a place. That would be like leading his sister to her death. It's impossible. Hearing this, 004 seemed to understand the problem, meaning Alice hid her identity to meet and befriend 001A. 008 nodded in confirmation. That seemed to be the case. At that moment, an alarm blares, startling them both as they turn around to see the figure of a woman on the screen. It's Alice, and she's found their hideout. She moves through the darkness, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Alice's face contorts in annoyance. It seems all traces have been erased. But then, her eyes widen as she carefully touches the broken wall. The bullet holes can't be erased. She looked up, lost in thought. The suspicion in Alice's mind grew clearer. The bullet marks indicated that the shots came from above, confirming the attack. She quickly pieces together the enemy's actions. Alice below, eyes fixed above, puzzled as to why they would fire from above and climb from below to face the enemy. Why choose such a dangerous path? She slowly ascends the dark staircase, the stray bullet marks catching her eye. It seems that. She stood against the wall, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. There were no signs of intrusion, which could only mean one thing. The scene of the battle flashed through her mind. Just as the enemy was about to shoot Ijin, he quickly grabbed the gun, and then Ijin returned fire, hitting the man in the shoulder. Alice boldly speculates that every bullet fired hit its mark. A realization that darkens her face, her brow furrowing in anger. Although she knew he was skilled, she didn't think he could face so many assassins alone. How could he have attacked this place by himself? It's impossible. How could one person take down all these assassins? Standing amidst the bleak scene, Alice couldn't help but wonder what had happened here. Then she stepped into the darkest part of the abandoned warehouse. Alice carefully examines the bullet holes in the walls and the bloodstains on the ground. The scene of the brawl became clear in her mind. Arriving here, it seemed she was witnessing a battle unlike anything she had imagined. Alice tilted her head, her sharp eyes scanning the vast space, the sound of her heels echoing rhythmically in the cold warehouse. She stood silently beneath the night sky, her gaze fixed on the vast expanse above. Alice carefully examined the dust on the wall, realizing someone may have entered from here. Because if she were to proceed up the stairs, she'd face many of her own agents lying in wait. Suddenly, she spun around, her eyes as sharp as ice. Alice stood silently in the still of night, staring intently at the logs, then decisively flipped them over. On the crate was a camera, still running. Seeing it, Alice's senses went on high alert. Someone was here. She needed to leave. Now. Her footsteps quickened as bullets rained down on her from an unknown source. She's thrown back, her body spinning across the ground, and realizing the danger, Alice quickly draws a gun. She relentlessly fires at the enemy with a cold, piercing gaze, bullets striking the pillars and creating bright sparks in the night. 04 held his gun, his sharp eyes fixed forward, a smug smile on his face. I hear you're the strongest assassin in the forest? Seems like you're quick on your feet. Alice takes cover, cautiously observing the situation while probing for weaknesses. Who are you? Alice gripped her gun, aiming it at him. Tell me, you bastard. Immediately, a hail of bullets flew towards 04 as Alice gripped her gun, her fingertips trembling with suppressed rage. So it was the marked. At the same time, he slowly approached Alice, and 04 chuckled at her accurate deduction. That's right. Alice smirked, her sharp eyes gleaming with mockery. You thought you could ambush me here? He smiled menacingly. That's right. We always repay those who attack us. Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed 04's gun, immediately pointing it at him. Fool. Approaching me like this will only... She quickly fired, but 004 managed to push Alice's hand aside just in time, only to be met with a powerful kick to the gut. Alice's gun flew from her hand, spinning before clattering to the ground. Immediately, she swung her blade at 04, but Alice's pupils suddenly contracted, her lips parted, as if to speak. She stared in shock at her bleeding legs, wondering when it happened. Standing in the darkness, the faint moonlight cast an ominous shadow on 04's face. Sensing a formidable foe, Alice questioned, You're 04, aren't you? In the dim light, he narrowed his eyes at her, his voice low and taunting. You know me? Alice didn't hesitate to voice her deduction. I know one of the numbers fights with knives, and that he raises 2 scent hounds and makes them fight each other. 04 stood there, a twisted smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Not bad, knowing so much. But even with a gun, you're going to die. You're the strongest of the assassins, so show me what you've got. She couldn't help but feel a little disdain. He really was a madman. With cold eyes and a blood-red knife, he lunged forward, and Alice quickly raised her arms to block the deadly blows. 004's blade flashed through the air, cutting through the night like lightning, and she was terrified. He was too fast. He slashed at Alice with incredible speed. Immediately, 004 gripped the knife, flying into a rage, hell-bent on destroying her. Weren't their targets the numbers? Just then, Alice kicked him hard in the leg. Soapster's face flushed with pain, his teeth clenched. At the same moment, she threw her jacket over 04's head, and he angrily snatched it off. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed 04's face as Alice coldly aimed her gun at him. Seeing this, 04 became more cautious, realizing she still had a gun, and smiled with a twisted expression. This is a gunfight, not a knife fight, so use your gun. Prepare to die. Alice then opens fire, the gunfight erupting in red flame. Even so, she relentlessly returned fire at 04, showing no mercy. Bullets spat fire and smoke in the darkness as Alice advanced, squeezing the trigger again and again. But the bullets only hit the walls and empty space, so she stopped and turned to run. At that moment, 004 angrily charged out, Damn it, where do you think you're going? But Alice only used it as bait to lure 004 out. She immediately opened fire again, but with quick reflexes, he easily evaded the attack. Enraged by her counterattack, 04 cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Alice quickly turns to leave, realizing that if 004 is here, the others must be close by and she needs to escape immediately. Elsewhere, back at a building shrouded in mist, a frustrated figure returns to his hideout, furious that she got away. Just then, 002's familiar voice rang out, You let Alice escape? He stared intently at 004 with a chilling expression. Seeing 002 appear, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Faced with 002's question, 004 could only hang his head in embarrassment as the three stood in silence. He glanced away sheepishly and admitted, It was my fault. Contrary to 004's worries, he simply nodded without further reproach, saying, I can't blame you. You didn't have enough time before I arrived. 002's strange behavior surprised him. Is that all he's going to say? It seems he's not planning on giving a lecture today. At that moment, 008 broke the tense atmosphere, asking what they should do and if they should try talking to 001 first. But he remained silent, lost in thought. A moment later, Yi-jin picked up Alice's photo, his eyes widening in realization. So this was the Alice sent by the Forest Assassin group. 002 nods in agreement, and Yi-jin seems to understand the situation, saying, "Now I get it." No wonder 004 said. He recalls the resentful accusations that despite all the danger, everyone still blindly trusts him. Even 002 trusts you, and you're planning to betray us like this? Yi-jin looks sadly at the photo. I didn't know she was Alice. He quickly reassures him. I know. Then looks surprised. Huh? Without hesitation, 002 shared his theory. If you knew she was Alice, you wouldn't have revealed your sister's identity to her in such an amateur way. Then, with a hint of suspicion, he asked, "How do you know Alice?" Yi-jin replied honestly, "She just joined SVCap's security team." Hearing this, he seemed to understand the crux of the matter. So that's it. SVCap's security team is no playground, and yet she managed to infiltrate it. I can see they already have their own plans. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi-jin asked, "Dao, do you know why Alice approached me?" He shook his head, replying, "Not yet, but I'll find out." He could now easily see through Alice's intentions. If her mission was to eliminate him, she wouldn't have approached him in such a complicated way. And Dorothy too shared that thought. He agreed. He turned to Yi-jin, his voice stern, warning him not to get involved this time, but Yi-jin refused to be left out. But, faced with Yi-jin's stubbornness, 002 warns him sternly his sister has already been exposed. The mention of his sister leaves him numb. He then warned that if Alice discovered his involvement, his life and his family's would be in danger, adding that they needed to determine how much she knew. Jin's stubbornness to join the fight vanished as 002 turned away, leaving behind a trustworthy promise. From now on, just trust us. Back with Alice, her face was pale after the battle, her mind reeling. The numbers were in this country too. Alice shuddered, remembering 004, his perverted voice echoing in her ears from when she was hailed as the best assassin. I should show them what I'm capable of. Alice quickly brushed aside that foolish thought. No, could this have been their plan all along? Meanwhile, the third team captain's scolding voice snapped her back to reality. Get a grip, girl. What's gotten into you people lately? Amidst the reprimands, Alice repeatedly bowed her head in apology to the captain, unaware that her actions had caught Yi-jin's eye, who quietly observed her strange behavior. If she was assigned to assassinate me, she wouldn't need to go through all these elaborate steps. She could just act silently after finding out who I am. Yi-jin began analyzing the situation behind her, and even if she intended to use his family as hostages, this wouldn't be necessary. She already knows what you and your sister look like, so she could just target them directly. No need to stick around here. A question mark hangs over Yi-jin's thoughts. What's the real reason? A moment later, the 3rd Division captain announced the end of training for the day, praising their efforts. Exhausted, the trainees quickly sought rest, thanking their instructors. Meanwhile, Alice was visibly frustrated, sighing in resignation. Hours after the battle with EU-04, Alice couldn't bear it any longer and called Forrest, declaring, I have to get out of here now. The numbers are in this country too. He responded with suspicion. Have they discovered you've infiltrated SVCap? Alice rubbed her temples wearily. I don't know either. Hearing this, Forrest ignored her concerns. Just continue with your mission. Frustrated by Forrest's indifference, Alice is further annoyed when he reminds her of the organization's investment in her, saying it would be a great loss to turn back on mere speculation. She trudged along, a look of annoyance on her face, wondering what he wanted. Spotting Yi-jin, Alice quickly called out his name. You Yi-jin. She put on a friendly face. I remember you asked me to go to the supermarket with you. I seem to be free today. What about you? To Alice's invitation, he readily agreed. I'm free. The two walked quickly down the street, and she spoke again in a very artificial voice. Tell me if I'm being a bother? Yi-jin casually shook his head. It's fine. Suddenly, Alice stopped, her face tense, and Yi-jin noticed her strange behavior as she stared into the shadows where 02 stood, gazing back at her, and she seemed to lose her composure. 02 is here too? Alice bit her lip, realizing she'd been completely exposed. Her face darkened, but Alice tried to remain calm. Yi-jin, I think you should go on ahead. She forced a smile at him. Sorry, I have some work to do and can't hang out with you today. Seeing Alice's unusual behavior, Yijin didn't rush to expose her. Alice hurried over to 02, explaining that he wasn't involved and was just an employee at her infiltration point. Hearing this, he reluctantly played along, asking if he was a colleague of Ms. Ngui Trang. She nods in confirmation, glaring at 002. Yes, he's just one of the SV-Cap security team. You can check if you don't believe me. I know you're not the type to shoot anyone you meet. He simply gazed at Alice in contemplation, without a word. 002 glanced toward Yi Jin, the person she was trying to protect. He turned and walked away, saying coldly, "Let's talk somewhere else." The two moved to a secluded area. Alice then questioned him, saying if he intended to eliminate her, he wouldn't have shown up like that, so what's going on? 02 didn't answer immediately, but instead asked her why she was there, and upon hearing the question, Alice panicked slightly. She looked around, seemingly trying to come up with an excuse. "I just came to check the scene and—" Ignoring Alice's feigned ignorance, 002 cut to the chase. "Why did you infiltrate SV-Cap in disguise?" At this point, Alice no longer concealed her hostility. She smirked. "You think I'll tell you? I've already been exposed. Why would I give you my reasons?" He indifferently replied, "Is that so?" and turned to leave without another word. He leaves Alice behind, puzzled. What? He's just leaving? Suddenly, 002 stops, turning back to offer a word of advice. If she wants to live, she should stay quiet about Dee Dee. Perhaps this is the first time she's received such concern. Back with YG, he calls to ask about the situation, and Nikwazurdao summarizes the conversation, saying Alice is there. "It's none of your concern, 001, he quickly added, and she doesn't know you're 001 either. Hearing this, YG recalled Alice's cautious behavior and said, "You go on ahead." 002 added a key point. "Thanks to this, you seem to be safe, since Alice only knows you as an SVCAP bodyguard." Suddenly, YG's pupils contracted, and he seemed a little surprised, quickly ending the call. 04, trailing behind, couldn't help but wonder, 02, are you letting her go? Why? He voiced his suspicion. Are you planning to use her for something? To which he received a curt reply, no. Then, 002 turned to 004 with a cold glare, saying it seemed he'd jumped to conclusions again, and it wasn't the first time. Upon hearing the announcement, 006 was stunned. Alice, an assassin, had infiltrated the SVCAP protection squad. A cold wind swept through YG's room, and he felt utterly disgruntled. They saw him with her and assumed he was colluding with the assassins. What a mess. Hearing this, 006 frowned, remembering 004's attack and attempt to kill him. It made his head spin. In contrast to his frustration, YG simply smiled gently, without a hint of resentment. Ame06 quickly changed the subject, expressing his suspicion that Alice was plotting something. He then added that she hadn't come to SFCP today. 06 moved to his desk, looking around, seemingly excited by Alice's failure. She's been exposed, so of course she can't come anymore. 006 reminded YG to be careful, saying he'd investigated her. She's the most skilled assassin in the Forest Squad, but there's something I don't understand. She usually does things her way in that organization. How could such a large assassin group let her do whatever she wants? Maybe she's just too strong, so they overlook other aspects of her. YG found his own deduction somewhat reasonable. Perhaps the organization held some weakness over her, controlling her while allowing her to act as she pleased. He was silent, his eyes fixed in a distant gaze, his face lost in thought in a dark alley illuminated only by a small, flickering light. YG ran down the street, trying to sort through his thoughts, his mind consumed by questions about Alice. Alice's weakness? Could it be family, like me? Suddenly, a light shines in his face. YG's eyes widen, his gaze wavering, his face revealing a hint of malice. Standing before him was Alice, and YG quickly rushed toward her. She hastily removed her helmet, a look of surprise in her eyes. YG. Alice's voice echoed in the silence. "That's right, I'm leaving." Stunned by her sudden announcement, he asked, "Leaving?" Alice nodded, looking at YG gently. "Yes, I have to go for personal reasons. I didn't expect to see you before I left." His apprehension fades as he looks at her. Bathed in soft light, Alice smiles gently, her eyes filled with warmth, and says, "Live well." Just as she was about to drive away, YG called out, unable to hide his curiosity. "Do you have a family?" Surprised by the question, Alice smiled softly, her eyelashes casting a warm and nostalgic gaze. "I have a younger brother about your age. Perhaps seeing you reminds me of him." Alice's answer seemed to stun YG, his mind wavering for a moment. At the same time, she turned and called his name sweetly. "Hey, YG." With heartfelt sincerity, Alice said, "Just live happily." Looking at him with genuine emotion, she smiled sweetly and added, "I think this bodyguard gig suits you." Alice's praise elicits a nod from YG, who replies, "Yes," before quickly pulling down her helmet and saying, "I'm off." Alice's motorcycle roars to life, speeding down the road under the dim lights. His eyes followed her until Alice disappeared around a corner. The next morning, the captain of Team 2 praised them loudly, saying they had worked hard. The group responded in unison, thanking their instructor as one of them eagerly approached YG, hoping for praise. "YG, what do you think? Have I improved?" He honestly replied, "I guess you've improved a lot, but to be sure I wouldn't know. We'd need actual combat." Hearing this, the man's expression froze, while the others behind him couldn't help but burst into laughter. YG was right. Only real combat would reveal their true strength. While the group was making noise, his eyes looked forward. Hamchang had appeared outside and was quietly watching them. Seeing him, he couldn't hide his joy, Major. Hamchang looked at YG and smiled gently. Outside the room, he spoke up, asking if YG was doing well. YG nodded, confirming that his comrades were very concerned about him, which pleased Hamchang greatly. "It's good that they're such good brothers. The team members have been worried about you." Heeding his subtle reminder, YG promises to visit them soon. YG then asked, "You came to see Director GA?" Hamchang quickly denied it. "I came to see you." Surprised by his answer, YG replied, "Me?" Without hesitation, Hamchang cut to the chase. "I heard the clan leader is ill." His voice trembled slightly as he continued. "It's quite serious and he's not getting any younger. I thought you should know." Hearing Hamchang's announcement, YG's face suddenly tightened as he asked, "Do you want to visit him with me?" Without hesitation, YG agrees, saying he'll tell his family and visit the chief with Hamchang. Pleased with the expected answer, Hamchang smiles, saying he's already booked the plane tickets. His expression softened and he said, "Thank you." Soon after, the plane soared through the clouds and the passengers drifted off to sleep. Hamchang then whispered, his face turning serious, "That tribal chief, he helped you a lot in the past, didn't he? At the time, I didn't understand why he did that. I thought he was going to use you for something." Hamchang didn't hesitate to ask Yijin about his relationship with the chief. Yijin calmly looked ahead and answered without hesitation, "He saved my life." With that short answer from Yijin, Hamchang understood everything. His eyes drifted into the distance, as if Yijin harbored private thoughts. The sky outside the door was breathtaking, and as he slowly opened his eyes, carefully observing his surroundings, Yijin felt an unbearable weight in his eyelids, until he suddenly jolted awake in a panic. Yijin warily scanned his surroundings, retreating with caution as he fixed his gaze on the opening door. Just then, a voice caught his attention. "Don't sit up like that, kid. You'll open your stitches." Lucas, with a bowl of cold water, approached Yijin. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed the scissors beside him, holding them tightly for self-defense. He eyed him warily, a reaction Lucas met with no reproach. What he noticed was Yijin's wound, still bleeding. Lucas looked helpless, but gently approached, saying, "Just as I said, the wound hasn't healed and it's bleeding again." Seeing Lucas's straightforward actions, Yijin raised the scissors. Lucas immediately reprimanded him, telling him not to attack him with those, after all the trouble he went through to bring him back and bandage him up. Yijin trembled, his breath coming in ragged gasps as Lucas's warm voice turned cold. "Think about it," he said. He gently unwrapped Yijin's bandages, advising him, "If I wanted you dead, why would I have bothered saving you?" He then recounted the situation. "I was near the riverbank when I found you injured, so I brought you here. You're lucky without me, you'd be dead." Yijin's eyes glazed over with exhaustion, his temples beaded with cold sweat, yet he remained vigilant. Seeing this, Lucas tried to reassure him, telling him not to overthink things and to focus on recovering. He looked directly at him, sternly stating that only when he recovered could he leave this place. Yijin pursed his lips, his face showing clear scratches, and slowly pushed the door open, revealing a wide courtyard in a poor residential area where a group of mercenaries had gathered. Some stood in groups, chatting and smoking, while others turned to look at him, their eyes silently observing and probing. Yijin stood still in the doorway, his eyes shifting elsewhere as if unconcerned by their presence, but in reality, nothing escaped his gaze. The captain stood with his arms crossed, intently watching him, as Yijin feigned nonchalance, looking away. The silence is broken by a clear voice. "You're awake?" He doesn't answer, and Evelyn approaches. Her eyes sparkling with concern, she asked Yijin if he was well enough to be walking around. When the chief brought him back, she thought he wouldn't make it, but how did he get so injured? A bruise ran down his cheek and neck, still slightly swollen, but Yijin avoided her gaze. Evelyn, oblivious to his distance, noticed the injury and moved closer, asking if his neck was also hurt. "Can't you speak?" Before Yijin could react, another voice warned, "Evelyn, stay away from that kid." Two soldiers approached Yijin, and Evelyn blinked, turning to politely ask what was wrong. The captain explained that he was an outsider, and they didn't know his origins. The captain's voice softened as he turned to Yijin, telling him not to leave and to focus on recovering inside. Evelyn, a bit naive, asked her uncle why they needed to be wary of him, since he was injured. Looking at his niece's innocence, the captain replied sternly, "He may be injured, but not from something trivial." Yijin looked at the captain with tired eyes, but with annoyance, as he uttered, "Am I right?" His eyes flashed with ferocity, but seeing the tension, Evelyn quickly diffused the situation. "Okay, I understand." Evelyn pulled her uncle away, creating distance, and cheerfully turned back to Yijin. "Don't worry about it, just rest and recover." Yijin remained silent, watching them, when Lucas stepped forward, saying, "I may have treated you, but that child cared for you while you were unconscious and ill." Standing beside him in the firelight, Lucas continued, "So you should thank that child." Anton raised the flame to the cigarette in his mouth, saying, "The people in this village are usually quite wary of outsiders, so you don't need to pay too much attention to it." He tells Yijin that as long as he doesn't cause any harm, they'll leave him alone, as a few people in the back continue to stare at him. A hand touches the hilt of a sword, and Yijin finally speaks, saying it looks like a military camp. Hearing Lucas say that, his eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and denied it, saying, "Why would you say that? This is indeed an unusual village. I wasn't originally from here either." As villagers laugh, Lucas shares his story. "I came here to treat the war-wounded. So many gathered, it became a village, a place for those with nowhere else to go." Yijin didn't react, seemingly unconcerned, but Lucas's words captured his attention. This village was essentially a mercenary village, where fighting was their livelihood. Looking at the soldiers covered in bandages, Lucas explains that most were injured in battle, and to survive, they're willing to risk their lives. At a ruined construction site, war vehicles carry groups of mercenaries. The captain on one of the vehicles turns around and shouts, "Chief, if you want to go there, we need to leave now." Lucas took a drag of his cigarette and said, "Rest here and recover. These people have nowhere else to go. That's why they stay. You're different." The captain on the truck quickly calls out to him, "Hurry, we can't be late." Lucas approaches, walking and saying, "I know I'm coming, but why do they need me to come along?" The captain speculates that they need him because there are patients there. Yijin silently watches them leave, then turns back, realizing something. Evelyn calls out to him from afar, telling him to go to the lodge. As night falls and envelops the village, Yijin lies straight on the bed, resting, but his eyes remained wide with horror. Somewhere, amidst the chaos of battle, a man stood atop a vehicle, firing, while soldiers returned fire, and one was struck, his body contorting as blood splattered. Amidst the chaotic hail of bullets, a soldier rushes to shield a woman, blood splattering everywhere, staining the walls. A boot steps heavily near the wheel. Emoto stood calmly before the bodies strewn across the ground, his cold voice ringing out, "Drag them all out here." The soldiers quickly approached the corpses, cautiously searching the surroundings. The soldier approached Emoto and reported, "Just as we heard, most of the main force is away on a mission. There's almost no one left in this village." Emoto grinned wickedly. "Bring out any fighters from the houses and kill them all. Then set a timed bomb and wait for the others to return, before blowing it up." As the enemy soldiers were captured and forced to kneel, Emoto declared they would pay for defying him. A faint light shone through the window as Yijin carefully pressed against the wall, peering out from under the sill, his eyes glancing back. The door creaks open, and Evelyn frantically warns, "Run! The bandits are here!" Yijin curtly replies, "What?" Evelyn, panicked, grabs Yijin's wrist, urging, "There's no time, you have to run." Yijin retorted, "What about you?" Evelyn, tears streaming down her face, stammered, "I can't leave. They've taken my parents." "Then get out of here," Yijin said. He looked at Evelyn seriously when a loud voice from outside startled her. "Search the house." The door burst open. Strangers barged in, guns in hand, searching the house as Evelyn hid in the shadows, hand clamped over her trembling mouth. But suddenly, a swift hand wielding a weapon struck, One of them suddenly looks over, and Ijin uses one hand to grab the gun while attacking with the other. The blow injures the man, and his comrade, seeing this, points his gun and yells, "Get out of the way, I'll take care of him." Ijin swiftly strikes the man's temple with his elbow, the force of the blow sending blood spraying from his mouth. His eyes remain cold and unwavering. He grabs the gun, slams it down, and the two soldiers fall to the ground, blood pooling around them. Ijin coldly stares at the two corpses on the ground. Evelyn watched the scene in surprise as two soldiers stood before a house and a voice echoed through the night. Lucas stood in the corner as the captain quietly added, "That money is useless now. We've gone too far to turn back, so we have no choice." A man opened the door and the captain turned around, annoyed. "Can't you see we're busy? If you don't have anything important?" The man continued, "Sorry, sir, but it's urgent." The captain asked, "What's so urgent?" The man replied frantically, "The silent hamlet has been raided." Upon hearing this, Lucas and the captain were both shocked, and the captain immediately turned around and urged, "Let's go back quickly. Everyone prepare." At the silent shelter, a few lights flickered from within as a hand grabbed a box of ammunition. Ijin bent down, picking up each box and putting it in his bag. Evelyn looked at Ijin's actions in astonishment. Evelyn's eyes glazed over as thoughts echoed in her mind. His actions just now. They were like the soldiers in the silent shelter. Remembering his harmless image when he was severely injured, Evelyn thought, "Is that why they told me to be careful of him?" The scene flashes back to that day, with Evelyn kneeling gently beside Eugene, carefully tending to him. Lucas watches her and says, "Evelyn, don't get too attached to that kid." Evelyn simply smiles. "Yes, I know. He'll be leaving soon, so don't worry about it." Lucas turns away, leaving only the words, "That's not all." Evelyn is confused, then recalls what the captain told her. This child's wound isn't ordinary. It's only consistent with a child who was accidentally injured. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts, telling her to calm down. Ijin, though somewhat cold, shows concern, saying they need to get out of there quickly. Hearing this, Evelyn quickly interjected, "Wait." Ijin looked up at her silently, as if waiting for her to continue. Evelyn's voice wavered as she pleaded, "My mother, please save her." Along with the villagers, Ijin simply stares at her in silence. Evelyn's eyes well up as her body trembles slightly. "I know this is asking too much, but you're the only one who can help them now. The bandits will kill everyone in the village." Ijin parted his lips and spoke, "Is this a request?" Evelyn, not understanding, replied, "Huh?" Ijin reiterated, "I heard everyone here is a mercenary." Evelyn hesitated, then spoke, "Well, I don't have any money, but they'll pay you when they get back." Ijin replied firmly, "That's not necessary. Consider this my way of helping you." Evelyn, surprised by his words, asks why, but Ijin turns and tells her to run. His voice echoes, "You took care of me." A long streak of blood splatters as Ijin forcefully stabs his enemy, blood gushing from the wound. Suddenly, he turns to see a figure approaching from behind. A pair of scissors flies through the air, piercing the man's chest. Ijin swiftly moves in, and the stranger collapses, unconscious. Ijin clutches his old wound, now bleeding again, and glances wearily behind him. He decisively yanks the scissors from the man's chest, then retreats to find cover. The bandits are holding the villagers down at gunpoint, dragging the innocent with cruel abandon. Guns are pointed, searching, as Emoto watches over them, his henchman by his side. "Did you give them all copper candy?" Emoto coldly asks. "Are there any left?" The henchman quickly replies, "Yes, we're still searching the east side." Emoto's eyes are savage. "When they're all out, we'll deal with them at once. Only then will I be entertained." The henchman's resounding affirmation echoed throughout the impoverished village as Ijin swiftly navigated the shadows, leaving two bodies lying in pools of blood. Ijin's abdominal wound bleeds, staining his hand crimson as he weaves through the alleys, seeking cover behind a wall to observe Emoto's oppression of the villagers. Emoto, a pipe clenched in his teeth, stood with a henchman, surveying the scene as gun barrels swept over the villagers. Ijin, ignoring his bleeding wound, abandoned his gun and darted away. Two soldiers warily scanned every corner, one sneering, "We see you hiding there. Come out now." Ijin pretended to cower, huddled in a ball when a hand suddenly grabbed him. Since Ijin didn't resist, the soldier knocked him to the ground. He was then thrown into the ranks of the oppressed citizens, his eyes scanning for something as he stared intently at Emoto through the line of guards. Suddenly, an announcement rings out. The search party in the east is in trouble. Emoto is caught off guard. "Huh?" Then, a swift slash across a soldier's neck takes him by surprise, and he falls dead before Emoto's eyes. Ijin continues his assault, swiftly cutting down soldiers, leaving Emoto stunned. A soldier opens fire, but Ijin darts away before the trigger is pulled, circling back behind Emoto. Seeing this, the soldier cursed in disbelief as half a pair of scissors pierced his carotid artery. Ijin approaches from behind, preparing to attack Emoto, leaping onto his shoulders, grabbing his neck and pushing. Emoto collapses to his knees, motionless, as soldiers surround Ijin with guns. Ijin's voice rings out, cold and merciless. "Everyone, freeze!" He presses the broken shears against Emoto's neck, and the man trembles, afraid to move. Ijin held his blade to Emoto's throat, threatening him, while Emoto's men brandished their weapons, threatening to fire upon the village if he wasn't released. Two men on this side are aiming at Ijin. He shouts, ordering them to drop their weapons. Hearing this, the two men nervously lowered their guns as Emoto sneered, "Not bad, kid, but you're still green. What are you going to do next?" Ijin's eyes darken as he calculates his next move, observing the situation and formulating a plan. He continues to taunt, "Do you really want to kill me? You only have one chance." Emoto threatens, saying that if a single strike doesn't kill him, Ijin is dead for sure, and even if it does, he'll still die, torn apart by their gunfire. He coaxed Ijin, saying he saw his talent, and if he stopped, he could follow him, become his disciple, and he would give him things beyond his wildest dreams. Emoto offers a deal. If he complies, the whole village will be spared. Ani weighs his options carefully, noticing the two enemies nearby. Ijin's eyes dart around, noticing two more enemies on the other side, but the man remains confident, believing victory is assured, boasting of his long and storied past. "If I told you the things I've done, you wouldn't dare treat me like this." Emoto asks, "Well, kid, do you agree with my suggestion?" Suddenly, he swiftly retrieved the gun and ammunition from the man. It was Ijin's hand holding the weapon. With lightning speed, he fired relentlessly, one hand still gripping Emoto's neck. Ijin shot his targets in the head, left to right, taking down 3 Shirodos with a single burst. Meanwhile, the other two didn't escape their fate either, as his unwavering eyes showed no sign of stopping, and he continued to fire relentlessly. One was blasted away, Shirodo and all, while the other trembled at the sight. He unleashed a hail of bullets at Jin, one grazing his face. Ijin wasted no time, ending him swiftly. The last 3 were quickly dealt with, the guns still hot and smoking. All that remained were the villagers tied up on the ground, and 11 corpses surrounding Nam-uk in a pool of blood. A little girl cowered in fear, while the men were awestruck by Ijin's marksmanship. Refusing to accept reality, he cursed in anger, but before Emoto could think, Ijin shot him straight through the skull. Emoto collapses on the spot as his Shirodo drips down. His body falls to the ground, and smoke rises from Ijin's gun after the final shot ends the battle. The stunned citizens looked at him, fear mixed with confusion, but Ijin's orders cut through the silence, and they picked up their weapons. They flinch, still unable to process what just happened, as he reloads his gun and reminds them that there are still more enemies around. The others awkwardly exchanged glances, then approached the bodies, retrieving dropped weapons. Outside, the screech of brakes announces the arrival of reinforcements, disembarking from 2 vehicles as the captain surveys the scene, finding only cold corpses lying in pools of red. He and the others cautiously entered, the guards saluting. "You're back." The captain asked, "What happened here?" "The ones who attacked our village. There were only a few, right?" The soldier replied, "No, that bastard Emoto brought his entire gang of about 40 men to attack us." He was shocked. "What? That Emoto punk dared to attack? The village has been unstable lately with so much going on. And now this. I'm exhausted." The captain warned, "We drove them back this time, but they won't give up. They'll be back soon, so we'll need to station more guards around the village." But his subordinate reported that it wouldn't happen again, because all the bandits, including their leader, had been wiped out. The captain, thinking his subordinate was dreaming, retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could that kid suddenly appear and subdue Emoto, then wipe out almost all of his men at once?" Everyone's attention turned to Ijin, who was sitting alone. The captain asked if he meant the kid, and his subordinate confirmed that he was the one who saved the village, as Ijin recovered from the battle. Both Lucas and he are curious, but want to observe more closely as everyone safely returns to their families. He offers his sincere gratitude, thanking him profusely. Lucas, pipe in hand, expresses his true feelings, grateful for saving everyone. Ijin replied, "You saved me first. I only did what was necessary." The man, pipe in mouth, asked, "Is that so?" Lucas introduced himself. "I'm Lucas. I came to this village to heal people, and they made me chief, though I never thought the title really fit." He turned to him and asked, "What's your name?" Yijin stared blankly into the distance, watching the mother comfort her daughter. She smiled softly to herself. "Yijin is back, Jin." The voice continued. "Your parents love you very much. You must use the respirator with Mom. Please, live on," Yijin's mother said. I love you." As that thought ended, he opened his mouth and calmly said, "Jin." He replied, "Thank you, Jin." 3 days had passed under the scorching sun. As the guards stood watch, Yijin stepped out of the specialized blue vehicle, drawing stares and a surprised question. "Jin? Evelyn?" Hamchang awkwardly followed Yijin when suddenly someone called out to him, "Jin!" Evelyn's eyes widened as she looked at him. Yijin called her name, Evelyn, and she rushed to hug him as if they had been separated for ages. Evelyn's face couldn't hide how much she'd missed him, and he felt the same way. The two were so affectionate, oblivious to his presence. She tenderly asked Han Yijin how he had been. "Did you come here today for something?" he asked. "I heard your grandfather is ill." Yijin's answer left Evelyn a little disappointed, so that's why he came back. She urged him, "Let's go see him. He'll be so happy to see you." He asks about the village chief's condition, and Evelyn somberly replies that it seems grave, as he is already old. Therefore, his health has deteriorated, and his eyesight has worsened. A long silence follows. They arrive at a small, peaceful house with a small door, entering a small, somewhat desolate room. They push the door open, and Evelyn announces, "Grandpa, Yijin is here to visit." He weakly called out Yijin's name, and when Yijin responded, the old man asked why he had returned. Yijin paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing this, Evelyn speaks up for Yijin, saying he heard you were ill and came to visit. Lucas replies that he's old, so illness is unavoidable. Now, this old body can only lie here, waiting for the end. The girl understood and left, excusing herself. Evelyn brushed past, catching his attention, and the old man asked Han if he had found his family. He replied obediently, "Yes, I am." Lucas continued, "You must be very happy." Yijin spoke softly to him. "Yes, I'm very happy living with my sister and grandfather now." Lucas wondered, "You live with them?" Yijin patiently replied, "Yes, we all live together, and my sister and grandfather are very good to me." Relieved, he says, "I see. That's good." Yijin lowers his head, a tinge of sadness in his voice. "Yes, my full name is Yulin." Lucas feels a sense of peace, glad that he's reunited with his family. Then, he says, "Gina, I have one last wish." Lucas continues slowly, "Leave this place now, and never return." He stops abruptly. "But sir," Lucas interrupts, "this is my wish for you." Understanding, Yijin turned to leave, as Lucas felt a weight lift, happy to have seen him one last time. Hamchang asked Han soothingly if he was okay. Yijin composed himself and forced a reply, "Yes, I'm fine. We can go back now." "Now? Why the rush?" He asks Jin if he's leaving for good, but the captain's squad is already waiting outside. "This isn't a place you can just come and go as you please." The girl with him says, "Uncle, he only came to visit the village chief because he's sick. What does that have to do with him? For him, he can abandon everything without a second thought. He's chosen that path before." Yijin and Hamchan quietly observe as the captain fumes, recalling how Yijin abandoned them without a word, branding him a traitor. He silently watched the captain, who declared with a heavy voice that no one welcomed him there, and that he should disappear as he had done before. His teammates whispered amongst themselves as they saw Yijin. The captain spat at him, calling him a traitor, but Evelyn stopped him, asking what was wrong. Yijin retorts that he was planning to leave anyway, and brushes past them, heading straight for the gate. She chased after him, calling his name as if she couldn't bear to be apart. "Jin." Yijin looked at her and said, "Stay well." Then he left with Hamchan. As Evelyn watched his figure fade into the distance, she angrily shouted, "What's wrong with you? Why did you treat him like that? He was only visiting his sick grandfather. Why did you chase him away when he did nothing wrong?" But he denied it, telling her not to think that way. Evelyn wondered why, and the captain explained that everyone was happy he'd found his family. "We all wish for him to live happily with his family. As you know, the villagers here owe him a debt of gratitude. He has helped everyone." The girl questions why they chased him away, knowing they may never see him again. He replied that it had to be that way, or she would never forget her past here. Evelyn said yes, realizing that the captain was thoughtfully considering that she had a happy family to return to. How could he linger here? We all want him to have a happy life. He adds that he also wants to know how happy his life is with his family. The little girl seemed to understand the situation and was obedient, Yes, the captain smiled, wishing him happiness. Back in the past, Lucas bandages Ijin's wounds, saying they're much better now. He instructed him, I'll leave the medicine and bandages here for you to use. Try to recover so you can return to your family. Ijin whispered. I have nowhere to return to anymore. Lucas asked, Why do you say that? Ijin sadly replied, It's the truth. He asked Han if he had nowhere to return to after his wounds healed, and Han confirmed. Lucas, out of pity, agreed to give Ijin a place to stay, saying he could live in the village for now. There's plenty of room here anyway, and everyone here is like family, he said. But you must promise me one thing. Lucas's eyes were strangely serious. If you ever have a place to return to, you must leave immediately, and understand? He truly didn't understand why he had to do that. When Ijin asked to join a mission, Lucas strongly objected, saying it was impossible. He said, I only healed you because your master was injured, and I only let you stay here because you said you had nowhere else to go. You're here to recover, not to become a mercenary. Do you understand? But after living in this environment, I can't just sit idly by, sir. I've made up my mind and I have nowhere else to go anyway. You know my combat abilities. I'm confident I'm better than anyone in this village, so why can't I be a mercenary? Lucas is taken aback. What did you say? Furious, Lucas asks if Ijin thinks he doubts his abilities. Ijin calmly explains that he's been here long enough to understand the situation. He used the village's dire situation to soften Lucas's heart and gain his acceptance, pointing out that there were few left who could fight and defend it, weakening their defenses. As you know, this directly affects the lives and survival of the village, and Lucas couldn't refute Ijin's reasoning. His unwavering gaze also made him hesitate somewhat. Lucas said, Jin. Then, Lucas's words suddenly echoed in Ijin's mind, startling him awake. How have you been living since you left this village? The ringing of Ijin's phone pierces through his days. Lin, or Tin, a name flashes on the screen as someone calls him. Ijin answers, Do you miss me? What's up? Back on the line, Lin was asked if he could hear clearly. He wearily responded yes, and the other person hesitantly said they had something to say. Then, hearing the news that the village chief had passed away, Ijin was struck with grief, his pupils dilated, his eyes reflecting helplessness. The man revealed that the elder had passed away shortly after they left the village, and Ijin listened in silence, unable to speak. The other party knew exactly how hurt and lost Ijin must be feeling. Lin responded politely, as if wanting to be left alone. Yes, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. The man pressed, trying to gauge Ijin's emotional state. Are you all right? I'm also saddened by this news, he said somberly. Yes, he's doing okay, and yes, Lucas left a message for him. Ijin listened intently to every word, but the message only stirred more confusion and uncertainty within him. Perhaps he would hold on to those words for the rest of his life. There was a knock at the door, and Zazon looked at Ijin. Brother, come eat. He immediately adjusts his emotions. She notices Ijin seems strange, glances around, and he smiles kindly. What's wrong? Zazon smiled and closed the door, saying it was nothing and that he'd be right out. At dinner, the table was full, and the three of them chatted and laughed happily throughout the meal. After the meal, Zazon offered to help Ijin clean up, taking the bowl from his hand, saying, Let me clear the table, leaving Ijin stunned. Kangsu called out to him, Lin, how about a walk with me after dinner? Ijin agreed without hesitation. Yes, the two of them strolled down the street as the evening twilight enveloped the sky. Kangsu kindly asked him, Ijin, are you all right? He wondered, Why do you ask? His words seemed to chip away at the last wall Ijin had built to contain his pain. He said, I looked tired and unhappy, so I asked Kangsu if I seemed that way, and he said yes. He says that I looked like a lost soul when I came back a few days ago, and today, after leaving my room, I looked exhausted during dinner. Ijin is surprised that his grandpa is so concerned about his well-being and that his little sister is worried too. Kangsu asks why Ijin has changed so much, reminding him that he said he was going to meet an old acquaintance. So what happened to you? He had composed himself and began to explain. The person I met was an old man who saved me and treated my wounds before. He was surprised, and memories with Lucas suddenly flooded back like a slow-motion film reel. He said while bandaging Ijin's wound, It's almost healed, so be careful not to reopen it. He recalled his past, and that image was no longer a bond between strangers, but had been transformed into a family connection. He took care of me, always worrying when I was sick. Lucas saw Ijin eating only a small pastry, so he went into the kitchen to cook for him, bringing it out with concern. You need to eat all this. You're still weak and need to eat more to recover. Ijin was grateful to Lucas from the bottom of his heart. He was truly a good person, one who had reconstructed his life. Lucas held Ejin's hands tightly and urged him to return to his family and live a happy life, for this was not the place for him. His heart was a storm of emotions, like waves crashing relentlessly. He'd visited Lucas just days ago, learning of his illness, but now he's gone. Kang-soo, understanding, offered comfort. So, that's it. Ejin spoke slowly. He was so good to me. Kang-soo comforted him, trying to soothe his shattered heart. Ejin, if you're sad, just cry it out. He embraced him, wanting Ejin to lean on him and unburden his heart. The conversation then revealed Lucas's last message. That's right. The chief left a message for you. These words were a heartfelt confession Lucas had kept hidden for so long. Thank you so much, Jin. Being with you has made me truly happy. Like living a new life. Like a father caring for his child. Thank you so much. It was late afternoon. Jin then starts complaining about being hungry, and Jae-hyung immediately suggests ordering delivery. There's noodles and bread, but no snacks. Settled. Jae-hyung smugly agreed. Okay. Then he quickly suggested, a tteokbokki platter for 5, plus some kimbap. Seeing this, the student next to him chimed in, and some fried food. Jae-hyung immediately agreed, fried food, okay? This time, let's get the spiciest level. But then, as if realizing something, Hyuk-jin frowned and resisted, ignoring the chattering crowd, while a battered Hyuk-jung stumbled towards them. Hyuk-jin immediately called out, Hey, Hyuk-jung! He frowned, his voice full of anger, and demanded, What happened to your face? Jae-hyung chimed in. Hi, Hyuk-jung, how are you? But Hyuk-jin ignored him, pressing his questions. What happened? He asked, but Hyuk-jung simply replied, Don't worry about it. Enraged, Hyuk-jin grabbed Hyuk-jung's shoulders, stopping him. Hyuk-jin pressed again. Hey, are you going to answer me? Hyuk-jung had no choice but to grit his teeth. Seeing this, Jae-hyung quickly cleared the way. Let's go ahead, and the others nodded in agreement. As the group left, Jae-hyung explained, That's Hyuk-jin's younger brother. Jaeon chimed in. They look alike. Another student added, He doesn't go to our school. I think he goes to Doisang. Without hesitation, Jae-hyung admitted that the brothers were only a year apart, so they bickered often, probably because Hyuk-jin was too strict with his younger brother. Since their parents were often abroad for work, Hyuk-jin had to take care of his younger brother, a fact that made Ejin turn back to look at him with curiosity. Jae-hyung continued, explaining that his brother used to listen, but grew more stubborn and irritable as he got older, causing Ejin to hesitate for a moment. Later, we cut to a small internet cafe in the heart of the city, where Rock-ru slowly gets up, bag in hand, while Jae-hyung badgers his teammates. Lee-jin, can't you do it? Use your skills to take him down. You have to do better than Jian. Why are you playing so badly today? Immediately, a quarrel erupted between Jae-hyung and Jaeon, leaving Ejin bewildered. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin's phone rang, and his face darkened as he answered. Hello, I'm listening, came the immediate reply. The other end quickly took the initiative. This is University Hospital. Are you the guardian of EU Hyuk-dung? Hyuk-jin's face immediately darkened at the question. He pressed, The hospital? His words silenced everyone around him, all eyes turning to Hyuk-jin with curiosity. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he continued. Yes, I understand. I'll be right there. No sooner had he heard this than Hyuk-jin grabbed his bag and rushed off, leaving everyone speechless and exchanging confused glances. Later, we cut to the university hospital, where a battered Hyuk-jin lies in bed. Standing nearby, Hyuk-jin watched him with a heart full of pain as the doctor approached, announcing that his left ankle was broken, 3 ribs were fractured, and his body was covered in bruises. But the real problem was his head. He tensely added that it appeared he had suffered a severe blow to the head, but fortunately, tests showed no signs of bleeding. He will have to be hospitalized and monitored continuously. Hyuk-jin was stunned, demanding to know how he'd gotten so injured, but the doctor could only offer a grim, helpless reply. They'd simply received a call from emergency services. We had our staff bring him here for treatment, but judging by the wounds, it looks like he was assaulted. Upon hearing this, Hyuk-jin's face darkened. His expression hardened as he stared into the void, his heart aching at the sight of his injured brother. Suddenly, a notification rang out from the phone, startling Hyuk-jin, who quickly realized it was Hyuk-jung's. The screen lit up, displaying a text prompt, Enter password. Holding the phone, Hyuk-jin frowned, guessing, He always uses my birthday as his password. Indeed, he quickly accessed Hyuk-jung's phone, and a series of threatening messages immediately appeared. Hey, you punk, is that all it takes to look so miserable? Do you know how much we lost because of you today? The bosses are furious because of you, so prepare yourself. Get a grip and call us back, you idiot. Why aren't you calling? Reading this, Hyuk-jin was immediately consumed by rage, thinking, what is this garbage? Before he could dwell on it, a call came through. Without hesitation, Hyuk-jin answered the phone, only to be met with a barrage of yelling, "Hey, you little punk. If you checked the message, you should have called immediately." In response, Hyuk-jin coldly asked, "Are you the one who did this to Hyuk-jung?" Instantly, the man turned pale with confusion. "Huh? Who are you? Why do you have Hyuk-jin's phone?" Without hesitation, Hyuk-jin declared, "I'm Hyuk-jin's brother." To this, the man brazenly scoffed, "Brother? What a joke." Again at a loss, Hyuk-jin retorted, "No, I'm the one who called 911. He got like that from a fight during a match." Hyuk-jin was stunned. Match? Hyuk-jung is a player I manage. At this, Hyuk-jin was taken aback and asked, "Athlete, what nonsense are you spouting?" The other party chuckled excitedly and suggested, "If you're interested, come see me and I'll explain it all." Immediately, Hyuk-jin was lost in thought for a long moment. Then the scene shifts to a dark area, packed with people. Everyone glared at Hyuk-jin as he calmly approached. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you?" In response, Hyuk-jin bluntly retorted, "Who is that bastard, Sinin?" His words immediately stirred Sinin. From the sidelines, he rises, demanding to know who hurt his brother, Hyuk-jung. Sinin chuckles, suggesting a fight to earn the answer. Hyuk-jin was puzzled by this, asking what he meant, and the man quickly moved in, taunting him to try and find out. "But now that you're here, you shouldn't refuse. Not after coming all this way for Hyuk-jung. Dealing with you and your kind will be easy, but..." He quickly raised his eyebrows, stating firmly that Hyuk-jung might be in trouble, to which Hyuk-jin simply smirked. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, landing a powerful blow. Sinin was immediately pushed back by Hyuk-jin's might as he coldly continued, "I told you to tell me why Hyuk-jung is like this, not to spout nonsense." He gave a twisted smile and replied, "Do I look like I'm joking? Fine. If you can survive one round with me, I'll reconsider." Then Sinin shouted, "Attack!" From this moment on, neither you nor Hyuk-jung will know peace. As he spoke, a large group of people quickly surrounded Hyuk-jin. Faced with this situation, Hyuk-jin frowned silently, momentarily flustered as he thought, "Too many. And there's a group inside too." But then a familiar voice suddenly rang out, stunning everyone around into silence. Perfect timing. Hyuk-jin was pleasantly surprised and turned around in a daze. Soon, Jae-hyung approached, announcing cheerfully that they came after receiving a call from Hyuk-jung. But then he frowned, annoyed, asking why he didn't answer his calls. Faced with this question, Hyuk-jin could only stand there, dumbfounded, as Jae-hyung, Yi-jin, and Jae-uk-ju approached. Jae-uk-ju staring intently at their opponents. Yi-jin glared menacingly as Jae-hyung, Yi-jin, and Jae-uk-ju approached. Jae-hyung suddenly spoke up, asking if these guys were the ones who put his sister in the hospital. Hyuk-jin sighed, defeated. "I didn't know, so I came to find out." Meanwhile, Ten Sinin, reeling from a blow, couldn't help but shout, "Looks like a bunch of idiots showed up to be our punching bags. All four of you come at me at once." Without hesitation, Ten Sinin replied, "It's simple. We call it fighting and broadcast it live for gamblers to bet on." Hearing this, Hyuk-jin understood and asked, "Broadcast live?" Ten Sinin readily admitted it. "As I said before, Hyuk-jung, your sister, is a boxer I manage." Then Ten Sinin chuckled and continued, saying that every fight here is streamed online, allowing gamblers to bet on the score, and wealthy benefactors can sponsor fighters they're interested in. Immediately, Hyuk-jin, unable to contain his anger, furrowed his brow and demanded, "You mean you've got my sister, Hyuk-jung, fighting here to serve you guys?" Without hesitation, Ten Sinin chuckled and denied it. "What are you talking about? It's called a talent competition. You're exaggerating. This is also where they discover and train good fighters, and I just broadcast it to earn some income for the boys." Rewind to 1 month prior, and Hyuk-jin's hand is covered in blood. He stood panting, staring at his motionless opponent as a voice rang out in the distance, startling Jae-lat and the others. "What's going on here?" Ten Sinin approached with his 2 hulking lackeys trailing behind, and seeing his close subordinate beaten to a pulp, Shin and Jae-lat couldn't contain his anger and roared, "Why did you hit him? He's my fighter tonight. What am I supposed to do now?" In response, Hyuk-jin coldly replied that he only beat the guy up because he messed with his friends, words that struck Shinin's pride. Han Jalat questioned loudly. What did you say? His two underlings immediately chimed in. Let us handle him, boss. But Shinin abruptly stopped them. Shinin, pleased, watches Hyuk Jun and proposes, You're not bad. Why don't you join me? If you can take him down, you've got real potential. You'll fight for me 10 times. Han's words brought him back to reality, face to face with Hyuk Jin. Shinin smirked at Hyuk Jin, saying that if he fought 10 matches for him, he promised to leave his friends alone. What did he say to that? Hyuk Jin scoffed, clearly angered by the offer. Enraged, he clenches his fist, ready to strike, but Shinin seizes the moment, ordering his men to wait while he sets up the camera. All right, everyone in position, camera ready. We've got some new faces today, so put on a good show. Got it? Get ready, we go when I say. This could become a sensation. As he finished speaking, his underlings burst into excited laughter. Meanwhile, Jae-hyung Lat was seething with rage. Jack's face was contorted with fury. Was that bastard using people for his amusement? Before he could even process what was happening, a familiar figure suddenly charged forward. Li Jin quickly put on his mask and sprang into action. This immediately surprises Sinin, and Li Jin suddenly rushes forward, taking out a group of weaker underlings with a single kick. He easily took down the slow ones with a simple kick, and with one powerful move, Li Jin knocked his opponent unconscious in an instant. Instantly, he sent Fuckchok flying, a sight that widened Sinin's eyes in shock. At that very moment, Li Jin rushed forward, face to face, directly attacking him. In an instant, he easily glided past the underlings, his body untouched. Meanwhile, one of the underlings filming the scene was stunned as Li Jin rushed forward with a fierce aura, not uttering a single word. This immediately terrified his opponent, turning his face ashen. In an instant, he was defeated with a single blow. Seeing this, Sinin hesitated, wondering what kind of monster he was dealing with, while Hyukjin and Jae-hyung looked on in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, startling the two of them. Oksu was in the midst of a fierce battle, thinking to himself that he had to wear a mask, or his face would be revealed on the broadcast. Quickly, the camera fell into Hyukjin's grasp, and he silently held it, as if contemplating something. Sinin, stunned, could only growl, "Give me back the camera, you bastard! What are you idiots doing? Get it back now!" His words left the others bewildered and hesitant. And just like that, Hyukjin smashed the camera to pieces, sending Sinin into a furious rage. But in response, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Who are you calling a dead man?" Before Sinin could understand, he was struck with a painful blow, and Hyjin swiftly appeared like a god, fearlessly dealing with him. Sinin immediately felt a sharp pain and his vision blurred. But Hyjin didn't let up, immediately preparing for another attack. In a flash, he delivered a powerful blow to Sinin's core. Staggering back in pain, he spat out, "Damn it!" Sinin scowled, retorting, "You mutt, all you can do is bite. You've sealed your own doom." Hyjin scoffed, "Do I need your permission to live?" leaving him stunned. "What?" Sinin frantically looked around, then barked out an order, "Kill them all! Don't let them escape today." As soon as he finished speaking, his men rushed forward, but Hyjin quickly took care of them without complaint. Xiaoxu, on the other hand, calmly defeated them with ease, leaving Sinin pale with fear. A henchman before him was sent flying, and soon after most of his men were beaten and lay scattered on the ground. Sinin looked at them, lamenting, "You guys are good." Xiaoxu and Hyjin simply watched him, while Gi-hyung collapsed to the ground, clutching his bloody nose in pain. Defeated and helpless, Sinin finally spoke, admitting their strength but warning them that they had made a grave mistake, a statement met with a cold glare from Hyuk Jin. Sinin continues to ramble, claiming he wasn't in control of the situation. Then Gilat flies into a rage, questioning if they know he has a powerful organization and influential superiors. "You've ruined our business. You're dead meat. Today is your day of reckoning." But Hyukjin remained silent. Meanwhile, Hyung's group simply stared at him, unfazed, cut to a room where a computer suddenly displayed "broadcast interrupted," startling the leader, who demanded, "What's going on?" He was furious, expecting a good fight, but the broadcast cut off mid-preparation. The zealots, intimidated, stammered that something must have happened to them. "With so many top players disconnecting, we're losing out big time. I've been coming here for 10 days to scout fighters, and this is a waste of time. Director Cha, let me call that bastard and see what the hell they're doing." Meanwhile, the door to the dimly lit room creaks open, and the club owner storms in, seething with anger. "I still can't get a hold of that idiot." Seeing this, Director Cha didn't say much, but sternly ordered, "All right, so the stream's off, but I heard that place is a club used for tournaments, right?" The owner of Sin instantly nodded in agreement. That's right. The fighters there are pretty good. This format is popular overseas. But we don't have much yet. It's still being developed, but the future is worth considering investing in. Hearing this, Director Cha Zealot sternly interrupted. Sounds good. But if the two of you can handle it, why do you need me? Without hesitation, the owner of Sin Inn gave a flustered, forced laugh, saying, Why would you say that, Director Cha? I'm grateful you put our past animosity aside, so when this business model came up, I wanted to invite you to partner with me and make some money. Hearing this, Director Cha scoffed, openly disdainful. That's a nice thought, but since I'm here, I'll thank you anyway. I'm just not interested in this kind of business model. It's beyond my scope. Withdrawing his words, Director Cha raised his glass, and the atmosphere quickly turned awkward. Seeing the situation, Chuli sighed in resignation. If that's what Director Cha says, then we have nothing more to add. Then, the owner of Sin Inn suddenly spoke up with a chuckle. It's a shame to decide without even seeing a match. To this, the director calmly poured a drink and said, All right, even though I'm not participating, I wish you both success. But then his phone suddenly began to ring loudly. Lola Manu, the high school student, suddenly called. Holding the phone, Director Cha spoke with a firm tone. What do you need? I have a feeling about this call. The other party quickly responded, and Zealot frowned at the words. What? That thing? Zealot hesitated, unable to speak. After a long pause, he nodded frantically. All right, I will. It's not difficult, you don't need to worry too much. As he spoke, the call disconnected, and the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Faced with this, Director Zealot hesitantly asked if he had allowed students to compete in the club's project. He recalled that some talented high school students had participated, but that it hadn't been the case before. But some have appeared recently, so whatever. They're almost graduating anyway. They're not good at studying, only fighting, so at least they can use their skills there. I understand, but I advise you not to mess with those kids who've become adults. This isn't good. Hearing this, the man panicked and asked, Why do you say that? Does it have something to do with you, Director Cha? Indeed, Director Cha's face darkened as he confirmed. I have my reasons. Because you two have stumbled upon a monster there. As he spoke, the owner of the Zealot became paralyzed with fear, his face frozen in shock. His assistant was speechless, his face drained of all color. Images of that apocalyptic day flooded back. The day all their minions were instantly defeated, and he stood tall like a god amidst the ruins. Now they finally knew true fear, each one trembling with the same thought. Damn it, how could this happen? In an instant, they stood up in shock, unable to utter a word. Immediately, the two fools rushed out of the room, shouting, Disband the arena, now! Get rid of those high school kids and be careful of that dangerous guy. Get everyone here and let's go, quickly. If you encounter them, bring the leader back here if possible. In this situation, Director Cha was speechless and stunned for a moment. A moment later, the scene shifts to the hospital where Hyuk Dung is lying paralyzed. With a bruised face, Hyuk Jin speaks up, It's over there, you don't have to think about it anymore. Hyuk Dung is taken aback and asks, What did you do? You don't know that son of a bitch Sin In. He won't let this go. He may have lost now, but he'll do anything to get revenge. Hyuk Jin quietly replies, I know, but I didn't handle it. A friend helped me. Why? Hyuk Dung was immediately horrified and questioned him, while Hyuk Jin fell into contemplation. The image of that arrogant Sin In resurfacing in his mind. You guys may have beaten me today. I accept this, but do you think my superiors who created this place will let you get away with it? Now your lives will never be peaceful again. After a moment, he finally spoke. Thank you for coming to help me. From now on, let me handle this. Hyuk Jin interrupted. Okay, I understand. You don't need to say that. Let me look into this, leaving Hyuk Dung uneasy. Without hesitation, Hyuk Jin firmly asserted that someone would resolve it, recalling a certain acquaintance. As he spoke, Seok, standing nearby, chimed in, offering to enlist help as well, mentioning connections to people familiar with the situation. Immediately, the two of them left to make calls, while Sinin sat slumped to the side, smirking confidently. Just wait there and die, you guys. Wait for someone to save you. You think this can be solved so easily? But then, Haijin bluntly said, It's over, leaving him stunned. Approaching from afar, he declared, I've already asked someone to take care of this. As he spoke, the surrounding crowd was stunned into silence. Back in the present, Jin stood before the hospital bed, relentlessly questioning Hyuk-dung. Why didn't you tell me about it and just do it alone? In response, Hyuk-jung turned away, a little frustrated, and mumbled, I'm not a child anymore. If I tell you everything, what can I do? Thank you so much. His words hung in the air, creating an awkward silence. At this point, Hyuk-jin sighed, gazing thoughtfully at Hyuk Woo-young before him. He then turned away, flustered, and mumbled, I can only help so much. It's mostly my friends. But why haven't any of your friends visited you here? Hyuk-dung firmly retorted that there was no point in telling them about it, plunging Hyuk-jin into contemplation once more. Suddenly, Hyuk-do spoke up. Besides, they're just high school friends. They're still in school, afraid of being bullied or getting involved. They're not like your friends. Hearing this, Hyuk-jin could only helplessly glance at him. Hyuk-jin's thoughts drifted to his own loyal friends. Back in reality, he scratched his nose and conceded, You're right. But Hyuk-dung cut him off, saying, Yes, so please leave me alone for a bit. But the next moment, a loud noise from afar suddenly grabbed their attention. Peeking from behind the door, Hyuk-dung's two friends hesitantly approached. Seeing them, Hyuk-dung was stunned, his eyes wide. Without hesitation, he asked, Huh? How did you guys know to come here? Instead of answering, they asked with concern, Are you okay? Why didn't you say anything? We can't abandon you after what happened. Don't do that again. Seeing that the situation wasn't improving, Hyuk-jin couldn't help but smile inwardly as he quietly slipped away, walking alone down the hallway. Hyuk-jin soon met his close friends, and Jae-hyun immediately asked with concern, Is your sister feeling better? Hyuk-jin coldly replied, She's fine. As soon as he said that, he fell silent. Seeing this, Jae-hyun was puzzled and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Hearing this, Yi-jin looked at him as Jae-uk-do also stared at Hyuk-jin with a worried expression. But then, touched by their concern, Hyuk-jin opened up, flashing a bright smile and saying, No, thank you all so much today. This immediately stunned everyone around him, their faces frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a secluded area, a luxurious house is under constant surveillance by numerous cameras. Inside, a group is in heated discussion. We need to handle Sector A before moving on to Sector C. How long will Sector A take? About 10 minutes? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, startling them all. Without hesitation, they quickly retrieved their guns from the cases. Seeing the situation, 004 asks sternly, Who's causing trouble here? Meanwhile, 008 approaches the computer screen. As he watched, Zealot spotted a figure, and 008 cried out in alarm, realizing with horror that it was 003 approaching with a gentle smile. This immediately stirred up everyone around. Everyone who heard it was shocked. 003, are you seeing things? 002 remained silent, while 003 suddenly spoke up, asking if everyone was all right. This revelation stunned the onlookers into silence, until 004 finally broke the quiet with a bewildered question. 003, how are you still alive? 003 didn't flinch, but chuckled. What are you talking about? That hurt. 004 snapped. Why did you hit me? Immediately, 003 smiled faintly, saying how happy she was to see everyone again after so long. She quickly came face to face with a 002, and without hesitation, 003 grabbed his collar and pulled him in, giving him a deep, passionate kiss. This immediately stunned the others into silence. 003 gently pulled away from 002, gazed at him adoringly, and declared, I missed you so much. But 002 remained silent. Seeing this, 003 quietly continued, You haven't changed a bit, have you? At this point, 008 couldn't help but ask, We thought you were dead. Without hesitation, 003 firmly replied, I thought so too. Seeing this, 008 couldn't help but ask where she'd been all these years. To this, 003 Zealot fell into thought and hesitated, saying that after the confrontation with SUR-01, she thought she was dead, but when she opened her eyes, she was in a hospital. After recovering, I was imprisoned by some organization. I didn't know where or who they were, but I always tried to escape. Without hesitation, 003 replied that the place was like a military base, and her captors knew a lot about the numbers. She paused, smiled wistfully, and continued, recalling that during her captivity, she felt like she wanted to die, and she missed everyone. So, where are the other numbers? She hesitates, zealously looking around at the group. This quickly made the group awkward and hesitant, and 008 continued to question. As far as I know, anyone hunted by 001 rarely survives, so perhaps that's not the case for you, is it? Immediately, 003's expression turned stern as she asked, "Are the other numbers dead?" Without hesitation, 008 replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness crossed 003's face. "I see. It's my fault. My plan led to this." But before she could finish, 008 cut her off, explaining that after 001's betrayal, the forest camp lost faith in the numbers, scattering everyone and assigning them different missions, leading to many casualties, sadly, including I-05. At that moment, 002, who had been silently standing by, suddenly spoke up, "When were you able to escape that prison?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent, unable to believe the truth. Then, 002 immediately questioned her. "Why haven't you contacted us in 3 years?" Hesitantly, 003 replied, "To be honest," she stammered, "I never intended to return to the numbers." This immediately infuriated everyone around her, and they erupted in anger. "What are you saying, 003? 002 was visibly displeased, glaring at her with resentment. Quickly, 003 brazenly continued, "I've done my part. If I go back, I'll just be forced into new missions controlled by them. They don't care if we live or die, so why should we work for them again?" Hearing this, the others were at a loss for words, and sensing the awkwardness, 003 continued her story. "If you hadn't heard that our camp was destroyed and the numbers were freed, you wouldn't have come to see us, so, you knew what happened?" Blindsided by the question, 003 froze for a moment. 002 pressed on. "So, why did you come back to us?" This made 003 hesitate. "I already told you." But in response, 002 threatened her, saying, "Don't say that. No one will believe you came back because you missed us after disappearing for so long." 003 quickly regained her composure, admitting with a smile that she returned to gather everyone into a new force, leaving the others stunned and pale. In an instant, 002 added firmly, "You want to create a new force, a PMC funded by many sources. We won't have to suffer like before. Our numbers' strength is undeniable. We deserve a better life." But the others remained silent, staring in disbelief. After a long, awkward silence, 002 suddenly spoke up, suggesting she leave. This immediately shocked 003, who asked, 002, why would you say that? Without hesitation, 002 flatly declared, "You are a traitor." Stunned, 003 stammered, "What?" Immediately, 002 added firmly that whatever the reason, she had abandoned the numbers and wanted a life of her own. But now she's back, wanting to gather them under a new organization, even though she never wanted to see them again. You only came back because you knew the organization had fallen apart. What else is there to say? Hearing this, 003 immediately lashed out, her face pale with disbelief, and seeing the situation, 004 helplessly spoke up. 02, you should listen to her. She hasn't done anything too extreme. You two don't need to argue like this. Just talk it out. But then, without hesitation, 003 admits, he's right. I did want to abandon you all. She looks at them fondly, affirming, but now that I'm back, my desire is genuine. You should all consider my proposal. You deserve a better life than you have now. She immediately turned and left, calling back, I'm leaving. The group silently watched her familiar figure fade away, when suddenly 002 called out, C03, causing her to stop in surprise. Without hesitation, he presses her, I need to ask you something. To this, 003 replies sternly, ask away. Hearing this, 002 immediately questioned her. When you chased after 01 on that mission, how did the others following you die? Hearing this, 002 immediately found the answer. It was her. Zealot grimly raised his gun, aiming it directly at 003, the one who killed those people. As if struck where it hurts, 003 falters, her eyes wide with shock, and without a word, a bullet comes hurtling toward her. But 003 narrowly dodged the attack, unleashing a hail of bullets as she leaped into the air. Quickly, the others followed suit, dodging in unison, and 008 narrowly escaped with his life. But 03 retaliates with a relentless barrage of attacks. Seeing the situation worsen, she orders everyone inside. As 002 spoke, a hail of bullets came flying from afar, followed by a barrage of gunfire from the rapidly advancing soldiers. In an instant, the house in the remote area was engulfed in the haze of gunpowder and smoke, as soldiers swarmed in, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, every window in the house shattered, and the pristine home was reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, 004 and the others narrowly avoided the gunfire, taking cover behind a wall, shocked by 003's betrayal. Indeed, 002 could only remain silent with self-reproach as 03 quickly ordered a ceasefire. The troops quickly lowered their weapons and relaxed their guard, and the soldiers immediately began to search the organization. 02, it's all your fault. You always trusted 01. Was that the right thing to do? Didn't you ever think that 01 betrayed the organization and killed the numbers? She said, her voice trembling with emotion. These words immediately struck a chord with Iwo02, who quickly cast a searching gaze upon her. Soon his resolute eyes met those of his remaining comrades. Once again, 003 quietly suggested they join her organization, saying her people had surrounded the area, leaving them no chance. Then, with a hint of sadness, she added that she wanted their support and to work with them, like they did in the forest. These words immediately struck a chord with the others, and 004 was visibly shaken. CSU8 and 001 were instantly filled with sorrow. Soon, 002 hesitated, recalling the past, and glared at her. Then the scene shifts to a time of beautiful simplicity. The crowd desperately begged for mercy, reminding them of their promise to spare them if they surrendered. But their pleas were met with a devastating barrage of gunfire. Quickly, the group was eliminated in an instant, and 003 could only lament at the scene before her. Indeed, words are a weapon. Who would believe such things? As she spoke, a series of gruesome deaths unfolded on the floor. From afar, the soldiers stared at 003 in shock, and she immediately took the initiative to speak. Killing them doesn't affect us. Killing them is a release from their suffering. 004, now aware, firmly declares, 003, you deceptive wretch. Do you think we're naive enough to believe your words? Seeing this, 008 clicked his tongue, saying that she had said similar things to enemies before, and they only met death. 008 quickly followed up, asking if she wanted to say those things to them now. Hearing this, 016 couldn't hide his annoyance, scoffing, Do you think we're children who'd believe your lies, you wretched liar? Faced with these accusations, 003 was at a loss, sighing helplessly. We really are teammates. They exposed me so quickly. I'm telling you, my offer to cooperate is genuine. We're surrounded, and I'm here to seek your cooperation. Meanwhile, in the distance, the soldiers were ready for battle. No, 03 quickly signaled, and a massive warhead was brought out by the troops. Seeing this, 008 clicked his tongue in surprise, and sensing the danger, 002 immediately ordered, Detonate it. As soon as 002 finished speaking, 008 grabbed the detonator and pressed the button. A massive explosion erupted, instantly throwing back the unfortunate soldiers, and a series of blasts began to tear apart the area around the house. This immediately horrified 03, who covered her face. She stared at the blood-soaked floor, her heart heavy with regret, her eyes filled with resentment. Immediately, she shouted orders to attack, and without hesitation, the army advanced, one soldier armed with a grenade. In a split second, the grenade was armed and thrown, soaring straight into the house. It bounced along the floor, making a series of clattering sounds. In an instant, a massive explosion shattered the room's silence, sending the soldiers scrambling for cover behind the walls. Soon after, the explosion subsided, and the remaining soldiers seized the opportunity to search the house, advancing closely behind one another. At that moment, 003 appeared in the distance, a pistol slung over her shoulder, her eyes darting around, taking in her surroundings. Witnessing the chaotic scene before her, 03 wondered where everyone had gone. Soon, a box of ammunition nearby caught her attention, and she cautiously approached. Suddenly, a door to a secret basement appeared from the ruins, leaving her frozen in shock. Seeing this, a subordinate offered to check it out, but 003 stopped him, saying it was unnecessary and would only lead to casualties. She insisted they retreat. As 003 walked, she couldn't help but feel annoyed, her face showing a clear look of resentment. A moment later, the scene shifts to a house still lit up in the middle of the night. Yijin, catching his breath from training, receives an unexpected call. Yijin quickly wipes the sweat from his face and answers the phone, only to immediately hear a frantic warning. 003 is still alive. Yijin, puzzled, immediately questioned, Didn't you say the numbers chasing me were all dead? 02 readily admitted, I thought so too, but 003 came back to see me yesterday. Hearing this, Yijin could only pause for a moment. Once again, 002 solemnly emphasized, That's when I knew 003 had betrayed and killed the numbers chasing you. This is all too sudden, leaving Yijin stunned. He couldn't hide his rage as he glared and demanded, Why would she do that? Hearing this, 002 reluctantly continued, I don't know why, but you know 003. She always gets what she wants, and she's not the only one in the forest with that kind of drive. 02 paused, then hesitantly added, "We all are. We're all lost." Their purpose is unclear, making their actions unpredictable, leaving Yijin speechless. His memories quickly flashed back to that rainy day. He stared at the heavily injured soldier before him, his fear palpable. And so, they stared at each other in silence, until Yijin turned to leave, and the soldier finally spoke. "Just get out of here." Those words struck a chord with Yijin, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Once again, the soldier chuckled, mustering his last strength to emphasize, "Thank you so much for everything. 0-1-A." Yijin remained silent, offering no response. Immediately, he abruptly turned and left without looking back, Yijin splashing through the massive puddles. Step by step, he forged ahead, when suddenly a sight caught his attention. Yijin froze, raising his gun and aiming it at his opponent as 003 suddenly appeared in the distance, approaching through the pouring rain. In a corner of the forest, Yijin faces 001A. It's true, neither of us wanted to meet like this. Yijin remained silent, prompting 003 to quickly urge him to drop his weapon and surrender. "Betrayal of our organization is punishable by death, but as 001, our leader, I'll vouch for you so you don't have to die. But betraying the organization is unforgivable, so the punishment won't be light. You have one chance. Drop your weapon and surrender, or we'll open fire." Yijin doesn't flinch, offering no response, a silence that visibly irritates 003, who smirks, saying, "So you still refuse to drop your weapon? Then I have no choice." No sooner were the words out of her mouth than 003 opened fire on Yijin, tearing apart the surrounding trees. While dodging, Yijin is unfortunately shot, suffering a serious leg wound, but to turn the tables, he seizes the opportunity to suddenly fire back. Meanwhile, Row 3 narrowly dodged the attack and, with a smug look, launched a fierce counteroffensive. Yijin retaliated, using a rock for cover, seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of gunfire, leading to a fierce head-to-head exchange. Suddenly, Yijin froze, gasping in pain. 003, also exhausted, spoke up. 001, you've betrayed the organization. You won't survive anyway, so wouldn't it be better for us if you just died here?" Yijin remained silent in response. Immediately, 003 continued resentfully. "I truly don't understand why you would betray the numbers. Surely you know the consequences. Your comrades fought side by side with you through countless operations, and they trusted your guidance implicitly. So, just because you want to leave the organization and betray them, you're leading them to their doom," she said, raising her gun at Yijin. To this, Yijin couldn't help but retort, "Don't say that. I didn't kill them." Hearing that, 003 scoffed and pressed him. But without hesitation, Yijin admitted, "I just incapacitated them and left them behind." "So, you say you didn't kill them? I can't believe you'd do this. When you first arrived at the camp, I thought you'd die of exhaustion, but you became 001, leading everyone. I couldn't accept your growth, but now that I see you in this situation, I don't want to kill you." At this, 03 paused, then hesitantly told him to leave, but Yijin remained silent. Meanwhile, 003 continued her relentless assault, saying he could run, but he could never escape this life and live peacefully. Once accustomed to killing, he could never return to a simple life, a statement that immediately darkened Yijin's face. A splash of water followed, and 003 watched hopelessly as Yijin seized the opportunity to escape. He frantically ran into the deep forest, back to a harsh reality, as the scene shifted to a boxing gym where onlookers were in awe. In the distance, Yijin unleashes a flurry of direct punches at the sandbag, each blow carrying an astonishing force. The crowd was immediately impressed, quickly surrounding Yijin, who relentlessly pummeled the punching bag, oblivious to everything around him. Unknowingly, Yijin's instincts flared. He wondered, confused, were all the numbers chasing him killed by 003 back then? Immediately, a fatal blow was unleashed, violently shaking the sandbag. Witnessing the scene, Yijin breathed heavily, and Long was burdened by unanswered questions, plunging him into despair. From afar, Zhe Ox-Du, looking puzzled, approached and asked, "What's wrong with you today, Lin?" He suddenly felt uneasy and said, "I didn't think you needed to practice with a punching bag like that." Yijin was taken aback and stared blankly. "Huh?" Without hesitation, the surrounding people paled, terrified by his strength. But then, a familiar announcement suddenly rang out, startling everyone. "Everyone, gather around." Almost immediately, the man continued, stating that he had an important announcement. Due to the recent complications, the chairman's assignment would require more than one security team, as he cast a sweeping gaze across the crowd. At this, the Zealoth members looked puzzled, but their commander immediately emphasized, "As you know, There have been too many shocking events recently. Terrorism is on the rise, making things harder to control, so we need to be more vigilant. Details will be given to the team leaders. Dismissed. Later, the scene shifts to a lavish room where Iron pours a drink, saying this is a golden opportunity. SVCap's actions have hindered them too many times recently. This time, we'll have more people joining us, so we'll have more opportunities. He chuckled to himself, clearly pleased. Immediately, from a distance, his henchman readily admitted, just as we planned. Iron sighed wearily, lamenting that their meticulous plans had yielded unsatisfactory results. Yet, this was a chance for revenge, and with the old man's involvement, their chances of success were high. With that, he immediately gave the order to prepare, and his subordinate respectfully bowed in thanks. Meanwhile, Forrest anxiously asked if that person had arrived yet. The subordinate immediately responded, "He's here, just waiting for your call." Then, Scarface suddenly spoke up. "I feel like their actions this time are not quite right." He questioned, puzzled, why they needed to cooperate with a second party when their strength was undeniable. Moreover, they didn't even know who the other side would send. Forrest was troubled, realizing they were no longer fully trusted and were being forced to cooperate with an outside party. Left with no choice, he asked, "How is Alice? Call her in. She must regret what happened last time." But Scarface replied, "I doubt she regrets it. She always acts on her own." Hearing this, Forrest couldn't help but speak up. "All right." He immediately grimaced and proactively requested, "Tell her, this is a special mission, and if she causes any more trouble, her sister will be the target of our anger. Tell her to be mindful." The scarred man hesitated, stammering, "Well, I think she will." But before he could finish, a foot suddenly stepped in from afar, and 003 silently approached with a hostile attitude. Immediately, the others were caught off guard, stunned. 003 steadily approached Fred, face to face. Seeing her, Fred hesitated, but 003, sensing the situation, took the initiative, asking sweetly, "Are you in charge of leading the assassin squad in the forest?" Fred didn't answer the abrupt question, but frowned in confusion. The scarred man standing nearby immediately curled his lip in displeasure, and a moment later they were still in the same room. Fred sat face to face with 003, and after a long pause he finally asked how many people would be participating in this mission. Without hesitation, 003 confidently replied, 3, including me. This quickly caught the scarred man's attention, his expression shifting to one of disdainful disbelief. "Only 3 of you? You're participating too? What abilities do you even have to fight with?" To this, 003 casually replies that her beauty is her greatest weapon, infuriating Scarface. Fred, concerned, noted her composure and cut straight to the chase. They'd been warned, but he wasn't comfortable with it. A first-time collaboration can lead to coordination issues, and we're not entirely clear on the capabilities of your team. 003 hesitated slightly before admitting, "I understand." Hearing this, Fred frowned and resentfully continued, "But since they insist we cooperate with you, we have no choice. However, I insist that my side will be in complete command of this mission." Hearing this, 0030 hesitantly agreed. "All right, completing the mission is the top priority." She then stood up decisively. "Okay, we've basically gotten acquainted. Next time we meet, it'll be at the mission site." But the next day, the deceitful man impatiently stopped 003, demanding her identity. Without hesitation, she replied, "Queen." Jack immediately responded, "Jack, I'll be in charge of this mission, so we'll meet again soon." 0030 immediately gives a strange smile, saying she's happy to work with him, as his face breaks into a smile as well. He watched 0030's alluring figure fade away with a smirk, as the scene shifted to Ijin. Back at the familiar house, Jia Zeon asked with a hint of confusion, "He's on another business trip abroad?" Without hesitation, Ijin affectionately replies that the chairman of his company has a business trip abroad. Hearing this, the girl's eyes light up, realizing he's been sent overseas to protect the chairman. Ijin nonchalantly agreed, while Kang-soo chimed in, affirming that Ijin was indeed trusted by the bodyguards and must be skilled to be assigned to protect the chairman. Ijin humbly replied that wasn't quite the case, as 2 security teams were assigned to the chairman, so he was just there for show. But once again, Kang-soo praised him, saying that wasn't true. "You were chosen because you're trusted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called you. You're useful to the security team." Tazaloth lowered his voice, looking at Ijin fondly. "You have to be skilled to be trusted, right?" Hearing that, Ijin could only smile helplessly. A moment later, the clock struck 9. Ijin listens intently to the warning, told that 003 was well prepared for the attack. He immediately asks about 002's status. Immediately, 006 replied grimly that 003's team had attacked that location, but 002 and the others retreated safely with no injuries. He added tensely that 002 had disappeared after the attack and hasn't been seen since, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. The person who just contacted 06 again looked worried and firmly stated that 003 seemed to know about their team, so everyone needed to act carefully. Ijin immediately asked, "Do you know where 003 is now?" Instantly, 006 lowered his voice and replied, "I've investigated, but I can't find anything. Since she disappeared into the forest, she's been like a ghost. The last time was when she attacked 002. If she can confidently reappear after so many years, she must be confident that no one can find her." He then added with a serious expression that finding her would be difficult, so Ijin should be careful. Ijin responded with a frustrated tone, "I understand. I wonder what 002 will do." Immediately, 006 frowned. Tense. How could he possibly guess Ijin's intentions? He must be shocked. He thought 003's return was a good thing, not realizing she came back to kill him. How could he bear such betrayal from a former teammate, a former lover? If he hadn't been quick to react, they'd all be dead that day. Every word was carefully chosen and overheard by 003. Then, in an instant, 005 couldn't contain himself and spoke of Jack. "It's all because of that traitorous 003, who murdered the numbers. Indeed, with that pretty face, she could use it for so much to achieve her goals." Saying that, 006 ran out of things to say and ended the conversation. "That's all. I'll let you know if anything comes up." But the next moment, as if suddenly remembering something, 006 quickly spoke up. "All right, you're going abroad for work, aren't you? Be careful. Overseas is different from Korea. Actions are difficult, so find a way to hide your face to make things easier." Yijin didn't respond, falling into silent thought. Soon, the scene shifts to the next morning, where soldiers are busily working at the base. Here, Alice is reloading her gun, her movements quickly becoming incredibly proficient. This immediately caught Gak's attention from afar, and he felt the need to warn her. "Alice, this mission is important, so don't act on your own. Be careful for yourself and your brother." Alice remained silent, provoking Jaws to a furious outburst as he lunged forward. Grabbing Alice by the collar, he reprimands her, "Are you even listening to me?" But Alice remains calm, asking, "What are you planning to do? Did you want to die?" Before he could react, Alice had a gun to his throat. Defeated, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then, in the next moment, he turned grim and spoke decisively. "I've already told you, if this mission fails because of you, you know what will happen to your brother." Hearing this, Alice was immediately enraged. Taking advantage of the situation, he quickly turned and left without a second glance. The leader has made his decision, and he's not kidding around this time. You better do your job, but of course it's up to you whether you do it or not. Out of options, Alice asks, "So, what is our mission this time?" Without hesitation, Ruck firmly replied, "There's no information on that yet. Just follow my orders." Alice frowned, clearly displeased. At that moment, 003 suddenly approached and spoke abruptly. "So, we finally meet." "Hello." Without hesitation, 003 gets straight to the point. "You've received the documents I sent, haven't you?" Rack chimed in. "I've already read it. We'll work well together." Alice, seeing the situation, wondered, "She's from another team? I wonder what she can do on this mission." But then, 003 noticed this judgmental gaze, and Alice found herself face to face with her. 003 quickly took the initiative, asking if she was the famous female member of the assassin squad in the forest. At this, Rack sighed in boredom, saying she's nothing special, just all talk. Ignoring her, Alice quietly left to prepare her weapons. Later, as night fell, we moved to the bustling Sahoa district, where the lobby of a high-rise building teems with busy people, each with their own tasks. Soon, they arrived at the heavily guarded, luxurious Sahoa room, where the elderly Ingok sat comfortably in a chair and initiated the conversation. "It's been a while since we talked after your last mission. I haven't been able to see you since this business trip. How do you feel about this one?" Hearing this, Yijin immediately replied, "Thank you, Chairman. I understand you're busy, but rest assured I've adapted to this mission." To this, Ingok replied without hesitation, "How do you feel about this mission, having to work abroad? It's completely different from the situation in our country. We also have to move around to different places constantly," but Yijin calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ingok nodded in response. "If you say so. I feel much better. And Go, you've been working hard too." Go quickly bowed his head obediently. No problem, Chairman. Rest assured we'll take care of everything. Your work is done, but we still have a mission. That's right, Ingok muttered with a slight frown. I'm too old for these business triceps, but for the sake of the company I have to try. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "How have you been lately?" catching Yi Jin by surprise. "I'm doing well," he replied, which seemed to reassure Ingok, who smiled and said, "It seems you've become closer to Jian." Indeed, Yi Jin readily admitted it, and this immediately made Chief Go uneasy. Old Ingok suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Does she have a boyfriend?" Yi Jin, a little puzzled by this, questioned him. "Does the chairman mean dating?" "That's right, but it doesn't seem like she has a boyfriend." Yi Jin answered without hesitation. This quickly caught Ingok's attention. "Are you sure?" Helpless, Yi Jin emphasized again. "Yes." This immediately stunned Chief Go, and as night fell, we shift to the top of a high-rise building where a group of mysterious figures are planning an infiltration. In an instant, they used their shortcuts to get close to the building, while in the underground garage, a mysterious car sped into the area. Inside Zealot, the car door opened and a group of men in black suits stepped out, their faces grim. Surveillance footage reveals a large number of people inside the building. The supervisors have been eliminated. 3 figures stand in the surveillance room, surrounded by a field of corpses. Zeko crosses his arms, watching the screen, saying they just need to clean up quickly and help the others. 03 hums happily beside him, as Zeko recalls his conversation with Foray. "Zeko, we must handle this ourselves. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands." He glances at Alice beside him, thinking that she too will soon be gone, so there's no need to make a contribution. This leaves me with mixed feelings, but that bastard Zeko knows what needs to be done, and that will ultimately benefit me. Zeko orders, "Begin," and the building's gas lines are activated. The guards succumb to the gas, and soon everyone in the room is unconscious. The door opens, and the masked figures, ready for action, knock out anyone still awake with their gun stocks. Footsteps echoed through the halls where guards lay unconscious from the gas. The masked squad cautiously entered a room, guns raised. One of them aims his weapon, his finger on the trigger, but from behind, a figure strikes him in the neck with an elbow. Before the other could pull the trigger, Yi Jin grabbed the gun, pointed it to the ground, and smashed the butt into his face. Jin uses the stolen gun to his advantage, firing continuously at the men outside, single-handedly wiping them out. The SV Cappy manager observes that he took down both men in an instant, and in this chaotic situation, using a gun was impossible, yet he managed to use it and gain control. Lai Jin is also grabbing a gas mask. The SV Cappy manager comments that while he has good skills and combat experience, doing things like this puts him on another level, and he was the first to detect the gas leak. Nguk notices Aijin looking around frantically. "Is something wrong?" He honestly replies, "I smelled gas." This revelation sends shockwaves through everyone, and the SV Cap manager recalls, if SUE had been any slower, they'd all be gone. Seeing this firsthand, Ijin's skills are truly extraordinary. "Here, use these masks I found." As Ijin put on a mask, he analyzed, "The bodyguards next door haven't come to help, so I think they're all gone." The SV Cap manager agreed. "I called them too, but no one answered." He checks the landline, confirming that it's also been disconnected. Ijin assesses the situation and quickly decides, "We have to get out of here. Now." The gas being released through the vents and the phones being cut off. This was all planned. The entire hotel may already be occupied by the enemy. The other 2 watch him in silence as Ijin immediately becomes wary. A bullet has just pierced the window, the impact causing it to crack. In the blink of an eye, 2 masked men rappelled from above, shattering the glass and storming into the room. Ijin immediately opened fire, giving them no chance to retaliate. The SV Cap manager quickly shielded the chairman and pulled him away as shell casings rained down. Ijin took cover behind a desk, firing relentlessly at the masked men storming the room. The 2 watched him fight alone, safe and sound. Once the danger passed, he spoke. "Let's get out of here." Inguk, still in disbelief, silently watched him as they prepared to leave, following Yijin's lead. In the surveillance room, Zeko slams the table in anger, asking why Alpha and Bravo haven't reported in. He notices something on the screen. Huh? Emerging from the room were not his teammates, but Yijin and the SV Cap. Su3 sighed, as if expecting this. The other 2 must have failed. Ah turns and orders his 2 subordinates, and as the 3 turn to leave, Zeko furiously gives an order. "Everyone follow me." Alice felt a headache coming on, given the situation. Ijin places 2 fingers on the guard's carotid artery to check for a pulse. Thankfully, they're still breathing. They're only unconscious from the gas. The chairman is relieved. "That's a relief. Let's get them out of here quickly." He glances at the chairman through his glasses. If you leave this place, Chairman, they will be safe. Inguk nodded, signaling that he understood. The exit is in sight, but danger lurks. Ijin's senses are on high alert. You take the gun and lead the three of us. I'll scout ahead. SVCAP's manager, also armed, stood behind, objecting, I shouldn't be the one going first. Jin didn't think it was a good idea. He wasn't as qualified to protect the VIP as the captain was. I think it's best if I go first and clear the way, while you protect the chairman, Captain. He remained silent, knowing Ajin was right. Ajin would scout ahead, while three masked men from 03 entered the hallway. They sensed the danger behind them, a correct assumption as Jin, hidden behind a corner, opened fire. Immediately, the three split up to find cover, while the two SVCAP members fled in the opposite direction, knowing death awaited them ahead. 03's men also raised their guns, listening for any movement outside, aiming with caution. I wonder if 4X could be used. This alone makes everything more deceitful. The two men with Enro 03 opened fire on Yijin's hiding place, but he quickly took cover behind a wall, dodging the bullets. Yijin looked back to see his two companions reach the end of the hall, then turned and unleashed another volley of shots at 003's team, forcing them to take cover. As soon as he was out of ammo, Yijin immediately ran towards the SVCAP passageway, the emergency exit opening before him. The three decided to escape through the emergency staircase. Jin raised his hand, signaling them to stop. The two behind him froze, recognizing his signal. Yijin's eyes narrowed as he assessed the staircase below, the sounds of Jacko's men growing louder as they ascended with guns in hand. Yijin gripped his gun, ready for a fight, as Jacko's group of three stormed up the stairs. His eyes filled with fury, and Yijin suddenly raised his index finger. The two behind him breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. He turned back without a word, simply gesturing. Calmly, the SVCAP manager nodded in understanding. Then he helped Chairman Inguk back the way they came, as Yijin stood still, waiting for them to disappear from sight. Then he raised his gun and aimed it down the stairs, peering through the scope as the red light glowed. Yijin remained calm amidst the hail of bullets raining down from above, unleashing a relentless barrage in return. Their resistance was weak. Yijin remained unscathed, while Jacko's group had lost more than half their numbers, infuriating Jacko. He fired at the staircase where Yijin stood, but he had already escaped. The gunman fired continuously, advancing towards Yijin, only to meet their end. But he was struck by a staircase as he fled. Yijin was too fast, moving out of Jacko's line of sight. He then turned back and aimed his gun at the stairwell. Two SVCAP members had reached the fire escape door. This wasn't good. Yijin approaches and sees Inguk coughing, and the SVCAP manager explains that the chairman is old and has his limits, but Inguk knows his health is his own fault and has affected them both. Yijin, unconcerned with whose fault it was, continued to fulfill his duty, stating that they couldn't proceed together as it would invite a full-force attack, and they needed to split up. Yijin opened a fire escape door, confusing the SVCAP manager, who asked where he was going. Yijin replied that he would hold them back here, as this place was defensible. He then hid behind the door he'd opened, aiming his gun at the staircase, hoping to ignite a firefight and keep them pinned down, diverting their forces. He glanced at them. You two go upstairs quietly. I'll hold them off for a while and then lure them away via another route. Inguk breathed deeply to steady his emotions. Looking at Yijin, he thought, this isn't good, Yijin. Knowing the chairman was worried, he reassured him, don't worry, Chairman. I'm quite familiar with this sort of thing. He didn't look at them but focused on aiming his gun. Just do as I say. Inguk was taken aback by Yijin's confidence. The SVCAP manager helped him up. Let's go, Chairman, or Yijin will be in danger protecting us both. Red lights grew brighter from the staircase as footsteps pounded closer. Yijin unleashes a barrage of bullets as SVCAP's manager urges Inguk to flee. Hurry! Inguk couldn't help but glance back at Yijin, who was still focused on picking off the men charging up the stairs. Zeko is furious as he watches his comrades fall one after another. This bastard has too tight a defense. He immediately ducks to avoid a bullet that would have pierced his skull. They returned fire, but Yijin was no longer hiding by the emergency exit. Yijin slams the door shut as Zeko orders his team to advance. Yijin runs through the corridor, stopping in front of an elevator, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. He glanced at the elevator's dark display. They'd cut the power. Hearing a noise in the distance, Yijin turned. Two armed men approached, but Yijin took cover and eliminated them with two precise shots. He pulls the trigger, but the gun doesn't fire. He ejects the magazine to find it empty, and Yijin furrows his brow in thought. Unbeknownst to him, a bomb was thrown behind him, blinding Yijin as it exploded with immense force. Stunned, Ijin leans against a desk, clutching his ears from the deafening explosion. Footsteps approach, and though still reeling, Ijin hears them. He glares intensely, using the opportunity to charge and slam into one of his attackers. He knocks the man to the ground, but receives a brutal kick to the gut in return, sending him sprawling. Zeko has arrived, panting. He coldly eyed Ijin sprawled on the floor, thinking it was over. Of course, Ijin was only pretending, peeking at him through his eyelids. Zeko, unaware that Yijin is still conscious, looks around, finding the area deserted. Where is the chairman he's supposed to protect? Yijin sweeps Zeko's legs out from under him, sending him crashing, face first, into the floor. He grabs his gun, trying to turn and retaliate, but Ijin forces the weapon to the ground, then headbutts Zeko with full force. Seizing the opportunity, Ijin snatches the gun and slams the barrel into Zeko's elbow, preventing him from drawing another pistol. Zeko glared at Ijin and, using his prone position, kicked him in the stomach, creating distance between them and sending both guns flying. Zeko brandishes a gleaming knife at Ijin, who calmly returns the stare as Zeko charges. He swung a knife, aiming to cut Ijin in half. The blade sliced through and blood splattered, proving Zeko had landed a hit. Zeko's eyes burned red as he stared at Ijin, his blade dripping with blood. "That's it," he sneered. "It ends here, you bastard. I'll finish you quickly and then hunt down the others." Giving Ijin no time to rest, Zeko immediately closes in, boasting that he'll show the difference in their fighting skills. Ijin clutches his wounded left shoulder, silently watching as Zeko strikes, but he dodges the blow. He then slashed repeatedly at Ijin, forcing him to retreat and evade, but Ijin was still struck, blood dripping onto the ground as their blades clashed fiercely. Zeko relentlessly attacks Ijin, who defends and evades the strikes until Ijin's eyes dart, and he seizes Zeko's weapon-wielding hand. He snatched the weapon and slashed Zeko's shoulder, drawing blood, then sheathed it on either side of his thighs, causing Zeko to collapse to the floor. Ijin shifts his grip, blade pointed down, radiating an intent to kill as Zeko looks up at the descending knife and narrowly dodges to the right. The two faced each other at opposing angles like a yin and yang. Zeko grabbed his gun, and Ijin's eyes widened as he saw Zeko point the barrel at his head. Zeko opens fire, but Ijin dodges the bullets, though one grazes his shoulder. Ijin dodges bullets as he flees into the corridor, a storm of gunfire erupting behind him. Ijin slides across the ground, keeping low to avoid the high-flying bullets. He continues his escape as Zeko, out of ammo, curses in frustration. Zeko tried to give chase, but his injured legs from Ijin held him back. His eyes were bloodshot with rage as Zeko looked down at his blood-soaked thighs. Were his legs injured? Unable to move, Zeko roars in frustration, his eyes burning with hatred as he stares up, unable to believe he let him get away. Ijin reached another escape door, the wound on his left arm bleeding profusely as he ran, clutching it tightly. Ijin's bloody hand opens the door, only to be met with a gun pointed at his head, masked figures, and behind them the woman with the ponytail. Ijin gripped his knife, ready to fight to the death, but his eyes widened at the scene before him. Pentagon takes a bullet to the head from behind, dying instantly at Ijin's feet. The shooter, a woman with a ponytail, now aims her gun at Ijin. He stared at her, the gun aimed directly at him, Alice's cold eyes fixed on Ijin, who returned the icy glare, ready for a fight if she dared to fire. Suddenly, Alice drops her gun, raising her hands to show she means no harm, surprising Ijin. Alice frowned, staring at him, but remained silent as Ijin, unconcerned with her intentions, quickly departed. Alice lowers her hand with a sigh of relief, realizing that was Ijin. This is going to be difficult. She recalls the moment they shared a drink, and how troublesome it would be if the others found him here. Knowing she couldn't help, Alice scratched her head in frustration as a fierce firefight erupted elsewhere. The SV Cappy manager hides behind a wall, firing back intensely as 003 remarks on their surprisingly strong resistance. The SV Cap manager takes cover again, panting with exhaustion, and looks over at Chairman Inguk slumped beside him, worry etched on his face. He realized the dire situation. The chairman was too exhausted to move. Then, something was hurled towards them, a bomb. The SV Cap manager recognized it and immediately ran towards Inguk. The bomb exploded, blinding the area, and he shielded the chairman in his arms. 003 is pleased as one of her men points a gun at the two from SV Cap. While she stands nearby, the manager turns to face them, shielding Inguk behind him. 003 coldly glances over, ordering them to be captured. But before the henchman can react, Yijin appears and shoves him aside. They roll across the ground, clinging to each other, as 003 is caught off guard by Yijin's sudden appearance, who takes down her henchman. The SV Cap manager continues to shield the chairman, both on high alert, knowing they're not safe while 003 is still around. Yi-jin looks up, the air thick with smoke and dust. Euro 3 immediately pointed her gun at him, and Yi-jin used his leg strength to run away as she opened fire, bullets flying after him. He immediately closed the distance, raising his knife to strike. Euro 3 quickly blocked the attack with her gun. Yi-jin's eyes are filled with death as he stares at her, and she coldly returns his gaze. Su 3 coldly glares at Yi-jin, asking if he dares to stand in their way before kicking him in the stomach. Forced back, 003 raised her gun, aiming it squarely at Yi-jin's chest. She rapidly pulled the trigger, but Yi-jin dodged every bullet, stepping swiftly to the left. Yi-jin's right hand, gripping the knife, prepared to slash across 003's face, his knuckles white with tension. He lunged, aiming for her left side, but she blocked the blow with the butt of her gun. 003's eyes widen at the sudden attack, and she tries to slam the butt of her gun into Yi-jin's face, but he blocks it with his left arm. His right hand, wielding the knife, slashed across 003, forcing her back a step, but Yi-jin gave her no time to recover, pressing the attack immediately. Annoyed, 003 realizes this bastard is too quick, not giving her time to use her gun. Then she notices something. Her lackey isn't quite dead, lying in a pool of blood, aiming a gun at Yi-jin from behind. He aimed, ready to ambush Yi-jin. 003's eyes narrowed with complex emotions as she watched him. Then suddenly he was shot from behind, catching 003 by surprise. It turns out the one who fired was the SVCAP manager. 003 frowns, realizing he was in the way, preventing his teammate from shooting her. Yi-jin uses his knife to knock the gun out of 003's hand. The SVCAP manager finds an opening and unleashes a barrage of bullets, with Yi-jin stepping aside to give him a clear shot. Now it's 003 who's on the run, her eyes filled with a chilling rage as the SVCAP manager turns to fire upon her, Yi-jin standing behind him. Seeing her target, 003 immediately points her gun at him, and the SVCAP manager knows exactly what she's planning. A glint of light flashes. It was Yi-jin's knife that he threw, knocking the gun off course, causing the bullet to hit the wall instead of its intended target. 003 frowned in annoyance before hurrying away. Yi-jin didn't give chase, silently watching her disappear. 003 opened the emergency exit, but paused to look back at Yi-jin one last time. 003, her eyes devoid of warmth, lingered on Yi-jin, who met her gaze without hesitation. Then, 003 turned and left for good. He watched the door close, sighing, unsure what to say amidst the turmoil of emotions. Inguk is helped up by his SVK manager, and he asks Yi-jin if he's all right. Despite his injuries, Yi-jin brushes it off, saying he's fine. Hearing that, Inguk didn't press the issue, noticing Yi-jin's injuries and the blood running down his body. Inguk's eyes widened, his pupils contracting with visible tension. His mask trembled, and he could only say, "Thank you so much." Yi-jin calmly looks at him, saying it's nothing, just his duty to protect. The next morning, the bright sunlight streamed down on the grand SVK building where Yi-jin lay in a high-class hospital room. As he receives an IV drip, the SVK manager informs him that he can return home to rest in a few days. "You weren't seriously injured, so just rest and recover here. Thank you, sir." SVK's manager looks at him seriously, saying they're the ones who should be thankful. His eyes reveal a lot of unspoken thoughts. He looks at Yi-jin sitting on the hospital bed, recalling the information he found. Yi-jin was a mercenary in the past, but seeing him in action revealed his true talent. There were mixed opinions about Yi-jin. Mercenaries are secretive and only do what's necessary. So many underestimated him, calling his strength exaggerated. Could he really be this strong? Those familiar with mercenaries and the numbers on the battlefield say they're the strongest, and Yi-jin is one of them. I remember his actions the night he protected Chairman Inguk and me. I used to think the stories were exaggerated, but now I understand. President Inguk is also in Yi-jin's hospital room. "Don't you have any questions about what happened?" Yi-jin maintains his cold expression. "Sir, my job is to protect my client, not to question things." The two silently look at Yi-jin, and Inguk sighs, saying that SVCAP is now expanding its military business, which is inherently risky due to its high profits. It also directly involves a country's defense economy and many other businesses. He continued, SVCAP has offended many forces, and rival corporations are fiercely competing for this lucrative pie. Therefore, the assassination attempts you've witnessed are not unusual. They are the enemies SVKP faces. The organizations that hate us aren't just domestic, they're international as well. Inguk explained that they were secretly investigating the recent assassination attempts, but it may lead nowhere because there are too many hostile organizations. But Yi-jin didn't seem too curious about any of this, saying there was no need to explain it to him. He looked at him sincerely, stating that his job was simply to keep him safe. A flock of ducks passed by, amused by Yijin's innocent expression, then chuckled helplessly at his personality, dropping him off at the hospital. The silent hospital room was filled with cold medical equipment, and the bandaged shoulder trembled, as did both legs. Zeko jolts awake in bed, throwing medical equipment to the floor as he recalls Yijin's knife slicing across his shoulder and leg. Enraged and consumed by fury, he curses, "You bastard! I'll kill you!" As night falls, Yijin returns home to his warmly lit room, changes out of his hospital gown, and makes a phone call. It seems his hunch was right. The attack was carried out by the forest gangs, 001A, but I don't know if 003 is one of them. That hasn't been investigated yet. 006 is on the phone, but are you sure about 003? They were wearing gas masks when they fought. Yijin recalls 003 saying, "You're the one in our way," during their close combat. Yijin confirms that he recognized her voice from being close to her. 006 scratches his head, saying he'll look into it and that 03 needs to be investigated carefully. Also, there's something he needs to tell him. Yijin then learns that Alice is being held captive by the Forest Society for reasons unknown, but it seems she did something during the recent attack. Rumor has it they imprisoned her entire family and used her younger brother to force her to work for them. This has been going on for a while, but it seems the conflict reached its peak during this mission. Then, 006 suddenly remembers another detail. Didn't he mention that Alice spared him on the staircase during this mission? Alice had lowered her gun and didn't aim at Yijin then. 006 realizes that the conflict between her and the forest assassin stems from that, or so he thinks, which is why they imprisoned her after the mission. Someone pulls off the black hood, revealing Alice's face, as well as Iron and his henchman. He stared coldly at Alice. "Alice, you heard my warning before joining this mission, didn't you? This mission was critical. It had to succeed." "Why did you act like that?" Alice asked him, her face expressionless. "The mission failed, and now you blame me for escaping?" "It was Jack who failed when facing the bodyguard." Iron sat with his arms crossed, agreeing. "That's true, but I also heard you had some questionable actions during this mission. You have nothing for me to interfere with your actions. He was in charge of the entire mission. I only followed his orders. He's just recovered, so I only just got the news. In short, you've made a huge mistake this time." Alice sighed helplessly when she saw he wouldn't listen to her. "So, why are you arresting me before you can confirm that Jiak is right and I'm wrong?" Alice is shocked to hear Iron say, "We understand you, but I know Jiak's personality, so I'm more inclined to believe him." Iron crosses his legs, leans back in his chair, and looks very relaxed. "Jacques repeatedly ordered you to eliminate the target on sight, but the investigation suggests you didn't comply." Alice's face fell, her body stiffening. "That bastard seems to know something about my actions during this mission. This is bad." Suddenly Iron calls her name. "Alice, if Jiak is right, then all the blame falls on you." He stands up and slams his hand on the table. "Then there's nothing more to say. Remember what I told you before the mission began. It seems we'll have to proceed with your sister." Alice is terrified. "My sister?" Iron replies coldly. "We'll take care of her." Alice, helpless under the pressure, could only watch him leave, seething with resentment as Iron left her alone in the interrogation room. Iron and his men emerged to find Jacko's group waiting. Iron spoke first. "Handle it, as we discussed." Jacko smirks as the vehicle departs and the army's footsteps echo. He and his men enter Alice's interrogation room, where she angrily calls out his name, Jack. Jacko smugly puts his hands in his pockets, saying he's told her many times not to act on her own accord, and asks if she's thought about her younger sibling. Alice shouts back, asking what he's talking about and that she's done everything he's ordered. Jacko coldly stares at her, asking how long she'll continue to lie, stating she's the one who botched the mission, allowing VIP to escape. Alice realizes she's been framed. He intended to pin the blame on her if the mission failed. Jacko turns and orders the cameras to roll, stating that Alice's reputation in the team demands her sins be recorded as a warning to others. The cameras are rolling, and Jacko turns his gun on Alice, who desperately tries to shield the portal. Jacko's face is filled with utter disbelief as he says goodbye, but suddenly a hand grabs the barrel of his gun. Alice has escaped her silver shackles and snatches the weapon from his grasp. Caught off guard, Alice snatches the gun and turns it on Jacko, confidently firing a shot that grazes his temple. She then stood up and struck his shoulder with her hand and the gun, her arm looping around Jacko's head. Alice held him firmly, as if hostage, and pointed the gun forward. Alice shoots 2 of Jacko's men dead, then grabs Jacko by the hair, but his words give her pause. What about her sister? Enraged, she slams Jacko's head onto the table, pressing the gun to his temple as he desperately threatens her, saying that if he dies, his men will kill her sister, and she'll never find where they're holding her. Death looms, fear floods his eyes, and he warns Alice that if he dies, her sister dies too, urging her to reconsider. Alice hesitates, her resolve faltering. Just in time, Jacko's men stormed in, guns raised. Alice was completely surrounded. Seizing her moment of hesitation, Jacko snatched the gun from his temple, immediately retreating and turning it back on Alice. Alice remained silent, the gun aimed squarely at her. Jacko, having narrowly escaped, covers his face with a smug look. Good, at least you can still think. He calls out her name, Alice, asking how she thinks she and her sister can survive after this. Alice is caught off guard, asking, "What?" Jacko, looking like a madman, asks what value her sister has if she dies. She should go with her. What use is a useless thing like her alive? Alice is furious when a hail of bullets suddenly shatters the glass from outside. Alice moves in on Jacko, using him as a human shield from the gunfire that's tearing through his men. Alice is shocked to see Jacko's men being beaten to a pulp outside. She doesn't know who's responsible, but sees 3 figures outside unleashing a hail of bullets. Alice is shocked to see 02 here. "02, is that you?" He asks her. "Where is 03? Alice looked at him, confused. 002 approached, putting her on guard. She asked, 003, what are you talking about? He replied sternly, "Don't play dumb. I know you were with the assassination squad in the forest when they went to kill the SV Cap chairman. You met 003 then." Alice was confused. Assassinate the SV Cap chairman? Then realization dawned on her. Alice then recalled Queen, and 003004 tilted his head, asking, "Queen, who are you talking about?" She explained, "I don't know who you're referring to, but 003 wasn't there during the forced assassination of the SV Cap chairman. This time, we're coordinating with an outside team, led by a woman codenamed Queen." Hearing this, 02 frowned slightly, remaining silent. Suddenly, a groan echoed as blood splattered, startling Alice. The members of Team 002 had raised their guns, pointing them in one direction. Jack, wounded and gasping for breath, leaned against the wall, clutching his bullet wound. He frowned, annoyed. Alice, she truly had no fear of death. Her brother was still alive, so how could she join forces with those beasts? She frowned at Jack, her face darkening as she slowly approached him, grabbing his head and angrily demanding to know where they were holding her brother, but Jack only offered a mocking sneer. Unable to contain her rage, Alice punches him hard in the face and demands he speak, sending Jack crashing to the ground where he groans in pain. Jack taunts her, "You think hitting me will make me talk?" He smirks at Alice. "Save me from here and maybe I'll tell you where your sister is." Hearing that, Alice's expression changed and she remained silent as Jack chuckled. Suddenly, a bullet flew from nowhere and pierced his head, killing him instantly, the shell casing falling to the floor. 002 was the one who fired the shot, his face filled with contempt as he said, "Bastard, you talk too much." Alice stood frozen, fear contorting her face as she realized the dire implications of his death for her brother. 0018 then spoke up, stating that they had received news from the Sparrow team. He stated that the rescue target was safe. Elsewhere, 006 stepped over the scattered corpses, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He and the others rescued the boy and emerged outside, where Alice's blindfolded brother sat quietly in his wheelchair. Back on the other side, 08 wondered if the blonde, wheelchair-bound boy of about 10 was Alice's brother, prompting Alice to glare at 02 and demand to know their purpose. 01 says nothing, and Alice asks why they saved her brother. The other members of Group 02 simply watch. Enraged, she screamed, "You plan to use my brother like a puppet assassin to control me, don't you? Why would you do this?" Something flashed through the air, and Alice caught it. A phone. With an emotionless face, 002 takes the phone and follows the instructions to her sister's location, leaving Alice stunned and confused. 02 turns away, and 018 stares at her thoughtfully as they gradually leave. He calls out, "Alice," and 018 gently reminds her, "Don't think that just because we're saving your sister, we've forgotten what you did to us." Then he and the others leave, and Alice hesitates, looking conflicted as the 4 of them walk out. 004 bit his lip in anger, realizing they hadn't accomplished anything. Elsewhere, 004 raged, "What did you say? We're saving Alice? You're joking, right? Have you forgotten what she did to us? Why should we save her?" A voice came from the computer. "She helped 001 last time. This only annoyed him more. What does her helping 001 have to do with us?" Zeroix smiled on the other end of the line. All right, just do it. I'll treat you all to a feast to repay the favor. But 004 was still unconvinced, driving him mad. What did you say? Are you looking for a death wish? Iro06 smirks, as if he's planning something, saying, Have you forgotten how hard we fought to survive? It's all thanks to those rules. 004 is a bit hesitant, but 006 reminds him, betraying a teammate means certain death. But if someone helps you, you have to repay them. Everything has its place. Everyone listened intently as he continued. We must return the favor to those who have helped us. It's a fundamental principle we must remember. 02 crossed his arms thoughtfully as 006 reiterated, This is the rule that helped us survive those hellish days in the forest. Still dissatisfied, 004 objects, saying Alice may not be involved, but 001 certainly is. He betrayed us once, and he should be grateful we didn't kill him. Why should we owe him now? Hey, 002 interjects, you're saying 003 is with Alice. 004 glares, while 008 and 0016 remain silent in the gloomy darkness of a dilapidated house. Inside the house, Alice slowly walks towards her brother, embracing him tightly as tears stream down her face. Elsewhere, 006 and Mei are in a corner. He's on the phone, smirking. Yijin is on the other end. 006 speaks, Mission accomplished. We caught her brother, then let her go. If something goes wrong later, Alice is not as simple as she seems. He hangs up and dials another number. Yijin answers hesitantly. The phone rings and the other end answers. He speaks softly. What is it? Thank you. The person on the other end, none other than B02, pauses thoughtfully. He finally responded, saying he was simply there to ask about 03. Then he hung up, leaving 002 looking contemplative. Force frowned. Alice is missing and her sister has been freed? The soldier replied nervously, Yes, sir, I apologize. We're still searching for them. He cuts him off, agitated, but she's still missing, right? He hangs up, because that's what she was trained for after all. Then he falls silent for a long moment. Fours then ordered an immediate search, emphasizing her knowledge of their operations, though the soldier worried about the strain on other missions. He stressed that she was very dangerous, and if they didn't find her soon, it would greatly affect the organization. Fours Dancy looked grim, knowing she was indeed one of the most capable people there. He explained that they used to control her by holding her younger sibling hostage, but that's no longer the case. So no one knows what she'll do to get revenge. This is a threat to the entire organization, understand? Fours warns that losing some missions to eliminate her is better than leaving this threat alive, as she was also trained to fight back. His eyes turn sinister, adding that she was taught to counterattack and strike when the enemy is weak, so she may be lying low right now. But if we let our guard down, we'll face her wrath, so we need to hunt her down while we still can. A soldier sighed, feeling the pressure, when another rushed in, urgently saying, We have a problem. The first soldier asked, What is it? The man replied that the guards outside the base near the information station had all been taken down. Hearing this, the two became extremely tense, and the man continued to report that Alice's symbol was left on the wall, along with a streak of blood. One died in agony, their blood used to paint an A on the wall. Forrest was enraged. All right, focus all efforts on finding her. Offer a bounty to any assassin organization. We'll use money to solve this. The others immediately responded, Understood. Alone, Forrest sat pensively in his room, picking up the phone. A voice on the other end said, I didn't think you'd call me now. Forrest replied softly, I have something to discuss. Elsewhere, Iron is on the phone, learning that the assassination attempt on the SSS chairman has failed. His eyes turn fierce. This is unacceptable. This wouldn't have happened with the Forest Squad. If the organization's support still wasn't enough, what will become of us? Iron hangs up. I'll contact you later. He's dejected. I thought with your help this mission would succeed, but it still failed. The woman replies, The organization used to complete many missions because of the numbers 003. Iron looks up at her. Is that so? But even with you along, we still failed this time. 003's eyes darken. She sighs, then chuckles softly. All right, I have to admit, dealing with SSS is harder than I thought. Remembering that time she says she was careless and had many shortcomings. Iron nods. If you say so, then let me ask. You contacted the other numbers to recruit them. How did that go? A smiles. I'm still in contact and discussing it with them. Han replies, Good, let's hope all the remaining numbers can work together like before. 003 thoughtfully recalls seeing 002 one evening in a dimly lit city. On the road, Ijin expertly weaves through traffic on his motorcycle. Elsewhere, inside an old warehouse, 02's team has gathered. 004, seemingly impatient, asks why they haven't arrived yet, but 008 calmly replies that there's still time. He raises his eyebrows in annoyance as 006, along with 0032 and Mai approach, announcing that everyone has arrived. 004 turns to 006 and asks what's going on, why they've all been summoned. The others look to 006 as well, who frowns, admitting he doesn't know. 001 didn't say why he gathered everyone here. I'm just relaying what he wants to tell you all. 004 is puzzled, so you don't know the reason either? When you went to save Alice's sister, 001 didn't say anything. He just said to gather everyone here because there's something to discuss. 006 agreed, but insisted they wait, as he couldn't fathom the reason for this gathering, leaving E004 and E008 in contemplation. Mai added that such a large assembly was rare, even back in the forest. Her eyes narrowed, suggesting that 001 gathering them meant the mission would be incredibly difficult. 002 pondered this as his group waited in silence. Team 006 remained silent, one person clenching their fist and saying, "He's still not here." 006 anxiously wondered, could he be turning his back on us? The members of 002's group were taken aback, and 002 stared into the distance, lost in thought. Faces fell, from 018, 016 to 008, then 004, and 032. 006 was just as pensive, and Mai was silent as everyone patiently waited. After a long while, Yijin finally appeared, casually walking in. As he appeared, they exclaimed, "C1." Siwar raised an eyebrow as Yijin carried 2 large bags of food and drinks. He looked at the bags he was stuffing his face with and asked what he had brought. Yijin calmly replied that it was just food and drinks for everyone, as 004 eyed him suspiciously, asking if it was fried chicken. He replied, "It's the best fried chicken my place has to offer," then pointed to the drinks and added, "And drinks too." Silence fell as no one could find the words to speak. Mai, arms crossed, wondered, 001, what do you think? You were late. We thought you weren't coming. So, we're gathered here just to eat and drink together? Yijin's face is impassive as he replies, "That's right." The members from 06 were stunned, and those from 002 were frozen stiff as well. Enraged, 004's muscles bulge as he screams, 001, you want to die, and charges with a knife. Seeing this, 008 restrained Asu-04, who was like a demon screaming in fury, "Get out of the way! Let me deal with him!" Everyone present stared intently at Yijin. Still not giving up, 004 roared, "Let me teach him a lesson." 002 watched him silently from the corner. The clamor in the dilapidated warehouse continued unabated as Kim Yui-kyung at the SVCAP headquarters hastily spoke, "I'm telling the truth." Facing her was a stern Yae, who asked, "Kim Yui-kyung, you've come here out of the blue and want to borrow one of my bodyguards?" Hearing Ye's question, Yui-kyung seemed hesitant, which was strange. Seeing Yui-kyung's wavering expression, Ye sighed. "I don't understand. You have your own bodyguards. Aren't they escorting you?" Yui-kyung was flustered. After a moment of silence, she sighed. "That used to be true, but lately I haven't felt safe with them." Yae looked at Yui-kyung in surprise. "Oh?" Yae-kyung continued. "I almost fell on the escalator at the supermarket. They also didn't react in time, and I know there were a lot of people there, so that situation was unavoidable. But more importantly, when there was a fire in the building I work in, they weren't there to get me out quickly." Yi's eyes narrowed. "Have you changed bodyguards?" Yui-kyung sighed. "I have, but it's the same problem. They still make serious mistakes that make me feel unsafe." Ye crosses her arms, impressed that Yui-kyung always has such skilled bodyguards, considering her security firm is one of the top 20 in the world. Having faced so many unpleasant incidents, shouldn't you address the situation directly with them? Yui-kyung confided in Ye about her unease, saying she had spoken to them, but something still felt off. "It's more like they want to monitor me than protect me." Ye is perplexed. Yui-kyung continues to plead, saying it might just be her perception, but asks for Ye's help this one time. "Consider it a change of scenery for a month, and if things are still the same, then I'm just being too sensitive, and I won't bother you again." Hearing this, Ye began to waver on whether to help. Yui-kyung remained sincere as she looked at her, and after hearing everything, Ye sighed. "All right, I understand. I'll send someone over." Hearing that, Yui-kyung smiled with relief, then looked at her new bodyguard, flustered, and said, "Even if it's just for a month, I hope you can make me feel safe." Yijin greets her old security team, saying it's his responsibility and that he's Yijin, happy to work with them. Facing them are Chief Kang and the security team, who stare at Yi-jin and Yui-kyung in silence. A moment later, he approached Yui-kyung saying, "Madam, you should have informed us about having a personal bodyguard." Yui-kyung awkwardly responded, "The department head hopes you understand. Yi-ye insisted on handling security arrangements, so I hesitated to refuse. She tries to remain calm, but he's just here to protect me and won't bother anyone. He's an outstanding member of SVCAP, so you can rest assured about his skills." Chief Kang sighed in agreement. "All right." Yui-kyung watched Yi-jin nod and breathed a sigh of relief that everything was settled. Remembering when she first met Yi-jin, she couldn't help but worry and called Yi-ye to ask, "Why did you send that young man here? He's too young. Is he experienced enough?" Yi-ye responded that although he's just a trainee bodyguard at SVCAP, he's got the skills, but this only made her more uneasy. "Yes, but..." Even after hearing that, Yui-kyung couldn't shake her unease. Yi-ye continued, explaining that since Yui-kyung was part of a large organization, sending an official from their side would only put them on alert if they were already being watched. She's doing this to lower their guard. He'll notice if anything's amiss. Don't worry, he'll know what to do. Yi-ye's answer seemed logical enough, easing Yui-kyung's worries somewhat. She said so I can rest assured, she thought to herself. But thinking about Yi-jin, she couldn't be completely at ease. He's so young, she wondered if he'd be all right. Back in the present, Yui-kyung tells Yi-jin to just follow her and do nothing else, to which Yi-jin quietly replies that he understands. Yui-kyung then departs, followed by Yi-jin and the company's security team, all people she's worried about. As he followed Yui-kyung, Yi-jin recalled Yi-ye calling him, asking him to help her, saying that Yui-kyung might be overthinking things, but she had asked for her help, so she couldn't refuse. She's helped our organization in the past, so this is just returning the favor to put her mind at ease. Shaking off his thoughts, he casts a cold glance at the guard behind him. Meanwhile, back at the company, a meeting is underway. The guards rotate shifts, one saying, "We'll switch every 2 hours," to which the other replies, "Got it." The new guard, seeing Yi-jin standing watch, said, "You're working so hard, you should take a break." The other guard chimed in, "Whatever you do, you have to take care of yourself. Don't worry, we'll put in a good word for you with SVCAP." Yi-jin, unfazed, simply replied, "Psha, thank you," as he continued to stand guard. The two guards exchanged glances and said nothing more. On a busy street, Yi-jin leans wearily against the car door as she asks him, "You must be tired after following me around all day, right?" Despite the late hour, Yi-jin remains focused, replying, "I'm fine." Yi-jin smiled. "Ji-ye speaks highly of you. She must trust you a lot. I've never seen her praise anyone so much, especially an intern." Yi-jin replied, "I'm just average. I guess I'm diligent, so the director trusts me more." Yui-kyung, now seemingly more at ease and trusting, says that if Ji-ye trusts him, then she does too, before asking how long he's been an intern at SVCAP. Yi-jin replies that he hasn't been there long since he's still in school. Yui-kyung continues to ask about him, seemingly trying to get closer, wondering if he's struggling to balance work and school as a high schooler. "It's nothing. I'm fine," Yui-kyung said, eyes widening. "Being this handsome in high school, you must have a lot of girlfriends." He coldly replied, "Not really." Yui-kyung retorted, "You're lying. I don't believe you." Yi-jin calmly stated, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." After a series of questions that yielded no information about Yi-jin, Yui-kyung seemed annoyed, stepping back and saying, "I'm done for today. I'll take you back. Thanks for following me all day." Yi-jin responded, assuring her that once she was home, he would return to his side. Yui-kyung, flustered by his enthusiasm, explained that she was meeting a female friend and didn't want to trouble him since it would be late. Yi-jin assures her that it's no problem. He'll follow her anywhere. It's his job. Yui-kyung's perception of the young man shifts. At the hotel, Yui-kyung happily enters the room, calling out to her boyfriend while Yi-jin watches from outside to ensure her safety. Inside, a man with a beaming face awaits her, her boyfriend. Yui-kyung, you're here," he says, rushing to embrace her. "I missed you so much." She hugs him back tenderly, replying, "Me too." Meanwhile, Yi-jin watches through the doorway, observing the situation, when suddenly her bodyguard slams the door shut. Meanwhile, Yi-jin checks his phone and sees that it's 10:13 p.m. Inside, the couple is still enjoying each other's company, Yui-kyung gazing at her boyfriend with a happy expression. "Have a seat. You flew all this way to see me. I feel a little bad." He chuckled and replied, "It's been so long. I was eager to see you. How could I wait?" Listening to her boyfriend's sweet words, Yi-jin was touched. Yes, there was a lot of fruit on the table, along with a large bottle of wine. After the two had been drinking for a while, Yukyung seemed drunk, and he kept asking her, "Are you okay? Are you already drunk? Hey, Yukyung, say something." At this moment, Yukyung was nearly passed out, unaware of anything, and he kept calling out to her. He stared blankly at her with the glass of wine, then suddenly wore a treacherous smile. He recalled a man approaching him days prior, instructing him to drug Yukyung, promising it wouldn't kill her, and that doing so would erase his 6 billion won gambling debt. He sat across from Yukyung, a sinister look on his face, and said, "I'm sorry, Yukyung, even though I love you. I'm desperate with this 6 billion won debt." Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Yi-jin rushes in, sensing something is wrong. Yukyung's boyfriend, enraged, shouts, "What the hell are you doing here?" Ignoring him, Yi-jin looked at the passed-out Yukyung, realizing her drunken state was far from normal. He approached and shook her gently, but Yukyung remained motionless, unresponsive. It was 11 p.m., he thought. How could she be this drunk? There was hardly any alcohol on her breath. As he thought this, he picked up Yukyung's glass and drank from it. Yukyung's boyfriend, afraid of being found out, jumped up and shouted, "Hey, who are you?" Seeing the situation escalate, the bodyguard tried to stop Yi-jin, asking if he knew who he was dealing with. That was the director's lover, and he was disturbing them. Yi-jin remained unmoved by their shouting, raising the glass to the boyfriend's face and coldly ordering, "Drink this, you bastard." The boyfriend was stunned. Yi-jin, a changed man, demands he drink it, while the guard watches in fear. Yukyung's boyfriend wonders why he's suddenly being forced to drink. He looked at him anxiously. "You're just a bodyguard. What right do you have to make me do anything?" The bodyguard beside him scolded, "What are you doing? That's the director's boyfriend. How can you force him to drink something he doesn't want?" He stared intently and said in a serious tone, "I think the director was tricked into drinking something in this glass." He frowned, raising his voice. "What are you saying?" Yukyung's boyfriend froze in shock, wondering how he knew about the drug he'd slipped into the drink. The angry bodyguard yelled, telling him not to think he could say or do whatever he wanted just because he was the director's bodyguard. He throws the glass to the ground, saying if he won't drink it, he'll take it away. The glass shatters, but Yi-jin only stares coldly at the ground. The bodyguard, his face darkening, angrily tells Yi-jin that he's gone too far, asking him what he thinks this place is, and if SVCP trains bodyguards like that. He says that because he thought he was still a student and an intern sent by them, he chose his words carefully and went easy on him, but that he's crossed the line. Lee Si-sang glared at the roaring man and said, "Get out of this room now, if you know what's good for you." Then, the bodyguard bowed to Yukyung's boyfriend. "I apologize, sir. He's an intern from SVCP assigned to the director, and he's still learning proper etiquette. We'll visit you later to offer our apologies." He breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I understand. He's a bit suspicious, but it's fine. He's just an intern. I hope this doesn't happen again. Your director is drunk, so let her rest here and I'll take her home when she wakes up." Sweating, he glanced over, startled. Yi-jin was already carrying Yukyung and walking away. The bodyguard shouted from behind, grabbing Yi-jin's shoulder, "What do you think you're doing?" Yi-jin immediately kicked him in the leg. He doubled over in pain and Yi-jin kicked him in the face again, sending the guard crashing to the ground. Yukyung's boyfriend recoils in shock as Yi-jin coldly picks her up and carries her away, quickly running off. Just then, two men in black suits appeared, one of them angrily asking where he was taking the director, accusing him of kidnapping her and calling him crazy. But Yi-jin only frowned slightly, then set her down. The two men sneered, asking if he really thought he could take them on alone. He rises, casting a fearsome gaze upon them as they advance, and intercepts one of their punches. With one hand, he gripped the guard's fist, and with the other, he struck his neck. He fell, clutching his throat in pain, and without hesitation, Yi-jin kneed him in the face. The other thug throws a punch, but Yi-jin effortlessly dodges it and retaliates with a powerful blow. While the bodyguard was distracted, he grabbed his face and threw him aside. After the fight, he coldly stared down at the two men he'd defeated, his face expressionless. Meanwhile, Yi-ye pales as she listens on the phone. Yi-jin, driving, replies that the bodyguards protecting her are suspicious. "So I took them down and brought your director home." Yi-ye then recalled what Kim Il-kyung had told her. She once said those bodyguards weren't protecting her, but watching her. Remembering that, Yi-ye felt a chill and wondered if she was telling the truth. She asked from her seat, "So where are you and her now?" As he drove, he spoke to Yi-ye on the other end of the line. "I just got her out of the bar and we're driving. She seems to have been drugged, but she appears stable. Still, we need to get her to a hospital for a thorough checkup." Ye ordered from the other end of the line. Don't take her to a hospital. It doesn't seem safe. He remained silent. Mai continues, you don't understand her situation. If the press gets wind of this, they'll blow it out of proportion, and she'll be under immense pressure. He replies, but even though she's a victim, the press will still blame her? Yae says seriously that all the guards Sa sent are the same, so Sa must be colluding with someone to harm her. It's possible that someone high up in the SA group contacted a powerful force or individual to ruin her reputation. Bringing her down would benefit many in the business world, so anything is possible. She suddenly remembers that figure, and Ye's face turns cold. Who that person is, I can't say yet. Yijin doesn't speak and continues driving. Suddenly, he glanced over to see a car had pulled up alongside him. The driver roared, "Stop right now, you bastard!" The phone crackles to life. What's that noise? Are you being followed? Yijin calmly replies, Yes, they're right on my tail. Quite a few of them. He glanced at the car tailing him as Ye's voice echoed, You have her in the car. He nodded. Okay, I understand. There's a GPS tracker on her, so rest assured I'll send backup immediately. His face remained calm as he replied, Understood. I'll stall for time until backup arrives. They won't catch me on this road anyway. Ye sighed in relief. I'm relieved you're with her. Just try to buy us some time. She's still unconscious, right? Through the rearview mirror, he sees Yu Kyung slumped in the back. Yijin says softly, She'll need some time to wake up. Ye leans back in his seat. They're already after you. This isn't going to end easily. I'll protect her at all costs and see what she says when she wakes up. This is complicated, so we need to be careful. If I hadn't been there to get her away, I can't imagine what would have happened if they'd taken her in that state. I understand, so do your best to protect her. His car suddenly changed direction. Rest assured, even if you didn't say it, this is it. He calmly turned the steering wheel. It's what a bodyguard like me has to do. Ye's lips curved into a smile. Times have changed. I used to think you were just doing your duty and indifferent to everything. She smiled contentedly. But gradually, I've come to understand you better. I'm glad I sent you over there this time. With you there, I feel much more at ease. At the same moment, Ye's car also came to a stop, and the cars tailing him immediately followed suit as the men inside aggressively approached. Ye, expressionless, exited the car. Hoto guards, take him down. 4 men approached him at once. Ye struck one's arm, then drove his elbow into the man's stomach. Another one charges forward, but Ye grabs his head and slams it against the car door, the blow causing him to cough up blood and collapse. Manager Kong, witnessing this, turns pale with fear. The henchmen were worried and dared not step forward, and Ye glanced at them with disdain. As dusk settles, we transition to a luxurious high-rise, where a phone is smashed to pieces, and CEO Shu appears, seething with resentment. He fumes, muttering to himself about what an idiot the guy is, and how he couldn't pull off a plan that was practically laid out for him. He drugged her, didn't call the reporters, and let some bodyguard kid rescue her. Suddenly, Zae Okshu turns around and asks, Where is Yi Yu Cheong? The other person immediately answers. The bodyguard who saved her is on the run, but we've got people chasing him. Hearing this, CEO Shu was relieved and ordered, All right, but don't hurt Yi Yu Cheong. With that, the subordinate respectfully complied. He then added in a low voice that reporting this kidnapping to the police might put them at a disadvantage. The kid will be caught eventually, and the police will investigate and do blood tests. If they find out she was drugged, it'll be troublesome. But Zeokshu stubbornly waved his hand, refuting the suggestion. I understand, but let it play out. I have a plan. And wasn't that kid a trainee bodyguard from SV Cap? He said that, and Zealot, a little confused, thought to himself, he must just want to save her, but it's fine. That way the police will think it was SV Cap and not us. Let the police investigate and make no statements. It's best if we in SV Cap avoid major conflicts. Meanwhile, on the other side, a car with bright headlights slowly approaches. Standing before them, Yijin remained fearless and composed as the men in black swarmed out of the vehicles. They quickly surrounded Yijin, and Chief Zhang frowned, saying, I can't believe you'd do this after she trusted you as her personal bodyguard. Your actions are those of an accomplice. I don't know why you're doing this, but it ends here. The police are involved, so this won't end simply. As his words trailed off, Yijin retorted, Are you trying to frame me? I'm simply protecting the director from those with ill intentions. The section chief was stunned. You're protecting the director? With a sudden surge of anger, he sternly questioned, "Are you implying that we're the villains you're protecting the director from?" Without hesitation, Yi Jin met his gaze head-on. At that moment, a pair of slender legs appeared in the distance, followed by Yu Qiong, who stumbled out of the car, disoriented and confused. Seeing this, the department head immediately approached and asked, "Director, are you all right?" After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here? I was at the bar, so why am I here now?" But seizing the opportunity, the section chief immediately added fuel to the fire, saying that the bodyguard she trusted was trying to take advantage of her. This immediately caused Yu Kiem to exclaim, turning her head abruptly, while Yi Jin remained calm, staring directly at her with a somber gaze. "This is too hard to believe." Yu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Ling, what's going on here?" Without hesitation, Yi Jin calmly stated, "I can't say for sure, but I suspect your boyfriend drugged your drink with ill intentions, so I brought you home." These words send Yu Kim into a frenzy. "What are you saying? He drugged my drink?" Yi Jin confirms, "It's just a guess, but your bodyguards seem to be covering for him and trying to harm you." His words immediately stirred up the others, and the section chief instantly retorted loudly, "What are you talking about? The director and her boyfriend have been together for a long time. What do you know? You've only been here a few days. We believe he has ill intentions towards the director, so he's pretending to say that. We saw him acting suspiciously at the bar, and after he made the director cry and get into the car, we had to chase him down and stop him here." This is all so confusing. Yu Qian is more lost than ever. So what is it, really? Did Lin drug me, or did he? I'm so mixed up. "What is the situation?" she wondered, looking at the people before her before turning to Yi Jin. "Lin was trusted by Jieya and sent to be my bodyguard, but in this situation I can't determine what's right or wrong. And according to Lin, his lover drugged my drink, but why would he do that out of the blue? In this chaotic situation, I can't tell if he's protecting me from those guards or trying to attack me. I need to assess the situation and think fast." Quickly changing her tune, she abruptly said, "Let's go back." In response, Chief Kong smugly thought, "The director was right to trust me. We'll go back to the office and talk." But hearing this, Yu Qiong wondered why Yia trusted Lin's introduction. She then turned serious and said, "All right, wait a moment while I call Yia." But Kang urgently tried to dissuade her, saying that it was chaotic and she could call Yia from the office, but Yu Qiong waved it off, saying it was fine and wouldn't take long. To this, Chief Kong reiterated with emphasis, "Director, it's late and the situation is complicated. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned stern and imposing as he looked at her. Yu quickly became annoyed and protested, "What's wrong with you? I told you I just need to make a quick call to her." But this time he didn't relent, insisting, "You can make the call from the car. It's too chaotic out here. The police and reporters will be here any minute. It would be a PR disaster for the company, and the shareholders wouldn't be happy with you." Defeated, Yu Qiong reluctantly agreed. Hearing this, Chief Kong immediately ordered, "Get the director in the car, now." At his command, his subordinates nodded quickly. Two hulking men lumbered forward, and Yu Qiong was immediately terrified. Quickly, she was surrounded, and Yu Qiong recoiled in fear. In that instant, a dark figure flashed before her, and the bodyguard was instantly knocked out, rolling helplessly on the ground. This sudden turn of events left Yu Qiong wide-eyed in shock, as Yi Jin appeared in front of her, shielding her from harm. Yi Jin stood tall, facing Yu Qiong's bewildered gaze, and reassured her sternly, "Just make the call. I've got this." As he spoke, Chief Kong flew into a rage, ordering everyone to take down the kid. How could they let him do this? Immediately, a swarm of men in black suits charged forward. Yi Jin easily evaded their attacks, swiftly taking down one opponent. Meanwhile, Yu Qiong was still in a panic, muttering, "Sis!" The other end of the line asked, "You're awake?" Meanwhile, Yi Jin continued his relentless assault, and sensing the situation, Yu quickly asked, "So, you know I was drugged?" Without hesitation, Ji replies, "Yes. Lin called and told me he rescued you from that bar." Yu quickly retorts, "But you only heard that from Lin, right? My bodyguards are saying something else." But Jai simply retorted, "Think about it. You don't trust those guards. You asked me to lend you some bodyguards. So, don't think your boyfriend and those people at the company are trustworthy either." Jai's words made Yu Qiong realize everything. She stared in stunned silence as the people around her fell one by one, while Yi Jin was relentlessly swarmed on the other side. He swiftly took down each opponent, another falling with a single blow. And with a flurry of kicks, Yi Jin takes down his opponents one by one, his eyes burning with rage. Meanwhile, Jai quietly added, I think you should follow Lin and have him take you to me. Then we'll do a blood test to see if you've been drugged. Everything will be clear then, understand? Yu, hesitant, quickly agreed, but a sudden loud noise from afar startled her. Yu Qiong was momentarily terrified, her body trembling, but the situation was chaotic, and Lin was surrounded by too many people in the distance. She didn't know if she could follow him back to Ji's company. Jai simply smiled, replying that he could handle it, saying that even though he's just an intern, his skills are undeniable. Indeed, at that moment, Yijin easily took care of all those people, and witnessing that brutal scene, Yu Qiong was stunned for a moment as Yijin swiftly passed through the crowd unscathed. He quickly delivered a final blow, taking down the last opponent as Yu watched in astonishment. At that moment, Yijin stood tall amidst the carnage like a god. This immediately paled Yu, who stammered, "How could you do that?" Without hesitation, Yijin adjusted his tie. His face turned cold as he retorted, "It's my business." A moment later, the scene shifts to a deserted highway where Yu, still in the car, remains dazed and unable to recover. She gazed out the window, lost in thought, when Yu suddenly asked, "Are you all right, Lin?" Yukio immediately reassured him, saying he was fine. Seeing his calm demeanor, she couldn't help but recall what had just happened. "I didn't expect a trainee bodyguard from SVCAP to take down all the company's guards, and he looks like a high schooler." Yu Qiong simply replied that she was fine, just a little tipsy and now completely sober. She then suddenly darkened, expressing that she only escaped danger thanks to him, and that she finally saw the truth. These words immediately caught Yijin's attention, and he looked at Yu Qiong, who was now frantically typing, blaming her boyfriend for tricking her into taking drugs. She had been calling him, but he didn't even dare to answer the phone. If he cared about me, he would have chased after me or called when I was taken away. But no. And those bodyguards earlier, their attitude was so strange, like I didn't even exist, not caring about what I went through, Yu Qiong said, clearly disappointed. Clearly. Yijin was speechless, left only to listen in silence. Soon after, Yu Qiong frowned, muttering to herself, wondering who was behind all this. That bastard bribed my boyfriend to drug my drink, but why would he do that? Later, we cut to a bustling neighborhood where Yijin's car finally stops, and a loud voice suddenly calls out, "Yu Kung-ah," startling her. Yu Qiong was stunned. "Seoksu, why are you here?" Seoksu's footsteps grew louder behind her. This immediately made Yu Qiong wonder why he had come all the way here. He turns on her, claiming he heard she was kidnapped and came to check on her, asking if she was hurt. Hearing this, Yu Qiong hesitates, then asks why he's here. But before she could finish, Seoo preemptively cut her off, saying he was worried about her, which is why he came. "Let's go home now," he said, flashing a bright smile. This immediately alerted Yu, who wondered if Yijin had arrived just in time to stand before her. Seeing him, Seoo was instantly displeased, asking, "Who is this kid?" Without hesitation, the subordinate behind him confirmed it was him, prompting CEO Seo to ask if it was really him. He fixed his gaze on him, eyes blazing with fury. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Is this the kid who took down all those bodyguards? In the car, CEO Su questioned his subordinate. Was Yao Xiong cornered by a guard? The subordinate readily admitted, yes. Then paling, he added, but he took out everyone who chased after him. At this, Seo Geon-su was shocked and stunned. What? He took down all our men by himself? Am I hearing things? But his subordinate replied decisively, no, sir, you heard right. He took them all down. This revelation sends Seo Aksu into a frenzy of disbelief. Back in reality, he recognizes the figure before him, realizing, so, it's you. You're the one who cornered Yo Qiong. But a voice from afar suddenly affirmed, you're wrong. He's protecting Yao Qing. Just as those words faded, Ji Ye arrived in a fluster. Hearing this, Yao Qing instantly brightened, while Seo Osu's face darkened with displeasure. Shinji-ye, what do you mean? I don't understand. He cornered Yao Qiang, everyone saw it, and now you're taking his side, Director Shin? Without hesitation, Ji Ye firmly replies, that's right, I told him to do it. At this, Seo Oksu was silenced, before finally muttering in a disgruntled tone, you must be joking. So, you told him to do it? Even if you're close to Yao Qing, this is going too far. Now that I'm here, let's talk later. Yao Qing's health is what matters. Seeing this, Ji Ye didn't hesitate to cut him off. It's good that you care about Yo Young. As for the other matter, I asked him to do it because I was worried about her. I considered everything before acting. At this point, Seoksu was helpless and could only express his frustration. Fine, I appreciate you caring for her. Immediately, he insisted that they'd said what needed to be said, and it was late. He added that he didn't have time to chat with Director Ji Ye any longer. With the matter seemingly resolved as a simple misunderstanding, CEO Su smugly chuckled, quickly urging, "Yu Kyung, shall we go home now?" Without hesitation, Yai Kyung refused, saying she'd stay with Ji Ye and had much to discuss with her. Seo Ok-su's face darkened instantly. He realized she suspected something and knew he had to get her home. If she gets a blood test here, everything will be exposed. And if SVK gets involved, things will get even more complicated. Out of options, he tenses up, emphasizing that she's caused too much trouble with the bar incident, and he had to come here hoping to resolve things. But now she won't come home with him? Does she want to drag this out and cause more problems? At his words, Yao Qing hesitates for a moment. I wasn't cornered by him. We talked it out and explained everything. This revelation immediately caused her to panic and turn pale. He immediately became stern and decisive. I understand you're disoriented after waking up, but please, think about this. We need to handle our company's problems ourselves. Why involve SVK? If this blows up, what will happen to our reputation? Hearing this, Yao Qi felt a sudden fear and trembled all over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji. Silently, he pondered that what the man said made sense. Yu Kyung was the current director, and fearing the bodyguard's suspicious behavior, she had asked for his help. But now the situation has gone beyond what I can interfere with. Perhaps they should resolve this themselves. At this point, Yao Chi Kyung had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll go back with you. Hearing this, Oksu grinned with delight, and Yo Kyung hurried back to his side, flustered. As she walked, she gritted her teeth, thinking, things are too murky, and I still don't know who masterminded the drugging. The guards seem to always be watching me, waiting for a chance to do something bad, and the mastermind is still in the shadows. Returning like this is dangerous, but I have no other choice right now. In that instant, Yao Qiong coldly brushed past Jaeokshu, who watched her go, thinking to himself, good, now that she's back, it's like the blood test never happened. I'll control her and turn her into a puppet. He'll wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Oksu directly confronts GE with a smug look. For now. Meanwhile, on the other side, G. Zealot silently agreed. She must be terrified to go back there. Now she can see who has bad intentions. He never imagined her own brother would be behind this, not some stranger, seeing her tailing GE like that. GE, somewhat relieved, glanced around. At that moment, GE realized something from afar. Just then, GE suddenly appeared, sticking close behind her. Seeing this, Seo Oksu couldn't hide his displeasure. What's wrong, kid? What do you want? In response, Yijin coldly and resolutely states that he will follow the director to protect her. This quickly caused the lackey to flush with anger, and his subordinates frowned in displeasure. Meanwhile, Yijin resolutely stares at Yuk Woong. Quickly she understood and came to a realization. In an instant. With confidence, Yuk stepped forward, a smug grin spreading across her face. Immediately, Yuk stated with conviction that he would accompany her, as he was her bodyguard. Hearing this, the Zakshu group was immediately enraged, their faces pale and their teeth grinding. All right, let's go home. Immediately, Yuk resolutely stepped forward. With a determined look, Yijin quickly followed her, leaving the GE executives frustrated and sighing in resignation. Damn it, I'm starting to like that Lin kid. I wonder about Director Yuk. Is Yuk being charmed by that kid? Moments later, we cut to a luxurious high-rise building. Here, Yuk. Immediately retorted with a stern expression. It seems you've misunderstood, Chief Kang. I wasn't charmed by him. He was simply protecting me. Hearing this, the director flew into a rage and retorted, Director, I don't understand what you're saying. That's right, Yuk. Remained firm. Then, Manager Kang, oblivious, questioned Ling Huang. I don't understand. You said some very strange things when we crashed outside. Was the director being controlled when he said those things? Yuk asks. Without hesitation, retorts, No, to be honest, I find your attitude and words a bit strange. These words strike a nerve with Chief Kang, who freezes in shock. Helpless, Seoju suddenly spoke up from afar, diffusing the situation. All right, we're safe back at the office, so let's stop arguing. You don't need to be wary of me. After all, we're one big family. As for Chief Kang, he's just worried about you. How could he have imagined your boyfriend would do that? That's why he thought you were cornered by his own bodyguard. He then smirked triumphantly and continued in a sinister tone. When I was drugged there, if he didn't think that young man had feelings for me, that would be strange. Hearing this, Yo Kyung didn't know what to say. and helplessly wondered, is this because of Director Miu or someone else? She thought to herself, in this company, there's no one left to trust. As soon as she heard that, Yo Kyung anxiously looked around. Fortunately, she glanced at Yi-jin with renewed hope, grateful to have someone she could trust by her side, even though they had only known each other for a short time. Meanwhile, back at the office, CEO Su suddenly asked, how long is he planning to follow you? Without hesitation, Yo Kyung replied, he'll be with me until I tell him to stop. Hearing this, Seo Asu was furious, gritting his teeth. Fine, you're getting more and more stubborn, but that's okay. Just wait and see if you'll be begging for my forgiveness later. Just then, a phone rang in the distance. It was Jai, her familiar older sister. She immediately cut to the chase, asking him to step outside so she could take the call. Jai, sounding frustrated, urged her to listen and answer quickly, keeping it brief. Yao Chung promptly agreed. Jai cut to the chase, explaining that Lin had given the wine she drank to her people. It was a rush job, so they couldn't identify everything, but a quick test revealed sleeping pills and narcotics. Hearing this, Yao Chung was stunned, her eyes wide. Jai continued, saying it seemed someone wanted to humiliate her publicly, so they put addictive drugs in the drink. Be careful now. I saw reporters heading to your office, along with inspectors and the police. Immediately, she cast a wary eye, secretly observing them, a move that surprised CEO Shu. Seeing this, Yo Kyung tactfully interrupted the conversation, and Jia, surprised, asked why they were doing this to her. Of course, it's understandable. If Director Za's actions were exposed, imagine what would happen to the company's stock and reputation. What would her grandfather, the chairman of the group, think of the company's management? To calm public opinion, she would have to take responsibility and be dismissed even before the director. Yes, Yu Kyung, once again disappointed, continued. I understand, but how do we get out of this mess, sis? Without hesitation, Ji bluntly replies, then tell him the truth. This was crucial, but Yo Kyung hesitated. But I don't know where he is. Jai confidently responds, assuring her that she has the address of her grandfather's resort, causing Yao Kyung's eyes to widen in surprise. On the other end of the line, Jie reiterated that this was critical, so she needed to be careful. Whoever did this would never let her simply approach the chairman and reveal their scheme. Of course, be careful. Even the chairman's closest aides could be bought off. Leave the office now. The reporters and police are on their way. Go find him quickly. Those words immediately struck a chord with Yao Kyung. In an instant, she glared at the group with resentment, realizing she was on her own. With no other choice, Yao Qing fell into a helpless contemplation, and in an instant, she slammed her phone shut without a word. Then, in the next moment, Yo Kyung took the initiative, saying, Please leave first. I'm going home too. Startling CEO Su, huh? Without hesitation, Yao Kyung firmly insists that she's tired and needs to rest, so she's going home. As she finishes, CEO Su quickly interjects, asking her to talk things over before leaving so abruptly, urging her to stay and finish the conversation. To this, Yao Qing coldly retorted that she was tired and had already told Chief Kong everything, who witnessed it all. At this point, there was no other way. So Sayoko stubbornly dragged out the conversation, saying, about what your boyfriend did. Should we talk about that now? Do you want me to have him arrested? To this, Yao Chung sighed, saying she was tired of it all and he could do whatever he wanted, arrest him, take him to the police station, and then let her know. Hearing this, CEO Su couldn't contain his anger and roared, Hey, Kim Yao Chung! He roared, demanding she stay and finish their conversation before leaving. Without hesitation, Yao Chung brushed him off, telling him to let go. Thankfully, Yi-jin appeared just in time, grabbing his hand, and the two faced off. Without hesitation, Yi-jin twisted his arm with brutal force. A pained grimace washed over his face as he cursed, You bastard! From afar, a swift blow came rushing in, but Yi-jin easily dodged it, retreating to face his opponent. In an instant, Yi-jin was consumed by rage. Seeing this, the black-clad figure seized the opportunity, stripping off Yang Yang's clothes with a smug grin. All right, kid. Let's see who falls first. But before he could finish, Yi-jin landed a fatal blow, instantly felling the man in black. I was taking off his clothes. Why did he attack? Another blow immediately followed. Yi-jin immediately grabbed him by the collar, slamming the hooded man into the floor. In an instant, he was defeated, writhing in agony as Yi-jin glared down with an icy stare. Seeing this, the executive was terrified, and the section chief's face went stiff as a statue. Faced with this situation, Yu Kyung was speechless, and the cowardly executive, left with no choice, loudly gave an order. At his command, the others immediately charged forward. They quickly and simultaneously attacked Yi-jin, but he easily defeated them all. Another fool rushes in, only to be swiftly dealt with by Yi-jin. Seoksu seizes the opportunity to strike, but Yi-jin effortlessly blocks him. He quickly landed a devastating blow, causing the man to cough up blood, then immediately turned his gaze to the remaining thugs. Without hesitation, he launches a swift attack, taking down every last one of the black-clad thugs. Witnessing this, the Zyuksu gang couldn't help but be amazed. Yuki-young froze for a moment, stunned by his words. Seizing the opportunity, Seo Aksu immediately and loudly gave the order. "What are you all standing around for? Call all the guards upstairs." In the silent hallway, Yi-jin frantically chases after Yuki-young. Suddenly, Yuki-young declared that she would go to her grandfather to discuss the matter, believing it was the only way to resolve things. Yi-jin didn't react, silently following behind. Seeing his silence, Yuki-young turned back, pleading, "Right now. Anyone could be my enemy. So, I need you to come with me and protect me, Lin." She then hesitated and asked for help. "So, will you come with me?" Yi-jin, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. "Don't worry, I'll go with you and protect you." Hearing this, Yuki-young smiled with relief. Meanwhile, Zyoksu's men assured him that the director and that kid wouldn't be leaving the company without his orders. But as he spoke, he seemed to notice something. Yi-jin and his companion were headed their way. One of the henchmen quickly noticed and shouted, "Hey, stop right there!" The white-haired guy quickly informed their boss. "We've spotted them. Rest assured, we'll bring them to you." He then hung up, his eyes turning cold as he glared at the pair. He brazenly orders his men to take down the bodyguard and bring the director to the council chamber. The henchman and Yi-jin quickly closed in, exchanging blows with hurried steps. As soon as the fight began, Yi-jin swiftly kicked one of them hard in the face. He quickly parried the attacks, blocking the dangerous blows, then swiftly took down each opponent, moving on to the next. He fought tirelessly, parrying blow after blow without fear, and Yi-jin swiftly took down the last of his opponents. His speed and power shocked the white-haired thug, who angrily spat out, "You bastard!" Then he arrogantly complimented him, "You're pretty good." His eyes now studied Yi-jin with caution, and the two quickly engaged in a fierce brawl. The white-haired fighter, seemingly stronger than the Lola crew, relentlessly attacks Yi-jin, landing a blow to the face that makes him wince. But quick as lightning, he retaliates, and the two are evenly matched. The white-haired fighter eyes Yi-jin, deep in thought. This kid's strength is no joke, but he's nowhere near my level of experience. I'll bait him into an opening and take him down. Before he could think, Yi-jin immediately attacked, slamming him hard into the ground. This guy's no pushover. He quickly spots the opening, but can't capitalize. Yi-jin swiftly strikes with his elbow, sending blood flying. The silver-haired man lay motionless, and Yi-jin, thinking it was over, sat down, unguarded. Suddenly, a slash and a stream of blood flowed as Yi-jin was struck with a long cut on his arm. The wound bleeds profusely, and Yuki can only watch in horror. The white-haired man rises, acting as if he's invincible. "I was going easy on you in front of the director, but you've pushed me too far. Fine. I'll put a few holes in you to fix that attitude." Yi-jin remained silent, bracing himself as the white-haired fighter lunged with his knife. Unfortunately for him, Yi-jin skillfully dodged every strike. Finally, he found an opening and wrestled him to the ground. The white-haired man, in pain and rage, retaliated, but he was no match for Yi-jin, while Yuki remained worried. Seeing this, Yi-jin said to her, "All right, let's go, director." As the elevator descended, Yuki worriedly glanced at Yi-jin's injured arm. Yuki couldn't help but ask if Yi-jin was all right, to which he replied that it was nothing, just a scratch. Though he said he was fine, Yuki-young couldn't help but worry, thinking how lucky she was to have a bodyguard like him, or she never would have escaped that situation. She silently thanked him, realizing that with all her relatives and acquaintances plotting against her, she could only rely on him now. "Hopefully we won't have to face any more bodyguards from the company." As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a formidable army, radiating power. Yi-jin coldly glared at the group before turning to Yuki and saying, "Looks like we have company. Please, stay behind me." The scene shifts to the boss, who angrily berates his subordinates. These fools couldn't even handle one trainee bodyguard and let him beat them and take the girl. The defeated men returned in silence, crestfallen. The CEO then anxiously asked if Yuki had returned home as she said, to which the white-haired man fearfully replied that they had gone to her apartment. But no one was there. It seems the director didn't return home as she said she would. Hearing this, the enraged executive swept everything off his desk, yelling, "Damn it!" His face filled with anguish and fear. He thought, "This is bad. It looks like she's going to expose everything to him. I even prepared reporters, but she still escaped. It's all that bodyguard's fault. The phone on the table was shattered, unreadable. Inside the magnificent castle, the subordinates carefully observed and reported. Inside, Yuki-young's stepfather relentlessly questions him. So, Yuki-young escaped? Xiaoxu, filled with fear, replies, yes. The stepfather, hearing this, curses him without hesitation. You're an idiot. We prepared so thoroughly to trap her, and she still escaped. How can I ever trust you again? The driver, now sweating profusely, pleaded, it's my fault. Just then, someone entered and reported to the stepfather, Sir, Director Yuki-young is here at the mansion. Ah, she's here to see the chairman. How could that be? How did she know the chairman was here? What should we do? The guard asked. He frowned, annoyed. What else could they do? The chairman had ordered that his presence here for rest and relaxation remain a secret. The bodyguard bowed, acknowledging the order. He pondered, wondering where this would lead. That idiot Shu was useless. The guards tried to stop her, insisting the chairman wasn't there, but she refused to believe them, determined to see him. After some back and forth, she said she was mistaken, but asked to check inside, which they refused. He silently pondered G.E.'s words. As she silently recalls G.E.'s words, she realizes the chairman's close aides have also sided with Shu, just as she predicted. Everyone is against her now. Biting her nails, she wonders how she can possibly meet with him. If they won't let her in, she's powerless. She snapped awake at the guard's shout. What are you doing, you bastard? With a few swift moves, Yijin took down 2 guards. Chiweng was shocked. Yijin's hands were covered in blood as he opened the gate and called her in, startling her. Dare to come in? He glanced at Chiong and explained. She said she wanted to go in and see the chairman, right? Of course, you wouldn't be able to get in there if I didn't do this. Chiong was now wary of his actions. Yijin turned and walked inside. Follow me. Kiong watched him leave, then quietly followed. Inside, the bodyguards rushed out, shouting about an intruder. But then, Yijin easily stopped them with just a few basic moves. The first one quickly took a fatal blow, and the second one, rushing in, was beaten down in an instant. Yijin unleashes a devastating punch, tearing through the crowd like they're nothing. In a flash, he spins around, grabbing a man in black by the head. With that, Yijin delivered a crushing blow, and in seconds the man was unconscious, clearing the path for Yuki-young. Yuki-young was momentarily unnerved by this sight, but Yijin, in contrast, confidently strode forward. Later, we find ourselves in a cozy room filled with medical equipment. Yuki-young's grandfather lies in bed, agitated. He asks what all the commotion is about, and without hesitation, Yuki-young's father acknowledges the order. He hesitated, suggesting it was probably just reporters who'd found out about him being there and were trying to get in, but were being held back by security. He offered to go check it out and immediately turned to leave. The door opens and closes, and the man's face darkens with displeasure. He pressed, asking why the situation outside was so chaotic. The man in black quickly responded that their bodyguards were dealing with a kid accompanying the director. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, aren't the people on her side supposed to be our plants? Then that kid is quite strange. To this, he sighed in frustration, wondering if she'd caught on and changed her guards. He asked how many were out there and if they could be dealt with quickly. In response, the guard hesitated. Yes, just one person. A kid. This seemed absurd, and the man's face turned red with anger. One person caused all this? Without hesitation, the man in black declared they would send all their guards to take him down, followed by a sudden desperate shout, "Don't let him get up there!" The 2 men were stunned by the unexpected cry. Immediately, a series of strange noises echoed through the air, quickly turning the 2 men's faces pale with fear. From afar, a sudden collision occurred, leaving the black-clad guard scattered lifelessly on the floor, leaving the other 2 speechless. Meanwhile, Yijin approached from afar, with Yujium boldly following in his wake, their arrival shocking the man in black. He took down 20 of our guards and made it all the way here? How is that possible? At this, he panicked and asked, Yujium, what are you doing causing such a ruckus? Without hesitation, Yujium stated firmly, Greetings, I want to see him, but these people keep stopping me. He stubbornly replied that the chairman needed peace and quiet due to work stress. So why was she causing such a commotion? Without hesitation, Yujium somberly revealed that many people were trying to frame her to damage the company's reputation and image. Hearing this, he realized something and thought to himself, so she knows and has come to tell him about it. He quickly cut to the chase, saying, All right, go home for now and we'll talk about it later. To this, Yujium sternly insisted, but I need to see him first. Yet, the man stubbornly ordered, Take her home. Defeated, the bodyguard bowed his head. Despite the arrangement, Yujium stood firm, and the bodyguard, wary, thought to himself that this kid had taken down all his men, so he needed to be careful. Yijin remained cold and indifferent, while behind her, her father suddenly spoke up, provoking her. "Why would you trust an outside bodyguard? It's not good for the company." To this, Yujium smirks without hesitation. "I have to trust him, because right now, he's the only one I can trust." Her words ignite the man's fury. He glared at her, his face contorted with rage, and in an instant the bodyguard was sent flying. Yujium's grandfather appeared in the doorway as the bodyguard was swiftly beaten to the ground. Seeing her, Yujium's grandfather gently placed the newspaper on the bed, hesitating for a moment. Meanwhile, Yujium's father stood to the side, still in shock, as Yujium seized the opportunity to approach him. Seeing her, Yujium quickly took the initiative to speak. "My dear?" To which she immediately responded with a sweet smile. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, grandfather, but I have something to tell you." "All right, what is it you want to say?" As soon as he finished, Yujium told him everything. X-Shu had me drugged and tried to leak it to the press to disgrace me and the company. Before she could finish, Yujium's face darkened. Inside the lavish mansion, he sat on the sofa, speaking to someone on the other end of the line. "Yes, I heard you helped the child. Thank you very much. Perhaps we'll meet again." I was quite surprised that this happened to her, but I really don't want to interfere further in your company's internal affairs, so please handle it from here. He continued, "I've neglected things, leaving them to my brothers, and now she doesn't know who's friend or foe. Luckily, that kid helped her out, because she doesn't trust anyone from the security company. This all stems from my negligence." Shinenguk responded, "Indeed, without the care of those above, things could spiral out of control, leading to unforeseen consequences. No one wanted things to turn out this way." He listened in silence, his eyes downcast in thought. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "That young man helped UQ, didn't he?" Shinenguk voiced his concern, adding that he was getting old and unable to manage everything. "I would feel much better if that young man was always by her side, protecting her. That's what I mean." Shinenguk sighs, telling him not to overthink things and to rest up so he can get back to running things as before. "You're drunk, aren't you? Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I offered the boy a job with us, but it seems he declined. Honestly, any other bodyguard would have jumped at the chance." Shinenguk's face darkens as he asks what was said, then smirks, telling him not to take it so seriously. "I used to be scared when you looked so serious, but I'm old now, so I'm used to it." Shinenguk hung up the phone, saying, "Okay, you're rambling again. I'm hanging up." He sat on the bed, smiling at the disconnected phone, when suddenly old memories resurfaced. When Yijin came to his house, he told him that he seemed to have helped Yuki quite a bit this time. Inguk continued, saying that even though he was just a bodyguard, his actions were quite puzzling. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He continued, "You've done everything to help Yuki-young without fear of endangering yourself, and even if your director ordered it, I'm still surprised. Since we have time to talk, could you tell me why you did it, or what you want from Yuki-young?" Yijin replied that protecting the director is what all bodyguards must do. Upon hearing this, the man looked at his phone, wondering what he was supposed to do. While at SV Cap, Kim Yuki-young gratefully spoke to Shinji in a cozy reception room. "Thank you so much. I'm safe because of you," she said politely. "It's no problem. I'm happy to help." Yuki-young smiled as she recounted, "My grandfather was furious after hearing everything. He didn't think my uncle would do something like that to damage my reputation, and it's also affecting the company's image." Her face suddenly darkened as she added that she'd learned her boyfriend was planted by her cousin all along, and now her grandfather was furious, forcing him to leave the country for a while. As for her father, the chairman only scolded him for failing to raise his son properly, and didn't punish him at all. She thought to herself that the chairman seemed unaware of the collusion between the father and son. Punishing both could destabilize the company, so he punished only one. Thankfully, everything's settled down, and nothing should happen for a while, so I'll reorganize the company and my security team. She reassured her, "Good. It's good that everything's okay." Yu-kyung suddenly nods, asking where Lin is today, as she calmly sips her tea. He's finished his task, so he's back to his usual training. My grandfather has assigned me a security detail, so I should be safe. Yu-kyung feigned sadness. "Sister," she immediately retorted. "Don't even." Yu-kyung protested. "You cut me off before I even finished." Zinzi calmly set her teacup down, replying, "Do you even need to say it? You want Lin to come with you, don't you?" Having her intentions read, Yu-kyung was momentarily stunned, but reluctantly agreed. "Yes, that's right. I know it's difficult, but I still wanted to ask. If he can't come back with me, could he stay with me for a little longer?" Sinzi coldly refuses. No, you seem to want it more. The atmosphere between them suddenly becomes heavy and awkward. Meanwhile, back at the training room, the coach shouts, "All right, harder!" Ijin immediately throws a powerful punch at the pad the coach is using to cover his chest. He breathed heavily, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead as Yu Kyung watched him from across the training room in the fading light. Her eyes, filled with a hint of melancholy, gazed at Ijin's back as she thought, so I won't be seeing him anymore. During a break, the coach suddenly noticed her and asked, "Who's that?" Ajin, drenched in sweat, turned toward the door. As if understanding him, she gently approaches her. Yoo-jung smiles softly and expresses, "I've come to thank you for helping me all this time." Before he could answer, she cut him off. "That's what I'm supposed to do, right?" Ijin was speechless, stammering for a moment. She chuckled and reiterated, "Thank you so much. I don't need your protection anymore. My grandfather sent me a bodyguard." Ijin was speechless, staring at her in surprise as Ayu Kyung quickly handed him an envelope, saying it was a token of her gratitude. Ijin frowned with sadness as he left the gym, watching her retreating figure. The gossiping members of the training center began to whisper again. Huh? That's the letter she gave Ijin. Is that Director Kim from the Say group? All right, let's see what Director Kim gave him. Ijin then pulled a card from the envelope. He immediately recognized it as a shimmering Ultra VIP black bank card and stared at it blankly, lost in thought. The others were stunned, staring at the shimmering card in his hand, and then they all shouted, a black card silencing the departing students. Lee Jae-hyung said with amusement as he walked, "So, everyone's gathering there today to play a few rounds of League, right? It's been a while since we all got together. I wonder if they've improved." Ijin watched them leave with a gentle smile, but his expression shifted as he turned away, his face hardening. He furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Outside the school gates was a familiar, handsome face, gradually revealing itself to be 002. Ijin stopped and spoke to his friends. "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later." Without a second thought, Book Guangchan agreed. "Okay, hurry up, we'll be missing someone." Then, the three of them chuckled as they walked forward. At that moment, he glanced meaningfully at 002 amidst the crowded buildings. "Our 002. And Ijin walked side by side as he spoke with his head lowered. "You look like an ordinary student, 001. Ijin listened in silence as 002 frowned and cut to the chase. "We've received a request from headquarters. This mission comes with a hefty reward, so..." Ijin, curious, cuts in to ask, "From the base?" He stared blankly ahead, his face etched with exhaustion as he replied, "Yes, they want us to take care of Alice." Upon hearing that, Ijin froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as 002, and he exchanged a long, silent look in the twilight. Finally, 002 spoke first, asking, "So, what are your intentions?" Ijin paused, then looked down thoughtfully, replying, "What opinion could I have? You can now be considered the leader of the numbers, Sia 002. Hearing that, Ijin frowned, his eyes filled with displeasure as 002 reiterated, emphasizing that he always valued Ijin's opinion when it came to decisions about the numbers, and that he came to ask him about it. Hearing this, Ijin remained silent as 002 glared at him, emphasizing, "You know what I'll do in situations like this, don't you?" He furrowed his brow, a look of defiance on his face. Seeing that expression, 02 coldly reiterated, "I'm here to remind you. Don't do anything foolish, thinking you can save Alice. It's impossible." With that, he left, his face shadowed. Watching 002 walk away in the fading sunlight, Ijin frowned, as if wanting to say something, but remained silent. Meanwhile, inside a room lit by a single bulb, the team gathered, a palpable tension filling the air. Shu 5 steps forward, questioning if they'll accept the mission to eliminate Alice for the reward, to which Shu 4 casually agrees. She frowned slightly, voicing her opinion. "I only asked because I'm curious. Alice Isa saved 001 during the SV-Cap chairman assassination attempt, and now we're taking this job?" Hearing that, 001 raises her voice, saying that's their business and we have our own. 001 has already left the organization, so why should we worry about him? Unsatisfied, 005 remains silent as 004 declares they will proceed with the mission regardless. Suddenly, 006 interjects. "So, what did 001 say?" 002, leaning against the wall, stares blankly and replies, "His opinion doesn't matter in this." 004 sighs, reiterating 002's point, and 006 asks if that means he doesn't want them involved in eliminating Alice. Suddenly, 002's expression hardened, and the others fell silent. 004 sighed in resignation. But then 006 raised his hand, saying, "Guys, money is just money. If we can't get it here, we can get it somewhere else. Do we really have to take this mission?" They all asked in unison. 006 elaborated, saying that the assassin organization in the forest had fought them in life-or-death battles, making them enemies. So eliminating Alice would actually benefit them, right? Everyone was taken aback by his undeniably logical statement. But then, the atmosphere immediately tenses. 004 agrees angrily, saying, "Yeah, those forest assassins have pushed us to the brink so many times, so why the hell would they want to entrust this mission to us now?" Equally annoyed, 008 agreed, saying that even 10 times the reward wouldn't be enough to make him participate. Uri 5 stood with his arms crossed, frowning in contemplation, as Uri 6 voiced his opinion. It seemed they wanted us to fight Alice, weakening us so they could take us all out. Either way, they're definitely trying to get rid of us sooner or later. The more I hear, the angrier I get. 08 and 018 agreed. You're right. 004 slams his knife into the table, furious, saying they're trying to trap them and take advantage, and he'd kill them all if he could. 002 nods, then turns to announce that they'll be abandoning the mission to eliminate Alice. They all nodded in agreement, filled with rage. 006 and his brother didn't object either, but 005 just stared at them helplessly, thinking, "I'll never understand them." They changed their tune quickly, likely influenced by 001. Meanwhile, at another base, a soldier reports to Forrest that 2 small bases have been destroyed, bases previously known only to a few high-ranking members of the organization. It seems she's deliberately targeting these locations, and other bases will be in danger if Alice is doing this on purpose. He frowned and asked, "Have we assigned the mission to the Assassin's Guild?" The soldier immediately replied that bounty hunters from around the world had accepted the mission and were moving out, but almost all had failed, outsmarted by Alice. But the numbers, the organization we were counting on, they haven't accepted the mission. No surprise there. We're like oil and water to them. What about the hound dogs? The soldier continued, "I've contacted that organization, and they'll be moving here in the next few days." Ferret, his mouth full of schemes, thought to himself, "This is our main force. This organization will take on the task of eliminating the traitors. Those assassins are just a distraction." They were almost useless in eliminating Alice. After all, she learned all her tricks here. The sand dogs will send her to her grave. He thought, his face relaxing with satisfaction, leaning back in his chair, and ordered, "Add this to scare her. Spread the word that the numbers have accepted the mission. That should distract her. After all, she's faced them before and knows their strength." Meanwhile, back at the base, 008, holding a bag, complains about what to eat for dinner, while 004 and 002 set down their bags and drinks behind him. 004 excitedly says he has some fried chicken, but 008 sadly replies that he doesn't like chicken. Hearing this, he was a little sad. His lips turned down as he muttered, "Oh man." 002 stood in the corner, silently thinking, then suddenly ducked down and quickly moved away. Hearing the gunfire, 004 and 08 immediately took cover behind large crates as a bullet ripped through their door. The door exploded on impact, instantly shattering into pieces. The food they hadn't eaten yet burned and fell to the floor, and everything around them was charred and empty. 002 cautiously presses against the wall, gun in hand, while a bewildered 004 demands to know what's going on. As 008 defends, he angrily wonders how they could shoot so accurately through covered windows. Then they realize there must be hidden cameras in the room, allowing their enemies to target them with such precision. Suddenly a voice echoed from nowhere. "This is just a warning." 02 looked down thoughtfully, while the other 2 stared in disbelief, recognizing the voice. Outside, Alice, armed and furious, sits at a computer and listening devices. She scowls and warns them, "I'm warning you, abandon the mission to hunt me down." 002 suddenly questions her, asking why she attacked them and where she got the idea they were on a mission. Alice, seemingly unhappy, explains that she didn't want to fight them, as they had at least saved her brother. Suddenly, 004 shouts, "What the hell? We saved her brother and this is how she repays us? We didn't even accept that mission." Alice is stunned. "Huh?" Enraged, 04 declares he'll take on the mission himself, even if it means facing Alice alone, who's left, confused. 08 adds that they never accepted a mission to hunt her down. Alice paused, and they continued to warn her that if she didn't leave, they'd take the job. Seemingly understanding, she stood up and apologized, saying she was only there to warn them and that she was sorry. Suddenly, 02 suggested she come inside to talk. In a large, luxurious, and modern hospital, Alice asked her younger brother in his hospital room if he was feeling better and had recovered at all. He was frail and gaunt, like a lost soul. "Yes, I'm doing better here, thanks to everyone. It makes me happy that you came to visit." Alice smiled, arms crossed, when he suddenly asked a question that startled her. "Have you taken care of everything?" Alice, caught off guard by his question, awkwardly raised her hands, dressed in a tight black suit and cap, admitting she had misunderstood. The others with 004 were furious. "A misunderstanding? After you shot us, that's all you have to say? Come and see this." Feeling guilty, Alice lowered her head, explaining that she'd heard they'd taken a hit from the forest assassins to eliminate her, so she came to warn them. 008, sweating nervously, clarified that they never accepted the job and would never align with their enemies. Hearing this, she became even more flustered, while 004, extremely annoyed, shouted, "Fine, I'll take that mission now to kill her." 02 remained calm, his face expressionless as Alice frowned with worry. I-002 turns away, telling her that since she knows they didn't accept the mission, she should leave. But she remains, as if wanting to say something. Back in the present, he lies in bed and asks, "Is something wrong?" She's startled, a shiver running through her, and worry is plain on his face. Alice stammers, quickly explaining, "Oh, it's nothing, Ejin. I just seem a little different than usual." Meanwhile, in an apartment building, lights still burn bright. Ijin asks someone on the phone if Alice has gone to see them, and May, on the other end, frowns as she replies that Alice seems to be warning them not to accept the task of hunting her down, which has angered 004. He listened silently as she reassured him they wouldn't accept the mission. He was taken aback, remembering 02's cold warning, "Don't even think about saving Alice." May sighs, continuing that they all know about his connection to Alice and that he owes her a debt. Besides, they're enemies with the forest assassins, so how could they accept such a mission? 02 is stubborn and probably won't say anything, but they all understand. Ejin silently listened to her words as she put her hands in her pockets and leaned against the door. "All right, just letting you know. We'll talk more later." 004 is still upset, but he likes the fried chicken you brought him last time. Now he always asks for it. We've bought it from many places, but he doesn't like it because it's not the same flavor. His eyes lowered as he replied, "Okay." He hung up and stared pensively at his phone, then left the room. Jia Zion greeted him cheerfully. "Let's have some fruit together." She's a little surprised by his expression. "Huh? You're smiling as you walk." Her eyes light up as she asks, "Do you have a girlfriend or something?" He's a little surprised. "Why would you suddenly say that?" She coyly voiced her assumptions, saying that his happy mood after the phone call was telling. Of course, this is just her guess, but she's probably right. Kong Su approached with 2 cups of water, adding that he'd noticed the change in him lately, that he seemed more cheerful. He looked blankly, still smiling brightly, at a certain cafe. On the staircase, 2 figures lay struggling, blood everywhere, and inside the scene was no better, with bodies strewn across the floor. The bald man, covered in blood, desperately pleads, "I'm telling the truth. I only supplied Alice with weapons as requested. I don't know where she is." A hand strikes a match, and Viper takes a mysterious drag of his cigarette. He frantically tries to explain, "I was just a middleman, please believe me. Once I learned she was feuding with the Forest Killer Squad, I stopped dealing with her." The man beside him added that all the data on the computer had been checked. Viper, holding his hat in one hand and a gun in the other, shot the bald man and said, "Let's go." The bald man, his back covered in blood, suddenly collapsed. He collapses to the ground, his face still frozen in terror, as Viper casually steps over him and pulls out his phone to make a call. He calmly walked through the bloody corpses, saying, "He knows nothing here. The files you gave me on Alice haven't been much help, but I'm still trying to track her down." On the other end of the line was Forrest, who, after hearing Viper's report, asked if he thought he could find her. Viper quickly reassured him that he needn't worry, as she now had to care for her sick younger sibling, making it impossible for her to escape them. Forrest's voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Even so, can you take her down? She's an exceptional assassin. This is no joke," he said with a mocking smile. He walks with arrogant confidence. "Don't worry, she's in the palm of my hand. Everything she has, I taught her, didn't I?" The scene shifts to a building where a group of people are gathered. "You've all worked hard." A friend of Yijin's invited him to dinner, but he turned them down, saying his sister was waiting and he had to pick up his grandfather. His friend smiles and waves, telling him to have a good time with his family, as another adds that he's so young but already takes care of his family. He smiled there for a moment as Yijin walked home along the busy street, when suddenly he stopped, startled, as a mysterious figure emerged from the crowd. A tall, imposing figure stood before the brightly lit buildings, their eyes sharp and cold. A massive, dazzling company. Alice once infiltrated this place to study SV Cap, but failed in her mission to assassinate its chairman. Of course, after that mission, you all blamed Alice, but she turned against you. Just thinking about it made him spit in anger. You incompetent fools can't do anything right. I told you to be careful with Alice. She's not as simple as you think. He stood in the crowd, convinced that the man blamed Alice for his constant failures, leading him to try and eliminate her, but it backfired, resulting in the chaos of today. The Assassin Guild was useless, relying on numbers instead of individual skill. He leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, thinking that he should have stopped Alice from causing so much chaos. She used to be here, so he'd start his investigation here. His eyes narrowed as he glanced up, noticing Yijin walking from afar, then suddenly stopping and watching him disappear into the distance. His figure disappeared into the shadows, and Yijin, sensing the danger, watched intently. Ahead, a suspicious black car sits, its driver glancing at the building as if surveying it. Unbeknownst to them, Yijin is secretly watching back from a hidden corner. It seems this silent surveillance has been going on for a while now. That car was rented a few days ago. At first glance, it seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, I've come to a different conclusion. Yijin analyzed the car, noting that it parks in one spot, then moves to another, but always remains near the SV building, circling for hours. He concluded indifferently, "It seems someone in the car is watching this place." The person on the other end agreed, "It must be, otherwise the car wouldn't be driving back and forth like that." It turned out that the person connected to him was none other than Zeok-du, and that car had been near the SV building for days. Hearing this, Yijin pondered, perhaps already guessing the problem. Without a response, Zeok-du spoke again. "Wait for me to observe a little more. That car seems quite cautious." Suddenly changing the subject, Yijin asked about the person he'd asked him to watch, and he replied, "He hasn't shown up lately. He seems experienced. I've been watching the CTV van, but he's rarely seen." The driver wondered what was so special about them that they were being investigated, and what trouble he was in now. He quickly explained, "No, I just feel a little uneasy." Perhaps it was experience, but a fleeting glance at the VIP alerted Yijin to be wary. With their surveillance time over, the car returned to a warehouse-like base in a rather deserted area. X, who had been scouting the SV Cap area, got out of the car, and his teammate greeted him, thanking him. He scratched his head, looking curious, and asked why they had been doing this for days, wondering why the captain felt it was necessary. His teammate only knew vaguely that it involved Alice, so they needed to be more careful, X replied casually. In a corner of the warehouse, a faint light flickered in the darkness, the light from VIP's computer screen. On the screen, Anna's file appears with a few lines of information. An employee investigating SV Cap went missing and failed in their mission, followed by strange events. Alice was ordered by the Assassin's Guild to investigate SV Cap in the forest, then withdrew. Next, they all went abroad with Jacko to assassinate the chairman of SV Cap, but ultimately failed. As VIP read, he secretly deduced that Jacko had since tried everything to control Alice, and Alice seemed to have withdrawn from SV Cap, leading to the assassin group ordering her execution. He slowly connected the dots. The numbers attack rescued Alice's sister, and from there, the war began, it seems. VIP seemed to have confirmed the key issue. Everything started with SV Cap. He then decided he needed to investigate this place thoroughly. Another day of work ends for Yijin under Axe's watch, but today he doesn't evade them, walking directly through the streets as usual. Axe immediately noticed him, stopped the car, and got out. Yijin pretended not to notice, turning his back. Axe abandoned the car and followed him on foot, Yijin leading him through countless streets. It seems the VIP has finally investigated him, so this high schooler is the target Alice infiltrated SV Cap to investigate. Axe confirms that all the investigation information points to that. He asks if there are any clearer images, but Axe says it's difficult because he's always wearing a mask, and everyone wears one since the pandemic. Iper orders them to continue the surveillance, as the connection between the two is still unconfirmed, but finding Alice means going through him. Unbeknownst to Axe, Egan had deliberately led him into a deserted neighborhood where his shadow was easily exposed by the streetlights. Axe believed Egan was unaware of being followed, but in reality, it was all part of Egan's plan to lure him in. Egan suddenly turns into an alley, catching Axe completely off guard. He hastily followed, afraid of losing him, forgetting to be vigilant. As Axe rounded the corner, he was shocked by what he saw. Without hesitation, he drew his gun, ready to fire. But before Axe could react, he was struck by a blade. His grip falters, and he drops his gun. The wound must be deep as blood soaks a large patch of his sleeve. The figure lurking in the shadows suddenly speaks. It's the Assassin Guild's dogs. Hearing that familiar tone, Axe's face froze in fear as he slowly emerged into the streetlight. Using a gun will alert the police. Got it? Axe, his face flushed with anger, growled at her. Axe could only watch as she lunged at him, but little did she know, he was armed as well and ready to defend himself. Axe glared at her, his face filled with murderous intent, and the two exchanged blows evenly matched. Alice left herself open and took a hit. She questioned him, asking if he was sent to investigate her. Axe remained tight-lipped, refusing to reveal his master. Alice expressed her annoyance, noting that his strength seemed a bit excessive. She successfully provokes Axe, causing him to lash out wildly with his blade. Damn it. Just as Axe is about to land a blow, a long gash appears on his shoulder. He was stunned by the sudden attack, frozen in place, followed by a brutal onslaught as Alice unleashed a flurry of blows upon Axe. He was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, and lost his balance, collapsing to the ground as she coldly stared down at him. Looks like no one ever told you what I'm capable of. Axe, infuriated by Alice's arrogance, curses under his breath, then defiantly declares that if he had been prepared, she would already be dead. She retorts, "Interesting, so who was it that followed and drew their gun first?" Ijin, who's been gone, finally returns, pausing to observe the pool of blood on the floor. He speculated that no one was following him anymore, but something seemed to have happened here. With his vast experience, Ijin glanced at the bloodstains on the ground to assess the situation, guessing that a fight had broken out. I wonder what he's thinking as he stands there, observing for so long. Meanwhile, at their secret base, the scene remains as dark as ever. "Vi Eper pressed, so you've lost contact with X." The colleague quickly reported, yes, he was tracking the target, and then vanished. After a moment, he spoke, "We lost contact 30 minutes ago, and it seems he's been taken out." His colleague was shocked. "What?" Without explaining, he ordered, "All right, prepare yourselves. We're going to capture Alice." Outside the pitch-black base, faint footsteps echo as Alice cautiously prepares to infiltrate. Alice stealthily infiltrated the building, analyzing as she went. 2 trackers were tailing her outside SV cap. She'd already taken out one, so the other had to be close. As Alice neared the door, she saw light spilling out from within, and cautiously peeked inside. Though dim, the light revealed a lone figure sitting inside. Alice raised her gun, aiming it squarely at the person's back, and without hesitation, she fired repeatedly, quickly taking down her target. Alice quickly holsters her weapon and ducks behind the door, waiting for any sign of movement, but after a long while, she grows confused. Why hasn't anyone come to help him? Is he all alone? Alice peeks back inside, and her face contorts in shock. The assassin she shot was a fake? A dummy? Unseen by Alice, someone takes aim. Bullets fly, forcing her to move. Luckily, the crates provided cover, redirecting the bullets. Finding an opening, Alice immediately returns fire. Cornered, Alice is not happy. It seems they predicted she would come here. Nothing is ever simple. They paused firing for a moment, then tossed a detonator. Alice reacted quickly, running deeper into the warehouse to escape. The moment she hit the ground, a massive explosion rocked the area. Alice was in pain and struggled to stand, but before she could recover, they opened fire again. Alice fires as she retreats deeper inside, managing to hit a few of her pursuers. Alice then mustered all her strength to escape. But even riddled with bullets, the henchman grinned at her struggle. Alice wasn't giving up. She immediately turned and fired at him, catching him off guard and adding a few more bullets to his wounds. Alice seized the opportunity, launching a flying kick into his face, pinning him to the ground. She pressed the gun to the henchman's temple, finally gaining the upper hand. Her voice icy, she demanded, "Besides you, is there anyone else here?" The henchman remained stubborn. "You're good, but you won't escape." His cryptic words confuse Alice, but as she struggles to understand, a detonator flies toward her. Alice was too careless this time and could barely avoid it. Luckily, it was only tear gas, but she was still affected. Alice is frustrated. She can't see anything. Was he baiting her to be careless? A figure appears. "Alice, have you forgotten everything I told you about moving after an ambush?" She warily turns toward the door. Unable to see, she fires blindly into the empty space, then rises and flees into the warehouse. Vapor's voice echoed, praising her reaction despite the temporary blindness. He slowly entered, confident that no matter where she ran, he would follow her to the end. There was no escape. Alice is terrified, realizing this was an ambush, a trap laid for her. Suddenly, a beeping sound echoes nearby. Without hesitation, Alice fires at the sound, only to realize it's coming from a walkie-talkie, revealing her position to Viper, who's now right behind her. Sensing someone's presence, Alice turns around, but he shoots, causing her to drop her gun, though she manages to duck and avoid the bullet. She grabbed Viper's waist, throwing him off balance, and his gun went flying. Alice forces him down and raises her blade to strike, but Viper swiftly blocks her arm. But Alice manages to break free and slash, only to miss. Viper scoffs, realizing her vision hasn't fully recovered, making her close-quarters combat a clever choice. Alice then launched a series of attacks, but Viper easily dodged them all, leaving her bewildered. How could he anticipate her every move? Alice was even slashed in the arm, and he seemed to know all of her weaknesses. She couldn't understand it. He seemed to know her every move. After toying with Alice, he finally retaliates, pushing her away with force and delivering a powerful kick. Alice stumbles back, quickly regaining her balance as the two face each other, a short distance between them. Alice, wounded and weary, struggles to ask, "Who are you?" Viper replies, dodging the question. "Your combat skills have improved greatly." Hearing that, she's shocked. "You act like you know me?" He smirks. "I do know you. Everything you're displaying is from my instruction." Still unsure, Alice repeats herself, her face contorted as she asks, "What are you saying?" Her vision slowly returns, revealing a figure. Alice strained to see more clearly, and when her vision returned, she was shocked to see Viper. His voice dripping with satisfaction, he says, "Long time no see. It's been almost 5 years since you completed my combat training." Alice realizes, "You're the hound for the assassin organization?" Viper readily admits, "That's right." Alice struggles to accept this, asking why he would do this, as he was their mentor, to which Viper replies that is precisely why he is doing this, as eliminating traitors is his favorite task. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, he reveals that as their trainer, he's also their executioner. Alice shivers at his depravity. In a verdant place, soldiers stand in neat formation as their commander announces a battle for survival, not a sport with rules, where gender and age mean nothing. You need to use all of your strength, and even if your opponent is stronger, with the right weapons, you can defeat them. They need intense training to gain experience. In a life-or-death battle, focus is key. Stray thoughts can be fatal. Agility and speed are essential, always moving, calculating every step for maximum advantage. Furthermore, they must be adaptable, using precise attacks to put opponents at a disadvantage. A sharp, unwavering will pushing ever forward, believing they can defeat anyone. Therefore, one must undergo a training process, and of course, that's the theory. To put it into practice, we need to train hard. Practice shooting diligently in all circumstances, even while eating, and always be prepared for combat in any emergency. Everything can be a weapon, and even while asleep, we must be vigilant, always on guard, ready to fight and defeat our opponents. In her memories, Alice frowned slightly. Viper, filled with pride, emphasized that Alice was the best student he had ever trained. He arrogantly stated that he had taught her everything he knew, but now they were facing each other in a life-or-death battle, a feeling that excited him. Alice, a bit disappointed, frowned and said, "I didn't think you could be this crazy." He chuckled. "Is that so strange? Haven't I taught you many things?" Alice didn't reply and immediately lunged forward. She swiftly attacks him with a long slash, but Viper resists by trading blows as Alice wields her 2 knives with agility. She relentlessly attacks him, but Alice is careless and her sleeve is torn by a knife. Angered, she curses. He taunts her with a sly grin, saying that she's in trouble, and no matter how much she struggles, she can't escape him, as he was the one who trained her fighting style. She doesn't answer, but attacks. Alice warns him that the smoke bomb has impaired her vision, so he shouldn't think she's at a disadvantage. But Viper, unafraid, dodges and replies that he fully understands her strength, but what she's doing is useless. Her eyes widened as his fist came crashing down. Alice had no time to react and braced for the blow. She was sent flying backwards into some large crates, groaning as she sat up. With his hands in his pockets, Viper said, "Alice, I must admit, you've become much stronger than before. Combat experience really does help us grow." He smirked, aiming his gun at her, "But that's all for today. Farewell." Alice defiantly retorts, having come this far, she won't give up. If she regains her sight, he won't stand a chance. Is that what he fears? Hearing this, his eyes narrow with malice. She continues to provoke him, claiming everything he said is just a cover for his own fear. He raises his gun, but before he can fire, a barrage of bullets suddenly erupts from behind. He quickly ran and hid behind a wall, giving Alice the chance to escape. Viper glared and fired in her direction. But she quickly takes cover, causing Viper to curse in anger before he ducks behind a crate, realizing she has backup when he thought she always worked alone. Meanwhile, Jin, cloaked in disguise, warily surveys his surroundings, ensuring Alice's successful escape. He barely lowered his gun when someone nearby bit the dust. In the deserted night, Alice sighed in relief, sliding down the door. Clutching her wounded arm, she cursed under her breath, calling him a wretched old man, and wondered who had saved her from him. She's worried, but what matters now is escaping his pursuit. If she's caught, they'll find Andrew, and she'll be back to a life of servitude. She urgently gets up, realizing she needs to quickly return to her brother and move him elsewhere. Alice suddenly remembers the VIP assassins who were tracking her. She realized they were using Lin to find her, which meant his family was in danger too. Alice punched the wall, drawing blood. This was bad. Enraged, she ruffled her hair and grabbed her phone, unaware that in the quiet night, a biker and the Forest Assassins Hunter Squad were closing in on her. The voice on the other end reports that an experienced tracking team has been hired to hunt her down. Jin nods, saying he understands the situation, having just returned from there. enro wonders if they've already found her, and the man explains that the group is led by a skilled hunter whose nickname is something like Hound. 006 clutches his head, realizing they must have been tracking her for a while, waiting for the right moment to strike. Alice is definitely in trouble. He explains that Alice was injured but managed to escape. 006 is shocked and asks if Alice lost. So those pursuers are quite strong. Jin adds that he almost completely overwhelmed her, but luckily he was able to rescue her in time, so she escaped. Elsewhere, the group discusses Alice's request to protect her younger sibling. 002 confirms, and 004 complains about the inconvenience. 002 explains that she needs to protect the high schooler working as a bodyguard at SVCEP, a name everyone knows. The others are stunned, and 006 asks if she's protecting 001. 002 reiterates that everyone knows the high schooler working as a bodyguard at SVCEP. The others look at each other, confused. Agent 04 is annoyed, asking if Alice is protecting Agent 001 while they protect her brother, calling it a pointless and chaotic decision that leaves everyone silent. As night deepens, the apartment lights remain on. Jin speaks on the phone with Agent 006. I've heard that Alice has entrusted Agent 002 with protecting her brother. 06 asks Jin why Alice wouldn't protect her own brother and why she'd ask 02 instead. His eyes narrow, serious. Why? 006 chuckled, saying she's still protecting you. Jin listened in silence, without a word. Alongside 006 was 032, and 006 explained further that Alice wanted to protect Jin because she thought he was involved because of her and she felt guilty. Jin calmly replies, "So that's it. She must have noticed the two guys tailing me." He widens his eyes in realization. That's why she thought they were a threat to my family. Under a dark and silent sky, amidst the vast expanse, stood a few isolated warehouses. Alice, covered in blood, gun in hand, headed straight for one. She moved slowly, cautiously, taking each step with care. Just as she thought, he was gone, and the battlefield had been cleared. She searched every nook and cranny, knowing he would have left immediately if he suspected anything, so he likely wasn't here anymore. Alice's face darkens as she considers the possibilities. Something isn't right. He's a suspicious man, and he might send his subordinates after her. The bustling city unfolds with towering buildings and busy streets where Jin, masked and in a school uniform, blends into the crowd. From a high-rise apartment, a red light flashes. Alice is hiding in a building and realizes the VIP is having Jin followed. Her eyes harden as she searches for the observers. But where could they be? She carefully scanned each and every person on the street, wondering where they could be hiding. She looked down at the benches, the bushes, and inside the centers and buildings. The crowd continues to pass by, but Jin remains still as a black car approaches. Inside is the VIP, intently observing Jin's movements. This guy is smart. His men were vigilant while following him, and then Alice took them down. This requires careful thought. Those two know everything, and waited for the right moment to take out my men and save that kid. He pondered, still wary, watching Jin. But after the warehouse, is she still protecting him? He felt the boy was closely tied to Alice. Alice is definitely still around, protecting him. The VIP smirks as if plotting something sinister. If she's not here. Then he gets out of the car and I'll make you reveal yourself. He walks slowly, as if he fears nothing. Alice, watching from afar with binoculars, is startled. Something bad is about to happen. Jinji continued walking down the street, each step calculated, as he contacted 032 through his earpiece. 01, I know who Dog Hunter is. Jinji wondered who it was. 032 discovered that he was a VIP, a former mercenary turned assassin, and a highly decorated one at that. Everyone knew his alias. Then he disappeared for a while, and rumor has it he became a trainer for the assassins in the forest. Jinji realizes that's why he understands Alice's every move. 032 warns him that Alice was trained by him, and he's a master, so he won't be easy to deal with. Jinji is silent, as if pondering something. 032 gravely adds that if any of his trainees turn against the organization, he personally hunts them down. 036, who is with Ushri 32, chimes in, saying that it's his hobby, and that's why his actions are always so meticulous and professional. VIP stays hot on Yijin's trail, determined not to lose him this time, making things difficult for the boy. Sitsusu 6 looks on fondly, believing Yijin will teach him a lesson he won't forget. VIP picks up the pace, trying to lure Alice out, knowing she's watching. Suddenly, Jinjin speeds up, surprising VIP, who wonders if he's been spotted as Yijin turns into a nearby alley. VIP smirks. There's no way he's that perceptive. He speeds up, rushing forward so as not to lose Yijin. He stopped at the alleyway, Yijin still running within. A sly grin spread across his face. A child, clumsy and naive. He lunged forward with all his might, his right eye gleaming, his body enveloped in a red aura. Run, my prey, run. The sky darkened and twilight descended. Jin ran up the steps, VIP hot on his heels. He fled into a dark basement and VIP stopped at the entrance. Finally, the two faced off like age-old enemies, VIP staring at Yijin's back, thinking, "That's right." He slowly approached him, saying it's not good to run blindly when you know you're being followed. And of all places, why run here? His eyes filled with malice, saying he should have run to where there were people. This is a construction site, and with all the noise, no sound can escape. Yijin remained motionless, expressionless, glancing at VIP as if preparing to execute a plan. VIP pulls a gun from his coat, confident that there's no escape. He slowly loads the weapon, declaring that Yijin's fate is sealed. Unable to run, he must face death. He raised his gun, aiming at Yijin, who instantly charged forward with impossible speed, leaving VIP pale and in disbelief. He fires repeatedly, but luckily the bullets only graze Yijin's back. Yijin dodges each shot and begins to counterattack, moving too fast for him to follow. He strained to follow Yijin's movements. How could he be so fast? Yijin drew a sharp knife, his eyes fixed on his target, and with a burst of speed he unleashed a series of powerful, decisive strikes. Horizontal, then vertical. Blood splatters everywhere as the VIP cries out in pain, using his knife to desperately defend himself, retreating as he clutches his gun, each stab precise. He fires relentlessly, but Yijin slips under his gun-wielding hand, slashing upwards in a move he never anticipated. The VIP grits his teeth, glaring at Yijin face to face. Only now does the VIP realize, "You lured me here?" A flash of red light streaks across the scene, and he returns the intense gaze. Yijin easily blocks his opponent's attack, met by a hateful glare. A gunshot rings out, signaling the start of a fierce battle. The two men clashed, their attack swift and brutal, neither 191 nor 102 willing to yield. VIP is relentlessly attacked by Yijin, putting him at a disadvantage, so he resorts to a dirty trick and pulls out his gun. But he easily anticipates VIP's moves, preventing him from firing. VIP grits his teeth, forced to evade Yijin's relentless attacks. Enraged, the VIP grips a knife and attacks, but Ajin evades every blow, leaving him in disbelief. Ajin's eyes gleam as he stares intently, closing the distance and preventing him from firing. He continued to overwhelm him, realizing he couldn't underestimate this kid. When the opportunity arose, he pulled out his gun. But fate is cruel, and Yijin counters, knowing that firing wildly won't be accurate. A hail of bullets erupts as the VIP grips his gun. Yijin lunges, landing a blow, and blood begins to flow as VIP stumbles backward. Gasping and bleeding from his wound, Yijin allows him no respite, pressing the attack. And a furious, hateful look flashes in VIP's eyes. He throws away his gun, regaining his composure and challenging Yijin. "Let's try this." The two trade blows in a furious exchange, and though Yijin wears a mask, the coldness in his eyes is clear. VIP, despite his injuries, manages to hold his own. The two fought relentlessly, neither gaining an advantage. VIP, regaining his composure, blocked a blow and analyzed, "This kid moves too fluidly, like he's been through hundreds of battles." He attacked relentlessly, his offense and defense impeccable, demanding constant vigilance. VIP gritted his teeth, attacking, but Yi-jin easily evaded every blow. How can this kid be so strong at such a young age? And his eyes haven't changed since the fight began. VIP is starting to worry. He's too young, but his combat skills are incredibly polished. Suddenly, he asks if he comes from the military or is a mercenary, but all he received in return was a cold, piercing gaze, before a sudden kick to the gut. The two men backed away, keeping their distance. The VIP smirked. "Looks like you're a mercenary." He didn't utter a single word. The man slowly approached him, saying, "I know mercenaries all too well. I'm the one who trained those assassins." The VIP hobbled forward, saying, "I've studied the numbers quite a bit. That must be your background. I must say, I'm quite surprised to be facing you like this." He ignored the fighting stance, and VIP continued, saying that he didn't remember any number he knew being as young and talented as him, and that his knife skills were on par with his own. Then he blurted out a number, Sobro 4A. Yi-jin remained cold, not uttering a word. His eyes narrowed with doubt. "But I remember Iwuzuro 4K's aura being different from yours." He questioned, "So what number are you?" "As far as I know, you don't seem to be among the active numbers." He just stared at him indifferently, which made the VIP scoff, saying it didn't matter what number he was. He pulled out a sharp knife and sneered, saying that facing him meant a fight to the death, whether he wanted to avoid it or not. He then proactively attacks, but Yi-jin easily dodges something that whizzes past his face. The VIP stares blankly at his bleeding arm, stepping back to gain distance. With a glint in his eye, Yi-jin strikes, his blade slashing across VIP's face, who grits his teeth and raises his own knife. But before he could act, Yi-jin landed a few more blows, leaving the VIP stunned and disoriented, wondering how he could. Yi-jin stared at him, eyes gleaming, and raised his knife, aiming it straight at the VIP. Suddenly, he froze, surprised as VIP pulled out a gun and aimed it at him. But luckily, he dodged in time. He fires repeatedly, but Yi-jin unexpectedly darts away, taking cover as the VIP frantically rushes forward. As he ran, he clutched his arm, realizing he needed to escape immediately. The image of a cold-blooded Yi-jin resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't possibly win a one-on-one fight against that kid. How could such a monster exist? He hurried down the stairs, thinking, "This guy is an Uru, I know him. I've never fought him, but he's definitely weaker than me." As he fled, he wondered, which number is this exactly? His body suddenly stiffened as realization dawned. VIP's face paled. "No way, it can't be U01. Lights flashed in the darkness. Impossible. The U1 was eliminated long ago. From the distance, a figure approaches the VIP, who turns in stunned disbelief. It's Alice, and she's holding a gun. "It seems we meet again." VIP grimaces and cries out, "Alice." She raises her gun, her voice cold. "Looks like you're losing." VIP furrows his brow. "Now I understand. You've joined forces with the numbers to play me." Alice retorts, "What's that to you? You've all done everything to destroy others." VIP quickly draws a pistol, but he's a step behind his protege. He frantically tries to stop the bleeding in his shoulder as Alice says, "Have a nice trip." The VIP threatens her, saying that if she kills him, her brother will die, and Alice hesitates, listening to his words. "I know which hospital your brother is in, and I've already sent my men there." Her face darkens, but suddenly, the phone rings. As Alice answered, 002's voice came through, informing her that his men had dealt with those targeting her brother, who was now safe. Alice quietly thanked them, but 002 brushed it off, telling her to focus on her mission and just pay the fee later. VIP was terrified by the gun still pointed at him, and snapped, "What are you doing? Do you think killing me will keep your brother safe? Those henchmen will keep hunting him down." Alice remained indifferent, stating that his men had already been taken care of, so his threats were meaningless. VIP, enraged, cried out in denial, "That's impossible." Alice swiftly ends it, and the VIP collapses. With no turning back, Alice breathes a sigh of relief. She looked up at the high-rise, seemingly towards someone, but soon turned away, saying just loud enough, "I don't know who you are, but thank you for helping me. I will repay this debt." As the moon rose, Yi-jin appeared in the shadows of the building Alice had been looking at. Meanwhile, at Forest's headquarters, his men quickly reported, "Sir, all the hounds sent to hunt down Alice are dead." Forest is shocked. "What about VIP?" His subordinate replies, I can no longer contact him. It's possible he's been eliminated as well. Forrest's face changes and the subordinate continues. Alice couldn't have done this alone. She definitely has support. Forrest slams his desk in anger. Impossible! What power dares to support her? She's already on our blacklist. Who is it? Have you investigated? His subordinate replies, according to my investigation, it's the numbers. Forrest, seething, clenches his fist and asks, so Alice is connected to the numbers? He seethed, his face darkening as he commanded, find Alice. She can't escape. Spare no expense to capture her. Increase the bounty. That is all. Meanwhile, John receives a call informing him that the bounty on Alice has been increased, and it seems their connection to her has been discovered. This mission seems quite difficult. We're officially up against the assassin organization in the forest. John agreed, reminding them to be careful, to which the other line replied, understood. After they hang up, Bai asks if John helped her take down Viper. Viper simply laughs weakly, not answering, and silence falls over them all. Elsewhere, a security guard bids farewell to Jean's grandfather, who then finds Jean waiting for him at the gate. Hearing this, the grandfather was pleased, but still politely replied, aren't you tired? Why don't you go home and rest? The protagonist smiled respectfully at his grandfather. It's okay, Grandpa. You do much more tiring things than I do. The two walk home together, talking as they go. The grandfather says, my granddaughter has been much happier lately. She used to be quite sad. He smiles at him. She's been much happier since you came back to the family. He answered simply, yes. The grandfather continued, and how have you been lately? Still getting along with your friends? Yes. As for the training squad, they treat me very well. Speaking of the squad, everyone sees me as their junior. He cherished him, and his gaze softened with a happy smile, grateful for his return. Live happily and without worry. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll help you. But he's confused. His grandfather has already done so much. He asks again if he's done anything for him, and the hero replies that his happiness is all he needs. Hearing this, the grandfather was deeply moved, saying that he was fortunate to return home with everyone. With tears in his eyes, he was asked if something had gotten into them. He asked if he could invite my friends over to the house so he could meet them. He asked again, just to be sure. Grandfather wants to meet my comrades? The old man smiled kindly and replied, yes, those friends have helped you so much I need to thank them. He could only remain silent, unsure of how to respond. That night, a house appeared in the middle of the forest, and those inside gathered in a room. With his arms crossed and a serious look, 002 asks if 001's grandfather wants to meet them all, and then furrows his brow. 004, arms spread wide, asks why they have to go. We don't have to do that. Just because 001's grandfather wants to meet us doesn't mean we have to go. The room remained silent, and 004 continued. Why is the atmosphere so strange all of a sudden? Feel free to voice your opinions. 006 raises his hand saying that 001's grandfather is practically family. Everyone nodded except for 004, who stood up, face red with anger. So you're saying we're going to risk it and go to 001's house? 002 remained expressionless. All right, who agrees to go, raise your hand. Everyone except 004 raised their hands, even the last two. 006 shouted, what's wrong with you all? Have you lost your minds? I don't understand. 002 calmly tells 004 that the vote has been decided by the majority, and everyone nods in agreement, knowing time is of the essence. Mei and 006 were silent, preparing to move quickly. 004's face darkened. He truly felt like a spare part. The screen lights up, showing EU Kang-soo, age 76. 032 explains that he's 001's grandfather and works as a security guard in an office building. The screen shifts to Gassion, EU Gassion, age 17, 001's younger sister, who attends the same school. Everyone listens intently while 004 silently fumes, waiting for his turn to explain. The scene shifts to a high-rise building in the morning with people moving along the street. Mei walks ahead, followed by 006 and 032, as Mei remains silent. She reflects on the past, leaning against the wall, realizing they shouldn't travel together. Their timing, routes, and transportation must be different. I don't want to risk the whole team, or 001's family, this time. The others silently agree. Her expression hardens. All right, everyone split up and head there separately. Night falls and the three arrive aboard the moving ship as 006 sleeps, while 002 approaches, lost in thought. A noise comes from inside the house, and Gassion covers her mouth in surprise, pointing. 032 blushes and waves, and the old man comes out of the house cheerfully saying, "You're here!" Everyone gathers at his house. A table laden with food awaits them. He welcomes them inside, saying he's prepared a feast. Everyone finds a seat a bit cramped, especially across from each other. The old man brought water from behind, saying they all looked healthier and taller than he imagined. 008 shrunk down, while 004, feeling squeezed, grew angry, saying it was indeed cramped and that he should pay attention to eating regularly. All you do is eat and loaf around. Working out too much has made you look different from everyone else. Everyone stood up with grim faces as Gaston set the food on the table. Mei approached her, sat down and said, "Thank you so much. You make such delicious food." Gaston replied, "You're welcome. Just let me know if you need anything." Mei smiled contentedly. "No need. This is more than enough." Suddenly, Mei turns around angrily. "Why didn't you tell me you were here to visit the old man's spirit?" 008 worriedly looks around, unsure of what to say, and glances to the side. "Thank you so much." Gaston was taken aback. That voice, it was all over. She remembered the day she was cornered and he saved her, saying he'd take her to her brother. Her eyes welled up as she quickly bowed her head. "Thank you so much." Mei watched her. Eyes Arrero 2 glances over as she hurries away, and Mei asks him what he's going to say. He sits down, explaining that the old man wanted to thank everyone. Nero 2 speaks up, saying they understand, but moving here is dangerous for both sides. He bows his head slightly, admitting he knows, but the old man is very determined. Cerberero 2 looks at him silently as the old man approaches with a bowl of soup, announcing that more food has arrived, while 004 glares at 008, who is happily eating. 032, with food in her mouth, gives her a thumbs up, while 04 sullenly eats. He was taken aback and hurriedly began to eat. Over on this side, they were enjoying their meal, and the man smiled at them with satisfaction. His voice echoed through the room. "You must be surprised that I wanted to meet you all. I wanted to thank you. Though it's late, I sincerely thank you for saving my daughter, Jiazion." He bowed his head in gratitude. She bows her head as well, thanking them as they listen intently. He continues, saying he's heard a lot about them from Lin, who lived with them before and was helped by them. 008, with food in his mouth, notes that Lin is 001's name. The man explains that Lin told him he's alive today because of them, and without them, he never would have come home. He listened thoughtfully as the man spoke, saying they were like a second family to him, surprising them all. He placed a hand over his heart, deeply moved, and said, "Thank you so much. Because of you, I was able to see Lin again. He's always considered you family." Maya and 002 remained silent, as did I. "Thank you, kids." 008 and 0018 listened in surprise as he continued. "I don't know if you feel the same, but you truly are my family." A04 looks at him, and the others remain silent. Once again, he bows his head in thanks. "Take them down to the sea. We have to get back, so we couldn't say goodbye to him properly. So please give him our regards." He looked at them. "All right." They looked at him. 002's voice echoes, 001, if you want to protect your family, it's best we don't see each other." He narrows his eyes. "We won't be coming back here." He smiles silently, while 004 glares at him, furious that he's still smiling. 002 is just thinking of your family, that's all. "I understand," he replies calmly. 4 frowns and turns away, while 06 bids him farewell, wishing him and his family well. I-006 turns to him, saying they'll be in touch. He watches them. 006 boards the ship, and they stand across from him. A look of sadness washes over his face as he stands motionless, watching the departing train and their distant gazes. 002 calmly observes that he seems to have a pretty good family, while the others remain silent. 004 stands with his arms crossed, suggesting that this may be why 001 has become so weak. Seeing his confident and warm eyes when he said we were a family, it all made sense. They glared at 004, and 006 looked into the distance, understanding that this was his happy family. When 003D2 observes that 006's gaze reveals family is 001's greatest weakness, a vulnerability he must be mindful of. He watches them silently from the shore as 004 suddenly interjects, stating that no matter how much 001 improves, this is something he can never overcome. Recalling the past, he knelt in the base, panting for breath, when a pair of feet appeared before him. Strange, he thought, looking up. 004 stood before him. Why did everyone here care about him, even knowing he could die at any moment? He looked up to see 004 frowning down at him as a fence fell. 004 put his hands in his pockets and said, "Take it, I'll guide you until you improve. Training with me will be far more effective than anything you've learned before, but don't think for a second that I care about you. I'm only teaching you so you don't get killed and affect the others here." The baton lay before him, his eyes lowered, a slash mark on the wall. He holds the rapier in an offensive stance, saying that even a silenced gun makes noise, but the rapier is different, silently eliminating the enemy. 04 guides him, saying that using a rapier requires knowing how to attack, defend, and keep rhythm, which is completely different from using a gun. He needs to act quickly and without hesitation. 004 stood opposite him with his arms crossed. This is basic training for a weakling like you. More slashes appeared on the wall, and a faint light flashed. 04 stood by, instructing him, "Can't you be more decisive? At this rate, how will you ever improve? Someone who started training so late needs to work many times harder just to catch up." Countless gashes appeared. He trains diligently. Speed up. Your attack range is too wide. The opponent will dodge, and then you can counterattack. Don't leave yourself open. Suddenly, 004 strikes him with an elbow. He falls but remains in attack position. Focus on the target. If you were facing me, you'd be dead 1,000 times over. Expressionless, he dodges 004's attack, then lunges with a knife. Their legs clash, and he falls. 004 yells, "Don't just attack. Defend." "You forgot again?" 004 frowns, remembering him as he stands in the distance. 004 angrily thinking, "Never thought that kid would become like this?" His face expressionless, he gazes into the distance at the still-lit house, closes the door, and sees the old man scrubbing the floor. He pauses. "Let me do that." Jia Zion, washing dishes, looks at him. "You rest, we're almost done." The old man smiles and rises. "Did you see your friends off?" He replied, "Yes, everyone is grateful for the meal." The old man stood opposite him. "I should be thanking you all." He smiled. "Before meeting them, I thought your friends would be frightening, but it's quite the opposite." She happily approaches him, saying she felt a strong connection with them. He acknowledges this, and she fondly recalls the pleasant dinner, smiling. His grandfather agrees, smiling contentedly, noting that his friends are kind and caring, perhaps even a family from his past. He's silent, realizing how much they care for him, as the chairman and Jia Shu smile. He smiles in agreement, glad the chairman likes them, as the chairman continues, "Oh, and happy birthday." He's surprised. "Yes." His grandfather looks at him gently. "You've probably forgotten a lot, but today is your birthday." He's stunned. "That's why I wanted your friends here today, to thank them and celebrate your birthday at home." He looks at his grandfather, who continues, "This is a happy time, surrounded by family and friends who love you." He feels warm, smiles at his grandfather, whose hand rests on his shoulder in an unusually peaceful scene. "Thank you so much, Grandpa." A feast is laid out, with Yi-jin enjoying spicy Korean rice cakes as they all eat together, praising the delicious food. Yeongchan smiles, watching them eat, while Zeon holds 2 cans of soda, grinning at Yeongchan, saying they can take care of themselves. "Besides, we eat quite a bit, so my mom told me not to worry." Yeongchan sighed in relief. "Just make yourselves at home." Then he paused, lost in thought, remembering his mother's small snack shop. He worriedly told his mother that his friends said it wasn't necessary, that bringing too much would make them feel bad. His mother didn't care, saying they were all his friends, and that seeing them enjoy the food made her happy. He sighed. Yes, that's true, but his mother noticed a change. "You must be having fun with your friends," she said. He nodded. Then his mother handed him 2 large bags of food for his friends, saying, "This is all I can do for you, as long as you're happy. Consider it a small gift for your friends." Yeongchan told everyone that his mother was happy to cook for them, surprising them all. Zeon gratefully smiled and asked him to thank his mother for them. Yeongchan smiled, returning to his mother's restaurant, and stepped inside. Some customers were calling for his mother to bring out more food, 3 men glaring at her angrily. His mother looked at the food with a puzzled expression, noticing something like hair in it, which angered the customers. "Did you call her out here to have her serve us slop?" His mother, without complaint, simply smiled and said, "I didn't mean it that way. I'll bring you something else." He was taken aback by the situation. They lowered their voices but continued to demand, "All right, bring us extra as compensation." The other students recognize this trick. They're pulling their usual food-begging stunt, just like they did at another restaurant. He's shocked to hear this. They've done this before? So they're doing this on purpose? They continue to complain. "Bring the menu over here and hurry it up." His mother calmly replies, "All right, please wait a moment." They look at the menu with satisfaction, wondering what tasty dishes await them. His mother waited for them while he stood at a distance, looking surprised. He remembered talking with his mother, how she wanted to open a small diner, but she shook her head, saying that wasn't what she wanted most. Raising you right is all your mother ever wanted. To raise you right. Enraged, he wipes his face, then turns towards the others. His mother was startled by the sight. In the hospital, medicine dripped into a vein as Johann lay bandaged in bed, his face swollen. His mother, with trembling hands, held his, tears streaming down her face as Yi Jin sat in contemplation, Johann's friends waiting outside. Seok-woo retrieves something, announcing he's found out what happened. Ji-hyung rises, asking urgently, "Well, what is it?" Seok-woo recounts the situation. Some kids from another school caused trouble at his mom's restaurant, and he fought them after seeing it. Ji-eun asks worriedly, "So he fought them in front of his mother?" OK-Roo confirms, yes, and everyone is horrified. Apparently it's not the first time those punks have pulled something like this. They're known for eating and then putting hair in their food to get a free meal. They're such jerks. They've done this before. It's infuriating, but without evidence, there's not much they can do. They're just students who hang around, so Johann's mom has a hard time dealing with them. Hyuk-jin spoke up, saying if they get away with this, others will follow suit. He recounted the situation, then asked what happened after they were taken to the police station for investigation. It's unfortunate, but they were released immediately because they're students. Just a student brawl, after all. Or rather, they have the backing of their parents, who have, of course, hired lawyers to defend them. They even threatened to sue his mother for allegedly planting hair in customers' food, saying they'd drop everything if she didn't press charges. But his mother is furious and refuses to let it go after what they did to him. But fearing trouble, Yeom-chan tells his mother to let it go, much to Zo Hyung's confusion. Why would he do that? He did it because he was afraid his mother would have to pay. Everyone fell silent. Seon was sad, and Jae-hyung was heartbroken. Hyuk-jin calls Seok-roo, remembering, and asks him to find their school uniform. He's surprised, but Hyuk-jin is silent, and Hyung agrees, saying he wants one too. So is Hee-woong. They're all furious. Meanwhile, at a bustling school, the day begins. Someone is startled as Hyuk-jin puts on a mask, and they both enter the school in disguise. Zo-roo turned to Hyuk-jin and whispered, "If it were anyone else, I'd stop you, but this time..." He's determined, and we need to settle this once and for all, so those guys will stop harassing his mom's place. Hyuk-jin nods in agreement, but a voice from behind startles them, turning them pale. Seok-roo turns to ask what's wrong. The two clutch their stomachs, saying they have a stomach ache. A noise startles him. They're clearly not okay. Hyuk-jin and he are stunned as Gi-hyung excuses himself to the restroom, and the two quickly clutch their stomachs and run off. They scrambled away in fear, while the other two stood speechless. The car owner seemed to realize something as Hyuk-jin spoke up, saying it's better if we all work together since there are so many of us. Seok-roo turns to look at Hyuk-jin. "So, you gave those two kids laxatives?" Hyuk-jin nods. Seok-roo is speechless. "Why didn't you tell them?" Hyuk-jin explains. "They were too agitated. It wouldn't have been easy to talk to them." Remembering how they insisted on coming yesterday, Seok-roo reluctantly agreed, promising to keep the laxative incident a secret. Hyuk-jin nodded in trust, inside the classroom. Those thugs were shamelessly discussing how they drove the restaurant out of business. "So where do we freeload now? And we need to squeeze money out of those kids at school, so we have cash to spend." The tattooed thug even wanted to take Hyuk-jin's mother's money, saying they'd planted hair in the food and would sue her for damages if she tried to report them, even shutting down her restaurant if she didn't comply. Unafraid, he continues, confident that she won't dare to report them so they can freeload there from time to time. Another boasts that this will save them a lot of money. Someone entered. It was Hyuk-jin. The four were shocked. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin grabbed one and threw him into the wall. The other three didn't know what was happening. Hyuk-jin kicked another in the stomach, sending him crashing into a table. Another one of them, enraged, demanded to know who he was, only to be punched in the face and knocked to the ground. He stood there, approaching the leader, staring him down. The leader gulped, "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" More thugs rush in, asking what's going on, and the leader yells to grab them. They tried to surround him, but Seok-ju charged in and started fighting. They fell, and he ran over to kick them back, block a blow, and bloody his opponent. Another one tried to charge, but Seok-ju broke his shoulder, sending him crashing down. The others were no better, and they were all quickly defeated. In the end, they all fell, and everyone in the class was terrified. The leader was scared, wondering if they had taken them all down. He saw Yi-jin standing over him, and as he thought about punching him, Yi-jin dodged, grabbed his tattooed arm and broke it, sending him crashing down in agony. Blood gushed from his mouth as Yi-jin knelt down, staring at him. His mouth filled with blood, he asked, "Why are you doing this to me?" With cold eyes, he replied, "That restaurant is my family." He was shocked, remembering the restaurant from yesterday. Yijin threatened, "Don't even think about going back there to cause trouble, got it? If you don't understand, you'll pay the price." He tried to continue. "You are," but was interrupted by a snap as Yijin broke his arm. He screamed in agony, pulled away, and demanded he speak. His eyes burned with rage as he threatened, "You may have beaten me today, but we won't let this go. I'll find you, no matter where you hide." He then dragged Youngchan's restaurant into it. That restaurant won't be safe either. He looked at him coldly, his face full of murderous intent. "Do you want to die?" The leader, in pain, begged him to wait. He promises not to come to the restaurant again, but Yijin doesn't seem to believe him. He panics, swearing he's telling the truth and will forbid others from causing trouble there. He let the man down, but his head hit Yijin's leg. Yijin moved away as the man watched him, his face covered in blood. Seokwoo glanced back at him, and the two decided to leave. Seokwoo turned back to praise him, saying it only took 7 minutes. Yijin nods, drawing murmurs from the class as the door slams shut and the thugs sit up, aching. The leader curses, staring at his numb hand, calling him a bastard. His hand trembled. "He threatened me to keep me from ruining the place, so he must be connected to that restaurant. Even if I don't go there, you won't be able to keep it open." Hyung decides to call someone, and on the other end, a voice answers, "Speaking. It's you, master." He wants to shut down the restaurant. "Shut down that fast food restaurant I told you about. Don't let it reopen anywhere." But coincidentally, the butler was also trying to reach him about this. "I'm contacting you about that very matter, master." He was surprised. "What?" "Surprisingly, that restaurant wasn't easy to touch. You didn't tell me it was connected to SV-Cap. He's shocked SV-Cap is involved. "What are you saying?" The butler relayed that they've already made their move. He's taken aback. The butler reiterated the gravity of the situation. "Things are complicated now. They have proof that he put hair in the food at that restaurant and others too. This has become quite serious. I'll have to inform your father so he can deal with SV-Cap." Hearing about his father, he panics. "It involves my father too?" The butler confirmed with a serious expression that the owner's son had been hospitalized after the beating, causing quite the stir. He hugged his knees in a panic. At the hospital, his father was bowing an apology. "It's my fault for not raising my rebellious son properly." He apologized to Youngchan and his mother. Outside, Zeon anxiously waits as Okdu recounts the events. Ji-hyuk felt a little awkward, though his methods were a bit extreme. "Actually, Ji-hyung and I couldn't do anything at all," Zeon suddenly recalled. "But you two went together." The two of them were a little flustered. Well, Yijin quickly jumped in to explain. "They had urgent business and had to return." They nodded along sheepishly. "Yes, that's right." The hospital room door opens. That man walked toward them, calling out, Jun, Zeon." Suddenly, he bowed in apology, then turned and left. A voice calls out to them, "You kids." Youngchan's mother came out, sighing in relief. "Thank goodness you're all still here." They were surprised to hear Youngchan's story. "What?" He sadly lowered his head, knowing that the rich would always win. "There's nothing I can do against them, being just a nobody. There's no way he'd apologize to me out of the blue." Ray Young feels bad for his friend, but I think it's normal. "It's because his son hit you, but this morning's events don't follow that line of reasoning. This morning, they even threatened my mother with lawyers." Everyone pondered with sympathy. Youngchan looked both sad and confused. Now they're apologizing and offering compensation. How can I explain the damage to the restaurant and myself? Why is his attitude so different from before? Even more shocking, he even made his son apologize to me next time. His face was swollen, but he smiled brightly, saying he was grateful. Whatever happened, his mother seemed less stressed and scared. "Though she didn't say it, my mother has been under a lot of pressure these past few days. Youngchan is grateful, thank you all so much, I don't know how to repay you." Zeon smiles, comforting him, saying they're friends and don't need to be so polite. Zaehyung looks sad, agreeing that they feel awkward when he's so formal, and that thanks to him, they've had a lot of fun. "If you don't get better soon, Zeon will keep throwing his life away and no one can cover for him." Zeon, enraged, shouts, "What did you say? Let's go right now." Youngchan laughed, while Zaehyung got scolded, and the other two exchanged glances. I arrived as Yijin was jogging when someone approached and introduced himself as a police officer. He showed his badge and asked to see Yijin's student ID, saying, "Here's my badge, can I see your student ID?" But he didn't bring it with him. He was just exercising. The officer invited him to the station, saying there was something they needed to discuss. "Okay, then come with me to the police station." At the police station, Yijin asks the officer about the DOV murder case, which occurred 1 kilometer away and bears a striking resemblance to a murder from a month prior. He asks for his cooperation. assuring him that he only needs to confirm a few things, starting with his identity, then looking back at the computer. He asks if he was jogging around 5:30 a.m. 2 days ago. Yijin nods as the officer investigates. Did anyone exercise with you, or did you meet anyone you remember? But unfortunately, he only ran alone. I run alone, and because of the time I remember meeting about 4 people, but none of them were particularly memorable or suspicious. He types into the computer. No one was with him, and no one stood out. The officer is suspicious, saying, "Personally, I have a question." Yijin calmly replies, "Tell me, is there a reason you run at different times each day and in places without CCTV? He explains that he runs whenever he wants without a fixed time, and he didn't know the areas he ran in lacked CCTV. The police didn't seem to believe him. A slightly different route each day, preferring new paths to familiar ones, and hardly any CCTV. He hadn't noticed. The police were skeptical. Definitely strange. He speculates that running at different times each day in places without CCTV is an attempt to avoid being caught on camera. The police officer finds him very strange. Normally, if you're running for exercise, you stick to familiar routes, but he doesn't have a fixed route either. He stares intently at him. Observing his unique eyes, even if he's not involved, there's no tension or fear of being caught up in a crime. He shows no reaction, no wavering at all. He wonders, could this child really be a high school student? Suddenly a voice called out, and they turned to see Lin. "Why are you here?" It was Ham Chang. Does he know this student? Yijin wondered. He approached the police and asked, "Is this the kid the detective was talking about?" The officer nodded. Yes, Ham Chang was certain. "This kid definitely isn't the culprit, I guarantee it." The police officer, with a headache, replied, "Yes, well, I was just going to ask a few questions, and the student is cooperating well." Outside, he asked, "You must have been shocked." "Not really," Ham Chang replied, recounting how he happened to spot someone avoiding CCTV near the crime scene. "So I went there just in case, but Yijin was only concerned with avoiding CCTV. I'll try to avoid CCTV more thoroughly so as not to leave any traces." Ham Chang scoffed. "That's not what I meant." Yijin was taken aback. It seems the director doesn't know we're here, but she told Yijin before, though he didn't pay attention. Ham Chang explained, "I'm going out on a mission. Don't tell Ji-ye." He understood. "So, your visit to the police station is also related to the mission?" "That's right." Ham Chang's face darkens as he asks if Yijin remembers someone named Lin or Ji-ye. Yijin recalls someone transferred to another unit around the time they met. Ham Chang somberly recounts that Jai served in another unit and deserted not long ago. He's saddened, saying Jai was involved in corruption and fled to avoid exposure. In his eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. He was a kid with a dark past, and I took care of him, guided him. He was capable and adapted well to the unit, so I was relieved. Seeing him dejected, Ham Chang asked what was wrong, and Kim Ji-ye seemed lost in thought during training. Could he even handle it? No. Then Ham Chang asked what was wrong. "Tell me about it." With a heavy heart, he explained that his grandmother had slipped on the icy road and broken her ankle. That day, the boy was utterly despondent. His grandmother, yes, he was worried because she was all he had. Ham Chang sympathized, acknowledging his unfortunate circumstances, but reminded him that it was training time, so he couldn't take a break. He was sad, I know, but Ham Chang helped him, promising to have an acquaintance visit his grandmother. He was grateful. Ham Chang told him to rest assured, and that they could likely stay by his grandmother's side until she could move again. He must be deeply moved. Is that so? Then don't get distracted with useless thoughts and injuries and focus on your training. He was determined, yes, obedient and severely wounded, but Ham Chang still wanted to bring him back. He thought, just leave me behind. The major has to. Ham Chang refused to let go, reminding him that his grandmother was waiting and he needed to return as a soldier to live with her. In the hospital, they shared a heartfelt conversation. "Can I call you brother?" Ham Chang was taken by surprise. Then he got annoyed, saying he was older, so I should call him Hyung, not kid, and they laughed together. The flashback ends as Yijin narrates that not long ago he was questioned at the station about a murder, and it seems the major knows about it too. Ham Chang nods, confirming that Ji Yong is indeed the culprit, or rather, the perpetrator of another murder a month prior. Ham Chang clenches his fist and with regret says, "I'm going out to catch Ji Yong, before he's caught somewhere else." Yijin sits silently, drinking in a bar at night. Dusik is surprised to see him. "A high schooler? What are you doing here?" Dusik and Yijin sit together in a room. He swirled his drink and began to explain that the recent murderer was someone he knew vaguely, a well-known and efficient worker. Yijin listened intently as Duzek continued, revealing that he also happened to know that the man used to work for Congressman Kim In-pae. People think he's just a gangster, but that's not the case. Duzek emphasized sternly, Director Shinji-Wai's father is his superior, and Vice President Shinji-chun secretly assigns him tasks. Yijin listened in silence, recalling the time he stood behind those two men, watching them intently. Duzek leaned back in his chair and continued, explaining that in the murder case from a few months ago, there were rumors that the victim was one of Vice Chairman Shinji-chun's men. Yijin abruptly cuts him off, thanking him for the information. Duzek, surprised, calls out to him, reminding him sternly that this is not something he should be concerned with. Yijin's bright eyes flashed as he retorted. Then he opened the door and left without a word, closing it softly behind him. But he stopped short, noticing something. Sanguk, seeing him, asked, "Hey, kid, what are you doing here?" Yijin remained silent, and Duzek emerged from behind, asking, "Detective Go, what are you doing here?" Sanguk approached them, adding, I came because I wanted to ask you something." Duzek turned to Yijin, remarking, "Is that so?" He patted Yijin's back, gesturing for Sanguk to come in, saying, "Come on in, I was just about to head out." Yijin, understanding, silently glared and continued on, leaving Duzek to pull Sanguk inside. Sanguk watched him leave with suspicion, but Duzek quickly changed the subject, asking what he wanted to know, claiming he didn't have time. His eyes remained fixed on Yijin's retreating figure as he disappeared into the distance. At SVK Tower, Zichun frowned and asked, "Is the perpetrator Kim Ji-yi?" The assistant behind him replied sternly, "Yes, based on the method and wounds, it's definitely him." Zichun sighed, gazing down at the city. "That loach we failed to deal with is causing so much trouble." His assistant added, "I heard the higher-ups have sent agents to pursue her." Hearing this, Zichun closed his eyes and asked, "They must be anxious, but why is Ham-chan acting?" The secretary replied seriously, "Yes, I heard he took leave from the military and is secretly searching for Kim Ji-yi." Zichun smiled. What a troublesome son-in-law. As evening fell, a figure lurked in the woods. It was Ham-chan, panting as he thought, "I heard he's hiding in an old house around here." Amidst the starry night, a voice echoes, "After being discharged? When my grandmother was alive, I would have lived in an apartment with her. But now that I'm alone, I want to live quietly by myself in the mountains." Kim Ji-ye said contentedly that he had his eye on a secluded spot. Ham-chan, feeling strange, asked if he wanted to live in such a place. "Why would a young man like you think that way?" Escaping old memories, a light appears on his face. Ham-chan, relieved to find the small house, thought to himself, "I found it." He was wary, but wondered, "Is Ji-yi there?" Though he confirmed with the real estate company down below. Ham-chan recalled the man's instructions. If he went straight up the mountain, there would be an old house, rented and lived in by a young man. He hesitated, but pressed on. Suddenly, the sound of a gun cocking made him jump. A man was aiming a gun at Ham-chan from behind a tree. The moment he saw him, he wanted to ask what had happened, but instead of answering, the man warned him, "Don't move." Ham-chan frowned, trying to reason with him. "Jie, stop here. Everyone's in an uproar to catch you. If you surrender before they do, I'll help you." But Ji-yi wouldn't listen, and instead threatened, "Especially you, Ham-chan. So, disappear before I kill you." Though anxious, Ham-chan still tries to reason with him. "Don't do this. Think it over. What would your deceased father think if he saw you now?" he said, dodging his brother. Ji-yi's face darkened with rage as he issued one last warning. "If you mention my grandmother again, I'll kill you." Ham-chan stared at him, speechless. Suddenly, they both heard a noise and turned to look. In the distance, 3 figures in black suits were approaching. Kim Ji-yi glares at him, accusingly saying they're being followed. Ham-chan, confused, asks what he means. Ignoring his question, Ji-yi grabbed his gun and fled into the forest as Ham-chan desperately called after him. "Ji-yi, wait!" The harsh sunlight darkened his weathered face. He still made sure to emphasize that this was not something he could handle. "So, don't ever think about interfering again." With that, he immediately ran off. Ham-chan watched him leave, grinding his teeth in frustration when the voices of 3 men in black startled him. They aim at Ham-chan, telling him to stop. His face contorted with rage, he turned to them, demanding, "Who are you?" Suddenly, gunfire erupts in the forest as the man in black reveals his identity. "We are NES." Hearing this, he was startled and wondered, "So, NES is already moving?" The man put the card in his pocket and said, "Come with us and explain why you met with Kim Ji-yi while on leave." "Shall we be on our way then?" Ham-chan gave them a deep look but said nothing. The two faced each other in the forest for a long moment, while Yijin watched them through binoculars from a distance. He expertly concealed himself behind the trees, silently observing everything. The next day, under clear skies, a gloomy Hamchan emerged alone from the main base. Inside the interrogation room, an NES agent said, "Major, you're lucky. They said if you return to your unit immediately, they won't make trouble for you." He added, "But if you interfere again, not even your family can protect you." Recalling the past, Hamchan walked along, dejected and lost in thought. If only I had been more careful, I could have spoken with Yi Jin more. Suddenly a voice cuts through his thoughts. "Major." He looks up to see Yi Jin standing before him. Hamchan, a bit suspicious, asks, "Yi Jin, how did you know I was here? Have you been following me?" He doesn't deny it, and Hamchan, sensing his worry, reassures him. "Yi Jin, don't worry too much, and I have to get back to my unit, so I can't do anything anyway." He doesn't respond, but instead reveals a piece of information. "I heard that everyone Yi Iong killed was connected to the SVCAP vice president." Hamchan is startled and asks, "What? What do you mean? Related to my father-in-law?" As he asked himself this, Yi's words flashed in his mind. "Hamchan, you too. So get lost before I kill you." Hamchan's eyes widened as he realized, so that's why he said that? Yi Jin speaks up, saying he heard the major needs to return to his unit immediately. Despite the mask and cap, his resolve is clear. Yi Jin wonders, what does the major truly want? Hamchan lowered his eyes and replied, "I wanted Yi Jin to surrender, but now I don't know anymore. There are too many strange things." Yi Jin listened intently. "He's not that kind of person. At least I want to hear his explanation of what happened," he said, unable to hide his emotions. Yi Jin, after hearing this, simply replied, "I understand," then immediately turned and left in a puzzling manner. Inside the room, a man rummages through a bag, pulling out a Korean passport and a wad of cash. It was Kim Ji-e. He opened the passport to view the information inside, along with a picture of Shin Ji-chun. Kim Ji raises the photo to get a better look at Ji-chun, muttering that this bastard is involved when he suddenly senses something behind him. Kim Ji-e quickly turned, raising his gun, only to see a man in black, head covered, charging toward him. Damn it. Kim Ji-e fired, but the man in black dodged the bullet. In a flash, he grabbed Kim Ji-e, pinning his gun hand while delivering a brutal elbow strike to the face. Caught off guard, Kim Ji-eong could only grit his teeth and endure the sudden blow. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch aimed at the assailant's face, but it seems to fail, as the man in black blocks his counterattack. Seizing this opportunity, Kim Ji-e kicks the man in the stomach, forcing him to release his grip. At that moment, Kim Ji-eong pointed the gun at the man in black, but before he could act, the man threw the spilled bag at his face. Seeing this, he fired at the bag, scattering money everywhere and distracting Kim Ji-e. Taking this opportunity, the man in black ran behind Ji-e and tackled him to the floor, raining blows upon his face and snatching the gun from his grasp. Immediately, he pointed the gun, ready to fire at Ji-eung, who lay on the floor in pain. He struggled to sit up, glaring at the man in black, and asked, "Damn it, did Sinji send you?" The man in black seemed unfazed by Kim Ji-e's question. Still holding the gun, he countered, "Kim Ju-eung, from now on, you will answer my questions. Answer 2 questions, and I'll let you go." Kim Ju-eung glared back, but the man in black remained unfazed, seemingly only interested in finding the answer to his question. "What is the reason for corruption in the military?" Kim Ji-eong recoils in shock as the man in black continues to point his gun. "There's no need to deny it. I have proof. Just tell me why." Hearing this, Kim Ji-e seemed angry, asking why he would ask such a thing. The man didn't seem to want to talk at length and stomped hard on Ji-e's foot, demanding an answer. Caught off guard by the man's foot on his, Kim Ji-e grits his teeth against the pain, retorting, "Why would I do that?" The man in black, seeing Shinji Cheon's portrait, continued, "Why have you been killing those connected to Shinji Cheon recently?" Kim Ji-e, in pain and anger, responded, "What? That's it?" The man in black, "So, Kim Ji-e, no. You should have asked about those connected to me or what I know, and you seem to know about me already, so you're only asking questions related to me. If you already know, then there's no point in me answering, is there?" At that, he realized something. Were you sent by Shinji Cheon?" Upon hearing this, the man in black kicked Kim Ji-e again, saying, "I'm asking the questions. You just need to answer." His face covered in blood, Kim Ji-e seemed to understand. "Answer me, and you'll be safe," the man in black continued. Kim Ji-e succumbed to the gun and answered, "The reason for corruption in the military is obvious. It makes money." The man in black listened to the answer, gun in hand, as Kim Ji-e continued, I didn't kill those associated with Shinji Cheon, only those involved in corruption. And only then did I learn of their connection to Shinji Cheon. Blackcoat, this is the last straw. Kim Jae is furious at being questioned repeatedly. Damn it, I thought you knew. You were going to say you'd let me go after I answered 2 questions. Blacksuit, this isn't coercion, so your release isn't relevant. Kim Jae, I advise you to surrender. Hearing this, Kim Jae was shocked. What? As soon as he said that, the man in black turned to leave, prompting a desperate Kim Jae to reach out. Who are you? Why ask such pointless questions and tell me to surrender? Ji Ayong then remembers Major Ham Chang advising him to stop, that everyone was out to get him, and that he should surrender before he was caught, so he could be helped. Kim Jae-yong looks at the back of the man in black and asks if the major sent him. The man in black left without a word, leaving Ji Eong confused on the floor, while at headquarters, Lieutenant Ham Chang was lost in thought at his desk, his eyes widening as his phone rang. He quickly answers, and the voice on the other end says, "It's me." Hearing this, he replies urgently, "Ji-I, where are you?" Kim Ji-I is at a phone booth explaining that he didn't fully explain things to the person Ham Chang sent. Ham Chang is confused. When did he send someone? He must mean Jin. Kim Ji-eong continued, confessing to the corruption, which shocked Ham Chang. He explained that his grandmother was sick and he needed a lot of money to care for her. Ham Chang, Ji-I, and as for the 2 people I killed recently, they didn't pay on time. My grandmother died because she didn't get treatment in time. Kim Ji tells Ham Chang the reason he did all of this. Ham Chang truly empathizes with Kim Ji-I and silently listens to his confession. After all, I'm a criminal, so you don't have to worry about whether I'm being framed. Having heard everything, Ham Chang was speechless. And I'm afraid I can't turn myself in. I've realized some things while chasing down these corrupt bastards. That's why they're after me too. Ji, covered in blood and utterly exhausted, revealed everything to Ham Chang. He continued, saying he'd rather die than be imprisoned, so he couldn't surrender, as Major Ham Chang desperately tried to dissuade him on the other end. Ji, don't do this. I'll do everything I can. But Ji only replied, "Take care," before hanging up. Kim Ji stands frozen before the public phone booth, now realizing he's gone too far, with no turning back. Suddenly, a woman appears, and as he turns, he's met with the barrel of a gun. Then a shot rings out. Kim Ji was shot and collapsed. It was 003. His blood splattered the phone booth. In a car, a young man removed his helmet. It was Yi Jin. "Hello," he said. "Ji contacted me, and I just listened to the recording you sent. It's Major Ham-chan. I'm sorry I worried you," he continued. "I thought Ji Ayong might be wrongly accused of something he didn't do, because the guy I know isn't the type to take such extreme action." "Yi Jin, Major." Ham-chan replies, "Yi Jin, in any case, that was his choice." Ham-chan agrees with Yi Jin, saying that despite the difficult circumstances, he made his choice. And thanks to the Major's choice, he's with his family. Hearing this, Ham-chan was startled. At the same time, Yi Jin hung up and entered the building. Elsewhere, 0018 spoke up, saying there have been many requests recently, 3 times the normal amount. Year 04 casually replies that it's obvious. Rumors of their abilities have spread, making them more trusted, so they should quickly handle everything. Shedding his nonchalant attitude, 018 sighed in frustration. "We contract with clients through verified referrals, so it's baffling to suddenly have 3 times as many requests. It dawns on 04, are they deliberately giving us these tasks, even though the clients are supposedly verified?" 018 was thinking the same thing. "I don't get it either, which is why I hesitated to accept the mission." Suddenly 016 asked, "When does 008's mission end?" 018 replies seriously that it will be completed today. It was a simple protection mission, so we let him handle it alone. 002 asks if the target of the commission has been confirmed. Yoim18 quickly responded that he had confirmed everything, as they had given them several tasks already. Hearing this, 002 rolled his eyes and finally ordered 016 to assist 018. 016 nods in agreement as their car speeds through the bustling city, when suddenly 08 is startled by something he sees. Up ahead, a strange car swerved and blocked their path, as 08 calmly checked the rearview mirror. As expected, a truck also appeared from behind, blocking their retreat, and the man beside him skillfully drew a gun, pointing it at his head. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man's gun and delivered a knockout punch. Masked men with guns emerged from the truck, their numbers growing, and 08 kicked the man out of the car. Without hesitation, he kicks open the door and drives straight ahead, creating an obstacle. But then he sees something that stops him. Cold. A woman steps out of the vehicle and 03 smiles and greets him. 008 is stunned and horrified as 003, with that harmless smile, points a gun directly at him. An explosion rings out, shattering the glass as the others open fire on 008's car. 008 grits his teeth, continuing to ram the car ahead to clear a path. Finally, 008's car escaped after smashing the side of the enemy's vehicle. Seeing this, 003 clicked her tongue in regret and turned to the others, scolding, "What are you still standing there for?" NY Jin repeats in shock. 008 was attacked by 003. 006 nods, confirming that 003 seems determined to fight, and 008 was seriously injured in the initial attack. "We're moving out too, but you're closer." Jin agrees without hesitation, and 006 confirms he'll send the location. Clicking his tongue, Jin was lost in thought as memories flooded back, vaguely recalling himself running, left behind by the other larger figures. He gave it his all and finally made it back, collapsing from exhaustion. A large hand reached out, grabbing his shirt and steadying him. Jin groggily opened his eyes to see who it was. 006 told him that his stamina was too weak, and so was his strength, then turned and left, and soon after, Jin hid in a corner to eat. The food was pitifully scarce, when suddenly a hand added 2 pieces of bread to his tray, and Jin blankly looked up. 006 continued to add bread, saying that if he didn't want to die during training, he had to eat more to build up his strength. Jin silently stared at his overflowing tray of bread, 006's words echoing in his mind. "Eat up. It's okay if you throw up during training, just fill your stomach." He quietly watched 006 get up, who coldly ordered before leaving, "From now on, after all the training sessions are over, meet me outside alone." I arrive, and Jin struggles on the bar, with 006 encouraging him, "Endure it. Your body can take more than you think." Hearing those words, Jin grits his teeth, but finally can't take it anymore and lets go, falling to the ground. 006 then said, "All right, that's enough for today. Get some sleep. You need to recover after all your hard work. If you know how to use it well, not only will your stamina increase, but your strength will too." The next night, under 006 guidance, Jin tried to climb higher with the rope. Slowly, instead of being fast like during training, do it slowly, with the thought of building strength, feeling the muscles throughout your body. During training, he'd sulk off to rest when a shadow suddenly fell over him. Suix advised, "If you have time to rest, rest comfortably instead of spacing out. If you can sleep a little, that's good too. Even if you're not sleepy, try practicing sleeping in this situation." Jin averted his eyes, and 006 left. The memory shifted, and 006 smiled warmly, saying, 01, it's good you have a family." Gunshots rang out, and the gun barrels were used to take down enemies. 006, panting, looked back at the terrified innocents, then cautiously surveyed their path as the thugs above opened fire. Caught in a surprise attack, the 3 could only evade. 006 returned fire, but then paused, hearing a voice ask why he didn't just abandon those people, as 03 calmly stated that they wouldn't die because of the initial mission. Hearing this, the mother and daughter could only cower in fear. 06 remained unmoved. 03, you're talking too much. We puppets would rather die than abandon a mission, he sneers, adding that a traitor like her probably wouldn't understand. Yes, 03 frowns, remaining silent. 03 subtly motions for the soldier on the right to move first, and the 2 soldiers quickly advance with their guns. The others understood and moved in a different direction, while 03 and a soldier followed, searching the area, with 003 wondering aloud, "Don't you think that's ridiculous? Since when did the numbers become mercenaries taking commissions?" 08, hidden behind crates, frowned warily, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder. The 2 soldiers were slowly approaching him, and as they drew near, he lunged forward like a starving beast. Clutching the man's stomach, he startles and fires wildly, giving 008 the chance to strike the other from behind and throw him to the ground. 008 relentlessly pummels his opponent until he's dead, while the other soldier collapses in agony. He approaches, squeezing the man's neck, then delivers a devastating blow with the gun. Despite his grievous wounds, the attack is lethal, delivered with immense force. 2 soldiers lay scattered on the ground, and 008 seized the chance to grab a weapon. Suddenly, a hail of bullets forces him to take cover as 2 more soldiers arrive, drawn by the noise. Unable to grab a weapon, 008 flees and hides behind a crate, gasping for air, clutching his bleeding wound. Suddenly, he realized there was something he could use. Immediately after, a scream rang out, drawing the attention of the 2 soldiers. 008 charges towards them, a large iron barrel in his hands, leaving the 2 soldiers stunned. Seizing the opportunity, 008 drops the large iron barrel on them, and with his immense strength, they're instantly crushed. Gasping for breath, 008 clutches her wound and grabs their guns as 003's voice suddenly rings out from behind. Bingo, found it. Startled, he turns, a terrible thought dawning on him. He sprints towards her voice. He stopped in his tracks, pointing his gun at her while another soldier aimed at him. 003 aims her gun at the two figures embracing on the ground, as 008, panting, takes up his weapon and calls out. As soon as 003 sees him, she smiles back, thinking that moving these two would make things easier for him, but he needs to be careful. 008 remained silent, exhaling a sigh, then feigned a hint of sadness as she continued her reproach. You're already struggling with so few opponents. How disappointing. 008 quickly retorted that none of this would have happened if she hadn't fired that gun in the car. She let out a long, then nodded to the soldiers beside her as she made a suggestion. Enough, put down your weapon. I only intended to take the two of you, but if you refuse to drop your gun, I'll just have to kill them here. 008 didn't respond but seemed to heed the suggestion, dropping his gun to the floor. Seeing this, she angrily scolded him. What are you doing? You're really willing to give up for the hostages? 003 continued to criticize. Do you really think you're a bodyguard, living so responsibly? Besides, I heard you guys aren't taking assassination missions anymore. Why is that? 008 remained silent, while 003 gritted her teeth in anger. She shrugged and began to speak. Hey, think about it. Are we protectors of others? No, right? We are specially trained warriors meant to strike key locations and assassinate important targets. She emphasizes that they are growing weaker and can no longer unleash their full potential. 008 urges her to get to the point, but 005 immediately asks him to join her group, to which 008 responds by bringing up the past. She asked a similar question before, and if I remember correctly, Zubuiao refused. She continues, I'm not asking for everyone's opinion. 005 frowns and reiterates, I'm asking for your opinion. 08 stares at her intently, and sensing his hesitation, she presses on, asking what reason he has to stick with numbers now. Do you think your actions are worthy of the numbers title? You're not numbers. You're just overqualified people who've gathered to kill time with meaningless tasks. Am I wrong? 08 retorts, say what you want, but I refuse to be with a traitor, especially someone like you, because I'll never know when I'll be betrayed. 03 scoffs. What's wrong with that? You could do it yourself if you wanted to. With displeasure, 008 retorted, what? Betrayal, teammates. Spare me the words. Since when has concern been linked to the word teammate? Then, recalling the past, have you already forgotten? We were never together during our long time on campus. The weak are destined to die, and we've had to fight for scraps left behind to survive. This group was formed for mutual benefit, not trust. Given the chance, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate each other. Hearing her words, 08 was taken aback as 003 continued, basically, we were never teammates. We were just people ready to kill each other if the opportunity arose. 01, recalling the story, said with displeasure, ever since that kid came, our identity has gradually deteriorated, and affirmed, mad dog. He was the one who started by throwing a little kid into our midst and turning us into a joke. 008 hesitated. So, she retorted, what? 008 continued, what's wrong with you? You want me to join your group and go back to how things were? Visibly annoyed, she calls out, eyes filled with murderous intent, 008. 008 sneers, emphasizing, stop the nonsense and get lost. No matter what you say, we numbers are still comrades, and you're a treacherous bitch who killed her own teammates. That answer clearly hit a nerve with Iwaro3, who immediately pointed her gun at him, snarling, if that's how it is, then I don't need you anymore. Die. No sooner were the words out of her mouth than she opened fire, spraying the soldier with blood. The force of the gun pushed her backward as 03 fired wildly, screaming, teammates, did I ever have any? Though wounded, 008 was quick and nimble, dodging bullets and grabbing a gun from the floor, then returning fire, but the figure had already disappeared. 03 hid behind crates as he fled, and sensing someone, 08 immediately aimed his gun. A dark figure with a gun emerged, gesturing forward, and 08 understood, both advancing together. The shadowy figure was 001, EU Gene, and 008 breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of him. Gunfire erupts all around as 003 dodges bullets, annoyed and wondering if there are more enemies lurking nearby. She ducks to avoid the deadly bullets, then slams on the brakes, turns, and returns fire with a vengeance. But the figure had already taken cover behind large crates, and she frowned, wondering if it was number 8 or if others were closing in. She told herself she had to leave, and fast. Just then, Eugene emerged from behind the crates, firing relentlessly. 003 quickly dove to the ground to dodge his bullets, then returned fire on Eugene. Meanwhile, Eugene quickly hid beside her, and seeing 003's aim was off, he immediately lunged forward in a surprise attack. Inside the warehouse, everything was silent and still, yet fraught with danger. He cautiously moved forward, searching for her, when suddenly, Eugene realized something. It turns out 003 had already discovered him and was waiting in ambush. Without hesitation, she opened fire, and Eugene quickly dove for cover. But he couldn't dodge them all, taking a bullet to the leg, spraying blood. 003 began to reveal a manic glee, firing into empty space, seeing only a fresh pool of blood on the ground. Eugene, now to the side, fired a single shot, but his gun was empty. She immediately noticed this, sneering, "Oh, it's over." As soon as she finished speaking, 003 fired continuously, a triumphant look on her face. Eugene tossed aside his gun and charged toward her, ignoring the bullets whizzing past. She struggled to fire, startled by his sudden approach. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing 003 and slamming her to the ground. 003, in pain, gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" At that moment, Eugene reloads his gun, shoving the magazine right in 003's face, who lies beneath him, clicking her tongue in annoyance. The moment he fired, she knocked the gun from his hand, sending the bullet astray. She gritted her teeth, raised her weapon, and said, "Not bad." The moment she fired, he used the same move to knock the gun away, then pinned 003 to the ground, but she was no pushover, using her head to strike Eugene hard. 003 quickly strikes his wrist, sending his gun crashing to the ground, causing Eugene to wince in pain, before retaliating with a powerful blow to her stomach. Then they both scrambled to grab the gun on the ground, 003 gritting her teeth as she angrily raised the weapon. Eugene responds with a sharp glare, and she immediately takes aim, but he dodges the shot and rushes towards her. Eugene struck 003's elbow, sending her gun flying, but 003 retaliated with a swift counterattack. They continued to fight hand-to-hand until 003 found an opening and struck him in the face. But he retaliated with an elbow. With incredible speed, 003 immediately blocked the shot, and the two separated. 003 reached down, feeling the box attached to her calf. Eugene immediately noticed and recognized it, and before she could react, she fired a volley at him, forcing Eugene to quickly take cover. She fires a few shots and immediately flees, with Eugene hot on her heels. As he ran outside, the person was gone. Only the roar of an engine remained, followed by the blinding headlights of a car. Turning, Eugene found himself face to face with a speeding car, and he quickly leaped aside to avoid it. He fell painfully to the ground, his hasty movements uncoordinated. The car screeched to a halt. From the driver's seat, 003 lowered the window, revealing a beautiful but sharp face, met by Eugene's deadly glare as he pushed himself up. From the car, 003 suddenly called out to Eugene, who kept his face down, hiding it from her view. 003 then offered, "Want to join my team?" and tossed him a business card which he caught with precision. Before speeding off, she repeats, "Consider it and contact me." Her words fade as the car disappears around the bend. Eugene frowned as he watched the car disappear. 008, clutching his bleeding wound, approached him and asked where 003 was, but Eugene simply replied that she got away. Despite his injuries, 008 still asked if he was okay, and he paused, looking at 008's wound. He then says, "Your condition looks more serious." 008 replies with a bright smile, as if nothing's wrong. "I'll recover quickly." He softens his gaze, looking at Eugene with gratitude. "Anyway, thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to protect the client." Suddenly, a murderous glint flashes in his eyes, and 008, sensing the change, asks what's wrong. Eugene immediately calls out, "Number 008, and he replies, "Go on." With a serious look, Eugene emphasized, "Number 003 offered to have me join her team." He then held up the business card for 008 to see, leaving him frozen in shock. She really hadn't changed. His eyes filled with rage, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Is she insane?" Seeing this, 008 glanced at him, but 003 has always been like that. 006 replied vaguely, "Well, she's never been sane." Inside the room, everyone exchanged glances. Then, 002 spoke up. "So, the recent surge of unusual missions, was 003 intentionally summoning us?" He calmly added, "That must be it." We shouldn't accept any missions for the time being. Annoyed, 004 scowls, cursing 003, while 002 stares intently at Yijin, saying, 001, I was able to save 008 thanks to you. Meha adds, yeah, I heard it was a close call. Yijin calmly responds that it's nothing. He only did what was necessary. He stands and tells everyone that things have stabilized and that he'll be leaving now, as they all turn to watch him. A voice calls out, suggesting he at least stay for a meal. He turns to meet 002's gaze. Yijin silent, unsure of what to say. The three on the other side await his answer, as the room smiles, hoping he'll stay. Light 04 looks over, realizing that he brought 08 back. He turns and calls out, Hey, 008, I'm hungry, hurry up. 04 was about to speak, but his face froze in shock. There, 08 lay wounded. Silence fell again, and they awkwardly turned to 004. 002 stands to break the awkward silence, offering to go buy something. Outside the mansion, soldiers stand guard, watching. Inside the room, voices rose, and the guards could only hang their heads. Another failure? Iron sat there, his gaze fixed on 004, wondering how much longer they would have to wait. Queen responds to Han with a smile. Numbers is handling this. The people we sent aren't strong enough. A scheming look crosses Han's face. You make it sound like you're unaware of Numbers' existence. From what I understand, you intentionally called in Numbers, am I wrong? She waves her hand dismissively, admitting that her attachment to Numbers hindered her response, adding that no one is more suited for the team. Han's gaze sharpens. So you're giving up on Numbers? Queen puts on her glasses, coldly replying, Not Numbers, but I've already chosen another team. She rises, replying with confidence, They'll be joining soon, and things will be different from now on. Queen heads for the door, turning her back on Han, while Iron's eyes remain fixed on her. Meanwhile, the sky outside is warm and inviting as Zazion smiles radiantly. I'll head out now. She turns to her friends and waves goodbye. She turned away, her figure gradually disappearing into the crowd. Zazion looks happy. I wonder where she's going. I heard she's meeting a close friend from middle school. As Ji-young watched her walk away, she seemed genuinely happy. Could it be a boyfriend? Suddenly, the faces of her two friends froze as the sunset cast its glow over the city's towering buildings. Zazion enters the shop, her eyes drawn to someone waving at her. So-young. When the two reunite, they happily high-five, and their drinks are served. So-young-ju, holding her glass, asks in shock, What? Your brother, who was thought to be dead, is back? Zazion smiled at her from across the table, and Zhu-young replied, He must be so happy. Your grandfather, I mean. Zazion beamed. He is. He's always smiling. He's probably bragging about it everywhere. Jiangju smiled. Really? Every time I saw him, he looked so tired, I was worried. The two chatted happily in the cafe. So, is that why you haven't been in touch lately? Out of nowhere, her brother came back and turned everything upside down. But recently, everyone's gotten used to it and is happier. Zazion suddenly looks at her resentfully, saying, But you haven't contacted me either. We've only met once since we started high school. Ziyongju was taken aback, saying she'd been busy too, before excitedly suggesting they go out to eat and then to karaoke, just like old times. Not wanting to kill the mood, Zazion agreed. As the sky darkens, the streets bustle with people, and Ziyongju gazes at a photo of Zazion and his brother, exclaiming in surprise, Your brother is so handsome. He must be popular. Zazion laughed, but suddenly a voice cut through the air. Oh, damn it, what the hell? Zazion turned to see a man glaring. Watch where you're going, he snapped. One of the girls in the group spotted someone. Lee Ziyongju. Zazion didn't understand what was happening as the group turned to look at them. She asked Ziyongju if she knew them, and when she didn't answer, she called her name again. Ziyongju's face stiffens, her eyes vacant. The girl who used to bully her sneers. So you finally have friends? Her cronies erupt in laughter. Ziyongju lowers her head, falling into silence, shocking Zazion. Images of her own past begin to surface. The bullying, the mocking eyes, and the loneliness she shares with Ziyongju. Tears streamed down her face, and Zazion, sensing the gravity of the situation, grew anxious. Going back to the past, a foot suddenly juts out, tripping her. They laugh as she falls to the ground, joking about her sudden clumsiness. One of the girls slaps Zazion hard across the face, demanding an immediate response, as Heejin and her cronies grin sadistically. Hey, Zazion lover. The image of Zazion being bullied in the past becomes clearer while Ziyongju remains silent. Back in the present, Zazian stares at her in shock, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Could it be that Zae-Young-ju also? The arrogant girl says to them, "You disappeared right after school, and didn't even reply to my messages. Turns out she was meeting a friend. She wasn't ignoring you, her phone just died." The friend with her spoke up. "Don't lie. Give me your phone." Both she and Zae-Young-ju were taken by surprise, and as Zae-Young-ju stammered, the girl glanced over dismissively. "What? Give me the phone, damn it. Hey, come with us." The girl gave a sinister smile, saying that the upperclassmen were asking if there were any new faces, and they were looking for her, so it would be great if her two friends came along too. Zazian stared at them in disbelief, while Zae-Young-ju was shocked by the words, asking what they meant. Upon hearing this, the bully smirks, saying the upperclassmen will surely love her face. Zae-Young-ju shouts that Zazian isn't her friend, leaving Zazian in disbelief. Before she could speak, Zae-Young-ju cut her off, claiming they were just schoolmates who happened to run into each other. Zazian stared at her, confused, but Zae-Young-ju wouldn't let her continue, declaring fiercely that she would go alone. Seeing this, the short-haired girl turned away, saying, "Okay then." Zae-Young-ju looked at her with worried eyes, and Zazian stared at her in disbelief. Afterward, Zae-Young-ju walked with them in another direction, clutching her phone tightly, fear gripping her heart. What should she do? Watching their backs disappear into the distance, she wondered if she should call the police. But what could she say? All she saw was them walking together. Back then, 2 police officers came, but the last time I reported something, it wasn't resolved and only made things worse. Zae-Young-ju continued to follow the 3, thinking, if nothing is done, wouldn't Zae-Young-ju be at a disadvantage? Her face etched with fear, she wondered what to do. Zazian was so lucky, so well-liked. They used to be friends, joking around, and so many boys were into him. In the past, both girls would laugh excitedly at my stories. Did the math teacher have a good day today? At that moment, boxed meals were placed on the table, and Zae-Young-ju smiled, packing things into a bag, saying his mom told him that he and his grandpa should eat this. On the way home, she and her grandpa walked with Zae-Young-ju. "It's okay. Hey, let me help you." During the meal, the 3 of them enjoyed each other's company, and she beamed with a bright smile, but suddenly a new notification appeared on her phone. Zazian opened it, and Yijin glanced over, her face hardening as she saw the message. She covered her face, then softly looked up at Zazian, startled by what she saw. It was her brother and his friends, and one of them spoke up. "Didn't you say you had a date? Why are you here alone?" Yijin turned to Zazian, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. His eyes suddenly changed, and his friends behind him were also surprised. "Huh? Crying? She's crying." Seeing this, Zazian quickly ran over to her and asked, "What's wrong?" The sky darkens and the lampposts light up as Zazian sits quietly on the bench, and Zeon steps forward. She sat quietly in her chair, the lamplight illuminating her face. Yijin kept his eyes on her as Zizan walked back towards the group. Jae-hee hesitantly asks if Zazian's friend is being bullied even though he didn't see it himself, but it seems that way. Zuhyuk-jin also asks her how she could think that without seeing it. Zizan hesitates, saying that her friend's situation reminds her of her own past, and a heavy silence falls over them. Jae-hyuk-ju looks at Yijin, his best friend since middle school, who witnessed the scene but couldn't help. It must be frustrating, wanting to call the police but unable to since it was just talking and walking together. Jae-hee felt sympathetic. "Yes, I'm sure it is." Zazian sat silently in her chair, tears beginning to fall when someone approached her. Her eyes widened as Zazian looked at Yijin. "So, what do you want me to do?" she asked softly, his gaze fixed upon her. Zazian lowered his head. "I don't know, it's just," she confessed, "I want to help her. What she's going through is like what I went through, and it's awful." She closed her eyes tightly, her voice full of sorrow. "It's the same for Sungju. She always helped me when I was struggling. I understand." Hearing her words, he suddenly froze, astonished. "Her?" Yijin smiled. "First, let's go find her, starting from there." Zazian's eyes lit up with surprise as Ms. Juice looked at him, asking if he would help Seungju. Seungju told everyone to split up and search the places they might be. Ju-Hyun looked at his phone, saying he'd contact the karaoke bar owners he knew. Next, Ju-Hyun said he would contact some bars. Everyone except Zazian A went to look for them, and they decided to split up to find them faster, dividing the area, starting with Yangchan. "If you find them, don't act alone. Contact us immediately." Zazian, still shaken, watched as everyone walked away. Zazian A sits down beside her, saying, "Don't worry, just wait a bit," she asked softly. It's not that I'm worried, it's just that this involves my friend. Zazian smiled gently, saying it didn't matter whose problem it was, leaving Zazian surprised. As the city quiets for the night, he tells her he doesn't want to see her like this. Before a restaurant, a sign reminds patrons that group reservations are welcome. Inside, a cacophony of drunken sounds and laughter filled the air. In a dimly lit corner, Sungju cowered, afraid to look up as a lecherous voice spoke. What do you think? Not bad, right? The blonde thug leered at the girl, nodding in approval. Yeah, not bad. With a little work, she could be something. The bully smirks, noting that she looks a little suspicious, but her appearance isn't bad. Sungju's shoulders tremble at the words. Back then, a suggestive voice echoed, "You need money, don't you?" Sungju was taken aback. Money? Not really. Ah, the bully scoffs. What nonsense are you spouting? The money you bring back gets less and less each day, doesn't it? Sungju helplessly explains, It's because I can't get more money from my mom. Hearing that, Ah feigned reluctance, saying, That's why I introduced you to a lucrative job, one where you can earn a lot of money. Those words immediately pierced Seungju's defenses. Auntie. At that moment, he praised her in a tone only they could hear, saying she was the best of the kids they brought in. Sungju froze, her eyes filled with doubt as she looked at the timid girls around her. Were they being exploited like her? Why should she earn money for them to squander? Thinking that, she immediately stood up, and the bully frowned in displeasure, asking where she was going. Sungju flinched, fearfully replying that she was just going to the restroom. Hearing that, he told her to hurry back without a hint of suspicion. As he turned to leave, Sungju bit her lip, wondering how she could ever escape this mess. She tried to walk down the hallway when suddenly she heard someone call her name. Lee Sungju. Sungju jumped, fearfully turning around. Two masked strangers appeared behind her, and she instinctively asked who they were. Lee Sungju pulled down their masks and explained that she knew Gashun. Sungju was taken aback. Gasun? Lee Sungju smiled innocently. She's very worried about you, wondering if those people who dragged you away are bullying you. Hearing this, Sungju recalled Gasun's expression from earlier that day. Ga-hyung looked around, then spoke up. Come on, let's get out of here before those guys see us and things get messy. Seungju immediately protested. I can't. Seungju was confused. Huh? Why not? Aren't you in trouble? Seungju replied with a sense of helplessness. That's right. But if I run away, they won't leave me alone at school. Lee Hongchan nodded, and understanding a little. Then Seungju continued with difficulty. And even if I don't go to school, they'll come to my house, and if I tell my parents, they'll be in danger too. Lee Hongchan was shocked to hear that. They'd go that far? She explained fearfully that the people who brought her here are well known at school and associated with some scary people here, and they have no problem harming adults. He was puzzled, asking why she didn't go to the police, but Seungju replied in despair that it was useless. She paused, adding that her senior was attacked in the street by strangers and hospitalized. Hearing this, Lee Hongchan and Jae Hee-hong were stunned as Seungju continued, explaining that because there was no evidence, the police investigated and closed the case. They definitely retaliated, and in the end, after recovering, that senior had to move away and live like a fugitive. Hearing all that, Lee Hongchan immediately turned to Jae Hee-hong for help, asking what to do now, realizing that getting him out of here wasn't a solution, and might even make things worse for him. Just then, footsteps approach, startling all three as they turned to see Batnat and his crew appear. Wondered why you weren't coming out. Who are these guys? I frown. Lee Seungju, do you know them? Fear quickly spreads among the three. Jae Hee-hong suddenly raises his hand to rub his head and says foolishly, I had diarrhea, so I went to the bathroom for a while. The lackeys look dumbfounded. What is this guy babbling about? The black-haired one, more composed, threatens impatiently. Stop with the nonsense, take off the mask, and answer seriously. The door was locked, so how did you get in here? Jae Hee-hong gestured towards the door, stating it was open. Enraged, the man lunged at him with a punch, but Jae Hee-hong easily dodged it. Jae Hee-hong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he landed a devastating blow, sending the thug crashing to the ground. Jae Hee-hong looks down at him and sighs, saying it really was open and to lock it up next time, leaving the two bullies dumbfounded. The commotion drew the attention of the other troublemakers, and they all turned toward the hallway. One of them speaks up, asking who he is, as the blonde calmly observes from his seat. The three of them broke out in a cold sweat. Jae Hee-hong desperately made up an excuse, saying he had diarrhea and wasn't allowed to use the restroom. He says this and runs in the other direction, yelling, Okay, fine, I won't go in. The blonde frowns and coldly orders, Catch him. Hearing this, the two near the door quickly blocked the exit as Jae-hee-hong, terrified, was on the verge of tears. Without hesitation, Jae-hee-hong launched a kick at the nearest thug. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he threw another punch, but a sudden kick sent him flying. Jae-hee-hong fell back, and Lee Hong-chan and Se-hong-ju were even more terrified as they watched him clutch his stomach on the ground, surrounded by the hulking men. Without hesitation, Jae-hee-hong jumps up, throws his hands up, and shouts that he surrenders. Lee Hong-chan is stunned, and the big guys freeze. But then Jae-hee-hong's eyes flash. Suddenly, one of them kicks him hard, asking what kind of surrender that was, sending him crashing to the ground. Lee Hong-chan rushed to stop him, yelling, "Stop!" But as expected, he was sent flying. Behind him, Jae-hee-hong began to laugh, causing the man to turn around. Seeing him staring at his phone and laughing, he cursed, "This guy's crazy. Why is he chuckling like that?" Jae-hee-hong's eyes flashed with coldness as he delivered what sounded like a final verdict. They were all about to die. On his phone was a message from Lee Jin, short and to the point. From the doorway, Lee Jin and two others masked strode in confidently. The three calmly approached the group, leaving the others wondering where they came from. The blonde thug, now completely impatient, orders his crew to bring them over, demanding to know who they are. Hearing this, the others rush forward without hesitation. Lee Jin led the way, casually kicking one of them, as the other two quickly got into fighting stances, each taking on their own opponent. Yuk-jin swiftly took down one of them. In mere minutes, the trio stood unscathed amidst the defeated thugs groaning on the ground, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the remaining gang members. Lee Jin's triumphant voice rang out, "I told you, you're done for." He spoke to Lee Jin as he slowly stood up, realizing that quietly taking Zazion's friend out could endanger her and lead to retaliation. Lee Jin remained silent, while a stunned Seo Hong-ju looked on in disbelief. He approached Lee Jin, whispering that things were more dangerous than they thought, and that Zazion's friend wasn't the only one. They were forcing other kids to do something. Hearing that, Lee Jin silently glanced around, noticing other girls watching him with fear. Lee Jin added that maybe it's best to ruin their plans now, to let things return to normal naturally as the sound of a stick hitting the floor echoed. Lee Jin looked toward the sound with cold eyes. The remaining thugs brandished their weapons as the blonde leader calmly asked from behind, "Where are you from?" Lee Jin frowned, with no intention of answering. Seeing his expression, the blonde guy could only assume, "Looks like you're here to ruin our work. I asked you where you're from." Silence persisted, and Lee Jin suddenly punched the nearest guy. He swiftly takes down another, one by one. Even those with weapons are easily subdued. The remaining thugs charge forward, sealing their doom as the trio swiftly takes down the last few opponents. One of the thugs is thrown towards the blonde, who immediately gets back on his feet as Lee Jin calmly approaches him amidst the chaos, a slight frown on his face. The blonde senses his deadly aura, yet he calmly takes down another in his path, unconcerned. Another assailant charges with a weapon, but Lee Jin effortlessly kicks him away, sending him sprawling. Next, he grabs a larger man by the neck, leaving him in utter shock. He was immediately slammed to the ground, letting out a pained cry before falling silent. The two bullies could only watch from afar, terrified. They exchanged glances, then turned and scurried away. Lee Jin had cleared the path, but fear gripped him as he gritted his teeth, while his allies finished off their opponents. Lee Jin's face is expressionless, and the blonde knows he's outmatched, so he speaks up. "Okay, hold on, wait." Before he could finish, Lee Jin kicked him hard. The blonde fell backward, hitting the ground hard, and clutched his stomach in pain as he regained consciousness. Unwilling to yield, he mustered his strength to shout a warning. "Mess with us, and your whole crew will face disaster. Our alliance." A kick silences him. The blonde's eyes roll back as Lee Jin coldly looks down at him, while Seung-ju remains stunned. Lee Jin approached amicably, telling her she should leave quickly, which finally snapped her back to reality. Lee Jin adds that no one will notice her leaving, and the other girls stop pressing. Seung-ju realizes something. Are all these people behind Lee Eung-chan known by Ya Jae-on? Lee Eung-chan urged her to hurry, and with a deep bow of gratitude, she left. The others watched her go, understanding it was time for them to leave as well. Lee Eung-chan worriedly reminds him that the problem doesn't end here, and Seong-ju's troubles at school aren't over either. Furthermore, it's not just bullying. They're trying to force them to do something. Seong-chan had the same thought, adding that he overheard Lee Eung-chan mentioning work, wondering if it was related, and Hyuk-jin offered to investigate. Lee Jin was silent, lost in dangerous thoughts before the warmth of his waiting family brought him back to reality. Later at the convenience store, the group gathered with the girls. Lee Jin went outside to take a call, and Rowan asked him if he remembered the police officer from before. He remembers Sang-guk handing him his business card and answering, "Yes." Cha-do-sik then says, "He asked me if I knew anything about the case he was investigating. Recently, a group of young people have been targeting runaways, forcing them into illegal live streams." Lee Jin remained silent as Cha-do-sik continued, saying this has suddenly spread organizationally and the police are struggling with it. Lee Jin's eyes turned cold as he said, "I'll look into this." Cha-do-sik was taken aback. "What? You'll investigate?" Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, the gang members paced around the bar. A group of influential figures gathered, and one of them spoke up. "Who dares to mess with our alliance like this?" The alliance leader turned and asked, "Do you recognize anyone?" The blonde, face bruised and battered, stammered, "No, I don't know who they are. They just suddenly attacked." Another, enraged, shouted, "Damn it! If I find out who did this, I'll kill them." The head of the alliance calmly stated, "It seems they planned this attack carefully. Everyone be cautious." Just then, a figure appeared at the door, and the guard barked, "We're closed today. Get lost." The others turned their attention to the entrance. The cocky thugs were stunned by a single figure. The door opens, and as Yeadon walks in, they know for sure it's the same guy from before. Outside, police cars arrive as if on cue. Inside, thugs lay scattered across the floor, unconscious. A scene that made Sang-guk and his partner grimace. Whether it was the gang leader or the big guy, they were all lying on the ground, their fates unknown, and one even had his hand broken. Nio frowned, assessing the scene, but his colleague interrupted his thoughts, saying the security cameras inside and outside were just for show, so there's no record of anything. It looks like there was a brawl with some other guys. Sang-guk lazily scanned the surroundings, thinking they'd have to ask them what happened when they woke up. Elsewhere, Yeadon places a USB drive on the table. Cha-do-sik is taken aback. "A USB drive? What's this?" Yeadon curtly replies that this is evidence related to the case the police are investigating. Hearing this, Cha-do-sik's eyes widen in surprise. He knows what must have happened to get this. He hesitated, asking, "You mean the evidence is in here?" Yeadon nodded firmly. "Yes." Cha-do-sik chuckled awkwardly. "You just told me a few hours ago." "No, and how did you get it?" Yeadon replied frankly, "I went to them myself and asked directly, and I retrieved the evidence data from their laptop." "Oh, and they also told me that they had a laptop in their bag." Standing next to him, Ha Yongsik shuddered, as if anticipating Yeadon's next words. With a cold, calm expression, Yeadon recounted, "I just had to break a few fingers to get through the simple interrogation. Even if they're criminals, they've never endured torture to withstand interrogation." As he spoke, the two middle-aged men were stunned, and Ha-young couldn't help but curse. Yeadon continued, "When I give you this, I also want to ask you for a favor." The two men looked at him. The next morning, the bully casually leaned back in her chair and asked, "Hey, what happened yesterday?" The black-haired man with the facial wound replied timidly, recalling the event, "What do you mean? How's it going?" The atmosphere was incredibly tense. They were dealt with swiftly, but I went to the courtyard for the league leaders meeting, so I don't know what happened next. The bully then asked, "The deal they offered us?" "We were just finishing up the arrangements when that happened." The black-haired guy sighed. With the situation yesterday, how could I even ask? He paused, adding that the atmosphere was tense, the alliance was investigating, and everything was in chaos. The bully frowned, wondering what kind of mess this was. The black-haired guy scratched his head, thinking, starting with Seungju, they promised generous commissions for sending kids to work part-time. I had such high hopes. Suddenly, the long-haired girl asked, "By the way, is Seungju here today?" Bully glances at the door. "I don't know, I haven't seen him." The noisy classroom suddenly falls silent as all eyes turn to the two officers entering the room. The black-haired kid started to feel afraid. What was this? Why were there cops at school? And the two officers were looking right at them. The air thickens as the three feel something amiss. Elsewhere. Jia Zion excitedly says that the bullies who targeted Seungju were expelled for being accomplices to a crime and sent to a juvenile detention center. Yijin smiles, as if just realizing it himself. Really? Back in the past, Cha-do-sik is on the phone, saying that the police investigated the people he mentioned and found they were indeed involved. And this wasn't their first offense, so they'll be severely punished this time. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. What would become of this world if the young were already like this? Back in reality, Jia Zion's voice rang out, thanking him. She repeats her thanks for helping Seungju, and Yijin smiles. Just then, the doorbell rings, and Jia Sion excitedly jumps up, announcing Seungju's arrival. The door opens, and Seungju appears with a smile. Jia Jian rushes out, and Kangsu happily greets her, saying it's been a while and asking how she's been. Seungju politely greets him, asking if he's well, and Kangsu beams, saying he's healthy as long as he's not bedridden. Yijin silently observes, a smile gracing his lips at the heartwarming scene. I arrived at another location. The sounds of scuffling never ceased. Gunshots rang out along with a report. The target is completely under control. Target has been identified. Hamchang grunts softly, then announces that within 70 minutes they must retrieve the item and extract the target. He acknowledged the order, surveyed the area, and turned to leave when someone called out, "Major." Hamchang turned back. "What is it?" His comrade replied, "The target says he won't move unless you come." He even knew the major's name. Hamchang was stunned. "Leaf after." The door opens and Hamchang enters. "I heard the target requested to see me." Garner is surrounded by his other teammates. With a worried look, he turned and asked, "Are you Kang Hamchang?" Hamchang was surprised. "Yes, that's right, but how does the doctor know about me?" Garner implies that they thought they could meet Gin through him. Hamchang is stunned, furrowing his brow. "I don't understand what you're saying." Finally, Garner simply stated he wanted to meet the mercenary, Jin, causing Hamchang to widen his eyes in shock. Projected on the screen was Garner's face, as Jin waited for an explanation. Hamchang began, "I couldn't tell you the details before, but here's the summary." He elaborated, "Recently, we received intel that an illegal arms dealer named Aida was about to sell a self-made bioweapon. The U.S. and Korean Special Forces joined forces to seize the bioweapon and its lead researcher, Ethan Garner, because the organization that wanted to buy it was extremely dangerous. But when they caught Garner, the bioweapon had vanished from the research facility." Jin calmly stated his deduction. The weapon was either sold or moved elsewhere to be sold. He was powerless, but for some reason he didn't want to talk to us and only wanted to see you. Jin realized immediately. I took on a mission to protect him before. He remembers now. It was a mission to protect his wife and family. Hamchang is confused. His wife passed away 2 years ago. Gin sighs softly. Memories flood back as the woman looks at him with fear, asking if he's the mercenary named Jin, a Jin who wasn't as tall as he is now. That surprised her. He looked just like her son. Memories flooded back and a plate piled high with food was placed on the table. Sarah crossed her arms and ordered him to finish everything on his plate before leaving, but Gin showed no reaction. He looked up and suddenly said something out of the blue. That outside schedule was actually hers. Sarah seemed unfazed, insisting that he couldn't leave until he finished the food, emphasizing that he couldn't live on energy bars alone during his development before turning to scold her own son, telling him to sit down and eat. And so, the two boys sat together at the table in silence, while Dr. and Mrs. Gogner stood by, enjoying their tea, an impossibly harmonious scene. Back in reality, Hamchang explains that Dr. Gogner ceased all outside activities and went into seclusion. But according to the latest intel, he was cornered by Aida and forced to participate in their research. Yijin paused, then stood, replying resolutely, "I understand. I'll talk to him." Hamchang clenched his fist and called out, "Yijin," and Yijin stopped. Hamchang, filled with remorse, apologizes for the urgency of the situation, but Yijin understands. Before Hamchang's tearful expression, Yijin calmly says, "Even without you saying more, I know many lives are at stake." Moments later, the door opens, and Yijin stands outside, looking at Garner. Seeing him, he flinched slightly, but Yijin simply stared back in silence. Garner looked astonished as Yijin gazed at the man's haggard face. The warm image of the man from years ago appears, and Gogner hesitantly calls his name, Yijin. Yijin doesn't respond. As if used to it, Gogner continues with a warm smile. "Back then, you were still so young, but now you've become a young man." Yijin pulls out a chair, and Gogner continues, "It's been 3 years, hasn't it?" Yijin cuts to the chase. "Yes, I just heard about your wife." Gogner's smile quickly fades, and silence fills the air before he finally speaks. "Sarah thought very highly of you. Even after you left, our family often spoke of you, and we tried to contact you, but we couldn't." Yijin seemed unwilling to dwell on the past, hearing they said he would only speak with me. Gogner smiled. "That's right, I couldn't trust anyone else," he added. "I learned about you and discovered your connection to Major Kang Hamchan of Korea, so I took a chance, and it was the right choice." Yijin asked directly, "I heard you helped them develop biochemical weapons. What happened?" Without hesitation, Gogner answered his question, saying that after Sarah's death, he lived in solitude before being cornered and forced to cooperate with them, leaving him with no other choice. Yijin frowned, displeased, and immediately asked what he was curious about. He wanted to know why Gauner had sought him out. Gauner hesitated. "My son," his face filled with sorrow. "Please, save Michael." Yijin was taken aback, the warm image of the boy from years ago resurfacing with Gauner's plea. "Michael is being held hostage, forcing my cooperation. If you don't save him, I can't give you any information." Yijin remained silent, shrugging it off, saying that saving Michael was something others there could handle. Gauner interjects, "No, Yijin, only you can do it." Yijin doesn't look at him, knowing the request will be denied. Gauner was more resolute than ever, saying if that's the case, he won't cooperate with them. Yijin was silent again, and Gauner reaffirmed, "I don't trust anyone." He added that Sarah had fulfilled her duty as a diplomat to the very end, and had passed away. Saying that, Gauner clenched his fist and continued that he could no longer trust people or governments. "No, it's more like trust has been lost." He pleads, but then says, "Yijin, I trust you. We once wanted you as family." Yijin remained silent as memories flooded back to him. The crowded streets, the moment he stepped into the house, and Sarah's question. "You're the mercenary, Yijin." To her shocked expression, he calmly replied, "Yes." Sarah was utterly astonished, saying he was no different from her son. At that moment, Gauner and Michael came out asking what was going on and who the child was. Sarah explained that it wasn't a child but the mercenary Yijin. Hearing this, a stunned Gauner confirmed, "Auntie, is this the person who's going to protect us?" Michael asked in disbelief, "Are you really the special-ranked mercenary spirit Yijin?" Yijin replied curtly, saying everyone reacts that way at first, but after a few battles, they all believe. As he finished speaking, disbelief was plastered on all three faces. It was a moment he would never forget. Elsewhere, under heavy guard, the captain crossed his arms and asked, "You're really mercenary spirit Yijin, aren't you? I hear you're the best mercenary around these parts, is that right?" Sarah still couldn't believe it. "Is it true?" She looked back at Yijin, so young. The captain stated sternly that this was not a situation for hesitation. He continued, "We've also heard that your government is supporting the local authorities here, so anti-government groups won't be happy with your presence." Sarah was momentarily horrified as he continued. "It's unclear how they found out, but the government here has sent soldiers to help. We're just hiring you as a precaution. If you're not comfortable, you don't have to sign the contract. We don't mind, but if that's the case, let us know soon, because finding and deploying new mercenaries will take time." He gave her a choice, saying that if she wasn't comfortable, someone else could take over Jean's close protection duties, but Sarah immediately refused, saying that wouldn't be necessary. She makes a serious decision. She will sign the official contract, stating that there aren't many people with both a good reputation and skills like theirs. The captain smiles, saying it's a wise choice and that perhaps no one else would dare take on this job anyway. Yijin then realized something, and Sarah turned around smiling warmly at him, apologizing for their disrespect towards their protector. Yijin's weary face hardens as he returns to the house, where the three greet him with trusting smiles, relying on his help. As time passes, the table fills with plates of food. Sarah familiarly calls out, "John, come eat." Instinctively, Yijin replies, "Don't mind me, go ahead and eat." Michael was confused, asking why and urging him to eat together. Yijin blurted out that he doesn't eat with those he protects. The boy, even more confused, kept asking why he wouldn't eat with them. Yijin avoided his earnest gaze, as Michael stared at him with pleading eyes. All three of them stopped eating just for him. Finally, Yijin could only sigh and explain, "If something happens, my reaction will be slower. I can't eat with the person I'm protecting anyway." The three are taken aback by his serious answer. Michael doesn't give up, but insists that this is a safe place, inside the government headquarters, and asks him to eat with them. Seeing Yijin waver, the kid pleaded, "Huh?" Yijin pulled the door open, saying he'd go check around and be right back. Watching him leave, they could only feel sadness. While outside, mercenaries gathered in droves. One of them waved hello to Yijin as he passed by, who glanced over before returning to the mansion. He wasn't surprised to see the food gone. A voice called out, "You're back." Sarah smiled kindly. "If you're not comfortable eating with us, just eat alone. We already have." Michael chimed in excitedly, telling him to just read in the corner and not mind them. In that moment, Yijin seemed to sense something he hadn't before. It was then, staring at the food he thought looked the most delicious. Time passed, and Michael naively asked, "Jin, when did you become a mercenary?" Yijin remained silent as Sarah coldly reminded Michael, "Michael, don't ask questions like that." The next day, Michael scurried over to him with a basket of bread. It was a time when the three of them were playing happily, not forgetting to wave him over, but Yijin just stood there, motionless. Memories flood back, and a glimmer of light sparks in Yi-jin's dark eyes, a light that sings from the delicious food. Later, the cars start up, mercenary vehicles arriving to protect the family. Sarah smiles as she approaches him. Today, Yi-jin will join her family for some outdoor activities. He remained silent. Sarah, used to this, smiled and continued. Your mission is to protect me and my family, so can you stay here and protect them? The three of them looked at him with trusting eyes, and Gardner then recalled the previous night. Sarah reminded him that he was in charge of Jin and Michael's meals today, to which Gardner hesitated, wondering if it was okay not to take Jin along. Sarah reassured him, saying they were just meeting some important people in the area with government soldiers as escorts. Gardner was relieved to hear that. With a chilling aura, Sarah issued her final order before leaving. Don't get so lost in your books that you forget to feed the children. Gardner trembled, understanding. On the road, Sarah's car rides between two mercenary vehicles as she reviews documents inside. Suddenly, from the bushes, unknown figures emerged, guns trained on the three vehicles. Gunfire erupted, smoke filled the air, and Sarah's car spun out of control. The three inside the car were thrown off balance as chaos erupted. The odds were against Sarah, who shielded her head from the shattered glass. Gardner was stunned by the news. Sarah had been kidnapped by an anti-government group. The mercenary struggled to respond. Yes, we're forming a rescue team now. Hearing this, the two were stunned, but Jin reacted quickly, practically flying out of the house. Michael cries out in worry, Jin, where are you going? Jin replies coldly, I'm going to do my job. Leaving only his silhouette behind, Jin carries a gun with him. Meanwhile, the captain's vehicle arrived and he quickly hopped on as it sped away. The captain outlined the situation. The anti-government group attacked when they discovered the diplomat was trying to secure cooperation from local leaders, and they've taken him hostage to force the government to withdraw its support. As we prepared to move out together, government troops blocked us, deeming it unnecessary. And now, things have come to this. It will probably take some time to assemble a rescue team. Jin said softly that the hostages likely won't be eliminated until their demands are refused. The captain agreed, adding that the location had been identified through their sources. They probably didn't expect us to come straight here, so they'll be in disarray. They must have just hidden the hostages somewhere. Jin asked him to cause a distraction outside while he took care of the inside. The captain's team happily agreed. All right. Their vehicle disappeared into the smoke. At the rebel headquarters, two guards stood watch at the gate as Jin's group parked their car a good distance away. But with a sniper's aim, distance is no issue, and one enemy is swiftly eliminated. Panic erupts as the others desperately search for the attacker, only to be swiftly taken down, one by one. Some managed to pinpoint the captain's location. They returned fire in unison, but luckily they missed. The sharpshooter asked, Are you okay there? The enemy can't hit us, and they're dropping like flies. Now the rebels are gathering in large numbers. The captain orders, Here they come, let's begin, don't move too far. Try to move around the area so Jin can operate inside. Taking advantage of the lack of guards, Jin sneaks in. Jia's subtle warning told him to stop just in time, as another group of people ran past. Jin waited silently to continue his mission, but a sudden shout froze him in place. Hey, kid, why haven't you left? What are you doing standing around? Disoriented from the attack, Jin scrambles to come up with an excuse. The opponent continued to ask, Where are the weapons? They were talking about him, saying there was something strange about him, asking which organization he belonged to. But before he could get an answer, Jin pulled out his gun, and the man, caught off guard, was easily eliminated. As the guard fell to the ground, Jin swiftly snatched the gun from his hand, a sight that caused a hidden observer to exclaim. With a swift bullet, Jin takes down the slow-moving guard, and then he charges inside. The next door is guarded, but Jin's eyes are cold. One of the guards spots him. What? Jin doesn't even bother hiding anymore, openly antagonizing them. Halt, what's going on? Who are you? Never seen you before. Are you new? He replied, I'm here to check some items the hostage brought with them. The other guy just grunted in response. Oh, is that so? But his colleague beside him wasn't so easily fooled. Who told you to do that? Jin knew this guy suspected him, and he sighed. 2 gunshots ring out and Jin glides past the 2 corpses, but stepping inside presents a problem. The rebels looked at him strangely. What? A menacing figure asked, What's up, kid? Why are you here when the alarm's going off? Jin didn't answer, his eyes darting around. Everyone around him was armed and cautious, but Jin stealthily drew his gun, gifting each member a bullet to the head. No one could follow his movements, and the result was utterly tragic. One of them reloads and raises his gun, but his hands tremble, unable to hold it steady. Jin throws a grenade, and the bandit leader looks on in confusion as his chest is pierced, before collapsing in a spray of blood. Jin reloads as he runs, and it seems nothing can stop him this time. In the interrogation room, Sarah and the bandit leader face off. Frustrated, she insists that any demands should be made peacefully. "This kind of threat will never be accepted," the bandit leader scoffed. "Just try me. If the government doesn't accept our demands, it's not too late to deal with this. Rest up, the interrogation will begin soon." Sarah, ever virtuous, vowed never to compromise. Even as she was taken hostage, images of her husband and son flashed through her mind as the door slowly opened. The pirate, caught off guard, noticed someone entering and asked, "Who are you?" No, this area was supposed to be off limits. Because the fat bandit was blocking her view, Sarah couldn't see who else was there. Jin coldly stared at the bandit, thinking, "Wrong place, wrong time. He might get hit by my stray bullets." With swift precision, Jin vanished, seizing the bandit's gun and unleashing a hail of bullets before plunging a knife into his chest. Before the bandit could even ask who he was, Jin responded, "I'm here to save you." The bandit, losing too much blood, collapsed and died before Jin's eyes. Sarah watches, pale with fear, as Jin replies, "I'm here to save you," amidst the chaos of battle where armed men move cautiously. They ran past a small path between two buildings as Sarah leaned against the wall, struggling to breathe. She struggled to speak. "Jin, I'm sorry. I can't breathe," as Jin watched in silence. Then, a noise echoed from the path ahead. Sarah looked over, startled, as Jin grabbed his gun and ran forward, opening fire on the armed men entering the alley. Bullets strike 3 men in the head, and as they fall, 2 more appear, forcing Jin to reposition. He braced himself on the ground, dodging the bullets, his gun still aimed at the enemy. The bullets fired struck them squarely in the face, a fatal blow. Once he was sure no one else was coming, Jin cautiously approached the corpses. A strained, dying voice spoke, and he glanced over. One soldier, clinging to life, still managed to raise his gun at Jin, who kicked it away. He pressed the gun to the man's forehead, a splatter of blood followed by a gunshot. Jin stood up, and silence fell around him. Sarah was slightly surprised by the scene before her. She remembered the captain saying that Mercenary Jin was right. Among those sent here, he was number 1. Jin looked at her, urging her to leave, snapping her out of her reverie. Sarah pushed herself up, remembering, and noticed blood on his right arm. She said urgently, "Your arm!" But Jin calmly turned away, explaining, "It's just a graze. More importantly, that gunshot will bring enemies here." Sarah takes down one enemy while Jin uses his gun to strike another. He takes cover, easily shooting down those outside. Jin silently eliminates the remaining enemy with a swift neck break, then takes off running, the two of them moving cautiously, scanning their surroundings. Jin, breathing heavily with blood on his face, signals Sarah to duck down and keep moving. Sarah and the others piled into a car. Jin laid out the plan. They'd take another vehicle and leave, and when he gave the signal, they should move quickly. Sarah, her face paling, asked what was happening, but before she could get an answer, Jin sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of bullets, each one aimed at the head, instantly taking down 2 enemies. With one left undetected, Jin swiftly sliced his arm, then turned, saying, "Get in the car." Sarah emerged from hiding, and Jin told her to get in the back and keep her head down. As they got in, the car window shattered. Ahead, a group of people opened fire, but the car sped away, escaping their range. In a safe zone, Jin stands by their newly acquired vehicle as the Gatner family reunites, the mother and daughter embracing in joyous relief. Showing no emotion, he silently observes the scene as the captain appears. Praising his work, he replies, "He's just doing his job." The captain reminds him to focus on healing his wounds for tonight and that he'll send someone else to protect them. At dinner, Gatner said to Sarah, "Yeah, I thought so too." She looked up at him and asked, "What made you think that? How could someone like him do such terrible things without a second thought?" He guessed Jin was the best mercenary in the area, and to gain that ability, what kind of life must he have lived? These words startled her, and he continued, "Since childhood, he must have endured countless hardships, a life we can't even imagine." Sarah fell silent, recalling the image of Jin standing alone by the car earlier that day. She grabbed his shirt, then buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. Someone said, "Hey Jin, I need to talk to you. Do you have a moment?" Standing before the doctor's family of 3, Michael smiled and waved. "Have a seat." Jin accepted, sitting down seriously. Sarah spoke up. "This may seem a bit sudden." He asked if they were planning to change bodyguards, surprising her, but Jin calmly replied that it was okay, that while rare, these things happen, and he understood her recent shock, so he would find them someone else. Of course, this wasn't Sarah's intention, and she quickly said, Honey, that's not it. Jin didn't understand what they were trying to say. Sarah reveals her thoughts, saying she's considered it carefully if he doesn't mind. Jin remains silent as she asks if he'd like to live with them. He didn't answer right away. Sarah smiled gently. I've been thinking about this and we want you to be a part of our family. Gardner and Michael looked at him, waiting for his thoughts. Eugene hadn't spoken until now. The next morning, Michael asked, still dazed, "What about Jin?" Standing before them, the captain announced that their permanent bodyguard would be replaced, prompting Michael to ask why. He explained that Jin had suddenly requested this last night, the reason for which was unclear, and from now on this person and another would take turns protecting them, leaving the doctor's family speechless. Gardner asks regretfully if they won't be seeing Jin anymore, but the captain denies it, reminding them that they initially requested a top-tier mercenary. Jin is simply stepping down as your personal bodyguard. He's still part of the outer security team, so you can see him anytime. Sarah sighed, relieved. She turned to her husband, saying they must have made him feel pressured and uncomfortable and hoped he wasn't too upset. The captain added that it might sound strange, but Jin's decision to leave his personal guard position wasn't due to discomfort or negative feelings, but perhaps because personal feelings could easily lead to problems. The three of them watched him from outside, as Jin, ever taciturn, recalled the events of the previous night. Sarah told him to take his time, but Jin quickly refused. Sarah didn't expect him to be so resolute. Don't rush. You have 3 months here to consider it carefully. But he remained firm, needing no further thought. Michael, sitting beside him, looked dejected, and the doctor and his wife remained silent. Jin quietly gets up, and the three of them watch him leave. Back in reality, a voice calls out, "Jin!" and Michael rushes out from inside. Jin asked what was going on, and the other replied cheerfully, "Let's have breakfast." Jin, confused, asked, "Huh?" The other explained that his mother wanted him to join them for breakfast, since he was no longer a personal bodyguard, so there was no problem eating together. Jin remained silent, glancing back at the two beside him, who didn't seem bothered. During the meal, the four of them sat around one table. The doctor's family is so happy. It turns out this is nice, and we should have done this sooner. The captain leaned against the door, also smiling. When he trained, Michael would wave. The four of them would share meals. Jin, I'll tell you about the cultures and wonders of the countries I've visited. And later, my husband will teach you what you need to know. As Jin practiced writing, Dr. Gatner would guide him, with Michael sitting close by. Sarah would tell him about the places she'd been, and Michael was happy just to stand by Jin's side as he trained. He says that in truth, he has no friends. Traveling everywhere for his parents' work leaves him no time to make friends, and he's always bored. But this time, thanks to Jin, I'm really happy. Jin silently listened to him. That was the past, but in the present, he's driving a car. It heads out of the forest toward the sunlight as elsewhere. Someone says this is madness. Brandon is confused. We have intel on the mercenary Jin, but why entrust the hostage rescue to him alone? I'm debating whether to send a team to the confirmed location. The other man replied, but Dr. Gatner only trusts Jin. He's sitting quietly in his room. Brandon recounts the unfortunate death of Gatner's wife, Sarah, during a mission, but it was unavoidable. His colleague adds that Gatner's loss of faith in the nation is also understandable. Furthermore, he warned that if we received even the slightest assistance, he would never cooperate again, even if we successfully rescued the hostages. Brandon added that this is why he said it was crazy and far too dangerous, no matter what. He even said that if the hostages were to die, he wouldn't hold us responsible, and would still cooperate. In the forest, binoculars survey a house. Eugene lowers them, thinking, something's wrong. There are no guards in sight. He jumped into action, wondering if they had retreated. Eugene observed the house from a distance. He thought there were no guards or surveillance equipment in the surrounding area. Eugene cautiously approached with his gun, peering through the window. Covered in cobwebs, Eugene forcefully pushes the door open and silently observes the interior, finding it empty. Seeing this, Eugene figured the place hadn't been used in a long time, or at least there were no recent signs of use. He entered a room that appeared to be a study. He approached the only table in the room, and Eugene picked up a photograph, a family portrait of him with the doctor's family. He looked at it, then continued to the back of the house, where he found a wooden table and chairs and 2 tombstones. He examined one, which read, "My beloved wife, Sarah Gardner, rest here." He recalled Sarah saying, "Eugene, I want you to understand that beyond the world you live in, there is an even greater world." Next to it was another startling Eugene. He knelt down and brushed away the overgrown leaves. Eugene's hand traced the inscription, his eyes widening in surprise. "Beloved son of Sarah and I, Michael Gardner, Rest here." Dr. Gardner had risen on the other side. His eyes were weary and lifeless, and upon hearing the news, Ham Chang angrily demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Weren't you supposed to have Eugene rescue your son as a condition of our cooperation?" The place he provided was where he used to live, and Michael, his son, was never captured. The doctor replied that perhaps Eugene had found them. Ham Chang frowned, wondering if Michael was truly dead, even though he'd sent Eugene to save him. The doctor continued, explaining that after parting ways with Eugene, Sarah was taken elsewhere and killed. In truth, they used Sarah's life to make unreasonable demands of our government, demands that were, of course, refused. Sarah Gardner was nominally a diplomat, but in reality she negotiated for the government. He sighed, then continued, during one negotiation, the other side suddenly changed their attitude, and Sarah Gardner was killed. After hearing this, Ham Chang asked if this was the reason he didn't trust anyone, to which his superior replied that it could be assumed so. After hearing this, Ham Chang began to contemplate. Back in the present, the doctor lowered his head and continued. At that time, I could hardly bear the truth. I wanted to follow Sarah immediately, but I had to live for Michael, who, since he was little, had to follow us everywhere, making it difficult for him to have a normal school life. Michael was terribly bullied at school, and by the children of high-ranking government officials, no less. Ham Chang listens intently, realizing the school was powerless to help. Gradually, Michael developed severe social anxiety, isolating himself with his father in the place John once visited. But even there, an unforeseen tragedy occurred. The day before, heavy rains had weakened the ground. By the time the doctor arrived, it was too late, and he cried out in despair. I began to hate the country my family had once loved, hating it to my very core. Sarah was dead. Michael met an unfortunate end, all because of the country we once loved. It was then that Aida approached me with a proposition. Hearing this, Ham Chang was a little stunned. He thought he wasn't cornered, but agreed to Aida's proposal. The doctor continued, saying that developing a chemical weapon capable of killing countless people would have seemed absurd before. But what's so absurd about it? Why should I refuse their offer? I don't give a damn what they use my weapon for. As he spoke, the doctor's eyes became bloodshot. Isn't it reasonable that the weapon I created could be used for my country? After all, I have no way to take revenge on the country. Ham Chang slowly asks, then why did you request to see Jean? Why did you ask him to save Michael, a dead man? After hearing this, the doctor paused, looked at him for a moment, and then told him the whole truth. Sarah and Michael had wanted to see Jean until their very last moments. I want them to meet Jean again. When I saw him, Jean looked so much better than before. I'm so lucky. I'll cooperate fully. After telling him everything, the doctor asked Ham Chang to tell Jean that he doesn't need to see me anymore. Eugene stood silently before the doctor's photographs, without a word. Ham Chang suddenly called him, recounting the whole story. Dr. Gardner had turned himself in and given up all the information. Good job, Eugene simply replied after hearing everything. Meanwhile, Ham Chang continued, explaining that Dr. Gardner hadn't initially intended to cooperate with them. Eugene still held the doctor's family photo. Ham Chang continued, saying he asked the doctor privately why he changed his mind and decided to cooperate, and seeing the boy reminded him of his past, of his time with Sarah and Michael. I realized that I still had a family in this world, the doctor said, tears welling up in his eyes. After hearing the whole story, Eugene held the photo in his hand, reflecting on his memories. The madam's words echoed in his mind. Eugene, I hope you'll learn more about the vast world out there. And innocent Michael, though we aren't family, you were my first friend. He hung his head, overcome with unspeakable sorrow, and the doctor was taken into custody. His face still etched with sorrow, a strange car suddenly approaches, ramming directly into the doctor's transport. The crash, clearly premeditated, sends the vehicle careening into the roadside barrier. The doctor appeared injured inside the vehicle as a group of armed men rushed in, prompting the guards to form a defensive perimeter. But pistols are no match for machine guns, and the escort vehicles are quickly destroyed. Only 2 bodyguards remain in the doctor's car, and they are swiftly taken out as well. The doctor looks confused when a familiar voice and footsteps approach. It's Dr. Garner. The masked man approached the car window where the doctor sat, asking how he was doing. The doctor's eyes filled with fear as the man, with a terrifying expression, asked why he had done it. You betrayed us, and now the boss is furious. After being captured, the doctor was brutally tortured, his screams echoing in the darkness. He was beaten in a dark warehouse, covered in blood, his face completely masked by it as one of them grabbed the doctor's head. He glared and asked how much they had lost because of him. The doctor looked pathetic, and with his age and frailty, he resigned himself to his fate. They were truly cruel, beating an old man to a pulp. He asked, Why would someone who seemed to have a death wish suddenly do something so foolish? Sitting before the doctor was Du-on, who expressed his disappointment. The doctor was in a sorry state, but he wouldn't utter a word, even if beaten to death. Du-on calmly lights a cigarette and continues. I thought we were on the same wavelength. The doctor, gasping for air, weakly replies that people's feelings are fickle. The crime boss sat back, crossed his legs, and replied, Indeed, nothing is more fickle than the human heart. But that doesn't apply to me. The doctor struggled to speak, but he didn't even bother to listen to what the man was saying. Du-on calmly continues, as if he has all the time in the world. You know, your impulsive actions have made things very difficult. I've lost time, money, clients, and even a few routes, not to mention the other side is investigating us. The man narrowed his eyes, revealing a face of pure evil, chilling all who beheld it. From now on, you'll pay the price, and you'll become a lesson to others about the consequences of betrayal. For someone trying to regain their humanity, that's a cheap price to pay. Your words made him pause for a moment. He must be embarrassed. But no matter how foolish he feels, he wants to put on a show for his men, wearing a smug grin. Yeah, let's see how far that humanity gets you. Meanwhile, Yi-jin was training hard, unaware of what was happening when his phone suddenly rang. It turns out Colonel Kang was the one calling, and after a brief acknowledgement, the colonel began to inform him. Yi-jin learns that Dr. Gachner was ambushed, and he stiffens. The colonel continues, saying that thanks to Dr. Gachner's cooperation, they've recovered all the weapons. In the process, we also captured many of Aida's key figures, so the U.S. government has arranged for him to stay temporarily in a safe place, planning to grant him a new identity and help him start over when the situation stabilizes. But he was ambushed during transport. Has the culprit been identified? Colonel Kang replied that the perpetrators were likely Aida members. REC reported that Aida's right-hand man appeared a few days before the capture, and they are currently tracking their location. Yi-jin pressed on, wondering if the colonel was eager to rescue the doctor and what he thought their motive was. The colonel replies that this is just his personal opinion, but what Dr. Gachner provided was completely accurate. He clearly betrayed Aida, but instead of killing him, they captured him. Yi-jin began to deduce that they were trying to make an example of a traitor. The colonel surmised that Aida likely had nothing left to gain from Dr. Gachner, nor anyone close to him to use as leverage. So despite the risk, they proceeded with the capture to show the world the price of betrayal. Yi-jin says they can't delay any longer, and the voice on the other end agrees, saying he couldn't hide this from him. That's why I'm calling. Please, let me know as soon as you pinpoint Dr. Gachner's location. The colonel sighed. Understood. With the colonel's approval, Yi-jin offered a quick thanks, then began to consider his next steps. Immediately, Yi-jin pulled out another phone and contacted 006, who was surprised to hear the name Aida. He said they're infamous in the underworld. Why are you suddenly asking about that shady arms-dealing organization? Yi-jin cut to the chase. I need information on them, and as quickly as possible, especially about the boss and the man named Z and their location. 006 replied. Z, he contacted us privately when we left to become mercenaries. Back on the line, Yi-jin listens intently as 006 relays the information. Somehow, a strange group called the Mercenary Syndicate knew about them, approached them to join, and the one who met them was Z. When we refused, he simply left, saying we'd regret it. Since we weren't deeply involved in mercenary work, only occasionally taking jobs from people we knew, we didn't clash with the Union. Anyway, we learned about Z after that incident. It turns out he has an impressive and well-known record. He must be very skilled. I'll send you everything we have, including other information. Yi-jin replied, Thank you. But before he could hang up, 006 quickly added, 001 is near the window. It seems ZD is connected to Aida, and Aida is not an organization to be trifled with. Then he asked seriously, what exactly was going on? Yi-jin remained silent, perhaps lost in thought. Meanwhile, at a lively Sinza party somewhere, filled with influential figures, everyone is enjoying the romantic atmosphere. A man emerges from the car. The main character has arrived, greeted by a line of bodyguards. Clearly, he's no ordinary man. In the distance, 06 is tailing Du-on, his target. Target acquired and entering the building. Within the crowd, a familiar face blends in seamlessly. Yi-jin disguises himself as a wealthy CEO, looking quite convincing. Meanwhile, 006 is disguised as a handsome waiter who suddenly smiles, anticipating the drama to unfold. A voice speaks, Luckily, I received information about an illegal arms auction at a club owned by Aida. Yi-jin picked up Du-on's photo and 0032 continued. I heard Aida's boss, Du-on, will be there too. Yi-jin looked at the photo and asked, At the club? 0032 confirms that the illegal auction is set to take place in the club's basement, explaining that the club's regular clientele will help mask the movements of those attending the auction. 006 adds that there will be a large security presence, including Aida's forces and the bodyguards of the auction attendees. 32 nodded, saying, "As you all know, the key to this operation is speed. We need to capture Duan as quickly as possible because at the first sign of trouble, he'll disappear without a trace." Ijin was lost in thought as the club pulsed with music and revelry. Suddenly, a signal comes through. The target has entered. Ijin watches from the shadows, assessing the situation. He sets down his wine glass and heads outside, where they're waiting. Inside the car, 032 monitors everything on screen. He furiously types on the keyboard, the building's camera feeds displayed before him, and reports, "We've taken control of the internal camera system. Control will only see the edited footage I've prepared." He had the right to cause chaos as he pleased, and he glanced over. Ijin, aware of the situation through 032's report, walked straight ahead and saw two large guards standing watch in front of a room. As Ijin approached, one of the guards yelled, telling him to get lost, but Ijin immediately grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back. He punched the guy square in the back, leaving him unable to react. The other one pulled out a gun, but before he could do anything, Ijin rushed him and kneed him in the gut. At the same time, he delivered a powerful headbutt to the chin, sending the man crashing to the ground. Not stopping there, Ijin grabbed his head and drove his knee into it, quickly incapacitating the two guards. He dragged the two men across the floor as Ijin hid in a small room in the building. Just then, another group of men entered, and as Ijin saw them, they saw him, and in an instant, Ijin was beating them senseless. They all fall before him, and 006 appears, gun in hand, smiling at Ijin, who returns a knowing look. And so they parted ways, Ijin quickly drawing his gun and running forward when suddenly a door opened, revealing another group of people. The group, confused by Ijin's gun, were quickly taken down one by one as he entered the room to investigate, ensuring no one remained. But behind him, a man appeared, taking aim. He spoke into his radio, shouting that there was an intruder. Ijin turned to face him and quickly shot him in the gut, leaving him no chance to react. Ijin watches as Shizu blasts the man away, all while a man gives a speech on a stage in a large room. Below, attendees wear masks to conceal their identities while Duan observes from the back with his two subordinates. Outside, the bodyguards rush around in a frenzy as one reports to Duan's subordinate about the intruders. Seeing this, Duan turned and asked what was going on. His subordinate replied, "Apologies, it seems some rats have snuck in. I'll take care of it quickly and quietly." The old Don waves his hand, ensuring the auction proceeds smoothly. His subordinate replies, "Yes," and turns to leave. The old man pondered as Kill spoke up from behind. They must have caught wind of something. Duan stroked his forehead with a sinister smile. "Those rats have sharp noses, but they're also good at dying." His men opened fire and 006 quickly dodged the bullets. He immediately shot at them, glancing at the soldiers as 032 informed them, "They've discovered us. They're moving in groups and are fully armed." 006 reloads his weapon, sighs, and says, "This is getting interesting. And difficult." Guns blazing, Yijin wastes no time, taking down Duan's henchmen one by one. Shells eject as he hears footsteps approaching from behind. A soldier with an assault rifle aims at Yijin, but before he can react, Yijin tackles him. He throws him to the ground, pulls a knife from his boot, and repeatedly stabs him, unaware of the two figures approaching from behind. Unleashing a hail of bullets, they force Yijin to take cover, but he uses the opportunity to close the distance, his speed increasing as he heads toward the two men. The shots miss their mark, and Yijin lunges forward, repeatedly stabbing at their legs. Two men fall and he unloads his weapon, riddling them with bullets. Another group falls before Yijin, as seen on the camera. Duan's henchmen, struggling, complained that the control room wasn't back online, demanding its immediate restoration to pinpoint enemy locations, just as one of them reported that many of their dispatched forces had been found dead. Duan's henchman is shocked to hear that Yijin is receiving reports from their own men. 01 reports, 2 enemies ahead. He swiftly takes them out, working in perfect sync with his informant, but then there are 3 more on the flank. He spins around, shattering the glass with gunfire, taking out the 3 closing in. He reaches into his pocket to reload, but the magazine is empty. The warning sounds again. 2 enemies ahead. A bullet grazes his arm, drawing blood, but he presses on, knife in hand. In a flash, 1 enemy falls, his scream cut short, while the other, still firing, remains oblivious. He swiftly eliminates the last one, grabs his gun, and moves on as his teammate's voice echoes, "Sorry, I can't provide any more support." They've cut off my connection to the control room and started searching the area. I'll see you at the rendezvous point. Good luck to you all. Yuri, meanwhile, in the auction room, the crowd waited, and a subordinate approached Rach, remaining silent. But he immediately understood the problem and stooped to report to Duan. Sir, the intruder is still at large. Duan glances at Rach and he suggests they leave for safety, an idea Duan seems to consider. Meanwhile, Duan's henchman and his subordinate are rushing through the halls, speaking urgently into a walkie-talkie. Tell the boss to leave immediately and inform the other clients to evacuate as well. He looked up, his eyes filled with cold resentment, questioning why they hadn't been dealt with yet, leaving the men behind him in silence. His face darkens with malice as he orders, I don't care who they are, shoot on sight. Meanwhile, Yijin continues to sweep through like lightning, quickly taking down each enemy. Suddenly, he noticed someone trying to sneak up on him, and he elbowed the guy in the neck, sending him to join his comrades. Seeing this, the other guys, still unafraid, continued to fire. He grabs one of them by the head, using him as a shield as he takes down the last two. They fall at his feet, and he seems exhausted, panting heavily. Carefully, Yijin draws his knife and approaches the door, which he bursts open and storms through. Before him lies a gruesome scene. A large man stands amidst a pile of corpses, blood splattered across the room. He steps on the wide-eyed corpse of an old man, sneering, arriving this late to catch the leader? Yijin stands frozen, confused by 004's appearance. 04, without being asked, said to Yijin, I'm not here to help you, don't get the wrong idea. I heard someone dared to threaten us here, so I came to take a look. 001 remained silent as 004 clicked his tongue in annoyance, saying, Tush, these guys just popped out of a hidden passage behind the bookshelf and ran into me. Seems the so-called boss is this way. Yijin stared in that direction, his eyes cold as he entered the secret passage. Meanwhile, Duan is escorted by his elite guards and henchmen, moving cautiously. The henchman carefully observes, thinking to himself that they're moving very fast. He tells Duan that if they keep this up, they'll be caught. He should get in the car and leave first, and he'll take care of things and follow. The two groups split up, with Duan continuing straight ahead with a few bodyguards, while his subordinate leads the rest. Yijin and 04 have reached the path they just passed, and with just the two of them, they're enough to wipe out the entire army. He coolly spins the sharp knife in his hand as Yijin weaves through the bullets, takes cover behind a wall, and then pops out to shoot them down. 004 asks for backup from 001, planning to infiltrate while 001 provides cover and then heads straight for the boss. 001 complies, laying down fire to give 004 an opening, who's busy slitting throats, wondering what's got 001 so distracted. 4's eyes burned with a savage, murderous intent as he slaughtered the soldiers. A few bullets slipped through, forcing him to take cover. So that's where you were. With a serious look, Yijin eliminates his enemies one by one, clutching his gun as he advances, using all his skills to quickly dispatch the remaining foes. Enraged, Zek raises his gun, shouting, You think you can just ignore me and leave? Bullets fly as Yijin swiftly dodges. A bullet whizzes past and he doesn't notice the presence behind him. 004, knife in hand, watches him intently. Wang steps forward to deal with Zek's gun, 004's eyes full of hatred. Zek, however, raises an eyebrow, eyeing this sudden newcomer. Zek jumps back, firing his gun repeatedly. Bullets fly toward him, but they are no match for his agility. With a face full of disbelief, he couldn't believe his eyes. Every move this guy made threw off his aim. 04 rushed toward him, wondering where these guys came from as the gun was aimed. Unexpectedly, he closed the gap, knife in hand, while Zek stared in disbelief, still holding his gun. 04 grabbed his arm, face contorted with rage. They were separated, staring each other down. He smirked, taunting, So you're good with a knife, huh? Let's see how you handle this. Ignoring his words, 004 locked eyes with him, and the two clashed, blades meeting in a flurry of attacks. His hands began to bleed, his face in disbelief, while 04 remained unconcerned, landing a blow. Little by little, he relentlessly strikes with his blade, leaving Zek in disbelief, gritting his teeth. What is happening? Streaks of blood begin to appear, and Zek stares at him in horror as they fight neck and neck under the lights. Something appears in his pocket. Damn, he's going for his gun. Can't you focus? Another cut appears on the back of his hand. Then came 1,000 cuts, his face frozen in shock, unable to dodge, ending with a spray of blood as the boy stared down at him. With your skill, you thought you could test me? Zek grits his teeth and looks up. Wait, you're not a regular soldier, are you? We don't have to fight like this. Your target is the boss, not me. 004 looks down, stating that he is the target. His eyes are like shattered glass, pale and mechanical. He lowered his mask, recalling the past, a time when 04 was present, a time when all he felt was hatred. Back in the present, he looks at him with amusement, thinking, "You threaten me, but don't expect to pay the price?" He grips the knife tightly and approaches Zek. Undaunted, he speaks, "If you kill me, the guild will have to hire a car." Ignoring his words, 004 spins the knife in his hand. "This bastard dares to threaten me?" A chess piece falls to the floor, cut to a car appearing in a parking lot. The bodyguards, weapons in hand, scanned their surroundings as one opened the car door for the old man. Hidden behind the wall, Yi-jin swiftly took aim. The bodyguards, seeing this, raised their guns and fired a barrage at him, while others advanced, bullets ricocheting off the wall where he was hiding. In the car, Inguk sits sternly, ordering his men to hurry. The screech of tires filled the air as a car abruptly stopped, pinning Yi-jin between the gunman and the chairman's vehicle. He gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Damn it, who are these guys? There was no intel about them hunting me." The car sped off, disappearing around the bend. Yi-jin watched the car disappear as bullets whizzed through the air, getting closer and closer as the enemies advanced, firing relentlessly. Suddenly, bullets flew past them, and they turned to see 06 behind them, taking out the remaining men, his gun aimed at Han. Unaware, the men were quickly taken out, and he opened fire on the rest. In the basement, the two have dealt with the bodyguards. 006, looking at his back, says calmly, "Don't feel bad. 004 has Rick, we just need information from Han." As darkness falls, the area outside the mansion is cleared, but inside, the lights still burn bright, illuminating the bodies of the fallen guards. Bloodstains linger on the table as a man bound to a chair is interrogated. Dr. Gogner hangs his head low, speaking weakly to Gin and his men. Tortured, his shirt slightly raised, he asks, "Why are you here?" His eyes, deep and profound, look at him. "I'm here to save you." Gogner says to him sorrowfully, "I'm troubling you again." Gin silently unties him. "It's all right." Gogner says, "I have a request." He looked up at him, and Gogner quietly stammered, Please bury me next to my family." He looked thoughtful. "I understand." The old man kept his head down. "Thank you, and I'm glad to see you're doing well." His eyes full of fatigue, he says, "Actually, when you meet Sarah and Michael, there's something I want to tell you." Silence falls as Gin sits before him, 006 behind him, and Gogner departs. 006 turns away, while Gin silently watches him as night falls on the number's base, where a pistol is placed back on the table. Inside, 3 people are equipping themselves around a table full of weapons, and one of them suddenly speaks up. "Someone from the past, huh?" 004 casually replies from his chair, "I suppose so." Immediately, the hulking 008, known for his menacing demeanor, asks, not being able to save him. 001 must be feeling guilty. But those words made him snap, yelling, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's not that we couldn't save him, but that we saved him too late." 008 sighed wearily. "What's the difference?" 006, standing behind them, asks worriedly if 001 is all right. But 004, though shaken, retorts, "All right? What's all right about it?" Yi-jin remembers Gogner's devastated state and his final wish, for Linjong to be with his family again. Back in reality, 004 frowned with displeasure, remembering how pathetic and unrecognizable he looked back then. Even the usually calm 02 was shaken by this. Overall, it seems he cares a lot about Yi-jin. At the same time, a series of luxury cars appeared on the road, and GE was still hard at work inside one of them. As if sensing something, she glances at Yi-jin, who is as emotionless as a robot. Having arrived at their destination, the man announced they were at the rendezvous point, a luxurious restaurant with an eye-catching spread. GE sits across from Yi-jin, crosses her arms, and says sternly, "Eat if you want." Her erratic behavior confuses Yi-jin. Seeing his attitude, GE turned away, annoyed, saying that the other party suddenly canceled the appointment. What to do now? Yi-jin calmly replies, "Then, Vice Director, please help yourself." She looks at the food on the table with regret, saying, "We already ordered it, so there's a cancellation fee, right?" But GE is met with an absurd question from him. "GE, are you leaving?" Outside, the building exudes a magnificent and opulent aura, surrounded by vast grounds. After eating, the two went for drinks together. Yi-jin had orange juice, while GE drank coffee, still unfazed by the cancelled appointment. What else could she do? GE is likely using this opportunity to get closer to him. Suddenly, the other person canceled, so she's spending the whole day just resting here for a bit, but sitting alone is so boring. Her face reveals no emotion. Today is strange, with appointments being canceled for no reason, showing no respect, and lacking any sense of etiquette. With that same expression, Yi-jin remained quiet, letting GE take the lead. Afterward, the two moved to the movie theater, sitting side by side like a couple on a date. Seeing his bewildered expression, GE made up an excuse. There was no other way. She really wanted to see the movie, but her friend couldn't make it to food chart. Her face revealed a stern look. Besides, I don't like going to the movies alone, remember that? He nods in response. Yes. GE then offered Yijin her half-eaten bag of popcorn, asking him to try some, and with that, their tiring day came to an end. The car pulled into an alley, and as they arrived at Yijin's gate, her expression turned melancholic. Yijin, get out. But he didn't understand, replying, but this is my house. GE's tone was heavy as he said, I just dropped by since I was in the area. You're off work now, so just rest here. Yijin looked up at Team 2 leader with a puzzled expression, but when he turned back, he understood. GE urged him on. What are you waiting for? I need to get home. Get out, quickly. Yijin felt a little disappointed. Yes. He was then unceremoniously dumped on the street by GE, who sighed involuntarily in the car, remembering Ham Chang's serious request on the phone to keep an eye on GE for the next few days. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he's been having a hard time lately. She closed her eyes, thinking, something's definitely familiar, but the atmosphere is completely different. She glances worriedly out the window, thinking that a few days off might do him good, otherwise his personality might strike people as odd. As the car drives away, Yijin returns home, but suddenly stops in his tracks. Yijin was surprised to see his grandfather waiting for him, who approached and asked, You're back? I was just out for a walk. He smiled warmly. I saw you get out of the car. You're home early today. Yijin nodded obediently. Yes, I didn't have anything else to do, so they let me leave. Kangsu smiled kindly, his face radiating warmth and approachability, saying, Is that so? If you're not tired, take a walk with me. Seeing this, Yijin smiled slightly and agreed. Yes. The two of them went for a walk, and his grandfather started the conversation, asking how work was going and if he was overdoing it. Yijin said he was fine, but Kangsu noticed his strange expression, asking if anything had been bothering him lately. Even Yijin hadn't noticed. Something that's tiring me? His grandfather nodded with concern. Yes. You just seem a bit tense. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Do I? Tense. After a few steps, Kangsu suddenly stopped, a sight that reminded Yijin of when he spoke with Zazian. She rushed to his side, and without hesitation, he replied, What am I doing? Just going for a walk to get some exercise. Zazian questioned why he wasn't wearing sneakers for a walk, to which the old man replied that wearing shoes for too long hurt his ankles and knees. Zazian reminded him to tie his shoes carefully. His eyes fell into thought as Yijin recalled Kangsu saying he saw him get out of the car while exercising. He turned to look at him, his lips slightly moving. Kangsu looked at Yijin with great concern, and Yijin smiled, realizing someone still cared for him. Reassuring him, Yijin said he was fine, and Kangsu shouldn't worry so much, which put Kangsu at ease. He then urged Yijin, saying that if he ever felt tired, he should speak up and lean on his family. Kangsu emphasized the last point, saying that's what family is for. Yijin smiled, replying, Yes, as the streetlights illuminated the dim street. After arriving at the gate, he sent Kangsu inside, telling him to go in first, as he was just going to grab a few things from the convenience store. Kangsu, still worried, told him not to be too late, and Yijin nodded in response. After seeing him safely inside, Yijin's eyes sharpened as he sensed something in the alley. With trained caution, he approached the dark alley where a tall figure stood, wondering what was happening. The mysterious figure was none other than 002, his cold voice echoing, questioning if Yijin had grown weak. Recognizing 002, Yijin is caught off guard. He glares at Yijin, admonishing him, How disappointing. Don't let this life soften your training. With that, 02 walked off into the night, leaving Yijin to his thoughts, and Yijin was saddened by his questioning words. Meanwhile, a heavy rain falls on a mansion shrouded in gloom, heavily guarded by soldiers. Duo rests his head on his hand, asking if they've identified the attackers yet. His subordinate reports that all security footage from that time has vanished, and they need more time to investigate. No sooner had he spoken than he ended the man's life for his incompetence. A cold-blooded killer, he wouldn't hesitate to execute someone for even the smallest mistake. Madison added that they were very careful, leaving no traces in major countries despite extensive investigation. They're organized and extremely professional, so if they're not agents from major countries, they're probably free mercenaries like us. Those capable of this level of operation are few, and we'll find them soon enough. Hearing this, the old man angrily ordered, "Find out who's targeting me and drag them before me." The old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he warned, "You better not screw this up, or I'll cut funding to the Mercenary Alliance." Madison replied, "Don't worry, the Alliance sent me to handle this," as they returned to the numbers base. Inside, the numbers discussed the situation, and 02 asked if the imprisoned Roach had escaped. 018 confirmed that he had, only to be hit by a car and killed shortly after. Hearing this, 0008 sighs in resignation. "We have to abandon this base and move elsewhere. Deck's accident happened in this area. If his comrades investigate, this place will be exposed." Azir 02, arms crossed, pondered for a moment, then asked who was in charge of surveillance. 016 replied it was 004, and 0002 asked where 004 was now. 0018 said that after confirming Deck's death, he disappeared and couldn't be contacted, and the tracking device he carried was useless. 008 responded that the organization had escaped far away in some neighborhood. Hiding in a corner, cloaked and mysterious, 004 is approached by Yijin, who asks what he's doing there. Though he longed to speak with 001, 004 played it cool, saying he was just passing by, but his rumbling stomach betrayed him, much to Yijin's amusement. 001 is at a loss for words with 0, so there's nothing else to do but eat. Yijin takes him for a meal, and 0 devours the noodles. Sitting across from him, Yijin asked if Deck was dead, and between chews, 004 confirmed it, explaining that he woke up to find Deck's cell open and went out to find him. Then he recounted the events to 001. For some time he had been searching for Deck, and one day, in a crowd, he found him. 004's face was one of utter shock. The scene before him was a mangled corpse, crushed by a vehicle. I've never failed to deal with someone I brought back, but he escaped and got hit by a car. The more he spoke, the more disappointed 004 became. Letting him attack me even helped me train. 001 replied simply, "Understood." He then curiously asks, "So what brought you here?" Seeing this, 004 angrily complains, "This guy's talking like that again. Hey, I'm in this state because I helped you." Despite the volatile man before him, 001 calmly continued, 004, didn't you say you went there on your own to find Deck?" Though bitter, 004 endured. "Talking to you just makes me angrier." "That's true, but if you didn't need information from Deck, you would have killed him on the spot instead of bringing him back, right? You're the one who made things more complicated." 01 simply replies, "Oh." Savor continues to lament, "Actually, I didn't intend to find you from the start. I went to find Source 6 and Source 5 first, but they weren't at the base because they were busy with a mission." But 001 remained as still as a log, casting a pall over the atmosphere. It was like talking to a brick wall, leaving 004 speechless as he leaned back. Suddenly he shouts, and 001 curtly replies. Finding the conversation dull, 004 changes the subject, asking if he still practices barrier combat, since real combat opportunities are scarce and gun range conditions are inadequate. 01 listens and eats, seemingly indifferent to 004's words. Annoyed by his aloofness, 004 angrily asks why he isn't answering. "At least practice melee combat consistently. It's not limited by location." Hearing this, 001 immediately shifts to a cold demeanor. 004 felt a chill run down his spine at that expression. But 001 innocently blurted out that the meat was getting overcooked. 004 looked helpless, and the two just sat there staring at each other, speechless. What a pair of dull, innocent souls. Meanwhile, at another base for the numbers, 04 has returned but hesitates to enter, fearing his teammates nagging. "Hey, get inside or you'll get an earful." Suddenly, 004 notices a symbol on the door. Seeing this symbol, he recalls a past meeting where they said this mark meant the base had been abandoned. Remember that. 04 coldly opens the door and steps inside, his killer gaze darting to the side. Seeing 3 armed men pointing their guns at him, telling him to stay put if he doesn't want to die, 04 calmly pretends to surrender, saying, "Understood." One of them, thinking it was easy, ordered the other 2 to tie him up, but 04 didn't seem to care that his opponents had guns. One of them approached and ordered him to put his hands up, unaware that 04 had a knife hidden in his ring. Immediately, he sent one masked man to his grave, and before the 2 behind him could react, 004 moved like lightning, sending them to join their comrade. A master of the blade, 04 effortlessly dispatches these thugs without breaking a sweat. In mere moments, they've received some free ink, courtesy of 004. The Alliance arrives and one member kneels to examine a body, concluding they were all taken down with knives. The kneeling figure is none other than Madison, who realizes the auction house staff were killed with knives, despite being armed with guns. Only a madman with the skill could pull that off. Furthermore, the unique technique left on the bodies of the previously downed employees is identical to the marks on these fallen underlings. Then he unconsciously smirks. It's definitely him. Madison rose and asked for the target's current location. His subordinates reported that he was fleeing towards Sector A, with Delta Squad in hot pursuit, driving him towards Chackley Squad. Dan Madison orders them to cut off his escape, alive if possible, to make an example of him for daring to cross their alliance. Little do they know, a nightmare is coming. He smirked, thinking, "You're beyond help, daring to touch the alliance and stubbornly using a knife?" Meanwhile, 4 desperately ran, lamenting, "Damn it all!" Then he thought about Jack's death, realizing his location might have been exposed because of it. Not to mention the others had left the stronghold before his comrades arrived. 004 walked through the crowded streets. He walks onto a bridge, regretting his actions, and throws his phone into the water, cutting off all contact. But after this foolish move, he regrets it, thinking he should have answered sooner instead of assuming they were just calling to nag. Before he could collect himself, 04 was ambushed, the Alliance members pursuing him relentlessly, but it seems they can't exhaust him, as he takes them down one by one. 04 saw that the enemy forces were numerous, but fortunately for him, he was in the forest, so he could use guerrilla tactics. But no matter how much they fire, they can't hit Agent 004. He uses the terrain to his advantage, dodging every attack, and sends 2 more enemies to their graves. After taking them down, Agent 004 stands there like a true warrior. He thought to himself, these guys are well organized. They're not just chasing after a meal. Suddenly, he noticed something. More enemies in the distance. Far from being afraid, he smirks with amusement, thinking, if you want to play rough, come and get it. Meanwhile, the Alliance was searching in vain, blindly walking to their doom. 2 of them approached their fallen comrades, oblivious to the danger. Now this is 4's playground, and these small fries are just toys for him to play with. Soon after, screams echoed through the night. The leader's face contorted at the sight. This seemed to be their burial ground, and even if they miraculously returned to base, the boss would make sure they didn't live long. Witnessing the carnage, Madison thought to himself, what kind of monster is this? He clearly hasn't heard of 4th Brother. A subordinate knelt by a corpse and reported, judging by the knife work, it's definitely him. According to reports, the damage is significant, but the encirclement team is tightening the noose. Sensing the situation turning against them, the leader turns and gives an order. Hurry up and join the team. The subordinate replied, there. Immediately after they began to move. The losses were too great. We can't even take down one guy without suffering these kinds of casualties. If the association finds out, I'm done for. We have to get information out of this guy and hunt down the rest. Throughout the forest, bodies lay strewn amidst the heavy stench of blood, creating a truly horrific scene. Another man examined a corpse, confirming yet another victim fallen to his blade. In this situation, the leader's fear begins to grow as he thinks, damn it, he's still using his knife at a time like this. Suddenly, one of his men reports that they've closed in on the target, only 100 meters away. The leader, hearing this, yelled, hurry, everyone, run at full speed. The scene before them was shocking. 4th Brother stood there like a god, surrounded by a chaotic mess of corpses. What the hell? The leader thought in disbelief, are we surrounding him, or has our entire team been wiped out, with a bloodied knife still in his hand? With a triumphant look, 4 taunted, you're the leader of this bunch, right? The leader responds, saying he's gone mad, still swinging his blade even while being hunted. The 2 behind him immediately point their guns at him. Instead of killing him, the leader complimented 004, admitting his skills were impressive. But 004's eyes showed he didn't care about their praise. The leader retorted that he was too arrogant, and now that he'd revealed himself, his knife was useless. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling the 2 men behind him. With the smoking gun in his hand, 04 says, you think I only know how to buy knives? The leader begins to panic, but he kept his cool in front of his men, thinking, so that's how it is. 04 was the hunter all along. This bastard, he played us like puppets. 04 finished the job, sighing, God, I'm exhausted. But a dark figure lurks behind him. A familiar face, perhaps a comrade. On the blood-soaked ground littered with bullet fragments, 04 stands amidst the carnage, his cold gaze sweeping over the scattered corpses. Are they all mercenaries? Hearing the question, Zerozodoid nodded, confirming the identity of the man's body before them. That's Medicine from the Mercenary Alliance. Not a high-ranking leader, but more like a mid-level manager. As 004 carefully observed the group, he grew suspicious, wondering who they were exactly. 008 added that after the incident, he investigated and discovered their influence was greater than he imagined, with their hands in anything of significant scale. As 016 and 008 listened intently, 008 revealed that they were also involved in many illegal activities behind the scenes, with numerous organizations sending requests through the Mercenary Alliance. In the tense atmosphere, he continues to reveal the dark secrets of this organization. Furthermore, many mercenaries or individuals have disappeared after conflicts with this Mercenary Alliance. After hearing Zaburuziro's account, 004 frowned, muttering in disgust that they were as troublesome as he'd expected, while 002 remained silent, his eyes dark with thought. Cut to a European-style villa where Duan is secretly on the phone with someone. Can he trust the Alliance to handle things in the future? Is this how you repay all the support I've given the Alliance? The officer on the other end of the line quickly reassured him. Please, calm down. He quickly confirmed, we've confirmed that the enemy is highly skilled. We'll send a force that matches their strength to confront them, and we'll handle this directly. His face, illuminated by the eerie red light, exuded a terrifying aura. Duan declared resolutely, Then, I'll believe these words one last time. He then hung up in anger. At that moment, the officer sternly ordered his subordinate to find out who they were at all costs, and to make sure to eliminate all places related to them. Overwhelmed by his presence, the man nodded in agreement. I'll have Brandon finish this job. He paused for a moment, then asked, Is Brandon really the right choice? What's he doing right now? The man quickly replied, He's expanding into areas we've never operated in before, and he's doing it alone. The officer decisively ordered him to stop what he was doing immediately and take over this task, to which the man nodded in compliance as the wheels spun, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brandon asks excitedly to confirm, You're asking me to finish it quickly? The voice on the other end replies, Yes, the faster the better. Don't worry about the consequences. The Alliance will take care of it. Hearing that, his expression changes, and Brandon smirks with a scheming and dangerous look. All right. He excitedly spins the steering wheel. So busy, so busy. As he neared his destination, Brandon slowed his car, quickly stepping out to find a group of armed men blocking the entrance. Brandon and his men casually approached the group, Brandon confidently striding toward Evelyn's uncle. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Brandon's path, the two of them facing off with palpable intensity. Brandon cast a depraved and dangerous gaze upon Evelyn's uncle, his animosity clear in every expression. He glanced around, then spoke loudly. Things haven't changed around here, have they? You're the strongest in this area, aren't you? Evelyn's uncle stares at Brandon, a veiled threat in his words. I've heard stories about you, but weren't you uninterested in this area before? Despite the barbed question, he remained calm, explaining that they must explore new markets to survive, unable to remain a frog in a well forever. Seeing this, Evelyn's uncle cut to the chase and asked Brandon his true purpose. I know why you've come to us. You're here to ask us to join your alliance, aren't you? Without hesitation, he cut to the chase. Evelyn's uncle, his face resolute, eyes steely and unwavering, declared, We refuse to join your mercenary alliance. Seeing Evelyn's uncle's determined face, Brandon tried to persuade him. Hey, don't say that. Think about it some more. This place is too small. What good are you here? Today we might be teammates, but tomorrow, depending on the client, we might be pointing guns at each other. Hearing this, he probed further, asking if joining their group would change anything. Evelyn's uncle's expression darkens at his untrustworthy words. So you want us to cooperate and pretend to protect us only to stab us in the back? Seeing his cautious attitude, Brandon quickly shakes his head. That's not it. We're just proposing a partnership. Evelyn's uncle wastes no time laying his cards on the table, revealing, We've done our homework on you. If we join your alliance, we'll be under your strict control, won't we? He easily saw through Brandon's scheme. If they didn't comply, the spirit group would be disbanded. Evelyn's uncle emphasized the thought in his head, and he used that power to influence his clients. Sharing information to reap significant profits doesn't sit well with us. His words struck a blow to Brandon's pride. Seeing no chance for a successful negotiation, he gives up, saying, If that's your decision, then there's nothing we can do. He quickly turned and left without another word, leaving Brandon seething with frustration. A chilling smile spreads across his face as Brandon and his men head for their vehicles. He casually ordered a temporary retreat, and Brandon finally began to reveal his ambition. Tonight, we attack this place. Brandon's men departed silently, leaving a chilling atmosphere behind. Those inside stared at his motorcade, Evelyn's uncle's eyes showing clear vigilance, because he knew this was only the beginning. Cut to Yijin's building, a warm light spilling from his window as he trains inside. At that same moment, a phone rang inside the locker, and Yijin, drenched in sweat, slowed his movements. Yijin quickly leaves his training, glancing at the locker with a thoughtful look. Yijin stood in the room, phone in hand, as it rang incessantly. Then a voice on the other end spoke. Jin, a name that took him by surprise. Jin, he asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Evelyn. In a room with shattered windows, the girl hesitated. Jin, I'm sorry. The little girl, covered in blood, stifled her sobs, saying she shouldn't have called. He gently reassured her, telling her it was all right, and asked what was wrong. Her next words turned his face grim. The village was under attack. Yijin anxiously inquired, Attacked? What's the situation? The girl quickly reported that many workers had been killed, and the captain risked his life to save people, but is now unconscious, filling him with rage as he asks what exactly happened. Evelyn recounted everything. Days prior, an organization called the Mercenary Alliance tried to recruit them, but they refused. He fell into thought. The Mercenary Alliance. Yijin immediately recalled 006's earlier words. Yeah, somehow that shady organization found out about us, approached us, and made an offer. And when you ran into 004, don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't there to help you guys. I heard someone around here dared to mention that damned organization, so I came to check it out. Evelyn continued her report. Then mercenary groups left the village for missions and were ambushed. The captain heard the news and rushed to the rescue, only to fall into a trap and be severely wounded. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The girl helplessly covered her face, recalling his last words before losing consciousness. Don't contact him. But now, they had no other choice. Tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry, Jin, Evelyn pleaded with him. This is the last time I'll ask you for anything. Yijin recalled his last meeting with the old man in his sickbed, his words echoing clearly, never return to this place. He clenched his fist, memories flooding back, his comrades, his brothers, and that dark place in his past, or the people who cherished and loved him back then, and his captain, who always ruffled his hair. When Yijin blankly stared, the captain would give a thumbs up in praise. Lost in thought, he clenches his fist, and Yijin finally decides to head out. Night falls, and the road is now filled with cars. Among them was Yijin, speeding by on his motorcycle, putting on his headset to answer a call. A voice on the other end asked, The Mercenary Alliance? 006 sits back, accessing his computer. They've been tangling with us a lot lately, so I did some digging. On the surface, they're a mercenary rights alliance, but in reality, they're no different than the mafia. He frowned and continued, saying that those who refuse to join may be dealt with, depending on the situation. If they accidentally run into them outside of a mission, they might even be killed as a warning, or even assassinated when there's no mission at all. As Yijin drove, receiving intel, he learned their influence was growing, with organizations and even governments favoring their mercenaries. 006 provided everything, allowing them to control the underground economy and make a fortune. Recently, some governments have begun to see them as a threat. He silently pondered something, and then 006 spoke up again, saying that Agent 032 had taken care of the transfer from the airport to the target and that he would send the information via phone, so just follow it. Yijin simply acknowledged, then sped off. Meanwhile, dusk fell upon the mercenary base. Outside, the guards remained vigilant, while inside, the wounded were being bandaged, Brandon among them inquiring about their losses. Ben Lin reported grimly that they'd lost 4 men, and the support force was almost wiped out. Hearing this, he cursed, realizing that even with careful planning, the losses were this bad. It would have been worse if they hadn't prepared. The smoke and fire of that battle replayed in his mind, a scene of devastation, with bodies strewn across the scorched earth. But Evelyn's uncle fought on, bravely rescuing his comrades, a sight that clearly annoyed him, if it weren't for that guy. Then Brandon asked when the reinforcements from the Alliance would arrive, and the other man answered without hesitation. In 2 days. He immediately ordered that they attack as soon as the reinforcements arrived, and the man obeyed. He was so frustrated that the veins in his forehead bulged. If he didn't seize this territory after such losses, his superiors would hold him accountable. He had to clear this place out before leaving, no matter what. Just then, 3 leaders of the soldiers walked in saying they wanted to see him. Brandon flew into a rage, questioning them. You think I'd overlook you concealing information about them? not to mention the pathetic soldiers you sent, which caused considerable losses on my side. How do you plan to compensate me for this?" They immediately turned pale with fear, explaining that they were also victims, assuming the others were no longer a threat since Jean was gone. He narrowed his eyes, repeating the name Jean. One of the three men explained that years ago, a monstrous mercenary fought alongside them. A man named Jean, so famous he was known as the strongest mercenary in the area. They spoke of him with trepidation, a 100% mission success rate, skills like a demon, rumors that he could take on an entire squad alone. But Brandon paid it no mind. How laughable. What good were rumors in this place? The man tried to continue, saying John died on a mission a year ago, which noticeably reduced the village's influence. They tried to appease Brandon, saying they'd increased his compensation for the loss, and of course, there was a separate reward for him as well. He asked about the bonus, and they immediately placed a briefcase on the table, opening it to reveal stacks of dollars. Here you go. Brandon looked, slightly furrowing his brow, then wearily leaned back in his chair. Well, it seems I'm in your debt. With this level of sincerity, even a small mistake would be too much. I'll let it slide this time. They breathed a collective sigh of relief as he informed them that reinforcements were coming from the Union, and not to worry, he would take care of the rest. Back with Ijin, dusk settles over the city as a private plane lands on the runway, carrying none other than Ijin himself. He walks with his backpack in the evening sun when a pickup truck immediately pulls up in front of him. Ijin looked up, puzzled, as Mei cheerfully rolled down the driver's side window and said, "Get in." He was surprised to see her. 05, I just finished up some work nearby, she said with a wink. As he got in, Mei sped off, adding, I figured I'd do some investigating. Wang she glanced in the rearview mirror, saying that the mercenary village was quite reputable in the area. They don't take jobs from shady organizations and they try to minimize civilian casualties. Ijin silently averted his gaze, the village slowly coming to mind as Mei continued, explaining that they had clashed with several forces before, and this time, the mercenary alliance had approached them, offering to eliminate the village. Her eyes flashed with intensity as she explained that the organization had immediately agreed, leading to constant clashes with the mercenary village. She didn't notice him looking away, avoiding the story as the village suffered heavy losses, but the alliance wasn't unscathed either. Her words made him thoughtful. It seemed the mercenary village was quite strong. In the desolate ruins, a light from the opposite building shone blindingly. Below, armed soldiers stand guard, when suddenly, two of them noticed something. Suddenly, a bright light shone in front of them. A car sped past, and they quickly raised their weapons in defense. The car screeches to a halt, drawing every light. A foot emerges, and they immediately brace themselves. To their surprise, Yi Jin brazenly stepped out of the car. It was Yi Jin. Seeing who it was, they slowly lowered their guard. It was really Yi Jin? But with no response, their anxiety grew, and they raised their weapons again. They shouted for him to stop, and Yi Jin immediately halted, Maya behind him with her gun raised, but he remained silent. This made her extremely worried. What should she do? I heard 01 used to live in this village. A man stepped forward, questioning Yi Jin. What business do you have here? Have you forgotten that we warned you never to return? He calmly replies, I heard about the attack. These words strike a nerve, causing them to murmur involuntarily. But he quickly recovers, expressing his disgust. So you've come to offer us your help? Get out. We'd rather die than accept help from a traitor. Yijin fell silent again, and Maiha sensed something was wrong. She scanned the crowd surrounding them. Though they pointed guns at him, she sensed no malice. Just then, Evelyn rushed forward. I'm the one who called him. Everyone is shocked. Evelyn, why would you do this? She stumbles forward, saying there was no other way. The captain is unconscious, and the others hesitate. But with tears welling up, she says she doesn't want any more villagers to die. The representative is displeased, saying that while that's true, it's their problem. They're trying to reduce casualties, and calling Yijin is just leading him to his doom. This startled her, filling her with guilt. But then Yijin spoke up. I never intended to sacrifice myself. His words stunned everyone around him, silencing even the representative. Yijin cut to the chase, stating there was no time to waste. He demanded intel on the enemy, their numbers, current location, everything. They were all stunned, and Maya followed him inside, looking around in confusion, wondering what was going on. He approached Evelyn, who was on the verge of tears, and though she was grateful for his arrival, he was only concerned with the situation at hand. He urgently asks, Where's the captain? Evelyn, the sky is as dark as ink, with only the infirmary illuminated. Lying on the bed was a severely injured man, motionless, his body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, causing Yi-jin great sorrow. Evelyn sadly recounted that the night they came to the village offering cooperation was the same night the village was attacked, but at that time the village resisted them and there were no major losses. Unable to harm the village, they targeted those on missions outside it. The girl looked at the blood-soaked man and continued. The captain heard the news and came, but returned like this. Not only him, but many villagers have fallen. Yi-jin's eyes filled with pity as he asked, "What about the conflict with the organization here?" The girl continued, surrounded by the injured, "As you know, there are 3 major organizations operating here, and they don't like us. After they learned you were no longer in the village, conflicts began to erupt, growing more severe recently." "So," he asked, "they allied with the Mercenary Union to attack the village." The girl nodded, lost in thought, as Yi-jin fell silent once more, gazing at the frail man relying on a ventilator to survive. Without turning back, he asked if his old weapon was still around. Evelyn, still looking sad, replied that it was, and the captain kept it safe in his room. He turned and walked out as Maya scrutinized the surroundings, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, watching people pass. Suddenly, Yi-jin announced, "We move out in an hour." She quickly agreed. "Okay." And so, Maya watched him walk away as onlookers curiously observed the pair. Just then, someone called out, drawing her attention. Maya looked at Evelyn, who hesitated before asking, "What is your relationship with Yi-jin?" She didn't answer, but silently observed the girl's expression. Then Maya replied with a look of despair, "As someone who's known him since he was little." The girl was taken aback by the answer, and she seized the opportunity to inquire about Yi-jin's past. "I also have a question. 01. Yi-jin. I heard he lived here for a while." The girl smiled softly. "Yes, Yi-jin lived here for about 5 years. Maya pondered. 5 years? So he was sent here after camp disbanded? She continued to inquire. "What was Yi-jin like when he lived here?" Evelyn smiled softly, recalling the young man sitting alone on the rooftop, as taciturn as he is now. He wouldn't open up to anyone, always keeping to himself. You can see the affection she has for Yi-jin. Everyone here cherishes him. She remembers the young man from years ago, always silent, leading everyone like a commander. Even when he fought alongside his comrades, he always protected everyone. Speaking of him, Evelyn couldn't hide her happiness, saying that thanks to Yi-jin, they could do what they wanted to do. Hearing this, Maya was curious about what they wanted to do. She looked around at everyone, realizing it was to protect this area, a melancholic expression returning to her face. In this place, the government offers no protection. In fact, it colludes with powerful forces to exploit and oppress the people. As you can see, the only way for people here to survive is to band together. The ordinary people here can't protect themselves, so we take commissions from the vulnerable to defend them. Maya frowned. Mercenaries probably don't earn much. She sighed wearily. Yes, so it's often tiring and unsettling. Evelyn recalled the past when Yi-jin trained everyone, but after Yi-jin came, everything began to change. Thanks to Yi-jin, we learned how to train systematically and gradually gathered warriors who shared our ideals. The outside forces began to take notice and no longer dared to underestimate us. Then we started getting bigger commissions and our lives became easier. Despite the attacks, the children still play innocently. Thinking this, Maya couldn't help but smile, realizing this is how he's been living. At this point, she understood the truth, that no one actually hated Jin. Evelyn affirmed, "Of course, everyone here cherishes Jin." Under the dim light of night, a voice suddenly cried out, "Jin, stop!" Hearing the call, Jin, who was carrying 2 large bags, stopped. The commander stepped forward to intervene, saying it was too dangerous to leave now. Evelyn was taken aback and Maya quietly slipped away. Everyone present was stunned by this information. "What? We're leaving now?" The commander tries to follow, explaining that they need time to prepare, and many on their side are injured. Evelyn nervously agreed, saying he was right that they should calm down and make a plan, but before she could finish, he cut her off, saying they couldn't go. This stunned him, and as he walked away despite the man's questions, he asked what he meant. Unable to contain himself, Yi-jin slams his bag into the car, silencing everyone. He then asks if it's true that the enemy hasn't made a move in the 2 days since the battle, to which they hesitantly agree. His face grave, he says they don't have much time. They've been targeted, and their enemies will want to finish this. They listen in silence, and if they haven't attacked yet, there's only one reason. May suddenly appeared, opening the car door and adding that they were waiting for reinforcements, knowing this side wouldn't be easy, so they were gathering more forces to take them down completely. They were shocked to hear their true intentions. Yi-jin also opened the passenger seat door, knowing they'd act soon. Just then, a voice called out, "Give me 10 minutes." The commander and Eveline exchanged bewildered glances, and Jin turned back as well. The captain, who had been lying bandaged in bed, was now hobbling out, to everyone's astonishment. Eveline cried out in relief, "Captain, you're awake!" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jin, on the other hand, remained silent, observing. The captain, his face full of determination, struggled to breathe, while it would take at least 10 minutes to arm themselves. But he refused, saying no. Everyone had to stay and protect the village. Eveline stared blankly at him, while the captain became completely agitated, telling him not to talk nonsense. "You're planning to go in there with just the two of you?" he asked, but Jin simply confirmed, "Yes." He lashed out, grabbing Jin's collar. "Shut your mouth. This is our problem. You want us to sit here and do nothing while you handle it alone?" Jin calmly explained, "You all know why. If we want to protect this village after this is over, we can't afford to lose any more people." Everyone shuddered at his words, leaving Eveline and the commander speechless. At this point, the captain completely lost it, grabbing him by the collar, relentlessly questioning, "What about you? Didn't you say you wanted to find your family and live in peace? Now you've dragged yourself back into the world of guns and bullets." Everyone could only listen in silence, unable to interfere. "Betraying our wishes?" His words grew increasingly bitter. "We told you not to come back." Jin silently glares at him, but the captain stands his ground, determined to defend his opinion. Suddenly, he says something that strikes the captain to his core. "Then I'll just have to make sure I do it right." He paused for a moment, confused. "Her?" He immediately released Jin's collar. Eveline and the commander are stunned, and even Mai A is confused by what's happening. Jin gets in the car without a second glance at the captain, instructing everyone to defend the village and minimize casualties. And so, they stood in silence, watching him leave. The captain, biting his lip in frustration as the car sped away. Without hesitation, he turned back and ordered everyone to stay sharp and reinforce the defenses, as the enemy could strike at any moment, and who knows what they're planning. Meanwhile, in another building, night had fallen, with only a faint light emanating from a single room. A soldier reports that the association's reinforcements have landed at the airport and will arrive in 30 minutes. Brandon, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiles with satisfaction, asking if everything is ready to wipe out the rats. The mercenaries nearby laughed maniacally, but a sudden loud noise outside startled them, and Brandon frowned in suspicion. Outside, May A relentlessly fires upon the guards from the rooftop, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Seeing this, more soldiers rush in, but she relentlessly fires, giving them no chance to retaliate. Suddenly, May A asks if the Alliance troops are inside, just as a car speeds toward them, hugging the ground. They drifted, leaving a trail of smoke and dust, but May A was already aiming. But before she could, they were already firing from the car, forcing her to take cover. A hail of bullets rained down on the rooftop, forcing Maoi to grapple to the next building for cover. She easily takes out the guard and moves on, prompting another soldier to exit the vehicle in search of her. But one moment of carelessness, and the man behind him took a bullet to the head. May had found another sniper's nest on the rooftop. Her eyes widened, clearly seeing each opponent. The two who had just exited the vehicle were also struck by bullets. Up above, the guards of the main building also heard the commotion. One calmly asked if the hired mercenaries from that village were planning to attack Ode. Immediately, a group of people were sent to reinforce the others. One of them even has a nitrous oxide canister and is laughing maniacally. Yes, stop them now. Even if you lack skill, you should at least be fast. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. He questioned the figure staggering towards them. Why was he coming this way instead of joining the others? Immediately on guard, he raised his weapon, demanding, "Hey, stop! Who are you looking for?" Instead of answering, the man points in a direction, leaving the other confused. "Huh," the man muttered before leaving. "Talking to these guys is such a waste of time." Then, without hesitation, he launched an attack, giving them no time to react. Strange. It was none other than Ixin, who quickly raised his gun and took aim. Instantly, all three are taken down at once, but another enemy rushes in from behind. But his gun quickly fired in that direction as they swarmed in for the attack. But Ixin easily stopped them, and then just opened fire. In the blink of an eye, the guards outside the building were all lying dead on the ground. Mercenaries fell one by one, May A relentlessly firing upon them. Viet Bin's men swarmed in, but she kicked off the wall and launched herself away. Maya dodged their bullets, leaping onto the building's roof. No bullets could reach her now, but as they continued to fire, something fell before them. By the time they realized what it was too late. As May fled, the bomb behind her detonated with a deafening explosion. Seeing two figures in the building ahead, Mayo fires without hesitation, the bullets shattering the glass. Inside the room, bathed in dim light, the three leaders were pale, restless, and anxious. Brandon reassured them, saying there was no need to panic. They were just thrashing about in their death throes. He calmly sat with his feet up on the table. The enemy has already suffered heavy losses, and they wouldn't dare abandon their headquarters, so the attacking force can't be that large. He reveals a sinister smile, adding that they're simply walking to their deaths. Hearing this, the three were somewhat relieved. Outside, Ijin had already made it to the staircase. The guard frantically raises his gun in defense, but he's swiftly cut down. The two men in front, stunned by the scene, hesitated for a moment, giving Yen the chance to rush forward like the wind. One fired his gun, only to be slashed twice in the thigh, while the other took a blade across the stomach. Ijin keenly observes the scene ahead as Mr. Yen swiftly grabs a gun and takes down two more men. A leader inside, hearing the noise, jumped up in alarm. They were so close. The three of them, pale with fear, began to scan their surroundings. By now, they should be inside the building. Brandon grits his teeth, feeling uneasy. If they're right, then the commotion they heard happened right here. Strange. What in the world is going on? I have guards posted out front. How could someone have gotten in? The man anxiously asked what was happening, but was silenced by a shout and a raised gun. The three of them retreated in fear as Brandon silently listened to the sounds outside, growing ever closer. What kind of speed is that? The sound is now at their door. The entire building was guarded, yet they broke through so easily. The main gate? He seizes the opportunity, raising his gun and unleashing a hail of bullets upon the door as the remaining three scramble for cover. Brandon continued his relentless barrage of gunfire until finally, he stopped. The shattered door before him fell silent, and he paused, squinting to observe. The riddled door creaks open, and a blood-soaked soldier spills onto the floor. Recognizing him as one of their own, he clicks his tongue in annoyance, ejecting the magazine. Taking advantage of this, the outsiders immediately open fire, hitting the gun in his hand. The gun immediately clatters to the floor as the intruders slowly enter, Eugene ready to fire at any moment. One of them seems to recognize him. Could it be Jean? The other two are immediately overcome with fear. Jean? He's alive? Brandon remained silent, observing. He stared at the masked figure before him. Could it really be Jean? Then he glanced at the other three. They were immediately terrified and surrendered, one coward confessing, "Wait, I think I should back off a little. If we'd known you were alive, we wouldn't have acted this way." "Yes, even though things have turned out this way, at least we know you're still alive, so we'll back off and not cause any more trouble." The guy was scared, stiff. Of course he'll fully compensate your village, so... Suddenly, Brandon reached under the chair, pulled out a pistol, and immediately opened fire. Jean easily dodges, running toward the three leaders as they return fire. Jean, using them as cover, began his counterattack, his face betraying no emotion. Brandon was hit, wounded in the right shoulder, and retreated behind a chair, but Jean gave him no respite, quickly closing in. Brandon grits his teeth, firing wildly in defense as bullets ricochet off the walls, and Jean is grazed by a bullet across the cheek. But Jean successfully lunged forward and restrained him. Brandon frantically fired into the air, and Jean immediately drew his knife to finish him off, but he screamed as the blade grazed his neck. "Wait," Brandon threatens. "If you kill me, the syndicate will never let you live," but Jean just stares at him silently. He tries to stall for time, just a few more minutes, and reinforcements will be here, but now they're all dead, so we have no reason to care about this place anymore. In this situation, he still sneered and bargained. "So, if you let me go, it all ends here. No more fighting, right?" Just then, a message came over the radio, and he smirked. "Here they come." But the conversation didn't go as planned. They were engaged with the enemy, ambushed en route to their destination, and needed immediate backup. Brandon frowned in disbelief. What? The support troops' vehicles have almost all been destroyed, with only a few left trying to resist. But one by one, they fell to the bullets as Eugene's comrades decimated the remaining reinforcements, none other than ZU-2 and Z-4. Seeing the carnage, Brandon thought in horror, this can't be happening. He couldn't believe that all the forces here, including reinforcements from the Alliance, had been wiped out in an instant. Brandon, with a knife to his throat, demands to know what their group even is, but Eugene only glares back. Brandon frantically shouts, "Wait! No need to answer, hold on, calm down, don't do this, I'll report this to the higher-ups." He then reaches out to push Eugene away. Reacting quickly, he dodged Brandon's attack, but in that instant, the world began to spin. It was then that Brandon felt the sharp blade sink deep into his neck. His eyes widened in shock. Damn it, when? Eugene coldly glanced at his bewildered face, offering no reply. In mere seconds, Brandon collapsed, a torrent of blood gushing forth. With the mission complete, Eugene rose and nodded to Maya, who waited outside. She observed for a moment and said, "The outside is clear, and the mercenaries' guards on the way here have been dealt with." Eugene asked, "Have the others arrived?" Maya replied, "It seems so, but I don't know anything." Seeing his disbelief, she frowned and added, "I'm telling the truth." Then Eugene stepped outside. "Let's retreat." Meanwhile, outside, a blazing red force engulfs the area, and even in death, a soldier can't escape a bullet to the head. The shooter was 002, with 004 and 0016 in the distance. Zsmit 006 announced that the other side had completed their mission as well, but he simply ordered a retreat. Hearing this, 008 asked in surprise, "Zyko, after coming all this way, aren't you going to see 001? 002 simply replies that another mission awaits, dimming 008's gaze. Under the heavy gaze, 06 sighed, and as 032 took the lead, the 7 members of Group 002 departed. Back at base camp, a lookout shouted, "John is coming! John is here!" Evelyn and the captain were shocked by the shout, and in the distance a blinding light approached. Jean slowly stepped out of the vehicle, and Evelyn, seeing him, cried out and ran over. "Jean," she asked Han worriedly, "are you okay?" Jean casually replied that he wasn't seriously injured, prompting the captain to ask if he was going to say that it was all over. Jean nodded in agreement. The mercenary corps and reinforcements have all been dealt with. Hearing this, shock spread across the faces of the captain and the others. "What?" Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief, and Mayim added that the 3 ringleaders had been eliminated, the ones rumored to be leaders of troublesome organizations in the area, right? The captain's eyes grew more bewildered with each word. It couldn't be. Seeing his disbelief, Jean explained, not only the mercenary group, but the organization also suffered heavy losses. From now on, the village will no longer be threatened. Hearing this assurance, the remaining villagers frowned in disbelief. With that, Jean suddenly turned and left, startling the captain. Evelyn hurried over and asked, "Jean, are you really leaving?" He glanced at her and replied, "The mission is over. I have to go back." Evelyn sadly says, "But so soon, visit your hometown." Jean stops dead in his tracks. He glanced to the side, and Maya, standing by the vehicle, raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Home? At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds, its rays gently illuminating rows of neatly arranged tombstones. The captain quietly explained to a sullen Jean that their bodies were buried there, as Evelyn and Maya watched silently from afar. She asked suspiciously, "A cemetery?" The girl nodded. "Yes, none of the villagers were born here, but they all consider this place home, so that's what they named it." As she said this, the expression on Evelyn's face softened more than ever. Looking at the neat rows of tombstones, the girl softly murmured that this was their true home. On the other side, Jean stared blankly at the tombstone before him. He recalls his first visit, when the villagers gave him a hard time. "What is this? You think we look like we're about to die, so you want to lecture us? Be reasonable." Jean then taught them how to use guns, and when they witnessed his power, they were all terrified. "Yes, sir, instructor." After that, they brought a pile of snacks, and Jean looked utterly perplexed at the sweets before him. The villagers chuckled, saying he was just a kid outside of training, and the captain's gruff voice snapped him back to reality. "When you left, people said harsh things, but when they heard you'd found a family, they were the happiest of all." Hearing this, a thin layer of tears welled up in Jean's cold eyes. Lost in the past, Jean is startled by the captain's approach, and before the captain can understand, Jean walks away. The sky is blue as it was that day. Now, bathed in gentle light, Jean stands transfixed before a tombstone, memories of sharing meals with Lucas flooding back. Happy memories he lingers on for a moment. That day, Lucas smiled gently as he called out his name, John, and said, "To us, this is home, but to you it isn't." Even now, he can't forget Lucas's words. Never forget that. After paying his respects, the townspeople bid Jean farewell. As he closed the door, the captain's voice echoed, "Jean," he sternly warned, "don't ever come back here." Seeing his stubborn expression, the captain raised his brow and repeated, "That's right, never come back. We'll handle things ourselves from now on." Seeing this, John had no choice but to nod in agreement, telling them to take care of themselves, though his easy agreement shocked the captain and the others. "Huh?" But Jean didn't respond and sped away. In the rearview mirror, Jean saw the villagers still watching the car, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. At this, Mayim spoke up, saying he'd helped this place a lot, but Yijin only glanced out the window, not responding. He recalled those happy times and hesitated. No, we were the ones who received help. In the security team's training room, rhythmic shouts echoed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yijin ran in formation with the others. 1, 2, 3, 4. His face drenched in sweat but never faltering. They then moved on to pole climbing, Yijin's face radiant in the sun, leaving Jean in a daze. GE approached with his arms crossed, a cold look on his face. Startled, Jean turns away, casually saying she just stopped by for a bit. GE. Knowing her true intentions, he mercilessly exposes her. Just dropping by, I've seen you sitting here for ages. Caught red-handed, Jean tries to save face. She claims she planned to hang out with Seoju and Yijin after work, but things ran late. GE smirks, stating the obvious, Zeoksu is just an excuse. You just want to see Yijin. Jean loudly denies it, embarrassed, but GE continues to tease her, drawling out her words, okay, I know, as she shrinks away, muttering, this is so unfair. Inguk and the SVCAP manager happened to pass by, witnessing this subtle scene. The manager remarked how close the two had become recently, and Inguk agreed, noting that it wasn't always like this. He then recalled the distant relationship they once had, so indifferent, like strangers. SVCAP's manager was candid. I was surprised too, he said slowly, as if telling a story. Although the main reason was Jean's announcement to transfer all management rights to WA, from what I understand. He looks over at the two of them, carefree and enjoying each other's company, and reveals the real reason. It all started with Jean, and they've been through many dangerous situations together. Inguk smiles softly, his eyes filled with joy, and confesses that he's been happier watching this than seeing the company grow, a feeling he's never had before. The SVCAP manager listened intently as Inguk reflected on his family's complicated relationships. As you know, my children will stop at nothing to gain even a little more power, even if it means turning on each other. He confessed with a heavy heart, tinged with sadness, that only those who could overcome such trials were worthy of leading SVCAP. So, I turned a blind eye because the leader of SVCAP must be strong, for if SVCAP falters, the entire Korean economy will suffer. Then suddenly he frowned, his eyes hardening, but in his heart there was still a worry. What is the meaning of it all if the family is torn apart? The SVCAP manager remained silent, offering no answer. Inguk lowers his eyes, understanding his mission, however reluctantly. For SVCAP, for the country, he can't act on personal feelings. Having reached the summit, they must bear the corresponding responsibility. The SVCAP manager's mood also sinks, unsure what to say to Inguk at such a sensitive time. Fortunately, Inguk didn't prolong the SVKP manager's discomfort. He promptly turned away, reminding him, let's go, it's time. The SVKP manager respectfully bowed, cut to the residential area where Yijin's family lives. Kangzu cheerfully waved goodbye to the security guard who returned the gesture. But as he turned around, he was startled to see Inguk and his manager standing behind him. Kangzu is surprised to recognize the man from TV, Singu Seung, chairman of SVCAP. Inguk speaks first, carefully confirming that he is Yijin's grandfather. Kangsu honestly replied, ah yes, that's right. Then Inguk suddenly bowed deeply, formally introducing himself. It's an honor to meet you. I am Singu Seung. He cut right to the chase, asking if they could talk for a moment. Kangsu, still unsure of what was happening, politely agreed. Just then, Dusik and Hiei, Mr. Seok, emerged from house number 214, and Dusik quickly recognized Kangsu, the grandfather of that student he'd been tutoring. As they got closer, he was shocked to recognize the familiar figure before him. Hiei and Seok also recognized him, wondering why he looked so familiar. Dusik, pale-faced, confirmed, isn't that the chairman of the SV Kepsao group? Hiei and Mr. Suk cried out in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone like that would personally seek out Gina's grandfather. Dusik was equally astonished, rooted to the spot, staring at the two men. They moved to a fancy restaurant, guarded on all sides by bodyguards, with even more professionals inside. Inguk calmly explained that he thought traveling far would be inconvenient, so he rented a nearby cafe. Kangsu, sitting opposite him, leaned forward apologetically, saying, "You didn't have to do this, someone of your stature." Getting straight to the point, Inguk asks, "What did you want to see me about?" "I want to talk about Gin." His words frightened Kangsu, who hurriedly asked, "Did he cause some trouble?" Inguk quickly waved his hand in denial. "No, not at all." Hearing this, Kangsu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I thought he'd gotten into trouble again." Inguk smiled gently. On the contrary, he's been a great help to me. Kangzu was surprised. Really? Inguk continued honestly. Yes, actually, aside from Gin, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Kangsu was confused. Me? Inguk nodded. Yes. He bowed, showing respect. Gin has saved my family and me countless times. Kangsu was taken aback. Inguk looked him in the eye and said softly, That's why I want to express my gratitude. Kangsu then asked what he could do to help, and Inguk, without hesitation, made some incredibly tempting offers, saying he wanted to repay Gin. Anything he likes or needs, I'm ready to provide, and I want to help him in the future as well. He suddenly smiled, his face showing affection. Gin loves his family very much. Kangzu listened intently to Inguk's every word. I want to give him a building in his name, so his family can live comfortably. He cautiously asked, To that extent? Inguk calmly explained, As I said, we owe him a great debt. In fact, I still don't think this is enough. He earnestly sought Kangsu's advice, asking how he could better express his gratitude. Kangsu paused, then instead of answering Inguk's question, he asked, Does Gin know about this? Inguk honestly revealed everything. Actually, I offered him something, but he refused. He recounted Yijin's words. He said he was just doing what needed to be done. Hearing that, Kangsu's eyes welled up with emotion, and he quickly covered his face. Kangsu apologizes for getting emotional, while Inguk listens intently. I'm truly proud of him. As expected, the kind-hearted Mr. Kangsu smiled and declined. I'm afraid I can't help you. I want to respect his wishes. He firmly stated, if he said that, then he surely doesn't want anything. Surprised, Inguk hears Kangsu respectfully ask, Chairman, please look after Gin. Inguk is speechless, silently contemplating something. Then he cautiously asked, I know it's forward of me, but would you like to be friends? Kangsu didn't quite catch that. Come again? His face paled as he stiffly asked for confirmation. With me? Inguk chuckled, clarifying, meeting up for a drink now and then, perhaps. Unfortunately, Kangsu raised his hand to decline, saying he'd quit drinking a long time ago. Inguk was stunned. Kangsu, with a smile that masked a deep pain, clarified that he hadn't exactly quit. Ever since losing my son and daughter-in-law, I've been raising Ion alone, so I quit drinking, smoking, everything. He lowered his head helplessly, revealing his innermost thoughts. I'm afraid that if I get drunk and something happens, the child will be left all alone. Inguk didn't know what to say to comfort him, but Kangsu quickly looked up and said, I smile in the face of everything. I have to take care of my health, so I can at least spend more time with him. Inguk makes his offer, and after a moment, Kangsu slowly nods. I understand. He can't help but exclaim, I've learned so much from you today, leaving Kangsu baffled as to what he could have possibly done to warrant such a statement from the powerful chairman. Inguk, still persistent, suggested they become partners, leaving Kangsu even more bewildered. Dusik slurped the last of his noodles, then eyed the empty cup with a smirk, admitting it tasted pretty good now. He, and Ong Zeox agreed, saying, Yeah, instant noodles used to give me indigestion. Ijin quietly ate his rice ball, listening to them talk. They were sitting together at a roadside restaurant when Dusik slammed his noodle container on the table and complained, Hey, why do you always bring us here when I ask for meat? I said, Beef, though. Hai chimed in. Yeah, I thought we were getting Kobe beef. But Ijin calmly replied, This is enough. Ijin slowly took another bite of his rice ball and told them the reason he always repeated. A small amount provides enough calories and nutrition. He reluctantly shook his head in defeat. Okay. I've heard it 1,000,000 times. Hai laughed at this. Ijin calmly chewed, feigning innocence. Suddenly, he looked up and asked Chief Cha, I heard you've been helping him out with work? The chief shook his head slightly and replied, It's nothing much. I just help with odd jobs. But Ijin's eyes grew determined as he pointed out that he always helped out. During the meal, Kangsu had spoken gratefully of their efforts, noting that the young men often helped him sort recyclables. He never hesitated to do the heavy lifting, and strangely enough, the residents stopped causing trouble, making his work much easier. Hearing this, Hai, who was shelling snails next to him, burst out laughing, saying that his image had improved thanks to it. Ijin raised an eyebrow, his cheeks still puffed out as he glanced at him with an eager expression, as the man continued to gleefully tell his story. Before, the residents avoided him, but now they greet him, and the children even want to talk. Dion can't hide his delight, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Later, they parted ways at a crossroads, and Ijin fell into a silent trance, standing motionless. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed behind him, and he quickly frowned, turning and sprinting back the way he had come. Inside the narrow alley, flanked by overflowing dumpsters, damp and dark, Ijin rushes in as a car speeds away from the other side of the street. He caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man in the car, and Ijin frowned. The car sped around the corner, fleeing as if something earth-shattering had just occurred. Now he glances to the side, spotting a man lying in a pool of blood. Ijin slowly approaches. It's a young man, seemingly wearing a company uniform. Ijin looks at him with a complicated gaze. Night falls at Counselor Bay's office. Jinhan's secretary calmly reported everything. The victim was taken to the ICU and remains unconscious. Enraged, Jinhan slammed his desk. "Damn it!" he roared in fury. Why was someone there at that moment? Damn it, why? Standing respectfully by the door, he said, not to worry, as he'd arranged for a substitute to turn himself in. Jinhan bristles at the suggestion, questioning why someone else would turn themselves in for him, since he didn't even have a driver at the time. Realizing his slip-up, the man pales and bows apologetically, clarifying that he meant someone would confess to being him. Hearing this, he calmly shrugged and replied, "That's right. What's the point of having people if they all run away?" But a new worry arose. The problem is that the election season is coming up, and the media will tear apart any scandal I cause. How are we going to handle this? His intention was for the man to handle everything meticulously, ensuring he wouldn't be affected. Jinhan smirked, pleased that things were going his way. Meanwhile, Yijin continues to train, his breathing steady. He notices a man lurking in the distance, but without fear or hesitation, Yijin approaches him. That was Sang-guk, the relative of the young man from before, thanking him for saving his life, saying he was too flustered to thank him at the time. Yijin shook his head, asking about the previous day, saying it was nothing, and asking if his son had woken up. In that moment, a memory flashed through his mind of that frantic night at the hospital. The man gave a bitter smile, saying, "Thankfully, he woke up for a bit before falling asleep again, but the surgery was successful, so he's out of danger." Sang-guk was still grateful to Yijin for saving his son's life. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't called the ambulance so quickly, he might not have woken up." He nodded and then inquired about the aftermath. "Have they caught the culprit yet?" Sang-guk clenched his fist in anger. He already turned himself in, drunk driving, hit someone and didn't even realize it until he sobered up. Thinking of his son, he seethed. He's got a death wish. Driving like that when he's that drunk. Realizing something? Yijin asked further. "A young man?" He nodded slightly, yes. He seemed to suspect a hidden truth, as the driver he saw was a middle-aged man. Yijin couldn't forget the image of the middle-aged man in the car. "Sang-guk is shocked, auntie." That morning at the councilman's office, after the two exchanged pleasantries, they smiled, both having achieved their goals. "Well, if you'll excuse me." After seeing his guest off, the secretary hurriedly slammed the door shut and exclaimed, "Councilman, we have a problem." "We have." Loosening his tie, he impatiently asks, "What is it?" The secretary urgently replies, "A witness has come forward in the hit-and-run case." The assemblyman was stunned by this shocking news. Yijin Han angrily retorted that it was impossible, as there was no one around at the time. The other man muttered that perhaps he hadn't noticed in his haste. He also brought news that the person who called 911 said the perpetrator was a middle-aged man, not the person we turned in. Yijin Han lost his patience, asking what will happen now. He continued, saying that the witness didn't recognize him, only described his appearance, and that the longer it went on, the higher the chance of recognition. His anger exploding, he rebuked the secretary, calling him a fool for letting things get this far. He should have at least found someone who looked like me. If he'd done it right from the start, would we even be here? He was furious, but bit his lip to restrain himself, muttering, "Damn it all to hell." The secretary then tried to appease the assemblyman, saying, "Don't worry. I have a way of handling this. The police station." Inside the interrogation room, a well-mannered man appeared. "Hello, I'm officer from North COU." Yijin agreed to testify. "Please, have a seat." The special investigator pulls up a chair, and the man explains that he can't investigate directly because he's directly involved in the case. Plus, his child is still weak, so he probably wouldn't be in the right frame of mind to work. The detective turns on his computer to record the testimony, stating that he's in charge of the case from now on, but Yijin is hesitant, saying he's already told them everything. The man offered a faint smile, explaining that the case had just been transferred, so he needed to verify a few points as a formality. Beneath the yellow light, a deathly face lurked. Don't be so tense. Just relax."